A drop of blood swallowed by accident opened the magnificent life that belonged to Uchiha Gen. He was good friends with the Sannin, and the Third Hokage was his teacher. Danzo, with my status you only get one chance to make a move. Miss it and you'll have to wait until your next life. The story begins. Year 13 of Konoha, late autumn. At the end of an alley in the Uchiha clan district, there was an empty little courtyard. 3-year-old Uchiha Gen sat on the doorstep, knees together, hands resting on his legs. His eyes were large, his pupils black, the standard appearance of the Uchiha clan. The courtyard walls were covered in withered vines. The leaves had all fallen away, leaving only brown branches clinging to the wall like skinny fingers. The door had not sounded for 3 days. Uchiha Gen remembered it clearly. 3 evenings ago, his mother had been called to the clan's meeting hall. The great elder had come in person. His face had been grave, and he had said nothing. Before leaving, his mother had crouched down, straightened his collar, and told him she would be back soon. His mother did not come back. On the first night, Uchiha Gen sat on the doorstep and waited. The moon rose, then fell. His mother did not come back. On the second day he got hungry, so he stepped on a little stool and took yesterday's rice ball from the stove. The rice ball had gone hard. He chewed slowly and saved half for his mother. On the third day the auntie next door came. She stood at the courtyard gate, her eyes red, holding a bowl of hot soup in her hands. She set the soup on the doorstep, opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing and left. The soup turned cold. Uchiha Gen did not drink it. Today was the 4th day. As the sun was about to set, the courtyard gate finally made a sound. It was not the sound of his mother pushing the door open. His mother always opened the door gently, with the soft rustle of her sleeve brushing against the wooden board. The sound was heavy and formal. 3 knocks, neither light nor hard. Uchiha Gen raised his head. The great elder stood at the entrance. His beard and hair were white, and the wrinkles on his face looked as if they had been carved by a blade. Behind him were 2 middle-aged clansmen, both with their heads lowered, each holding something in their hands. The great elder looked at him and remained silent for a long time. A 3-year-old child sat on the doorstep, tilting his head up, his black eyes holding no tears, only quietly watching the people who had come. So alike, the great elder said, speaking only one word. The clansmen behind him did not respond. The great elder walked into the courtyard and crouched down in front of Uchiha Gen. His hands were old, the skin rough like tree bark, and when he reached them out, they trembled slightly. Child. The great elder's voice was slow and hoarse. Your mother. He paused. Your mother is the same as your father now. Uchiha Gen looked at him. The same? She died in battle. When the great elder said those 2 words, the 2 clansmen behind him lowered their heads even further. Last night, a surprise assault squad from Kumogakure crossed the front line. The great elder's voice was like a whetstone, grinding each word out one by one. Your mother was with the medical unit. She was not supposed to be on the front line, but there were too many wounded, so she volunteered to go. When the attack came, she used her body to shield a gravely injured clansman. The great elder's hand came to rest on Uchiha Gen's shoulder. She protected that clansman. But she could not come back herself. Uchiha Gen did not move. The evening sun shone in through the courtyard gate, stretching the great elder's shadow long enough to cover his small body. Where is the body? The 3-year-old child asked that question. The great elder's hand tightened slightly. There isn't one. Your father's body wasn't recovered either, the great elder said. On the battlefield, many shinobi leave no body behind. That is the fate of a shinobi, and we Uchiha, when we know death is certain, will dig out our own eyes and hand them to our comrades. This is the glory of the Uchiha clan. The clansmen behind him stepped forward and placed what they were holding by the doorstep. A scroll, and a small cloth bundle. This is the scroll containing your father's Sharingan, and this is the scroll containing your mother's Sharingan recovered yesterday. The great elder pointed at the 2 scrolls, his voice very soft. Your mother also awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. She was an outstanding Uchiha. In this cloth bundle are your parents' belongings. There are not many, but they were all things they carried with them. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the 2 scrolls. There were dark brown stains on them. His mother's scroll was newer than his father's. The bloodstains had not fully turned brown yet, and the edges still carried a trace of dark red. He stared at that bit of dark red. Then he reached out and pulled both scrolls into his arms. His movements were light and slow, as if he were afraid of breaking something. The great elder watched him, and his throat moved. The clan will take care of you from now on. The compensation payment will be delivered on time every month. Food, clothing, daily needs you will lack for nothing. Uchiha Gen said nothing. He only held the 2 scrolls in his arms and sat on the doorstep, looking at the alley outside the courtyard gate. At the end of the alley, the last trace of sunset was fading away. Your father, the great elder, suddenly said, Uchiha Shwanha. was one of the most outstanding bearers of the 3 Tomo Sharingan in our Uchiha clan in the past 10 years. Your mother, Uchiha Ching, was one of the clan members with the highest talent in medical ninjutsu. You are their child. Do not disgrace that name. The great elder stood up and turned to leave. When he reached the courtyard gate, he paused. He did not look back. Child, the deeper an Uchiha's feelings, the stronger the power when those feelings are lost. This is our bloodline, and also our curse. When your parents died, both of them were thinking of you. The courtyard gate closed. The courtyard fell silent. Uchiha Gen held the 2 scrolls and sat on the doorstep. The sky darkened. The moon rose. He did not cry. He only felt as if there were a hole in his chest, growing bigger and bigger, emptier and emptier. Something was pouring into it. Not wind. Something else. Something hotter. Something more painful, like molten iron glowing red, surging out from that hole and flooding into his limbs, flooding into his eyes. His eyes began to hurt. Not ordinary pain. It was the kind of pain that felt like someone was stabbing outward from inside with a red-hot needle. It started deep in his eyeballs and drilled along his optic nerves into his brain. Uchiha Gen did not cry out. His hands tightened around the scrolls. The world before his eyes began to turn red. Not the color of blood. Another kind of red. Deeper. Richer. Like congealed flames. The moon became a red moon. The courtyard wall became a red courtyard wall. The scrolls in his arms became red scrolls. That trace of dark red his mother had left on the scroll suddenly became incomparably clear in his vision. Not clearer in color, but clear in some other way. He felt it. The chakra lingering on the scroll. He was not seeing it with his eyes. He was directly sensing it with those burning eyes. His mother's chakra. Warm, gentle, like the sound of her humming. The last ripple left on the scroll was his mother's final thought before death. Not fear. It was Shen. I'm sorry. You have to live on. And then those sensations shattered. Not disappeared. They were scattered apart by something else. A flood of things suddenly surged into his mind. Blue star. Skyscrapers. Cell phones. Computers. Takeout. Subways. Overtime. A rented room. The image of a person sitting alone in that rented room, eating instant noodles in front of a computer screen. That person was also named Shen. Not Uchiha Gen. Just an ordinary man with the surname Shen. 30 years old. A corporate slave. Worked to death. His final thought before dying was, what a waste. This life. Nothing was left behind. The memories of 2 souls crashed together inside the same body. 3-year-old Uchiha Shen. A 30-year-old corporate slave from Blue Star. An Uchiha orphan who had lost his parents. An ordinary young man who had died suddenly in a rented room. The 2 surges of emotion twisted together like 2 blades grinding against each other. Uchiha Shen's body began to tremble. The pain in his eyes reached its peak. It was as if something had split open in the deepest part of his eyeballs. Not shattered. Opened. Like a lock being twisted apart. He couldn't see anymore. It wasn't that everything had gone dark before his eyes. It was that he was seeing too much. He saw the scenes from right before his parents died. Blurry. Broken. Like reflections seen through water. His father's final moment was overwhelming light from lava release. His mother's final moment was the face of a heavily wounded clansman, and her body shielding him. Then it all cut off. Then the courtyard became quiet again. The moon was still the same moon. The courtyard wall was still the same courtyard wall. Uchiha Gen lowered his head. In his mother's Konoha forehead protector, he saw the reflection of his eyes. Red. Inside his pupils, 3 Tomo were slowly spinning. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3 years old. Both parents dead. Uchiha Gen closed his eyes. He understood now. The memories from Blue Star told him this was the world of Naruto. He knew very clearly what a 3 Tomo Sharingan meant. Being targeted, coveted, used, controlled, or erased. A 3-year-old with a 3 Tomo Sharingan was talent. But even more, it was a death warrant. He opened his eyes again. The 3 Tomo were gone. His pupils had returned to their ordinary black color. He put the 2 scrolls back on the doorstep, then stood up and walked into the house. There were still rice balls on the stove that his mother had made 3 days ago. They had already gone bad. Uchiha Gen picked up a spoiled rice ball and took a bite. Chew. Swallow. Then the second one. Finished it. He scooped himself a bowl of water and drank it. Then he returned to the main room, put his parents' belongings into a cabinet, and closed the cabinet door. Then he went back to the doorstep and sat down. The moon hung overhead. He was the only one in the courtyard. 3-year-old Uchiha Gen sat on the doorstep, looking at the empty courtyard gate, with nothing in his eyes. He would live on. He would grow stronger. He would find out exactly how this world's debt to him should be settled. Year 14 of Konoha, spring. Uchiha Gen was 4 years old. The pension arrived on time every month. The great elder's daughter-in-law came once every 3 days, bringing rice and vegetables, and checking whether he had starved to death while she was at it. The aunt next door would occasionally bring over a bowl of hot soup, set it on the doorstep and leave. Uchiha Gen didn't need anyone watching over him. He was doing just fine by himself. He got up in the morning and reheated the leftovers from the night before. After eating, he washed the dishes and cleaned the house. However his mother used to do things, that was how he did them now. The quilt was folded neat and square. The stove wiped spotless. The fallen leaves in the yard swept into a pile. Then he slung on the small backpack his mother had left behind and went to the ninja academy. The backpack had been altered from old clothes by his mother, the stitches fine and tight, with a tiny shin embroidered in one corner. The first day Uchiha Gen carried it out, he stood at the door for a while, then tightened the straps a little more. From the Uchiha clan compound to the ninja academy, it took half an hour on foot. He had to pass through the morning market on East Street, go around the Hokage building, then walk down a straight road lined with cherry trees. Uchiha Gen walked this route every day. The uncle at the morning market already knew him by now. At first, he would give him an extra rice ball. After being refused several times, he stopped doing that. Now, every time he saw him, he just nodded. Uchiha Gen would nod back too. He didn't talk much. His classmates all thought he was strange. That Uchiha never smiled. And never cried. Last time in shuriken class, he threw 10 shots and every single one hit. The teacher praised him, and his face didn't change at all. Both his parents are dead. The voices would lower. Then nobody brought it up again. Uchiha Gen sat by the window, turning a deaf ear to all that discussion. His attention was on 3 people. The girl with light blonde hair was called Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, the first Hokage's granddaughter. She sat in the front row in class. When answering questions, her voice was loud. Even when she got them wrong, she didn't blush. When she got them right, she would turn back and glance at Uchiha Gen, chin lifting slightly. The white-haired kid was called Jiraiya. He never sat properly, slept through class, bragged after class, and said he would become the strongest ninja in the future. Tsunade had beaten him up several times, but the very next day he would still go right back to her. The black-haired boy was called Orochimaru. He sat in the back row by the corner wall. There was an empty circle around him. No one wanted to sit with him. He didn't care. He never took notes in class. But whenever the teacher asked him a question, he always had the answer. His eyes were snake-like vertical pupils. When he looked at people, it felt like he was looking at something very interesting. Just not like he was looking at a person. The future Sannin. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze and continued fiddling with the shuriken in his hand. He knew the script of the future. The memories from Blue Star told him Jiraiya would become a legendary powerhouse. Orochimaru would defect, and Tsunade would lose all her loved ones before leaving Konoha. But those were matters for the future. Right now, they were just 4-year-old children sitting in the same classroom. After class, Uchiha Gen walked out alone. Hey. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Tsunade caught up from behind, her light blonde ponytail swinging behind her head. Jiraiya followed on the left, while Orochimaru walked at the back at an unhurried pace. Uchiha Gen, Tsunade called his name one syllable at a time, as if confirming something. Which way do you take home? East Street. We go north. Not the same way, Tsunade said. What do you mean, Tsunade wrinkled her nose. Don't you think it's not the same way? You already said it wasn't. Tsunade choked on that. Jiraiya burst out laughing, then immediately got punched in the shoulder by Tsunade. What are you laughing at? Ow, 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 why do you hit me? Because I felt like it. Uchiha Gen looked at them, and the corner of his mouth moved. Very slightly, but Tsunade saw it. You smiled, she said, sounding like she had discovered something incredible. Uchiha Gen smoothed away that tiny curve and turned to keep walking. Tsunade caught up again and walked beside him. You actually look pretty good when you smile. I didn't smile. You did. I didn't. If I say you did, then you did. Jiraiya leaned in. I saw it too. Orochimaru walked at the back, and a faint glint flashed through his vertical pupils. The 4 of them walked out of the school gates. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, petals landing on the shoulders of the 4 children. Tsunade chattered away on the left, Jiraiya bragged on the right, Orochimaru followed in silence behind them, and Uchiha Gen walked in the middle, occasionally nodding once. Spring at 4 years old. The war had not ended yet, but in this moment the sunlight was warm. That night, Uchiha Gen returned to the courtyard. The pension envelope was on the low table. This month's. He opened it, glanced inside, counted it, and put it away in the cabinet. The savings from before were in there too, stacked neatly together. Then he took out his parents' scrolls and placed them on his knees. The chakra fluctuations on the scrolls had already become very faint, especially his father's. It was almost completely gone. A trace of his mother still remained, very faint, like a candle about to burn out. Uchiha Gen placed his palm over his mother's scroll and closed his eyes. The Sharingan opened soundlessly beneath his eyelids. The 3 tomo turned slowly. The lingering chakra was like a dying candle in the wind, trembling on the verge of going out, yet he still carefully drew it into his own body bit by bit, thread by thread. This feeling was not a hungry devouring, but a gentle cherishing, like cradling an incomparably precious heart in his hands, afraid that one careless move would shatter it. It was even more like tightly holding a cup of warm water that was about to go completely cold, trying to warm it with his own insignificant body heat. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not bring his departed mother back. But at the very least, he could still preserve his mother's final gift, that faint yet vitality-filled chakra. As that chakra flowed along his chakra pathways, a warm current gradually spread out, immersing his whole body in it. But in the next instant, the temperature dropped sharply, a chill swept over him, and that warm current vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. Uchiha Gen suddenly opened his eyes. The once glimmering three-tomo Sharingan gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. He silently stood up, gently rolled up the scroll in his hand, then slowly placed it into the cabinet beside him and carefully shut the cabinet door. Only after finishing all that did he walk out of the room with heavy steps, come to the center of the courtyard, and quietly sit down on that familiar threshold. At this moment, a bright full moon hung high in the sky, casting down cold yet gentle light, like silver frost spread across the earth. Moonlight poured down like water, illuminating his lonely figure. Time seemed to have frozen. The surroundings were utterly silent, with only the soft rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. He just sat there without moving, blending into the moonlit night, alone as he endured that endless longing and sorrow. However, this time was different. There seemed to be a different kind of emotion within his eyes, a heat far more intense than it had been 3 months ago. For an entire night, Xianyi did not close his eyes once. His mind kept turning over all kinds of things. Tsunade's future fate, Jiraiya's final end, and the wrong path Orochimaru had stepped onto. Even though countless thoughts filled his heart, at this moment he was still very young, and Tobirama Senju was still alive. So no matter what, it was absolutely impossible for him. He did not even have the slightest bit of courage to reveal even a little of the extraordinary talent hidden within himself. Otherwise, what awaited him would likely be being erased outright under some baseless charge like an Uchiha brat born with evil in his blood. Konoha Year 14, Summer. The Ninja Academy sparring class was the class every student looked forward to the most and feared the most. Once a week, in groups of 2, they fought in actual combat. The teacher would score them from the side, recording each student's taijutsu, reaction speed, judgment, and chakra control. When the 4-year-olds had their first sparring class, the classroom instantly turned chaotic. Some were excited, some were nervous. Jiraiya was busy bragging that he was going to beat his opponent until they were crawling on the ground looking for their teeth, only for Tsunade to pour cold water all over him. Beat me first, then talk. Uchiha Gen stood at the edge of the crowd, silently watching the training ground. First group, the Chunin instructor said as he held the roster Uchiha Gen versus. His gaze swept across the classroom. Tsunade. The classroom went quiet for a moment. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she stood from her seat and walked to the center of the training ground. She was tall for her age, standing straight with her chin slightly raised, like a little lion that hadn't grown claws yet but already knew how to hold its head high. Uchiha Gen walked up and stopped in front of her. 3 steps apart. Begin. Tsunade moved. At 4 years old, the Senju princess's taijutsu already carried the shadow of something polished by an adult ninja. Not flashy techniques but fundamentals. The most solid fundamentals. Footwork, center of gravity, the path of her punches, every part of it was nearly flawless. One straight punch went right for Uchiha Gen's face, its speed already top tier among kids their age. Uchiha Gen turned sideways. Her fist brushed past his collar. Tsunade didn't stop. She twisted at the waist and smashed her left elbow across. Uchiha Gen stepped back once. The point of her elbow swept past 2 inches in front of his chest. Tsunade's offense flowed without pause. One punch after another, one kick after another. Her taijutsu wasn't some wild street style. It was a simplified version of the killing arts tempered through generations of the Senju clan. Every move held back some power, but every strike still aimed for a vital point. Uchiha Gen kept retreating. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His footing was steady, each retreat stopping right at the edge of Tsunade's attack range. The hem of his clothes was stirred several times by the wind of her fists, but his body was never touched even once. At the edge of the training ground, Jiraiya's mouth hung open. So good at dodging. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed slightly. The Chunin instructor's pen paused for a moment. Tsunade's punches grew faster and faster. She was starting to lose patience. Missed with 1 punch. Again. Another missed punch. Back. 1 kick missed 2. Are you even going to fight? Tsunade stopped and glared at Uchiha Gen, her chest rising and falling. The 4-year-old girl already had a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Her fists clenched tight. Uchiha Gen stood 4 steps away. His breathing was steady. Even the hem of his clothes wasn't messy. What do you mean by this? Tsunade's voice was low, but everyone could hear the anger in it. You keep dodging, and you won't even throw 1 punch back? Uchiha Gen looked at her and said nothing. I'm talking to you. Tsunade pressed forward another step. Uchiha Gen, are you looking down on me? No. Then why won't you attack? Uchiha Gen still didn't answer. Why wouldn't he attack? Because if he did, it would be too easy. With the dynamic vision of a three-tomo Sharingan, Tsunade's movements looked like slow motion to him. He only needed to judge the point of impact half a second ahead, and one move would be enough. But would one move really be enough? If he made one move, everyone would see it. A 4-year-old Uchiha casually suppressing the princess of the Senju clan. Once that news got out, how many eyes would it draw? What would the Grand Elder think? What would the second Hokage think? That name flashed through his mind like an ice blade scraping across glass. Say something. Tsunade stepped forward again, now only 2 steps away from him. There was more than anger in her eyes. There was grievance. Princess Tsunade, the first Hokage's granddaughter, the treasure of the Senju clan. She had been praised since childhood. Talent, bloodline, effort, every single one of them was top tier. She didn't need anyone going easy on her. Especially not Uchiha Gen. This guy she had never been able to see through since the very first day of school. He always listened in class but never volunteered. In Shuriken class, he hit all 10 throws, then walked back into line without changing his expression. He always ranked near the top on exams, yet never did one extra question. It was like he was deliberately suppressing himself. Like he was hiding. Tsunade, Uchiha Gen finally spoke. Tsunade froze for a moment. It was the first time he had ever called her by name on his own. Your taijutsu is very good, Uchiha Gen said in a flat voice. Your footwork, your power release, the way your combos connect, they're all very good. It's just what? When you throw a punch, your shoulder moves first. Tsunade's pupils shrank slightly. Before your right fist goes out, your right shoulder pulls back a little first. Not by much, but enough for someone to judge where your strike will land. Uchiha Gen's tone sounded like he was reciting a textbook. If you fix that, no one at your level will be able to dodge your punches. At the edge of the training ground, the Chunin instructor's pen dropped. Tsunade stood there in a daze. Then her face turned red. Not from embarrassment at having her flaw pointed out, but because he was right. She knew her own taijutsu better than anyone. Her grandfather had said something similar before. Before she punched, her shoulder made one unnecessary movement. She had been trying to fix it all along, but she hadn't expected a peer to see through it with a single glance. You! Tsunade clenched her fists. Since you saw it, why didn't you just beat me directly? Uchiha Gen didn't answer. Do you think that because I'm from the Senju clan and you're from the Uchiha clan, you'll get in trouble if you beat me? Uchiha Gen's eyelashes trembled slightly. Tsunade saw it. She bit her lower lip. Then she threw another punch. This time, her shoulder didn't move first. Uchiha Gen tilted his head, and her fist brushed past his cheek. Still didn't hit. Tsunade didn't pull back her punch. She pressed forward with the momentum and drove her left knee toward his stomach. Uchiha Gen stepped back half a step. Tsunade suddenly changed moves. She gave up all room to hold back, and her whole body slammed toward him like a cannonball. It wasn't a taijutsu technique. It was just a charge. The body of a 4-year-old girl, plus the Senju clan's inborn monstrous strength potential, made that collision carry an impact that didn't belong to this age. If Uchiha Gen wanted to dodge, he still could. But behind him was the boundary line of the training ground. One more step back, and he would be out of bounds. Out of bounds meant a loss. He didn't want to lose. In that split second, Uchiha Gen raised his hand. Not to block, to push. His palm pressed against Tsunade's shoulder, borrowing the force of her charge and redirecting it to the side. Tsunade rushed past him, staggering 2 steps, one foot landing on the boundary line. But she didn't fall, because Uchiha Gen's hand was still on her shoulder, steadying her. Tsunade turned her head. Uchiha Gen's face was very close to hers. It was the first time she had looked at his eyes from such a close distance. Black, deep, like well water at night. Something was moving at the bottom of that well, very slowly, very heavily, pressed down with all its might. I'm not looking down on you. Uchiha Gen's voice was very soft, so soft only she could hear it. He didn't finish. Tsunade suddenly grabbed his wrist and yanked hard toward herself. Uchiha Gen's balance shifted slightly. Tsunade's forehead came forward. It wasn't a headbutt. It was her lips. She bit down on his lower lip. Hard. The taste of rust spread through both their mouths. Uchiha Gen froze. Tsunade let go and stepped back half a step, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. His blood was still on her lips, and her eyes were astonishingly bright. Serves you right for dodging. She snorted. This is what happens when you don't fight back. The edge of the training ground fell into dead silence. Jiraiya's jaw was about to hit the floor. Orochimaru's vertical pupils widened slightly, and for the first time, his face showed a clear expression of surprise. The Chunin instructor stood there with his mouth open, the pen in his hand hanging in midair, not knowing what to write. Uchiha Gen stood in place. The sensation of Tsunade's teeth still lingered on his lips. The rusty taste spread across the tip of his tongue. He swallowed it down, along with Tsunade's blood. Then he turned around and walked toward the edge of the training ground. Uchiha Gen, the Chunin instructor, finally snapped back to his senses. Where are you going? To wash up. His voice was still flat, but his steps were a little faster than usual. That night, Uchiha Gen did not eat dinner. He sat on the doorstep in the courtyard. The wound on his lip had already stopped bleeding. The body of a 4-year-old child did not heal at a ninja's level, but the wound was small. By tomorrow it would probably be invisible. The real problem was not his lip. It was his body. Ever since that afternoon, there had been a strange sensation inside him. It felt like something was flowing through his blood. Not chakra, but something more fundamental, something deeper. It started from his stomach, spread to his chest, then spread into his limbs. He had swallowed Tsunade's blood. Not much, just a few drops. But in those few drops was the bloodline of the Senju clan. The Uchiha Sharingan needed extreme emotional stimulation to awaken and evolve. The pain of losing a loved one, unforgettable hatred, or love. The Senju sage body required abundant vitality and yang chakra. That was a power completely opposite to the Sharingan. The two bloodlines had split apart after the Sage of Six Paths Indra and Ajura, elder brother and younger brother, Sharingan and sage body. For thousands of years, no one had ever possessed both at the same time. It wasn't that no one had tried. It was that everyone who tried had died. The two bloodlines would reject each other inside the same body, like water meeting fire. Either the water put out the fire, or the fire boiled the water dry. But inside Uchiha Gen's body, the two bloodlines were not fighting. They were fusing. He could feel it. Those few drops of Senju blood were like seeds falling into soil. The Uchiha bloodline was the soil, and the Senju blood was the seed. The seed was sprouting, its roots drilling deep into the soil, and the soil did not reject it. The soil accepted it. Uchiha Gen pressed a hand to his chest. His heart was beating fast, but steadily. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank inward. Chakra flowed through his meridians. Originally, his chakra had been purely yin in nature, cold and sharp like moonlight. But now, there was a faint layer of warmth along the edges of that yin chakra. It had not been diluted. It had been completed. Yin and yang. The chill of the Sharingan, the warmth of the sage body. Inside him, they were not enemies. They had originally been one. Before the Sage of Six Paths divided the bloodline, they had been one from the start. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. Moonlight fell across his face. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. With a slight movement of thought, a tiny green leaf pushed out from his palm. Tender green, smaller than a fingernail, trembling faintly under the moonlight. Would release. Not complete would release. It was still 108,000 miles away from the world-shaking might of the first Hokage, the kind that could move mountains and fill seas. It was only enough to make a seed sprout in his palm. But this was would release. Proof that the bloodlines of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had fused. Below the Sage of Six Paths, only one person had ever done this. Uchiha Madara. He had done it by biting off a piece of the first Hokage's flesh and fusing it into his own wound. And Uchiha Gen had done it with only a few drops of blood. Because his body had not rejected it. His bloodline accepted the power of the Senju, rather than resisting it, as if it had waited a very long time and had finally found its other half. Uchiha Gen looked at the green leaf in his palm. A 3-tomo Sharingan at 3, would release at 4. Both powers were still only seedlings. But as long as seedlings did not die, they would grow. He clenched his fist. The green leaf shattered into specks of light and vanished into the moonlight. The courtyard fell silent again. From the auntie's house next door came the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking together. A dog barked in the distance. The night in Konoha was the same as always. Uchiha Gen rose from the doorstep and walked into the house. Inside the cabinet, his parents' scrolls lay quietly side by side. He stood in front of the cabinet for a while. Father, mother. His voice was very soft. I'll figure out how far I can go. Then he closed the cabinet door, lay down on the bed, and shut his eyes. He still had school tomorrow. Tsunade would probably pretend nothing had happened. So would he. But some things had already changed. The academy bell rang 3 times, and more than half the people in the classroom had already left. Uchiha Gen sat by the window, rolled up his scroll, and tucked it into the backpack his mother had left behind. The stitching on the bag was still fine and neat. The character Shen in the corner had faded a little from washing, but it was still visible. The wound on his lip had healed 3 days ago. But the warmth inside him had not disappeared. Ever since the night he swallowed Tsunade's blood, something had taken root inside his body. It was not on the level of chakra, but on the deeper level of bloodline. The Uchiha chill and the Senju's yang warmth were like 2 rivers that had once run parallel, now finding the point where they met inside him. He did not know why this was happening. In the memories from Blue Star, the world-building of Naruto had always been very clear. Sharingan and would release. Yin release and yang release, Indra and Ajura. After 1,000 years of separation, those two powers had never truly fused. Uchiha Madara had relied on forcibly transplanting a chunk of Hashirama Senju's flesh after biting it off, and even then, it depended on Indra's chakra. And he had only swallowed a few drops of blood. A few drops of Tsunade's blood. The blood of a 4-year-old girl, whose Senju clan sage body potential had not even fully awakened yet. But the yang chakra in those few drops of blood was like a key sliding into a lock. His body recognized that key. The lock opened. Uchiha Gen slung the backpack onto his shoulders and stood up. Gen. Tsunade stood at the classroom door with her arms crossed over her chest, her chin slightly raised. Her pale golden ponytail was tied a little higher today, her forehead smooth and clear. There was a faint red mark between her brows, left from when she had rammed into him during their sparring class last time. It was almost gone. Need something? You're not walking with me today? Uchiha Gen looked at her. Ever since that sparring class, Tsunade's attitude toward him had undergone a subtle change. It had not become better, and it had not become worse. It had become more complicated. She no longer chased after him asking why he would not fight back, but every day after school, she waited for him at the door. Sometimes she would start a conversation. Sometimes she would say nothing at all and just walk beside him. Jiraiya bragged on the left. Orochimaru stayed silent behind them. The four of them, just like usual, and not quite like usual. Let's go. Uchiha Gen walked out of the classroom. Tsunade naturally moved to his left side, slowing her steps a little to match his pace. She probably had not even noticed that detail herself. The cherry trees had already started shedding their leaves. With autumn about to arrive, the sakura trees would no longer bloom. Their leaves had turned a deep brown, with withered yellow along the edges. When they fell to the ground and were stepped on, they made a soft rustling sound. Hey, Tsunade spoke up. About that thing you mentioned last time. About how my shoulder moves before I throw a punch. I went back and tested it. Uchiha Gen turned his head to look at her. Tsunade didn't look at him. Her eyes stayed on the road ahead. I spent 3 days fixing it and I got rid of it. Her tone sounded like she was reporting on a mission. Second grandpa said my punching speed is 20% faster than before. What? Tsunade suddenly turned and glared at him. Can't you say 2 more words? Uchiha Gen thought for a moment. Very impressive. The tips of Tsunade's ears turned red for a second. Then she quickly turned back around and lifted her chin even higher. Obviously, I already knew that. Jiraiya leaned in from the side. What? Tsunade, your punches got faster? How come I couldn't tell? Last time when you hit me it was still just as. Before he could finish, Tsunade's fist had already landed on top of Jiraiya's head. Ow, that's what you get for talking too much. Uchiha Gen watched the scene, and the corner of his mouth moved. Very slightly, but this time all 3 of them saw it. Jiraiya clutched his head, his eyes wide. He smiled again. Tsunade said nothing, but her steps were clearly a little lighter. Orochimaru walked at the very back. The shadows of falling leaves reflected in his vertical pupils. He said nothing at all. When they reached the fork between East Street and North Street, Tsunade stopped. See you tomorrow. Tsunade looked at him, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she only waved a hand and left. She turned and walked north, her ponytail swinging behind her. Jiraiya hurried after her. Orochimaru followed as well. Uchiha Gen stood where he was and watched the 3 of them walk farther and farther away. Then he turned around and headed east. The vendor uncles from the East Street morning market were packing up their stalls. When they saw Uchiha Gen, they nodded to him. Uchiha Gen nodded back. He passed through the market, walked past the Hokage building, and entered the Uchiha clan compound. At the end of the alley, the courtyard was empty. Uchiha Gen pushed open the door, set his school bag on the low table, then walked into the courtyard and sat on the threshold. This had already become a habit. In the autumn when he was 3 years old, he had sat here just like this, holding his parents' scrolls and waiting for the moon to rise. Now it was late summer at the age of 4. He was still sitting here, but now there was an extra warmth inside his body. Uchiha Gen closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank inward. Chakra flowed through his pathways. His chakra had originally been pure in release in nature, like moonlight in late autumn, cold and sharp. But now, around the edges of that cold moonlight was wrapped a faint layer of warm light. It hadn't been diluted. It had been completed, like a painting that was originally only half finished, and now someone had filled in the other half. Yin and yang, cold and warmth, Uchiha and Senju. In his bloodline, they were not enemies. He raised his right hand, and with a slight movement of his mind, a tender green leaf sprouted from his palm. It was a size bigger than 3 months ago. From the size of a fingernail it had grown to the size of a thumbnail. Its veins were clear, and tiny serrations lined the edges. It trembled faintly in the evening glow of autumn. Would release at 4 years old. Uchiha Gen stared at that leaf in silence for a long time. The memories from Blue Star told him exactly what would release meant. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had used would release to pacify the chaotic era and establish Konoha. Would release was not just a simple Uchiha Genkai. Other than the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it was the only power capable of suppressing tailed beasts. In the entire history of the ninja world, the only person who had truly awakened would release was Hashirama Senju. Those later transplant recipients were all just clumsy imitations. But this tiny leaf inside his body had not come from any transplant. It had grown from his own bloodline. Senju blood was the seed, and Uchiha blood was the soil. The seed had fallen into the soil, the roots had taken hold, and then the soil had accepted the seed. Not rejection, acceptance. As if it had been waiting for a very long time. Uchiha Gen clenched his fist, and the green leaf shattered into specks of light. He opened his eyes. The moon had risen. The autumn moon was a little colder than the summer moon, its light crisp and clear, shining over the courtyard like a thin layer of frost. He rose from the threshold and walked into the house. The cabinet door opened. His parents' scrolls lay side by side. His mother's scroll no longer carried any chakra fluctuations. The final trace had dispersed half a year ago. His father's had faded even earlier. Now they were just ordinary scrolls. Ordinary scrolls stained with dark brown blood. Uchiha Gen took out the 2 scrolls, set them on his knees, and sat there for a long time. I've made 3 friends in the world of manga. They aren't all that bad. Moonlight streamed in through the window and fell across his small body. The Senju clan's bloodline is fusing with mine very smoothly. I'm not sure whether it's because I'm special, or because Tsunade's blood is special. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. If it's a coincidence, then my luck is good. If it isn't a coincidence. He raised his head, black eyes reflecting the moonlight. Then my body may have mutated because my soul transmigrated into the womb, awakening a devouring ability. After devouring bloodlines, it automatically evolves and merges them. His fingers tightened, and the edges of the scroll pressed into his palm. I'll figure it out. But right now it's still not enough. 4-year-old Uchiha Gen put the scrolls back into the cabinet and closed the cabinet door. The moonlight was shut out on the other side. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He still had school tomorrow. Tsunade would be waiting for him at the classroom door. Jiraiya would be bragging on the left. Orochimaru would be silent behind them. He would be in the middle. For people. The same as yesterday. Yet not the same as yesterday. Because every single day, the 2 temperatures inside his body were drawing a little closer. Closer to that place no one had truly reached in 1,000 years. The power of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Rinnegan. Not now. But one day. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling in the darkness. One day. Year 16 of Konoha, spring. Uchiha Gen's 3rd year at the Ninja Academy was almost over. The 6-year-old child had grown a little taller. His features more defined. Most of the baby fat on his face already gone. The outline of the Uchiha clan was becoming clearer and clearer on his face. The lines clean, the angles sharp, like a blade that had yet to be sharpened. His school bag was still the one his mother had left behind. The stitching was still sturdy, but the embroidery thread of the final character in Shen had worn through, leaving only an incomplete name. Tsunade said he should get a new school bag. Uchiha Gen said no. So Tsunade never brought it up again. 3 years had passed. The 4 children had moved from the shortest row in the classroom to the middle. Jiraiya's voice had grown louder and louder. Orochimaru spoke less and less, and Tsunade's punches had become faster and faster. Uchiha Gen still sat by the window, still did not talk much, still ranked at the top in exams, still hit all 10 shuriken throws in class before walking expressionlessly back into line. As if nothing had changed. But Uchiha Gen knew that everything had changed. Over these 3 years, the progress of his bloodline fusion had advanced from 0 to 47%. That number was his own estimate. There was no system panel, no chiming notification sound. At only 6 years old, he could already sense his own bloodline. The Uchiha's cold in and the Senju's warm yang had changed inside him from 2 separate rivers into a single current. Not a mixture but a fusion. Like 2 lumps of clay in different colors being kneaded together. The longer they were kneaded, the more even the color became. Would release had grown from a leaf the size of a thumbnail into a vine that could wrap around a wrist. His Sharingan was still 3 tomo. But one 3 tomo Sharingan was not the same as another. At 6 years old, when his 3 tomo spun, it barely consumed any chakra at all. It was as if his eyes were naturally meant to be that way, and their normal state was actually the suppressed result. He was still suppressing it. In 3 years, no one had discovered his would release. No one had discovered his 3 tomo Sharingan. No one had even realized that his chakra reserves had already surpassed most Chunin. Sometimes, Tsunade would stare at him. That look in her eyes was like she was confirming something, and also like she was waiting for something. He pretended not to notice. At the end of spring, the graduation exam notice was posted. Konoha Year 16. A total of 47 students from the 42nd class of the Ninja Academy would take part in the graduation assessment. There were 3 test subjects: written exam, shuriken, and sparring. That afternoon, After the notice was posted, Tsunade stood in front of the bulletin board and looked at it for a long time. Sparring, she said. Jiraiya leaned over. What's wrong? You scared? Tsunade punched him away, then turned to look at Uchiha Gen. This time you won't hide anymore, right? It wasn't a question. Uchiha Gen looked at her. 6-year-old Princess Tsunade was even prettier than she had been at 4. Her light golden hair had grown a little longer. When tied into a high ponytail, it could hang down to her shoulder blades. Her forehead was smooth, and the faint red mark between her brows had long since faded. What are you looking at? Tsunade felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. I'm looking at what you look like when you don't hide. Tsunade froze for a moment. Then the tips of her ears turned red. You're insane. She turned and left, walking fast, her ponytail swinging hard behind her. Jiraiya shouted from the back. Tsunade, where are you going? Shut up. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze. Orochimaru had appeared beside him at some point. The two of them stood side by side, watching Tsunade's back disappear around the corner of the school building. You're hiding a lot of things, Orochimaru said. His voice was very light, soft enough that only the two of them could hear it. Uchiha Gen did not turn his head. So are you? Orochimaru's vertical pupils shrank slightly. A few breaths passed in silence. Interesting, Orochimaru said. Then he left as well. Uchiha Gen stayed where he was, looking at the exam notice on the bulletin board. Written exam. Shuriken. Barring. 3 subjects. He could take first place in all of them, but he wouldn't take first place. First place was too eye-catching. Between 3rd and 5th was the best position. Good enough, but not enough to make the second Hokage turn his attention toward him. Tobirama Senju was still alive. The second Hokage who had kept the Uchiha clan under crushing pressure was still sitting inside the Hokage building. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's attack had not happened yet. The friction between Kumogakure and Konoha had not escalated yet. The invitation from the Land of Lightning had not yet been delivered to the Hokage's desk. But soon, the memories from Blue Star told him that in Konoha year 17, Tobirama Senju would die at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. One more year. Uchiha Gen turned around and walked toward the school gate. The incomplete character for Shen on his school bag cast a small shadow in the sunset. On the day of the graduation exam, one person stood by the edge of the training field. The Chunin teachers all stood up at once. Lord Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. A pipe hung from his mouth as his gaze swept over the children on the training field. Just taking a look, he said. His eyes lingered on several of them a few times. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Her talent was obvious to the naked eye. Jiraiya, the white-haired brat, had astonishing chakra reserves. Orochimaru, cold and gloomy, but the aura around him was far from ordinary. Then there was Uchiha Gen. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell on this black-haired, black-eyed child and stayed there for a long time. Uchiha Gen felt that gaze. He did not look up. On the shuriken target, all 10 shuriken had struck the bullseye. It was not the best result. Some had landed 11, some 12. He had merely hit all 10 with all 10. That was enough. In the sparring round, he lost to Tsunade. Not the kind of loss where he deliberately made it look ugly. On the 47th exchange, Tsunade's punch brushed past his shoulder, throwing off his center of gravity, and he stepped out of bounds. Tsunade had won with great difficulty. She stood in the middle of the training field, her chest rising and falling as she looked at Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen stood up from outside the boundary line and patted the dust off himself. You've improved, he said. Tsunade clenched her fists. You! The words caught in her throat. She wanted to ask if he had gone easy on her again. But that punch really had been beautiful. Her shoulder had not moved first. Her shift in center of gravity had been perfect. The point of impact had been precise. She couldn't tell whether he had held back or not. You're insane. Tsunade muttered it to herself in her heart. That was exactly the effect Uchiha Gen wanted. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a pull from his pipe, and the smoke hid his expression. After the exam ended, Uchiha Gen was called outside the classroom alone. It wasn't a teacher. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. 6-year-old Uchiha Gen tilted his head up and looked at the future third Hokage. He was still very young, just over 30, with none of the later wrinkles on his face, and there was a kind of warmth in his eyes that was different from the second Hokage. Your name is Uchiha Gen. Yes. Your shuriken score is very good. Your sparring score is also very good. Your written exam score is also very good. Hiruzen Sarutobi said very good 3 times in a row. Uchiha Gen waited for him to continue. But none of them are the best. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth. In every category, you're right around 5th place. Overall, out of 47 people, you're ranked 4th. Don't you think that's a little too convenient? Uchiha Gen looked into Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Not convenient, he said. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised a brow. I calculated it that way, Uchiha Gen said. Silence. The spring wind curled around from behind the school building, stirring the corners of their clothes. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled. It wasn't the kind of smile an elder gave a junior. It was the smile of one shinobi looking at another. 6 years old. He put the pipe back into his mouth. Interesting. He turned and walked away. After 3 steps, he stopped. Report to the Hokage building tomorrow. The 4 of you. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not turn back. You Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Starting tomorrow, you are my students. His footsteps faded into the distance. Uchiha Gen stood where he was. The spring wind stopped. He watched Hiruzen Sarutobi's back disappear at the end of the corridor, then lowered his head and looked at his own hand, palm facing upward. With a slight movement of thought, a green leaf emerged. It was bigger than last year's, greener than last year's. Its veins were clear, and tiny serrations lined its edges. It trembled faintly in his palm. Would release. Student of the future Third Hokage. 47%. He clenched his fist. The green leaf shattered into motes of light. Tomorrow would be a new beginning. Early the next morning, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the wind blew in from the south, carrying the steaming scent of summer grass and trees. Hiruzen Sarutobi held a pipe in his mouth and looked at the 4 6-year-old children in front of him. From today on, you are my students. The white-haired brat was the first to jump up. Awesome. Lord Hiruzen is leading the team himself. I knew I was a genius. Shut up. Tsunade smashed a fist down on Jiraiya's head. Ow! Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the scene, and the corners of his eyes curved slightly. He did not rush to speak. He let the 4 kids make noise for a while, his gaze slowly sweeping across each of their faces. Tsunade's chakra reserves were already far beyond others her age. Jiraiya was noisy, but that rough and massive chakra foundation of his could not escape Hiruzen's eyes. Orochimaru was so quiet he did not seem like a 6-year-old child at all, his slit pupils reflecting the clouds above the rooftop. And then there was Uchiha Gen. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze paused on him for a moment. Black hair, black eyes, a very quiet stance, and steady breathing. His chakra fluctuations were suppressed until they were unusually flat. A 6-year-old Uchiha who had just been accepted as his disciple should have had stronger emotional fluctuations. Happiness, nervousness, pride, anything at all. But Uchiha Gen's chakra was like a still pool of water. Not dead water. The kind of stillness where the surface had been deliberately pressed flat. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth. You 4 will be assigned to one team from now on. Designation: Team 7. Jiraiya jumped up again. Team 7. That already sounds awesome. I'll be the captain. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest. Based on what? Because I'm stronger than you. Since when are you stronger than me? Want to try? Jiraiya opened his mouth, but no words came out. Uchiha Gen stood to the side, watching Tsunade lift her chin, and Jiraiya's face turn red, and the corner of his mouth moved a little. Very slightly. Gen. Hiruzen Sarutobi called his name. Uchiha Gen raised his head. Your taijutsu ranking is 5th in your year. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was casual, like he was commenting on the weather. 4th in Shurikenjutsu, 6th in written exams. 4th overall. Yes, but back at the academy, you fought Tsunade once. Tsunade's shoulders stiffened slightly. That time, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Gen. You did not fight back. The rooftop went silent for a moment. Jiraiya stood there with his mouth open. Orochimaru's slit pupils shifted slightly in his direction, and the tips of Tsunade's ears began to redden. Uchiha Gen did not avoid Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze. Yes. Why? Because if I fought back, she would get hurt. The tips of Tsunade's ears went from red to completely crimson. You! She turned her head and glared at him. Who asked you to go easy on me, you lunatic? Uchiha Gen did not look at her. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi put the pipe back in his mouth, took a puff, and smoke drifted from the corner of his lips, scattered by the wind on the rooftop. What about now? What? Now, if you fought Tsunade, would you still hold back? Uchiha Gen was silent for a few breaths. No. Tsunade's eyes widened a little. Why? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Because now we're teammates. Uchiha Gen's voice was flat. Between teammates, there's no need to hold back. If you do, that's looking down on them. Tsunade froze where she stood. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling like something was off but unable to say what. In Orochimaru's slit pupils was the reflection of Uchiha Gen's profile, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. It was not a smile. It was something closer to approval. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Gen for a long time. Then he smiled. Not the kind of smile one ninja gave another ninja before, but something gentler. Team 7's first mission departs tomorrow. He put away his pipe.
Adhérent mission.
Helping Granny Tanaka from East Street harvest wheat. Jiraiya's face collapsed. Harvest wheat? Don't want to go? It's not that, it's just. Does this even count as a mission? A D-rank mission is still a mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted Jiraiya on the head. First rule of the ninja code. No matter how small the mission is, you must give it your all. Yes, sir. Tsunade was still looking at Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen felt that gaze, but did not turn around. The staircase down from the rooftop was very narrow, and the four of them went down in single file. Jiraiya walked in front, still muttering about harvesting wheat. Orochimaru was second, his footsteps silent. Tsunade was third. Uchiha Gen walked last. When they stepped down the third stair, Tsunade suddenly stopped. The people behind her stopped as well. The stairwell was very dark, with only a single beam of light coming through a small window overhead. Dust drifted slowly inside the pillar of light. What you said just now. Tsunade's voice echoed in the stairwell. Between teammates, there's no need to hold back. Was that true? It's true. Then from now on, no matter what happens, you won't hide things anymore? Uchiha Gen looked at her. The pillar of light fell on Tsunade's light golden hair. Her eyes shone in the darkness, and there was something inside them, waiting. He thought for a long time. Depends on the situation. What situation? If I can say it, I will. If I can't. If you can't, then what? Uchiha Gen walked down one more step and passed by her side. If I can't say it, you'll find out in the future. His footsteps continued downward. Tsunade stood where she was, watching his back disappear around the turn in the stairs. Inside the beam of light, the dust still drifted slowly. She bit her lip. What kind of lunatic are you? How long is in the future? Her voice was so soft that only she herself could hear it. From the bottom of the stairs came Jiraiya's loud voice. Gen, hurry up. Where's Tsunade? Tsunade, why are you still standing there? Coming. Tsunade ran down the stairs, her ponytail swinging behind her. That night, Uchiha Gen sat on the threshold in the courtyard. The moonlight was the same as before. The courtyard wall was the same as before. What was different was the warmth inside his body. The progress of yin-yang fusion had moved forward a little today. Not much. Less than 1%. He opened his right hand, palm facing upward. With a slight movement of thought, a vine sprouted from his palm, wrapped around his wrist, circled 3 times, then stopped on the back of his hand. At the tip of the vine, an extremely tiny flower bloomed, white with 5 petals, trembling gently beneath the moonlight. Would release. It was no longer just making seeds sprout. It was making vines bloom. Uchiha Gen looked at that flower. A 6-year-old hand, holding a 6-year-old flower. Tomorrow was wheat harvesting. Together with Tsunade, together with Jiraiya, together with Orochimaru. Team 7's first mission. He clenched his fist. The flower shattered into specks of light, and the vine scattered into the moonlight. Uchiha Gen stood up and walked into the house. The door opened and closed. The bedboard creaked softly once. Then everything went quiet. Moonlight shone in through the window and fell across his closed eyes. Early the next morning, 3 li outside East Street of Konoha, there was a wheat field. The wheat was fully ripe, golden and brilliant, spreading from one end of the field ridge to the other. When the wind blew across it, the waves of wheat rolled and surged like a golden sea. Uchiha Gen stood on the field ridge, looking at that sea. In his right hand he held a sickle. With his left hand, he pressed against his own forehead, while Jiraiya's miserable screams had already been going on for a full quarter of an hour. Why is there so much? No matter how I cut it, it never ends. Jiraiya was bent over, swinging the sickle at high speed. The stalks were cut cleanly at the roots, but the direction was all wrong, and the rows of wheat fell in every which way. The patch he had cut looked like it had been rooted through by a wild boar. Granny Tanaka stood at the edge of the field, the corner of her mouth twitching, but in the end she did not have the heart to say it out loud. Are you harvesting wheat or chopping people? Tsunade straightened up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Light gold twin ponytails were speckled with bits of wheat leaves, and her cheeks were rosy red. A sickle hung at her waist. The wheat she had cut was stacked in a neat row, and every stalk was trimmed to exactly the same height, like it had been measured with a ruler.
I am obviously cutting wheat.
Jiraiya raised his sickle, a few stalks still dangling from the blade and swaying. What about you, Tsunade? You call that cutting wheat? You're just yanking it out with brute force. Uchiha Gen looked over. In the patch Tsunade had worked on, some of the wheat hadn't been cut at all. It had been ripped out by the roots. Clumps of dirt still clung to the roots, and she had casually tossed them aside. Tsunade's face turned even redder. What is it to you? Ha ha ha. The dignified princess of the Senju clan can't even use a sickle. A wooden sandal hit the back of Jiraiya's head with perfect accuracy. Ow! Say one more word, and the next thing hitting you will be my fist. Jiraiya covered the back of his head and shut his mouth in grievance. Orochimaru was squatting on the other end of the field ridge, his slit pupils fixed on the wheat in front of him, the sickle resting across his knees. He wasn't cutting. He was watching the structure of the stalks, the angle of the sickle as it cut in, the way the wheat heads swayed in the wind, like he was dissecting a corpse. Orochimaru, Jiraiya shouted at him, are you gonna cut or not? Orochimaru ignored him. He reached out, pinched a stalk of wheat, and gave it a light twist. Snap. The stalk broke cleanly. He stared at the broken cross-section for a while, then picked up the sickle and started cutting. Every swing landed at the exact same angle. The sound of the stalks snapping was so soft it was almost inaudible. The cut wheat was stacked neatly, and the height of the stubble was exactly the same as the row Tsunade had cut. Jiraiya opened his mouth, then looked down at the patch he had worked on, a wheat field that looked like wild boars had plowed through it, and quietly shut his mouth again. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze, bent down, pressed the sickle close to the ground, and gave it a light pull. A stalk broke. Another pull and another one fell. His movements weren't fast, but the rhythm was steady. Bend down, pull the sickle, place the wheat. Bend down, pull the sickle, place the wheat. Like a pendulum. Tsunade stopped what she was doing and looked at him. When Uchiha Gen cut wheat, there was no expression on his face. Just like during class. Just like during exams. Just like that day on the rooftop, when he said teammates didn't need to hold back for each other. But he cut very seriously. Not because this was a D-rank mission. He was just serious about everything he did. Tsunade watched him for a long time. Gen. Have you cut wheat before? No. Then how are you so good at it? Uchiha Gen straightened up, still holding the sickle in his hand. The 6-year-old Uchiha stood in the golden wheat field, his black hair a little messy from the wind. He thought for a moment, because cutting wheat isn't hard. Tsunade's brows shot up. Isn't hard? Jiraiya cut it into that mess. Hey, why drag me into this again? And you're telling me it isn't hard? It isn't. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and glanced at the sickle in his hand. It's easier than taijutsu. Wheat doesn't dodge. And it doesn't bite. Tsunade choked on that sentence. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find a point to argue with. Wheat really didn't dodge. And it really didn't bite. But she still felt like something about that was off. You! Tsunade stabbed the sickle into the ground. You always talk in that tone. Everything is easy. Nothing is hard. Then tell me what is hard. Uchiha Gen looked at her. 6-year-old Tsunade stood in the wheat field. Bits of wheat leaves caught in her light gold hair. Sweat on her face. Dirt on her face. And open, undisguised unwillingness to admit defeat in her eyes. The sunlight shone from behind her, wrapping her whole body in a layer of warm light. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and went back to cutting wheat. I don't know. You don't know? I just haven't run into it yet. He pulled the sickle, and the stalks snapped with a faint rustling sound. Tsunade stood where she was, staring at his back. Her lips moved, like she wanted to say something, but in the end she swallowed it. You too. Jiraiya shouted from the other end of the field ridge. Stop chatting. How long is this wheat supposed to take to cut? You've got the nerve to say that. Tsunade instantly turned her fire on Jiraiya. Look at the patch you cut. Granny Tanaka can't even bear to look at it. Granny Tanaka stood by the field ridge, trying hard to keep a kind smile on her face. But the corner of her eye kept twitching. It's my first time cutting. Okay. First time? Who here isn't doing it for the first time? Then why is Shen so good at it too? Because he is Shen and you're an idiot. That is not fair. The sun gradually climbed higher. In the wheat field, for figures rose and fell among the golden waves of grain. Jiraiya's miserable cries, Tsunade's furious shouting, the rustling sound of sickles slicing through wheat stalks, and Granny Tanaka's occasional, helpless sighs of, ah, not that one, don't step on it. Orochimaru remained silent, one cut after another, like he was completing some kind of ritual. Uchiha Gen remained steady, bend down, pull the sickle, place the wheat. When Tsunade cut her way over beside him, her movements slowed down. The two of them cut side by side, with 2 steps of distance between them. The waves of wheat rolled between them. Shen. When we go on missions in the future, will you always be like this? Like what? Like this? Tsunade couldn't quite explain what like this meant. Was it being serious, being quiet, or that feeling of him clearly not saying much, yet making people feel like everything was already in his eyes? Uchiha Gen pulled the sickle. I will. Tsunade waited for a while. He didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and continued cutting wheat. But the corner of her lips curved up a little. Very slightly. By the time the sun slanted west, the wheat field was finally finished. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the field ridge, limbs spread out, his tongue hanging way out. I can't do this anymore. Tsunade sat beside him, too tired to even hit him. Orochimaru sat on the other end of the field ridge, the sickle resting on his knees, his slit pupils fixed on the evening glow in the distance. Uchiha Gen stood at the edge of the field, looking at the 4 neatly stacked piles of wheat. Granny Tanaka walked over carrying 4 bowls of cold tea. Her eyes were a little red. Good children, all of you are good children. You must be exhausted, right? Hurry and drink some tea. Tsunade took the tea, tilted her head back, and gulped it all down, then wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Jiraiya climbed up, holding his bowl. He drank too fast and immediately started coughing from choking. Orochimaru accepted the tea, gave a slight nod, and drank it slowly. Uchiha Gen took the last bowl. The cold tea was served in a coarse pottery bowl, with a small crack along the rim. The tea was light brown, with a mint leaf floating on top. He lowered his head and took a sip. Cool, slightly sweet. The refreshing chill of the mint slid all the way down his throat. Granny Tanaka looked at him, then suddenly reached out and gently patted his head. Uchiha Gen stiffened for a moment, but he didn't dodge. You worked hard, Granny said. Uchiha Gen held the bowl and lowered his head. The mint leaf in the bowl swayed gently. His voice was very soft. Tsunade stood nearby watching this scene. Uchiha Gen had his head lowered, his 6-year-old fingers wrapped around the coarse pottery bowl, his fingertips turning slightly pale from how hard he was gripping it. She suddenly remembered what he had said in the stairwell. There are things I can't tell you. You'll understand in the future. She tightened her grip on the empty bowl in her hand. What a psycho. 1 month later. Second floor of the Hokage building. I don't want to. Jiraiya's howl slipped out through the crack in the door, loud enough for the entire hallway to hear. He was hanging off Hiruzen Sarutobi's leg with his whole body, both hands locked tightly around it, his white hair dragging through a layer of dust on the floor. Looking for cats. It's cats again. Last week it was Ehua. This week it's Huzi. Sensei Sarutobi. We're ninja, not cat babysitters. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a pipe in his mouth as he looked down at the ball of white hair clinging to his leg. He moved his leg a little, and Jiraiya swayed with it, still hanging there without loosening his grip in the slightest. Tsunade stood to the side with her arms crossed, her face plainly saying, I don't know this person. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his slit pupils half-lidded, like he was watching a far from interesting farce. Uchiha Gen stood at the back, watching quietly. At the desk beside him, the young Shimura Danzo looked at the four of them with a nostalgic gaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes slowly swept across the 4 children. 1 month. Team 7 had been established for 1 month, and they had completed 14 D-rank missions. Finding cats, finding dogs, helping an old lady carry rice, clearing pests from crops, cleaning trash out of the river. Every single one had been completed, and every single one had been done well. Well enough to surprise him a little. Jiraiya complained with his mouth, but when it came to finding cats, he was more serious than anyone. Tsunade helped the old lady carry rice and shouldered 3 sacks by herself. Orochimaru cleaned the river with astonishing efficiency. As for Uchiha Gen, this black-haired, black-eyed Uchiha, every mission was the same for him. Serious, quiet, no complaints. But Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed one thing. Uchiha Gen was observing. When they searched for cats, he observed the direction of the claw marks. When they carried rice, he observed how the sacks were tied. When they cleared pests, he observed the pattern of the infestation spread. Every D-rank mission he did looked like practice for something much bigger. This child had been preparing for something all along. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth. Don't want to look for cats anymore? Don't. Jiraiya hugged tighter. Want to carry out a real mission? Want to? Even a mission that draws blood, you dare take it? Jiraiya's hands loosened for an instant. Then he hugged tighter again. Dare? What's there not to dare? I'm someone who's going to become the strongest ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the top of his head and fell silent for a few breaths. Then he raised his head and looked at the other 3. Tsunade, what about you? Tsunade lowered her crossed arms. I dare. Her voice was a little softer than usual, but her eyes were steady. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's vertical pupils opened a little wider. I can. Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen looked into Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi put the pipe back in his mouth and took a drag. Smoke rose up, hiding his expression. On the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, there is a bandit group. 17 men. They looted 3 villages and killed 4 civilians. Yesterday, a letter from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire arrived. He picked up a scroll from the desk and placed it before the 4 of them. A C-rank mission. Exterminate the bandits. Leave no survivors. When the last 4 words fell, the air in the office changed. Jiraiya slowly loosened his grip, got up from the floor, and the joking grin on his face faded bit by bit. Tsunade's eyelashes trembled once. Orochimaru's vertical pupils opened completely. Uchiha Gen did not move, but the fingers hanging at his side curled slightly. We leave tomorrow. Go back and prepare today. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to them. All of you, get out. The 4 filed out one after another. The door closed. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window and watched the backs of the 4 children as they walked out of the Hokage building. Jiraiya was in front, his steps slower than usual. Tsunade walked second, her ponytail hanging down. Orochimaru was third. Uchiha Gen walked at the back. Isn't this too early? Hiruzen, when we were 6, we had already started fighting enemy ninja. This is a ninja's fate. He spoke to his teammate, Shimura Danzo. Reflected in the glass was his own face. Mixed together with the smoke, impossible to see clearly. The southeastern border of the Land of Fire was deep in the mountains and dense with forest. The stronghold of the 17 bandits was hidden in the crack between two mountains. Easy to defend, hard to attack. That was what the mission scroll said. Uchiha Gen crouched on the slope across from the stronghold, looking through the bushes at the lights below. It was already dark. Torches were lit inside the stronghold, and shadows moved back and forth. 17 men. The information on the scroll was correct. He could sense 17 chakra signatures. Different from a ninja's chakra, they were rough, turbid, without any refinement, like muddy water that had never been filtered. Shen. Tsunade crouched beside him, her voice very low. Have you killed anything before? Uchiha Gen thought for a moment. Mosquitoes. I'm not joking. Me too. Tsunade bit her lip. She had been especially quiet tonight. She had barely spoken on the way here, and even when Jiraiya bragged, she did not hit him. Orochimaru was silent as always, but his silence was different from Tsunade's silence. Orochimaru's silence was cold. Tsunade's silence was tight, like a string pulled too full, too tense to touch. Scared? Uchiha Gen asked. Tsunade did not answer. She looked at the stronghold below. The torchlight reflected in her eyes, flickering again and again. When great-grandfather was still alive, he said the power of the Senju clan was meant to protect people, not to kill people. Her voice was very soft, but teacher Hiruzen said, leave no survivors. 17 people. All of them. She did not finish. Uchiha Gen looked at her. Tsunade's profile flickered in the firelight. At 6 years old, her outline was not yet as sharp as it would become later, but it already had a little of a blade's shape. It was just that this blade had never been sharpened. Tsunade. She turned her head. Have you ever killed a chicken? What? A chicken? Have you killed one? No. Why are you asking that? Me neither. Uchiha Gen said. But I know how to kill one. Tsunade froze. Killing a chicken and killing a person, method-wise there's no difference. Uchiha Gen's voice was flat, like he was saying the moon looked nice tonight. Cut the vital point, let the blood drain, and they die. The difference isn't there. Then where is it? Killing a chicken is for eating. Then killing a person is for what? Tsunade opened her mouth. For protection. Uchiha Gen answered for her. Those 17 people killed 4 civilians. One of those 4 was a child. It's written on the scroll. 5 years old. Tsunade's pupils contracted. If you don't act, more 5-year-old children will die in the future. Uchiha Gen looked at her. If you do act, those people get to live. This isn't a question of whether to kill or not. It's who you kill. And why you kill. Tsunade said nothing. Wind passed between the two mountains, stirring the bushes with a rustling sound. The torches in the stronghold swayed. What about you? She suddenly asked. What about me? When you make your move, what do you think about? Uchiha Gen did not answer immediately. He looked at the stronghold below. Torches. Shadows. 17 muddy chakra signatures. He remembered his father's scroll. His mother's scroll. The 2 scrolls placed side by side in the cabinet, stained with dark brown blood. His mother's final chakra fluctuation. Shen. I'm sorry. You have to live. I don't think about anything. Uchiha Gen said. Tsunade looked at him. When it's time to act, you act. If you think too much, your hand will slow down. And if your hand slows down, the one who dies will be you. He stood up. Moonlight fell over him. Tsunade. The people you kill today will become the people you protect in the future. 1 for 1. Not a loss. He stepped out from behind the bushes. Tsunade watched his back. Under the moonlight, that 6-year-old figure walked fast and steady. Without hesitation, she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Then she stood up and followed him out. The gate of the stronghold was broken. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour. 17 bandits, facing 4 6-year-old ninja. 4 6-year-old ninja personally taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi for 1 month. It wasn't a battle. It was a cleanup. Jiraiya's taijutsu was still rough, but his chakra volume crushed them. One punch came down, and a bandit's blade snapped together with his arm. Orochimaru moved like a snake, slipping through the shadows, every strike landing on a vital point. Tsunade's monstrous strength punched straight through the bandit leader's chest. Uchiha Gen's kunai swept across 3 throats. The movements were clean, just like when he cut wheat. Bend down. Strike. Withdraw. Like a pendulum. 17 people. No survivors. The stronghold was filled with the smell of rust. It was far stronger than the smell from the day Tsunade bit his lip open, so strong it made people want to vomit. Tsunade stood in the middle of the stronghold, blood still dripping from her right hand. It wasn't her blood. She lowered her head and looked at her own hand. Uchiha Gen walked over. Tsunade. She didn't respond. He stood beside her. He didn't touch her and he didn't speak. He just stood there. The moon came out from behind the clouds. The torches in the stronghold were still burning, crackling softly. After a long while, Tsunade's voice finally sounded. Very soft. Shen. Do your words still count? Which words? The people I kill now will become the people I protect later. 1 for 1. Uchiha Gen looked at her. Under the moonlight, there was blood on Tsunade's face. And dirt too. Her eyes were bright. The string that had been pulled taut had snapped. But she hadn't collapsed. They count. Tsunade lowered her head and wiped the blood off her face with her sleeve. After wiping, she realized there was blood on the sleeve too. The more she wiped, the messier it got. Suddenly, she smiled. Very brief. Very light. Then you have to remember it for me. Remember what? 17 today. In the future, the number of people I protect can't be less than this. Uchiha Gen looked at her. 6-year-old Tsunade stood between moonlight and firelight. Blood streaked across her face. Her eyes red around the rims, but the corners of her mouth were lifted, like a blade that had just been sharpened. Okay. He held out his hand. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at it. Then she placed her own hand in his. 2 blood-stained hands clasped together under the moonlight. Jiraiya crouched at the gate of the stronghold, looking at the 2 figures inside. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Orochimaru leaned against the wall. In his slit pupils reflected the shadows where moonlight and firelight crossed together. His gaze landed on those clasped hands and stayed there for a long time. In the late autumn of Konoha Year 16, Team 7 returned from the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. When Tsunade turned in the mission, she had washed her hands very clean, but Hiruzen Sarutobi still saw the color left in the gaps beneath her nails. He asked nothing. He only stamped the mission report, then said, "Take tomorrow off." Uchiha Gen was the last to leave the office. When he reached the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped him. "Gen." Uchiha Gen paused, but did not look back. Tsunade was quieter than usual today. Uchiha Gen stood at the doorway and was silent for a few breaths. "She'll be fine." Then the door closed. Winter came especially early that year. Konoha saw its first snowfall in November. Uchiha Gen sat on the threshold of the courtyard. Snowflakes landed on his shoulders and on his eyelashes, but he did not brush them away. He was feeling the temperature inside his body. The progress of his yin-yang fusion had broken through 50%. Konoha Year 17, Spring. On the afternoon, the news of Tobarama Senju being ambushed in the Land of Lightning returned to Konoha. Uchiha Gen was sparring with Jiraiya at the training ground. When the ANBU messenger appeared at the edge of the field, Jiraiya's fist had just stopped right in front of Uchiha Gen's nose. Uchiha Gen saw the ANBU's lips move. He couldn't hear what was said, but he read the words. "The second Hokage has fallen." His hand slowly lowered. Jiraiya's fist was still raised, but the color on his face faded bit by bit. Tsunade stood at the other end of the training ground. She didn't cry. She only turned and walked away. Uchiha Gen followed after her. He didn't call her name and he didn't pull her. He just followed behind her, keeping 3 steps of distance. From the training ground to the Senju clan compound, they walked for a long time. Tsunade never looked back. When they reached the entrance of the compound, she stopped. "Gen, MHM, I don't have grandpa anymore, and I don't have granduncle anymore either." Uchiha Gen stood behind her. Snow had started falling again. He looked at her back for a long time. "You still have me." Tsunade's shoulders trembled. Then she turned around and buried her face in his chest. There was no sound, but Uchiha Gen's clothes at the front gradually grew wet. Snow fell over the 2 of them layer after layer. That year, Uchiha Gen was 7. He had lost his parents before. He knew what that felt like. So he didn't tell her not to cry. He simply stood there and let her lean on him. Snow covered their shoulders. Konoha Year 20, Summer. Uchiha Gen was 10 years old. By now, the threshold in the courtyard had been worn into a shallow groove from how often he sat there. 10 years. If all the time he had spent sitting there were added together, it would probably be more than the time he had spent anywhere else. But today was different. When he opened his eyes today, there were no longer 3 tomo in his pupils. A new pattern reflected under the moonlight. It looked as if the 3 tomo had been stretched, thinned, and bent by some force, linked end to end deep within his pupils into 3 intertwined arcs. Like 3 twisted cords, or like 3 overlapping leaves. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the green leaf in his palm. 10 years had passed. This leaf had grown from the size of a thumbnail to large enough to cover his whole palm. Wood release was no longer at the level of merely making seeds sprout. With a slight shift of his will, a fine crack split open in the ground of the courtyard. A vine emerged from the crack, wound around his wrist 3 times, and then stopped. At the tip of the vine, a flower bloomed, just like back when he was 4, white with 5 petals. But this time, faint golden patterns flowed across the petals. He gave names to the abilities of his 2 eyes. The left eye, Eternal World. It could freeze the flow of chakra anywhere his gaze reached in an instant, like amber trapping an insect. It was not time-stopping. It was freezing on the chakra level. The right eye flame light could ignite chakra through sight alone. Not physical fire, but flames that ignited directly from within chakra itself. Colorless, without heat, burning away the very foundation of all ninjutsu. At 10 years old, Uchiha Gen had obtained the Mangekyo, but he told no one. Konoha year 21. Konoha year 22. Konoha year 23. Time flowed by like water. Jiraiya had started writing novels. More and more lights stayed lit in Orochimaru's laboratory. Tsunade spent longer and longer in the medical unit, but every day she still passed by the gate of the Uchiha clan compound. Sometimes she would go in and sit for a while. Sometimes she wouldn't go in, and would just stand at the entrance for a bit. Uchiha Gen knew she had come. The warmth on the threshold would tell him. Over those 5 years, the progress of his yin-yang fusion advanced from 50% to 79%. On the day his sage body awakened, there were no strange phenomena, no brilliant light filling the sky. He was simply sitting on the threshold when he suddenly felt that something inside him had become full, like pouring water into a cup, pouring for 10 years. And finally, the surface of the water overflowed the rim. Yin and Yang were no longer two powers he had to actively merge. They flowed on their own, converged on their own, and circulated on their own. Endlessly, Uchiha Gen spread open his hand, palm facing upward. A vine emerged, bloomed, withered, turned into soil, and then a new vine emerged again. It was no longer consuming chakra. It was chakra growing on its own inside his body. He had touched the threshold of the first Hokage's sage body. The ocular power of his Mangekyo also began to grow more rapidly. He could feel it. Deep within his eyes, something was building up. It wasn't the expenditure and recovery of ocular power. It was the ocular power itself at a deeper level becoming stronger. It felt like the faint burning sensation before the three-tomo Sharingan awakened, but far more intense. He had calculated it. At this speed, at most 2 more years. And the gate to the eternal Mangekyo would open. Konoha year 25, autumn. The window of the Hokage's office was open. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk. Compared to 9 years ago, his hair had turned a bit whiter and the wrinkles on his face had deepened a little, but his eyes were still the same. For people stood across from him. Jiraiya, 15 years old, already taller than Hiruzen Sarutobi, his white hair even wilder than before. Orochimaru, 15 years old, the light in his slit pupils deeper than it had been 9 years ago. Tsunade, 15 years old, her light golden hair reaching her waist, and when tied into a high ponytail it could hang down to the center of her back. Uchiha Gen, 15 years old. His features had fully grown in. The sharpness of the Uchiha bloodline on his face no longer felt cold, felt steady, like a lake in late autumn, calm, but not shallow. His black eyes were deeper than they had been 9 years ago, like a well. You knew there was water inside, but you couldn't see the bottom. Tsunade stood to his left, much closer than she had 9 years ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 4 of them and took the pipe from his mouth. I'm not calling you here for a mission report today. None of the 4 spoke. This is a personal matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, your mother sent a letter yesterday asking us to send someone to bring Nawaki back to Konoha. He just celebrated his first birthday. Tsunade's eyelashes trembled. Nawaki, Senju Nawaki, her little brother, 1 year old. She still hadn't seen him. Team 7. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice turned formal. Head to the capital of the Land of Fire and bring Senju Nawaki back to Konoha. You leave tomorrow. Yes. The 4 of them walked out of the office. Tsunade was in front, moving fast. Jiraiya was unusually quiet. Orochimaru was unusually not silent. Tsunade. He suddenly spoke. Tsunade stopped. Congratulations, Orochimaru said. Tsunade froze for a moment. Then the corners of her lips curved slightly. Thanks. Uchiha Gen walked beside her. The corridor was long. The sunset streamed in through the windows, casting strips of light over the 4 of them. Tsunade suddenly turned her head to look at him. Gen. Yeah. What kind of child is Nawaki? Uchiha Gen thought for a moment. You'll know when you see him. Tsunade didn't ask anything else. But her steps grew lighter. 15 years. Uchiha Gen lifted his head and looked at the sunset at the end of the corridor. Konoha year 25. He was 15 years old. Deep in his eyes, the Mangekyo rotated in silence. The gate to eternity was about to open. On the main road of the Land of Fire, the autumn this year was colder. On the evening of the 3rd day after leaving Konoha, Team 7 set up camp in the woods by the river. Jiraiya volunteered to gather firewood, and Orochimaru unusually took the initiative to catch fish. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, then disappeared into the forest one after the other. Only 2 people were left by the campfire. Tsunade sat across from the fire, a twig in her hand, absent-mindedly stirring the coals. Firelight reflected on her face, and her pale golden hair swayed gently in the evening breeze. They had been out of Konoha for 3 days now, and she had been talking less and less. The closer they got to the capital, the quieter she became. Uchiha Gen knew what she was thinking about. Nawaki, her 1-year-old little brother, the only male child of the next generation of the Senju clan. She had never met him, but blood was the kind of thing that existed even without a meeting. He placed another piece of wood into the fire, and the flames rose a little higher. Tsunade. She looked up. There's something I need to tell you. Tsunade set the twig down. Uchiha Gen rarely used that tone when he spoke. It wasn't his usual calm, detached tone, the kind that made everything sound unimportant. This was something heavier. Go on. Uchiha Gen looked at her. 15-year-old Tsunade sat across from the campfire, the firelight coating her outline in warm gold. From age 4 to 15, 11 years. From that afternoon when she bit through his lip, to that snowy day when she lost her granduncle, to that bloody hand in the village on the southeastern border. She had always been there. He raised his right hand, palm up, with a slight shift of thought. A green leaf sprouted from his palm. Vines followed right after, winding around his wrist, circling it 3 times before stopping on the back of his hand. At the tip of the vine, a flower bloomed. White. 5 petals. Faint golden patterns flowed across the petals. Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted. Would release. Her voice was very soft. So soft it was almost drowned out by the crackling of the fire. She didn't ask how he could use would release. She only stared at the leaf and the flower for a long time. When did this happen? When I was 4. The day you bit through my lip. Tsunade's eyelashes trembled violently. She remembered what had happened back then. You're insane. Uchiha Gen withdrew the wood release and rested his hand back on his knee. The bloodlines of the Senju and the Uchiha split apart after the Sage of 6 Paths. When those 2 bloodlines exist in the same body, they reject each other. But my body didn't reject it. It accepted it. He paused. More than accepted it. It devoured it. Fused with it. Evolved. Any bloodline, as long as it enters my body, even if it's only a single drop of blood, will slowly be analyzed, absorbed, and fused into something that becomes mine. Senju blood was the key. Once that gate opened, other gates could open too. He stretched his hand over the campfire, palm down. A leaf fell into his palm. It hadn't grown from his hand. It had fallen from the tree above them. It was withered yellow, its edges curled. He closed his hand around the dead leaf. When he opened it again, the leaf had turned green. Not the kind of green brought forth by would release. It was green flowing backward. From withered yellow back to emerald green, from emerald green back to a tender sprout, and finally shrinking into a seed that lay quietly in his palm. Tsunade's breathing stopped for a moment. What is that? One use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It doesn't just freeze chakra. It makes it go backward. He placed the seed into the soil. He didn't use would release to make it grow. He only placed it there. I kept this hidden for 11 years. Uchiha Gen lifted his head, his black eyes fixed on Tsunade. You're the first person I've told. Tsunade said nothing. The campfire burned for a while. One piece of wood gave a faint cracking sound. Sparks flew up into the air, then went dark. Why are you telling me? Uchiha Gen didn't answer right away. He looked at the fire, the flames dancing in his eyes. Because once we reach the capital, you'll see Nawaki. And after you see Nawaki, you'll want to protect him. When you want to protect someone, you'll want power. His voice was very soft. I don't want you looking for power somewhere else. Tsunade's eyes reddened. She didn't lower her head, and she didn't look away. She just looked at him with reddened eyes. Uchiha Gen. Yeah. You're telling me all this. Because of Nawaki, or because of me. The campfire crackled again. Because of you. A sheen of water hung on Tsunade's eyelashes. 11 years. You hid it for 11 years. And now you're telling me. Aren't you afraid I'm the princess of the Senju clan? Aren't you afraid I'll tell someone your secret? I'm not. Why? Uchiha Gen looked at her. Because you're Tsunade. Tsunade's tears fell. One drop. She didn't wipe it away. She stood up from across the fire, walked around the flames, and stopped in front of him before crouching down. Very close. Close enough for him to see the shimmer of tears on her lashes. Close enough for him to feel the warmth of her breathing. Uchiha Gen. Yeah. Will you still keep things from me in the future? Yes. Tsunade's brows shot up. But I won't keep them from you for another 11 years, Uchiha Gen said. Tsunade looked at him. Then she smiled. The tears were still hanging on her face, but the corners of her lips had already lifted. Good. She held out her hand. What you said. The people you kill in the future will become the people you protect. Help me remember that. Uchiha Gen lowered his eyes to her hand. Just like 9 years ago in that village, she held it out in front of him. He took it. I remember. Tsunade's hand tightened in his palm. The campfire jumped. The sound of the river flowed in from beyond the woods, distant and soft. Ahem. Jiraiya's voice came from the edge of the forest. He was standing there with an armful of firewood, the expression on his face extremely complicated. Orochimaru stood beside him, 2 fish hanging from his hand, a trace of a smile in his vertical pupils. So, Jiraiya cleared his throat. The firewood's ready. The fish are caught. Should we maybe come back later? Tsunade didn't let go. She turned her head and looked at Jiraiya. Come here. Huh? I said come here. Jiraiya hugged the firewood and carefully shuffled over to the campfire. Orochimaru followed behind him and set the fish down on a rock. Tsunade held Uchiha Shen's hand and raised it for the two of them to see. Starting today, Shen is my boyfriend. Jiraiya's mouth fell open into a perfect O. Orochimaru's slit pupils curved slightly. Congratulations, Orochimaru said. Jiraiya finally closed his mouth, scratched the back of his head, then broke into a grin. Then of course I have to congratulate you. No wait, hold on. Does that mean I can't argue with Tsunade anymore? If she hits me, is Shen going to help her? Yes, Uchiha Shen said. Tsunade laughed out loud. The campfire was burning fiercely. The rushing sound of the river mixed with the crackling of sparks. The four of them sat around the fire, just like they had 11 years ago in the classroom. 2 days later, in the capital of the Land of Fire. When a maid from the daimyo's residence carried a child out, Tsunade's hands were trembling. 1-year-old Senju Nawaki was wrapped in a white swaddle, his black hair soft against his forehead, fast asleep. Tsunade took the child into her arms. Her movements so gentle it was like she was holding a snowflake that had landed in her palm. Nawaki stirred in her arms, a tiny hand slipping out from the swaddle and grabbing a strand of her hair. Tsunade's tears fell onto his face. The coolness made Nawaki wrinkle his nose, and then he went right back to sleep. Uchiha Shen stood beside her, looking at that tiny life in Tsunade's arms. 1-year-old little guy, let me be the one to break your tragic fate. The trip back to Konoha took 4 days. Tsunade held Nawaki the entire way and never let go. Jiraiya took the initiative to handle all the vigilance. Orochimaru walked in silence at the very front. On the afternoon they returned to Konoha. Tsunade did not go home. Holding Nawaki and bringing Uchiha Shen with her, she walked into the Senju clan grounds. Uzumaki Mito sat beneath the veranda. The first Hokage's wife, the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Her hair was still blood-red, but the way she sat was like an old pine tree. She watched Tsunade carry Nawaki into the courtyard. She watched Uchiha Shen follow behind her. Grandma. Tsunade knelt down in front of her and gently placed Nawaki on her lap. This is Shen. Uchiha Shen. She paused. I brought him to meet you. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Shen. Those eyes had seen times of chaos, times of peace, and had watched her husband and his younger brother leave one after the other. Now they rested on this 15-year-old Uchiha. She looked at him for a long time. Inside her, the Nine-Tails chakra stirred soundlessly. Malice, killing intent, scheming, hypocrisy. Every kind of negative emotion the Nine-Tails could sense, there was none of it on this boy. Not suppressed, not hidden, just absent. His feelings for Tsunade were like a lake in late autumn. Clear, still, deep, bottomless, yet with a single glance, you could see the stones at the lakebed. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Good. She said only that one word. Tsunade's eyes turned red again. Nawaki woke up on her lap and opened his black eyes, looking at Grandma, then at his sister and finally at Uchiha Shen. Then he reached out his tiny hand and grabbed in Uchiha Shen's direction. Uzumaki Mito watched the scene. Nawaki likes you. Uchiha Shen lowered his head and looked at that tiny little hand. He reached out and let Nawaki grab his finger. A 1-year-old's hand could not really hold onto anything, but he gripped very tightly. Sunlight spilled in from beyond the veranda and fell over the 4 of them. Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha. Nawaki held onto Uchiha Shen's finger and burst into giggles. The next day at noon, the alleyways of the Uchiha clan grounds were covered in fallen leaves. 15 years. Uchiha Shen had walked this road countless times. From when he was 3 carrying the book bag his mother made for him to the ninja academy, to now, at 15, returning from the Hokage's office. Every step landed on the stone path, and he recognized every single slab. But today was the last time. The great elder's courtyard lay in the deepest part of the clan grounds. The gate stood open. The great elder sat beneath the veranda, his beard and hair whiter than 15 years ago, his wrinkles deeper than 15 years ago, but his posture was still the same as it had been 15 years ago, like an old blade planted in its stand. He watched Uchiha Shen walk in. He watched Uchiha Shen sit down in front of him. Great elder. Uchiha Shen placed both hands on his knees. There's something I need to tell you. The great elder said nothing and waited for him to continue. Tsunade of the Senju clan and I are together now. The wind chime beneath the veranda rang once. The great elder's eyelids lowered, then lifted again. The granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Yes, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, the current head of the Senju clan. Yes, the great elder fell silent. In the courtyard, an old persimmon tree had already shed all its leaves, with only a few shriveled persimmons still hanging from the branches. Your father? Uchiha Shwanha. The great elder's voice was very slow. I watched him grow up. The day he awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. He stood right here in this courtyard and told me, Great elder, I will make the Uchiha name resound throughout the ninja world. He was 15 that year. The great elder's gaze fell on Uchiha Shen's face. You are also 15 this year. You look like him. Your eyes, your brows, even the way you speak. but you are steadier than he was. Uchiha Gen said nothing. Your mother, Qing, was the best medical ninja in the clan. On the day she married your father, she wore a light blue furosode. She told me, Great Elder, I won't regret the man I've chosen. The wind chime rang again. They left too early. The Great Elder closed his eyes. When your parents died, they left the scroll to you. On that scroll, besides the Sharingan, there was also their chakra. 15 years have passed. That chakra has long since faded completely. But the scroll is still here. And so are you. He opened his eyes. You're moving to the Senju clan grounds. It was not a question. Yes. Uchiha Gen lowered his head. I will take my parents' belongings with me. The courtyard can be taken back by the clan. No need. The Great Elder said. Uchiha Gen looked up. The Great Elder looked at him. The courtyard stays. You are Uchiha Gen. No matter where you live, your parents' courtyard will always be yours. Uchiha Gen's eyelashes trembled slightly. The Great Elder took out a small cloth bundle from his robe, placed it on the tatami, and pushed it over. Something your father entrusted me to keep. Uchiha Gen took the bundle and opened it. Inside was a photograph. A young man and a young woman stood side by side. The man wore Uchiha clan clothes. The woman wore a light blue furosode. The man's features looked a lot like his own. The woman's smile was as warm as the chakra inside his mother's scroll. On the back of the photo was a single line of writing. Konoha Year 9 Xuanha, Qing. Uchiha Gen looked at the photograph for a long time. Then he put it back into the cloth bundle and tucked it into his robe. Thank you. The Great Elder waved a hand. Go on. Makoto is waiting for you in the courtyard. That child heard you were coming back today and ran over first thing in the morning. Spend some time playing with her. Uchiha Gen stood up and walked to the doorway. Gen. He stopped. The Uchiha clan. The deeper the feelings, the greater the power when we lose them. This is our bloodline, and it is also our curse. When your parents died, both of them were thinking of you. That's why your Sharingan awakened to 3 Tomo. The Great Elder's voice came from behind him. But the path you're walking is already more than just the Sharingan. I can't see through it. Since you've chosen this road, then don't look back. As long as you keep the Uchiha name in your heart, that's enough. Uchiha Gen stood in the doorway as the autumn wind swept fallen leaves past his feet. I will. Back courtyard. 4-year-old Uchiha Makoto was squatting beneath the persimmon tree, drawing on the ground with a branch. The moment she saw Uchiha Gen walk in, she tossed the branch aside, ran over, and hugged his leg. Brother Gen. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at her. Makoto, the future wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the future mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Right now, she was only a 4-year-old little girl. Her black hair was tied into 2 little buns, her face was smeared with dirt, and her eyes were big and bright. What are you drawing? Uchiha Gen crouched down. Drawing Big Brother Gen. Uchiha Gen looked at the ground. On the muddy earth was a drawing of a little person, with a round head, thin arms, and 2 huge circles for eyes, with 2 black dots inside. That S really well drawn. Makoto nodded hard. I'm going to become Big Brother Gen's bride in the future. Uchiha Gen looked at her, the corner of his mouth moving slightly. We'll talk about that when you grow up. I'm already grown up. I'm 4 years old. 4 is still little. It's not little. Makoto puffed up her cheeks. Grandma said Mom was only 16 when she married Dad. When I'm 16, I'm going to marry Big Brother Gen too. Uchiha Gen reached out and picked a stray leaf off her head. Then eat well first and grow up properly. As for being 16, we'll talk about it when you're 16. Makoto tilted her head and thought about it, then decided that answer was barely acceptable. Then Big Brother Gen isn't allowed to marry anyone else before Makoto grows up. Uchiha Gen didn't answer. He stood up, picked Makoto up, and lifted her high into the air. The 4-year-old girl immediately burst into giggles, her laughter filling the entire backyard. He set Makoto back down. Go draw. Makoto ran back under the persimmon tree, picked up a branch, then turned back to glance at him. Big Brother Gen, are you leaving? Will you come back? Uchiha Gen looked at her. The eyes of a 4-year-old were clear like spring water. I will. Makoto lowered her head and drew another little person on the ground. It was a little bigger than the first one, and beside it she drew a smaller one holding the bigger one's hand. Then Makoto will wait for Big Brother Gen to come back. Uchiha Gen stood at the entrance of the backyard, looking at that tiny figure beneath the persimmon tree. The autumn wind blew dead leaves onto her head, but she didn't brush them away. The branch scraped across the ground, making a soft rustling sound. He turned around and walked out of the Great Elder's courtyard. That evening, Uchiha Gen packed his parents' scrolls, photos, and a few sets of clothes into a bundle. He didn't touch much else in the courtyard. The stove, the low table, the cloth curtain his mother had sewn, the clothes rack his father had nailed together, all of it stayed where it was. He closed the cabinet door, walked into the courtyard, and sat on the threshold for a while. He had sat on this threshold so many times that he couldn't even count them anymore. The moon rose. Uchiha Gen stood up and slung the bundle over his shoulder. The courtyard gate closed softly behind him. At the end of the alley, Tsunade was standing there with Nawaki in her arms. Her light golden hair glowed softly under the moonlight. Uchiha Gen walked over. Let us go. Tsunade glanced at the courtyard gate behind him. Did you bring everything? I did. In Tsunade's arms, Nawaki reached out toward him. Uchiha Gen took him, and the one-year-old child leaned against his shoulder, his little hand clutching his collar. The three of them walked out of the Uchiha compound. The alley fell silent. Moonlight shone on the empty courtyard gate, on the withered vines along the wall, and on the faint worn mark on the threshold. The Senju compound. By the time Tsunade pushed open the courtyard gate, Nawaki had already fallen asleep on Uchiha Gen's shoulder. Drool had soaked his collar. A lamp was lit under the veranda, and Mito Uzumaki sat within its glow. You're back. Uchiha Gen held Nawaki in his arms and stood in the courtyard. The moonlight fell on him, on the sleeping child in his arms, and on Tsunade behind him. I'm back. Mito Uzumaki looked at him, looked at Tsunade, and looked at Nawaki. Then she smiled. The lamplight swayed. In the courtyard were the Senju, the Uzumaki, the Uchiha, and the child in Uchiha Gen's arms who carried the Senju bloodline. The late autumn night wind blew through. Nawaki moved his mouth in his sleep. Tsunade leaned against Uchiha Gen's shoulder. The moon emerged from behind the clouds. Early the next morning, in the Senju compound, sunlight filtered through the bamboo blinds under the veranda and fell onto the wooden floor in neat strips. On the first morning Uchiha Gen woke up in this room, Nawaki was sleeping between him and Tsunade. The one-year-old child had terrible sleeping posture. His whole body had sprawled sideways, his little feet pressing against Tsunade's face, and his head was wedged against Uchiha Gen's waist. Tsunade was still asleep, her light golden hair spread across the pillow, her breathing steady. Uchiha Gen didn't move, afraid of waking Nawaki and also afraid of waking Tsunade. So he just lay there, watching the morning light shift bit by bit across the ceiling. For 15 years, this was the first time he had woken up somewhere else. Not in that empty courtyard in the Uchiha compound. Not by that threshold where he had worn a faint mark from sitting on it so often. But in the Senju compound. By Tsunade's side, soft footsteps came from outside the veranda. The paper door was pushed open a crack, and Mito Uzumaki's voice came in from outside, lowered very quietly. Shen, if you're awake, come out to the courtyard. Uchiha Gen gently moved Nawaki's little foot away from Tsunade's face, then gathered Tsunade's loose hair back into place before getting up and sliding the paper door shut behind him. In the courtyard, Mito Uzumaki was sitting under the veranda. On the low table in front of her were two scrolls. One was older, its edges worn fuzzy, and Tobarama Senju's handwriting was on the cover. The other was newer, but its style looked even more ancient, and on the cover was the crest of the Uzumaki clan. Sit. Uchiha Gen sat down across from her, both hands resting on his knees. Mito Uzumaki looked at him for a long time. Then Mito Uzumaki suddenly smiled. That child Tsunade, aside from her gambling luck, has never once chosen the wrong thing. Choosing you was not a mistake. She reached out and pushed the two scrolls toward him. This is the ninjutsu scroll Tobarama left behind. She pointed at the older one. Water release, sensory techniques, shadow clone, and some forbidden techniques he created himself. Tobarama spent his entire life researching jutsu. He said the essence of a shinobi was jutsu, and the essence of jutsu was principle. He believed in principle, not in people. That's why he was always wary of the Uchiha clan. Mito Uzumaki paused for a moment. But he was a good younger brother. She pushed the other scroll over as well. This is the sealing jutsu scroll I organized. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, brought out from the land of whirlpools, along with everything I added over the years. The 8-trigram seal, the 4-symbol seal, the contract seal, and some formulas for restraining tailed beasts. Tsunade isn't very interested in sealing jutsu, and Nawaki is still too young. These things I'm entrusting them to you. Uchiha Gen lowered his eyes to the two scrolls. Tobarama Senju's ninjutsu. Mito Uzumaki's sealing jutsu. The wisdom accumulated by the Senju and Uzumaki over generations was now laid out before him. A 15-year-old boy. Why are you giving them to me? Mito Uzumaki looked at him. Because you'll be able to use them. She lifted her head and looked at the old pine tree in the courtyard. The pine was very old. Its bark was cracked, but its branches and leaves were still green. When Hashirama was still here, he often sat beneath that pine tree. He said Konoha shouldn't have a divide between the Uchiha and the Senju. He said that one day someone would cross that barrier. He didn't live to see that day. Mito Uzumaki turned back and looked at Uchiha Gen. I did. Morning light passed through the pine branches and fell onto the low table. The two scrolls were bathed in that light. Uchiha Gen placed his hand on the scrolls. I let Tsunade down. I know, Mito Uzumaki said. The courtyard was quiet for a while. The pine branches swayed gently in the wind. Call me grandma. Uchiha Gen looked up. Mito Uzumaki looked at him, her eyes carrying a trace of a smile. Call me grandma. Hashirama is gone. Tobirama is gone. Tsunade's parents are in the capital. In this house, I'm the only elder left. Since you've moved in, you're one of my Senju family now. A member of the Senju family calls me grandma. Uchiha Gen looked at her white hair, at her wrinkles, at that smile in her eyes that allowed no refusal. Grandma. His voice was very soft. Mito Uzumaki only reached out and gently patted Uchiha Gen on the head. Just like 15 years ago, he sat on the threshold in that same posture. The one that made the aunt next door want to take a picture but not dare to. Good child. Uzumaki Mito withdrew her hand and stood up. Put the scrolls away properly. Some of Tobirama's things aren't easy to practice. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. She walked a few steps deeper into the corridor, then stopped again. That child Tsunade never liked crying since she was little. When her grandfather passed, she didn't cry. When Tobirama passed, she hid in your arms and cried once. When she came back, her eyes were swollen. I saw it. Uzumaki Mito did not turn around. She's willing to cry in front of you. You must be worthy of her tears. Her footsteps gradually faded away. Uchiha Gen sat under the corridor. 2 scrolls laid out before him. He picked up Senju Tobirama's scroll, untied the cord, and opened the first page. The second Hokage's handwriting was sharp and decisive, just like the man himself. The first line read, Ninjutsu is principle. Understand the principle and you will master the technique. The second page contained the hand seals for water release and the paths of chakra circulation. The third page explained the principles and precautions of the shadow clone jutsu. He turned the pages one by one. Flying Raijin, mutually multiplying explosive tags, impure world reincarnation. Beside every forbidden technique were dense notes, deduction processes, failure records, and directions for improvement. This was not a ninjutsu scroll. It was a notebook of thought. Senju Tobirama had written down everything, how he thought, where he was wrong, and how he corrected it. Uchiha Gen closed the scroll. He remembered how, in his blue star memories, Senju Tobirama had been judged as cold, suspicious, and deeply wary of the Uchiha. But in the things this man left behind, there was not a single false word. He picked up Uzumaki Mito's sealing jutsu scroll and opened it. The Uzumaki clan's sealing arts were completely different from Konoha's ninjutsu system. Their core was not chakra-shaped transformation, but the concept of locks. Weave chakra into chains and use those chains to bind the target. The 8-trigram seal was a lock. The 4-symbol seal was a lock. The contract seal was also a lock. The people of the Uzumaki clan spent their entire lives learning how to weave stronger chains. To lock away tailed beasts. To lock away enemies. To lock away the things that should never be released. At the end of the scroll, Uzumaki Mito had written one sentence. The essence of sealing jutsu is not trapping others. It is guarding yourself. One who cannot hold firm to oneself cannot weave solid chains. Uchiha Gen tied both scrolls up again and held them in his arms. The paper door gave a soft sound. Tsunade walked out from inside. Her hair was still a little messy, and her eyes were not fully open yet. She sat down by the corridor and leaned against his shoulder. What did Grandma say to you? She told me to wake you up. Liar. Uchiha Gen said nothing. After leaning there for a while, Tsunade opened her eyes and saw the scrolls in his arms. She recognized her second granduncle's handwriting. She also recognized Grandma's handwriting. Grandma gave you the scrolls. Tsunade was silent for a few breaths. Then she buried her face into the hollow of his shoulder. Then you're not allowed to lose them. I won tea. And you're not allowed to use them to do bad things. I won tea. And you're definitely not allowed to die before me. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at Tsunade leaning on his shoulder. 15 years old. Light golden hair all messy, and the tips of her ears were a little red. All right. In the courtyard, the pine branches swayed gently in the wind. Nawaki's crying came from inside the house. Tsunade let out a sigh, stood up, and walked in. Uchiha Gen sat under the corridor holding the 2 scrolls. Morning light filled the whole courtyard. Konoha year 31, spring. In the Senju clan grounds, the old pine in the courtyard had grown another circle thicker than 5 years ago. Its branches stretched past the corridor railing, their shadows falling across the wooden floor and swaying softly with the wind. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor. Senju Tobirama's flying Raijin scroll spread over his knees. The corners of the scroll were even more worn now. He had read Tobirama's handwriting countless times. He could recite every note by heart. He closed the scroll and traced once through the air with his right index finger. Ink-black formula markings flowed out from his fingertip like swimming fish. In an instant, they spread out in front of him in 3 overlapping layers, then suddenly drew back and sank into his palm. Flying Raijin. 5 years. It had taken 3 years to go from understanding it to being able to use it. Then another 2 years to go from being able to use it to using it in battle. Now, he no longer needed to draw the formula. Where his mind reached, the coordinates were already planted. Footsteps sounded in the courtyard. Brother Shen. 6-year-old Senju Nawaki came rushing in through the courtyard gate, his school bag bouncing on his back. He was running too fast and tripped on the threshold, his whole body pitching forward. Uchiha Gen reached out and caught him right by the forehead. Nawaki's face was blocked by his palm, while his limbs flailed twice in the air. Use your feet to walk, not your head. Nawaki steadied himself, tilted his face up, and his eyes shone brightly. Brother Shen, today at school they taught us shuriken. I threw 10 times and hit 8 times. And the other 2. They landed by the teacher's feet. Uchiha Gen looked at him. 6-year-old Nawaki was about the same age Uchiha Gen had been when he sat by the window at the ninja academy. But this child's eyes were different from his. They did not carry the Uchiha's heaviness, but the Senju's brightness. Like his granduncle Senju Hashirama. Afraid of neither heaven nor earth, daring to think anything, daring to say anything. Brother Shen, did you know? Today the teacher said granduncle is the god of shinobi. In the future, I'm going to become the god of shinobi too, and I'm going to become the 4th Hokage. The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth twitched. 20 years ago, some white-haired brat had said almost the same thing. Becoming Hokage isn't that easy. I know. That's why Brother Shen, you have to teach me. Nawaki grabbed his sleeve. Teach me the strong stuff. Stronger than what they teach at school. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at him. A 6-year-old hand clutching his sleeve, gripping it tightly. He remembered the Senju Nawaki from his Blue Star memories. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had wandered into an explosive tag trap. 12 years old. When his body was found, all his internal organs had been shattered. All right. He set the flying Raijin scroll aside and stood up. Shuriken. Nawaki froze for a moment. Throw again what you threw at school today. I'll watch. In the courtyard, the sound of shuriken cutting through the air rang out all afternoon. By evening, Tsunade returned from the medical unit. When she pushed open the courtyard gate, Nawaki was lying under the corridor with all 4 limbs spread out, his tongue hanging out. Sis. Tsunade walked over, crouched down, and poked his forehead. What happened to you? Brother Shen made me throw shuriken 1,000 times. Tsunade looked up. Uchiha Gen was standing in the courtyard, gathering up the shuriken scattered all over the ground. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. You trained him? He wanted to learn. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Gen's back as he bent over to pick up the shuriken. 5 years. 21-year-old Uchiha Gen was a little taller now than he had been at 15, and his shoulders a little broader. The sharpness of the Uchiha features had settled deeper into his face. But the way he bent down to pick up shuriken was just as serious as when he had harvested wheat in the fields 10 years ago. After dinner, Nawaki fell asleep on Tsunade's lap. Drool dampened her pants. Tsunade did not move him away. One hand gently patted his back. You trained him too hard today. He can handle it. Tsunade was silent for a while. Shen, when did you start training him? Uchiha Gen did not answer immediately. The insects in the courtyard chirped a few times. When he was 2, basic taijutsu, chakra control, shuriken. Now I've added actual combat sparring. Tsunade's hand paused for a moment. For years. Why? Uchiha Gen looked at her. Moonlight fell into his eyes. Those eyes were no longer what they had been 5 years ago. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened 3 years ago, without any abnormal signs and without pain, like water flowing where it should. The path of the Sharingan's evolution had reached its end. His ocular power no longer depleted, no longer faded, endless and unceasing. But that was not what Tsunade was asking about his eyes. The Second Great Ninja War will come sooner or later. Uchiha Gen's voice was flat. Nawaki is the only male child of the next generation of the Senju clan. He'll become a target. Tsunade's hand tightened slightly. Nawaki shifted on her lap. But he didn't wake up. You started preparing 4 years ago. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at Nawaki's sleeping face. 6 years old. His brows and eyes looked like his mother's, his mouth and chin like his father's. He'll be fine. Uchiha Gen said nothing. He simply reached out and pulled the small blanket Nawaki had kicked away back up, covering him properly again. The courtyard gate creaked. Excuse the interruption. Jiraiya's loud voice came from the entrance. He walked in carrying 2 jugs of wine, with Orochimaru following behind him. 25-year-old Jiraiya wore the exact same smile he had at 15. Orochimaru's slit pupils were deeper than 5 years ago, but whenever he stepped into the Senju clan's courtyard, his footsteps would lighten. Nawaki's asleep? Jiraiya lowered his voice and set the wine jugs on the engawa. Tsunade raised one finger to her lips. Jiraiya immediately shut his mouth. The 4 of them sat beneath the engawa. Moonlight, old pine, 2 jugs of wine. Nawaki was sleeping soundly on Tsunade's lap. Uchiha Gen poured a cup of wine and set it in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru picked it up and drank slowly. How's your laboratory? Uchiha Gen asked. Not bad. Orochimaru's slit pupils glimmered faintly under the moonlight. I've been working on an interesting experiment lately. Jiraiya leaned in. What experiment? What experiment? Not telling you. Hey. Tsunade let out a soft laugh, careful not to wake Nawaki. Uchiha Gen looked at her profile. Under the moonlight, the way Tsunade smiled was the same as when she was 4. He opened his right hand. With a slight movement of thought, a small white flower bloomed in his palm. 5 petals with pale golden patterns flowing across them. It was the same as that flower from 15 years ago. And not quite the same. There was now an extra layer of extremely faint blue at the edges of the petals. Not the color of chakra. Natural energy. Sage Jutsu. Ever since his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan awakened 3 years ago, his body had felt like it had opened a new door. He no longer needed to deliberately absorb natural energy. It flowed in on its own, intertwining with the chakra formed from the fusion of yin and yang, inseparable from it. That was also when he signed the contract with Katsuyu. Shikatsu Forest. The same summon as Tsunade, the same summoning scroll. Uchiha Gen placed that flower by Tsunade's ear. Tsunade tilted her head, and the flower was tucked into her pale golden hair, the moonlight making the petals look half-transparent. Jiraiya looked at the two of them, then looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was drinking, moonlight reflected in his slit pupils. I'm telling you, Jiraiya suddenly said, I've been writing a new book lately. Tsunade shifted her gaze away from Uchiha Gen's face. That kind of book again? What do you mean, that kind of book? This is art. My ass. Orochimaru. Say something fair. Orochimaru set down his wine cup. I haven't read it. Why you guys are all bullying me? Nawaki turned over on Tsunade's lap and mumbled something in his sleep. Great-grandpa, I want to become Hokage too. All 4 of them went quiet. Moonlight fell down, filling the courtyard, filling the Engawa, filling Nawaki's sleeping face. Uchiha Gen looked at the people from Team 7. The borders haven't been peaceful lately. Teacher Sarutobi said Hanzo of Amigakure has started making moves. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Yes, I received the same news. Our easy days are probably about to end. I really can't understand why there has to be war. Jiraiya scratched his head, sounding troubled. Uchiha Gen looked at Nawaki. 6 years old. There were still 6 years left until the full outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War. He raised his head. The moon moved between the pine branches. Deep within his eyes, the eternal Mangekyo turned silently. The flying thunder god formula lay dormant in his palm. Sage Jutsu flowed through his chakra pathways. 6 years. Enough time for him to train this child into a ninja. Konoha year 31. Autumn. Half a year had passed since Team 7's last gathering. The pine tree in the Senju clan grounds had shed a carpet of golden needles. Mito Uzumaki sat beneath the Engawa with a thin blanket over her legs. Her hair had turned completely white, and the wrinkles on her face were twice as deep as they had been 6 years ago. Her back had bent as well, like an old branch of that ancient pine weighed down by time. But her posture was still straight. Uchiha Gen walked in from the courtyard carrying a bowl of medicine. Tsunade had prepared the prescription, and he had decocted it. Mito Uzumaki accepted the bowl, lowered her head, and took a sip. Her brows drew together. Tsunade, that girl. Her medicine gets more bitter by the day. Uchiha Gen sat down across from her. She said the more bitter it is, the better it works. And you believe whatever she says. Mito Uzumaki set the medicine bowl down and looked at him. She was old, but she wasn't muddle-headed. Her gaze moved slowly across Uchiha Gen's face. From childhood until now, his eyes had always been deep. Now they were even deeper. Gen. Grandmother. When are you and Tsunade getting married? Outside the Engawa, the pine branches swayed lightly in the autumn wind. Uchiha Gen did not answer right away. I know my own body better than anyone. Mito Uzumaki's voice was calm. When Hashirama left, I thought I would go with him. But I didn't. Because Tobarama was still here, Konoha was still here, the Senju were still here. When Tobarama left, I stayed once more. Because Tsunade was still little, Nawaki was even smaller, and Konoha still needed the Ninetails. She lowered her head and looked at her wrinkled hands. Now Tsunade is grown. Nawaki has started school too. The Third Hokage has governed Konoha well. Everything I was supposed to do, I've done. This body won't last much longer. Uchiha Gen's eyelashes trembled slightly. I'll call Tsunade over. By the time Tsunade returned from the medical unit, the sky was already close to dark. She pushed the door open and saw Uchiha Gen sitting beneath the Engawa, with Mito Uzumaki sitting across from him. Neither of their expressions was calm. Grandmother. Tsunade sat down beside Mito Uzumaki and took her hand. What's wrong? Mito Uzumaki looked at Tsunade. Her granddaughter. Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. The child she had watched grow up. I was asking Shen when the two of you are getting married. Tsunade's hand tightened slightly. She neither lowered her head nor looked away. She looked at her grandmother's white hair, at her grandmother's wrinkles, at that small bit of light in her grandmother's eyes that had been waiting for a very long time. Next year, Tsunade said. Uchiha Gen turned his head to look at her. Tsunade did not look at him. She held Mito Uzumaki's hand, her voice steady. Next spring. We'll do it when the cherry blossoms bloom. Mito Uzumaki smiled. When she smiled, the wrinkles on her face pressed together and her eyes curved into two narrow lines, like moonlight resting on the branches of the old pine. Good. She patted the back of Tsunade's hand, then looked at Uchiha Gen. Shen, grandmother, I'm entrusting Tsunade to you. Uchiha Shen straightened on his knees and placed both hands on his lap. Then he lowered his head until his forehead touched the backs of his hands. I will. 3 words. The same as 6 years ago. The same as 15 years ago, when he had held Tsunade's bloodied hand in the village. Mito Uzumaki raised her hand and gently placed it on his head. The Engawa remained quiet for a long time. Pine needles drifted down, landing on the thin blanket, landing beside the medicine bowl, landing between the 3 of them. Go invite the third Hokage here. Mito Uzumaki withdrew her hand. I have something to say to him. By the time Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped into the Senju clan grounds, night had fully fallen. He wore casual clothes and had not brought his pipe. 14 years of being Hokage had carved marks on his face deeper than his actual age, but his steps were still steady. He sat down beneath the Engawa, facing Mito Uzumaki. Uchiha Shen and Tsunade sat on either side. Lady Mito, Hiruzen. Mito Uzumaki looked at him. I don't have much time left. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't say, please don't say that. He fell silent for a few breaths, then lowered his head. How much longer can you hold on? 1 or 2 years. At most 2 years. The air beneath the corridor eaves seemed to freeze. Tsunade clenched the fabric on her knees. Uchiha Shen placed his hand over hers and held it. The 9 tails cannot be without a vessel. Mito Uzumaki's voice was so steady it sounded like she was talking about someone else. Before I leave, the next Jinchuriki must be decided. Send people to search. Go to the land of whirlpools and find the child with the best bloodline. Then bring that child to Konoha. I will choose personally, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Mito Uzumaki nodded. There's one more thing. Shen and Tsunade will be married next spring. You are their teacher. At the wedding, you will officiate. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked toward Uchiha Shen and Tsunade. His gaze rested on their faces for a while. 15 years ago, he first noticed this child of the Uchiha clan at the Ninja Academy training ground. He accepted the 4 of them into Team 7. 14 years ago, Tsunade lost her granduncle, and this child stood behind her, snow piling across both their shoulders. 6 years ago, they pledged themselves to each other in the capital and brought Nawaki back to Konoha. All right. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was a little hoarse. I'll officiate. Uchiha Shen could tell that Grandma Mito wanted a promise from teacher Hiruzen. He was not allowed to touch them, and he had to take good care of the 2 children. Moonlight filtered through the pine branches. Mito Uzumaki leaned against the pillar and closed her eyes. Then it settled. Everything has been arranged. Tears fell from Tsunade's eyes. She didn't make a sound. She only gripped Uchiha Shen's hand tighter and tighter. Uchiha Shen looked at Mito Uzumaki's face with her eyes closed. Moonlight shone on her slightly dim red hair. When he moved into the Senju clan grounds at 15, this woman had been sitting beneath the corridor eaves just like this, handing him Senju Tobarama's scrolls and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Call me Grandma, she had said. He did. Uchiha Shen lowered his head. Grandma. Mito Uzumaki opened her eyes. You haven't finished your medicine yet. Mito Uzumaki froze for a moment. Then she laughed. The kind that came out loud. Her laughter drifted out from under the corridor eaves and fell into the courtyard covered with pine needles. You child. Fine. Fine. Give it to me. I'll drink it, all right? She picked up the medicine bowl, tilted her head back, and drained it in one breath. It was so bitter that her brows knotted tightly. Tsunade, next time you make the medicine, put in less coptis. Do you really want this old woman to suffer bitterness like this even now? When I go down there to see your grandpa, I'm going to enjoy myself. I wonder if that blockhead ever thought about me. But I really do miss him. Wait for me another 2 years, Hashirama. Tsunade wiped away her tears. All right. Just as everyone was trapped in a sorrowful mood, a figure appeared in the middle of the courtyard. Reporting to the Hokage. Urgent intelligence has arrived from the front line. The man had not even caught his breath yet. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the special ANBU scroll and glanced at it twice before suddenly lifting his head to look at Mito Uzumaki. Monkey, what happened? Go on, say it. This old woman can still hold on. Mito sat up straight. At this moment, she was Konoha's pillar that steadied the sea. Lady Mito, word came from the front line that Kumogakure has joined forces with Kirigakure to launch a surprise attack on the land of whirlpools. The land of whirlpools has asked us for reinforcements. But Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't continue, because the recent situation with Amigakure had already left Konoha somewhat short-handed as well. I'll go by myself. Uchiha Shen stood up. I have the flying thunder god. I can reach the land of whirlpools very quickly. Shen, let me go with you. Tsunade stood up and grabbed Shen's hand. No, I'll be faster if I go alone. Teacher, I'm leaving first. If everything goes smoothly, I'll have the Uzumaki clan move to Konoha. Get the aftermath preparations ready first. Alright, go. Konoha has me here. Shien, be careful in everything. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. After learning the Flying Thunder God, Shien often left marks outside the village. This time, relying on the large amount of chakra in his body, he directly teleported to the border of the Land of Iron, then stepped across the sea while placing spatial marks ahead of him. Very soon, he arrived at the Land of Whirlpools. Standing on the soil of the Land of Whirlpools, he could clearly hear the sounds of killing and battle coming from the capital ahead. Shien hurried over at once. Shien appeared in the middle of the battlefield and casually killed a Kirigakure Jonin in the process. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at him. Is Ashina Uzumaki here or not? If you're alive, make a sound. Shien swept his gaze around. They were all redheads and he couldn't tell who was who, so he could only shout it out. I am Ashina Uzumaki, this little friend from the Uchiha. Did our ally Konoha receive our request for aid? From the middle of the crowd, an old man spoke to Shien. They did, but Konoha is also in a state of war readiness right now, so we couldn't spare anyone. Besides, for this handful of trash, do you really need that many people? Uchiha Shien looked at the Kumogakure and Kirigakure ninja with open disdain. Humph, arrogant brat. Anyone can boast. Let me test you myself. The man in the Kirigakure camp wearing the Mizukage robes said this. Who are you? Shien picked at his ear. You've got guts talking to me like that. I hope you can satisfy me in a moment. After saying that, Shien walked straight toward the Kirigakure camp. Lord Raikage, should we make a move? Someone from Kumogakure asked their third Raikage. Do not act rashly. This man is not simple. The moment I saw him, my heart skipped a beat. Pass the order down. No one from Kumogakure is to move. My instincts won't be wrong. The Raikage covered his chest and quietly passed the message to the subordinate beside him. On the other side, Shien walked forward step by step. At the same time, his eyes changed into the form of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As his ocular power poured out, a black armored Susanoo 300 meters tall appeared. The third Mizukage, who had just been talking big, looked as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His mouth hung open, letting out unconscious sounds. The battle ended very quickly, after all. Shien still had to go back and talk with Mito about his wedding with Tsunade. Everyone from Kirigakure who had come, including the third Mizukage, was blown away by Shien's Susanoo. The third Raikage, who had been standing off to the side, immediately shouted, Kumogakure is withdrawing from the Land of Whirlpools. Shien thought about it for a moment. The third Raikage still needed to hold off Iwagakure's ninja, so he let the Kumogakure people go. He then informed Ashina Uzumaki that the Uzumaki clan would move to Konoha. Konoha would give them a piece of clan land, and they could live well there. There would be no more war. Ashina Uzumaki did want to refuse, but after looking at the 300-meter-tall Susanoo, he swallowed hard and agreed anyway. And who is Uzumaki Kushina? Come here. I'm taking you back to Konoha. There's something to handle. As for clan head Ashina, have your people pack up quickly and head to Konoha as soon as possible. Shien dispelled the Susanoo and asked the people present. Alright, little friend. We'll pack immediately. Kushina is here. What is it you need her for? Ashina wiped the cold sweat from his face. That's enough. Once you arrive in Konoha, my teacher, the third Hokage, will explain the details to you. Shien cut off clan head Ashina's words, grabbed Kushina's hand, and used the Flying Thunder God to leave directly. He had no intention of explaining anything to Kushina at all. After returning to Konoha, Shien brought Kushina back to the Senju clan grounds. Mito Uzumaki sat deep beneath the corridor eaves and looked toward Shien. How did it go, Shien? Are the clan members all right? It's fine, Grandma. Your clansmen are all doing quite well. I got there in time, so I basically saved them all. But some of them still fled out of the Land of Whirlpools. Good. That's good. Mito's gaze fell on the little red-haired girl and lingered for a long time. It wasn't scrutiny. It was something else. Like seeing a tree that had grown from the same roots as herself. Uzumaki Kushina, the new generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shien's tone was very calm. Come here. Mito Uzumaki said to Kushina. Kushina walked over. As she walked, she hugged her bundle tightly to her chest. Mito Uzumaki reached out and brushed aside the wet bangs stuck to her forehead. Beneath that red hair was a pair of very bright eyes. Not the kind of brightness that came from fear, but the kind that came from stubbornness. She was the princess of Yuzushio, but being sent alone to a completely unfamiliar place still made her a little afraid. Good child, Mito Uzumaki said. Kushina's lips moved slightly. That night, Tsunade heated water for her bath. Kushina sat in the wooden tub, her red hair floating on the surface like a blaze spreading across the water. While Tsunade scrubbed her back, her shoulders stayed tense the whole time. Not because she was scared. She just still wasn't used to being touched. Tsunade said nothing. She only adjusted the water to the right temperature, wrung out the towel, and neatly folded a clean set of clothes beside her. The next morning, Nawaki stood in front of Kushina and looked her up and down. Your hair is really red. Kushina looked at him. Your hair is really brown. Nawaki froze for a second.
I'm Nawaki Senyu.
The future fourth Hokage. Nawaki choked on his own words. Uchiha Gen walked over from beneath the veranda. He crouched down in front of Kushina. 6-year-old little Kushina looked at him. Black hair, black eyes, Uchiha. She didn't know what connection the Uchiha and the Uzumaki had, but she knew that when he was around, she felt very safe. Today, Nawaki will take you to the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Gen said calmly. If someone bullies you, hit back. Kushina's eyes widened a little. If you can't beat them, come back and tell me. Or tell Sister Tsunade. Kushina looked at him. Will you help me beat them? I'll teach you how to hit back. How to make it hurt more when you hit someone. Kushina lowered her head and looked at the small bundle in her hands. Inside it was everything she had brought from the land of whirlpools. One change of clothes, and one family photo. She hugged her school bag a little tighter. Okay. Nawaki patted his chest at the side. Don't worry. With me around, who would dare bully you? That afternoon, Nawaki came back with one eye swollen. Kushina followed behind him. Mud smeared on her clothes. The skin at the corner of her mouth scraped open a little, but her eyes were blazing like two flames. Tsunade held a cotton swab and dabbed medicine on Nawaki's wound. What happened? There were 3 third-years calling her a red-haired monster. Nawaki waved his fist angrily. So I went up and punched one of them. Then the 3 of them ganged up on me. But Kushina jumped in too. She bites. And she bites really hard. Tsunade's hand paused for a moment. She turned and looked at Kushina. Kushina stood by the veranda. The corner of her mouth split. Dried mud stuck to her sleeve. She looked at Tsunade with a little nervousness in her eyes, but even more defiance. Tsunade looked at her for a long time. Then she smiled. Good bite. Kushina's nose wrinkled. Then her tears fell. She hadn't cried in the rain. She hadn't cried in the bath. She hadn't cried when Brother Shen crouched in front of her and said that if she couldn't win, she could come back and tell him. But when Sister Tsunade said, good bite, she cried. Tsunade pulled her over and wiped her face with her sleeve. No more crying. Tomorrow, Big Sister will teach you how to hit people. No need to bite. Use your fists. Kushina buried her face in Tsunade's arms, her red hair spilling across her pale golden sleeve, like flames falling into sunlight. A week passed. The Uzumaki clan arrived. Clan head Ashina spent an entire morning talking with teacher at the Hokage building, and then announced that from now on, the Uzumaki clan would settle in Konoha. Winter came very soon after. When the first snow fell, Uchiha Gen was sitting beneath the veranda. Tsunade came out from the house and sat down beside him. There was half an inch of space between them. Tsunade shifted a little closer to him. Half an inch became no distance at all. She leaned against his shoulder. Uchiha Gen wrapped an arm around her shoulders and drew her into his embrace. In the courtyard, the snow fell harder and harder. A thin layer of white gathered on the pine branches. The bare branches of the persimmon tree were covered too. Old pine, persimmon tree, courtyard wall, stone lantern, all of it turned white. Between heaven and earth, only the sound of falling snow remained. Tsunade moved a little in his arms and found a more comfortable position. Cold? Uchiha Gen asked. Not cold. She pulled his hand over and placed it across the back of her own. His hand was bigger than hers, completely enclosing it. Grandma asked me today what color furosode I want to wear for the wedding. Tsunade's voice was muffled against his chest. I said white. She said white was no good, that I should wear the traditional dark crimson of the Senju clan. Uchiha Gen said nothing. I said white. She talked for a long time and I still said white. Uchiha Gen lowered his head, his chin resting lightly on the top of her head. Then white. Tsunade laughed softly. Her breath passed through his robe, warm against him. Jiraiya came by today. He said he wants to sing a song he wrote himself at the wedding. I told him if he dared sing, I'd throw him out. He said he'd sing on your side. I said you wouldn't let him sing either. He said he didn't believe me. I said just wait. The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth curved slightly. Let him sing. Tsunade lifted her head. Really? Either way, you'll throw him out. Tsunade froze for a second. Then she buried her face back in his chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. The snow was still falling. A thick layer had already piled up in the courtyard. One by one, the lights of the Senju clan grounds lit up in the snowy night. Nawaki's room, Kushina's room, Grandma's room. Tsunade's voice came softly from his chest. When will the cherry blossoms bloom? Uchiha Gen looked at the snow in the courtyard. Soon. He held her a little tighter. Snow covered the veranda, covered the pine branches, covered the 2 figures leaning against each other. Konoha year 32, spring. The cherry blossoms in the Senju clan grounds bloomed. Mito Uzumaki said that after living for more than half her life, she had never seen the cherry blossoms in the Senju clan grounds bloom so beautifully. Not one branch, not 2 branches, but the entire courtyard of cherry trees blooming all at once, as if they had made an appointment and all opened overnight. Layer upon layer of pink-white petals softened even the rugged strength of the old pine trees by a few degrees. From the moment he got up that morning, Nawaki had been running all over the courtyard. He wore a brand new dark blue kosode, and his hair had been combed neatly for once, but in less than a quarter of an hour it was already a mess again. He had climbed up a cherry tree, saying he wanted to pick the best flowers to weave a flower crown for his sister. Kushina stood beneath the tree, tilting her head up to watch him. Her red hair was done into 2 small buns, and she had changed into the white kimono with red patterns that she had brought from Uzushio and never been willing to wear. "Come down," Kushina said. "Wait, this branch is really good. I just can't reach it. You're gonna get your clothes dirty." "I won't." Then a branch snapped. Nawaki fell from the tree, and was caught by the back of his collar by Uchiha Gen's outstretched hand. The 6-year-old boy dangled in midair, still clutching that cherry blossom branch, petals scattering all over his head. "Walk with your feet," Uchiha Gen said as he set him down on the ground. "You don't have wings." Nawaki held up the flowering branch in front of him. "Brother Shen, this one is for sister." Uchiha Gen lowered his eyes to look at the branch. It was blooming at its fullest, 5 flowers, pink-white petals edged with the faintest touch of red. He took it from him. "Okay." Deep inside the veranda, Tsunade sat in front of the dressing table. Mito Uzumaki stood behind her, combing her hair. The comb slid from the crown of her head down to the ends once and then again. When a daughter of the Senju clan got married, her elder had to comb her hair 99 times. Not 100, but 99. To leave one uncounted was to leave behind a little reluctance to part. Mito Uzumaki's hands were very steady. The hands of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, hands that had formed the strongest seals and endured the hardest years. Today, as she combed her granddaughter's hair, they were as steady as they had been back then while forming hand signs. "When your grandfather married me," Mito Uzumaki began, "it was a marriage alliance between clans. Before the wedding I had never even met him. I could only learn about him through what other people said. But he treated me very well." The comb slid past the ends of her hair, and that kindness lasted for a lifetime. Tsunade looked at her grandmother in the mirror. White hair, wrinkles, and the same eyes she had when she left the land of whirlpools with Hashirama Senju 50 years ago. "The person you chose won't be wrong." Uzumaki Mito set down the comb. She had finished the last stroke, the 99th. "Because you are Tsunade." Tsunade's eyes reddened. She did not lower her head. In the mirror, tears swirled in her eyes, but did not fall. The paper door slid open softly. Kushina poked her head in. "Big sister Tsunade, are you ready? There are so many people outside." Uzumaki Mito smiled. "Go on." Tsunade stood up. The deep crimson furusode was the color of the Senju clan. In the end, she had still listened to her grandmother. But the obi was white, like snow, like sakura, like the moonlight from the village on the southeastern border 15 years ago. She stepped out through the paper door. At the end of the covered corridor, Uchiha Gen was standing there. He wore a black mantsuki, the formal dress of the Uchiha clan. On the back, the Uchiha crest was covered by the Senju crest Tsunade had sewn on by hand. The 2 clan emblems sat side by side, the stitching fine and tight. 20-year-old Uchiha Gen stood beneath the shadow of the cherry blossoms, his black eyes looking at her. Tsunade walked over. "You look good in red." Tsunade lowered her head. The tips of her ears were even redder than the deep crimson furusode. "Let us go." She held out her hand. He took it. Cherry blossom petals drifted down and landed on their clasped hands. The wedding was held in the main hall of the Senju clan grounds. There was no grand banquet. The people from the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the companions of Team 7, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the clan's great elder had come with Mikoto. There were not many people, but everyone who should be there had come. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the front, wearing the Hokage robe. He looked at the couple before him, at Uchiha Gen, at Tsunade. 19 years. From 3 years old to 22. From the training ground at the Ninja Academy to the village on the southeastern border. From beside the campfire in the capital to beneath the corridor of the Senju clan grounds. He had been their teacher. Today he was their witness. Uchiha Gen, present. "Are you willing to take Senju Tsunade as your wife, to remain unwavering in this life, whether in good times or bad, in health or sickness?" Uchiha Gen looked at Tsunade. The deep crimson furusode, the white obi, a single cherry blossom petal resting in her pale golden hair. "I am willing." Tsunade's tears fell. One drop. It landed on the crimson sleeve, spreading into a small dark mark. "Senju Tsunade, are you willing to marry Uchiha Gen as your husband, to remain unwavering in this life, whether in good times or bad, in health or sickness?" Tsunade's voice was trembling, but every word was perfectly clear. "I am willing." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He lowered his eyes. "In the name of the third Hokage, I bear witness to the 2 of you becoming husband and wife. The ceremony is complete." Jiraiya stood among the guests. He did not make a scene today. He stood very straight, his eyes red. "Sing?" Orochimaru stood beside him, the shadows of cherry blossoms reflected in his vertical pupils. Jiraiya opened his mouth. Not singing. Not today. Orochimaru said nothing. Nawaki placed a flower crown woven from cherry blossoms on Tsunade's head. It was crooked, and a few branches had already wilted. Tsunade lowered her head and let her little brother put it on properly. Kushina stood nearby, flower petals caught in her red hair. She looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Gen, her eyes bright. Off to the side, 10-year-old Mikoto, already showing the makings of a beauty, was crying her heart out. The great elder could not calm her no matter how much he tried, and she kept saying, "Big brother Shen promised me that when I grew up, he would marry me. He doesn't keep his word." Seeing Mikoto cry louder and louder, the great elder was embarrassed beyond words. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. "Little brat, just coming to the Senju clan grounds already has me under enormous pressure, and you actually went and stole Mikoto's heart too." Hearing the commotion, Tsunade walked over. "Little sister Mikoto, don't cry. When you grow up, I'll make the decision and allow you to be with Shen too." Mikoto stared fixedly at her after hearing Tsunade speak. The great elder, meanwhile, said awkwardly, "Kids' jokes, Princess Tsunade. Please don't misunderstand." After the guests had all left, Uchiha Shen and Tsunade sat beneath the corridor. Just like before, and yet not like before. Tsunade leaned against his shoulder. The deep crimson furosode spread across the wooden floor. The cherry blossom crown on her head had tilted, but she did not fix it. "Shen. From now on, what should I call you?" Uchiha Shen thought for a moment. "Call me by my name." Tsunade rubbed against his shoulder and shifted into a more comfortable position. "Shen. Shen. Shen." Uchiha Shen lowered his head. Tsunade had already fallen asleep. Her lashes still held a trace of moisture, and the corners of her lips curved upward. He gently straightened her cherry blossom crown and gathered the hair that had fallen loose. In the courtyard, cherry blossom petals were still falling. Falling onto the branches of the old pine, onto the stone lantern, onto the two figures leaning against each other. The moon emerged from behind the clouds. The night at the Senju clan grounds was so quiet it felt like a dream. It was not a dream. This was the spring of Konoha year 32. They were married. Konoha year 32, summer. The rain in Amigakure never stopped. Uchiha Shen stood beneath the eaves of an abandoned building, looking at the gray sky. He had been here for 3 days, and it had rained for 3 days. This was not Konoha-esque kind of rain, the kind that came in bursts and then stopped. This was endless rain, the kind that felt like it would never stop. Water ran down from the edge of the eaves, forming a curtain that sliced the outside world into strip after strip. He had come to Amigakure on Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders. "You've been lying around at home for 3 months. That day in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth and looked at him. "Now that you're married, you don't want to do anything anymore?" Uchiha Shen sat across from him and said nothing. Things have already started in Amigakure. Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war on the 3 great nations, and the Land of Rain has become the main battlefield. Sooner or later, Konoha will be dragged in. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed over a mission scroll. "Before we officially get involved, I need detailed intelligence from over there. The terrain, troop strength, Hanzo's movements. I'm leaving it to you." Uchiha Shen lowered his head and looked at the scroll. "Why me?" "Because you're the most idle." Uchiha Shen tucked the scroll into his clothes. "How many days?" 3 days. "It's a reconnaissance mission. Don't stir up extra trouble." "Got it." He stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind him. "Shen." He stopped. "Come back on time in 3 days. Tsunade will worry." Uchiha Shen did not turn around. Uchiha Shen pulled his castle lower and stepped into the rain. Amigakure was even more ruined than he had imagined. The shadow of war had been hanging over this village for far more than a day or two. More than half the buildings lining the streets no longer had intact roofs, and scorch marks left by ninjutsu bombardment could be seen everywhere on the walls. Now and then, a passerby hurried past with head lowered, looking at no one and seen by no one. The people here were already used to not looking at others, because they never knew whether the person they looked at would still be there tomorrow. He followed the main street deeper into the village. Hanzo's forces were concentrated near the central tower, but reconnaissance could not get too close. No one had ever tested how far the demigod's perception could reach, and Uchiha Shen did not want to be the first. When he passed an alley, he paused. The alley was deep and piled with junk. At the very back, a crude shack made of wooden boards was hidden away, rattling under the pounding rain. Under the shack were 3 figures. No, 3 children. Uchiha Shen's gaze swept over them. The child on the outside was a boy with orange hair, around 7 or 8 years old, so thin that his cheekbones stuck out. He stood at the edge of the shack, half his body exposed to the rain, as if keeping watch. His eyes were bright, but not bright like Tsunade's. It was the kind of brightness that came from going hungry for many meals and still refusing to bow his head. Inside the shack, A girl with light bluish-purple hair was crouching on the ground, using a piece of torn cloth to catch the rain dripping through the roof. Her movements were light and slow, as if she were afraid of wasting even a single drop. Beside the girl, another boy was leaning in the corner against the wall. His red hair was soaked by the rain, plastered to his pale face. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow, as if he were asleep, or maybe unconscious. Uchiha Gen looked at that red-haired boy, the red of the Uzumaki clan, the same red as Kushina. His steps paused for a moment, and in that single moment, the orange-haired boy noticed the stranger at the alley entrance. The boy's body tensed instantly, like a wild cat that had caught the scent of danger. He didn't step back. Instead, he took a step forward and blocked the two behind him even more tightly. "Who are you?" His voice was kept very low, carrying a wariness that didn't belong to someone his age. Uchiha Gen looked at him. The shadow of the bamboo hat covered most of his face, while raindrops dripped from its edge. "Just passing by. There's nothing here that you want." The orange-haired boy slowly reached toward his waist, where a rusty kunai was tucked away. The blade was chipped, and the handle was wrapped in torn cloth strips. "Leave." Uchiha Gen didn't move. His gaze passed over the boy's shoulder and landed on the red-haired child. The red-haired boy had already opened his eyes and was looking at him. There was something in those eyes that Uchiha Gen knew very well. It wasn't fear. It was something deeper, heavier than that. He had seen that look before. On a rainy night, on the threshold of the Uchiha compound, in the eyes of a 3-year-old child. The red-haired boy's gaze slid across his bamboo hat and stopped at the Konoha forehead protector exposed at his waist. The thing in those eyes changed instantly, turning from heavy to cold, from cold to sharp. His breathing quickened, and his thin fingers clenched tightly around the wooden board beneath him. "Nagato." The orange-haired boy didn't turn around, but his voice changed. "Don't move." The red-haired boy, Nagato, didn't listen to him. He pushed himself up against the wall. His legs were trembling, not from the cold, but from something else. He stared at the Konoha forehead protector at Uchiha Gen's waist as if he were looking at someone who had crawled straight out of a nightmare. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the forehead protector at his waist. Konoha's mark. Then he raised a hand, untied the forehead protector, and tucked it into his clothes. "I'm not here to kill anyone." The orange-haired boy didn't relax. When a Konoha ninja talks in Amigakure, not a single word can be trusted. Uchiha Gen looked at him. "What's your name?" The boy was silent for a few breaths. "Yahiko. And you?" Uchiha Gen looked toward the girl with the light bluish-purple hair. The girl raised her head, revealing a face smeared with mud and rainwater. "Conan." She put down the rag in her hand, stood up, and stepped to Yahiko's side. 3 children. Orange hair, light bluish-purple hair, red hair. Standing in the rain, backed against a broken wooden board, facing a Konoha ninja whose background they knew nothing about. "Where are your parents?" No one answered. Rain struck the wooden board and fell over the 3 children. Conan lowered her head, and Yahiko pressed his lips into a thin line. Nagato spoke. His voice was very light, so light it was nearly swallowed by the rain. "Killed by your people." He had still fled to Amigakure with his parents. Shien had originally thought he should have changed Nagato's fate, but in the end, he discovered he hadn't changed anything at all. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Nagato looked back at him. In those eyes unique to the Uzumaki clan, there was hatred, there was fear, and there was something else no child should have. A child who had lost his parents, lost his home, and survived in the fires of war like a stray dog would have that kind of thing in his eyes. Uchiha Gen recognized it. He had once had it too. He didn't explain. He didn't say it wasn't me who killed them. He didn't say, that was war. He had already thought through those words when he was 3 years old. He had thought about them for a long time, and in the end, he realized they were all nonsense. The dead had no need for explanations, and the living had no need for excuses. He took out an oil paper bundle from inside his clothes. Yahiko raised his kunai. "What is that?" Uchiha Gen opened the oil paper bundle. Inside were 5 rice balls. Tsunade had stuffed them into his pack before he left. "You'll be back in 3 days. Why are you bringing so many rice balls? If you can't finish them, just throw them away." "Okay." He hadn't thrown them away. He placed the oil paper bundle on the ground at the alley entrance, then stepped back 3 paces. Rain struck the rice balls, and the edges of the oil paper curled upward from the water. Yahiko didn't move. Conan didn't move. Nagato didn't move either. Uchiha Gen turned around and walked into the rain. After 7 steps, a voice came from behind him. "Wait." It was Nagato. Uchiha Gen stopped, but didn't turn around. "Do you know any people from the Uzumaki clan?" The rain was loud. Uchiha Gen looked at the curtain of rain ahead. Kushina. Red hair. 6 years old. The day she had been sent to Konoha, she had stood at the gate of the Senju compound courtyard, getting drenched in the rain, neither coming in nor leaving. "I do." "Where is she?" "Konoha. Her clan's people are all in Konoha." Nagato said nothing. Uchiha Gen kept walking forward. He walked a long way. When he was almost at the bend in the alley, he tilted his head slightly. In the corner of his vision, the three children were crouching in the rain. Yahiko had opened the oil paper bundle and handed one to Konan first, then one to Nagato. Nagato lowered his head and looked at the rice ball in his hands. Rain pattered against his red hair. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze and turned past the corner. 3 days later, Konoha, Hokage's office. Amigakure terrain map and Hanzo's main force deployment. Uchiha Gen placed the scroll on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened it and gave it one glance. Very detailed. You've worked hard. If there's nothing else, I'm going back. Gen. Uchiha Gen stopped. In Amigakure, what did you run into? Uchiha Gen stood by the door and was silent for a few breaths. 3 children. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't press further. The door closed. Uchiha Gen walked out of the Hokage building. There was no rain in Konoha. The setting sun dyed the whole street gold. He walked in the direction of the Senju compound. Past East Street, past the straight road lined with cherry trees, past the path he had walked for more than 20 years. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, Tsunade was sitting beneath the eaves corridor, Nawaki in her arms. Nawaki was asleep, with a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. Kushina was crouching in the yard, drawing on the ground with a tree branch. Her red hair looked like a ball of fire under the sunset. Tsunade raised her head. You're back. Did you finish the rice balls? Uchiha Gen sat down beside her. Nawaki turned over and muttered something in his sleep. Finished them. He didn't say that he had given the rice balls to the 3 children in the rain. Tsunade glanced at him and didn't ask again. She only leaned a little closer toward him. In the yard, Kushina's drawing was almost done. Several figures were drawn in the dirt. One was a little red-haired person. One was a little brown-haired person, and 2 slightly bigger people holding hands. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at Kushina's red hair. The same red as Nagato. That's a really good drawing. Kushina looked up, her eyes bright. Really? The sunset sank lower. Under the eaves corridor of the Senju compound, 4 people sat together. Pine branches swayed gently in the evening wind. Was it still raining in Amigakure? Uchiha Gen didn't know. But he knew those 3 children were still alive. At least today they were still alive. Konoha year 32, autumn. On the day the declaration of war was delivered to the Hokage's office, it was raining outside the window. Not the endless rain of Amigakure, but Konoha's autumn rain, falling for a while and stopping for a while, as if hesitating over whether it really wanted to come down. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed 4 mission scrolls side by side on the desk. Sanigakure has formally declared war on the Land of Fire. He gave no build-up, no opening remarks. The daimyo of the Land of Wind has given Sanigakure a dead order. They have to break through the Land of River's defense line within 3 months. That woman Chiyo has already put her poison to use on the battlefield. His gaze fell on Tsunade's face. The number of poisoned shinobi on the front line has already exceeded 100. The medical unit is helpless. Tsunade, you're the only one in Konoha who can analyze Chiyo's poison. Tsunade said nothing. She only picked up that scroll and held it in her hand. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his second disciple. The Amigakure battlefield. Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war on all 3 nations at the same time. The Land of Rain is a meat grinder now. Jiraiya. Third, Kumo has been getting restless. The border needs someone to hold the line. Your mission isn't to attack. It's to make Kumo not dare to move. Jiraiya took the scroll. For once, he didn't brag. He glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's vertical pupils were fixed on his own scroll from the Amigakure front, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for IWA, Danzo will handle it. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed the last scroll in front of Uchiha Gen. Suna, you and Tsunade will go together. Uchiha Gen looked at that scroll. Autumn rain tapped against the window, blurring the street scene outside. Tsunade is going to neutralize poison. What am I going there for? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him. Tsunade is your wife. Protect her. The office fell silent for a moment. Uchiha Gen picked up the scroll. You'll depart in 3 days. When they walked out of the Hokage building, the rain had already stopped. The 4 of them walked down East Street in the same formation as when they got out of school 20 years ago. Jiraiya on the left, Orochimaru on the right, Uchiha Gen in the middle, and Tsunade to his left. But no one spoke. When they reached the fork in the road, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. Hey, the other 3 stopped as well. Don't die. His voice was different from usual. It wasn't the loud voice he used when boasting, but something lower, rougher. Whoever dies, I'll sing the song I wrote at his funeral. I'll sing it all day. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Then I'd better stay alive. Tsunade smiled. It was brief, light. Then she reached out and punched Jiraiya on the shoulder. You don't die either. Jiraiya rubbed his shoulder. It has already hurt for 20 years. Why are your punches still this heavy? The 4 of them stood at the fork in the road. The autumn wind blew over, shaking last night's rainwater from the leaves. They had walked from the age of 4 to now, for more than 20 years. Next, they would be heading to different battlefields. I'm leaving. Orochimaru was the first to turn around. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly in the autumn light, and then he walked west. Amigakure was to the west. Jiraiya went north. Kumo was to the north. Uchiha Gen and Tsunade went south. Suna was to the south. After walking a long distance, Uchiha Gen turned back and glanced over. The fork in the road was already empty. For people, 4 directions. Land of wind. Frontline camp. The dry wind rolled yellow sand in from the west, making the tent walls snap loudly. Tsunade stood inside the medical tent. 3 poisoned wounded lay in front of her. Their skin had turned an unnatural grayish-green, and their chakra fluctuations were so weak they looked like candles flickering in the wind. Chiyo's poison. It wasn't a violent poison that killed instantly. It was a slow poison that steadily drained chakra and made the body fail from the inside out. Those who were poisoned wouldn't die right away. First they would lose the ability to move, then consciousness, then chakra, and finally their breathing. Tsunade had already been standing there for 4 hours. Her hand hovered above a wounded man's chest. Emerald green medical chakra seeped from her palm like the first rain of spring. The poison moved through the wounded man's chakra pathways, and her chakra chased after it, cornering it bit by bit, breaking it down bit by bit. Every time she dissolved one strand of poison, another layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Uchiha Gen stood at the entrance of the tent and did not go inside. He was watching her, without disturbing her. Late at night, Tsunade walked out of the tent. Her chakra was almost completely exhausted, and her steps were unsteady. Uchiha Gen handed her a water flask. She took it, tilted her head back for a drink, and choked a little. The third one was saved. Her voice was hoarse. There are still 17 more. Uchiha Gen said nothing. He pulled her hand over and pressed his palm against hers. Emerald green chakra flowed from his hand into hers. It wasn't medical chakra. He didn't know medical ninjutsu. It was pure chakra, fused with yin-yang release and natural energy. Like water, like light, like the warmth of a heater under the eaves in winter. Tsunade's eyelashes trembled. Your chakra has become warm. It used to be cold. Uchiha chakra is always cold. After being with you, it became warm. Tsunade lowered her head. She tightened her grip on his hand. The wind blew in from the depths of the desert. The tent walls swelled and shifted in the wind like giant wings gently flapping. There was firelight in the distance, low groans from the wounded, and the faint clink of weapons as the sentries changed shifts. Gen. I miss Konoha. I miss Grandma, Nawaki, and Kushina. Uchiha Gen pulled her a little closer to his side. When the war is over, we'll go back. Nawaki will come running over and say, Big brother Gen, you're back. Kushina will be drawing in the yard. Grandma will sit under the eaves and ask whether we finished our medicine. Tsunade said nothing. She buried her face in his chest. Moonlight fell over the sand, stretching the shadows of the two of them long and thin. Under the same moon, Amigakure, Orochimaru stood atop an abandoned tower, rainwater dripping from his long hair. His vertical pupils looked down at the village below. 3 small figures were moving through the ruins. The orange-haired child walked in front. The pale blue-purple-haired girl walked in the middle, and the red-haired child brought up the rear. 3 children like 3 drenched wildcats. Orochimaru watched for a while. Then he turned and disappeared into the curtain of rain. Kumo border. Jiraiya sat on the edge of a cliff, with a sea of clouds and the moon before him. He had taken off his ninja shoes, and his bare feet dangled over the edge, swinging back and forth. A scroll lay spread across his knees. 3 lines had been written on it, and 2 of them had been crossed out. He stared at the moon in a daze for a while. None of you better die. He said it to the moon. The moon did not answer. Senju clan grounds. Nawaki and Kushina sat beneath the eaves. Nawaki tilted his head up at the moon. When will Sis and Big Brother Gen come back? Kushina lowered her head and drew on the ground with a branch. There were 4 figures in the mud. A little red-haired person, a little brown-haired person, a pale blonde-haired adult, and a black-haired adult, holding hands. When the cherry blossoms bloom again, she said. The pine branches swayed softly in the night wind. Moonlight covered the empty eaves. Suna front line. In the darkest moment before dawn, Chiyo's forces slipped past the defenses of the Land of Rivers. 300 Suna shinobi, equipped with poison mist bombs personally made by Chiyo, pounced on Konoha's camp like locusts. By the time the sentry's throat was cut, the alarm hadn't even had time to sound. When the first tent caught fire, most people were still asleep. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. The instant he sat up on the field bed, Tsunade woke up too. After 20 years of fighting side by side, they no longer needed words between them. Go to the medical tent. That was all he said. Tsunade glanced at him, grabbed the medical kit and rushed out. Uchiha Gen walked out of the tent. The camp had already turned into a sea of fire. The poison mist bombs of the Suna shinobi exploded throughout the camp, and purple smoke spread everywhere. The skin of anyone who inhaled it quickly turned grayish-green, and their chakra leaked out like a punctured water bag. Konoha's shinobi rushed out of the tents. Some were still pulling on their clothes, some were barefoot, and some choked on the poison mist and collapsed on the ground on the spot. "Don't panic!" Tsukumo Hataki's voice rang out from the center of the camp. The young Konoha White Fang stood in the firelight, his short blade already drawn, white chakra light flowing across the edge. His orders were short and forceful. Chunin and below, fall back. Jonin, form defensive formations. Medical unit, withdraw to the east side. But there were too many Suna shinobi. 3,000 against 1,000. And Chiyo's poison. To the east, Tsunade had already raised a chakra barrier outside the medical tent. The emerald green light shield blocked the spreading poison mist, but her chakra was being drained at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the tent lay 17 wounded who had just been rescued yesterday, and now 12 more newly poisoned patients had been brought in. Her fingers were trembling, but the speed of her hand seals did not slow in the slightest. On the north side of the camp, the defensive formation had been torn open. 3 figures stepped out from the sand ninja formation. At the front was an old woman, her hair graying, the wrinkles on her face like dried tree bark. She wore the traditional robes of Sunagakure, and more than a dozen scrolls of all sizes hung at her waist. Chiyo, Sunagakure's strongest puppeteer, a poison master that even Hanzo of the Salamander had to fear. To her left was a man in his 30s, and to her right a woman around the same age. The man's puppet was a 6-armed Ajura. The woman's puppet was a Buddha draped in a tattered kasaya. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, the vice-captain and captain of Sunagakure's puppet corps. Konoha's camp was easier to break through than I expected. Chiyo's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping across metal. "Tsukumo Hataki, your blade is fast, but not faster than my poison." Tsukumo Hataki tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He said nothing. The white fang's gleam flowed along the blade's edge. "Mother, leave Tsukumo Hataki to me." Chiyo's son stepped forward, and all 6 arms of the Ajura puppet spread open at once. In every palm was a sanbon coated in poison. "I've heard Konoha's white fang can cut through chakra. I want to see whether it can cut through my puppet too." His wife stood at his side. The Buddha puppet slowly pressed its palms together, releasing a heavy metallic rumble. Tsukumo Hataki tilted his blade slightly. At the same time, his stance sealed off all 3 of their attack routes. But his palm was sweating, not from fear. The poison mist was still spreading, and his chakra was being eroded by the toxin. He did not know how much longer he could hold on. A hand landed on his shoulder. "Tsukumo-senpai." Tsukumo Hataki turned his head. Uchiha Gen stood behind him. The firelight in the camp shone on the face of this 20-year-old Uchiha, making his eyes look bright. Not the kind of red from an activated Sharingan, but a deeper, heavier light. "Leave it to me." Tsukumo Hataki's pupils contracted slightly. "Shen, those 3, leave it to me." Uchiha Shen repeated himself. He walked past Tsukumo Hataki and toward Chiyo's family. His steps were not fast, carrying the same rhythm as cutting wheat in the fields 20 years ago. Bend down, pull the sickle, lay down the wheat. Step by step, step by step, step by step. Chiyo's daughter-in-law moved first. The Buddha puppet's palms separated, and from each palm burst a spray of sunbon coated in purple poison, giving off a strange gleam in the firelight. Uchiha Shen did not stop. When the senbon reached 3 feet in front of him, they stopped. As if they had slammed into an invisible wall, they hung in midair, densely packed, their tips only an inch from his skin. Then all of them dropped to the ground, producing a flurry of fine sounds. Chiyo's pupils shrank. "You're not an ordinary Uchiha." Uchiha Shen did not answer. His eyes changed. Deep within his black pupils, 3 arcs connected end to end and slowly turned. Not a 3-tomo Sharingan. A more complicated, more ancient pattern. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment Chiyo saw those eyes, the wrinkles on her face twitched. She had seen Uchiha eyes before. In the Warring States era, she had seen the 3-tomo Sharingan. She had seen the Mangekyo, but this pair she had never seen before. "Son, daughter-in-law, attack together." All 6 arms of the Ajura puppet spread at once. The Buddha puppet's palms came together again, releasing an even heavier roar than before. 2 puppets, 12 weapons, attacked Uchiha Shen from every angle at the same time. Uchiha Shen closed his eyes. Then he smiled. Not a cold smile. Not a mocking smile. It was the smile of someone who had suppressed himself for far too long and could finally let out a breath. Ever since the night at age 3 when he sat on the doorstep clutching his parents' scroll. Ever since he swallowed Tsunade's blood at age 4. Ever since he entered under the Hokage at age 6. Ever since Tsunade cried in his arms at age 7. Ever since he confessed to Tsunade in the capital at age 15. Ever since he held her in the corridor beneath the eaves of the Senju clan grounds at age 20. He had hidden for too long. Today, he did not need to hide anymore. He opened his eyes. Ants, witnessed the power of the Uchiha God. Black chakra surged out from his body, not erupting, but flowing. Like undercurrents in the deep sea, like magma beneath the earth, like power that had not seen daylight for 1,000 years finally finding an outlet. The black chakra gathered around him, taking shape, growing. A gigantic figure rose from within the black chakra. Skeleton. Then meridians climbed over it. Then flesh. Then armor. Pitch black armor. Deeper than the night. Heavier than the abyss. Behind it, a pair of black wings slowly spread. Not feathers, but wing-like structures condensed from chakra. Every piece flowing with dark red patterns. Susanoo. Perfect form. Every battle in the camp stopped. The Konoha ninja looked up. The Sand ninja looked up. Tsukumo Hataki's hand gripping his blade froze. Under the shadow of the black giant, Chiyo's face turned deathly pale. Uchiha Gen stood at the brow of the Susanoo. 20 years old. Black hair. Black eyes. Black chakra shrouding him. He looked down at Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. The Susanoo drew its sword. A black greatsword. Dark red patterns flowing across the blade. When the sword rose, it covered the moon. When it fell, the wind stopped. One slash. The Azura puppet was crushed into dust. The Buddha puppet was crushed into dust. Chiyo's son did not even have time to form hand seals. His wife's scream had only just reached its first syllable before it was cut off. The ground split open into a deep trench, stretching from the north side of the camp all the way to the end of sight. The trench walls were smooth as mirrors. The sand and stone burned into glass by chakra. 2 corpses fell to the ground, light as 2 fallen leaves. 1 sword, 2 people. The camp fell silent for a moment. Then the Konoha side erupted in shouts. No one gave the order. Everyone shouted at the same time. 1,000 voices drowned out the voices of 3,000 Sand ninja. The poisoned climbed up from the ground. The wounded tightened their grip on their weapons. The Chunin who had already prepared to retreat turned around and charged back. Tsukumo Hataki looked at that black Susanoo, looked at the 20-year-old Uchiha at its brow. He tightened his grip on White Fang. Countercharge. Konoha's ninja surged across that deep trench like a tide. The Sand ninja formation had already collapsed the moment the Susanoo appeared. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law died before her eyes, and she had not even had time to reach out a hand. She was dragged backward by her guards as they retreated. The expression on her face was not anger. It was fear. Uchiha Gen controlled the Susanoo and unleashed another slash, directly wiping out more than 300 of the enemy. Dawn finally came. Uchiha Gen dismissed the Susanoo, and the black chakra flowed back into his body like a receding tide. The fires in the camp were still burning, but people had already begun putting them out. The wounded were carried into the medical tent. Tsunade was so busy inside she did not even have time to look up. When he passed by the medical tent, Tsunade stuck her head out from inside. Blood and soot stained her face, and her eyes were fixed on him. You scared me to death. Uchiha Gen reached out and tucked a loose strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. I'm fine. Tsukumo Hataki walked over. He looked at Uchiha Gen and stayed silent for a long time. Very strong. As expected of the power of the Uchiha god, Tsukumo Hataki said. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Your Susanoo is black. He held out his hand. Black Death God. After this battle, the entire ninja world will call you that. Uchiha Gen clasped his hand. Sunlight shone in from the east and fell across his face. 1 month later, the name of the Black Reaper spread throughout the ninja world. The Sunagakure front had collapsed. Chiyo had lost her son and daughter-in-law and retreated back into the depths of the Land of Wind. On the Amigakure front, Orochimaru had stabilized the line. At the Kumogakure border, Jiraiya had not let a single Cloud Ninja cross even 1 step. On the Iwagakure side, Danzo's methods were more ruthless than anyone else's. And Uchiha Gen was writing a letter home to Tsunade inside a tent. Nawaki, Kushina, Grandma. Everything is fine on the front lines. Tsunade saves a lot of people every day. I'm doing well. When the cherry blossoms bloom again, we'll come back. He sealed the letter. Outside the tent, the howling of wind and sand never stopped, day or night. He raised his head and looked toward the east. Konoha was in that direction. The wind of the Land of Wind blew in from the west, carrying sand and grit. When it struck his face, it felt like a dense shower of senbon. Uchiha Gen stood on the ridge at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Behind him stood 1,000 Konoha ninja. Tsukumo Hataki stood to his left. The captain of the Hyuga clan stood to his right. Everyone's eyes were on him. 3 days ago, a letter from Hiruzen Sarutobi had arrived. The letter was short. Chiyo has retreated to Sunagakure. The daimyo of the Land of Wind is wavering. Press the advantage and advance. March to the city gates and force them to sue for peace. There is no need to attack the village itself. The Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Gen folded the letter and tucked it into his chest. Then he turned around and faced the 1,000 Konoha ninja. The wind lifted his black hair and carried his voice into every ear. The target is Sunagakure. Formation. I'll walk at the very front. You follow behind Susanoo. No need to move fast, but move steadily. Every step we take forward becomes Konoha's ground. No one spoke. But the light in 1,000 pairs of eyes was exactly the same. Move out. Uchiha Gen walked down from the ridge. His footsteps landed on the sands of the land of wind, leaving behind the first footprint. Black chakra surged out of his body. It was not the kind of violent outburst that came after being suppressed for too long. This was something steadier, heavier, like a dark underground river. Not hurried, never stopping. Susanoo rose in the desert. Complete body. The black armor reflected a deep, dim glow under the early winter sunlight. The twin wings on its back slowly spread open, and every wing-like structure flowed with dark crimson patterns. The desert could not bear its weight. Centered beneath its feet, the ground within a radius of dozens of zhang sank 3 inches at the same time. Uchiha Gen stood at Susanoo's brow. 20 years old. Black hair. Black eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned soundlessly in the depths of his gaze. He did not look back at the 1,000 men behind him. He simply walked forward. Susanoo took its first step. The ground shook once. Then the second step. The third step. Each time it crossed forward, an enormous footprint was left in the sand. 1,000 Konoha ninja followed inside those footprints, following that black giant as they advanced toward Sunagakure. At the border of the land of wind, the first defensive line. The Sunagakure watchtower spotted Susanoo the instant it appeared on the horizon. The alarm bell rang out. Messengers ran back like mad. The captain of the defending force was a middle-aged ninja in his 40s, a veteran who had fought in 2 ninja wars. He stood on the defensive line and watched that black giant draw closer step by step. The hand gripping his kunai was trembling, but he did not retreat. Fire. Kunai with explosive tags shot at Susanoo like a rainstorm. The flames of the explosions swallowed the black giant's upper body. When the smoke cleared, there was not even a scratch on Susanoo's armor. Uchiha Gen did not even lower his head to look at them. Susanoo's palm swept across. The chevaux de frise, barricades, and fortifications on the line were sent flying as if they had been made of paper. The Sunagakure ninja were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. By the time they crawled back up, Susanoo had already stepped over their heads. The 1,000 Konoha ninja ran past them. Not one person stopped to finish anyone off. Uchiha Gen's order had been clear. Push straight through. No pursuit. The first defensive line. Shattered. The second defensive line. Shattered. At the third defensive line, Sunagakure had gathered 200 men. Led by 3 jonin, they set up a combined earth release barrier. A rock wall more than 10 zhang high rose out of the sand and blocked Susanoo's path. The wall was covered top to bottom with explosive tags. All 200 men set them off at the same time. Flames shot into the sky. The rock wall shattered. Susanoo walked out from the broken stone and gunpowder smoke. And there was still not a single mark on its armor. The oldest of the 3 jonin was a female ninja with graying hair. As she looked at the 20-year-old Uchiha standing at Susanoo's brow, she suddenly remembered 30 years ago. Back then, she had been just as young. She had followed the second Kazekage through the desert and seen Uchiha Madara from far away. His Susanoo had been blue. 30 years later, she was looking at a black one. Retreat. Now, the third defensive line. Shattered. From the border of the land of rivers to Sunagakure, Susanoo walked for an entire day. The 1,000 Konoha ninja followed for an entire day. When the sun was setting, the outline of Sunagakure appeared on the horizon. It was a village that had been eroded by wind and sand for decades. Round buildings were stacked layer upon layer, like a hollowed-out mountain. The massive stone gate at the village entrance was tightly shut. On the gate was the symbol of Sunagakure of the land of wind. Susanoo stopped 300 paces outside the village gate. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the sand beneath his feet. Then Susanoo drew its sword. The black greatsword plunged into the sand, and the blade sank into the ground. Centered on the sword, black chakra spread in all directions, carving the first array pattern into the sand. Then the second. Then the third. A flying thunder god marker. Permanent position. Make camp, Uchiha Gen said. 1,000 Konoha ninja set up camp 300 paces outside Sunagakure's gate. One tent after another went up. One bonfire after another was lit. One squad of sentries after another was sent out. There was no siege, no challenge shouted at the gates, no cutting off the water supply. They simply made camp. They planted the camp right at Sunagakure's front gate. They carved the flying thunder god marker right under Sunagakure's nose. At night, Uchiha Gen sat by the bonfire. Tsukumo Hatake walked over and sat down beside him. The Kazekage side has sent an envoy. He wants to talk. Uchiha Gen added another piece of firewood to the flames. Have the envoy wait. Wait for the third's reply. He took out paper and pen from his chest. The paper had been taken from the medical tent. On the back, the medicine inventory was still printed there. The pen belonged to Tsunade. There were bite marks from her teeth on the barrel. He spread the paper over his knees and began to write. Teacher, Our forces have reached a point 300 paces outside Sunigakure. We have not attacked. The flying thunder god marker has been planted. We are surrounding them without attacking, awaiting your instructions. Shen. He sealed the letter and handed it to the messenger at his side. Use the fastest hawk. The messenger took the letter and ran toward the communications unit. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Uchiha Gen and stayed silent for a while. Why not just break in directly? Sunigakure doesn't have the strength to defend anymore. Uchiha Gen looked at the bonfire. What teacher said was force them to sue for peace. Not destroy their nation. War is for making it stop, not for fighting it to the end. The bonfire burned for a while. Wind blew in from the depths of the desert, carrying sparks up into the night sky. Tsukumo Hatake stood up. Black Reaper. He lowered his head and looked at Uchiha Gen. When you were walking forward inside Susanoo, I was watching from behind. 1,000 people followed in your footprints. Not one fell behind. Not one looked back. Do you know what that means? Uchiha Gen raised his head. It means they trust you. They believe that if they follow you, they'll survive. They believe the direction you're walking is the right one. Tsukumo Hatake turned and walked toward his own tent. That kind of trust is heavier than Susanoo. Only Uchiha Gen was left by the bonfire. He sat there, looking at Sunigakure's tightly shut stone gate. Behind that gate were Chiyo, the Kazekage, several thousand Sunigakure ninja, and tens of thousands of civilians. Outside that gate were his 1,000 men, his Susanoo, and the flying thunder god marker stabbed into the sand. The moon rose. The moon over the desert was colder and paler than the one over Konoha. Uchiha Gen opened his palm, and a green leaf grew from the center of it. In the desert of early winter, there should not have been any green leaves. It trembled slightly in his palm. He clenched his fist. The green leaf shattered into motes of light. Behind the tent, Tsunade walked out of the medical tent and headed toward him. She sat down beside him and held his cold hand. What are you thinking about? Nawaki, Kushina, Grandma. Tsunade pressed his palm against her cheek. When the war ends, we'll go home. The bonfire flickered once. Uchiha Gen looked at her face for a long time. Okay. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived the next evening. He brought no guards and no escort. He had set out from Konoha alone and traveled for a full day and night. Over his Hokage robe, he wore a gray travel outfit, the hem stained with the sand and dust of the Land of Wind. He stood at the edge of the camp, staring at the tightly shut stone gates of Sunigakure 300 steps away for a long time. Sensei. Uchiha Gen's voice came from behind him. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not turn around. You planted Susanoo right at their front gate. Uchiha Gen walked up beside him and followed his gaze to the massive black sword stabbed into the sand. For 3 days now, he had kept Susanoo's sword from dispersing. The black blade was buried halfway into the sand, and the dark red patterns flowing across the guard flickered under the setting sun like a slowly beating heart. Every time the people of Sunigakure pushed open the stone gates, the first thing they saw was that sword. You told us to set up camp. You didn't say I couldn't stick a sword there, Uchiha Gen said. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi turn his head and look at him. 22-year-old Uchiha Gen stood in the desert's evening light, traces of wind and sand worn across his face. 19 years ago, this child had sat by the window in the ninja academy, always ranking 4th in exams. 7 years ago, he had carried Senju Nawaki back to Konoha from the capital. 3 days ago, he had activated Susanoo in the camp and cut down Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law with one slash. Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt that this disciple of his was becoming more and more outrageous. Black Reaper. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke the title aloud, his tone like he was tasting the name of a tea leaf. Tsukumo came up with it? Yeah. Not bad. He walked deeper into the camp. As he passed the medical tent, Tsunade happened to lift the flap and come out, carrying a basin of bloody water in her hands. When she saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, she froze for a moment. Sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the weariness on her face, the bandages wrapped around her fingers, and the steady hands holding that basin of blood. You've worked hard. Tsunade lowered her head. It wasn't hard. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted her shoulder and kept walking. Early the next morning, the stone gates of Sunigakure opened. The third Kazekage walked out. Behind him followed the envoy of the Land of Wind's daimyo, members of Sunigakure's Council of Elders, and Chiyo. Chiyo stood at the edge of the group, the wrinkles on her face looking twice as deep as they had 3 months ago. Her gaze crossed the distance of 300 steps and landed on the black-haired Uchiha standing at the edge of the camp. Uchiha Gen was looking at her too. Their eyes met once in the cold air of early winter, then each looked away. The peace treaty was signed inside a tent at the center of the camp. There was no long table, no banners, no court historian. Just 2 folding chairs, 1 table moved over from the medical tent, and 2 scrolls. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on one side of the table. The third Kazekage sat on the other. Outside the tent stood 1,000 Konoha shinobi and 3,000 Suna shinobi, but inside the tent there were only 2 people. Uchiha Gen stood in the shadow outside the tent. Tsunade stood beside him. When the third Kazekage picked up the pen, his hand paused for a moment, not because he was unwilling. His gaze had passed through the gap in the tent and landed on the massive black sword planted in the sand 300 steps away. Then his hand came down, and he signed his name on the scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi signed his name too. The two men stood and shook hands. Outside the tent, the Konoha shinobi erupted in cheers. The voices of 1,000 people rolled across the desert sky. The Suna shinobi remained silent, but no one lowered his head. The war was over. The people who had survived could go home. For the ones still alive today, that was enough. Uchiha Gen looked at the two people shaking hands inside the tent. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Kazekage. 2/3. Two men each called the strongest Hokage and Kazekage in their village's history. He suddenly let out a laugh. Tsunade turned her head to look at him. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Gen held back his laughter, but the corner of his mouth was still curved up. I just thought of a joke. Many years from now, Konoha's Ninja Academy textbooks will write that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the strongest of all the Hokage. Tsunade frowned. What's funny about that? Sensei really is very strong. I never said Sensei wasn't strong. Uchiha Gen looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's back inside the tent. But whether the strongest is true depends on who you're comparing him to. He thought of the scenes in his memories from Blue Star. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His would release had pacified a chaotic age, ended the Warring States era, and distributed the tailed beasts among the nations. His power had made the entire world tremble for a lifetime. Even decades after his death, people from every side still fought to transplant his cells. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He had developed flying Raijin, shadow clones, and impure world reincarnation, and with one hand he had built Konoha's ninjutsu system and institutional framework. Even after death, he was still shaping the structure of the entire ninja world. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Forget it. The strongest. Uchiha Gen chewed on that phrase. History is written by the living. The one who lives the longest becomes the strongest. Then what are you laughing at? Tsunade still did not understand. Uchiha Gen looked at the two hands shaking inside the tent. The third Hokage and the third Kazekage. Two people pushed to the front by their era. Two people cleaning up the mess left behind by the real monsters. I'm laughing because history is really interesting. Tsunade looked at him for a while and did not ask any more questions. For more than 10 years now, she had already gotten used to him occasionally saying things she could not understand. She just wrapped her arm around his and leaned against his shoulder. The early winter desert was flooded with pale sunlight. It was not warm, but at least it was no longer raining. Inside the tent, Hiruzen Sarutobi released the Kazekage's hand. Kazekage Dano. The ceasefire agreement between Konoha and Sunagakure takes effect from this moment. The third Kazekage looked at him. Hokage Dano, I have a question. Hiruzen Sarutobi waited for him to ask it. When will that sword outside be removed? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a breath. Then he turned his head and looked outside the tent. Uchiha Gen stood in the shadows, Tsunade holding his arm. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from inside the tent. Gen, put the sword away. Uchiha Gen lifted his head. With a slight thought, the massive black sword planted in the sand 300 steps away turned into specks of chakra light and scattered into the air. Only a deep pit was left in the open ground before the gates of Sunagakure. The wind and sand would fill it in. But the people of Sunagakure would never forget where that pit had been. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned back and looked at the Kazekage. It's gone. That evening, Konoha's camp began to be dismantled. 1,000 people were going home. Uchiha Gen stood at the edge of the camp, looking at the tightly shut stone gates of Sunagakure. Tsunade walked over and handed him a water bottle. What are you looking at? The gate. Tsunade looked at that gate too. What are you thinking about? Uchiha Gen took the bottle and drank a mouthful. 20 years ago, he had sat on the doorstep of the Uchiha clan compound, holding his parents' scrolls and staring at the courtyard gate. That gate had never made a sound. Home. Tsunade hooked his arm. Let's go. They turned around and walked into the flow of people dismantling the camp. Behind them, the stone gates of Sunagakure remained tightly shut. Behind those gates, Chiyo stood in the shadows. She watched the back of that black-haired Uchiha disappear into the sand and dust, then took out 2 scrolls from her clothes. Her sons. Her daughter-in-laws. She held them for a very long time. The early winter wind blew in from the depths of the desert. Uchiha Gen walked on the road home. On the day they returned to Konoha, fine snow drifted down from the sky. Uchiha Gen stood at the gate of the Senju clan compound, looking at the old pine tree under the corridor eaves. A thin layer of snow had gathered on the branches, the same as when he had left, yet also different. When he left, it had been autumn, and the pine needles had been golden. Now it was winter. The pine needles were dark green, holding up white snow. Tsunade walked past him and pushed open the courtyard gate. The door hinge gave a familiar soft creak. Then she stopped. Under the covered corridor, Uzumaki Mito sat there with a thin blanket over her legs. Her white hair was whiter than it had been 3 months ago, and her back was more bent than before. Her eyes were closed, as if she had fallen asleep. Tsunade lightened her footsteps as she walked over and crouched down beside her. Grandma. Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes. Those eyes had seen chaotic times, seen peace, and seen her husband and younger brother leave one after another. She looked at Tsunade for a long time. Then she smiled. You're back. Tsunade buried her face in her grandmother's lap, just like when she was little. Uchiha Gen stood in the courtyard. Snow fell onto his shoulders. Nawaki ran out from the house, stopped in front of him, and looked up at him. 8-year-old Nawaki had grown taller again. Brother Shen, you're back. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at him. Where is this? With Grandma. Nawaki glanced toward the covered corridor, but he didn't go over. He just stood beside Uchiha Gen and watched the snow in the courtyard with him. At 8 years old, the child had already learned that sometimes silence was better. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi placed a document on the desk. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and glanced at it. On the cover was the symbol of the ANBU, an expressionless animal mask, and beneath it, a horizontally placed kunai. Umbu, Konoha's most special organization. It answered directly to the Hokage and was not under the authority of any other department. Assassination, reconnaissance, counterintelligence, protection. ANBU members had no names, only codenames. No faces. Only masks. ANBU commander Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Uchiha Gen did not touch the document. Why me? Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his chair and walked to the window. Outside was the street of Konoha. The war had just ended, and there were not many people on the streets. Some were carrying supplies toward the warehouses. Some were squatting by the roadside, repairing walls damaged by the war. A child ran past, and his mother called after him to slow down. Wars are fought on the front lines. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from the window. But what decides victory or defeat is not only the front lines. Intelligence, logistics, public sentiment, and the stability inside the village. He turned around and looked at Uchiha Gen. In this war, 30% of Konoha's spies in the other villages were uprooted. 40% of the other villages' spies in Konoha were uprooted. I want you to become the ANBU commander and weave Konoha's internal net together again. Uchiha Gen stayed silent. Shen. For a brief moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone changed. It was no longer the tone of a Hokage speaking to a subordinate, but a teacher speaking to his student. You are the disciple I worry about the most. And also the disciple who reassures me the most. Think that over yourself. Uchiha Gen lowered his head. He looked at that document for a long time. Actually, Hiruzen-sensei's meaning during the day had already been very clear. As a teacher, he could trust Shen without being guarded. But there were still others. Still people from other clans. Ever since the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, had walked out through the front gate, the Uchiha's reputation had never really been that good. What his teacher said today was also a reminder to him. Forget it, why think so much? Sleeping while holding Tsunade was what mattered most. Nawaki, Kushina, the great elder, and Mikoto, who said she wanted to marry him, were what mattered most. I have 2 conditions. Speak. First, between the ANBU training grounds and the Senju compound, I want to set up a flying thunder god marker. If Tsunade calls for me, I need to be able to go back immediately. Second, Nawaki graduates at 12. There are still 4 years left. During these 4 years, I'll handle ANBU matters. But after Nawaki graduates, I want to review his mission assignments. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him. The first condition is approved. As for the second, you're his brother-in-law. You already have the right to interfere with his missions. Uchiha Gen picked up the document. When do I take office? Now. At dusk, Uchiha Gen returned to the Senju compound. He placed the scroll appointing him as ANBU commander on the covered corridor without opening it. Tsunade glanced at the ANBU symbol on the scroll and asked nothing. She simply pulled him over, made him sit down and poured him a cup of tea. The tea was warm. In the courtyard, Nawaki was practicing shuriken. From the day Uchiha Gen left for the Sunagakure front lines, he had practiced 1,000 throws every day. No one supervised him. He supervised himself. The sound of shuriken hitting the target came one after another, steady and firm. Holding the teacup, Uchiha Gen looked at Nawaki's back in the courtyard. 8 years old. There were still 2 years until the full outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War, and 4 years until Nawaki, in the original story, would accidentally step into an exploding tag trap. For years, he still had time. Enough time to teach this child into becoming a ninja who could survive. From deeper within the covered corridor, a paper door slid open by a crack. Uzumaki Mito sat reclining against the bedding, watching the 3 people in the courtyard. Tsunade was leaning against Uchiha Gen. Nawaki was practicing shuriken. Kushina was crouched by the edge of the corridor, drawing on the ground with a tree branch. As she watched, she slowly closed her eyes. Tsunade turned her head and saw that her grandmother had closed her eyes. Just as she was about to stand up, Uzumaki Mito lifted a hand slightly, signaling that she didn't need to come over. She simply kept her eyes closed and listened to the sounds in the courtyard. The sound of shuriken striking the target. The sound of a branch scraping over the dirt. The faint sound of cloth rubbing together as Tsunade and Uchiha Gen sat side by side. She had listened to these sounds for decades. When Hashirama was still here, these were the sounds in the courtyard. When Tobirama was still here, these were the sounds in the courtyard too. Now they were both gone, but the sounds remained. Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Uchiha Gen's back. Gen. Uchiha Gen stood up, walked to the paper door, and knelt down. Grandma. Uzumaki Mito looked at him. 22 years old. Black hair. Black eyes. The scroll appointing him as ANBU commander lay on the covered corridor. When Hashirama was in his 20s, he was still fighting with Madara. When Tobirama was 22, he was still researching water release. This child was 22, and he had already married Tsunade, crushed Sunagakure, and taken over ANBU. She reached out her hand. Uchiha Gen extended his hand to meet hers. Her hand was very old, the skin like a dried-up riverbed. His hand was very steady, like the stones beneath the riverbed. I'm entrusting Tsunade to you, she said. You already said that before. Then I'll say it again. All right. Uzumaki Mito let go of his hand. She looked at the snow in the courtyard. I'm about to go. Uchiha Gen's fingers tightened slightly. Don't tell Tsunade. She knows, but she doesn't want to believe it. When Hashirama left, I thought I would leave with him. But I didn't because Tobirama was still here, Konoha was still here, Tsunade was still here, and the Senju were still here. Later, Tobirama left too, and I stayed behind one more time. Because Tsunade was still young, and Nawaki was even younger. She paused for a moment. Now Tsunade is married. Nawaki is in school. Kushina has you all to look after her. I finished everything I was supposed to do. This body can't hold on much longer. At most 1 year. Outside the paper door, the sound of shuriken hitting the target stopped. Nawaki was shouting for Kushina to help him pull out the shuriken. Kushina said, pull them out yourself. Tsunade said, you two stop arguing. Uchiha Gen remained kneeling by the paper door. The light reflected off the snow outside and fell across his face. Grandma. Is there anything else you need me to do? Uzumaki Mito looked at him. Then she smiled. Live well. Live longer than Hashirama, longer than Tobirama, longer than me. In this life, Tsunade has already watched too many people leave. Don't make her watch you leave too. Uchiha Gen lowered his head. His forehead touched the tatami. Alright. Year 36 of Konoha. Summer. ANBU headquarters was underground. There were no windows and no sunlight. In the corridors, there was only the cold, constant light of chakra lamps. Uchiha Gen had stayed here for 4 years. In those 4 years, he had extended ANBU's intelligence network from the land of fire into the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of rain, the land of rice fields, the land of rivers, every place that had a ninja village, and every place that had no ninja village but still had ninja. Intelligence was no longer isolated sheets of paper. It was a net. If any one region was disturbed, the entire net would sense it. He closed the scroll and walked out of the office. The ANBU members in the corridor saw him and lowered their heads in salute. Chief. Uchiha Gen gave a slight nod, but his steps never slowed. For 4 years, he had nodded countless times, and not once had he stopped. It was not because he was cold. The ANBU had no need for unnecessary communication. Once a person put on a mask, they became the person behind that mask. Extra words, extra expressions, extra emotions. Any of them might one day become a kunai aimed back at yourself. But today he stopped. Because today was Nawaki's graduation exam. On the Ninja Academy training ground, 11-year-old Senju Nawaki stood in front of the target range. He had grown much taller. His brown hair was tied into a small ponytail behind his head. 4 years ago, when he threw shuriken, he would hit the teacher's chalkboard eraser. Now, his shuriken were nailed into the bullseyes, 10 throws, 10 bullseyes, not a single one off by more than half an inch. The examiner was a Chunin instructor. Senju Nawaki, pass. Nawaki turned around. He did not jump up like he did when he was little. He only clenched his fist once, then slowly loosened it. When he walked out of the training ground, Uchiha Gen was standing at the door. Nawaki looked up. Brother Gen. Passed. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with me. Nawaki's eyes lit up for a moment. For the next half year, the backyard of the Senju compound became Nawaki's nightmare. Every day, Uchiha Gen came up with new kinds of traps. On the first day, it was explosive tags buried beneath fallen leaves. The trigger was not a tripwire, but pressure. Stepping on it would not make it explode. Only lifting his foot would. When Nawaki stepped on it, he noticed nothing. Only when he lifted his foot did he hear the faint hiss behind him. He threw himself forward, and the explosive tag detonated 3 steps behind him. Dirt and shredded leaves rained all over him. Again. On the second day, it was a double trap. The obvious tripwire was connected to a falling rock mechanism so obvious it was almost ridiculous. The real killing move was hidden on the only path one could take to dodge the falling rock. Nawaki dodged the rock and stepped straight into the real trap. Again. On the 5th day, it was traps in water. On the 10th day, it was sensory interference plus simultaneous triggers from multiple directions. On the 15th day, Nawaki dismantled every single trap and stood in the middle of the yard, gasping for breath. Uchiha Gen nodded and said, "Not bad." Then he snapped his fingers. The stone slab beneath Nawaki's feet suddenly flipped over, and his whole body dropped into a pit. The bottom of the pit was lined with cushions. It would not kill him, but lying there and staring up at the sky, Nawaki seriously began to wonder for the first time whether his brother-in-law was even human. A month later, the trap training moved from the backyard to the woods outside the village. 3 months later, it moved from the woods to the ANBU's dedicated training ground. Half a year later, Nawaki could determine within 3 breaths whether there were traps within a radius of 20 paces, with an accuracy rate above 90%. Uchiha Gen stood by the edge of the training ground, watching Nawaki walk across a stretch of grass that looked completely ordinary. His steps were not in a straight line. Before each step landed, the tip of his foot would lightly tap the ground first, confirming there was no pressure trigger, no chakra fluctuation, no wires, no explosive tags, no kunai, no poison. 11 years old. This child was 11 years old. Tsunade stood beside him. "You're training him too hard." Uchiha Gen did not answer. "Have you finished modifying the Flying Thunder God formula?" Tsunade asked. "It's finished. As long as Nawaki's chakra fluctuations drop to the threshold of near death, the formula will activate automatically. No matter where he is, I can reach his side within 1 breath." Tsunade was silent for a long time. "Thank you. He's my little brother too." Training ended. Covered in dirt, Nawaki walked over. "Brother Gen, I dismantled all the traps today. I didn't trigger a single one." Uchiha Gen looked at him and said, "Tomorrow I'll add new ones." Nawaki's face fell for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and straightened his body. Yes. There was a knock at the courtyard gate. The Third Hokage's messenger stood at the entrance, holding a scroll marked with an urgent red seal on the cover. Konoha Year 36. Autumn. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk. Standing before him were 6 people. Uchiha Gen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo Shimura. And the last one was the Hokage advisor, Koharu Uchiha. The Land of Rain. Hiruzen Sarutobi spread a map open. After Hanzo declared war on the 3 great nations, Amigakure has become the battlefield of the entire ninja world. Sunagakure is there. Iwagakure is there. Kumogakure is there as well. The ninjas of 4 villages are slaughtering each other on the same land. The number of civilian casualties in the Land of Rain can no longer be counted. His finger tapped the center of the Land of Rain. Amigakure, Konoha cannot stand by and watch. Once the Land of Rain is completely controlled by any one side, the western gate of the Land of Fire will be left wide open. He looked up. For this mission, Danzo will serve as the overall commander. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gen. The 4 of you will be assigned to the assault unit. Your objective is to break the stalemate and force all sides back to the negotiating table. Departure time, 3 days from now. After they left the office, the hallway was quiet. The 4 of them walked down the corridor. Just like 4 years ago. Just like 20 years ago when school had ended. Jiraiya on the left, Orochimaru on the right, Tsunade on the left, Uchiha Gen in the middle. The Land of Rain. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. I heard the rain there never stops. Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Interesting. Tsunade said nothing. Uchiha Gen turned his head to look at her. She shook her head. I'm fine. Senju compound. Nawaki sat beneath the veranda, wiping his shuriken. When he saw Uchiha Gen and Tsunade walk in, he stood up. Big sis. Brother Gen. I want to go too. Tsunade's steps stopped. Uchiha Gen looked at him. You're not a ninja yet. Nawaki pulled something out from his clothes. A Konoha forehead protector. Brand new. Without a single scratch on it. I got it today. I graduated. First place. Uchiha Gen looked at the forehead protector in his hand for a long time. You took Orochimaru as your teacher. Learn from him. On the battlefield. Listen to him. When I'm not around, listen to your sister. Keep training your sense for traps every day. If you skip even 1 day, your instincts will dull. Nawaki nodded hard. 3 days later. Konoha's main gate. The assault unit assembled outside the gate. Danzo Shimura stood at the very front of the formation. Bandages wrapped around his right eye, and his expression was like a blade still inside its sheath. His gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one. It paused for a moment on Orochimaru, then finally landed on Uchiha Gen. And Shen's sensory ability was sharp enough that he immediately met Danzo's gaze. Don't give me a chance to make a move, Danzo. Otherwise I'll wipe you out. Move out. The unit set off westward. The land of rain was in the west. Uchiha Gen walked within the formation, with Tsunade beside him. A fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. The farther west they went, the heavier the rain became. The assault unit set up camp inside a cave on the outer edge of Amigakure. Calling it a cave was generous. In truth, it was just a crack in the rock wall carved out by years of rain, barely enough to hold a dozen or so people. The sound of rain outside never stopped, day or night. Water seeped through the cave walls. The smoke from the campfire could not disperse, stinging people's eyes until they turned sour. No one complained. To anyone who had been through war, the rain of the land of rain was nothing new. Uchiha Gen sat at the mouth of the cave, looking at the curtain of rain outside. Tsunade had fallen asleep against his shoulder, her breathing steady. Nawaki was curled up beside Tsunade, hugging his ninja tool pouch in his arms. An 11-year-old child, stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, had not cried that he was tired, and had not asked how much longer they had to go. Before departure, he had only tightened his forehead protector and followed the unit, his steps as steady as they were during training. But Uchiha Gen saw that the hand gripping his kunai was trembling. It was not fear. It was the body's instinctive reaction the first time stepping onto a battlefield. Everyone had it. He did not point it out. Orochimaru sat deep inside the cave. His vertical pupils glimmered faintly in the darkness, and he was holding a scroll in his hand, reading it. It was not the mission scroll. It was his own research notes. Uchiha Gen glanced at him, then gently moved Tsunade's head off his shoulder, letting her lean against the cave wall and continue sleeping. He stood up and walked deeper into the cave. Orochimaru did not look up. Something wrong? Uchiha Gen sat down across from him. 3 steps lay between the two of them, along with the fading red glow of a campfire on the verge of going out. Nawaki. Orochimaru closed the scroll. What about Nawaki? He took you as his teacher. On the battlefield I might not be by his side. Tsunade might not be either. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? Uchiha Gen did not answer right away. He reached out and drew a formula on the damp ground. A soundproof barrier. It was not a standard Umbu formula. He had modified it himself. The barrier spread open without a sound, covering the two of them inside. Orochimaru's expression did not change, but his slit pupils contracted. A soundproof barrier. That meant Uchiha Gen did not want anyone to hear what came next, including Danzo, Orochimaru. Uchiha Gen's voice was flat. I know what you're doing. The sound of rain outside the cave was filtered away by the barrier. Deep inside the cave, only the crackling of the campfire and the silence between the two men remained. Human experimentation, Uchiha Gen said. Orochimaru's fingers tightened slightly. He did not deny it. He did not explain himself. He only looked at Uchiha Gen, his slit pupils reflecting the dying embers. How long have you known? The Umbu Intelligence Network doesn't only cover enemy nations. Uchiha Gen's tone was as casual as if he were saying the rain was heavy today. You have several labs outside the village and one inside it. Your test subjects come from prisoners of war, rogue ninja, and volunteers. Your research focuses on life extension and the limits of ninjutsu. So far, 17 people have died. Something churned in Orochimaru's slit pupils. It was not killing intent. It was something colder. You're going to arrest me? I'm here to warn you. Orochimaru's pupils trembled slightly. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Don't work with Danzo. The look he gave you before departure just now wasn't appreciation. It was evaluation. He was evaluating whether or not you could become his tool. If you work with him, he'll give you test subjects, funding, and cover. Then, when you need a way out the most, he'll seal off every retreat you have left, until following him is your only option. The embers jumped once. Orochimaru stayed silent for a long time. Why warn me? For an instant, his voice changed. It was no longer his usual cold tone, but something lower, something more real. You're the head of Umbu. If you discover a rogue ninja, it's your duty to arrest him directly or kill him on the spot. Because you're Orochimaru. Uchiha Gen's voice rang out inside the soundproof barrier. Because 20 years ago, you and I sat in the same classroom. Because Tsunade sees you as a friend. Because Nawaki calls you teacher. Because every time Jiraiya drinks, he says that guy Orochimaru may never say it out loud, but deep down he values feelings more than anyone. He paused. Tsunade will become Hokage. Orochimaru's slit pupils widened a little. Not now. Later. After the war ends. After the third Hokage steps down. Tsunade will become the fourth Hokage. When that time comes, your experiments 1T have to stay hidden underground. You 1T need prisoners of war. You 1T need to make deals with Danzo. You'll be able to research openly and above board. With legitimate funding, legitimate resources, and legitimate test subjects. The answers you want. You'll be able to obtain them standing upright. The red glow of the embers flickered across Orochimaru's face. And what makes you think Tsunade will become Hokage? Because she is my wife. Because I will make her Hokage. It was not arrogance. When he said that, His tone was the same as when he harvested wheat. Bend down, draw the sickle, set the wheat aside. Serious, calm, certain. Orochimaru looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled. It was not his usual chilling smile, but something lighter, briefer, like a flash of lightning in a rainy night, suddenly bright, then gone. Uchiha Gen, do you know what the scariest thing about you is? It's not your Susanoo. It's not your flying thunder god. It's that you talk about something that huge the same way you talk about harvesting wheat. He put away the smile. Nawaki. You mentioned Nawaki just now. Uchiha Gen's gaze darkened slightly. During these 4 years in Umbu, I've discovered some things. Danzo hasn't only been making contact with you. He has already restarted the wood release experiments. The first Hokage's wood release was not an inborn Kekii Genkai. It was the product of a sage body and yang release merging together. But Danzo doesn't understand that, so he's wasting lives. Orochimaru's slit pupils opened all the way. Nawaki is Senju Hashirama's grandson, the only male child of the next generation of the Senju clan, the most direct inheritor of that sage body bloodline. I've seen the way Danzo looks at Nawaki many times. That is the look of someone evaluating a test subject. The air inside the soundproof barrier froze. Danzo can't touch Nawaki. Nawaki already has my flying thunder god marker planted on him. Any life-threatening situation will trigger it. I can reach his side within a single breath. Uchiha Gen's voice came from inside the barrier. But I can only guard against killing, not spying. If you stay by Nawaki's side, then if Danzo wants contact with Nawaki, he'll have to go through you. Help me keep an eye on him. The embers finally burned out their last trace of red light. The cave darkened. All right, Orochimaru said. Uchiha Gen stood up. The soundproof barrier dispersed, and the sound of rain rushed back into the cave. He walked back to the cave entrance. Tsunade was still asleep against the cave wall. Nawaki turned over beside her and mumbled something in his sleep. Uchiha Gen sat down beside him and pulled the kicked-off coat back over him. Outside the cave, the rain of the land of rain was still falling. At the temporary outpost on the outskirts of Amigakure, Danzo spread the map across the table. His finger pressed against Amigakure's position, leaving a dent. Hanzo's main force is concentrated near the central tower of the village. To the east is Sunegakure's area of activity. To the west is Iwagakure. To the south is Kumogakure. Konoha's position is to the north. His finger drew 4 lines across the map, cutting Amigakure into 4 pieces. Orochimaru, east. Jiraiya, west. Tsunade, south. Uchiha Gen, north. Tsunade's brows twitched. Split up? Hanzo declared war on all 4 nations at once, but he won fight all 4 at once. Whichever side has the weakest defensive line, that is where he will break through. The 4 of you will each guard one side. Whichever side encounters Hanzo's main force will send word by summoning jutsu, and the others will reinforce immediately. Uchiha Gen looked at the map. The north side, the most ruined part of Amigakure. The direction Hanzo was least likely to choose for a breakout. Danzo placing him there was not to make him fight. It was to move him out of the way. He said nothing. North side, the ruins rose and fell in uneven stretches, like scars left behind after the land had been clawed apart by some giant beast. Rain dripped from collapsed beams, seeped through cracks in broken walls, and ran through every place water could flow. Uchiha Gen walked among the ruins, his conical hat pulled low. There was no sign of Hanzo's main force in the north. No scouts from Sunegakure. No demolition squads from Iwagakure. Only rain. The ruins in the rain. And something alive inside those ruins. He stopped. 30 steps ahead, behind a wall collapsed by half, were 3 chakra signatures. Very weak, like candles in the wind, but still burning. Uchiha Gen went around the wall. It was still that shack made of wooden planks. Even more broken down than 4 years ago. At least the planks had been whole 4 years ago. Now there were several holes in the roof, and rain poured straight through them. Under the shack 3 children. Yahiko, with his orange hair, stood on the outermost side. Half his body was exposed to the rain. He was taller than 4 years ago but thinner. His cheekbones jutted out. His eye sockets had sunk in, and only his eyes were still bright. Konan, with her light blue-purple hair, crouched inside the shack, using a scrap of cloth to plug a hole in the roof. Her hands were thinner than 4 years ago, and her movements were slower. Nagato, with his red hair, leaned in the corner with his eyes closed, breathing shallowly. His hair was soaked by the rain, plastered against his pale face. 3 children, like 3 stray cats that had been drenched in the rain for far too long. It was not that they were living well. It was only that they were not dead yet. When Uchiha Gen approached, Yahiko noticed him. The orange-haired boy's body instantly tensed, his hand pressing down on the kunai at his waist. It was still the same kunai from 4 years ago. The edge was chipped. The strip of rag wrapped around the handle had been replaced, but there was even more rust on it. It's you. Yahiko's hand slowly moved away from the kunai. He had recognized the face beneath the straw hat. The one who gave us rice balls 4 years ago. Konan lifted her head. Nagato opened his eyes. Uchiha Gen took off the straw hat, and rain fell onto his black hair. 15-year-old Yahiko. 15-year-old Konan. 15-year-old Nagato. The same age he had been when he carried Nawaki back to Konoha from the capital. You're still alive, Uchiha Gen said. Yahiko smiled a little, very lightly, like a spark in the rain. Yeah. Still alive. Nagato did not smile. He stood up from the corner, the Uzumaki clan's red hair plastered wetly against his face. He stared at the Konoha forehead protector at Uchiha Gen's waist. His gaze the same as it had been 4 years ago. Hatred, fear, and something else. Something that had built up in the eyes of a boy who had survived in war for far too long. What are you here for this time? Nagato's voice was hoarse. To go to war with Hanzo. To end this war. Nagato said nothing. Rain dripped down from his red bangs. Uchiha Gen looked at Nagato. Not at his face. Not at his expression. He was looking at the flow of chakra. Looking at the thing buried deep inside him. Something even Nagato himself did not know existed. The Rinnegan. A faint purple, ring after ring of ripples. They were not eyes Nagato had been born with. They had been transplanted into his sockets. Uchiha Gen knew where those eyes had come from. The Rinnegan Uchiha Madara awakened after the battle at the Valley of the End had been transplanted, in Madara's old age, into this Uzumaki orphan. Madara had chosen Nagato because the Uzumaki clan's powerful life force could bear the burden of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Gen's gaze moved away from Nagato and swept over the shadows in the ruins. Nothing unusual, but he knew something was there. White Zetsu. Not 1, 3. They were lurking beneath the ruins in 3 different directions. Their spore technique was disguised too well, blending into the mud, the rainwater, and the rotting planks. But Uchiha Gen's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could sense it. Not chakra. Something deeper. Something more hidden. Like an undercurrent deep beneath the earth. It did not surge to the surface, but it was always flowing. White Zetsu was watching these 3 children. No, it was watching Nagato. Watching those Rinnegan. Madara's will, even when Madara himself had already grown too old to move, was still watching this Uzumaki orphan through White Zetsu's eyes. He did not expose it. What is your name? Uchiha Gen looked at Nagato. Nagato did not answer. Yahiko answered for him. His name is Nagato.
I'm Yahiko.
She's Konan. Nagato. Uchiha Gen repeated the name. The red-haired boy stared at him, and the wariness in his eyes did not lessen in the slightest. Do you know where your eyes came from? The rain was loud. Nagato froze. Yahiko frowned. What do you mean? Konan also stopped what she was doing. Uchiha Gen looked into Nagato's eyes. The faint purple of the Rinnegan glimmered slightly through the curtain of rain. The concentric rings like ripples on water struck by a stone. Your eyes are not natural, Uchiha Gen said calmly. Someone transplanted them into you, when you were very young, before you were old enough to remember. That person chose you. Nagato's pupils contracted. The pattern of the Rinnegan trembled faintly deep within his eyes. Who? You'll know in the future. If I tell you now, you'll die. Rain hammered against the wooden boards and against the bodies of the 3 children. Nagato's hand was shaking. Not from the cold. Who exactly are you? Nagato forced the words out from the depths of his throat. Uchiha Gen reached into his clothes and took out an oil paper bundle. Just like 4 years ago. He placed it at the edge of the shack, then stepped back 3 paces. The oil paper was quickly soaked by the rain, its edges curling upward. Inside were rice balls. Tsunade had stuffed them into his pack. When we meet next time, I'll tell you more. Until then, stay alive. He turned and walked into the rain. After he had gone a long way, Yahiko's voice came from behind him. Hey, you still haven't told us your name. Uchiha Gen did not turn back. The rain blurred his figure. Under the shack, Nagato lowered his head and looked at his own hands. 15-year-old hands. So thin the outlines of the joints showed clearly. Slowly, he raised one hand and touched his eyes. Beneath his fingertips, the rings of the Rinnegan gave a faint pulse, like a heart that did not belong to him. Deep in the ruins, White Zetsu's spores slowly moved. 1, 2, 3. They slipped back underground and sent everything they had seen today into the distance. The rain of Amigakure was still falling. Deep underground in the land of frost. Who knew how far below? There was no light, no wind, no rain, only a vast hollow hall. The walls were rough layers of stone, and the dome was so high its boundaries could not be seen. At the center of the hall sat a gigantic statue. The demonic statue of the outer path. The husk of the Ten-Tails. All 9 of its eyes were shut. Its skin, dry and cracked like dead wood, was split with countless fissures, like the giant corpse of something that had been dead for 1,000 years yet still refused to rot. At the statue's feet stretched dozens of thick tubes, like umbilical cords, like blood vessels. All of them converged in one direction, toward a stone seat. An old man sat on that seat. White hair, emaciated, back hunched. His body was connected to those tubes, their ends embedded in his back and the base of his neck like roots sunk into soil. Uchiha Madara. His eyes were closed. His breathing was incredibly slow, so slow that ordinary people would not even hear it. But his mind was awake. For more than 30 years, ever since that battle at the Valley of the End, his real body had never again left the stone seat. Izanagi had rewritten the reality of his death. But the price was that this shell could no longer survive on its own. The life force of the demonic statue of the outer path was being pumped into his body through the tubes, keeping him alive, and also keeping him trapped here. But he had eyes. White Zetsu was his eyes. Hundreds, thousands of white Zetsu, hidden in every corner of the ninja world. From the land of wind to the land of lightning, from the great hidden villages to the ruins of Amigakure. Everything they saw would be sent back here, placed before him. The stone deep underground suddenly squirmed. A black, viscous mass seeped out from the cracks in the rock. It had no fixed shape, like a puddle of living sludge. Black Zetsu. It gathered itself on the ground and formed a shape. Yellow pupils emerged from the black body and looked at the old man on the stone seat.
Madara-sama.
Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of dry wood scraping against each other. Madara did not open his eyes. Speak. Konoha's Anbu chief, Uchiha Gen, entered the northern side of Amigakure. He found the host of the Rinnegan. Madara's eyelid twitched. And then, he did not make a move. He gave the three children a pack of rice balls and said a few things. Black Zetsu's yellow pupils narrowed slightly. He asked Nagato, "Do you know where your eyes came from?" The hall fell silent for a moment. Within the tubes beneath the statue's feet, the sound of chakra flowing was low and drawn out. He knows about the Rinnegan. Madara's voice did not waver in the slightest. A 20-year-old Uchiha who knows of the Rinnegan's existence. Interesting. Not just that. What he has is more than just knowledge. Black Zetsu's voice changed for an instant, like a bubble rising from mud where it should not exist. His eyes are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara's eyes finally opened. They were extremely old eyes. The sockets were sunken, the whites cloudy, and there was no longer any trace of the Sharingan's glow in his pupils. He had already transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato. Now he had nothing. But when those cloudy eyes looked at Black Zetsu's body shrank back slightly. Eternal Mangekyo. Madara repeated the 4 words. 20 years old. No brother. No eye transplant. Black Zetsu lowered his voice even further. He awakened it himself. Madara fell silent. He had lived too long. From the Warring States period until now, he had seen too many Uchiha. 3 Tomo was talent. Mangekyo was an anomaly. Eternal Mangekyo was taboo. He himself had only awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan by using his younger brother Izuna's eyes. That child was 20 years old. He had no brothers. He awakened it on his own. How did he do it? Madara asked. The outline of the demonic statue was reflected in Black Zetsu's yellow pupils. I don't know. I can't see through his chakra. It isn't pure in release and it isn't a pure Sharingan either. There's something else inside him. What thing? Black Zetsu fell silent for a breath. A sage body. The air in the hall froze. Inside the tubes beneath the demonic statue of the outer path, the flow of chakra paused for an instant. Hashirama Senju's sage body. Madara's voice fell from the stone seat above. Black Zetsu said nothing. Madara lightly tapped a finger on the armrest of the stone seat. It had been more than 30 years. Ever since the battle at the Valley of the End, he had been waiting for the Rinnegan to mature on Nagato. Waiting for someone to complete the Eye of the Moon plan in his place. Waiting for the day he would be revived with the samsara of heavenly life technique. He had waited more than 30 years. And now, a 20-year-old Uchiha had appeared in the ninja world, possessing both the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and a sage body at the same time. Indra's bloodline and Azura's bloodline had fused within the same body. He himself had only managed it by biting off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. That child had done it naturally. No, not naturally. He had awakened it later. Will he affect the Eye of the Moon plan? Madara asked. Black Zetsu's yellow pupils shifted slightly. It was looking at Madara, but its mind was on something else. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A sage body. Appearing at the same time in a 20-year-old Uchiha. Not transplanted. Not taken by force. But fused. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths split the bloodline apart, no one had accomplished such a thing in 1,000 years. Yet this boy called Uchiha Gen had done it. It thought of the Sage of Six Paths. It thought of that old man with white hair and white beard. It thought of the way he had divided the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 parts. It thought of the trace of helplessness in his eyes when he looked at the 2 brothers, Indra and Azura. The Sage of Six Paths had no third child. If he did, Black Zetsu looked at Madara, at the old man seated on the stone throne whom it had deceived for more than 30 years. It had lied to him, telling him the Eye of the Moon plan would save the world. Lied to him, telling him he had awakened the Rinnegan by himself. Lied to him, making him believe everything was under his control. Uchiha Gen's existence was a variable it could not classify. He was not of the sage's bloodline, yet he possessed both Indra's and Asura's power at the same time. He was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, yet he made it think of the Otsutsuki. Its mother was sealed inside that enormous sphere, while it had lurked alone in this world for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. It had seen everything. But it had never seen someone like Uchiha General. What if he does affect it? Black Zetsu's voice seeped out from its body. Madara's finger stopped. Then kill him. Black Zetsu's yellow pupils contracted slightly. How? He has the Flying Thunder God technique. He has Susanoo. He has Wood Release. He has Senjutsu. He single-handedly crushed Sunagakure and cut down Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law with one sword strike. The entire ninja world calls him the Black Grim Reaper. Madara looked at Black Zetsu. Something shifted deep within his cloudy eyes. You're afraid of him? Black Zetsu said nothing. The corner of Madara's mouth curved slightly. It wasn't a smile. It was something even fainter, like the last trace of sharpness scraped out by a rusted blade against a whetstone. Use White Zetsu to lure him out of camp. On the north side of the Land of Rain, there's a cluster of underground caves. Have White Zetsu possess me there. I'll go myself. Black Zetsu's yellow pupils trembled. Lord Madara, your body. A White Zetsu spore clone can carry my will. For a short while, that's enough. Madara closed his eyes. Go. Black Zetsu's body seeped back into the cracks of the rock wall like sludge, then disappeared. Inside the tubes beneath the demonic statue of the outer path, chakra began flowing again. Uchiha Madara sat on the stone throne, white hair hanging loose, his body gaunt as dry wood, his breathing incredibly slow. More than 30 years had passed. He had not lived to see Nagato grow. He had not lived to see the Rinnegan mature. He had not lived to see the day of his own resurrection. But a 20-year-old Uchiha had made him open his eyes from that stone seat. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A sage body. The fusion of yin and yang. He wanted to see for himself. To see who exactly that child resembled. Northern camp of Amigakure. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. He had not been startled awake. He simply opened them naturally while lying on the campaign bed. There was another kind of sound. Not a sound, but the fluctuation of chakra. Extremely light, extremely fine, like a single strand of hair falling onto the ground. It did not belong to any ninja of Konoha. White Zetsu. Uchiha Gen sat up. His movements were light, not disturbing anyone else. He put on his shoes and walked out of the tent. The rain was still falling. The campfire in the northern camp was on the verge of going out in the rain, while the sentries stood beneath the rock wall to shelter from it. One of them gave him a nod. Uchiha Gen nodded back. Then he walked into the rain. That fluctuation of chakra was moving. It wasn't fleeing. It was luring him. Every time he closed the distance, it moved a little farther away. Not too far, not too close, staying right at the edge of his perception. It was like someone letting out a fishing line just far enough, the bait lively enough, simply waiting for the fish to bite. Uchiha Gen followed it. Out of the northern camp. Out of the ruins of Amigakure. Out of the heart of the Land of Rain. He kept walking until he reached the border where the Land of Rain met the Land of Grass. The rain was lighter here, changing from an endless curtain into a fine drizzle. That fluctuation of chakra disappeared. Uchiha Gen stopped. Ahead of him, a figure stepped out from the shadows of a cave. Uchiha Gen watched him walk out. White hair, a gaunt body, a slightly hunched back. He wore the layered red armor of the Warring States era. The plates laced together with black cords. Uchiha Gen had seen that face countless times in memories from Blue Star. The Valley of the End. Susanoo. The Nine Tails. Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Madara. Not the real body. A White Zetsu spore clone was carrying his will, and the skin had the distinct pale color of White Zetsu. But those eyes. Those cloudy, aged eyes. They were Uchiha Madara's. Madara was looking at him as well. 20 years old. Black hair. Black eyes. The standard ANBU captain's flak jacket was on his body. The shoulders darkened by rain. Very young. Too young. About the same age Madara had been when he left Konoha. Uchiha General Madara spoke the name. Uchiha Madara. The corner of Madara's mouth moved slightly. It wasn't a smile, but something even lighter than that. You know me? I do. How do you know? Uchiha Gen did not answer that question. He looked at the red layered armor on Madara's body, at the black cords woven between the plates. You're wearing armor from the Warring States era. After the Valley of the End, no one wore that kind of armor anymore. Madara lowered his head and looked at his own armor. More than 30 years. He had worn this armor his entire life. He had worn it since he and Hashirama started skipping stones by the river as boys. Worn it through the time the Uchiha clan established their settlement on the banks of the Naka River. Worn it through the founding of Konoha with Hashirama. Worn it when he returned with the Nine Tails for revenge. Worn it until that strike at the Valley of the End pierced Hashirama's chest and his own as well. 30 years had passed. This armor was still here. Hashirama was not. How is Konoha? Madara asked. Still there. Bigger than when you were around. The Ninja Academy graduates hundreds of students every year. The title of Hokage has already been passed down to the third. Who is the third? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama's disciple. Madara's brows twitched slightly. Tobirama's disciple. He repeated it once. Tobirama Senju. The Senju who had used the Flying Thunder God technique to kill Izuna. The Senju who had driven him out of Konoha. The Senju who had remained wary of the Uchiha until the day he died. And now his disciple was Hokage. What about the Uchiha clan? They're doing all right. Madara fell silent. The waters of the Naka River flowed through his memories. The stones by the riverbank. Izuna's hand. Hashirama's laughter. That village he had helped build with his own hands, then left with those same hands. You carry Hashirama's power inside you. Madara said. I do. How did you get it? Tsunade's blood. Madara's pupils narrowed slightly. Hashirama Senju's granddaughter. That's right. I married her. The drizzle fell between the two of them. Madara looked at Uchiha General Indra's bloodline. Azura's bloodline. The thing he only got by biting off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. That child got just by marrying Hashirama's granddaughter. Not by taking it, but by combining. The Eye of the Moon plan, Madara said. Uchiha Gen looked at him. How much do you know? Madara asked. Everything. Infinite Tsukuyami. The God Tree, the Ten Tails, the Rinnegan. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I know too. Madara's eyes narrowed. What is it that I don't know? Uchiha Gen was silent for a long time. Fine threads of rain fell onto the rocks at the mouth of the cave. The Eye of the Moon is fake. Madara did not move. The dream you've waited more than 30 years for is fake. The sound of rain was loud. Deep inside the cave, droplets fell from the stalactites and shattered against the stalagmites. Madara looked at Uchiha Gen. In his clouded eyes, something deep inside was not shaken. Not doubt, but something harder, more stubborn. You know that and you still said it. You think if you say it, I'll believe you. I know you won't. Madara's brow twitched. Uchiha Madara. You lived from the Warring States era until now. You've killed too many people. Your whole life has been battle. You fought Hashirama for half your life, and fought the entire ninja world for the other half. In your life, there has never been such a thing as turning back. Your pride won't allow you to turn back. And your pride won't allow you to believe that the thing you've waited more than 30 years for was a scam. Uchiha Gen's voice was flat, like he was talking about today's rain. So I never planned to convince you. Madara looked at him, looked for a long time. Then he laughed. Not the kind where just the corner of his mouth moved. He really laughed. The sound came from deep in his chest and echoed through the cave. A man who hadn't laughed in more than 60 years sounded like splitting rock when he laughed. Uchiha Gen, you are very good. His eyes changed. Not because they turned cloudy. Something surged up from the depths. Sharingan. 3 Tomo. Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A white Zetsu spore clone couldn't bear true ocular power. But Madara's will itself was ocular power. Blue chakra surged out of him and took shape at the cave entrance. Susanoo. Perfect form. A blue giant. Exactly the same as it had been more than 60 years ago at the Valley of the End. Tengu mask, for arms, and in each hand, a chakra sword. Uchiha Gen looked at the blue Susanoo. Then he closed his eyes. Black chakra surged out of him. Susanoo. Perfect form. Black. Tengu mask. A pair of wings slowly spread out behind it, each wing-like structure flowing with dark red patterns. For arms and in each hand a black chakra sword. One blue, one black. 2 Susanoo stood facing each other at the border of the land of rain. Threads of rain fell on them and were turned into mist by chakra. The blue one moved, for swords struck out at once. The black one moved too, for swords met them head-on. 8 swords crashed together. The shockwave exploded in all directions. The stalactites at the cave entrance were shattered, and the stalagmites were ripped out by the roots. The ground split apart, and cracks spread out from beneath the feet of the 2 giants. Madara's swordsmanship came from more than 30 years of battle experience. Simple, deadly, not a single wasted move. 4 swords slashed down at the same time from 4 different angles. Uchiha Gen did not block. The black Susanoo did not block either. It only shifted by a slight angle, letting the 4 swords scrape across its armor, sending sparks flying. His left eye turned. Tokoyo. Wherever his gaze reached, the flow of chakra froze in an instant. The blue Susanoo paused for a moment. It was not time-stopping, but a freeze on the chakra level. Madara's ocular power was still there, but the chakra-driving Susanoo had been frozen. 1 instant. Uchiha Gen's right hand released the black Susanoo's sword hilt. The flying Raijin formula lit up inside Madara's Susanoo. In the very instant he had carved the marker onto the cave wall. He appeared inside the blue Susanoo. Appeared right in front of Madara. The 2 of them were face to face, less than 1 step apart. Madara looked at him. He looked at Madara. Kunai stabbed into Madara's chest. Into the chest of the white Zetsu spore clone. Not through the heart, but fatal enough. The blue Susanoo began to collapse. Starting from its 4 arms, from the Tengu mask, from every plate of its armor. Specks of chakra light scattered like blue fireflies and vanished into the rain. Madara lowered his head and looked at the kunai in his chest. Then he raised his head and looked at Uchiha Gen. Shen, Madara spoke that name. Good name. His body began to break apart. The white Zetsu spore clones started cracking from the edges, turning into white fragments. The rain soaked them and they fell to the ground. His eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Gen until the cracking spread to the sockets. The blue Susanoo completely vanished. At the cave entrance, only the black Susanoo remained. Uchiha Gen stood in the black Susanoo's palm, looking down at the pile of white fragments on the ground. Rainwater washed over them, and the white fragments slowly dissolved, seeping into the soil. In the shadows deep inside the cave, a pool of black sludge writhed across the rock wall. Black Zetsu. Its yellow pupils shrank into two narrow slits as it stared at the young Uchiha standing in the palm of the black Susanoo outside the cave. Madara was dead. Not the main body, but the will carried by the white Zetsu spore clone. But in front of this man, it hadn't even lasted a short while. Tokoyo freezing chakra. Flying Raijin closing in an instant. Kunai one fatal strike. From beginning to end. Trash. Black Zetsu's voice squeezed out from deep within the sludge. It was talking about Madara. More than 30 years of planning. More than 30 years of waiting. And he couldn't even take down a 20-year-old Uchiha. Its body began seeping into the cracks in the rock wall like water sinking into sand. The Rinnegan was still with Nagato. The Eye of the Moon could still continue. Uchiha Gen. This person had to be removed from the board. The last strand of black sludge disappeared into the cracks in the rock. Uchiha Gen dispelled Susanoo. He landed at the cave entrance, and the rain immediately soaked his hair and clothes. He looked at the crack in the rock where Black Zetsu had vanished and did not give chase. Black Zetsu was not the main body. He couldn't catch it. He raised his hand, and the flying Raijin formula lit up at his fingertips. North side of Amigakure. Ruins. Wooden shack. 3 children. Flying Raijin activated. He vanished from the cave entrance. At the same moment, in the ruins on the north side of Amigakure, Yahiko stood outside the shack with half his body in the rain. Konan crouched inside the shack, patching the new leak in the roof. Nagato leaned against the corner wall, eyes closed, breathing shallowly. A black shadow dropped in front of them. Yahiko's kunai was already out. Then he saw who it was. It's you. He put the kunai away. Uchiha Gen stood in the rain without a wound on him. But the way rainwater was running off his body was different from usual. Yahiko couldn't tell what was different. What's wrong with you? Uchiha Gen did not answer. He walked under the shack and crouched down in front of Nagato. The red-haired boy opened his eyes, and the pale purple ripples of the Rinnegan faintly trembled deep in his pupils. Just now, someone wanted to kill me, Uchiha Gen said. Nagato's pupils contracted. Someone connected to your eyes. Nagato said nothing. So I came. I don't care whether you agree or not. He made me feel irritated. So now I need to think of a way to irritate him back. As Uchiha Gen's words fell, his hand shot out in an instant. With 2 swift motions, only empty eye sockets were left on Nagato's face. As for the 2 Rinnegan, they had already appeared in Uchiha Gen's hand. Then Shen activated the ability of his right eye, flame light at all costs. The 2 Rinnegan started collapsing from the inside until they turned to flying ash. Only then did Uchiha Gen feel his anger ease a little. Then, with a backhand motion, he used Yang Release on Nagato's empty sockets. Nagato felt his eye sockets itch. And when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had grown a new pair of eyes. He also felt light all over, and that previous feeling of extreme exhaustion had disappeared. When Black Zetsu got word from White Zetsu that the Rinnegan had been taken by Uchiha Gen, he was so furious he was practically seeing red. What was he supposed to do now? By the time Uchiha Gen returned to camp, the rain had eased a little. The sentries had already changed shifts. The new young Chunin saluted him, and he gave a slight nod before walking into the tent. He sat on the camp bed for a while. The sound of rain drifted in from outside, fine and unbroken. Then he formed hand seals with both hands. 2 figures split off from his body, the exact same height, the exact same black hair, the exact same eyes. Would release clones. Not the kind of fragile illusions shadow clones were, the kind that shattered at a touch, but would release clones unique to Hashirama Senju, ones with physical bodies. Even White Zetsu's spore disguise would have a hard time telling them apart. Go. The 2 clones nodded once, then vanished soundlessly into the curtain of rain outside the tent. Their destination was Konoha. Uchiha Gen watched the direction they disappeared in. Danzo. That name had sat heavily in his heart for 4 years. From the day he took over as head of the Umbu, he had known exactly what that name meant. Root. The other Umbu hidden beneath Konoha, outside the Hokage's authority, accountable to no one. Danzo had used it to do too many things. Assassinations, infiltration, human experimentation, framing others. Every one of them done in the name of Konoha. Every one of them something that could never be brought into the light. For 4 years, Uchiha Gen had not touched him. Not because he was afraid, but because of the evidence. Danzo was Hiruzen Sarutobi's old friend, a comrade who had fought beside him since the Second Hokage's era. Without ironclad proof, moving against him would mean forcing Hiruzen Sarutobi to choose between him and Danzo. He was not afraid his teacher would choose Danzo. What he feared was that after making that choice, his teacher would regret it. So he waited. He waited for Danzo to reach where he should not. He waited for him to leave behind stains that could never be erased. And now he had finally gotten what he was waiting for. The wood release experiments. Nawaki. Uchiha Gen stood up, and the Flying Thunder God formula lit up at his fingertips. At the southern outpost inside the medical tent, Tsunade had just finished treating the last batch of wounded and was washing her hands by a basin. Bloody water ran down through her fingers, spreading into pale red clouds in the basin. She raised her head and saw him through the reflection on the water's surface. What brings you here? Uchiha Gen walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Tsunade's hands paused for a moment, then continued washing. What is it? She poured out the bloody water and replaced it with a basin of clean water. Tsunade, I want you to become the fourth Hokage. Tsunade's hands came to a complete stop. The water in the basin stilled, reflecting the two of them together. She looked into his eyes through that reflection. Sensei is still young. Sensei will grow old. After the war ends, he'll think about stepping down. When that time comes, Konoha will need a new Hokage. Orochimaru is more suitable than I am. He's smart. Smarter than anyone. Orochimaru won't become Hokage. He knows that himself. The road he wants to walk is different from the Hokage's. Tsunade fell silent. The surface of the water rippled faintly. If I become Hokage, then what about you? I'll be your Umbu commander. Just like now. Just like now. Just like now. Tsunade lowered her head. She took her hands out of the basin, dried them on her clothes, then turned to face him. Why me? Because you're Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the grandniece of Tobarama Senju, and the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Because you saved hundreds of poison shinobi on the Sunagakure front line. Because you know better than anyone what it feels like for a shinobi to lose a comrade. Because you would never let any comrade die in vain. He paused for a moment. Because you're my wife. Because I know you'll be a good Hokage. Tsunade looked at him. She looked at him for a long time. Then she rested her forehead against his chest. Let me think about it. No rush. At the very least, this has to wait until after the war ends. Think it over carefully. Uchiha Gen's hand rested on her back. The sound of rain drifted in from outside the tent. The rain at the southern outpost stopped at daybreak. When Uchiha Gen stepped out of the tent, a line of light had split open the eastern horizon. The land of rain rarely saw clear skies, but when it did, it looked like this, the clouds cracking open into a seam, light pouring down through it onto the soaking ruins below. He raised his hand, and the Flying Thunder God formula flashed at his fingertips. A trace of perception returned from an extremely distant place. Konoha. The two would-release clones had already arrived and were secretly gathering evidence of Danzo's crimes. The distribution of root spaces, the records of where the test subjects came from, the trade lists involving missing nin from various villages. Every single entry was stained with blood. Every single one was enough to sentence Danzo to death 10 times over. But Shen was not in a hurry. When the evidence was sufficient, he would place all of it on Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk. It was not to force his teacher to make a choice. It was to make that choice for him. There were some dirty things the Hokage's hands should not be stained with. He would do them instead. Just like how the things Danzo did had once begun as the teacher's white glove. Only now, Danzo's ambition had swollen more and more, and so had his desire. Footsteps sounded in the distance. Nawaki came running over from the camp, holding a letter high in his hand. Brother Shen, a letter from Konoha. Grandma wrote it to you. Uchiha Shen took the letter. The handwriting on the envelope belonged to Mito Uzumaki. It trembled more than last year, but every stroke was still clear. He opened the letter. Shen, Konoha's cherry blossoms have fallen, and the pine trees have grown another circle thicker. Nawaki's room has been changed to new bedding, so you don't need to worry. I took out the clothes Tsunade wore when she was little and aired them in the sun. When she comes back, I'll show them to her. My health is still fine. There's no need to hurry back. Finish this war properly. Grandma. Uchiha Shen folded the letter and tucked it into his clothes. The paper over his chest seemed to give off a faint warmth. Nawaki. For today's trap training, add another 10 sets. Nawaki's face immediately fell. Then he straightened at once. Yes, sir. Tsunade poked her head out from the medical tent. Her hair was still a little messy, and her eyes were not fully open yet. She had been worn out by Shen last night. She looked at the two people standing in the yard, the taller one reading a letter, the shorter one standing at military attention. Sunlight spilled down through the breaks in the clouds and fell over them. She watched for a long time. Big sis. Nawaki waved at her. Brother Shen added more training for me again. He should. Nawaki's face completely collapsed. Leaning against the doorframe, Tsunade curled her lips slightly. Is Nawaki going back to Orochimaru's place? Shien asked as he held Tsunade. He's going over at noon today. It's about time he saw blood too. We were already out wiping out bandits when we were 6. He's already 11, so it's not early. Tsunade said it in a flat tone from the side. But when Shien heard that, it made him deeply uncomfortable. Not because of Tsunade, but because of how twisted the ninja world's way of thinking had become. That was why he wanted Tsunade to become the 4th Hokage. He wanted to start reforming things through Konoha, then let that influence spread through the entire ninja world. And if the other countries refused to listen, he knew a little martial arts too. Clear weather in the land of rain never lasted long. The clouds closed up again, and rain started falling once more. Shien looked up at the sky and knew the war would not last much longer now. Konoha Year 37, Spring. Northern Camp of Amigakure. Danzo's messenger arrived before dawn. 3 days after Hanzo sent his declaration of war, the final battle was set. A canyon 30 miles north of Amigakure. Not a surprise attack. Not an ambush. A straightforward, decisive battle. Hanzo the Salamander had ultimately chosen the method most fitting of a god. Inside the tent, Danzo spread the map over an ammunition crate. His finger pressed down on the canyon's position, leaving a dent in the paper. Hanzo's main force will pass through here. There are sheer cliffs on both sides of the canyon, and only a single narrow path through the middle. His salamander poison mist is at its strongest in enclosed terrain. His gaze lifted from the map and swept across every face in the tent. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uchiha Gen, and finally it landed on Nawaki. Paused for an instant. That instant was very short, but Uchiha Gen saw it. That was not the way a commander looked at a subordinate. It was something else. Like a snake staring at a mouse hole, calculating from which angle to strike. Uchiha Gen's fingers slowly curled. Nawaki. Danzo's voice didn't waver. You'll follow my direct unit and wait in the rear. Nawaki straightened his body. Yes. Danzo's gaze moved away from him and continued assigning tasks. Uchiha Gen didn't look at him again. There was no need. That one instant had already been enough. The meeting ended. Everyone filed out of the tent one after another. The rain drifted sideways, striking their faces with a muddy, earthy smell. Nawaki walked in front, saying something to Jiraiya. The tall, white-haired ninja patted him on the head. Tsunade walked beside Nawaki. Uchiha Gen slowed his pace. When Orochimaru passed by his side, his steps slowed as well. The two of them fell to the very back of the group, 3 steps apart. Danzo is going to make his move. Uchiha Gen kept his voice very low. Low enough that only the two of them could hear. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted slightly. When, on the day of the final battle, Nawaki will be in the rear with Danzo's direct unit. Once the battlefield falls into chaos, anything could happen. He paused. The way he looked at Nawaki just now was the same way he looked at you last year. Evaluating. Orochimaru said nothing. The rain fell onto his pale long hair. Last year, in the cave, Uchiha Gen had warned him that the way Danzo looked at him was evaluating whether he could become his tool. Now Danzo was using that same look on Nawaki. What are you planning to do? Uchiha Gen asked. On the day of the final battle, I'll use the transformation jutsu to become Nawaki and go to the rear. Orochimaru's voice didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Nawaki will stay in the camp and hide. Uchiha Gen's steps paused for an instant. I'll do it. I have a wood clone, so it's less likely to be exposed. Wood clone? Rain reflected in Orochimaru's vertical pupils as he turned to look at Shen. Shen, I'll tell you after the war is over. Don't worry, there'll be plenty for you to research then. I'm just afraid you'll get tired of it. I definitely won tea. Orochimaru excitedly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Alright, that's what you said. A smile rested at the corner of Shen's lips as he stared at Orochimaru. And in the future, Orochimaru would regret what he said today. Even draft animals needed rest. That damn Uchiha Gen wouldn't let him rest for even a single day. Orochimaru quickened his pace and caught up with the people in front. Uchiha Gen walked at the very back. The rain grew heavier. That evening, by the campfire, for people sat around it in the same seating arrangement they had used more than 20 years ago at the Ninja Academy, Jiraiya on the left, Orochimaru on the right, Tsunade next to Uchiha Gen, and Uchiha Gen in the middle. Nawaki had been sent by Tsunade to the medical tent to sort medicine supplies. Jiraiya thumped his sake flask onto the ground. Hanzo, the demigod. I've wanted to meet him for a long time now. No one responded. Jiraiya took a drink himself. Tell me just how poisonous is that salamander poison gas of his? More poisonous than Chio's? It's different, Tsunade said. Chio's poison targets chakra, eroding the meridians and making people wither from the inside. Hanzo's poison is violent. It directly affects the respiratory system and the nervous system. Inhale it and you die. There's no antidote. Then how are we supposed to fight him? As long as we don't breathe it in, Uchiha Gen said. Jiraiya froze for a moment. Easy for you to say. The poison gas fills the entire canyon. How are we not supposed to breathe it in? Uchiha Gen tossed another piece of firewood into the flames. Before he releases the poison, destroy the Salamander's poison sac. The campfire jumped. Jiraiya's mouth hung open, his flask suspended in midair. Easy for you to say, he repeated himself, but this time his tone was different. Firelight reflected in Orochimaru's vertical pupils. Hanzo's salamander has been implanted into his body. The poison sac is located in the right side of his chest cavity. To shatter it, you'll have to break through Hanzo's defense first. The demigod's defense. I'll do it, Uchiha Gen said. The campfire burned for a while. The Black Grim Reaper versus the demigod. Jiraiya set down his flask. A scene like that, I've got to write it into a book. Does anyone even read your books? Tsunade said. Hey, this time it's a serious book. Not that kind. What kind? Jiraiya's face turned red. Tsunade laughed softly, briefly. The campfire crackled. Sparks floated upward, collided with the rain and went out. Hanzo. Jiraiya spoke the name aloud and lifted his flask for another drink. The fact that he sent us a challenge means he thinks highly of us. 3 days from now, win or lose, our name will be made. His eyes shone in the firelight. What do you think the ninja world will call us in the future? Konoha S4 Ninja, Orochimaru said. Too ugly. Team 7. Better, but not loud enough. Uchiha Gen looked at the fire. We don't need him to give us a title. We'll earn it ourselves. Jiraiya froze for a moment. Then he grinned and raised his flask. Now that's what I like to hear. Earn it ourselves. He handed the flask to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it and drank a mouthful, then passed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took a drink and passed it to Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the flask. There was a lip mark from Tsunade on the mouth of it. He tilted his head back and drank. The liquor was spicy, burning all the way down his throat. 3 days from now. Uchiha Gen set the flask down. Leave Hanzo to me. You 3 clear out his guard unit. Once the poison sac is shattered, the demigod's shell will break. And then? Jiraiya asked. Then each of us relies on our own ability. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. Tsunade placed her hand on the back of Uchiha Gen's hand. The rain of the Land of Rain was still falling. Outside the tent, Nawaki came running out of the medical tent with a bundle of bandages in his arms. He stepped into a puddle, splashing muddy water all over his pant leg. He cursed once and kept running. 11 years old. 3 days later, he would not be standing in that canyon. He would be standing in the camp, waiting for Shen and the others to return in triumph. Uchiha Gen tightened his grip around her hand. The day of the final battle. Before dawn had even broken, Uchiha Gen woke up. Tsunade was beside him, her breathing steady. He didn't wake her. He walked out of the tent. The rain had stopped. On the day of the decisive battle in the Land of Rain, the rain had actually stopped. A crack split open in the clouds, and starlight leaked through, falling onto the wet ground. He formed hand seals with both hands. Another would release clones separated from his body. The clone looked at him, nodded once, then formed the hand seal for the transformation jutsu. His face began to change. Brown hair, an 11-year-old face, eyes exactly the same as Nawaki's. The clone moved its limbs and adjusted its stance. When Nawaki walked, his left foot turned slightly outward. When he spoke, he had the habit of touching the back of his head first. The clone replicated every one of those details flawlessly. Uchiha Gen looked at the clone. Go. Danzo's men are waiting for you. The clone nodded once, turned, and walked toward the gathering point of Danzo's direct unit. His back looked exactly like Nawaki's. Uchiha Gen turned and walked in another direction. The real Nawaki was in the medical tent. Last night, Tsunade had given him a bowl of calming medicinal soup, and now he was sleeping deeply. Outside the tent, Orochimaru had set up 3 layers of barriers. Outside the northern side of the camp, the canyon. At daybreak, the crack in the clouds widened. Sunlight poured down through it and fell onto the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Uchiha Gen stood at the canyon entrance. Behind him were Team 7 Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and 50 Konoha ninja. Danzo was not there. He had said he had another mission and had left with his direct unit. Uchiha Gen didn't ask what mission it was. He knew exactly what mission it was. Whereas Danzo, Jiraiya looked around. He has another mission. Uchiha Gen's voice was calm. Jiraiya's brow twitched, but he didn't ask any more questions. A sound came from the entrance on the opposite side of the canyon. Not footsteps, but something heavier, something much larger, moving. A salamander. A gigantic black salamander crawled out from the depths of the canyon, and there was a man standing on its back. Hanzo. He wore gray Warring States armor, a gas mask on his face, and the chain sickle at his waist gleamed coldly in the morning light. The demigod, the leader of Amigakure, the man who declared war on the 3 great nations at the same time. One of the ninjas universally acknowledged to stand at the very top of the ninja world. The salamander stopped. Hanzo's gaze swept across Konoha's battle line. Passed over Jiraiya, passed over Orochimaru, passed over Tsunade, and finally stopped on Uchiha Gen. Black Shinigami. Hanzo's voice came from behind the mask, carrying a metallic echo. What an arrogant title. Uchiha Gen did not answer. He stepped forward. Black chakra surged out from his body. It was not the kind of outburst that came after being suppressed for too long like last time. This was faster, fiercer, more violent. The black chakra gathered on him, took shape and grew. Susanoo. Complete body. Black. A Tengu mask. The wings behind it spread open inside the canyon, and their span blocked every ray of sunlight leaking through the cracks in the clouds. Hanzo and the salamander were swallowed by a massive shadow. The height of the Susanoo was close to 300 meters. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon only reached its waist. Hanzo raised his head. The mask hid his expression, but the hand gripping the sickle had already started trembling. Uchiha Gen stood at the center of Susanoo's brow. 20 years old. Black hair. Black eyes. His left eye spun. Tokoyo. Wherever his gaze reached, Hanzo's chakra flow froze in an instant. It was not time-stopping, but a freeze at the chakra level. The chakra of the demigod, just like every other ninja's, turned into an insect trapped in amber in that instant. Susanoo drew its sword, a giant black sword, with dark red patterns flowing across the blade. When the sword rose, the wind in the canyon stopped. When the sword fell, the earth split open. One sword strike. Hanzo's body was cleaved in two from his right shoulder to his left hip. The mask was still on his face. No one knew what expression was hidden underneath it. The poison sac of the salamander shattered under the same strike. Purple venom burst out, but the sword wind from Susanoo swept both the poison liquid and the toxic mist into the sky. Not a single drop fell onto Konoha's position. The body of the demigod fell onto the canyon floor with a heavy thud. Then Uchiha Gen did not stop. Susanoo charged straight into Amigekure's battle line. The giant black sword swept sideways. The first row of rain ninja flew out like wheat blown over by the wind. The second strike came down vertically, splitting Amigekure's defense line right down the middle. The third sword stabbed into the ground, and black chakra exploded along the earth. Every rain ninja within a 100-meter radius was blasted to the ground. This was not battle. This was harvesting. Just like 20 years ago in the wheat fields. Bend down, pull the sickle, lay down the wheat. Only this time, the sickle was Susanoo's sword. Amigekure's second-in-command was a middle-aged ninja in his 40s, with graying hair and an old scar running from his forehead down to his chin. He stood in the center of the collapsing line, watching that black giant harvest his subordinates like cutting wheat. He still held a kunai in his hand, but his feet could not take even a single step forward. He threw the kunai to the ground, raised both hands over his head, and dropped to his knees. We surrender. Amigekure surrenders. His voice echoed through the canyon. The rain ninja who were still alive stopped in their tracks. Some were still holding kunai. Some had already thrown away their weapons. Some stood where they were, trembling all over. Every gaze fell onto that black Susanoo, onto that 20-year-old Uchiha standing at its brow. Susanoo stopped. The giant black sword hung in midair. Uchiha Gen looked down at the man kneeling on the ground. Amigekure's second-in-command. His hands were raised high, and his body was trembling, but his eyes did not evade. He was not kneeling out of fear of death. He was kneeling for the people still alive behind him. Susanoo's sword was lowered. Black chakra receded like the tide, and the giant dispersed into the canyon wind. Uchiha Gen landed on the ground, his black hair lifted by the wind. He looked at the rain ninja kneeling before him. Name: Kamizuru K, captain of Amigekure's Jonin forces. Uchiha Gen looked at him for a few breaths. Kamizuru K, you will sign Amigekure's surrender. From this moment on, Amigekure withdraws from the war. Konoha will not station troops in the Land of Rain. Konoha will not absorb the ninja of the Land of Rain. Amigekure will still be Amigekure's Amigekure. Kamizuru-K raised his head, the scar on his face trembling. Lord Hanzo's body. I'll return it to you. Kamizuru-K lowered his head, his forehead touching the ground. Thank you. Uchiha Gen turned around. Konoha's ninjas were standing in the canyon, all stunned at first, and then a fierce wave of cheers erupted. Black Shinigami. Jiraiya stood at the very front, still holding a kunai in his hand. He had not made a move. From the moment Susanoo drew its sword to the moment Amigekure surrendered, he had not even gotten a chance to attack. The cracks across the canyon floor were reflected in Orochimaru's vertical pupils. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Gen and said nothing. Uchiha Gen walked up to her. It's over. Tsunade reached out and plucked a fragment of the salamander's poison sac off his collar. The fragment crumbled into powder at her fingertips. Uchiha Gen turned around and looked at the rain ninja still alive in the canyon. They were gathering the bodies of their comrades. Kamizuru-K was kneeling before Hanzo's corpse, closing Hanzo's mask. At that exact moment, his perception suddenly jolted. It was the chakra backlash from a wood clone being destroyed. Someone had made a killing move against his wood clone in the rear. Uchiha Gen's pupils contracted. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. Tsunade. The camp. Tsunade's face turned white in an instant. Flying thunder god activated. Gen vanished from the canyon with Team 7. When Uchiha Gen landed on the ground, the smoke from the explosion had not fully dispersed yet. A crater more than 10 meters wide had been blasted open in the ground. The bedrock at the bottom was exposed, burned gray-white by the high heat. The trees around the edge had fallen outward in a radial pattern, their trunks embedded with fragments of explosive tags. The air was filled with the heavy smell of saltpeter, mixed with the earthy stench of rain-soaked mud. He stood at the edge of the crater and looked down, the place where the wood clone had been standing last. When the clone had been destroyed, it had resisted. Although chakra would dissipate into points of light and leave no corpse behind, it would leave something else. He jumped down to the bottom of the crater and crouched. Among the shattered stones and scorched earth, there was a piece of torn fabric. A standard Konoha umbu flak jacket. There was also a ninja shoe, Nawaki's size. He picked up the shoe and turned it over to inspect the sole. The wear pattern on the bottom was exactly the same as the pair he had bought for Nawaki. Danzo's people had observed things very carefully. They had even replicated a detail like this. They really had wanted to bring Nawaki's body back intact. Uchiha Gen set the ninja shoe down. His fingers kept searching through the scorched soil, then stopped. Something was pinned beneath the broken stones. He brushed the rubble aside and picked it up. A mask. An umbu mask. Half of the white porcelain surface had been blackened by the explosion, and a crack had been shaken into the edge by the blast wave. The expression on the mask was a fox face. Standard issue for a root member. On the inside of the mask, an identification number had been carved in extremely tiny writing. Uchiha Gen looked at the mask for one breath. Then he turned it over to face himself. Danzo. His voice was very soft. The fox face of the mask faced him, and light from the sky shone through the eye holes. 3 figures landed by the edge of the crater. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. After seeing the situation at the bottom of the crater clearly, the color in Tsunade's face changed from pale to another kind of white. Not fear, rage. Jiraiya crouched by the edge of the crater and reached out to touch the scorch marks on the crater wall. His fingers came away coated with a layer of gray-white powder. He rubbed the powder between his fingers, then brought it beneath his nose and smelled it. Explosive attacks. At least 30 of them. Not trigger-based. Timed. Someone buried them in advance and calculated that Nawaki would pass through here. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the crater, his vertical pupils sweeping across every inch of the ground below. He said nothing, but in the end, his gaze fell on the mask in Uchiha Gen's hand. Fox face. Crack. Identification number A. Danzo. Orochimaru. Orochimaru said the name out loud. It was not a question. It was confirmation. Uchiha Gen walked up from the bottom of the pit. He had the mask tucked under his arm, and he walked very slowly. When he passed Tsunade, he paused for a moment. Nawaki is at the camp. He's fine. Tsunade's shoulders relaxed slightly. Jiraiya stood up from the edge of the pit and slapped the dust off his hands. The usual joking look was gone from his face. Lord Danzo. He spoke those 4 words, his tone completely different from usual. Why? Nawaki is the heir of the Senju clan. He's a shinobi of Konoha. Why would he make a move on Nawaki? No one answered him. Orochimaru looked at the scorched earth at the bottom of the pit, something churning in his vertical pupils. Because Nawaki is Hashirama Senju's grandson. Uchiha Gen's voice came from the edge of the pit. Because in his bloodline, there is the potential for wood release. Danzo restarted the wood release experiments. He needed bloodline samples from the Senju clan. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Would release experiments, using Konoha's own shinobi as test subjects. Not just that. Orochimaru spoke. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. He approached me before. He provided me with experimental subjects, prisoners of war, rogue ninja, even disposable root pawns. He wanted me to research the first Hokage's cell transplantation. I refused. You refused? Jiraiya repeated. Orochimaru did not explain. He looked at Uchiha General the number on the mask. Root member numbers are arranged according to the heavenly stems. A is a position in the sequence, not a random number. I know. Uchiha Gen raised the mask and looked at the daylight shining through the eye holes of the fox face. Danzo, you still couldn't hold back. Since you've already made your move, then don't go back to Konoha. It'll save Sensei the trouble. Jiraiya opened his mouth slightly. General Danzo is the third Hokage's old friend. A comrade who's fought alongside him since the second Hokage's era. If you kill him, then Sensei will have a hard time. I know. That's why I won't let him return to Konoha. Jiraiya fell silent. The wind at the edge of the pit carried the smell of gunpowder as it blew past. Lord Danzo. He wasn't like this before. Jiraiya's voice dropped lower. When I was little, he came to watch our graduation exam. Back then, he even smiled. He said Konoha's next generation was stronger than theirs. He even patted my head. Once a person develops a lust for power, ambition starts to swell. Uchiha Gen's voice came from behind the mask. Danzo didn't become like this in one day. From the day the second Hokage appointed Hiruzen-sensei as Hokage, a seed was planted in Danzo's heart. Why him and not me? Why does he get to stand in the sunlight while I can only stand in the shadows? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, decades. The seed grew into a tree, and its roots dug into his bones. Now it can't be pulled out anymore. He wants to be Hokage. Tsunade's voice was very soft. Not just that. He does want to be Hokage, but he doesn't want to become Hokage in the Hokage's way. He wants Konoha to be strong, but he doesn't want Konoha's light. He only wants Konoha's root. His own root. Jiraiya's hand clenched into a fist. What do we do? Uchiha Gen put away the mask. Orochimaru. Where is Danzo's direct force right now? Northwest border of the Land of Rain. There's an underground root stronghold there. How many people? Around 30. All root elites. Uchiha Gen nodded once. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Go back to the camp. Nawaki is still there. Orochimaru, you're coming with me. Jiraiya took a step forward. I'll go too, you stay. Nawaki needs someone protecting him. Tsunade alone isn't enough. Jiraiya's mouth stayed open for a moment. Then he stepped back. Flying Thunder God activated. Uchiha Gen and Orochimaru vanished from the edge of the pit. The smoke and gunpowder were swept up by the wind, scattering into the sky of the Land of Rain. At the bottom of the pit, that small shinobi shoe lay quietly on the scorched earth. Northwest border of the Land of Rain. The entrance to the underground stronghold was hidden inside a collapsed quarry. The abandoned mine tunnel was flooded, the water rising past their ankles. Uchiha Gen walked in front. Orochimaru followed behind. Every dozen steps or so, a chakra lamp hung from the rock walls on both sides of the tunnel. The light was dim. Dead rats floated on the surface of the water. Danzo likes places like this. Uchiha Gen's voice echoed through the tunnel. Dark, damp, no sunlight, just like his people. Orochimaru did not respond. At the end of the tunnel was an iron door. It was not locked. Uchiha Gen pushed it open and walked in. The inside of the stronghold was far wider than the tunnel. The ceiling had been hollowed out into a semicircular hall. Alcoves had been carved into the surrounding rock walls, each one piled with scrolls, weapons, and medical instruments. In the center of the hall stood a long table. Spread across it was a map of the Land of Rain, with the movements of Hanzo's forces marked in red. The marked date was from 3 days ago. Hanzo was already dead. Every line on that map had become a useless line. Shimura Danzo stood behind the long table. He was not wearing ANBU armor. He wore the standard black robe of the Hokage's advisor. His right arm was still intact. The cell transplant from Hashirama Senju and the Uchiha massacre were things of the future. The current Danzo was only a 50-year-old man who controlled Konoha's underground power. 7 root members stood behind him. Their faces were hidden behind animal masks, and their stances were like drawn blades. Uchiha General Danzo's voice came from behind the table. Orochimaru, the decisive battle is not over yet. Instead of commanding troops at the frontline headquarters, what are you doing here? Uchiha Gen did not answer. He walked up to the long table, took out the fox mask from his robe, and placed it on the map. Half of the porcelain surface had been blackened by the explosion. Cracks spread from the eye socket all the way to the corner of the mouth. Danzo's gaze fell on the mask. His pupils shrank for an instant, very brief, but Uchiha Gen saw it. Uchiha Gen read out the number on the inside of the mask. One of your men's numbers. This morning, this man took 30 explosive tags and set up an ambush on the mountain road 30 li east of the camp. He killed an 11-year-old child. Your order. Danzo's fingers tightened slightly beneath the table. Root carries out missions. It does not need to report to ANBU. That child was called Nawaki. Nawaki Senju. Hashirama Senju's grandson. Tsunade's younger brother. A shinobi of Konoha. Everything Root does is for Konoha. For Konoha. Uchiha Gen repeated those 4 words. He lowered his head and looked at the lines drawn across the map in red. Hanzo's movements. Amigakure's defensive lines. 3 days ago, Danzo had still been studying how to fight Hanzo. He did not know Hanzo had died this morning. Did not know Amigakure had already surrendered. Did not know the war was over. You sit underground, studying maps, marking other people's front lines. Uchiha Gen's voice was very soft. But you yourself haven't fought a single battle. Danzo, these past years you've lived like a sewer rat, gnawing on the scraps Konoha threw away, thinking you've built yourself a kingdom. The skin on Danzo's face twitched. Orochimaru leaned against the rock wall. The cold white light of the chakra lamps reflected in his vertical pupils. Not just a rat. At least a rat knows it's a rat. Lord Danzo thinks he's Konoha's root. Buried in the soil, never seeing the light, yet holding up the whole tree. His voice paused slightly on the words Lord Danzo, the tone lifting just a little. Pity. A root buried in the soil for too long forgets that it was originally part of the tree. It's not the tree that needs the root. It's the root that needs the tree. A tree can still live without its roots. But without the tree, a root is just a rotten piece of wood underground. Orochimaru. Danzo's voice sank. You think you're worthy of judging me? How many corpses are piled up in your laboratory? Have you even counted them yourself? Orochimaru did not answer. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Not in anger. In boredom. Do it, Danzo said. All 7 root members moved at the same time. They did not charge at Uchiha Gen. They scattered. The chakra lamps were shattered all at once, and the stronghold fell into darkness. Root Combat Rule Number 17. When dealing with an enemy who possesses dojutsu, destroy the light source first. They had no way to destroy the Sharingan, but they could destroy the light. In the darkness, the chakra signatures of the 7 men were like 7 snakes, sliding along the ground and the rock walls. The fuses of the explosive tags had been lit, giving off faint hissing sounds. Then they saw light. Black light. Susanoo rose in the darkness. Not the complete form, just a half-body skeleton. Black ribs spread open like a dome, and the ghostly glow of chakra illuminated the entire base even more clearly than when the lamps had been on. The figures of the 7 root members were exposed under that black radiance, like 7 pill bugs revealed when a stone was flipped over. Susanoo's arms swept across. The first man slammed into the rock wall, his mask shattering into powder. The second was caught in the black palm, and the sound of cracking ribs echoed through the base. The third tried to escape with earth release. Half his body had just sunk into the ground when Susanoo's fingers stabbed into the rock layer and dragged him out of the earth. 7 men. 7 moves. Every strike landed on a vital point. Danzo stood behind the long table, watching Susanoo's hand crush his subordinates one by one. There was no expression on his face, but his knuckles had already turned white. The last one. Uchiha Gen jumped down from Susanoo's palm and landed in front of that man. He wasn't wearing a mask. Not because he had no time to put one on, but because there was no need to wear one when recovering Nawaki's corpse. There was an old scar on his face, running from his forehead through to his left cheek, like something had torn him open and then stitched him back together. He was Ja. He was the one who had played the role of a direct subordinate of Danzo in the camp this morning, lured Nawaki onto the mountain path, and detonated 30 explosive tags. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Ja looked back at him. Uchiha Gen raised a hand, pressed it onto Ja's head, and then twisted. Ja's neck gave a crisp crack. His body collapsed limply to the ground, his eyes still open. Susanoo dispersed. The only sound left in the base was the fragments of the chakra lamps rolling across the floor. Uchiha Gen walked toward the long table. Danzo stood behind it, his right hand already reaching the kunai at his waist. He didn't draw it. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He couldn't. His body had gone rigid in front of Susanoo. It wasn't Tokoyo's ability. It was something more primitive. Fear. 50-year-old Danzo had lived through the Second Hokage's era, through the First Great Ninja War, through countless assassinations and counter-assassinations. He had thought there was nothing left in this world that could frighten him. But when that black Susanoo rose in front of him, he returned to being 5 years old. 5 years old, entering the battlefield for the first time, watching an adult ninja on the other side raise a blade. Danzo. Uchiha Gen stopped in front of him. Do you know why I wouldn't let you return to Konoha? Danzo said nothing. Because it would put teacher in a difficult position. You're his old friend. A comrade who fought beside him since the Second Hokage's time. He wouldn't be able to kill you, and he wouldn't be able to throw you into prison either. He would place you under house arrest and let you spend the rest of your life in some courtyard. Then you would run. Person like you, as long as you're still alive, will never stop. A kunai slid out from Uchiha Gen's sleeve and fell into his palm. So I'm not letting you return to Konoha. That way, teacher won't have to make things difficult for himself. The kunai stabbed into Danzo's heart. Danzo's mouth opened. No sound came out. His eyes stared at Uchiha Gen, and within his pupils was reflected the last trace of ghostly black light after Susanoo had faded. Then it dimmed. Uchiha Gen pulled the kunai back out. Danzo's body fell across the long table, pressing down on the map of the Land of Rain. The red lines marked across the map were soaked by the blood pouring from his chest, turning into an even deeper red. The base fell silent. Fragments of the chakra lamps on the rock walls reflected a faint ghostly glow. Orochimaru straightened up from beside the rock wall, walked over, and lowered his head to look at Danzo's corpse. Konoha will no longer have a person like him. Uchiha Gen wiped the kunai clean and slid it back into his sleeve. The two of them left the base and returned to the northern camp. Tsunade was standing at the camp entrance, and Nawaki was beside her, the 11-year-old boy standing on tiptoe to look this way. The moment he saw Uchiha Gen and Orochimaru emerging through the curtain of rain, Nawaki broke free from Tsunade's hand and ran over. Brother Shen. Teacher Orochimaru. Where did you go? Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at him. Brown hair, an 11-year-old face, a slight outward angle in the way his left foot stood. Handled some things, he said. Nawaki tilted his head up, rainwater dripping from the bangs on his forehead. What things? Grown-up things. Nawaki puffed out his mouth. Tsunade walked over and pulled Nawaki back to her side. She looked at Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen looked at her. Threads of rain fell between them. "It's handled," Uchiha Gen said. Tsunade nodded once. Nawaki looked at his sister, then at his brother-in-law, then at Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's vertical pupils was reflected the rain curtain, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. Very faintly, the same expression as 20 years ago in the Ninja Academy classroom, when he watched Tsunade bite through Uchiha Gen's lip. Nawaki scratched the back of his head. "You adults are really weird." Tsunade pressed his head down. "Go back and sleep." "But it's only evening sleep." Tsunade dragged Nawaki back while he was still muttering under his breath. Uchiha Gen stood in the rain, watching the siblings' backs. Orochimaru walked past him, the corners of his mouth still slightly raised, his footsteps soundless. The campfire in the camp flickered in the rain, on the verge of going out. Year 37 of Konoha, northern camp outside Emigekure. Kamizuru-kei arrived the next morning. He had changed into a clean gray robe, and the old scar on his face was half covered by bandages. Behind him followed 3 civil officials from the Land of Rain, dressed in official robes soaked to a deep blue by the rain, wooden boxes held in their arms. Inside the boxes were the seals of the Land of Rain maps and tribute lists. Hanzo had ruled the Land of Rain for decades. It had always been him making demands of others. This was the first time the Land of Rain had sat at the negotiating table as the defeated side. Inside the tent there was only 1 table and 4 chairs. Uchiha Gen sat on one side of the table. Tsunade sat to his left, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood on both sides. For people. For chairs. No extra seats. Kamizuru-kei sat down across from them, while the 3 civil officials stood behind him and placed the wooden boxes on the table. Emigekure's letter of surrender. Kamizuru-kei pushed over a scroll. It was already signed yesterday. What we're signing today is the Land of Rain's ceasefire agreement and war reparations terms. Uchiha Gen did not look at the surrender document. He was looking at Kamizuru-kei. As for the reparations terms, I'll speak. You right. The 3 civil officials hurriedly opened the wooden boxes and took out paper and pens. First, the Land of Rain will pay the Land of Fire 300 million ryo in silver, to be paid in full over 3 years. Second, the Land of Rain will cede the mining rights of 6 northern towns for 20 years. Third, from today onward, Emigekure's ninja establishment may not exceed 500 men. Any ninja exceeding that number must either retire or be placed under Konoha's supervision system. Fourth, he looked at Kamizuru-kei. Samples of Hanzo's salamander poison sac, as well as the formulas and inventory lists for all poison gas weapons in Emigekure, will all be handed over to Konoha. Kamizuru-kei's Adam's apple bobbed. The 4th clause. The poison gas formulas are Emigekure's 5th. The Land of Rain will open all border checkpoints to Konoha. Konoha's merchant caravans and ninja passing through the Land of Rain's territory will be exempt from inspection and permits. Kamizuru-kei fell silent. The pens of the 3 civil officials hovered over the paper, ink gathering at the brush tips before dripping down and spreading into small dark circles. Sign, Uchiha Gen said. Kamizuru-kei lowered his head, picked up the pen, and signed his name on the reparations terms. The 3 civil officials stamped them in turn. No one bargained. Outside the tent, 50 Konoha ninja stood in formation. When Uchiha Gen stepped out of the tent, sunlight poured through a break in the clouds and fell onto the soaked ground of the camp. The signed agreement was in his hand. Return to Konoha. The group set out, heading east. The return journey took 4 days. Nawaki walked in the middle of the group, his hand held by Tsunade. He tried to pull free several times, but couldn't. "Big sis, I'm not a little kid anymore." "You are." Nawaki puffed out his cheeks and stopped struggling. Jiraiya walked at the front of the group, Orochimaru at the rear, and Uchiha Gen at the very front. On the evening of the 3rd day, they made camp at the border of the Land of Grass. By the campfire, Jiraiya suddenly spoke. "The 4 of us. What do you think the ninja world will call us in the future?" No one answered. He kept talking on his own. "Hanzo is dead. Emigekure surrendered. In this war, we fought all the way from Sunigekure to Emigekure. Chio of Sunigekure called us Konoha's 4 ninja, and Kamizuru-kei of Emigekure called us Team 7. Neither one sounds impressive enough." The Sannin. Orochimaru's voice came from across the campfire. Jiraiya froze for a moment. "What?" "The Sannin. You, me, and Tsunade. 3 people. The Black Reaper is not included. He's already beyond that category." Jiraiya fell silent for a while. Then he grinned. "The Sannin. Konoha's Sannin. Fine, that sounds loud enough." He raised his sake flask. "Then from now on, that's what we'll be called." Uchiha Gen looked at the campfire. "The Sannin. In the memories from his Blue Star life, the Sannin had been a title bestowed by Hanzo. That had been the brand of the defeated, a medal of humiliation. But the Sannin now had fought their way to that name themselves. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. On the evening of the fourth day, Konoha's gates appeared on the horizon. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the entrance. His Hokage robe fluttered in the evening wind, and there was no pipe in his hand. Behind him stood Konoha's villagers, the ninja who had remained behind, and the students of the ninja academy. The crowd stretched from the main gate deep into the streets, every gaze fixed on the west. The group drew closer. At the very front was Uchiha Gen. His ANBU flak jacket was stained with the mud of the land of rain and Hanzo's blood, and his black hair was slightly messy from the wind. Behind him were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, then Nawaki, then 50 Konoha ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Uchiha Gen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Nawaki, 50 Konoha ninja. He looked over them twice. Danzo was not there. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted ever so slightly for an instant, then returned to normal. He did not ask. This was not the time to ask. Konoha's ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried through the evening wind. Welcome home. The crowd erupted into cheers. The sky that had been shrouded by war since Konoha Year 32 finally cleared at this moment in Konoha Year 37. The setting sun surged out from behind the clouds, dyeing the entire street gold. Some people threw flowers into the procession. Some shouted the names of family members who had returned home. Some simply shouted, and no one could tell what they were shouting anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on a temporary wooden platform. He held a scroll of commendation in his hand, but did not open it. In the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha lost a total of 473 ninja. Their names will be engraved upon the memorial stone and remembered for all eternity. His voice paused for a moment. Today, everyone standing here is a hero of Konoha. But some people, their achievements must be spoken separately. His gaze fell on Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen, ANBU commander. On the Sunagakure front, with one sword strike, you broke Chiyo and forced Sunagakure to surrender with your army at its gates. On the Amigakure front, you killed Hanzo, accepted Amigakure's surrender, and won 300 million Ryo in silver as war reparations for Konoha. From today onward, your name will be carved into Konoha's war history. Uchiha Gen stood below the platform, the evening wind lifting his black hair. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. On the Amigakure front, you assisted Uchiha Gen in the killing of Hanzo. Your achievements will likewise be carved into Konoha's war history. From today onward, the three of you shall be known together as Konoha's Sannin. In the crowd, someone started shouting their names. Uchiha Gen. It was Orochimaru who shouted first. The setting sun was reflected in his slit pupils, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Then came Jiraiya, his voice overpowering everyone else. Then Tsunade, cupping her hands around her mouth as she shouted the name of the person she had known since she was 4 years old. Then the 50 returning ninja. Then everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the platform, looking at the crowd below. He watched as Uchiha Gen was pushed into the center of the crowd by Jiraiya and Tsunade. He watched Nawaki sit on Orochimaru's shoulders, waving his forehead protector. He watched the sunset dye all of it gold. His lips moved. Sensei, I didn't disgrace you. His voice was very soft, so soft that only he himself could hear it. The sunset shone on his face, the wrinkles, the white hair, and the eyes that were exactly the same as when he had received the position of Hokage from Tobarama Senju 30 years ago. After the group dispersed, Uchiha Gen stood in front of the memorial stone. 473 names were carved into the stone. The scrolls of his parents had already dissipated, and their chakra had long since returned to heaven and earth. But their names were carved here. Tsunade stood beside him and placed a bouquet of wildflowers before the stone. We're home, she said. Uchiha Gen looked at the names on the monument. 32 years. From that night when he had sat on the doorstep at 3 years old, clutching his parents' scrolls, he had walked a very long road. And now he stood here, before the memorial stone on Konoha's land. We're home. The Hokage building. The hallway was very quiet. Uchiha Gen walked in front, Tsunade on his left, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya following behind. The four of them made soft sounds on the wooden floorboards as they walked. It was the same formation as the day they had graduated from the Ninja Academy more than 20 years ago. Only this time, they were not going to receive a mission. They were going to turn one in. The door to the Hokage's office was open. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk, still without a pipe in his hand. 2 documents lay on the desk. One was the armistice agreement with the Land of Rain, and the other was the armistice agreement with Sunagakure. The 2 agreements lay side by side, and the ink on both had already dried completely. The 4 of them entered the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. The three of you go out first. Shen stays. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Gen. He gave a small nod. The three of them left the office. The door closed, and the footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Only two people remained in the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Gen for a long time. The setting sun outside the window stretched his shadow very long, from the edge of the desk all the way to the doorframe. Where is Danzo? Uchiha Gen took a sealing scroll from his clothes and placed it on the desk. The scroll was very thick, and its edges were frayed from being flipped through too many times. Inside was all the evidence collected by the ANBU over 4 years. The 7 secret bases route had established outside Konoha. The 32 Konoha ninja executed under the name of Eliminating Rogue Ninja. The 47 prisoners secretly taken from the prisons of the Land of Fire for human experimentation. The detailed records of misappropriated ANBU funds. And the original written order given to Root Member A before carrying out the mission to retrieve Nawaki. Danzo's signature and chakra seal were all on them. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not open the scroll. He recognized this scroll. It was ANBU's highest-level archival format. The appointment document he had personally signed to make Uchiha Gen the ANBU commander was what had authorized the use of this exact kind of scroll. Where is Danzo? He asked again. At one of Root's underground bases on the northwestern border of the Land of Rain. I killed him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fingers tightened slightly. He looked at the scroll on the desk for a long time. Birdsong drifted in from outside the window. Very ordinary birdsong, the kind that could be heard every evening in Konoha. He reached out, picked up the scroll, and opened it. Page by page he flipped through it. Base distribution maps. Records of embezzled funds. The original order. Danzo's signature. He turned through every page. When he reached the last page, his hand stopped. The last page was a photograph. In it was a young Root member, with an old scar running from his forehead down to his left cheek. File number, A. On the back of the photograph was a single line of writing. Konoha year 29. Recruited from the orphanage. 6 years old at the time. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed the scroll. When Danzo left, was he in pain? It was a one-hit kill. There was no pain. Hiruzen Sarutobi stayed silent for a long time. A bird outside the window cried out again. He placed the scroll into the drawer and closed it. The sound of the drawer shutting was very light. Danzo and I have known each other since we were 5. We went to the Ninja Academy together, and we became Lord Tobarama's disciples together. When he founded Root, he told me that Konoha needed roots. Branches and leaves alone weren't enough. A tree without roots would fall with a single gust of wind. I believed him. It's not that I didn't know what he had done. It's that I didn't want to know. His hand rested on the drawer. Sensei has caused you trouble. Uchiha Gen said nothing. The setting sun shone in through the window, falling across his face. Ever since 20 years ago, when he first sat by the window in the Ninja Academy, he had been waiting for this day. Waiting for Danzo to reach where he shouldn't. Waiting for him to leave behind evidence that could never be erased. Waiting for Hiruzen Sarutobi to say those words himself. Lady Mito, the time has come. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head. His eyes were not red, but deep within those eyes that had witnessed the 3 great ninja wars, something had shattered. The year you got married, Lady Mito already told me she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. I didn't expect her to hold on this long. His voice was calm. She sent word to me, telling Kushina to make her preparations. The day to transfer the Nine-Tail seal has been set for 3 days from now. You and Tsunade shouldn't go out these next 2 days. Stay with Lady Mito. Uchiha Gen's eyelashes trembled slightly. Once the Nine-Tails transfer is complete, I'll prepare to step down. I've sat in this position for too long. So long that even my drive to keep moving forward has been worn away. So long that only after Danzo became like this was I willing to admit he had already become like this long ago. He looked at Uchiha Gen. Tsunade will be the 4th Hokage. You promised her. I did. Sensei, there's one more thing. Gen looked at his teacher's aged face, and a trace of emotion stirred in him. Hey, what is it? What could make our Black Reaper hesitate like this? The 3rd Hokage said with a teasing smile when he saw Gen holding back. Madara is still alive. I fought him. Yes, very old. He couldn't beat me, but I couldn't keep him either. Seeing the old man like this annoyed Gen, so he directly told him about Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? Yes, still alive? The old man Hiruzen shot to his feet in shock. Yes. At the time, I was at the camp in Amigakure. Then Gen clearly explained the whole matter to Hiruzen-sensei. Then by telling me this, do you have some idea in mind, Gen? Yes. I hope Sensei will fully support Tsunade's policies, or rather my policies. I want Konoha to rule the ninja world. Only then can people live in true peace. Even after Tsunade becomes the 4th, we'll still need your help, Sensei. Madara definitely has plans, so you can't retire. You have to show the attitude of the professor. Gen launched straight into brainwashing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded once. He pulled open the drawer, took out the Hokage hat, and set it on the desk. The hat was old. The edges were frayed with loose threads, and the kanji for fire in the center had faded somewhat from years of sweat. This hat was worn by Lord Hashirama, by Lord Tobarama, and I've worn it for more than 30 years. On the day Tsunade takes office, help me give it to her. Consider it the last gift from me, as her teacher. Uchiha Gen looked at that hat. The first S, the second S, the third S, and now it was to be passed to the fourth. He reached out and picked up the hat. The loose threads at the edge pricked his palm. By the time he walked out of the Hokage building, it was already dark. Tsunade was standing at the entrance, waiting for him. The evening wind lifted her hair. Uchiha Gen walked up to her and handed her the hat. Sensei asked me to give this to you, for the day you take office. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at the hat. She didn't take it. Instead, she reached out a finger and lightly touched the faded fire character on it. Grandma is waiting for us. The Senju clan grounds. Under the corridor eaves, Uzumaki Mito sat there. A thin blanket covered her legs, and her white hair was lifted by the evening breeze. Her eyes were closed, and the corners of her lips were curved upward. Tsunade sat down beside her and held her hand. Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes, looked at Tsunade, then looked at Uchiha General. You're back. Grandma. Uzumaki Mito smiled. She raised a hand and tucked the hair on Tsunade's forehead, which had been blown loose by the wind, behind her ear. The movement was very light, just as light as when she used to comb Tsunade's hair when she was 4. 3 days later, outside Konoha, in a hidden valley. The cave lay between two waterfalls. A curtain of water hung down over the entrance, filtering the daylight outside into a pale blue-green. The cave walls were carved all over with the sealing formulas of the Uzumaki clan, layer upon layer. The oldest of them had been carved by Senju Hashirama himself decades ago. The grooves of the formulas were filled with golden chakra, faintly glowing in the watery light. Uzumaki Mito sat at the center of the sealing array. She wore a white kimono, her white hair neatly combed, both hands resting on her knees. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the wife of the first Hokage, the matriarch of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Today, she was going to lay down the seal she had carried for decades. Uchiha Gen and Tsunade sat on her left. Tsunade held her grandmother's hand without saying a word. Uzumaki Mito's hand had grown thinner than last time. The outlines of her knuckles were clearly visible beneath her skin, but her warmth was still there. Kushina sat on the right, her red hair loose, crying so hard she was a mess. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, but after wiping them away, more fell. After they fell, she wiped again. Her sleeves were soaked through. Nawaki stood behind Tsunade, his back straight as a rod, his lips pressed into a thin line. An 11-year-old child, his eyes were red, but not a single tear fell. Uzumaki Mito turned her head to look at Kushina. She reached out and tucked Kushina's hanging red hair behind her ear. Stop crying. Red hair with tears on it doesn't look good. Kushina nodded hard, and her tears fell even more fiercely. The water curtain at the cave entrance was pushed aside. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in, wearing the Hokage robe and holding the scroll for the sealing ritual. He stopped outside the sealing array and knelt on one knee. Lady Mito, everything has been arranged. The Umbu have sealed off the outer perimeter of the valley, and the barrier team has set up 3 layers of isolation barriers around it. Uzumaki Mito nodded once. Then she looked at Kushina. Kushina, come here. Kushina shuffled forward on her knees. Uzumaki Mito placed both hands over the backs of Kushina's hands. Her hands were a full size larger, completely wrapping those small hands.
I am sorry.
For making you bear something this heavy at such a young age. Kushina shook her head desperately, her red hair whipping around. She wanted to say something, but only choked sobs came from her throat. But Grandma is leaving. The Ninetails can't be left unwatched. You carry the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in your body. More than anyone, you are suited to be the Ninetails' vessel. You're a good child, I know that. That's why I dare to place this burden in your hands. Gen and Tsunade will take good care of you. Nawaki will too. Kushina finally managed to force out a sound. Grandma, I'm not afraid. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Her wrinkles pressed together, and her eyes curved into 2 narrow crescents. Then she turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, you are the heir of the Senju clan. Be a good wife. The man you chose won't be wrong. And be a good Hokage too. Back when your grandfather founded Konoha, he said that the Hokage is not the strongest person in the village. The Hokage is the one who treats every person in the village as family. Tsunade's tears fell, one drop after another, landing on her dark crimson kimono and spreading into dark stains. Grandma, I'll remember. Uzumaki Mito reached out, pulled Tsunade close, and gently embraced her. Tsunade's shoulders trembled violently as she buried her face in her grandmother's white hair. Uzumaki Mito let Tsunade go and turned to Uchiha Gen. Her hand reached toward him and he took it. General, the ones I'm most worried about are these few. Tsunade has a quick temper, but a soft heart. Nawaki takes after his granduncle exactly. He dares to charge into anything. Kushina is still young. She can't bear the burden of the Nine Tails alone. You have to watch over them for me. Uchiha Gen looked at her. Those eyes were exactly the same as they had been 12 years ago, under the corridor eaves, when she handed him Senju Tobarama's scroll. Okay. Uzumaki Mito released her hand. She straightened her body and closed her eyes. The sealing formula on her abdomen began to glow. Golden light seeped out from the seal's lines. It wasn't chakra, but something older, purer. The Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. The chains that had locked the Nine Tails inside her for decades. Those chains were being undone. The air inside the cave began to tremble. The Nine Tails chakra leaked out through the gaps in the seal, orange-red, carrying hatred and scorching heat. It wasn't one tail. It was the hatred of all 9 tails, imprisoned for decades. Damn you, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, just let me out, and I'll kill all of. Before the 9 tails could finish, Mito shut him up. Uzumaki Mito's hands formed seals. The sealing formula separated from her abdomen and turned into a golden chain, its other end connecting to Kushina's abdomen. Kushina's body trembled. The 9 tails chakra surged along the chain and poured into her body. Her red hair was blown upward by the chakra, and the tears on her face were evaporated dry. She bit down hard and didn't cry out. Nawaki's fists clenched tight. Tsunade reached over and held his hand. One chain after another snapped apart. Bit by bit, the 9 tails chakra was transferred. Uzumaki Mito's face was changing. Not growing older, she was already very old. It was a different kind of change. Like a tree pulling its roots out of the soil. Like a river returning its waters to the sea. As the 9 tails power was drawn out of her body, that last trace of warmth that had supported her life for all these extra years was taken away with it. The final chain broke. The 8 trigram seal was completed on Kushina's abdomen. The golden formula rotated and tightened, forcing the 9 tails chakra back into the depths of the seal. Uzumaki Mito's body swayed lightly. Tsunade threw herself forward and held her shoulders. Grandma, Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes. Those eyes had seen ages of war, seen times of peace, seen her husband and her brother-in-law leave one after the other. She looked at Tsunade, at Uchiha Gen, at Kushina, at Nawaki. Then her gaze passed over them and turned toward the cave's ceiling. Her lips moved. Her voice was soft. So soft it was like a cherry blossom petal landing on water. Tsunade, I can see your grandfather. Hashirama came to take me with him. Her eyes closed. The corners of her lips were curved up. The cave fell silent. The sound of the waterfall drifted in from outside the entrance, distant and faint. Tears streamed soundlessly down Kushina's face. At last, Nawaki's tears fell too. He didn't wipe them away. Tsunade buried her face in her grandmother's white hair, her shoulders trembling violently. Uchiha Gen placed a hand on her back. Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt on one knee and lowered his head. The Hokage hat rested beside his knee, the fire character along its edge faintly glowing in the waterlight. Outside the curtain of water, Konoha's sky had cleared. Sunlight passed through the waterfall and fell into the cave. It landed on Uzumaki Mito's white hair, on Tsunade's trembling shoulders, on the golden formula of the sealing array. Uzumaki Mito was gone, just like Senju Hashirama, just like Senju Tobarama. But her chains remained, carved into Kushina's abdomen, carved into the cave's stone walls. The Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu would continue to bind the 9 tails. Uchiha Gen looked at Uzumaki Mito's peaceful face. White kimono, neatly arranged white hair, a smile at the corner of her lips. Just like the first time he saw her at the Senju clan grounds. Just like when she told him to call her grandma. He lowered his head. Grandma, rest well. Tsunade's sobbing came through that white hair. Kushina's too. Nawaki's too. The roar of the waterfall drowned out every sound. On the 7th day after Uzumaki Mito's funeral, Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor eaves at the Senju clan grounds, eyes closed. His consciousness sank deep into the seal, passed through the golden formula of the 8 trigram seal, through layer upon layer of chains, and came to rest before a gigantic orange-red fox. The 9 tails stood on the water surface inside the seal space. Its 9 tails swayed slowly behind it, making all the chakra in the entire space tremble along with them. It lowered its head, its vertical pupils reflecting Uchiha Gen's figure. You came again. The 9 tails' voice was like muffled thunder rising from underground. Uchiha Gen looked up at it. Kushina cried this morning. She misses grandma. One of the 9 tails' tails lashed once, and a wave exploded across the water. What does that have to do with me? She's your Jinchuriki. You people forced her on me. Uchiha Gen didn't respond. He sat down on the water cross-legged, just like he would under the corridor eaves. The 9 tails' vertical pupils narrowed slightly. What are you doing? Nothing. Just chatting. You've been locked up for so many years. No one's talked to you, right? Hashirama locked you in a cage. Grandma Mito locked you inside her body. Kushin is still young and doesn't know how to talk to you. It's been a long time since you've had a conversation with anyone. The 9 tails fell silent. In the seal space, The only sound was the rippling water trembling under its chakra. What do you want to talk about? Do you know how you came to be? The Nine-Tails said nothing. The Sage of Six Paths split the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 parts because he was afraid the Ten-Tails would revive. But when he split it, he gave you the most chakra. How do you know about the old man? You can sense it yourself. If I wanted to control you, it'd be easy. I've already reached the eyes Uchiha Madara had back then. Xian looked seriously at the Nine-Tails. Think about it carefully. Uchiha Xian stood up and patted off dust that didn't exist on his clothes. Kushina's still a child. Yuzushiogakure is gone. Even though the clan members were all brought to Konoha, she still had to succeed Grandma Mito and become your Jinchuriki. She's panicking. She's afraid. Afraid she won't be able to withstand your hatred. He turned and walked out. Think it over. I'll come again tomorrow. When he reached the edge of the seal, the Nine-Tails voice came from behind him. Uchiha Xian, the power inside your body. It's not just the Sharingan. Uchiha Xian stopped, but didn't turn around. You carry the old man's scent. Not chakra, something deeper. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Xian was silent for a breath. Just a passing Uchiha. Have that little girl loosen my seal a bit. The Nine-Tails still spoke awkwardly. Okay, I'll tell her. Thanks, Kurama. Uchiha Xian left the seal space and opened his eyes. Alright Kushina, I've already talked it out with Kurama. He won't make trouble for you anymore. Loosen his seal a little. Is binding him a bit too tightly. Got it, brother Xian. Is Kurama the Nine-Tails name? Kushina touched her stomach. That's right. Tailed beasts have human emotions too, so Kushina has to become good friends with Kurama. Xian rubbed Kushina's head. Another week passed. Hokage building. Huge portraits of the previous Hokage hung on the front wall of the building. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And beneath them, today, the fourth portrait would be hung up. The streets were packed with people. From the Hokage building all the way to the village entrance. The crowd surged like a river. Some held flags. Some carried children. Some wore clothes they only brought out during festivals. Uchiha Xian walked along the street. Nawaki was on his left, his brown hair tied into a small ponytail, his forehead protector tied around his forehead. Kushina was on his right, her red hair hanging loose. Her eyes were still a little red, but there were no more tears. The three of them moved through the crowd, their steps unhurried. A voice came from behind them. Yo, Jiraiya. Today he was wearing a brand new green vest, and his white hair was combed more neatly than usual. Beside him was Orochimaru. The crowd reflected in his vertical pupils. Sure are a lot of people. Jiraiya squeezed his way over and very naturally walked on Nawaki's left. Orochimaru didn't T-squeeze in, but his steps also shifted closer. 5 people. Uchiha Gen in the middle with Nawaki and Kushina on both sides, Jiraiya on the left, and Orochimaru on the right, just like when school ended more than 20 years ago. What color is Tsunade wearing today? Jiraiya asked. Crimson red. The color of the Senju clan. What about the belt? Wait, you picked it? She picked it herself. Jiraiya grinned. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth lifted slightly. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade stood there. A crimson-red Hokage robe, with the Senju clan crest embroidered on the cuffs and hem, and a white belt tied tightly around her waist. Her light golden hair was tied in a high ponytail, and on her forehead was the purple diamond mark of the strength of 100 seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beside her, holding the Hokage hat in his hands. The hat was old. Threads were fraying along the edges, and the fire character in the center had faded a little from being soaked in sweat. Hashirama had worn it. Tobirama had worn it. Hiruzen had worn it. Today it was being passed to Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi handed over the hat. Tsunade received it with both hands. She turned around and faced the crowd below the rooftop. The crowd quieted down. I am Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. From today onward, I succeed as the fourth Hokage. She placed the hat on her head. The shadow of the hat covered her eyes, but it could not cover her voice. I swear in the name of the Hokage to protect Konoha. Every shinobi, every villager, every child in Konoha is my family. I will not let a single member of my family die in vain. This is the oath of me, Tsunade Senju. The crowd erupted in cheers. Uchiha Gen stood in the crowd and looked up at Tsunade on the rooftop. Nawaki was on his left, raising a fist and shouting, Sis. Kushina was on his right, her red hair blown up by the wind. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood on both sides. His gaze left Tsunade and swept over the crowd. 3 children stood at the edge of the crowd. A silver-haired boy wearing a mask, with his forehead protector tied crookedly across his forehead, both hands in his pockets, looking lazy. A brown-haired boy with goggles pushed up on his forehead, mouth stretched wide, clapping with all his strength. A short-haired brown-haired girl with 2 purple markings on her cheeks, smiling quietly. Kakashi Hatake. Obito Uchiha. Rin no era. This time, without Danzo around. Even if old man Madara wanted to come out, it'd be a pain. That just leaves that sneaky bastard Black Zetsu. No idea if the plot where Obito gives away his eye can even still happen now. Whatever. Since I already gave the position of Umbu Minister to Sakumo, I'll just be the teacher of this generation's Team 7 myself. Little brats, laugh while you can. Your time to cry is coming. Your big daddy Uchiha Gen is here. The more Uchiha Gen thought about it, the more he smiled, leaving the people around him completely baffled. Uchiha Gen looked at them. The names and faces from his blue star memories were now standing beneath Konoha's sunlight. A new era had already arrived. The day after Tsunade succeeded as Hokage. The door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. Not knocked. Pushed. Jiraiya's loud voice entered before his body did. Fourth Hokage. We're here to report for work. Tsunade sat behind the desk, still wearing that Hokage hat with frayed edges. More than a dozen documents were spread out in front of her. She held a pen in her hand and glanced up at him. Knock before you come in. I did knock. You just didn't hear it. Jiraiya dropped onto the sofa with a plop. Orochimaru walked in behind him, his vertical pupils sweeping over the documents on Tsunade's desk. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. The fourth Hokage is already buried in paperwork on her second day in office. Uchiha Gen entered last and closed the door. For people. The same seating as yesterday. Jiraiya on the left, Orochimaru on the right, Uchiha Gen in the middle. Tsunade sat behind the desk. They had been sitting in this formation ever since they first sat like this in the Ninja Academy classroom at 4 years old. More than 20 years. It had never changed. Go on. You three came this early in the morning. What is it? Tsunade put down her pen. Jiraiya spoke first. I want to go to the land of rain. Tsunade's brow twitched. Amigakure already surrendered. The ceasefire agreement has been signed. What are you going to the land of rain for? Not to fight. Jiraiya leaned back against the sofa and looked at the ceiling. The rain in the land of rain never stops. I stayed there for more than half a year. When I left, I realized I kind of missed that place. He paused. There are a lot of war orphans there. Hanzo is dead, Amigakure surrendered, but no one else taking care of those kids. I want to go take a look, teach what I can, help where I can. Tsunade looked at him. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Orochimaru looked at him too. The three of them stared until Jiraiya felt uncomfortable all over. What? Did I say something wrong? Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze. The land of rain. War orphans. The three little ones, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Nagato's Rinnegan had already been taken by him. Now, Nagato was just an ordinary young man of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya would still go to the land of rain. He would still meet those three children. Some encounters could not be avoided. Go ahead, Tsunade said. Jiraiya froze for a second. That easy? You'd only make trouble if you stayed here. If you go make trouble in the land of rain. At least I want to have to see it. Jiraiya opened his mouth, then grinned. Then I'm really going. Tsunade ignored him and turned to Orochimaru. What about you? Before Orochimaru could speak, Uchiha Gen answered for him. The Ministry of Technology. Tsunade's brow twitched again. What ministry? The Ministry of Technology. Newly established. Uchiha Gen pulled out a document from his clothes and placed it on Tsunade's desk. On the cover was a single line. Konoha Ministry of Technology Establishment Plan. Tsunade opened it. The first page was the department structure. The second page was the budget estimate. The third page was the research directions. The handwriting was neat, and everything was laid out clearly. Orochimaru will be the minister. The research directions are divided into 3 parts. First, agricultural technology, ninja tools for automatic sowing, and improved earth release formulas for crops. Second, civilian construction, a thing called cement. I wrote the formula in the appendix. It's more fire-resistant than wood and cheaper than stone. Third, standardization of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, you'll take the lead on that one and coordinate with the Ministry of Technology. Tsunade flipped to the appendix. Cement formula. Limestone, clay, iron powder. Calcination temperature, grinding fineness, mixing ratio. Every single figure was marked down with complete clarity. She looked up at Uchiha General. When did you write this? Last night. Couldn't sleep. If you couldn't sleep, you didn't know to come find me. Tsunade muttered softly. She lowered her head and kept flipping. When she reached the budget page, her fingers stopped. This budget number landed exactly at the upper limit the treasury could bear. 1 bit less and it wouldn't be enough. 1 bit more and it wouldn't pass. I calculated it. Tsunade was silent for a breath. Then she picked up her pen, signed her name on the last page of the document, and stamped it with the Hokage seal. Minister of the Ministry of Technology, Orochimaru. Effective today. Orochimaru didn't look at the appointment letter. From just now until this moment, he had been staring at Uchiha Gen's hand. More precisely, He was staring at a glass tube Uchiha Gen had just taken out of his ninja pouch. Inside the tube was blood. It was still faintly glowing. The blood of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. Blood that had fused In release, Yang release, and Senjutsu chakra. Your blood. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted. One part of the Ministry of Technology's research funding. Uchiha Gen set the glass tube on the table. But not for you to use in human experiments. Finish these three things first: cement formula, automatic sewing ninja tools, and the standardization of medical ninjutsu. After those are done, I'll give you a second tube. Orochimaru reached out and picked up the glass tube. The blood flowed slowly inside, giving off a dim glow. Cement formula, automatic sewing ninja tools, and the standardization of medical ninjutsu. He repeated it once, tucked the glass tube into his clothes, stood up and walked toward the door. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. When the third matter is done, the second tube. Your words. The door closed. Tsunade looked at Uchiha General. You gave him your blood. Aren't you afraid he'll use it to clone you? He can't. The blood of the eternal Mangekyo wasn't something you could inherit just by transplanting it. Uchiha Shien's voice was calm, and when he promised something, he would see it through. Orochimaru wasn't someone who kept his word with the living, and he didn't keep his word with the dead either. But when it came to promises, he did. There weren't many things he had promised in this life, but once he did, he would fulfill them. The office fell silent for a moment. Jiraiya will go to the Land of Rain. Orochimaru will go to the Department of Technology. What about you? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shien. I'm going to take students. Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, Rin no Era. Have them graduate early. I'll take them. The pen in Tsunade's hand stopped. Kakashi Hatake, the son of Tsukumo Hatake, was now 3 years old. Obito Uchiha was the Uchiha clan's famous dead last. Rin no Era was a child from a civilian family. There are only 3. The ones I teach are 3. When Nawaki was 3, I had already been teaching him for a year. Tsunade said nothing. She lowered her head and looked at the signed appointment letter for the Department of Technology on the desk, then looked back up at Uchiha Shien. Kakashi is senior Tsukumo's son. Obito is from the Uchiha. Rin is from the medical class. You're taking 3 by yourself. What about ANBU? Give the position of ANBU commander to Tsukumo. He can handle it. Tsunade picked up her pen. Bring me the document. Uchiha Shien pulled out a second document from his clothes. On the cover were the words, Team 7 Restructuring Plan Members. Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, Rin no Era. Tsunade flipped to the last page. Instructor, Uchiha Shien. She signed her name and stamped it with the Hokage's seal. It takes effect tomorrow. What are we having for dinner tonight? Shien asked. I want hot pot. Tsunade wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Alright, I'll head back first. At noon, Uchiha Shien walked out of the Hokage building. He stood at the entrance and looked at the people coming and going on the street. There were shinobi, civilians, children running past, and mothers shouting after them to slow down. It was the same as when he first walked into Konoha more than 20 years ago. And not quite the same. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Names and faces from his memories of Blue Star. Kakashi Hatake, Copy Ninja Kakashi, the 6th Hokage. Obito Uchiha, Kanabi Bridge. Madara Uchiha's pawn, the one who started the 4th Great Ninja War. Rin no Era, who died in that war, died by Kakashi's Raikiri. The fate of those 3, in the story from Blue Star, had been crushed to pieces by war. Uchiha Shien withdrew his gaze and walked toward the Senju clan grounds. Not this ending. The students he taught would not have this ending. Ninja Academy, first-year classroom. The Chunin teacher stood at the podium with 3 files in hand. Kakashi Hatake, Rin no Era, Obito Uchiha. You 3 step out. Kakashi stood up from his seat. His silver-white hair hung by the edge of his forehead protector, and a mask covered half his face. The moment he stood, the classroom went quiet for an instant. Rin no Era stood up from another row, her short brown hair swaying, the purple markings on her face curving with her smile. Obito Uchiha stood up last. His goggles were pushed up on his forehead, and the chair legs scraped across the floor with a harsh sound. You 3 have been assigned to Team 7. Your Jonin instructor is waiting for you at Training Ground 8. Depart now. Obito's eyes lit up. A new Team 7. I knew it. With my strength, how could I possibly stay buried in some normal class? He pulled his goggles down over his eyes and charged out of the classroom first. Rin smiled and shook her head, then followed after him. Kakashi walked last. Sunlight fell across the hallway floor in neat blocks. Obito walked in front, talking nonstop. Rin, who do you think our new instructor is? Could it be Lord Tsukumo? Konoha's White Fang. That would be way too cool. Lord Tsukumo is in ANBU. It's probably not likely he'd lead a genin team, Rin said after thinking for a moment. True. Obito scratched his head, then turned toward Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, did your dad tell you anything? Do you know who the instructor is? Kakashi didn't look at him. You'll know when we get there. Obito curled his lip. What are you acting cool for? Kakashi didn't respond. His eyes rested on the light at the end of the hallway. Last night, his father had called him out into the courtyard. Tsukumo Hatake sat beneath the corridor eaves, the white-fanged Tanto laid across his knees. Moonlight fell on the sheath, reflecting a cold gleam. Kakashi, tomorrow you'll have a new instructor. Kakashi stood in front of him without speaking. Your instructor will be the strongest shinobi I have ever seen. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. His father, Konoha's Whitefang, the former ANBU commander, the man who had slain 5 Sunigakure Jonin by himself during the Third Great Ninja War. Yet his father used strongest to describe this person. What's his name? Uchiha Gen, the Black Grim Reaper. Tsukumo Hatake's hand rested on the Whitefang's sheath. On the Sunigakure front, he activated Susanoo by himself and killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law with one sword strike. On the Amigakure front, he killed Hanzo with one sword strike. The entire ninja world calls him the Black Grim Reaper, the husband of the 4th Hokage. Starting tomorrow he'll be your teacher. Kakashi's fingers tightened slightly. Train well under him. What he can teach you isn't something you can learn in school. It's also not something I can teach you. Yes. Tsukumo Hatake looked at his son. 9-year-old Kakashi looked exactly like he had when he was young. Talent, calmness, bride. And just like him back then, he pushed everyone far away. Kakashi, remember this. A ninja's strength is more than ninjutsu and swordsmanship. He paused. When you see him tomorrow you'll understand. Kakashi returned from his thoughts. Training Ground 8 had arrived. Konoha's training grounds were numbered from 1 to 10. Training Ground 1 was in the center of the village, used daily by Genin and Chunin. Training Ground 10 was outside the village and reserved exclusively for ANBU. Training Ground 8 was at the edge of the village, beside a branch of the Naka River. Woods, riverbank, open ground. Complex terrain, perfect for simulating real combat. Obito was the first to run into the training ground. Teacher. Team 7 reporting in. His voice echoed across the clearing. No one answered. Obito looked around. No one was on the riverbank, no one by the woods, and no one in the open field either. There's nobody here. Did we come to the wrong place? Kakashi didn't move. His gaze landed on a tree by the river. There's someone there. Black hair. Standard ANBU flak jacket. Leaning against the trunk, sitting there. A book in his hand. His pages turning lightly in the wind. That person raised his head. Uchiha Gen closed the book. Kakashi's breathing stopped for a moment. Not because of his face. Because of his eyes. Black, very deep. Not the hollow kind of deep, but the kind that looked like they saw everything and still weren't in any hurry to speak. Like a well. You knew there was water inside, but you couldn't see the bottom. He sat there as if merged with the tree's shadow, merged with the sound of the flowing river, merged with the wind. If Kakashi hadn't seen him with his eyes, then in his senses, there would have been nothing there at all. Uchiha Gen stood up. His movements were not fast, but Kakashi noticed that in the process of standing, not a single blade of grass under his feet bent. It wasn't deliberate control. It was natural. Kakashi Hatake. Yes. Rin no era. Yes. Teacher. Rin's voice was bright and clear. Obito Uchiha. Yes. Teacher, are you an Uchiha too? We're from the same clan.
Teacher.
What's your name? I feel like I haven't seen you before. Uchiha Gen looked at Obito. 3-year-old Obito Uchiha. Goggles pushed up on his forehead. Uchiha Gen. Obito's eyes widened. Uchiha Gen? You're that Uchiha Gen? The Black Grim Reaper. The one who killed Hanzo with one sword strike. My teacher is the Black Grim Reaper. He turned toward Kakashi and pointed at Uchiha Gen. Kakashi? Did you hear that? My teacher is the Black Grim Reaper. Kakashi said nothing. He looked into Uchiha Gen's eyes. His father had said, when you see him, you'll understand. Now he understood. Understood what his father meant. Not Susanoo. Not Flying Thunder God. Not the swordsmanship that once cut down Hanzo with a single strike. It was these eyes. The patience to see everything clearly, then wait in silence. Team 7. Uchiha Gen's voice was calm. From today on, I'll be your Jonin squad leader. The first lesson starts now. Obito immediately straightened up. Yes, sir. Rin also stood up straight. Although my Mangekyo isn't specialized in genjutsu, dealing with you 3 little ones is still no problem. Well then, look into my eyes and fall into the world of illusion. Gen opened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at the 3 of them. As the 3 of them stood in the training ground with vacant eyes, they were already carrying out missions inside the genjutsu world, stealing a mission target. Inside it was an enemy lineup of 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin, and 2 Genin. There were no fancy techniques, only the pursuit of one-hit kills. Time passed bit by bit. Then the 3 little ones gradually opened their eyes. Rin, no, Rin. Obito was shouting loudly from the side. The moment he opened his eyes, There were already 2 tomo in them. Obito, your eyes. Rin looked at Obito's eyes. My eyes? Obito took off his goggles and looked at his reflection, only to see the 2 tomo Sharingan. Woohoo! This great me awakened it. And I started with 2 tomo right away. I told you I'm a genius. Obito danced around in excitement. Idiot! Bastard Kakashi? Who are you calling an idiot? You poker-faced guy. Year 42 of Konoha, spring. The village's stone-paved roads had doubled compared to 5 years ago. The newly paved roads were gray-white, flat, and solid. On rainy days, they were no longer muddy. After Orochimaru worked out the formula for cement, the fire daimyo called the stuff the conscience of earth release and approved a special budget for it. Tsunade approved it too, but changed the name because would ash mud. The conscience of earth release was too hard to say. 3 more water wheels had appeared along a branch of the Naka River. They weren't for irrigation, but to drive the transmission wheels of automatic seeding ninja tools. The Department of Technology's building had been built beside Training Ground 3. It was 3 stories tall, with gray-white wood ashmud walls and floor-to-ceiling windows with excellent lighting. In a letter Jiraiya sent back from the land of rain, he said Orochimaru was actually sunbathing. I feel like this world is doomed. Training Ground 8. Kakashi was sprawled on the ground, his silver-white hair covered in mud and bits of grass. Obito was hanging upside down from a nearby tree branch, his goggles slipping down to the tip of his nose, his expression somewhere between I'm still alive and why do I have to be alive. Rin was crouching by the riverbank, medical chakra glowing at her fingertips as she performed CPR on a fish she had just pulled out of the river. 3 8-year-old kids. 3 trembling pairs of legs. Today's training is over. Uchiha Gen closed his book. Obito fell from the branch and landed face first, then didn't he get back up. Kakashi rolled over and lay on his back, staring at the clouds. Rin put the fish back into the river. It floated away belly up, and she showed an apologetic expression. We continue tomorrow. All 3 of their legs trembled at the same time. Sensei. Kakashi's voice came from behind his mask. May I ask a question? Ask. In these 5 years, the training you've given us every day, from basic taijutsu to chakra control, from trap identification to tactical coordination. Every single part has been set right at the limit of what we can endure. How did you calculate it so precisely? Uchiha Gen looked at Kakashi. 8-year-old Kakashi was a head taller than he had been 3 years ago. His forehead protector was still tied at an angle, covering his left eye, and his mask still covered half his face. But his gaze had changed. 3 years ago it had been proud, a kind of coldness that separated himself from the world. Now it was still cold, but there was something inside that coldness. Because your father once asked the same question. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. Back then, your father was my deputy in the ANBU. He asked me why every mission I gave my subordinates just happened to be exactly at the edge of their limits. I told him, limits aren't fixed. Today's limit is tomorrow's starting point. Your father was silent for a long time after hearing that. Then he said, when it came to training his own son, he couldn't bear to push that hard. Uchiha Gen stood up. So he handed you over to me. He couldn't bear to do it, so I will. Kakashi said nothing more. Obito climbed up from the ground, not bothering to wipe the mud off his face. Sensei, what about me? Did my grandma say anything to you? Uchiha Gen looked at Obito. 8-year-old Uchiha Obito, his goggles crooked on his forehead, wore the exact same smile his father had worn in his youth. His parents had died in the First Great Ninja War, leaving him and his grandmother dependent on each other. Obito's grandmother, Uchiha Shizuka, was one of the few elders in the clan who knew of Uchiha Gen's background. Back when Obito was assigned to Team 7, the old woman had walked to the Senju clan grounds with her cane, stopped at the gate of the courtyard, and bowed to Uchiha Gen. Lord Gen, this child takes after his father. Thick-headed to the core. Please beat him a few more times. If he can still take it, that means he is still alive. Uchiha Gen looked at Obito. Your grandma said she left red bean soup for you. Go back after training. Obito's eyes lit up. Grandma made red bean soup. I'm gonna get Kakashi and Rin. Wait. Obito stopped. Your grandma also said that the last time you went back to the clan grounds, you picked every persimmon from the auntie next door's tree. She told you to go back and pay for them. Obito's mouth fell open. Rin burst out laughing at the side. Kakashi's lips curved slightly beneath his mask. Just a little. Uchiha Gen turned and walked toward the training ground exit. After a few steps, he paused. Same time tomorrow. Obito, the persimmon money will be deducted from your mission pay. Obito's face collapsed. Senju clan grounds. When Uchiha Gen pushed open the courtyard gate, his legs trembled once. Not because of today's training, but because of the 2 people in the yard. Tsunade sat under the veranda, her Hokage robe taken off and draped over the railing, a teacup in her hand. Uchiha Mikoto sat beside her, 20 years old, her black hair loose over her shoulders, dressed in a light teal house kimono, with a food box resting on her knees. When she saw Uchiha Shen walk in, she opened the food box. Inside was red bean soup still steaming. Brother Shen. Today's lunch. Red bean soup, rice balls, and pickled radish. I made the pickled radish this morning, so try some. Uchiha Shen's legs trembled again. Holding her teacup, Tsunade's gaze drifted over the rim. Shen. Makoto made lunch for you again today. Eat it. It won't taste as good once it gets cold. The corners of her mouth were curved, and there was a teasing glint in her eyes. Uchiha Shen sat down and picked up the red bean soup. Makoto placed both hands on her knees and looked at him with a bright smile. This all started 3 years ago. Makoto came to the Senju clan grounds to see Tsunade and voluntarily helped organize the clan genealogy and arrange clan meetings. As she kept helping, she simply stopped leaving. Later, she formally told Tsunade, I want to be the Hokage's secretary. Tsunade asked her why. Makoto said, because I want to see Brother Shen every day. Tsunade approved it. As for why they didn't look for Kushina, it was because Kushina had already fallen into some sour-smelling little romance game with a certain blonde brat. Earlier, Jiraiya had written to Shen, asking him to look after his disciple Minato Namikaze. He had already exchanged Flying Thunder God for Minato, and since Shen knew it too, Minato was sent to him. Then, after that little blonde came to the Senju clan grounds again and again, Kushina and the little blonde started making eyes at each other. Still, since the little blonde was a decent guy, Shen put real effort into teaching him how to use Flying Thunder God. And ever since Makoto became secretary, Uchiha Shen had never gone without lunch. Big sister Tsunade. Makoto turned to Tsunade. What would you like to eat tomorrow at noon? I'll make yours too. Red bean rice. Okay. Tsunade's teacup stopped by her lips. Uchiha Shen's red bean soup stopped by his lips. Just kidding. Tsunade put down the teacup and stood up. I still have a meeting this afternoon. You two eat slowly. She took a few steps, then stopped without turning around. Makoto. Give him one more bowl of red bean soup. He trained students today so he is tired. Makoto smiled. Okay. Tsunade walked into the house. Only 2 people were left under the veranda. Uchiha Shen lowered his head and drank the red bean soup. Makoto sat off to the side. The lunch box on her knees already half empty. The pine branches swayed softly in the wind. Shen and I, MHM. Was today's red bean soup sweet? Sweet. Makoto's eyes curved into crescents. Outside the courtyard gate, Obito was dragging Kakashi and Rin toward the clan district while shouting, Grandma, I'm back. He had probably already forgotten about the persimmons. Land of wind, ruins of Rorin. The blue light of the Flying Thunder God faded at the edge of the ruins. Uchiha Shen's foot stepped onto the stone pavement of the ancient city of Rorin, where several hundred years of sand and dust had gathered. That little blonde, Minato Namikaze, stood beside him, his golden hair lifting slightly in the wind. Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame followed close behind. Kakashi landed last. His silver-white hair had been blown a little messy by the sandstorm. He glanced at Uchiha Shen, then pulled back his gaze and stood at Minato's side. Dragged out of bed by Tsunade early in the morning, Shen was in a very bad mood. The ruins of Rorin were even more broken down than the intel had described. Most of the tower had already collapsed. The remaining section was covered in wind-eroded holes, like dead wood eaten hollow by insects. The chakra of the dragon veins seeped up from deep underground, faint but constant, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Put on your ANBU masks, split up and search, Uchiha Shen said. The 5 of them scattered. Less than 15 minutes later, the sound of fighting came from ahead. Not the mechanical, orderly noise of a puppet army. It was the sound of kunai clashing against chakra threads, the sound of ninjutsu exploding, and human voices. Uchiha Shen quickened his pace. Passing through a collapsed archway, he saw 2 groups locked in battle on the open ruins ahead. One side was Mukade's puppet army. Clay puppets the color of dirt kept crawling up from the ground, every single one wrapped in Dragon Vein's chakra. They moved faster than ordinary puppets, and even after being smashed apart, they would piece themselves back together. The other side had 2 people. One was a blonde boy in an orange jacket, holding a chakra blade as he charged left and right through the puppet swarm. His shadow clones were everywhere. Every slash cut several chakra threads, and several puppets would fall apart. But there were too many puppets. One wave was cut down and another wave came right after it. Naruto Uzumaki. The other one was an Uchiha. Black hair. The Uchiha crest was embroidered on his collar. He looked about 10 years old, more than half a head shorter than Naruto. His eyes were red. Tutomo Sharingan. When the puppets surged in from all sides, he did not retreat. His hands formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames burst from his mouth and spread into a wall of fire in midair. The front row of puppets was burned into lumps of clay. His hand seals were still rough and unpolished, but the power of his fire release was already far from weak. Uchiha Shen stood at the edge of the ruins, watching that Uchiha child. Black hair. Tutomo Sharingan. Around 10 years old. An Uchiha from Konoha. He knew this child. In the more than 20 years he had lived through, he remembered the face of every child in the Uchiha clan. That child's face belonged to another protagonist. Sasuke Uchiha. Shen was a little surprised. It was not that he remembered wrong. It was that this child should not be here. According to the history in his Blue Star memories, only Naruto and Yamato had traveled back to the past during the Rorin mission. Mukade, Naruto, Yamato. 3 people. But now, standing before him, besides Naruto, there was also an Uchiha child. Uchiha Shen's gaze fell on that child's face. His black hair was stuck to his forehead with sweat. His two-tomo Sharingan spun desperately under the encirclement of the puppet swarm. There was a viciousness in his movements that did not belong to his age. Not the viciousness to kill, the viciousness to survive. Every slash landed on chakra threads. Every kick struck puppet joints. When he was knocked back, he got up again. When he was surrounded, he broke through. Not to win, just not to die. Uchiha Shen watched him. For a long time, Minato Namikaze walked over from the other side and stopped beside Uchiha Shen. His eyes landed on Naruto and paused for a moment. That blonde kid, Minato said in a very low voice, just used a jutsu I've never seen before. Not shadow clone. Something else. Rasengan, Uchiha Shen said. Minato turned his head and glanced at him. You'll invent it in the future, Uchiha Shen said, without explaining further. Naruto turned his head in the middle of the puppet swarm and shouted something. Not to Minato, not to Uchiha Shen. He was shouting to that Uchiha child. Sasuke. Left side. Sasuke did not answer, but he shifted one step to the left, perfectly dodging the 2 puppets bursting up from underground. There was no delay at all between Naruto's shout and Sasuke's movement. Like the two had already fought side by side for a very long time. Not the kind of teamwork trained out. The kind fought out on the battlefield. But that was the original story. In the world he lived in, Makoto was 21 this year and still unmarried. Itachi had not even been born yet. Sasuke had not been born even less. And yet the Sasuke Uchiha standing before him now, 10 years old with a two-tomo Sharingan, was fighting shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. Was this the Sasuke he knew? Even Shen could not say for sure because he had changed too much. If this was the Sasuke from his timeline, then he would be his son after all. After all, Makoto was practically one step away from moving into his house. But he had changed too many things. Danzo was dead. Root had not infiltrated every corner of Konoha the way it had in the original story. Orochimaru had not defected. The Department of Technology building stood beside Training Ground 3, with floor-to-ceiling windows and excellent lighting. Tsunade had become the 4th Hokage. The members of Team 7 were his students. Change one person's fate, and you change a group of people's fates. Change a group of people's fates, and you change the course of the entire ninja world. Once the butterfly flapped its wings, the storm changed direction. And so Sasuke appeared here. In the ruins, Mukade's puppet army was still pouring up from underground. Sasuke's fire release burned through 3 puppets, but more rushed in to fill the gap. Naruto swung his chakra blade faster and faster, but his stamina was also dropping. Uchiha Shen stepped forward. He did not activate Susanoo. He simply raised his right hand, and a green leaf sprouted from his palm. Would release. Tree bind eternal burial. The ground of the ruins split open. Thick roots surged from the cracks. Not to attack. To bind. The roots wrapped around the puppets' limbs, torsos, and every single joint. Under the crushing twist of the roots, the clay puppets let out piercing cracking sounds as they shattered. Far in the distance, Mukade sensed the chakra fluctuations of wood release. The puppet army retreated like a receding tide, withdrawing deeper into Rorin. The ruins fell quiet once more. Naruto stood in the middle of the shattered puppet remains, gasping hard, still gripping the chakra blade in his hand. Sasuke stood beside him. The two-tomo in his Sharingan slowly faded, revealing black pupils again. He looked at Uchiha Shen, at those roots that had surged up from underground and then withdrawn again, at the black-haired man standing at the edge of the ruins. Kakashi landed beside Uchiha Shen. Sensei. He looked at Sasuke, and his gaze paused on the Uchiha crest on the child's clothes. He had recognized it too. That was an Uchiha. But he did not know who this person was. We camp first, Uchiha Shen said. Evening. A campfire rose in a wind-sheltered corner of the Rorin ruins. Naruto sat by the fire, holding a bowl of rations handed out by Choza, eating in a hurry. Sasuke sat across from him with a bowl in his hands too. But he was not eating. His gaze had stayed fixed on Uchiha Shen across the fire the whole time. Uchiha Shen was looking at him too. The campfire crackled once. Sparks drifted upward and mixed into the night wind of Rorin. What is your name? Uchiha Shen asked. Sasuke looked at him. Uchiha Sasuke, where did you come from? Sasuke did not answer. Naruto set down his bowl and answered for him. We don't know how we got here either. We were chasing Mukade when the Dragon Veins seal suddenly exploded, and then we ended up here. Uchiha Shen looked at Sasuke. 10-year-old Sasuke Uchiha. Tsutomu Sharingan. He had traveled through time to this place together with Naruto. His gaze lingered on Sasuke's face for a moment, then shifted to Naruto. In the original story, the one who traveled through time with Naruto was Yamato. Now Yamato wasn't here. Sasuke was here. Tomorrow Mukade will come again. Uchiha Gen stood up. Get a good rest tonight. He turned and walked toward the other side of the camp. By the campfire, Sasuke lowered his head and looked at the dry rations in his bowl. In a small voice he muttered, "Could it be father?" He didn't ask who Uchiha Gen was. Beside him, Naruto kept rambling on about how tomorrow he was definitely going to punch Mukade flying. Sasuke listened, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly, very slightly, deep within the ruins of Rorin. Mukade's puppet army surged out from the depths of the dragon veins, twice as many as yesterday. The clay puppets were wrapped in purple dragon veins chakra, flooding across the stone slabs of the ruins like a rising tide. Uchiha Gen glanced at them, then raised his right hand. A black Susanoo rose within the ruins. Not the complete body, only a half-body form, but it was still tall enough to reach the shattered top of Rorin's tower. Susanoo's palm slammed down. The first row of puppets shattered into dust. The back of its hand swept across, and the second row of puppets flew out, crashing into the tower wall. Mukade stood at the very rear of the puppet army. Dragon veins chakra poured out of the cracked seal beneath his feet and flooded into his body. His face twisted, not from anger, from fear. He recognized Susanoo. He recognized this black giant. Mukade turned and ran. Susanoo's fingers closed and crushed him in its palm. The dragon veins chakra was squeezed out of Mukade's body. The purple glow broke into scattered motes and vanished into the air. Mukade's body went limp, like an insect with its shell crushed apart. Susanoo released its hand. He fell to the ground and stopped moving. The ruins fell silent again. Naruto stood in the middle of the puppet fragments, mouth hanging open. Sasuke stood beside him, the fading ghostly light of Susanoo reflected in his black eyes. He stared at Uchiha Gen's back for a long time. Uchiha Gen turned around, and his left eye spun. Tokoyo. Wherever his gaze reached, the space around the two little ones froze. It wasn't time stopping, but a solidification at the chakra level. Naruto still had his mouth open. Sasuke's hand was still resting on his ninja pouch. But neither of them could move anymore. Uchiha Gen walked up to Sasuke and looked down at him. 10-year-old Uchiha Sasuke. Black hair, black eyes, the Uchiha crest embroidered on his collar. His eyes were as deep as Uchiha Gen's. Who is your father? Sasuke looked at him. His lips moved. You. Uchiha Gen fell silent for a breath. Who is your mother? Makoto. Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Gen's gaze shifted away from his face for an instant. Makoto. 21-year-old Makoto. The one who carried a food box every day and sat beneath the corridor eaves, asking him whether the red bean soup was sweet enough. In the future, she would become this child's mother. Do you have an older brother? Yes. Tsunade mom's child. Tsunade mom. Uchiha Gen repeated that title once in his heart. What is your brother's name? Senju Kazuaki. Uchiha Gen rubbed his chin. Who taught you your taijutsu and fire release? You're only 10, yet you already have a Tsutomu Sharingan. Your hand seals for fire style, great fireball jutsu are still rough, but the power already surpasses Chunin level. Who trained you? Sasuke's eyelashes trembled slightly. Not you, father. It was big brother Kakashi and big brother Obito. Father, you were too busy. And BU matters, village matters. Big brother perfectly inherited both the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. He was born with the potential for the sage body and Sharingan. He was always the strongest of our generation. I didn't want to fall behind, so I asked big brother Kakashi and big brother Obito to give me special training. They trained me the same way you trained them. Uchiha Gen slowly turned his head and looked toward Kakashi standing at the edge of the ruins. Kakashi had his back to the side, his silver-white hair swaying faintly in the wind. He seemed to sense something. His shoulders stiffened slightly, but he didn't turn around. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze and looked at Sasuke. Kakashi and Obito. They trained you the way I trained them. Sasuke nodded once. Uchiha Gen remembered that. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and tapped Sasuke's forehead.
Transcription cell.
Chakra seeped from his fingertips into the deepest part of Sasuke's Sharingan, carving a message there. To my future self. Sasuke can fuse with Naruto's cells. Not transplant. Fuse. His body can withstand it. The existence of Senju Kazuaki proves that the child born from you and Makoto can naturally be compatible with both bloodlines. Sasuke only awakened later. Also, when Urashiki Otsutsuki attacks, have Sasuke come find me. Bring the latest results from the technology department. He withdrew his fingers. The transcription seal flashed once deep in Sasuke's pupils, then vanished. On the other side of the ruins, Namikaze Minato stood in front of Naruto. Naruto was still frozen by Tokoyo, mouth open, eyes wide. Minato looked at him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, orange jacket. the same color as his own hair. What's your name? Minato's voice was very soft. Uchiha Gen's Tokoyo opened a slit in front of Minato. Naruto's mouth closed. Naruto Uzumaki. Minato looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled. Not the calm smile from the battlefield, but something lighter, warmer. Naruto. Good name. He didn't ask anything more. Some things didn't need to be asked. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. The Uzumaki surname. He already knew. Minato stretched out his hand and gently patted Naruto on the head. Grow up well. Naruto's eyes reddened. He didn't cry. He just nodded hard. Uchiha Gen turned around, and Tokoyo began to fade. The space around the two little ones started flowing again. The dragon vein seal needs to be reinforced. Minato. Minato nodded once and walked toward the core of the dragon vein seal. Formulas lit up at his fingertips, and golden chakra chains wrapped around the cracks in the seal one by one. The dragon vein's chakra was forced back into the depths underground. Naruto and Sasuke's figures began to fade. When the dragon vein seal closed again, those who did not belong to this era would be pulled back to their point of origin by the power of time. Naruto waved at Minato. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Gen. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Still, Uchiha Gen read those two words. Father. The two little ones disappeared. Only the sound of wind passing through the cracks in the stone remained in the ruins of Rorin. Namikaze Minato stood beside the core of the seal, kunai in his hand. Kakashi, Choza, Shibi. As for the matter of these two children, your memories no need. Uchiha Gen spoke. Minato turned to look at him. No need to seal them. These two children won't affect anything. They only came here once, and met the people they were supposed to meet. That's all. Minato looked at him for a few breaths, then put the kunai back into his ninja pouch. Alright. The team set out, heading east. Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat behind the desk, the Hokage hat resting on the corner of it. Uchiha Gen sat across from her and finished telling her about what happened in Rorin. Tsunade was silent for a long time. Sasuke, your child with Mikoto. Tsunade mom. He called me Tsunade mom. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at the documents on the desk. Then she smiled. It was very brief, very faint. Tsunade mom. She repeated it once, but her tone was different now. That child, does he look like you? He looks more like Mikoto. And his personality, like you. Tsunade raised her head. Uchiha Gen looked at her. The sunset shone in through the window, falling between the two of them. Tomorrow, have Mikoto cook one more bowl of red bean soup. Tsunade said. The Hokage's office. After Uchiha Gen finished talking about the Rorin mission, he didn't leave. He pulled open the door and called into the hallway. Kushina. Minato. Komein. A red-haired head and a blonde-haired head peeked in from the doorway. Kushina was still holding a bowl of red bean soup, and Minato had a stack of freshly signed documents in his hand. Uchiha Gen pressed the two of them into chairs, one on the left and one on the right. The village's sensory barrier is getting upgraded today. Uchiha Gen spread a scroll out on the table. The scroll was densely covered in formulas. The Uzumaki clan's sealing formulas overlapped with the Flying Thunder God's spatial coordinates. The original barrier can sense chakra fluctuations, but White Zetsu's spore clones can disguise themselves as plant chakra and slip through. The new barrier adds 3 layers of the Uzumaki clan's malice sensing, the Flying Thunder God's spatial anchoring, and my Tokoyo coordinates. Any unauthorized chakra that enters the barrier's range, no matter what it disguises itself as, will trigger a spatial freeze. Kushina looked at the formulas on the scroll. The core of this malice-sensing array is me. Also, Big Brother Shen, what is White Zetsu? You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails' ability to sense malice is sharper than any ninjutsu. You hold the core position, and every White Zetsu that comes gets frozen on the spot. As for what White Zetsu is, wait a second. Then Shen walked to the corner of the room. Tokoyo locked the area in place, and with a reach of his hand, he yanked a White Zetsu out. There. See it? It looks humanoid, but its chakra is very similar to a plant's. Its chakra fluctuations are extremely low. If you don't sense carefully, you won't notice it. Kushina set the red bean soup on the table, circled around White Zetsu once, and asked, alright, when do we start? Now. That evening, the new sensory barrier spread open above Konoha. Pale golden formula patterns extended outward from the dome of the Hokage building, rooting themselves into every corner of the village like the roots of a tree. Uchiha Gen stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, watching the barrier's glowing patterns slowly turn in the sunset. White Zetsu couldn't get in anymore. Black Zetsu couldn't get in anymore either. At least not silently. He stood there for a while, then pulled out a summoning scroll from his clothes. Hawk summoning. The scroll opened, and he wrote 4 words on it. Team 7 assemble. The hawk beat its wings and vanished into the western evening glow. Senju clan compound. Back courtyard. This was where Uchiha Gen trained the 3 little ones. 5 years had passed. The grass on the ground had been trampled bald. Layer upon layer of kunai marks covered the wooden posts. Half the stones by the riverbank had been split apart by Chidori's lightning. Kakashi arrived first, then Rin, and finally Obito, his goggles pushed up on his forehead and a rice ball still in his mouth. The three of them stood in a line. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor eaves, with no book in his hand. "Sensei." Kakashi spoke first. "What is it?" Uchiha Gen looked at them. He looked for a long while. Then he smiled. All three of them shivered at the same time. They knew that smile far too well. The last time Sensei had smiled like that, he made them swim across the Naka River in a rainstorm 100 round trips. "In Rorin I met someone." Uchiha Gen's voice was calm. "My son, Uchiha Sasuke. From the future." Kakashi can confirm that. Obito and Rin both turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi gave a slight nod. "My son told me this." Uchiha Gen's smile did not change. "In the future, he was trained using my methods by his two good big brothers. Big brother Kakashi. Big brother Obito." The backyard went silent for a moment. Obito scratched the back of his head. "Sensei, isn't that a good thing? That means your methods work. Just look at me. I'm already so strong now. I'm already a Chunin, Rin." Uchiha Gen said, "Stand farther back. Get your medical ninjutsu ready." Rin silently retreated more than 10 steps. Her hands formed seals, and emerald green medical chakra lit up in her palms. Uchiha Gen stood up. The smile on Obito's face froze. "Sensei? Wait. I didn't say anything wrong, Kakashi. Say something." Kakashi had already moved to the side. Uchiha Gen moved. "No flying thunder god. No ninjutsu. No Sharingan. Just taijutsu." One punch smashed down onto Obito's head. Obito was driven straight into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. "You taught him fire release, but you didn't teach him how to control the amount of chakra." At 10 years old, one great fireball technique drained him dry. Before Obito could crawl out of the ground, the second hit came down. "You trained his taijutsu, and when his center of gravity shifted by half an inch, you didn't correct it. When his Sharingan awakened to 2 tomo, the chakra backlash burned his meridians. I sensed it." Obito crawled out of the dirt, clutching his head, and squatted off to the side. Kakashi did not run. He knew running was useless. Uchiha Gen turned to look at him. Kakashi took a deep breath and raised a defensive stance. A moment later, Kakashi was squatting beside Obito too. Rin healed them 4 times. She squatted between them, emerald green medical chakra covering one on the left and one on the right, so busy that sweat formed on her forehead. Obito held his head and muttered, "Why hit me? I didn't even do anything to you." Kakashi rolled his eyes so hard it was almost a Byakugan. "Idiot. Sensei only has the 3 of us as students." His son said 2 good big brothers. "Aside from us, who else could it be?" Obito froze for a while, then laughed awkwardly. "Got it." Then he added, "But isn't he way too vindictive? How can you blame the present us for future stuff?" Uchiha Gen turned around. Obito immediately shut up. Right then, an ANBU figure flashed into the backyard and dropped to one knee. "Lord Shen, the Hokage-sama is looking for you. On the 3rd floor of the hospital." The ANBU paused, then lowered his voice. "Hokage-sama seems to be pregnant." The backyard fell silent. Uchiha Gen stood where he was, 32 years. From the night when he was 3 years old, sitting on the Uchiha compound's threshold holding his parents' scrolls. He had lived in this world for 32 years. And now someone was telling him he was going to be a father. Tsunade was pregnant. He was going to be a father. Which room is Tsunade in? The innermost room on the 3rd floor. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips, and he vanished from the backyard. Obito climbed up from the ground. "Sensei's gonna be a dad? The Black Grim Reaper is gonna be a dad? Lady Tsunade is pregnant?" He turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you hear that?" Kakashi didn't look at him. His silver white hair hung down, covering his eyes, but the corner of his mouth beneath the mask was curved upward. He was smiling, not his usual faint little curve. He was genuinely smiling. Rin squatted beside them, medical chakra still glowing in her hands. "Kakashi, what are you smiling about?" "Senju Hikaru, Sasuke's older brother, the strongest of their generation." Kakashi wore the expression of someone planning to do something bad. "Since you're the strongest once you're born, your big brother Kakashi will make sure to take very good care of you." He laughed out loud. Obito shivered beside him. "Kakashi, that smile just now was terrifying." "Was it?" "It was." "Rin, you saw it too, right?" Rin lowered her head and continued treating them. The corners of her lips curved upward. The hospital corridor was long. Uchiha Gen landed in the corridor without slowing his steps. The innermost room on the 3rd floor. The door was closed. He pushed it open. Tsunade sat on the hospital bed, a test report in her hand. Her light golden hair was loose, and the Hokage robe was draped over the back of a chair. She looked up at him. Uchiha Gen walked to the bedside and sat down next to her. Tsunade handed him the report. He took it and looked at the words on it. He looked for a long time. Tsunade. I'm going to be a father. When did you start noticing something was off? This morning. I wasn't in a hurry, so I thought I'd come check after work, and then it turned out I was pregnant. I'll arrange for someone to notify Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Sensei. He set the report down and placed his hand over the back of Tsunade's hand, just like he had 10 years ago at their wedding. Just like 5 years ago on the day she put on the Hokage hat. Third floor of Konoha Hospital. The door to the room was pushed open. Not knocked. Pushed open. Orochimaru walked in, his vertical pupils sweeping across the room. Tsunade leaned against the headboard. Uchiha Gen sat beside the bed. His gaze paused on Tsunade's abdomen for an instant before turning to Uchiha Gen. You lied to me. Uchiha Gen looked at him. The cement formula, automatic seeding ninja tools, standardization of medical ninjutsu. You said once those 3 things were done, you'd give me the second tube of blood. The 3 things were finished a long time ago. Where's the blood? Orochimaru's voice echoed through the hospital room. Tsunade leaned against the headboard, the corner of her lips lifting slightly. Later on, I also added the wood ash mud road paving and the water wheel linkage on the Naka River, Uchiha Gen said. You didn't say that. I'm saying it now. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed. Do you know how I've spent these past 5 years? The Ministry of Technology building went up, and the fire daimyo keeps sending people every few days asking for the cement formula. Envoys from the Land of Rain are squatting at the gate waiting for automatic seeding ninja tools. Merchants from the Land of Grass are willing to trade 3 years of grain production for the water wheel blueprints. Every day all I do is meet people. After meeting the daimyo I meet merchants. After meeting merchants I meet craftsmen. After meeting craftsmen I meet farmers. His voice rose another notch. I am Orochimaru. I was supposed to be in a lab researching forbidden jutsu. And now I'm teaching farmers how to use rice transplanters. Tsunade laughed out loud. You're still laughing. Orochimaru turned to Tsunade. Your husband tricked me. He has tricked a lot of people. Tsunade adjusted the pillow behind her. You're first in line. You should feel honored. Orochimaru took a deep breath and set down what he was carrying on the bedside table. It was a wooden box. This is the first batch of nutrient supplements I made using standardized medical ninjutsu procedures. Not forbidden jutsu. Not human experimentation. They're formulated from 27 kinds of grains and medicinal herbs from the Land of Fire. Specially made for pregnant women. He paused. My teacher's wife said so. She told me to bring them over. Tsunade lowered her head to look at the wooden box, then reached out and opened it. Inside, transparent little bottles were lined up in neat rows, each one labeled. Thank you. Orochimaru didn't respond. He sat down on the chair by the window, and the light in his slit pupils softened a little compared to before. The door opened again. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in. He wasn't wearing the Hokage robes. His graying hair was combed neatly. In his hand was a food box covered with a washed faded blue cloth. He sat down by the bed, placed the food box on the bedside table and opened the lid. Red bean rice, grilled fish, pickled radish, miso soup. Everything was still steaming hot. Your teacher's wife made it. She said when you're pregnant you need to eat more. If the nutrition keeps up, the child will grow strong. He paused. It's been a little over 2 months now, so you can still move around. Once it gets inconvenient later on, I'll handle the government affairs for you. I've been stamping the Hokage seal for more than 30 years. My hand's not rusty. Tsunade looked at the steaming red bean rice in the food box, reached out for the chopsticks, picked up a piece of grilled fish, and put it into her mouth. It's good. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. The next afternoon, the hospital room door was slammed open. Jiraiya stood in the doorway. His white hair was a total bird's nest. The hem of his travel clothes was stained with mud from the Land of Rain, and the wooden sandals on his feet were worn unevenly, one side higher than the other. He had run all the way back from the Land of Rain. Tsunade. Shen, where's my big nephew? His gaze landed on Tsunade's still flat stomach, and his mouth stretched all the way to his ears. Ha 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 ha, I'm gonna be a big uncle. The great Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin is gonna be a big uncle. Tsunade looked at him. The door. Huh? You broke the door. Jiraiya turned around and glanced at the door panel hanging crookedly from the frame, then scratched his head. I'll fix it later. He pulled out a book from his clothes. It had an orange cover with the 4 big words Ica Ica Paradise printed on it. With complete solemnity, he placed it on the bedside table beside the nutrient supplements and the red bean rice. What is this? Tsunade's voice was calm. My new book. An enlightenment gift for my future big nephew. The hospital room fell silent for a breath. Then Tsunade's fist slammed into Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya flew out of the crooked-doored hospital room, and Ica Ica Paradise followed right after him, smashing perfectly into his face. At dusk, in the Senju clan grounds, a low table had been set beneath the corridor eaves. For bowls, for pairs of chopsticks, Uchiha Gen, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. The seating was the same as it had been more than 30 years ago after school let out at the Ninja Academy, Jiraiya on the left, Orochimaru on the right, Uchiha Gen in the middle and Tsunade beside him. Nawaki had been sent by Tsunade to Kushina's place. Orochimaru held his bowl, his chopsticks hovering in midair. Do you know what the hardest part of the rice transplanter is? It's not chakra conduction. It's the spacing between the seedlings. Too dense and they won't ventilate. Too sparse, and the land gets wasted. I squatted on a field ridge for 3 days before I found the optimal spacing. 3 days, squatting on a field ridge, watching farmers plant rice. Me, Orochimaru. You squatted for 3 days. Jiraiya chewed on grilled fish. I squatted for 3 years. The rain in the land of rain never stopped. I taught those kids hand signs, and their hands were so cold they were like popsicles. They couldn't even form signs properly. I say, let's stop for today. And they'd say, no, sensei. Teach us one more time. So I taught them one more time. 3 years. Orochimaru's chopsticks came down and picked up a piece of pickled radish. But you didn't come back. Jiraiya kept chewing his grilled fish and didn't answer. Speaking of your disciple. Uchiha Gen put down his chopsticks. You still have one in the village. That yellow-haired kid, Minato. After you left, I watched over his taijutsu, I watched over his chakra control, and I even watched over his shuriken practice. Jiraiya's grilled fish stopped at his mouth. Then he laughed. Well, you've got it covered. A kid like Minato with you watching him, that's better than me watching him. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Jiraiya's smile flickered in the firelight. You took in 3 disciples. What were their names? Yahiko, Konan, Nagato. Jiraiya put down his chopsticks. Yahiko had orange hair, Konan had light blue-purple hair, and Nagato had red hair. 3 kids. Like 3 stray cats that had been drenched in the rain for far too long. Uchiha Gen swallowed his food. In Konoha year 32, Sensei sent me to Amigakure to investigate the situation. Back then, I met 3 kids in the northern ruins. Orange hair, light blue-purple hair, red hair. I gave them a bag of rice balls. Jiraiya's chopsticks froze in midair. Nagato's Rinnegan. You're the one who took it away. Yes, that was the Rinnegan. The sage of 6 paths eyes. And you just took them. Those eyes weren't his to begin with. Madara Uchiha transplanted them into him. For every day the Rinnegan stayed in his sockets, his chakra was drained for another day. After I removed them, I used yang release to regrow a normal pair of eyes for him. His body should be healthier now than it was before. Jiraiya stayed silent for a long time. It is better. That kid Nagato said he used to always have fevers. These past few years it hasn't happened again. So it was you. Uchiha Gen picked up his bowl. As for where the Rinnegan came from, go to the Hokage building tomorrow. I'll tell you everything then. For today, eat first. Hokage office. For people. The same seats as yesterday. Uchiha Gen placed a scroll on the desk. About the Rinnegan. Today I'll make it clear. His voice was very calm. Konoha year 36. North of Amigakure. After Danzo split us into 4 directions, I encountered a white Zetsu in the northern ruins. It lured me away from camp, all the way to a cave at the border between the land of rain and the land of grass. There, I waited for Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya's teacup stopped at his lips. Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted. Not the real body. It was a white Zetsu spore clone carrying his will. Madara's real body was underground, staying alive through the demonic statue of the outer path. Ever since the battle at the Valley of the End, he had never truly left that stone seat. He came to find me because I had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and also possessed the sage body. He wanted to see what exactly I was. And then, Jiraiya's voice was pressed very low. We fought. He lost. The white Zetsu clone shattered into powder, and Madara's will retreated underground. The office went silent for a moment. Then I got pissed off. He sent white Zetsu to lure me out and sent a clone to test me. After the test, he just wanted to leave. So I went to the northern ruins. Nagato was there. Madara's Rinnegan was in his eye sockets. I took it out and burned it to ash with flame light. Then I used yang release to regrow him a normal pair of eyes. Jiraiya set the teacup on his knee. The tea had already gone cold. You make it sound easy. That was the Rinnegan, the sage of 6 paths eyes, and you just destroyed them. Those are not his eyes. Madara transplanted them into him. As long as the Rinnegan stays in his eye sockets for 1 day, his chakra gets drained for 1 day. His life force, his future, everything that should have belonged to Nagato as a person. All of it was being devoured by those eyes. After I took them away, his body got better than before. You said that yourself. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but said nothing. Uchiha Gen took out a second scroll from his robe. The Lulan mission report. He opened it and pushed it over to Jiraiya. Lulan, I told you before I met 2 children from the future. One was Sasuke, the son of Makoto and me. The other was Naruto, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina. Jiraiya's fingers tightened slightly. Naruto told me he became your disciple. You took him to Mount Myaboku, taught him summoning jutsu, taught him ninjutsu. He called you, pervy sage. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He also said that you had been searching for the child of prophecy all your life. In the end, you told him that he was the one you had been looking for. Jiraiya's hand rested on the scroll, his fingertips trembling slightly. Uchiha Gen's voice softened. I didn't let him say more. He came from the future, saying too much wouldn't be good for him. But when he talked about you as his teacher, his eyes were shining, just as bright as when you said at the Ninja Academy that you wanted to become the strongest ninja. Jiraiya lowered his head. His white hair fell down, covering his face. After a long time he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. That kid really said that? Jiraiya stayed silent for even longer. The sunlight outside the window shifted from the floor to the corner of the wall. He raised his head. His eyes were red, but no tears fell. I need to go to the land of rain. Tell Yahiko and the others. If I can bring them back to Konoha, that would be best. If not, then at least I should say goodbye properly. Uchiha Gen nodded once. Then he turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed at once. What are you trying to do now? Uchiha Gen took out a sealing scroll from his robe and undid the seal. A tube of blood. The blood of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan holder, fused with Yin release, Yang release, and Senjutsu chakra. The blood glowed faintly inside the glass tube. The second tube. I said I'd give it to you, so I'm giving it to you. Orochimaru reached out and took the glass tube. The blood gave off a dim glow in his palm. He did not put it away immediately. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Gen. What else? Cars. Orochimaru's slit pupils widened slightly. The concrete road has already been laid all the way to the capital of the Land of Fire. From Konoha to the capital, takes 3 days on foot. If we use a wheeled vehicle powered by chakra, it'll only take half a day. I already drew the blueprints. They're inside the scroll. Orochimaru opened the scroll. Engine structure, transmission system, chakra conversion device, rubber tire formula. Every page was packed full of notes. When did you draw these? When I couldn't sleep at night. Orochimaru closed the scroll and took a deep breath. Uchiha Gen. Concrete, rice transplanters, water wheels, nutritional supplements. And now you're adding cars too. What exactly do you take me for? Minister of Technology. I am Orochimaru. I should have been, he paused. I should have been researching forbidden jutsu in an underground laboratory. I know, but right now you're sunbathing in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, teaching farmers how to use rice transplanters, and preparing nutritional supplements for pregnant women. Don't you like it? Orochimaru opened his mouth, then closed it. He tucked the glass tube into his robe, rolled up the car blueprints, and held them under his arm. Then he stood up and walked to the door. When he reached the doorway, he paused for a moment. The name card doesn't sound good. Change it to Landwalker Maru. The door shut. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Landwalker Maru. His naming sense is still just as bad as ever. He stood up and drained the cold tea in one gulp. I'm leaving too. Going to the land of rain. To say goodbye. He walked to the door. Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice came from behind the desk. Jiraiya stopped, but did not turn around. Come back early. Team 7 can't be missing even one person. Jiraiya's shoulders trembled slightly. Got it. The door closed. Only Uchiha Gen and Tsunade remained in the office. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, one hand resting over her abdomen. Uchiha Gen walked over and sat beside her. Landwalker Maru. What kind of stupid name is that? Tsunade said. We'll make him change it later. Like he'd ever change it. Once Orochimaru makes it, just use your authority as Hokage and call it a car. It'll piss him off. Also, after the child is born, I'm planning to have White Zetsu use Impure World reincarnation so Grandma Mito, Lord Hashirama, and Lord Tobarama can come out and see their great-grandchild. Shen said as he wrapped an arm around Tsunade. That could work. What about Makoto? Tsunade looked up at Shen. We'll let things happen naturally. Based on the future timeline, Sasuke should be born in Konoha year 49. So there are still 7 years left. There's still time to let Orochimaru research this bloodline issue. Then we can complete yours too. As the Hokage of Konoha, not having wood release just doesn't make sense. Fine. Anyway, I don't really have much to do lately. I'll have teacher help with Hokage work. I'm gonna help Orochimaru. Tsunade got up and started walking out. Wait a second. Why go now? Tomorrow is fine. He has already worked hard for 5 years. One more day, one tea make a difference. Shen hurriedly grabbed Tsunade, who was about to leave the backyard of the Senju clan grounds. Kakashi stood in the front, with Obito and Rin at his sides. 3 8-year-old children stood in a row. For 5 years, they had trained in this backyard for 5 years. The grass on the ground had been trampled bare, and layers upon layers of kunai marks covered the wooden posts. Today was the first time they had come to find Uchiha Gen on their own, instead of being summoned by a messenger hawk. Teacher, Kakashi spoke first. We want to follow Mistress 24 hours a day. Uchiha Gen looked at Kakashi. Obito nodded hard from the side. Mistress is pregnant. What if someone wants to hurt her? News that Lady Hokage is pregnant has definitely already spread. The other villages will definitely send spies. Obito. Rin gently tugged on his sleeve. I'm not wrong, teacher. Tell me if I'm right. Uchiha Gen did not answer. He looked at Rin. Rin straightened her body. I can take leave from the medical corps. My medical ninjutsu is already good enough to reconnect severed limbs. Taking care of Mistress's health won't be a problem. Diet schedule, chakra fluctuation monitoring, I can handle all of that. Uchiha Gen looked at the three children. Kakashi's calmness, Obito's passion, Rin's attentiveness. The students he had taught. Okay. All three of their eyes lit up. Perfect. Lately, I've been feeling like my eyes are about to evolve. It should take about 1 week. Uchiha Gen stood up. For this 1 week, Tsunade is in your hands. Kakashi will handle vigilance, Obito will handle outer patrols, and Rin will handle close personal care. Yes, sir. Uchiha Gen walked into the house. Tsunade was sitting under the corridor eaves, holding a bowl of red bean soup that Makoto had brought over that morning. She set the bowl down. Your eyes are about to evolve? The Rinnegan? Faster than I expected. Tsunade was silent for a breath, then took out a black cloth strip from her robe. Use this. Uchiha Gen took the cloth strip, wrapped it around his eyes twice, and tied it tight behind his head. The news spread faster than he expected. Within 3 days, the entire ninja world knew that Konoha's Black Reaper had wrapped a strip of cloth around his eyes. Iwagakure. Inoki sat in the Tsuchikage's office, with an intelligence report sent back from Konoha spread out before him. There was only one line on it. He looked at it for a long time, then floated up from his chair, drifted to the window, and looked in Konoha's direction. Bring out the records of the Uchiha clan. Everything related to the Sharingan. Half a day later, the Tsuchikage's assistant placed an aged scroll on his desk. The scroll had been passed down since the Warring States era, recording the evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the price it carried. The moment the Mangekyo Sharingan awakens is the moment the countdown to blindness begins. The more it was used, the faster the blindness came. In the end, both eyes would shut forever. Inoki closed the scroll. He wrote 3 letters, all with exactly the same wording. Shen is already blind. The time has come. Let us meet in the land of iron. On the envelopes were written the names of the Reikage, the Kazekage, and the Mizukage. Land of iron. Heavy snow. Mifune arranged a secluded tea house. Inoki arrived first and sat in the seat of honor. The 4th Reikage arrived second, shoving the door open with a force that made it slam like thunder. The 4th Kazekage arrived third and quietly sat in the corner. The 4th Mizukage arrived last. The moment he stepped in, the temperature in the tea house seemed to drop by 1 degree. I got the letter. The Reikage slapped Inoki's letter onto the table. Shen's crippled. Is it true? Inoki pushed over the ancient Uchiha clan scroll. The Reikage opened it. The Kazekage and Mizukage both leaned over to look. The tea house stayed silent for a long time. If the Mangekyo is used too much, it goes blind. The Reikage set the scroll down. Shen had cloth wrapped over his eyes. He has finished. Konoha now only has a pregnant 4th Hokage, an old Hiruzen Sarutobi on his last legs, and a bunch of ordinary ninja. Inoki tapped 1 finger on the table. 1 month from now, the Reikage slammed a fist onto the table. We march. The Kazekage nodded once. The Mizukage nodded once. Konoha, Hokage's office. Tsunade placed a report on the desk. The intelligence had been sent back from Iwagakure. There was only a single line. The 4 Kage held a secret meeting in the land of iron. Decision: deploy troops. Time: 1 month from now. Uchiha Gen sat across from her, his eyes wrapped in black cloth. He picked up the report, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. What an unexpected delight. Tsunade looked at him. A 4-nation allied army. You alone. It's not like I Haven T fought this kind of battle before. You had your eyes back then. I still do now. Better than before. Tsunade said nothing more. The evolution of the Rinnegan took 1 extra week beyond what Uchiha Gen had expected. Not 7 days. Half a month. Every day, the eyes beneath the black cloth were changing. After the eternal Mangekyo's ocular power reached its peak, its pattern began collapsing inward, like flower petals withering away before fruit formed. The collapse was slow and painful. Not the kind of pain from when the Mangekyo first awakened, that tearing pain of emotion. This was deeper, more primal, like something was regrowing from deep inside the eyeballs. On the night of the 15th day, Uchiha Gen took off the black cloth. He opened his eyes. The pupils were no longer red. They were pale purple. Ring after ring spread outward from the center of the pupils, like ripples on water after a stone struck the surface. Rinnegan. He stood up without alerting Tsunade. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. Outside Konoha, in a hidden valley, Uchiha Gen landed on the ground. There was no one in the valley. Moonlight leaked through gaps in the clouds. He raised his right hand, and his thoughts shifted slightly. Shinra Tensei, centered on him, shattered stones, fallen leaves, and dust within dozens of meters were blasted outward at the same time, as if an invisible palm had wiped the ground clean. He dispelled Shinra Tensei. Then came Bansho Tenin. The scattered stones were dragged back, floating around him as they slowly revolved. Attraction and repulsion, the most basic powers of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara had used them for a lifetime. Nagato had used them for a lifetime. Now he could use them too. He lifted a hand and pressed a fingertip against a nearby boulder. Chakra seeped from his fingertip into the stone. The color of the rock changed from gray-white to pale purple. Rinnegan sealing absorption. The chakra structure inside the rock was rewritten, turning it into a living stone capable of absorbing chakra. He tested for a long time, until the moon emerged from the gap in the clouds, then slipped back in again. The Rinnegan had more abilities than he had expected. Attraction and repulsion were only the basics. Chakra absorption, soul extraction, the six paths bodies, abilities that, in his blue star memories, belonged to the six paths of pain. The Rinnegan could do them all, and his own dojutsu was still developing. But that would take time. He wrapped the black cloth over his eyes again and tied it tight behind his head. The Flying Thunder God formula lit up. Senju clan grounds. Uchiha Gen landed beneath the corridor eaves. Tsunade was sitting there, holding a bowl of red bean soup that had already gone cold. She looked at the black cloth over his eyes. It worked. Tsunade set down the red bean soup. Are the ninja of the four nations enough for you to test it on? Not enough, but better than nothing. I just hope they can entertain me. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Moonlight covered the whole corridor. Konoha Year 42, Spring. Border of the Land of Fire. The flags of the four-nation allied army rose over the horizon. 12,000 ninja pressed into the Land of Fire from four directions. Since the First Great Ninja War, this was the largest joint military operation in the ninja world. There was only one target. Konoha. Every village and town along the way was empty. The grain had already been harvested. The wells had already been sealed. The doors of the houses had all been nailed shut. Within 3 days, every civilian of the Land of Fire had been withdrawn into the range of Konoha's defensive barrier. This had been Tsunade's order. Do not resist. Do not engage. Leave no one behind. Give up the land. Bring back the people. The ones who carried out this order were all members of the Umbu, along with a mobile force personally led by Tsukumo Hatake. 3 days. The border line of the Land of Fire pulled inward by 200 li, leaving nothing behind. The four-nation allied army advanced across this empty land for 7 days. No ambushes. No traps. No ninja. There was not even a single paper bomb. The land was empty. The villages and towns were empty. The granaries were empty. Felt like punching a fist into cotton. Inoki floated at the very front of the army. The wrinkles on his face were twice as deep as they had been 7 days ago. He had fought wars his entire life, from the Warring States period until now, and he had never seen fighting like this. It was not that they could not defend. It was that they refused to defend. It was not that they could not fight. It was that they refused to fight. That woman Tsunade had pulled all of Konoha's strength back into the village. Like clenching a fist and waiting for him to punch it. Speed up, Inoki said. Day 8. Konoha's main gate. 12,000 ninja formed ranks outside the gate. The Earth Release Unit had already laid explosive tags across the mountain walls on both sides. The Lightning Release Unit spread out a lightning release barrier in front of the formation. The Wind Release and Water Release Units stood by on the flanks. The 4th Raikage stood at the front. His Lightning Release Chakra mode was already activated, blue lightning flickering wildly around him. Inoki floated to his left. The 4th Kazekage stood to his right. The 4th Mizukage stood at the far right. Further back were the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Gyuki. The chakra of the four-tailed beasts surged within the formation like 4 flames of different colors. Konoha's gates were tightly shut. A few people stood in front of them. Jiraiya. Sage mode was already active. Red markings were painted across his toad-like face, and Shima and Fukasaku stood on his shoulders. Orochimaru. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and the formation of 12,000 men was reflected in his vertical pupils. Tsukumo Hatake. The white fang short blade was already unsheathed, white chakra light pulsing from the blade. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He wore the combat gear from his days as Hokage and held the adamantine staff in his hand. And Uchiha Gen. He stood in front of all of them. Black cloth was wrapped over his eyes. Over the standard Umbu flak jacket, he wore a black haori. The wind blew in from the front, lifting the hem of the haori. The Raikage's lightning flared in an instant. Shen, you're already a cripple. So what are you doing out here? Get Tsunade out here. Don't tell me Konoha's Hokage doesn't even dare show her face. Uchiha Gen did not answer. The ground beneath the Raikage's feet exploded. His lightning release chakra mode surged to full power. His figure stretched into a straight blue line within the lightning as he threw a punch at Uchiha Gen's face. That one punch could flatten a small mountain. Jiraiya moved. In Sage mode, his speed was no slower than the Raikage S. He stepped in front of Uchiha Gen and formed hand seals with both hands. Sage Art. Demonic Illusion. Toad Confrontation Chant. The Raikage S fist smashed into the barrier formed from Senjutsu Chakra. The barrier shattered. But the Raikage S charge also came to a halt. Jiraiya's feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground. He only managed to steady himself after sliding back 3 or 4 steps. He shook his numbed hands. What a heavy punch. The Raikage looked at the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders. One of the Sannin, Jiraiya. You can't stop me. Even if I can't stop you, I still have to try. My big nephew hasn't even been born yet. I can't let men like you scare him. The Raikage's lightning flared again for an instant. He charged up once more. Inoki moved too. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A white beam shot out from his palm. Orochimaru pulled both hands from his sleeves. Triple Rashomon. 3 giant demonic-faced gates rose from the ground. Dust release's white light pierced through the first one, then the second, and finally dissipated in front of the third. The cracks on Rashomon reflected in Orochimaru's vertical pupils. The Tsuchikage's dust release was even stronger than the intelligence had said. The 4th Kazekage's gold dust surged in from the side, but Tsukumo Hataki's white light chakra saber split the wave apart with a single slash. The 4th Mizukage's water mirror technique spread open at the front line, only for Hiruzen Sarutobi's adamantine staff to smash the mirror surface apart with one strike. The 4 Kage had been stopped, but the corners of their mouths all curved slightly. This was not what they had been waiting for. The chakra of 4-tailed beast Jinchuriki erupted at the same time. The blue flames of Matatabi, the 2 tails. The lava of Son Goku, the 4 tails. The steam of Kokuo, the 5 tails. The ink of Gyuki, the 8 tails. The 4 streams of tailed beast chakra converged into one torrent, surging past the 4 Kage, past Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Hiruzen, heading straight for Konoha's gates. Uchiha Gen slowly took off his blindfold. The black cloth slid down from his face, caught by the wind, and drifted toward Konoha behind him. He opened his eyes. Light purple pupils. Ring after ring of ripples spread outward from the center of his eyes, like ripples on water struck by a pebble. The Rinnegan, the combined torrent of the 4-tailed beast's chakra, stopped in front of him. No, not stopped. It was blocked outside his body by a repulsive force field. Uchiha Gen lifted his right foot and stepped onto the air, as if stepping on an invisible stair. Then a second step. The third. He walked into midair and looked down at the 12,000 ninjas below. The wind lifted his black hair and made his black Haori snap loudly. I already gave you a chance. His voice fell from the sky above. But you didn't cherish it. He raised his right hand and spread all 5 fingers. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then let me enjoy myself. Shinra Tensei, centered on Uchiha Gen. An invisible repulsive force exploded in all directions. The ground split open, not into a single crack. The entire earth was torn up and lifted. The first row of ninjas was struck like they had been smashed by an invisible giant hand. They were sent flying before they could even scream. The second row, the third row, the fourth row. The formation of 12,000 men collapsed in that instant like a castle built from playing cards. The 2 tails Jinchuriki's tailed beast cloak was ripped apart by the repulsive force. The 4 tails lava was blasted into sparks across the sky. The 5 tails steam was forced back into its body. The 8 tails tentacles were torn off at the roots. Inoki's dust release shattered into specks of light in front of Shinra Tensei. He used the last of his chakra just to keep himself steady, his legs plowing 2 deep trenches across the ground. The Raikage's lightning release chakra mode was forcibly broken apart, and his whole body slammed into the rock wall behind him. The Kazekage's gold dust fell like rain. The Mizukage's water mirror shattered into thousands upon thousands of fragments. The Alliance army of 12,000 had been routed by this single blow. Uchiha Gen stood in midair, the pale purple rings of the Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils. The wind stopped. His black hair fell back onto his shoulders, and his black Haori hung down. He looked at the ruins beneath his feet. Since you came, then all of you can stay. After the 4 nations' allied army was hit by Shinra Tensei, the battlefield fell into dead silence. Inoki was half kneeling in a pile of broken stone. The light of dust release flickered once in his palm, then went out. The Raikage slid down from the rock wall. His lightning release chakra mode had completely dispersed, and his right arm hung at an unnatural angle. The Kazekage and Mizukage had both fallen side by side in a heap of rubble. The Mizukage's water mirror had shattered into countless ice-like crystals scattered across the ground. The 4-tailed beast Jinchuriki were lying on the outer edge. Their tailed beast cloaks had completely receded, and they had returned to human form. The blue flames on the 2 tails Jinchuriki had gone out. The 4 tails Jinchuriki's lava had cooled into black stone. The 5 tails Jinchuriki's steam had dissipated into the air. Ink was still seeping from the severed ends of the 8 tails Jinchuriki's tentacles. The 8 tails chakra surged around the wounds, trying to regenerate, But the lingering repulsive force from Shinra Tensei made every attempt at regeneration feel like swimming through glue. Uchiha Gen descended from the air. The tip of his foot landed on the broken stones without making a sound. He walked toward Inoki. Inoki raised his head. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The sage's eyes. Uchiha Gen did not respond. When did you awaken them? Half a month ago. Inoki's pupils contracted for an instant, and then he laughed, laughing until he started coughing. So that blindfold was on purpose. You covered your eyes and waited for us to come to your door. I already gave you a chance. Back when the four Kage held their secret meeting in the Land of Iron, I already knew you were coming. I gave you 1 month to regret it. You didn't. So I took off the blindfold and let you see whether I was crippled or not. A murky sigh came from Inoki's throat. Kill us. Uchiha Gen looked down at him. Killing you would be easy. One more Shinra Tensei, and none of you 4 would survive. And then what? Iwagakure gets a new Tsukikage. Kumogakure gets a new Reikage. Sanagakure and Kirigakure would be the same. The first thing the new Kage would do after taking office would be avenging the old ones. War would never stop. I'm not killing you. Inoki's pupils shrank. The 4 nations allied army, 12,000 men. Every one of them will write a letter of surrender. And the 4 Kage will each sign a permanent non-aggression treaty. I'll decide the terms. You sign them. The Reikage stood up from the rubble, supporting his broken right arm with his left hand. His voice hoarse. What makes you think we'll sign? Uchiha Gen turned and looked at him. The pale purple rings of the Rinnegan slowly turned in the depths of his pupils, and an invisible pressure descended onto the Reikage's shoulders. It was not Shinra Tensei. It was something lighter, more precise. Rinnegan pressure. Inside the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails chakra shrank into a tight mass under that pressure. The Reikage's knees bent slightly, but he did not kneel. Because that attack just now only used 30% of my power, Uchiha Gen said. The air on the battlefield froze. Against an allied army of 12,000, I only used 30%. If you don't sign, then next time I'll use my full strength. Not on your ninjas. On your villages. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Sanagakure, Kirigakure. I'll visit them one by one. You can't stop me. Inoki stared into Uchiha Gen's eyes. Light purple. Ring after ring of ripples. This was not the kind of Rinnegan Uchiha Madara had, filled with hatred and revenge. This was something quieter. Something deeper. Like a well. You knew there was water inside, but you couldn't see the bottom. What are the treaty terms? Uchiha Gen took a scroll from his robes and unfurled it. The treaty was very short. Only 3 clauses. First, the 4 nations will form a permanent non-aggression treaty with the Land of Fire. Second, each of the 4 nations will reduce the number of standing ninjas to half of their current total. Third, the 4 nations will open all border checkpoints to Konoha. Merchant caravans and ninjas passing through will be exempt from inspection and permits. The Reikage's expression changed. The second clause? Are you trying to make us die slowly? I'm making sure you don't have the strength to wage war again. Sign it and you'll take your people and go home. Refuse, and I'll keep your men here while you 4 return to your villages and wait for me to come. Inoki lowered his head. He remembered the year Konoha 37, when Chiyo signed that surrender document at the gates of Sanagakure. Back then, Uchiha Gen had not yet had the Rinnegan. He had only possessed a black Susanoo. Now he had the Rinnegan. He stood atop the ruins of 12,000 men and said, I only used 30%. Chiyo had signed. Hanzo had died. Now it was him, Inoki. Should he sign? He extended his hand. Pen. Uchiha Gen handed him the pen. Inoki signed his name on the treaty and stamped it with the Tsukikage's seal. The Kazekage signed second. Then the Mizukage. The Reikage signed last. After signing, he threw the pen to the ground and turned to walk toward his own ninjas. Gather your troops. Before sunset, leave the Land of Fire. Uchiha Gen put away the scroll. Inoki floated up and flew toward Iwagakure's formation. Halfway there, he paused for a moment without turning back. Uchiha Gen, you said you only used 30% of your strength. Was that true? You guess. Inoki flew away. Uchiha Gen turned around and walked toward Konoha's gates. Jiraiya's sage mode had already faded. Shima and Fukasaku had disappeared. He looked at Uchiha Gen, his mouth hanging open, only a single syllable coming from his throat. In Orochimaru's vertical pupils was the reflection of Uchiha Gen's Rinnegan. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly, and he turned to walk back toward the village. Tsukumo Hatake sheathed the white fang short blade. His hand was trembling, not from fear, but from the aftershock of that strike just now. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned on the adamantine staff, his gaze moving away from Uchiha Gen's Rinnegan and toward the direction Inoki had flown off in. He had fought wars his whole life, from the first great ninja war all the way to the third. Never had he seen a scene like today's. A coalition army of 12,000 had been crushed by a single person. This wasn't a battle. It was a complete stomp. Konoha's gates opened. Tsunade stood just inside the gate, the Hokage hat resting on her head. The kanji for fire at its edge glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Her belly was already slightly rounded, and the hem of her Hokage robe fluttered in the wind. She looked at Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen looked at her too. You're back. Yeah. The treaty signed? Signed. Then let us go home. Makoto made red bean soup. Uchiha Gen walked over and took her hand. Behind them, 12,000 ninja climbed up from the ground, silently gathering their companions and banners. No one spoke. The four Kage walked at the very front of their respective forces. No one looked back. Kakashi stood inside Konoha's gate, his silver-white hair blown messy by the wind. Obito stood beside him, his goggles pushed up to his forehead, mouth open, but no sound coming out of his throat. Rin stood on Obito's other side, her hands still held in the seal for medical ninjutsu. Obito swallowed. Kakashi, that move Sensei used just now. Rinnegan. I know it was the Rinnegan, but... His hand gestured wildly in the air. That was 12,000 people. Just one hit. Kakashi didn't answer. He watched the backs of Uchiha Gen and Tsunade walking away side by side. Black Haori. Hokage robe. Sensei had fooled the entire ninja world with that eye patch, lured the coalition army of 4 nations right to Konoha's gate, then crushed them with a single strike. It wasn't about killing. It was making every single one of them watch with their own eyes how they were crushed, then letting them go back alive and remember it for the rest of their lives. That was the cruelest part. Konoha Year 42 Early Winter. 3rd floor, Konoha Hospital. At the end of the hallway, outside the delivery room, Uchiha Gen was pacing back and forth. Turn again. His footsteps were light, but the pace was getting faster and faster. Kakashi leaned against the wall, silver-white hair hanging down over his right eye, his left eye watching his teacher walk past and then walk back again. He counted silently in his heart. This was the 73rd round. Obito sat on the bench with his goggles pushed up on his forehead, his head turning along with Uchiha Gen's figure, from left to right, then from right to left. By the 15th time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Sensei, you're the Black Grim Reaper. Even a 12,000-man ninja coalition couldn't beat you. So why are you this nervous now? Uchiha Gen's footsteps stopped. He turned and looked at Obito. Obito's smile froze on his face. Sensei, I was just saying. The iron fist of love came down on top of Obito's head. Obito slid right off the bench and dropped to his knees on the floor, clutching his head with both hands, tears almost coming out. Why do you hit me? I wasn't wrong. Just as Uchiha Gen was about to speak, the cry of a baby came from inside the delivery room. It was loud, bright, and full of strength. Everyone in the hallway stopped what they were doing. Orochimaru was leaning by the window, his vertical pupils widening slightly. Jiraiya stood at the other end of the hallway, still holding that orange-covered book in his hand, the pages frozen on one spot without turning again. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the far end of the bench, both hands braced on the armrests. The crying continued. The door to the delivery room opened. Tsunade walked out carrying the baby herself. Her light golden hair was hanging loose, sweat still on her face. The Hokage robe was draped over her shoulders, and underneath she wore a patient gown. In her arms was a tiny swaddled bundle, white, embroidered with the Senju clan crest. Uchiha Gen's mind blanked out for a moment. Tsunade, why you? Why did you come out by yourself? You just gave birth. You need to rest. Rest my ass. Tsunade adjusted the bundle in her arms. I'm from the Senju clan. Giving birth is nothing. Let us go home. Don't let my son catch cold. Uchiha Gen stood there, mouth open. The corner of Kakashi's mouth curved beneath his mask. Sensei got stunned by one sentence from Mistress. He would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. Obito climbed up from the floor, rubbing his head as he leaned over to look at the baby in the swaddle. Lady Tsunade, what is his name? Kazuki. Senju clan grounds. The covered corridor was packed with people. The swaddled baby was placed in the very middle. Kazuki was asleep. His tiny face was wrinkled, his fists clenched, his breathing so light it was like cherry blossoms falling onto water. Jiraiya crouched beside the swaddle, grinning from ear to ear. Kazuki, Kazuki, I'm your uncle Jiraiya. You'll call me uncle from now on. Got it? Orochimaru stood behind him, the baby's face reflected in his vertical pupils. He watched for a long while, then pulled a tiny glass bottle out from his sleeve and placed it beside the swaddle. Inside the bottle was a pale green liquid. Nutrient solution. Better than the one I gave Tsunade. After he weaned 1 drop a day. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat by the edge of the corridor, head lowered as he looked at Kazuki's sleeping face. He watched for a long time. Then he reached out and gently tucked in a corner of the swaddle that had come loose. If Lord Hashirama and teacher Tobarama saw this child, they'd be very happy. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were squeezed together at the other end of the corridor. Obito spoke in a whisper. He is so tiny. Rin whispered too. All babies are this small. Kakashi said nothing. He looked at Kazuki's wrinkled little face and remembered what Sasuke had once said. My older brother is Senju Kazuki. He perfectly inherited the bloodlines of both the Uchiha and the Senju. From birth, he had the potential for both the Sage Body and the Sharingan. He was always the strongest of his generation. The strongest of his generation. And right now, that strongest of his generation was drooling. Uchiha Gen stood outside the crowd and gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade saw it and stepped out from the crowd, walking to his side. What is it? Uchiha Gen lowered his head and whispered a few words into her ear. Tsunade's eyes lit up, then curved as she nodded. Uchiha Gen walked out from the corridor and into the courtyard. He took out a sealing scroll from his robe and spread it open. The sealing formula slowly rotated across the scroll. He formed a hand seal, and 3 clumps of white material emerged from the scroll. White Zetsu spore clones. Alive, but suppressed by the seal like 3 lumps of white mud. Uchiha Gen formed hand seals with both hands. Impure world reincarnation. 3 cracks split open in the courtyard ground, and the 3 white Zetsu clones were pulled inside. Then the earth began to tremble. 3 figures rose up from the cracks. Dust and glowing motes of chakra peeled away from their bodies, revealing their faces. On the far left was a man with a powerful build, long black hair hanging loose, wearing layered red armor from the Warring States era. Hashirama Senju. On the far right was a man with white hair, a cold face, and 3 red markings on his face, wearing layered blue armor. Tobirama Senju. In the middle was a woman with white hair and wrinkles, dressed in a white kimono, both hands folded in front of her. Mito Uzumaki. The 3 slowly opened their eyes. Hashirama's gaze swept across the courtyard, across the crowded corridor, across the baby in the swaddle, and finally landed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tobirama's gaze swept over Uchiha Gen, paused on the Rinnegan for a moment, then moved away. Mito's gaze landed on Tsunade, on her loose hair, on the sweat on her forehead, on her now empty abdomen. Grandma! Tsunade's voice exploded through the courtyard. She rushed forward and hugged Mito Uzumaki. Mito raised her hand and gently placed it on Tsunade's back. Already the Hokage, and you're still this jumpy. Under the covered walkway, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe slipped from his hand and hit the wooden floor with a dull thud. He looked at Hashirama, then at Tobirama. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. His teacher. Hashirama lowered his head and looked at the baby in the swaddling cloth. A wrinkled little face, tiny fists clenched, a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. What's this child called? Senju Kazuaki. Shen and I agreed on it. This child will inherit the Senju clan. Tsunade lifted her head from Mito's arms. Hashirama crouched down and picked up the swaddled baby. Kazuaki moved a little in his arms. One small hand slipped out from the cloth and grabbed Hashirama's thumb. Hashirama looked down at that little hand for a long time. Kazuaki. He softly repeated the name. Hashirama. Mito's voice came from beside him. Hashirama turned and looked at his wife. Mito reached out and took Kazuaki from his arms. Tobirama stood to the side, his gaze resting on Kazuaki's face. Big brother. This child's chakra carries both the aura of the Senju and the Uchiha. Hashirama glanced back at his younger brother. What about it? Isn't that a good thing? It means the hatred between the Senju and Uchiha has been completely set aside. Hashirama held Kazuaki, his thumb still clasped by the baby's tiny hand. The smile on his face was like spring water after the Naka River thawed. Tobirama stood beside him, staring at the infant's face for a long time before slowly shifting his gaze to Uchiha Gen. Big brother. Tobirama's voice was like a whetstone scraping steel. This child's chakra carries the aura of the Senju, and also the Uchiha. Tsunade is a Senju. This brat is an Uchiha. The child bears the surname Senju. And you just said the hatred between the Senju and Uchiha has been completely set aside. Hashirama raised his head. Tobirama set aside my ass. Tobirama didn't look at his brother. His eyes were nailed to Uchiha Gen. Kid, I'm asking you, what's going on here? The courtyard fell silent. Under the covered walkway, Obito quietly shifted half a step behind Kakashi. Orochimaru's vertical pupils reflected Tobirama's back, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Jiraiya, crouching beside the swaddling cloth, slowly closed the Ika paradise in his hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood where he was, his pipe lying by his feet, not daring to pick it up. Uchiha Gen looked at Tobirama. White hair, red facial markings, layered blue armor. Exactly the same as the carved image of the second Hokage on the Hokage rock in his memory. Lord Hashirama is right. The hatred between the Senju and the Uchiha was already set aside in Tsunade's generation and mine. Kazuaki bears the surname Senju because Tsunade and I decided it together. The Senju clan needs an heir. Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan. Her child should inherit the Senju name. I bear the surname Uchiha. But that doesn't mean my child must bear the surname Uchiha. Tobirama's fingers tightened slightly. The Uchiha name doesn't need a surname to continue it. The Uchiha name is carried on by the Sharingan, by military merit, and by loyalty to Konoha. My father, Uchiha Schwanha, and my mother, Uchiha Kiwa, both died in the First Great Ninja War. They died as Uchiha, and they died protecting Konoha. I'm the same. Kazuaki bears the surname Senju, but Uchiha blood flows in him. He will awaken the Sharingan. He will use fire release. He will remember his father's clan. That's enough. Tobirama looked at him for a long time. Those eyes that had seen Uchiha Madara, seen Uchiha Izuna, seen countless Uchiha, now rested on this 23-year-old Uchiha Shin. The air beneath the covered walkway seemed frozen solid. What year did your parents die? Konoha year 13. During the First Great Ninja War. Tobirama fell silent. In Konoha year 13 he had been the Hokage. He had commanded that war. The casualty report for Uchiha Schwanha had been signed by his hand. Uchiha Kiwa's name had also been on the list of the fallen. How old were you back then? 3. Tobirama said nothing. The only sound in the courtyard was the wind stirring through the pine branches. Hashirama gently returned Kazuaki to Mito's arms, walked over to Tobirama, and placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Tobirama, that's enough. Tobirama gave no response. He looked at Uchiha Shin, then at Kazuaki in Mito's arms. The baby's breathing was light. A trace of drool hung at the corner of his mouth, and his tiny clenched fists still hadn't loosened. Your eyes? Tobirama suddenly asked. The Rinnegan. How did you awaken it? After the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan reached its peak, it naturally evolved. Not transplanted? No. Tobirama's pupils contracted slightly. The Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths eyes. Then why do you carry the feeling of Senju bloodline? It's very well hidden, but you can't escape my senses. I awakened a special Kekkei Toda that can absorb bloodlines. When I was 4, Tsunade fought me. Her mouth was cut, and her blood flowed into mine. When I was still alive at 4 years old, you were already this damn bold. Senju Tobirama had already raised a hand, ready to move at any second. Enough, Tobirama. What are you saying? I picked the wrong husband for Tsunade? Uzumaki Mito spoke from the side. No, sister-in-law, I was just... Before Tobirama could finish, that's enough. Come look at the child. The little one is very cute. Tobirama withdrew his gaze and turned toward the covered walkway. Lowering his head, he looked at Kazuaki in the swaddling cloth, then reached out and gently tucked in the corner that had been lifted by the wind. His movements were light as his brother's. Then he walked up to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen straightened his back, his hands hanging at his sides. Teacher. Tobirama looked at him for a long time. His own student, the young man who had once stood behind him, handed him scrolls, carried out his orders, and blocked a kunai for him on the battlefield. His hair had turned white. There were wrinkles on his face, age spots on his hands. You've grown old. Hiruzen's eyes reddened. Teacher, you haven't changed at all. Tobirama did not answer that. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha Shin in the courtyard, looked at Tsunade, looked at Kazuaki in Mito's arms, looked at Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin crowded under the covered walkway. Konoha is bigger than when I was here. Yes. Several hundred students graduate from the Ninja Academy every year. Cement roads now stretch all the way to the capital. The technology department is building something called a Landwalker pill. Can move without horses pulling it. Landwalker pill. Who came up with that name? Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Tobirama's brow twitched slightly. He gave no comment on the name and instead turned to look at Hashirama. Hashirama was crouching before Mito, holding out a finger for Kazuaki to grab. The smile on his face was exactly the same as when he used to skip stones by the Naka River decades ago. Big brother. Time to go. Hashirama looked up. Tobirama, let's stay a little longer. You're an Edo Tensei, not one of the living. Staying too long is bad for the living. Wait, Lord Tobirama. Come here for a second. I need to tell you something. Shen pulled Tobirama to a corner of the courtyard. The two of them muttered back and forth, and faintly, bits could be heard about one continent. So many ninja villages big and small. Isn't this a betrayal of the Sage of Six Paths? Kid, just say you want to unify the ninja world. Don't feed me all this righteous nonsense. You think I'd believe it? Senju Tobirama folded his arms and sneered. Yeah, I want to unify the ninja world. I don't want any more wars. After you died, the second great ninja war broke out. I figure if nothing changes, there'll be a third and a fourth. So when I'm ready to act, I'll use Edo Tensei to bring you all back for a while to help me. Otherwise, I'm afraid Tsunade will be too exhausted. Senju Tobirama thought about it, felt that what he said made sense, then nodded. I agree, kid. Take good care of Tsunade and Kazuaki. When I come out again, I'll be watching. Grandma. Mito reached out and brushed the loose strands of hair from Tsunade's forehead behind her ear. Your grandfather is right. Edo Tensei can't remain for too long. Being able to see Kazuaki be born is enough. She turned to Uchiha Shin. Shin. Grandma. Tsunade and Kazuaki. I'm leaving them to you. Okay. Mito smiled. Wrinkles squeezed together, and his eyes curved into two narrow slits. It was exactly the same as many years ago under the corridor eaves when he said, "Call me Grandpa." Hashirama walked up to Uchiha Gen and looked down at him. "Uchiha Gen, first Hokage." Tobirama said, "Your eyes can see very far. Then look for me. What does Konoha's future look like?" Uchiha Gen looked at him. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, the man who ended the chaotic era, founded Konoha, and distributed the tailed beasts to the various nations. "Very good. Better than when you were here." Hashirama smiled. He patted Uchiha Gen on the shoulder, then turned and walked toward the middle of the courtyard. The three Edo Tensei bodies began to break apart. White fragments peeled away from the edges, lifted by the early winter wind, like sakura petals, like snow. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Mito slowly faded within the drifting fragments. "Monkey." Tobirama's voice came from within the fragments. Hiruzen straightened his back. "Konoha is in your hands now. You've done very well." Tears fell from Hiruzen's eyes. Tobirama said nothing more. 3 pillars of light rose from the fragments, shot into Konoha's sky, and vanished into the clouds. The courtyard fell silent. Tsunade held Kazuki in her arms, tears flowing soundlessly down her face. Uchiha Gen walked over and drew her into his embrace. Kazuki slept between them, his breathing so light it was like sakura petals landing on water. "Tsunade, Lord Hashirama asked what Konoha's future looks like. I said it was very good. I wasn't lying to him. Land of Rain, underground cavern. The leaking energy of the dragon vein spread through the depths of the cavern like mist. Purple motes floated in the air, dyeing the droplets on the rock walls a pale violet. Uchiha Madara sat on a stone seat, white hair draped loose, his withered fingers resting on his knees. His eye sockets were empty. He had already dug out the Rinnegan with his own hands and was holding them in his palm. The pale purple pupils, the ringed patterns, glowed faintly within the dragon vein mist. "Kusagakure." Madara's voice echoed through the cavern. Black Zetsu's body seeped out from a crack in the rock and gathered into shape on the ground. "Yes. A man of the Uzumaki clan is waiting to die at a border outpost of Kusagakure. His life force is very strong, but he is badly wounded, and his chakra is running dry. He is one of the last few pure-blood descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Save him. Use white Zetsu spores. It is already being done." Black Zetsu's yellow eyes looked at the Rinnegan in Madara's palm. "Madara-sama, your eyes take them." Madara handed the Rinnegan over, the movement light, like he was passing over an old piece of clothing he had worn for too long. "Transplant them into him. Let him live on in Kusagakure. When the time is right, I'll go find him." Black Zetsu took the Rinnegan. The 2 pale purple eyeballs slowly turned in his black palm, the circular patterns seeming alive. He did not ask when the time would be, and Madara did not say. Only the humming sound of dragon vein energy flowing remained in the cavern. Madara leaned back against the stone seat, his hollow eye sockets facing the cavern ceiling. "What is the name of Uchiha Gen's child?" "Senju Kazuki." The corner of Madara's mouth curved slightly. It was not a smile, but something even lighter than that. "Senju." Hashirama's surname, Uchiha bloodline. If Hashirama knew, he would be very happy. Black Zetsu said nothing. Madara said nothing more either. The dragon vein mist in the cavern slowly gathered around him, wrapping him in a pale violet glow. Konoha Senju clan grounds. By the time Uchiha Gen returned from the Hokage building, it was already dark. He landed in the courtyard, the blue glow of the flying thunder god fading beneath his feet. Someone was sitting beneath the corridor eaves, long black hair draped loose, wearing a light teal kimono, a food box resting on her knees. It was not Tsunade, Brother Shin. Makoto's voice came from under the corridor. Uchiha Gen's leg trembled. Makoto opened the food box. Inside was red bean soup still steaming hot. "You didn't come back for lunch today. I reheated it for you." Uchiha Gen walked over and sat by the corridor. He picked up the red bean soup and took a sip, just like every day in the past. "Brother Shin." Makoto's voice was very soft. "What is the name of Sister Tsunade's child?" "Kazuki." "Kazuki." Makoto repeated the name, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. "Sister Tsunade is amazing. Something as big as having a child, and she acts like nothing happened. If I have a child in the future, I wonder if I can be like her." Uchiha Gen's spoonful of red bean soup stopped by his lips. Makoto turned to look at him. Her black eyes were bright under the moonlight. "Brother Shin, I want a child too, yours and mine." Uchiha Gen set down the red bean soup. "Makoto, you're 22 this year. Sister Tsunade was also 32 when she gave birth. You're from the Uchiha clan. And is Sister Tsunade some princess of the Senju clan?" Uchiha Gen looked at her. 20-year-old Makoto, black hair draped loose, and something in her eyes that he had seen many times before. When Tsunade bit his lip that day, her eyes had held that same thing. He raised a hand and tucked a strand of hair hanging over Makoto's forehead behind her ear. Get married first. Makoto's eyes widened. As for the child, we'll talk about it after we're married. Go back first and tell the great elder. Tomorrow, I'll go to the clan grounds and formally ask for your hand. Makoto's eyes reddened. She did not cry. She nodded hard, stood up, forgot even to take the food box, and ran out through the courtyard gate. Her footsteps grew fainter and fainter in the alley. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor, lowering his head to look at that bowl of red bean soup. Moonlight fell across the surface of the soup. 7 years. Sasuke would be born in Konoha year 49. It was now Konoha year 42. He could not say it, so he could only lift the red bean soup and drink it down one sip at a time. The next day, Uchiha clan grounds. The great elder's courtyard was still that same courtyard. The branches of the old persimmon tree were bare, and the dead vines in the corner clung to the wall just as they had decades ago. When Uchiha Gen walked through the courtyard gate, the great elder was sitting beneath the corridor, a smoking pipe in his hand. Great elder. Uchiha Gen sat down across from him, both hands resting on his knees. I've come to ask for a marriage. I want to marry Makoto. The great elder's pipe stopped by his lips. I've already married Tsunade. If Makoto marries me, her child will bear the Uchiha name and inherit the Uchiha clan's legacy. I will not let her suffer any grievance. The great elder set down his pipe, stood up, and walked into the house. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor and waited. The wind blew through, and the old persimmon tree's branches swayed gently. The great elder came back out, a sword in his hand. Uchiha Gen. The great elder's voice was like a whetstone scraping. I handed your parents' scroll to you, and I left the Uchiha courtyard to you. You said you wanted to move to the Senju clan grounds, and I agreed. You said you wanted to marry Senju Tsunade, and I did not stop you. And now you're telling me you want to marry Makoto. The sword came out of its sheath. I'll stab you, you little... Grandpa. Makoto rushed in from outside the courtyard and stood in front of Uchiha Gen. Her black hair was loose, and the light teal kimono on her body fluttered in the wind. I only want Brother Gen. You're not allowed to stab him. The great elder's sword hung in midair, the wrinkles on his face trembling. Makoto, move aside. No. He is a man who already married Tsunade. I know. I don't care. The great elder looked at his granddaughter. 20 years ago, when she had squatted beneath the persimmon tree drawing little stick figures with a branch, the name she had been shouting was Brother Gen. Back then, he had thought it was just a child's joke. Now she stood here, blocking that man with her own body, saying, I only want Brother Gen. The hand gripping his sword slowly lowered. Makoto, are you sure? I'm sure. The great elder looked at Uchiha Gen. The wedding. It will be done according to Uchiha clan standards. The child will bear the Uchiha surname. Can you do that? I can. The great elder pushed the sword back into its sheath. Then he turned and walked into the house. Only Uchiha Gen and Makoto were left beneath the corridor. Makoto still had both arms spread wide, like a mother hen protecting her chick. Uchiha Gen reached out and gently pressed down the arms she had raised. It's okay now. Makoto turned to look at him. Her eyes were red, and tears were pooling in them. Brother Gen. Just now. Didn't he grandpa look a lot like a blonde punk? This was a joke Uchiha Gen used to tell the two girls when he had nothing better to do. The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth twitched. The great elder poked his head out from inside the house. What blonde punk? Makoto grabbed Uchiha Gen and ran. Uchiha Gen sat under the corridor eaves, holding Kazu in his arms. The baby had just finished drinking milk. His tiny fist was clenched around Uchiha Gen's collar, and a trace of milk still hung at the corner of his mouth. He was sleeping soundly. Uchiha Gen gently wiped away the milk stain at the corner of Kazu's mouth. The early winter sunlight filtered through the pine branches and fell on the baby's face, his eyelashes casting an extremely faint shadow beneath his eyelids. Makoto walked out of the room and sat down beside him. Kazu fell asleep? The old pine tree in the yard swayed softly in the wind. An ANBU figure flashed into the courtyard and dropped to one knee. Lord Gen. An urgent report has come from the border outpost near Kusagakure. Uchiha Gen set down the red bean soup. Speak. Kusagakure has produced a shinobi with the sage's eyes. A male from the Uzumaki clan, around 20 years old. The leader of Kusagakure has publicly declared that this man has formed an alliance with Kusagakure. Early this morning, a Kusagakure team crossed the border of the Land of Fire and attacked Konoha's patrol squad. 3 suffered light injuries. Uchiha Gen's hand stopped. The sage's eyes. The Rinnegan. Kusagakure. He thought of Black Zetsu. He thought of Madara's hollow eye sockets. Madara had transplanted the Rinnegan into a new host. He had no idea how Black Zetsu had managed to make Madara awaken the Rinnegan again. But was there something wrong with this hostess brain? He actually dared to attack Konoha and Kusagakure, a small village wedged between the cracks of the great nations, one that didn't even have its own Kage. Just because it had the Rinnegan, it dared to make a move on Konoha. Uchiha Gen smiled. Not an angry smile. A smile from being amused by sheer stupidity. He gently handed Kazu to Makoto. I'll be back for dinner tonight. Makoto took Kazu. I'll make barbecue for you. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. Uchiha Gen vanished from beneath the corridor. Kusagakure. The noon sunlight shone on the stone-paved road at the village entrance. When Uchiha Gen landed on the ground, Kusagakure's sensory barrier didn't even react. Not because he was deliberately hiding himself. Kusagakure's barrier was just too lousy. He stood beneath the archway at the village entrance and looked up, taking in the low houses, the muddy streets, and the two-story wooden building in the center of the village that could barely be called the leader's residence. The entire village had no more than 2,000 people, and no more than 100 shinobi, and yet a village like this, just because it had the Rinnegan, thought it could challenge Konoha. Leader of Kusagakure. Uchiha Gen's voice echoed through the sky above the village. The doors of the leader's residence opened. Two people walked out. The one in front was a man in his 50s, wearing Kusagakure's traditional green haori, with Itachi hanging at his waist. The leader of Kusagakure. Behind him followed a young man around 20 years old, with red hair. An Uzumaki. His eyes were pale purple, with circle upon circle of patterns slowly turning deep within his pupils. The Rinnegan. Uchiha Gen looked at those eyes. Madara's eyeballs. Madara's eye power. Madara's ambition. And they had been stuffed into an Uzumaki orphan who couldn't even control his own chakra properly. The leader of Kusagakure looked up, a smile on his lips. Uchiha Gen. Black Reaper. You really came in person. There was a kind of arrogance in his tone that Uchiha Gen hadn't heard in a very long time. My Kusagakure now has the Sage's eyes as well. Your Rinnegan is no longer unique. The Uzumaki youth behind him stepped forward. The pattern in the Rinnegan turned once deep in his pupils. He raised a hand and aimed it at Uchiha Gen. The attraction never activated. He still hadn't learned how to use the Rinnegan's abilities. Uchiha Gen raised a hand. Universal pull. The Uzumaki youth's body was seized as if by an invisible hand. His feet left the ground, and he flew straight toward Uchiha Gen. The smile on the Kusagakure leader's face froze. The Uzumaki youth struggled in midair. The patterns in the Rinnegan spun wildly, but nothing came out. The attractive force dragged him in front of Uchiha Gen, and Uchiha Gen pressed a hand against his face. His fingertips sank into the edges of the eye sockets. Just like several years ago, in the ruins north of Amigakure. The connection between the Rinnegan and the chakra pathways was frozen, then stripped away. The first Rinnegan came loose from the youth's eye socket. The pale purple eyeball twitched slightly in Uchiha Gen's palm. Then the second one. The Uzumaki youth's body collapsed to the ground. His eye sockets had become two bloody holes, and a hoarse moan came from his throat. Uchiha Gen stored the two Rinnegan in a sealing scroll. He tied it shut and put it back into his robe. He did not destroy them. Last time, he had destroyed them because Madara's will had still been wandering the ninja world. Leaving the Rinnegan in anyone's body would only bring disaster. Now it was different. Madara had already completely gone underground, and he had also tracked down most of Black Zetsu's trail. The Rinnegan was the highest tier dojutsu left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Destroying it would be a waste. Better to keep it. It might be useful in the future. He lowered his head and looked at the groaning Uzumaki youth on the ground. You trash. Just because you got the Rinnegan, you thought you were a god? The youth did not answer. Blood only kept pouring from his hollow eye sockets. You're not a god. You're just a box that once held a divine artifact. Now the box is empty. Kunai fell. The youth's voice cut off. The leader of Kusagakure stood at the entrance of the leader's residence. The arrogance on his face already shattered into fear. He watched Uchiha Gen store the Rinnegan in the scroll. He watched the Uzumaki youth's corpse collapse to the ground. Uchiha Gen lifted his head and looked at him. Wait. Lord Uchiha Gen. Kusagakure is willing to surrender. We're willing to sign any treaty. Uchiha Gen did not answer. He lifted his right foot and stepped onto the air. Second step. Third step. He walked into midair and looked down at the village below. 2,000 people. 100 shinobi. Just because it had the Rinnegan, it thought it could challenge Konoha. He raised his right hand, fingers spread. Shinra Tensei. Full power. The repulsive force field slammed down from the sky. The stone pavement on the ground cracked first. Then the walls of the houses collapsed outward. Roof tiles scattered like scraps of paper. Trees were ripped up by the roots. Dirt and broken stone exploded in every direction. With Kusagakure at the center, a massive circular crater formed on the land of fire. It was as large, as deep, and as clean as the crater Pain had left when he destroyed Konoha. Kusagakure disappeared. Only a crater remained, and the leader kneeling at the bottom of it. Uchiha Gen descended from midair, the tip of his foot touching down on the stone at the bottom of the crater, and looked at the kneeling leader. Kusagakure is gone. You're still alive. Go tell the other small villages. Konoha's border is not something they can touch. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. He vanished from the bottom of the crater. The Senju clan grounds. The evening sunlight filtered through the pine branches. Uchiha Gen appeared in the courtyard. Makoto was sitting beneath the corridor eaves, holding Kazu in her arms. The baby was awake, his little hand grabbing Makoto's hair and stuffing it toward his mouth. Tsunade sat beside her, holding a bowl of red bean soup. Kazu's mouth left Makoto's hair, and he babbled toward Tsunade. Uchiha Gen walked over and sat down by the corridor. Tsunade handed him the red bean soup. He took it and drank a sip. The matter with Kusugakure is finished? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Gen looked at the child, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. In Makoto's arms, Kazu reached a little hand toward Tsunade and grabbed her hair. Tsunade lowered her head, gently pulled her hair free from his small hand, and kissed him on the forehead. Year 43 of Konoha, early spring. Hokage's office. Tsunade pushed the mission scroll in front of Uchiha Gen. The land of snow. Kazahana Dotu has launched a coup, and Kazahana Sosetsu's position as daimyo is hanging by a thread. Kazahana Sosetsu asked Konoha for help. In exchange, he offered the land of Snow's Chakratech geothermal generator, chakra armor, and his daughter, Kazahana Koyuki. Uchiha Gen opened the scroll. The land of snow was a small country buried under ice and snow. Its population was small, its resources were scarce, but its technology tree was highly developed. The chakra geothermal generator could melt the permafrost and turn the land of snow into farmland. The chakra armor could multiply a ninja's chakra output. If these technologies were brought to Konoha, they could speed up the RD of the technology department by several times. Has the coup already begun? Not yet. Kazahana Dotu's forces have gathered outside the capital. They could attack at any time. Uchiha Gen closed the scroll. I'll go. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. You're coming with me. Land of snow. Capital. Blizzard winds filled the sky. Uchiha Gen landed on the capital's wall. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin landed behind him one after another. The sound of clashing weapons came from the direction of the palace. The coup had already started. Act independently. As soon as Uchiha Gen finished speaking, his figure vanished into the snowstorm. Main hall of the palace. Kazahana Dotu stood in the center of the great hall. Behind him were dozens of samurai wearing chakra armor. Kazahana Susetsu sat in the daimyo's seat, shielding a little girl of 6 or 7 in his arms. She had black hair, and tears welled in her eyes, but she did not cry. Kazahana Koyuki. The chakra sword in Kazahana Dotu's hand pointed at Kazahana Susetsu. Big brother, hand over the hexagonal crystal. The land of snow needs power, not your weakness. Kazahana Susetsu pulled Koyuki farther behind him. Dotu, the hexagonal crystal is used to melt the permafrost. It does not hold the power to surpass the 5 great nations. Melt it? Kazahana Dotu laughed. Once I use chakra armor to equip an invincible army, the people of the land of snow can live wherever they want. The entire ninja world will be mine. The doors of the hall were blown open by the wind. One person. Black hair, black eyes, standard ANBU flak jacket, snow resting on his shoulder. Kazahana Dotu turned his head. Who are you? Uchiha Gen did not answer. He glanced at Kazahana Koyuki in Kazahana Susetsu's arms. 6 or 7 years old. Black hair. The tears in her eyes finally fell. Still alive. Kazahana Susetsu was still alive too. He had made it in time. A ninja from Konoha. Kazahana Dotu recognized the forehead protector, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, you actually asked Konoha for help. How many did Konoha send? 100? Or just this one? His voice cut off. Uchiha Gen appeared in front of him, less than 1 step away. A kunai stabbed into the gap in the chakra armor. The sound of the armor shattering was like ice cracking apart. Kazahana Dotu lowered his head and looked at the kunai in his chest, then raised his head and looked at Uchiha General. Who are you? Konoha Jonin. Uchiha General Kazahana Dotu's pupils contracted. The Black Reaper. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. His body collapsed in the middle of the hall. Uchiha Gen pulled out the kunai, wiped it clean, and slid it back into his sleeve. Then he looked at the dozens of samurai in chakra armor inside the hall. The coup is over. Put down your weapons, and you are still samurai of the land of snow. Refuse and you'll end up like him. The sound of armor hitting the floor rang out all at once. Kazahana Susetsu rose from the daimyo's seat, handed Koyuki to the maid beside him, walked up to Uchiha Gen, and bowed deeply. Lord Uchiha Gen, the land of snow is deeply grateful. No need for gratitude. What I need are the land of snow's craftsmen, the geothermal generator craftsmen, and the chakra armor craftsmen. Send half of them to Konoha for 10 years. After 10 years, they return, and the land of snow's technology will not spread outside. Kazahana Susetsu raised his head. Half the craftsmen. 10 years. The land of snow agrees. And Koyuki. The maid brought Koyuki over. Kazahana Susetsu crouched down and placed both hands on his daughter's shoulders. Koyuki, You're going to Konoha with Lord Uchiha. General Konoha will protect you. Tears fell from Koyuki's eyes again. Father. Be good. Uchiha Gen looked at Koyuki and thought of Tsunade many years ago, carrying Nawaki back to Konoha from the capital. Kazuhana Koyuki will receive training in Konoha as a ninja. She can write letters. She can return to the land of snow to visit family. She is not a hostage. She is Konoha's guest. Tears fell from Kazuhana Susetsu's eyes. He smiled and bowed deeply. Return journey. The land of snow's craftsmen followed behind them, more than 30 people, carrying the blueprints and core components of the geothermal generator and chakra armor. Kazuhana Koyuki walked in the middle of the group. Kakashi walked in front. Obito and Rin walked on both sides. The ship docked. The coastline of the Land of Fire stretched beneath the setting sun, and the pier was crowded with people coming and going. Uchiha Gen stepped onto the dock, then paused for a brief moment. In the woods by the dock, there were white zetsu spores. Not one, more than 10. They were hidden beneath tree bark, inside cracks in rocks, deep underground, disguised as the chakra of plants. The density of white zetsu along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire was several times higher than when he had left 2 months ago. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze and formed hand seals with both hands. A would-release clone split off from his body. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Follow my clone and escort the craftsman and Koyuki back to Konoha. Kakashi nodded once. Obito opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but Rin pulled him back. The wood clone led the group eastward. Uchiha Gen turned around and walked toward the other side of the coast. The setting sun shone from the west, stretching his shadow long. He followed the traces of the white zetsu into the forest. The white zetsu spores beneath the bark quivered faintly. Their spore network spread underground. Every trace pointed in the same direction, the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, a cliff shrouded in sea fog. The Rinnegan slowly turned in the depths of his pupils. This time he would not let Black Zetsu escape again. Eastern coast of the Land of Fire, beneath the cliff. Sea fog rolled in from the water, carrying a salty fishy smell, dyeing the entire coastline gray-white. Uchiha Gen stood in the mist. The pale purple ripples of the Rinnegan slowly turned deep within his pupils. In front of him was a crack in the rock, hidden where 2 giant boulders met at the base of the cliff. White zetsu spores moved in and out of that crack like ants returning to their nest. Sage mode. Activated. Natural energy surged in from heaven and earth, poured into his meridians, and intertwined with his chakra after yin and yang fusion. His perception spread in all directions, through the crack in the rock, through the winding underground passage, through layer upon layer of stone, and finally settled on a hollow hall deep underground. There were 2 presences there. One was old and withered, like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. But at the deepest core of that flame, there was a dark red mass that refused to go out. Uchiha Madara. The other presence made his sage mode instinctively reject it. Not rejection on the level of chakra. Something deeper. A disgust on the level of yin-yang release itself. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. He did not hide himself. His footsteps struck the stone and echoed clearly as he walked into the crack, into the underground passage. The rock walls on both sides of the passage were covered with white zetsu spores. When he passed by, they trembled faintly, but not a single one dared to move. At the end of the passage was a massive underground hall. The dome was so high its boundary could not be seen. The rock walls were carved with the Uchiha clan crest, weathered by time until they were mottled and unclear. In the center of the hall sat a giant statue, the demonic statue of the outer path, the shell of the Ten-Tails. All 9 eyes were closed. Its deadwood-like skin was split with countless cracks. From beneath the statue extended dozens of thick tubes, all converging onto a single stone seat. On that stone seat sat an old man. White hair, emaciated, back hunched, breathing extremely slow. The tubes were embedded into his back and the nape of his neck, like roots digging into soil. His eyes were closed, the eyelids sunken. The Rinnegan was no longer there. In its place was an ordinary pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, transplanted from who knew where. Beside the stone seat, a mass of black sludge slowly writhed along the rock wall. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Gen walked into the hall. His footsteps echoed beneath the empty dome. Madara's eyelids twitched, then opened. The 3 Tomo Sharingan turned in their sunken sockets as they looked at the young man walking out of the passage. Black hair, Rinnegan, standard ANBU flak jacket, and snow from the Land of Snow still resting on his shoulder. You still came. Madara's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping across dead wood. Yeah. I'm here to send you on your way. And this disgusting thing too. Uchiha Shen's gaze shifted to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's yellow pupils shrank. Its body began seeping into the cracks in the rock. Uchiha Shen's figure vanished. It wasn't the body flicker technique. It was Flying Thunder God. He appeared directly behind Black Zetsu. His right hand opened, all 5 fingers spread wide. Black chakra from Yin release and white chakra from Yang release surged out of his palm at the same time, weaving together at his fingertips into a net of sealing formulae.
Yin-yang really seal.
The sealing formula dropped onto Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's body convulsed violently like mud branded by a red-hot iron, letting out a sharp, piercing screech. Chakra fused from yin and yang. Power from the same source as the Sage of Six Paths was the only thing Black Zetsu could not pass through. The sealing formula tightened, compressing Black Zetsu's body into a black sphere the size of a fist, which dropped into Uchiha Gen's palm. He raised the black sphere, looked at it for a moment, then dusted off his hands. All right, ask whatever you want. I finally caught this trash. Madara stared at the black sphere in Uchiha Gen's palm and stayed silent for a long time. What you said in the cave years ago. It was true. The Eye of the Moon plan was fake. Yes. Infinite Tsukuyami won't create peace. It'll only revive this trash's mother. Uchiha Gen weighed the black sphere in his hand. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Madara's pupils contracted. Uchiha Gen sat down on the stone steps across from him. Otsutsuki Kagaya came from the celestial Otsutsuki clan. She came to this land with members of the Otsutsuki main family and planted the god tree. The god tree needed a branch family member to feed itself with their own body. You can think of it like the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. The one originally meant to be fed to the god tree was Kagaya. But at the very last moment, she ambushed a member of the main family and fed them to the god tree instead. The god tree bore fruit. She ate the fruit and became the progenitor of chakra. Madara said nothing. Later, she received the people's blessings and gave birth to two children, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother. But Kagaya was afraid. Sooner or later, the main family would discover she wasn't dead. They would discover she had betrayed them. So she started sacrificing the people to the god tree and creating white Zetsu soldiers. Those white Zetsu were weapons she planned to use against the main family. Later still, a toad from Mount Mayaboku found Hagoromo and Hamura and told them their mother had turned into a monster. The two brothers made their move against their mother. Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. Kagaya was sealed into the moon. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the black sphere in his palm. This trash was the third child Kagaya created with Yin-yang release at the very last moment before she was sealed. It had only one mission: revive Kagaya. It altered the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and rewrote Infinite Tsukuyami as a technique that could save the world. It stirred conflict between the Sage of Six Paths sons, Indra and Ashura. It stirred conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju. It stirred conflict between you and Hashirama. Your entire life, from the moment you awakened the Sharingan, was a script it had already written for you. The hall stayed silent for a long time. From the pipes beneath the demonic statue of the outer path came the low, drawn-out sound of chakra flowing through them. Hashirama. Madara's voice suddenly rang out. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Hashirama died without ever knowing any of this. Madara leaned back against the stone seat. His white hair hung loose, and the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly turned in his sunken eye sockets. He thought he was building peace. He thought that by distributing the tailed beasts among the nations, he could end war. The corner of Madara's mouth curved slightly. It wasn't mockery. It was something lighter than that. I hated him my whole life. And only now do I learn that even my reason for hating him was shoved into me by someone else. He lowered his head and looked at his own withered fingers. That slash at the valley of the end had pierced through Hashirama's chest. It had pierced through his own as well. For almost 40 years, he had sat on this stone seat, staying alive through the pipes of the demonic statue of the outer path, waiting for the Rinnegan to mature, waiting for the day of resurrection. What he had been waiting for was a lie. Uchiha Gen. Madara raised his head. What was that toad called? Gamamaru, the founder of Mount Mayaboku. Madara repeated the name once. Then he laughed. His laughter echoed through the empty hall, and he laughed for a long time. When the laughter stopped, his eyes had already closed. Do it. Uchiha Gen stood up. A kunai slid out from his sleeve and dropped into his palm. He walked to the stone seat and looked down at Madara. White hair, a withered body, breathing so faint it was barely there. The Uchiha Madara who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama at the entrance to Konoha more than 40 years ago, and the old man in front of him now, were the same person. The kunai pierced Madara's heart. The movement was light. Madara's breathing stopped. The light slowly faded from the three tomo in his sunken Sharingan, turning them into ordinary black eyes. He leaned against the stone seat, white hair hanging loose, the faint curve of that earlier smile still left at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Gen pulled out the kunai, wiped it clean, and slid it back into his sleeve. The pipes beneath the demonic statue of the outer path had lost the one they were supplying, and the flow of chakra slowly came to a halt. Gen opened his Rinnegan, stored the demonic statue of the outer path inside his Susanoo space, and walked out of the hall. In his palm, the black sphere sealing Black Zetsu gave off a faint heat. When he stepped out from the crack in the rock, Gen took a deep breath. Now the only threat left in the ninja world is Otsutsuki Ishiki. No rush. Once I draw a bit of chakra from each of the tailed beasts and feed it to the ten tails. Once I become the ten tails Jinchuriki, I'll come find you. Wait for me. Then he raised his hand, and the flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. The direction of Konoha, the Hokage building. Uchiha Gen pushed open the door and walked in. Tsunade sat behind the desk. Her Hokage hat rested at the corner of the table. 3 documents were spread out in front of her, and she held a pen in her hand. The setting sun shone in through the window, stretching her shadow long across the room. She looked up and glanced at the empty space behind him. Where are Kakashi and the others? Still not back yet. My wood clone is with them. I also brought back the craftsmen from the Land of Snow and settled them in the Department of Technology. And Koyuki, the daughter of the Land of Snow's daimyo, came to Konoha too. I arranged for her to stay in the Senju compound, in the same courtyard as Mikoto. Uchiha Gen sat down across from her and placed the black sphere sealing black Zetsu on the desk. The sphere trembled faintly on the tabletop, like a living heart. Uchiha Madara is dead. I killed him. This is Black Zetsu, Kagaya's 3rd child. I sealed it with Inyang release. Tsunade's pen stopped. She picked up the black sphere, held it in her palm and looked at it for a moment, then set it back down on the desk. So this is the Otsutsuki Kagaya you mentioned, the progenitor of chakra sealed inside the moon. And her 3rd child is sealed inside the sphere by you. And Madara? Dead. He went quietly. Uchiha Gen placed the kunai on the desk. There was still a faint dark brown trace left on its tip. Tsunade was silent for a breath. Good. Better that it's resolved. She pushed the black sphere aside and picked up her pen again. So what are you planning to do next? Extract chakra from all the tailed beasts. From 1 tail to 9 tails, all of them. I'll take a portion from each. I'll fuse it with the 10-tail shell and reconstruct the 10 tails. I'm not reviving it. I'm bringing its chakra under my control. Kagaya is sealed, but sooner or later, the Otsutsuki main family will come. I need power on the level of the 10 tails. Tsunade's pen stopped again. The other ninja villages won't agree. The tailed beasts are their strategic weapons. If you take away their chakra, it's the same as stripping away their trump cards. You just beat back the coalition army of the 4 nations. The ink on the treaty isn't even dry yet. And now you're going to extract chakra from their tailed beasts. They won't agree? Uchiha Gen looked at her. Then I didn't beat them hard enough. Tsunade looked at him, and the corner of her mouth curved upward. Anoki is going to cry. Then let him cry. Tsunade set down the pen and leaned back in her chair. The setting sun streamed in from outside the window and fell between the two of them. When are you going? Norus. First, I'll settle Konoha's affairs. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, the 10 tails, the Otsutsuki. One thing at a time. He stood up and walked to the door. I already sent someone to call Orochimaru. Orochimaru arrived faster than ever before. He pushed the door open. His slit pupils swept across the office. Uchiha Gen, Tsunade, and the black sphere on the desk with Black Zetsu sealed inside. His gaze paused on the black sphere for a moment, and his pupils contracted slightly, but he did not ask. He smelled something, ancient, cold, and carrying a scent that did not belong to any known chakra. What is it? Uchiha Gen took a map from his robe and placed it on the desk. A set of coordinates was marked on the map, on a cliff along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Their essay hall underground here. Inside it, there are more than 100,000 white Zetsu. Alive. In dormant sleep, but all intact experimental material. All of them are yours. Orochimaru's slit pupils widened. He reached out and picked up the map, his fingers trembling slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. More than 100,000 white Zetsu. Alive, intact white Zetsu with Hashirama Senju cells and spore power. The ultimate material vault for any researcher. His tongue slid out from the corner of his lips and licked lightly across them. When can the transport begin? Now. You may use anyone from the Ministry of Technology as you like. You may also use the ANBU sealing team as you like. Once they're brought back, store all of them in the underground warehouse of the Ministry of Technology. Set up the sealing barrier at the highest level. Orochimaru rolled up the map and tucked it into his robe. Then he turned and walked toward the door, his pace several times faster than when he had arrived. Uchiha Gen walked out of the Hokage building. It was already dark. He did not return directly to the Senju clan grounds. Instead, he headed toward the other side of the village. Minato Namikaze's and Kushina's home was a 2-story house, with a persimmon tree planted in the yard. A swing hung from the tree. When Uchiha Gen pushed open the yard gate, Minato was crouching under the persimmon tree, fixing the swing's rope. Kushina was sitting under the engawa, holding a bowl of red bean soup in her hands. Her red hair was loose around her shoulders. Big brother Shen. Kushina stood up. Minato turned his head from under the persimmon tree. His blonde hair tousled by the evening wind. Sit. No need to get up. Uchiha Gen sat down by the engawa. I came today because there's something I need. I need part of Kurama's chakra. Kushina's hand rested over her abdomen. She closed her eyes. her mind sinking into the seal space. After a while, she opened her eyes. Kurama says okay, but he wants to ask how much. Half. Kushina closed her eyes again. This time it took a little longer. When she opened them, the corners of her lips were curved upward. Kurama says half it is. Anyway, he has been living with you for all these years. No seal, free access to TV, way better than being locked in a cage. The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth twitched slightly. Tell him to be ready. It might hurt a little. He stood up and formed hand seals with both hands. The formula of the 8 trigrams seal lit up on Kushina's abdomen, and the golden chains loosened one by one. The Nine-Tails chakra surged out from the depths of the seal, orange-red and carrying warmth. There was no hatred, no savagery, only a lazy sort of warmth, like a feline that had just woken up. After absorbing the chakra, Uchiha Gen extended his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. The Nine-Tails chakra was guided out from Kushina's body and condensed in his palm. The orange-red glow grew brighter and brighter, gradually taking the shape of a tiny fox, palm-sized, with 9 tails swaying slowly behind it. He did not stop. The light of yin-yang release lit up at the fingertips of his left hand. Black yin release and white yang release intertwined like an extremely fine needle and pierced into the tiny fox formed from the Nine-Tails chakra, separating will. This was an ability that could only be used after the fusion of the Rinnegan and yin-yang release, to strip apart a tailed beast's chakra and will, and assign them separately to new vessels. The Nine-Tails chakra was evenly split into 2 halves. One half remained inside Kushina's body. The other half flowed into the tiny fox's body. The Nine-Tails will was also split into 2 halves. The main will remained inside Kushina, while the secondary will sank into the tiny fox's body. The tiny fox's body began to change. The palm-sized chakra construct gradually grew fur, orange-red, soft, real fur. Its 9 tails spread out behind it, then drew back in. Its ears perked up. Its nose twitched. Its eyes opened. Slit pupils red, carrying Kurama's unique lazy yet sundra glint. The little fox stood in Uchiha Gen's palm, lowered its head to look at its paws, then turned to look at its tails, before raising its head to look at Uchiha Gen. Not bad. Better than a cage. Its voice was exactly the same as Kurama's, just several levels smaller. Uchiha Gen set the little fox down on the Engawa. This is your reward for staying peaceful all these years. From now on, you can use this body to wander around Konoha. Your main body is still inside Kushina, but this split body has half your chakra and an independent consciousness. You can exist in 2 places at once. The little fox took 2 steps along the Engawa, lowered its head to look at the reflection of the persimmon tree, then crouched down and curled its 9 tails in front of its paws. Uchiha Gen, you want my chakra. Did you bring back the 10 tails? Yeah. The little fox jumped down from the Engawa and trotted toward the yard gate on 4 short little legs. Its tails lined up behind it. I'm going to walk around the village. It disappeared beyond the yard gate. Minato was still crouching under the persimmon tree, the swing rope still in his hand, his blonde hair tousled by the evening breeze. He looked in the direction the little fox had vanished, then turned back to Uchiha Gen. Big brother Gen, the 9 tails is just going to wander around Konoha from now on? Yeah. What if the villagers, Tsunade will issue an announcement tomorrow. The 9 tails is Konoha's ally, not a weapon. It has the right to move freely within Konoha. Minato nodded. Kushina sat under the Engawa, looking toward the yard gate. The corners of her lips curved upward. Kurama, remember to come back for dinner. From far away came the little fox's impatient voice. Yeah. Save me a bowl of the red bean soup. 3 days had passed since absorbing the 9 tails chakra. That day, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged in the quiet room of the rear courtyard in the Senju clan grounds, his eyes tightly shut. Inside his body, half of Kurama's chakra was surging along his meridians. The orange-red-tailed beast chakra and his fused yin-yang chakra intertwined and wrapped around each other. The fusion was abnormally smooth. Kurama did not resist. He even actively cooperated, filtering out the impurities in his own chakra and leaving behind only the purest part for Uchiha Gen to absorb. At the very moment the fusion was completed, a massive devouring will exploded from the depths of the chakra. Ancient, violent, carrying a hunger that had not faded in 1,000 years. The 10 tails, with an intense hunger-filled will, it tried to devour the 9 tails chakra, but Uchiha Gen did not let it succeed. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. Within his pale purple pupils, ring after ring of patterns slowly turned. The 10 tails devouring will slammed into the light of the Rinnegan and shattered into foam like waves crashing against a reef. He closed his eyes again and completely drew the 9 tails chakra into his meridian cycle. After all, he was preparing to let his body adapt to the 9 tails chakra. Once he adapted properly to the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki would go much more smoothly. When he opened his eyes again, an ANBU figure was kneeling on one knee at the doorway. Lord Gen, Lady Hokage requests your immediate presence at the Hokage building. The situation is troublesome. Uchiha Gen stood up and brushed at the non-existent dust on his knees. But today he was not wearing training clothes. He was wearing a kimono from the Uchiha clan. For the past few days, Tsunade and Mikoto had been dragging him around to prepare for the wedding, making him try on several different ceremonial outfits. He followed the ANBU into the reception room of the Hokage building. Tsunade sat in the main seat, the Hokage hat on her head, her face ashen. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat beside her, holding his little pipe, his brows deeply furrowed. Across from them sat two people. One was a fat man dressed in luxurious robes, the younger brother of the Fire Daimyo, the second most powerful man in the Land of Fire. The other was his attendant, a tall, thin man with sinister eyes. Uchiha Gen walked into the reception room. He was not wearing the standard flak jacket of the ANBU minister, was not carrying a kunai, and was not even wearing shoes. A pair of wooden geta struck the floor with crisp sounds. The second in command did not stand up. Neither did his attendant. The attendant spoke first, his voice sharp. Uchiha Gen, upon meeting the younger brother of the Fire Daimyo, why do you not kneel and pay your respects? Did Konoha's ninja not even understand the most basic rules of rank and status? Uchiha Gen stopped walking. He turned to look at the attendant, then shifted his gaze to the second in command. Is that your intention too? The second in command leisurely picked up his teacup, blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface, took a sip, and only then lifted his eyelids. I am a minister of the Land of Fire. You are a ninja of Konoha. For a subject to kneel before the daimyo has been the rule since ancient times. You paying your respects, isn't that only natural? More importantly, I came today to have you hand over those sage eyes. His Highness the daimyo has said it clearly. Such a treasure should not be privately owned by a mere ninja. It should naturally be under the control of the Land of Fire escort. If you offer up the sage eyes, His Highness will not treat you unfairly. Tsunade's fingers tightened around the armrest of her chair. Hiruzen Sarutobi's frown deepened, but he said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. He simply couldn't. This was not the first time the Fire Daimyo had interfered with Konoha. To preserve the village's financial support, the previous Hokage had always shown every possible concession to the daimyo's residents. But today they had reached for Uchiha Gen's Rinnegan. The second in command took another sip of tea and was just about to keep talking. Uchiha Gen raised a hand to stop him. His right hand spread open. Universal Pool. The second in command's attendant looked as if an invisible hand had clamped around his throat. His whole body was dragged through the air, feet off the ground, both hands desperately clawing at his neck. Uchiha Gen pulled him in front of himself. He did not look at the second in command. He only stared into the attendant's eyes. Rank and status? There isn't a trace of chakra in your body. You're not a ninja. You've never been on a battlefield. There isn't a single inch of land beneath your feet that you have ever protected. The clothes you wear were woven by the people of the Land of Fire. The tea you drink was grown by the farmers of the Land of Fire. And the confidence that lets you sit here acting arrogant was bought with the lives of Konoha's ninja. And you want to talk to me about rank and status? The attendant's face turned purple. Since you don't want to talk properly, then there's no need to talk. His fingers tightened. The attendant's neck snapped in his grip like a dead branch. The body twitched once, then went still. Uchiha Gen let go. The corpse hit the floor with a dull thud. The reception room fell silent for a moment. The teacup slipped from the second in command's fat hand and shattered into pieces on the ground. Tea splashed across his luxurious robe, and the composure on his face finally cracked into fear. Why you killed my attendant? Uchiha Gen. I'm the second in command of the Land of Fire. The daimyo's own younger brother. This is treason. Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi both stood up. The corner of Tsunade's mouth curved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it and put on a stern face again. Uchiha Gen ignored her. He looked at the second in command. The pale purple rings of the Rinnegan slowly turned in the depths of his pupils. That's right. I'm not negotiating with the daimyo's residents. What I'm about to say, remember it. Go back and repeat it to the daimyo word for word. He took a step forward. The second in command shrank back a step. First, Konoha will no longer pay taxes to the Land of Fire. Konoha's finances will be managed by Konoha itself. Second, the daimyo's residence has no right to interfere in Konoha's military power. Konoha's ninja answer only to the Hokage. Third, tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. After I get married, I hope he'll voluntarily step down and hand the Land of Fire over to me. He can also try finding someone to assassinate me. Let us see who dares take that job. Or he can try economic sanctions. Either way, Orochimaru has already developed a crop-doubling medicine for rice fields. And as for the sage eyes, he lowered his head. The Rinnegan was only inches away from the second in command's face. They are mine. I'll give them to whoever I want. If I don't give them, no one is taking them. The second in command's lips trembled. He wanted to say, how dare you? He wanted to say, this is treason against the nation. He wanted to say, I'll have the daimyo cut off Konoha's food supply. But as he stared into Uchiha Gen's pale purple Rinnegan, not a single word came out. Now get out of Konoha. The second-in-command staggered to his feet. His robe was splattered with tea and his attendant's blood. He turned and ran out of the reception room. His wooden clogs clattered unevenly across the floor. He ran down the corridor, knocked over a vase, shards of porcelain scattering across the ground, then down the stairs, then through the main doors. His footsteps echoed through the Hokage building for a long time. Only 3 people remained in the reception room. Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Gen, and on the ground, there was still the attendant's corpse. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his pipe in his mouth and looked in the direction the second-in-command had fled. He stayed silent for several breaths. Then he sighed. When Lord Hashirama founded Konoha, the daimyo's residents gave a great deal of support. Since then, Konoha has always yielded to the daimyo's residents. If this had happened under the previous Hokage, they would at least have left him some face. Tsunade returned to the main seat and sat down, her tone flat. Fine. If the Land of Fire doesn't want Konoha, Konoha doesn't care. She paused, then looked at Uchiha Gen. That little performance just now, you had it planned. He withdrew his hand. If you don't cut it off, it'll reach out again next time. Hiruzen-sensei looked at the corpse on the ground and fell silent for a moment. Have the ANBU clean this up. Send the body back to the capital of the Land of Fire, along with an official document from Tsunade. The general meaning should be that any personnel from the Fire Daimyo's residence entering Konoha without permission will be treated as invaders. He tapped his pipe against the edge of the table. Tsunade, you sign it. You're the Hokage. Land of Fire, Daimyo's residence. The Fire Daimyo sat in the seat of honor, his obese body filling the chair completely. His younger brother knelt below him. His robe still carried tea stains and blood from Konoha's reception room. As he got more agitated, the fat on his face shook. He killed my attendant. Right in front of me. Just like that. Crack. Big brother. Uchiha Gen said Konoha will no longer pay taxes to the Land of Fire, that the daimyo's residence has no right to interfere in Konoha's military power. And he even said the sage eyes are his and no one can take them. Big brother, does he still take you seriously at all? Yes, rebelling. He wants to rebel. The daimyo's face went from red to white, from white to green, from green to purple. He slammed his hand on the table. The tea set on top jumped. Rebellion. Outright rebellion. He stood up so abruptly that his fat body shoved the desk out of place. Konoha is a dog raised by our Land of Fire, and now the dog has turned around to bite its master. Since this dog won't obey, then we'll replace it. Men, contact the 4 daimyo of the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, Land of Wind, and Land of Water for me. The daimyo of our 5 great nations are bound together. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. If Uchiha Gen dares rebel against me, then he is rebelling against all daimyo. Have them order their ninja villages to send troops together and flatten Konoha. I'll make Uchiha Gen understand the price of offending a daimyo. Within 3 days, the letters were delivered to the 4 daimyo. The 4 daimyo all answered readily. Then 3 more days passed, and replies from the 4 daimyo arrived. The wording was polite, but the meaning was the same. We have issued the order, but the ninja villages are not being very cooperative. Could the Fire Daimyo please coordinate with the villages personally? Land of Earth Iwagakure. Anoki sat in the Tsuchikage's office, with the letter from the Earth Daimyo laid out in front of him. He unfolded it, read it from beginning to end, and then said 2 words. Idiot. The letter was tossed onto the corner of the desk, lying beside the treaty signed after the defeat of the allied forces of the 4 nations. He could not even be bothered to write a reply. Land of Lightning Kumogakure. The Lightning Daimyo came in person. The 4th Hokage invited the daimyo into the reception room and served the finest tea. The Lightning Daimyo did not drink it. He placed the Fire Daimyo's letter on the table and looked at the 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage, Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning have always maintained close ties. Konoha's Uchiha Gen has openly rebelled against a daimyo. This kind of trend cannot be allowed to grow. Kumogakure, stay out of it. The 4th Hokage cut him off. His rough voice was kept very low. Even if you gathered every ninja in the entire shinobi world together, they still wouldn't beat him alone. If you really push that monster too far, what do you think he can do? He can kill the Fire Daimyo and make himself daimyo. He paused. Your Highness, you are the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, not the Land of Fire. If the Fire Daimyo wants to get himself killed, let him go by himself. The situations in the Land of Wind and the Land of Water were exactly the same. The Kazakage of Sunagakure and the Mizukage of Kirigakure placed the daimyo's letters on their desks, glanced at them once, then continued handling their own work. No one was stupid. Konoha, the Senju clan compound. The wedding preparations took a full month. Mikoto's crimson furusode was hand-sewn by an old tailor from the Uchiha clan, with the Uchiha crest embroidered along the cuffs and hem. Shen had people deliver wedding invitations to the 4 Kage. 1 week later, the wedding was held as scheduled. Uchiha Gen wore a black Motsuki, with the crests of both the Senju and Uchiha clans embroidered on the cuffs. Makoto wore her crimson furosode, and the two stood side by side in the center of the main hall. Hiruzen Sarutobi, acting as the witness, did not use any overly flowery words. He simply looked at the two of them, his gaze moving from Uchiha Gen to Tsunade, then to Makoto. "Live well together," he said. Uchiha Gen nodded once. After the banquet ended, the guests gradually left. Uchiha Gen kept the 4 Kage behind. Only 5 people remained in the main hall. The 4 Kage sat on one side. Uchiha Gen sat on the other, with Tsunade beside him. "I know your daimyo ordered you to send troops against Konoha. You didn't agree. I'm very pleased." The 4th Hokage was the first to change expression. Uchiha Gen did not give him a chance to explode. "Then I'll say it plainly. I'm preparing to become the daimyo of the Land of Fire myself. That trash dared to reach for my eyes. There's no way I'm letting him keep sitting in that position." The 4th Hokage stood up. "Uchiha Gen, you want to declare yourself as..." The pressure of the Rinnegan descended. It was not Shinra Tensei, but something lighter, more precise, like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The 4th Hokage's words got stuck in his throat. His legs trembled, but he did not bend. "4th Hokage, can you let me finish? Sit down." The 4th Hokage sat back down. "I'm not planning to unify the ninja world by force. I'll unify the Land of Fire first and let you see my development. This is the trend of the times. Only unity can stop war. Otherwise, if this keeps going, every ninja village will keep draining its foundation. And what about your daimyo? They're in their daimyo mansions, watching dancers and drinking fine wine. Why? They eat rich food and live in luxury every day, while our people can't even get rice and meat soup. That's wrong. Their children are born enjoying the very best, while our people are born having to kneel and bow. That's wrong. They weigh 500 to 600 pounds, while our common people barely weigh over 200. That's wrong. I plan to establish a great unified dynasty and proclaim myself emperor. As for you, you don't need to answer me now. Once you see the Land of Fire's development, your people will make their own choice." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 4 Kage one by one. "As for the orders from those trash daimyo, I hope you don't listen to them. Otherwise, my Rinnegan might just happen to pay your village a visit with a Shinra Tensei. You don't want your village ending up like Kusagakure, do you?" The main hall fell silent. The wind blew in from the courtyard, making the red and white lanterns under the eaves sway gently. Inoki was the first to speak. "This development you speak of. What is it?" "Cement roads, automatic seating, ninja tools, geothermal generators, chakra armor, landwalker pills. What the Land of Fire can achieve, your countries will be able to achieve in the future as well. The people will have food to eat, roads to walk, and work to do. Not working for the daimyo but for themselves. Inoki, when your people see the Land of Fire's development, and hear that I intend to unify the ninja world, do you think they will resist? No, they'll beat gongs, set off fireworks, and welcome our royal army into their lands." Inoki was silent for a long time, then stood up. "I won't agree to you, and I won't reject you either. You said you'll show us first. Then I'll wait and see." He walked toward the door. "I'm old. I fought wars all my life.
I'm tired.
The 4th Hokage also stood up. "Same here. I'll just watch how a monster like you plans to pull this off. If it really works, I'm willing to lead Kumogakure into joining you, even if by then I'm just an ordinary jonin." The 3rd Kazekage and the 3rd Mizukage from Sunagakure and Kirigakure gave the same reply. Then the 4 Kage left together. Shen stretched lazily on his side and said, "What a pain." Tsunade patted his arm from the side. "That's enough. It's your wedding night, so hurry and go find Makoto. She's waited for you for so many years. My husband, work hard tonight too. How old are you already?" saying something like that. "All right, go take care of Kazuaki. I'm going to see Makoto." Uchiha Gen went to Makoto's room. After the two of them finished drinking their nuptial cups, Shen carried Makoto onto the bed. "Brother Shen, be gentle with Makoto." The next day, Shen came out of Makoto's room looking refreshed. Year 43 of Konoha, autumn. The persimmon tree in the Senju clan compound was covered in fruit that looked like red lanterns, and Kazuaki was already able to crawl wildly all over the corridor floor. Uchiha Gen sat by the corridor, holding the red bean soup Makoto had just brought him, watching Kazuaki try to catch a passing ant. The ant was faster than him. Kazuaki refused to accept it and chased after it with both hands and feet, only to be scooped back up by Tsunade in one grab. The courtyard gate was pushed open. Jiraiya stood at the entrance. His white hair was longer than the last time they met, and his travel clothes were covered in dust. Beside him stood a woman with dark blue hair tied in a high ponytail. Her features were sharp and cold, and she wore the traditional tight combat outfit of Nadeshiko village. At her waist hung a straight sword without a guard. The way she stood was like a pine tree that had been battered by wind for many years, yet never broke. "I'm back." Jiraiya's loud voice startled several birds out of the persimmon tree. This is Nadeshiko Nami, the village chief of Nadeshiko village. He paused, scratched the back of his head, and added, she's also my wife. Tsunade handed Kazuaki to Mikoto, then walked over and circled around Nami once. Nami stood straight, her gaze not wavering in the slightest. Nadeshiko village. That village full of kunoichi, where the rule is that when they leave the village to train and run into a man, they have to fight him. If they lose, they marry into his family. If they win, they take him back and marry him. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. You won? Jiraiya grinned. Of course. This sage is. I let him have half a move. Nami suddenly spoke, her voice cool and clear. Jiraiya's smile froze. But he really is strong. The corner of Nami's mouth curved slightly. I went all out and he only used half of his sage jutsu. I lost. Completely convinced. Carrying his red bean soup, Uchiha Gen walked over and sized up Nami's stance and the straight sword at her waist. Nadeshiko village's swordsmanship is known for speed, and especially for quick IAI slashes. When you fought Jiraiya, you drew with your right hand, but your left hand stayed pressed against the end of the sheath the whole time. You're not left-handed. You held the sheath with your left hand so that if the first draw slash missed, you could instantly follow with a backhand horizontal slash. When Jiraiya dodged the first strike, he had already prepared himself to be hit by the second one, but you stopped. You were afraid of really cutting him. Nami turned to look at him, her pupils shrinking slightly. How do you know that? Because his sage jutsu chakra sensing is even sharper than my Rinnegan. When you pressed the sheath with your left hand, your chakra fluctuation changed. He could sense it. He deliberately didn't dodge the second strike because he wanted to see whether you'd really cut down. You didn't, so he won. Jiraiya's mouth fell open. Why you? How do you know everything? That little bit of thought from you is too easy to guess. Uchiha Gen took a sip of red bean soup. The barbecue restaurant. This was a newly opened place in Konoha. Jiraiya had reserved a private room in advance and had even called Orochimaru over. By the time Uchiha Gen pushed the door open and walked in with Tsunade and Mikoto, Jiraiya was already draping an arm over Nami's shoulder, while boasting to Orochimaru about how mighty he had been in Nadeshiko village. Nami sat beside him with a calm expression, but when he held her like that, she did not avoid him. Orochimaru, I'm telling you, Nami's swordsmanship is #1 in all of Nadeshiko village. You should have seen how fast she drew her blade. I fought her for a full hour before barely winning by half a move. So, aren't you jealous? You spend all day shut up in your lab fooling around with white zetsu, and you don't even have a girlfriend. Jiraiya's voice stopped abruptly. His gaze landed on Uchiha Gen, then on Tsunade, then on Mikoto, who came in holding Uchiha Gen's other arm. Jiraiya first pointed at Tsunade, then at Mikoto, then back at Tsunade. His mouth hung open but no sound came out. After a long while, he finally forced out a sentence. Teach this. What is going on? Uchiha Gen sat down at the table. Tsunade sat on his left, Mikoto on his right. He picked up the teacup on the table, took a slow sip, then raised his head to look at Jiraiya. The corner of his mouth curved up. What do you mean, what's going on? They're both my wives. What kind of decent man doesn't he have 2 wives? Jiraiya, don't tell me you can't do it? Tsunade's fist came down on top of Uchiha Gen's head. The movement was very light, countless times lighter than when she used to hit Jiraiya back then. Who are you calling 2 wives? She withdrew her hand and picked up her own teacup. Mikoto pressed her lips together in a smile, and placed the grilled meat she had just cooked into Uchiha Gen's bowl. Jiraiya watched this scene, then turned to look at Nami once. Then he turned back to look at Uchiha Gen twice. Slowly, he turned his head toward Orochimaru, his face carrying the expression of someone who had been betrayed by the whole world. When did he marry Mikoto? Half a year ago. Orochimaru picked up his teacup. Jiraiya's expression was reflected in his vertical pupils, and an extremely rare curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. While you were away, why didn't you tell me? You said you were going out to gather material and didn't want anyone disturbing you. Even the toads couldn't contact you. Jiraiya's mouth opened and closed and opened. He turned toward Uchiha Gen, his expression like he had been stabbed in the back by the comrade he trusted most. I thought we were brothers. The 4 of us grew up together. We agreed we'd all stay single until— No, we agreed we'd all— Who agreed with you? Tsunade picked up her wine cup. You were the one who couldn't find a girlfriend. Orochimaru picked up a piece of grilled beef tongue and placed it into Jiraiya's bowl. Jiraiya froze. Orochimaru never put food into other people's bowls. Congratulations. Nadeshiko Nami. Very good. Orochimaru withdrew his chopsticks, his tone flat. Jiraiya's eyes turned a little red. It was hard to tell whether it was because Orochimaru had put food in his bowl, or because Uchiha Gen's 2 wives had hit him too hard. He lowered his head and stuffed the beef tongue into his mouth. It hurts. He chewed the beef tongue, his voice muffled. Tsunade turned her head to look at him. What? My heart hurts. He swallowed the beef tongue. I've been out there working my ass off gathering material for the village, and Gen secretly married Mikoto at home. And he calls himself a good brother, He turned toward Nami. Nami, look carefully. These 4 people grew up with me. One married Tsunade and also married Makoto. One lives in a lab with White Zetsu, and one has been smashing me with her fists for decades. Tell them, aren't I the most miserable one here? Nami picked up her teacup, her tone calm. Just now in the shop, you were bragging to me, saying that even though your 3 companions were absurdly strong, you were the second one to get married. Now look at you. Your intel work is way worse than your sage jutsu. Jiraiya slumped onto the table and stopped talking. The barbecue sizzled over the charcoal fire, oil crackling. Makoto picked up a piece of grilled meat for Nami, and Nami nodded. Tsunade and Orochimaru both reached their chopsticks toward the same piece of beef tongue. The 2 of them looked at each other. Tsunade withdrew her chopsticks, and Orochimaru picked up the beef tongue and placed it into Jiraiya's bowl. Jiraiya lay on the table looking at the beef tongue in his bowl. After a moment of silence, he straightened up and ate it. I've decided. I'm going to have a child first. Since I can't beat you in numbers, I'll win with quality. The moment Jiraiya said that, Nami smashed an iron fist onto his head. Uchiha Clan District. Uchiha Gen walked through the alleys of the clan district. The stone-paved road had been newly laid. The cement was gray-white, flat and solid. Withered vines crawled over the walls of the courtyards on both sides, just like many years ago, and yet not like many years ago. At the end of the alley stood that empty courtyard. Its gate was tightly shut. The shallow mark on the threshold that had been worn in by him sitting there was still there. After more than 20 years of autumn wind, it still had not been smoothed away. He did not push open that door. He had not come today to reminisce. The clan head's residence was in the deepest part of the district. 2 young Uchiha clansmen stood at the entrance. When they saw Uchiha Gen approach, they both lowered their heads in salute. Lord Gen. Uchiha Gen gave a slight nod and pushed the door open to enter. Uchiha Fugaku sat beneath the veranda. He was just over 30 this year, already the clan head of the Uchiha and the head of Konoha's military police force. His black hair was combed with meticulous care. The nasolabial lines on his face were far deeper than his actual age would suggest. A pile of documents lay spread out before him. A pen was in his hand, and the crease between his brows looked like it could clamp a kunai. When he saw Uchiha Gen walk in, he set down the pen and stood up. Lord Gen. His tone was respectful, but the exhaustion in his eyes could not be hidden. Sit. Uchiha Gen sat down across from him with no extra pleasantries. I've had nothing to do lately, so I'm assigning you something. Pick an elite squad from the clan and send them to the capital of the Land of Fire. Kill the daimyo, including his direct relatives. Deal with his younger brother too. Then support a puppet from a branch line to take the throne and control him with genjutsu. Fugaku's pupils contracted for an instant. It was not hesitation. It was confirmation. He looked into Uchiha Gen's eyes for several breaths. Understood. I'll choose the men myself. For with at least 3 Tomo Sharingan. Will that be enough? Enough. I'll arrange for Shikaku Nara to go with them. The Nara clan has useful brains. Controlling a puppet regime will need manpower, and Shikaku will handle what comes after. The Uchiha only need to make the move. Once it's done, withdraw immediately. Fugaku nodded. He pulled out a scroll from the pile of documents, wrote down a few notes, then raised his head. The crease between his brows had not eased. It had only grown deeper. Lord Gen, there's one more matter. The situation in the military police force hasn't been very good lately. There are more and more complaints, some from civilians, some from other ninja clans. They say the Uchiha enforce the law too harshly and show no leniency. There is resentment within the clan too. Some say the military police force has too much power. Some say it has too little, and some say the Uchiha have been isolated by the village. The words are unpleasant. What else? Some people also say that in Konoha, the Uchiha clan will always be outsiders. Fugaku spoke those words very slowly, as if there were a kunai resting on the tip of his tongue. Uchiha Gen raised a hand, stopping what he was about to say next. It won't work for the military police force to dominate alone. Back when Danzo was around, Root and the military police force kept each other in check. External pressure actually made the inside more united. Danzo is dead now, and the military police force no longer has an opponent. So the pressure has shifted from outside to inside. Their own people have started finding each other unpleasant. He set down his teacup. When I get back, I'll talk to Tsunade and have the major clan send people into the military police force as well. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is suited for reconnaissance and tracking. The Inazuka clan's Ninken are suited for pursuit and capture. The Yamanaka clan's mind-reading jutsu are suited for interrogation. Every clan has its own specialty. Let them all participate in law enforcement. The Uchiha will no longer dominate alone, and the complaints will naturally be spread out. The resentment within the clan will fade too. It won't be that the Uchiha are being targeted. It'll be that all the clans are carrying the burden together. Fugaku fell silent for several breaths, then took a deep breath. At last, the crease between his brows that looked like it could clamp a kunai finally relaxed. It isn't stripping power from the Uchiha. It's having more people share the responsibility. And one more thing. Don't let those Uchiha who retire from the military police force sit idle. Let them take missions. Or become team leaders and teachers. Have them interact more with civilians and other ninja clans. The Uchiha's problem isn't a lack of strength. It's that they're too far from other people. In the ninja world, anyone without bonds will eventually be treated as an outlier. The power of the Sharingan comes from emotion, and emotion can only come from people. Fugaku stood up, adjusted his collar, then lowered his head in a bow. Thank you, Lord Xian. No need to thank me. You are the Uchiha clan head. It's normal for you to think more deeply. Fugaku pulled a red invitation from the pile of documents and handed it over with both hands. Lord Xian, in 1 month, I will be marrying Uchiha Shizuka. I hope that when the time comes, you and the Hokage can attend. He paused for a moment. Shizuka is the second elder's granddaughter. Uchiha Xian accepted the invitation. A red cover, gilded lettering, and the Uchiha clan crest stamped in the lower right corner. I'll definitely come. You're the Uchiha clan head. Make sure the wedding is done properly. He tucked the invitation into his clothes, stood up, and walked outside. Evening. The Senju clan grounds. Tsunade pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Her Hokage robe draped over her arm. She hung the Hokage hat on the hook by the door and sat down by the corridor under the eaves. Mikoto brought out a bowl of red bean soup from inside and handed it to her. Tsunade took it and drank a sip, leaned against the pillar, and let out a long breath. Outside the window, the branches of the old pine swayed gently in the wind. In the inner room, Hahue was babbling as he grabbed at something. Uchiha Gen sat down beside her. 2 things today. First, the matter of the Uchiha police force. Let the major clans send people in as well. The Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka will all take part in law enforcement. The Uchiha won't be dominated alone anymore. Holding the red bean soup, Tsunade thought for a moment. Alright, I was already considering it. After Root was disbanded, the police force's authority got too big. This is a good chance to split it up a bit. Tomorrow I'll talk to the heads of each clan. She took a sip of soup. And the second thing? Fugaku is getting married. 1 month from now to Uchiha Shizuka. Mikoto poked her head out from inside the house. Shizuka? The second elder's granddaughter? She is 3 years younger than me, 19 this year. Yeah. Uchiha Gen held his teacup and muttered, Fugaku's really an old cow eating young grass. Tsunade turned her head and looked at him while still holding the red bean soup. Then she rolled her eyes. You're 11 years older than Mikoto. How do you have the nerve to call Fugaku an old cow eating young grass? Mikoto covered her mouth with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling lightly. When she lowered her sleeve, the corners of her lips were still curved up. Brother Gen, clan head Fugaku is 27 this year. Shizuka is 19. That's an 8-year gap. I know. Tsunade set down the red bean soup and started counting on her fingers. When you married me, we were the same age. When you married Mikoto, you were 11 years older than her. If Fugaku is an old cow eating young grass, then what are you? An old cow eating even younger grass? Uchiha Gen moved without hesitation and smacked her. Has it been so long since I enforced the family rules that you've gotten a little too wild? Can't you be gentler? That hurt like hell. Tsunade rubbed her butt, but her mouth still wouldn't give in. I'm 2 people. Just you? Can you handle it? Gen picked Tsunade up and headed straight for the master bedroom. Mikoto, who had been watching the show from the side, thought for a moment, then blushing, followed them inside too, the capital of the Land of Fire. In the dead of night, the Uchiha clan's elite squad infiltrated the daimyo's residence. With 4 3-tomo Sharingan users, plus the infiltration route and Genjutsu puppet replacement plan personally designed by Narashikaku, the entire operation took less than half an hour from start to finish. The daimyo's younger brother, and all direct family members were cleanly dealt with. A branch family member who had long since been placed under Genjutsu took the daimyo's seat. Narashikaku stayed in the capital to oversee the transition of power. The report sent back to Konoha contained only 8 words. The puppet has been installed. The situation is stable. Hokage building. Tsunade sat behind her desk. The report spread out in front of her. After reading it, she set it aside, then put down the pen in her hand as well. Gen. Her voice was very calm. Uchiha Gen sat across from her, flipping through ANBU's weekly report. Hearing that tone, he looked up. I really fell for your nonsense and became Hokage. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, the Hokage hat tilted at the corner of the desk. What is the Hokage's job? Signing papers, stamping seals, holding meetings, mediating disputes, approving budgets, meeting envoys, then more signing, more stamping, more meetings. Teacher Hiruzen did this for more than 30 years. How did he endure it? She pushed the pile of documents in front of her forward. I don't want to do this anymore. Hurry up and think of something. Uchiha Gen closed the ANBU weekly report. He looked at the few strands of pale golden hair that had come loose from Tsunade's ponytail, and the faint bluish-gray exhaustion under her eyes. Medical ninjutsu could heal all physical injuries, but it couldn't cure the fatigue piled up by mountains of paperwork. Then step down. You make it sound easy. Tsunade picked up the Hokage hat and spun it once in her hand. If I step down, who takes over? Jiraiya? With his personality, if he can sit in an office signing documents for 3 years, I'll eat this hat. Orochimaru? The Department of Technology already keeps him busy enough. Make him Hokage, and he'll run away overnight carrying his lab. Minato. The hand spinning the hat stopped. Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya's disciple. His flying Raijin was used so skillfully that he was only a little worse than general, and over the past few years, he had been helping handle government affairs the whole time. From diplomatic documents to internal village mediation, he handled everything properly and thoughtfully. Minato. Tsunade repeated the name. Alright. The things he helped me handle these past few years, he done even more efficiently than I would have myself. Gentle personality, smart mind, and enough combat strength too. Even those old folks, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, have a good impression of him. And Kushina can help him too. A smile curved at the corner of Uchiha Gen's lips. Exactly. He's the most suitable choice. He's from the Hokage line, and he's also a commoner by birth. At that point, Gen paused, then spoke again. There's one more thing. Before you step down, add one rule. From now on, each Hokage serves a 4-year term. In the 4th year, let the people vote on whether he gets re-elected. Otherwise, if one person sits in the Kage position for too long, fine, no problem. Tsunade agreed very readily. You agree? Gen was a little surprised. Power is the easiest thing to corrupt the human heart. This was your idea. Why wouldn't I agree? Tsunade picked up the pen and signed the Hokage appointment and dismissal document. Then she leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath, like she had set down a burden she had been carrying for a very long time. Alright, now go find that blonde brat and tell him he's going to be Hokage. Uchiha Gen stood up. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. Tsunade. During these years as Hokage, Konoha developed very well. Tsunade didn't answer. She set the Hokage hat on the corner of the desk and removed it. Her pale golden ponytail came loose and fell over her shoulders. Namikaze Minato's home. The swing hanging from the persimmon tree in the courtyard was still swaying gently. When Uchiha Gen pushed open the door, Minato and Kushina were sitting under the corridor eaves. A red wedding invitation spread out in front of them. Their expressions were somewhere between finally settling it and what are we supposed to do now. Seeing him come in, Kushina looked up. Brother Gen, you came at the perfect time. Look, Fugaku's wedding invitation. He's marrying Shizuka next month. The two of us still haven't even set a date for our own wedding, and he already picked his first. Then set yours after his. Uchiha Gen sat down by the corridor. Minato's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. But there's too much government work lately. On Lady Tsunade's side, Tsunade has stepped down. The two of us have decided that you, Minato, will take over the position of Hokage. The corridor fell silent for a moment. Minato looked at Uchiha Gen, his blonde hair lifted by the evening breeze. The invitation in Kushina's hand slowly closed. Then, from inside the house, a lazy voice sounded out. The blonde brat's gonna be Hokage? Interesting. Kurama was lying on a small cushion inside the room, his 9 tails spread behind him like a fan. On the television in front of him, a cooking program was playing. He now had official residency in Konoha and was a legal resident of Namikaze Minato's household. Tsunade's had enough. She and I discussed it, and we decided you'll take over as the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Gen said. Minato's mouth hung open. Me? You love this village. And you love every single person in it. When Jiraiya was in the land of rain teaching those 3 children, you covered for him and led newly graduated genin through hundreds of missions. You never once complained that the missions were too small. Helping Tsunade with government affairs, organizing archives for teacher Hiruzen, coordinating resources for ANBU, comforting the bereaved. No one ever asked you to do any of that. You just saw it, so you did it. The Hokage doesn't need to be the strongest person. The Hokage needs to be someone who treats every single person in the village as family. Minato was silent for a long time. Kushina took his hand. One of Kurama's tails stretched out from in front of the TV and patted the floor.
Blond brat.
You can do it. And if you can't, you've still got this old man. If anyone dares bully you, I'll smack them with a tail. All 9 tails stretched out from inside the room at the same time. Minato smiled. It wasn't the usual gentle smile, but something brighter, something firmer. When the handover. Within 1 week. Minato nodded once. Kushina suddenly slapped the tatami. Wait, then should the wedding be held before you become Hokage, or after? Uchiha Gen stood up and walked outside. After. Hold it after becoming Hokage. There'll be more guests, and more gift money. Judging by what your son looks like, Minato, you've seen it too, he's definitely going to be a little troublemaker. If you don't earn a bit more in gift money, I'm worried you two won't be able to afford the damages later. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance. Kurama's tail slapped the floor again. You should collect more gift money. This old man's TV needs replacing too. Minato, congratulations. You finally achieved the dream you've always had. Kushina sincerely congratulated Minato. Nana, thank you too. Thank you for staying by my side all these years. Minato looked at Kushina with a face full of affection. You two knock it off already. This old man's hungry. Kushina, I want red bean soup. TCH Kurama, are you asking for a beating? I'm reminiscing about the past with Minato here. And you actually interrupted me? Kushina said this in her limited edition blood red habanero mode. From late autumn to early winter, Uchiha Gen did not get a full night's sleep for an entire month. In the first week, it was Minato's Hokage succession ceremony. He had to inspect the entire ceremony grounds in advance for security loopholes, review the guest list for everyone attending, confirm that none of the congratulatory gifts sent by the ninja clans had exploding tags sealed inside them, and on the day of the ceremony, personally stand on the rooftop opposite the Hokage building, keeping his Rinnegan activated the whole time and screening every chakra fluctuation approaching Minato 3 times over. After the ceremony ended, at the moment Tsunade handed the Hokage hat to Minato, Uchiha Gen stood in the crowd and looked at the relieved smile on Tsunade's face. He felt that all the work of this week had been worth it. After finishing with the Hokage succession ceremony, he went straight back to the Senju clan grounds from the Hokage building. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, Makoto was sitting under the engawa, holding Hahue in her arms. Tsunade sat beside her with a bowl of red bean soup in hand. Both of them were staring at Hahue's little face. What happened to Hahue? Uchiha Gen sat down by the engawa. He awakened one Tomo. Makoto stuffed Hahue into his arms, her tone carrying a kind of helplessness she was trying her best to suppress. Your son just put on a huge performance in the courtyard. It had happened at dusk. Hahue wanted to go out and play. Tsunade was dealing with the last few handover documents, and Makoto was preparing dinner. Neither of them had time to take him out. Hahue first tugged at Tsunade's pant leg, and Tsunade told him to wait a bit. Then he went to tug at Makoto's sleeve, and Makoto told him to wait until after dinner. Hahue stood in the middle of the courtyard, clenched his little fists, tilted his head at the sky, and let out an earth-shaking wail. The Sharingan awakened. One Tomo. In those red pupils a single Tomo slowly spun. At the same time, from his tightly clenched little fist, a green vine extended would release. The vine wrapped around the branches of the old pine tree and shook the whole tree with a loud rustling. Tsunade's documents scattered all over the ground. Makoto's kitchen knife struck the edge of the cutting board. One adult with Uchiha blood and one adult with Senju blood stood under the engawa, looking at that 1-year-old child in the courtyard, with tears hanging at the corners of his eyes, vines wrapped around his fist, and one Tomo spinning in his eyes. At the same time, both of them fell silent. Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at Hahue in his arms. The one Tomo had already faded, and those black pupils had returned to their innocent watery look. The vine had also retracted. His little fist clutched Uchiha Gen's collar. A strand of drool hung from the corner of his mouth, and he babbled in sounds that only he himself could understand. Your dad awakened 3 Tomo at the age of 3, Uchiha Gen said to Hahue. It was because your grandparents died on the battlefield. Your father sat on the doorstep for 4 days, waiting until your grandmother's scroll was delivered back. Your mom awakened the Sharingan because she killed someone on the battlefield. As for you awakening the Sharingan, he paused, took a deep breath. It was because no one took you out to play. Hahue grinned. Drool dripped onto his collar. At the side, Tsunade picked up the scattered documents. The corners of her mouth curved upward. The Senju clan S would release. The Uchiha clan S Sharingan. The powers that your granduncle and Madara spent their whole lives fighting over to obtain separately. Your son awakened both at the same time because no one took him out to play. She tapped the stack of documents against the table and straightened them neatly. I suggest taking him out to play at least 3 times a week from now on. Otherwise, when he awakens the Mangekyo, I'm afraid he'll tear down the entire Senju clan grounds. Uchiha Gen and Makoto exchanged a glance. Both of them were Uchiha. They understood too well how difficult it was to awaken the Sharingan. It required extreme emotional stimulation, the pain of losing a loved one, hatred carved into the bone, or love. Uchiha Gen himself had awakened 3 Tomo on the night he lost his parents at the age of 3. Makoto had awakened her Sharingan on the battlefield when she witnessed a comrade's death. And their son, because he wasn't allowed to go outside and play, cried once, awakened 1 Tomo, and even got a free bonus vine with it. His bloodline fusion is far higher than mine was at the age of 4. Uchiha Gen poked Hahue's little fist with a finger. Hahue grabbed his finger and tried stuffing it into his mouth. When I was 4, I had to swallow Tsunade's blood before I awakened Yang release chakra. He was born with it. The Senju's sage body, the Uchiha's spiritual power on him, it isnt fusion, the symbiosis. Makoto took Hahue back into her arms and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then she raised her head, looked at Uchiha Gen and suddenly asked, "Then what about Sasuke?" Uchiha Gen froze for a moment. Then he remembered that black-haired boy in the Lulan ruins who had called him father. He had said, "Big brother is Senju Hahue." He perfectly inherited both the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. He was born with the sage body and the potential for the Sharingan. He has always been the strongest of our generation. I don't want to fall behind. If things hadn't changed, my son Sasuke would definitely have been one of the strongest in the current era. Sasuke is younger than Hahue. Hahue's Sharingan awakened because no one let him go out and play. So what about Sasuke's Sharingan? Makoto looked at him, a trace of amusement in her eyes. Could it be because big brother Hahue wouldn't play with him? Thinking of what his younger son had looked like in Lulan hissed that possible. Uchiha Gen said. Tsunade laughed out loud beside them. 1 month later in the Uchiha clan grounds. Fugaku and Uchiha Shizuka's wedding was held in the main hall of the clan grounds. As the strongest combat force of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen sat in the seat of honor, drinking and chatting with the heads of the various ninja clans. The Hyuga clan head brought a jug of sake and said it was a 30-year-aged brew treasured by the Hyuga family. The Inazuka clan head brought a ninja hound puppy that had just been weaned, saying it was a gift for the bride and groom to guard the house. The Yamanaka clan head, the Nara clan head, and the Akimichi clan head sat side by side, the previous generation of the Inoshikacho trio, and gave Fugaku a jointly signed high-grade soldier pill formula. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the corner, holding a wine cup, looking at the hall full of young people. He said a few words to Minato beside him, and Minato smiled and nodded. After the banquet dispersed, Uchiha Gen walked home under the night. Moonlight covered the stone-paved road. He thought of his own childhood, sitting on the doorstep with his parents' scrolls in his arms, watching the last bit of sunset at the end of the alley. He had thought the Uchiha would forever have nothing to do with him. Now his son carried the Senju name, yet because no one let him go outside to play, he had awakened one Tomo in the Sharingan and also awakened would release. He thought of Hashirama Senju, thought of that man in red lamellar armor, whose smile was like the thawing spring waters of the Naka River. He had taken swaddled Hahue from Uchiha Gen's hands, his thumb caught by the baby's grip. He had asked, "What is this child's name?" He had answered, "Hahue, Senju Hahue," and Tobarama, that Sundara deadpan guy, had said from the side that the child's chakra carried the aura of both Senju and Uchiha. He pushed open the courtyard gate. Tsunade and Makoto were sitting under the engawa. Hahue was between them, lying on Makoto's knees and tugging at her hair. Moonlight covered the branches of the old pine, the red bean soup on the low table, and Hahue's giggling face. He walked over and sat down by the engawa. Tsunade pushed the red bean soup toward him, and he picked it up and took a sip. Hahue crawled over from Makoto's knees and grabbed his finger. At the end of Konoha's 48th year, the stone-paved roads of the Land of Fire had spread to every corner. From Konoha to the capital, from the capital to the border, the gray-white roads were flat and solid. Carriages no longer jolted as they rolled over them, and the time merchants needed to transport goods had been cut in half. On both sides of the roads were newly reclaimed farmlands, where automatic seeding ninja tools moved back and forth between the furrows, turning up soil that carried the damp scent unique to early spring. Last autumn's harvest had doubled the Land of Fire's grain output compared to 5 years ago. 3 granaries had been filled, and 3 more had been built. Every household had surplus grain in their rice jars. Those old landlords and old nobles who used to hoard land and force down grain prices had quietly disappeared over the past 5 years. No one knew where they had gone. They only knew that their fields had been divided among the farmers who worked them, their granaries had been confiscated, and chest after chest of their gold and silver had been transported into Konoha's Ministry of Finance, where it became funding for cement roads, orders for seeding ninja tools, and installation fees for geothermal generators. Nara Shikaku sat in the newly established Ministry of Finance in the Land of Fire's capital, keeping a clear record of where every single sum of money went. The old pine tree in the Senju clan compound had grown another circle thicker. 5-year-old Hahue squatted in the corner of the courtyard, gripping a wooden kunai in his hand as he practiced shuriken jutsu. His hit rate was already very high. Makoto sat beneath the veranda, her belly already showing a very obvious curve. At the border of the Land of Fire, refugees from the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water stood in long lines in front of the border checkpoint. They wore no ninja headbands and were not shinobi on missions. They were just ordinary people. Farmers who worked the land, blacksmiths who forged iron, women who wove cloth, mothers leading children by the hand. They pushed wheelbarrows, carried bundles on their backs, and led skinny donkeys loaded with all their belongings. There was something in their eyes called longing. Not longing for wealth, not longing for power. It was the longing to have roads beneath their feet, grain in their fields, books for their children to read, and medicine when they were sick. The Land of Fire could give them those things. Their own homelands could not. The checkpoint did not stop them. Anyone who registered their name and skills could receive a temporary residence permit, and with that permit, They could go to the nearest town to collect 1 month's rations and a set of farming tools. The Konoha shinobi guarding the checkpoint told them that once they learned how to use the automatic seeding ninja tools, their output could double. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The 4th Kazekage sat in his office with a report from the border garrison laid out before him. The number of Land of Wind civilians sneaking into the Land of Fire every day had gone from a few at first, to dozens, then from dozens to hundreds. The report stated that the population of the border towns had already dropped by nearly 10%. He set the report down and walked to the window. Outside was the endless yellow sand of the Land of Wind. A sandstorm was rolling in from the west, blotting out the sky and the sun. He remembered what Uchiha Gen had said at the wedding in Konoha 5 years ago. Once you see the development of the Land of Fire, your people will make their own choice. Now his people were voting with their feet. He and the daimyo had jointly issued a decree banning illegal border crossings, and the border garrison had been doubled. But in his heart, he knew very clearly that sandstorms could not stop people, and decrees could stop them even less. The Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Anoki floated in midair, looking out at the layered mountain ranges beyond the window. The people of the Land of Earth were also fleeing to the Land of Fire. He issued a decree even harsher than the Land of Winds. Illegal border crossers would be treated as traitors, and anyone captured would be sent back to their place of origin. In the first month after the decree took effect, the border garrison caught 300 people. In the second month, they caught 500. In the third month, he withdrew the border garrison. It was not because they could not catch them anymore. It was because he did not want to catch them anymore. He remembered what he had said to Uchiha Gen 5 years ago. You said you'd show us first. Then I'll wait and see. Now he had seen it. It was not ninjutsu, not war, not almighty push. It was roads, grain, and rice in the common people's jars. As for that brute, the 4th Hokage, he was unexpectedly impressive this time. He did not stop it at all. And he even secretly arranged for newly graduated genin from Kumogakure to escort civilians to the Land of Fire. It counted as training for the shinobi, and the civilians would also remember the Land of Lightning's kindness. The Senju clan compound. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the veranda, holding a bowl of red bean soup in his hand. The early spring sunlight filtered down through the branches of the old pine tree, falling on the black Zetsu sphere. Inside the seal, black Zetsu had shrunk into a quiet ball. It did not curse, did not howl, and did not ooze black sludge outward. For the past 5 years, it had remained in this state, the silence after despair. He suddenly felt a little regret that he had sealed it too early. It was not that he regretted capturing it. He regretted the timing. If it had been during the time when those old landlords had not yet all been cleaned out, black Zetsu could still have been useful. He could have let it possess some stubborn old noble, control him into doing something insane, and then force the nobles of every country to act together. That way, Shen would have had a reason to punish them in public. Black Zetsu was a villain. Villains had their own uses. But now, those old nobles had long since become a handful of yellow earth. And Black Zetsu's only remaining use was staying inside the seal as a quiet black ball. Releasing it was impossible. Kagaya's third son, the mastermind behind 1,000 years of history. If he let it out, it would become the fuse for the next great ninja war. So all he could do was let it remain inside the seal. There was no need to rush Black Zetsu's problem. Once Shen's bloodline evolved into an Otsutsuki's, he would have a way to deal with it. For now, sealing it was the only option. Mikoto took the empty bowl from his hand and filled it with another hot serving. Hahue ran over, sweat beading on his forehead, still clutching that wooden kunai in his hand as he looked up at Uchiha Gen. Father, when will you teach me Shuriken Jutsu? Uncle Nawaki said he started training when he was 4. I'm already 5. Uchiha Gen looked down at him and suddenly remembered that many years ago, in the courtyard of the Senju clan compound, Nawaki had looked up at him the exact same way and said, Brother Shen, teach me. Back then, Nawaki was 6 years old. Now he had already grown into a jonin capable of leading a squad. Tomorrow. But before that, starting tomorrow we'll use real kunai. A man should use the real thing. Wooden ones have no kick to them. Even though Shen had not taught Hahue how to train over the past few years because he wanted to give him a happy childhood, this child seemed to want cultivation anyway. Back when he was 3, he had already secretly gone to his grandpa Hiruzen to get a chakra training method. After 2 years, the chakra inside Hahue's body was already close to jonin level. All one could say was that the bloodlines of the Senju and the Uchiha were terrifying indeed. With nothing to do, Shen grew restless in the stillness and wanted to go take a look at the future world. He remembered the plot of Boruto. Karasuki should be somewhere in the deep sea. So he arranged for the ANBU hidden in the shadows to send part of their forces to search the deep sea near the border of the Land of Fire for a ceramic jar. Finding it would be best. If they could not find it, that was fine too. If it really came down to it, there was still the dragon vein. It was just that traveling through time with the dragon vein was full of uncertainty, and Shen had no intention of gambling on his own luck. Uchiha Shen sat beneath the veranda, holding a report that the ANBU had just delivered. The report was long. The conclusion was short. After 1 month of searching, no trace of the Otsutsuki treasure Karasuki has been found within the entire land of fire or the surrounding nations. He set the report down. Hahue was squatting in the courtyard, earnestly using a shuriken to carve a piece of wood. The shape he had carved could barely be recognized as a bird. Makoto sat at the other end of the veranda, her belly raised high, a bowl of red bean soup in her hand. Tsunade sat beside her reviewing the documents Minato had sent over. Even after stepping down, she still kept the title of Hokage advisor. I'm going to Lulan. Uchiha Gen stood up. Tsunade raised her head. For how long? Not certain. Time flows differently in the dragon vein than it does in the present world. Could be as short as a few days or as long as a few weeks. Makoto set down the red bean soup and stood up while supporting her waist. She walked in front of him and gently straightened his collar. Hahue's birthday is still a long way off, so don't worry and just go. Sasuke will be born in a little over a month. Brother Shen, be careful. Uchiha Shen looked at her swollen belly and gently placed his palm over it. Even through the fabric, he could feel a faint pulse of chakra beating within, just like when Hahue had been in her womb. It carried the coldness unique to the Uchiha bloodline, yet it was mixed with a kind of gentle warmth. I'll come back. Lulan ruins. The dragon vein seal slumbered quietly under the jutsu Minato had placed back then, while pale purple chakra light surged in the depths underground. Uchiha Shen stood before the core of the seal, his hands forming signs as he used the power of Tokoyo within himself to touch the dragon vein's chakra. Resonance. The dragon vein's chakra and his Tokoyo power both belonged to space-time. Layer by layer, the sealing formula unraveled. Purple light surged up from underground, and a crack in space-time opened soundlessly before him. He stepped in. White light swallowed everything. When he opened his eyes again, Rorin had already fallen into ruin. It was not the ruin being cleared by Konoha's archaeological team when he left, but a site eroded by decades of time. The towers had completely collapsed. The stone roads had been ground into gravel by wind and sand. The once grand palace was left with only a few broken pillars, and the reliefs on them had weathered into blurred outlines. He stood in the middle of the ruins, his perception spreading in every direction. The flow of chakra, the moisture in the air, the distribution of wind release energy in the sky. That information automatically pieced together a map in his mind. The land of fire was to the east. The land of wind was to the west. The directions were the same as when he came. But the time was wrong. Shen raised a hand, and the Flying Thunder God formula lit up at his fingertips. Over the years, he had planted hundreds of Flying Thunder God markers across the land of fire, but in this space-time, none of those markers existed. Without preset anchors, Flying Thunder God could only rely on his perception to jump within visible range. Shen landed at the edge of a forest, then jumped again and landed atop a cliff. Then again. Each Flying Thunder God jump crossed several miles. His perception scouted the way ahead, taking in the terrain and chakra fluctuations for miles in front of him. His travel speed was not as fast as direct Flying Thunder God teleportation, but the eyesight of a Rinnegan wielder was several times better than that of an ordinary ninja. Shen swept across the plains and hills of the land of fire, and in less than half a day, he saw Konoha's gates. Uchiha Shen stopped in the forest outside the village, his Rinnegan sweeping over the sensory barrier covering the entire village. The spherical barrier wrapped around all of Konoha, and the veins of chakra flowing through it were crystal clear in his eyes. He was very familiar with the structure of this barrier. It came from the same source as the sensory barrier Minato had used on the battlefield, but with several more layers of far more complex encrypted formulas added on top. Shen raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and pressed them against the edge of the barrier. The barrier trembled slightly, like a pebble dropped onto still water. Then the pebble sank, and the surface returned to calm. After that, Shen walked into the barrier, and it did not trigger any alarm. Konoha's streets were very different from what he remembered. In the direction of the Senju clan grounds, there were no old pine branches stretching over the courtyard wall. That yard, the one where he and Tsunade had sat for decades, might not even exist in this spacetime. The walls of the other ninja clans were still there, but the painted clan crests looked newer, clearly renovated not long ago. Several buildings along the street were still being rebuilt. The scaffolding had not yet been removed, and craftsmen were busy working on it. At the center of the village, the Hokage building was completely intact. Not a rebuilt version after being flattened by Shinra Tensei, but the original building itself. He lifted his head and looked toward the Hokage rock. Four faces were lined up across the cliff in order. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Then came the fifth, light golden hair, a purple diamond-shaped mark in the center of the forehead. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Not his Tsunade, but that face. He could have carved it even with his eyes closed. He withdrew his gaze and walked toward a ramen shop still open by the street. A genjutsu silently covered a middle-aged man eating noodles at the entrance. A few breaths later, he turned and headed toward a small inn outside the village, hidden among a bamboo grove. Several tiles were missing from the roof, and a half-dead persimmon tree grew in the yard. The owner was an elderly woman hard of hearing. After he paid cash for 3 nights, she asked no further questions. The attic window faced directly toward the Hokage rock. Sitting by the window, he sorted through the information he had gotten from that villager. Konoha, year 67. October 1st. The 5th Hokage Tsunade was in office. A few months earlier, Konoha had been half destroyed by an invader named Pain, with heavy casualties, but afterward, most of the dead had come back to life. Tsunade had fallen into a coma. Danzo had become acting Hokage, but during the 5 Kage summit, he had been killed by Sasuke Uchiha. A few days ago, Tsunade woke up and took control of the Hokage position once more. That was all the villager knew. What he did not know was that the 4th Great Ninja War would break out in 1 more week. Obito Uchiha had already gathered 7-tailed beasts. Kabuto Yakushi was leading his Edo Tensei army to the battlefield. Madara Uchiha would rise from his coffin, and the 10 tails would truly awaken for the first time in this war. Uchiha Gen sat by the window, the pale purple ripples of his Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils. He was not waiting for the war to break out. He was waiting for the 10 tails. Waiting for Obito Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi to revive the 10 tails after exhausting themselves, so he could absorb the 10 tails chakra and increase his own power once again. As for the enemies of this world, Obito, Madara, Kagaya, none of them knew him. An Uchiha who had crossed over from another spacetime was not part of anyone's plan. That was probably his greatest advantage. Shen felt that he really was a kind person. As for those villains, it was no big problem. Once he finished absorbing the 10 tails, he would wipe them all out. Uchiha Shen stood at the edge of the battlefield. His Rinnegan pierced through smoke and the torrent of chakra, taking in the entire battlefield at a glance. The first 4 Hokage had been summoned out by Orochimaru with Edo Tensei. Hashirama Senju's wood dragon wrapped around the 10 tails body, broke apart, then wrapped around it again. Tobirama Senju's water release evaporated into a sky full of mist under the explosions of the 10 tails-tailed beast bombs. Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5-release combo blasted the 10 tails clones from every angle. Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god drew streak after streak of golden flashes across the battlefield. Every time one of his kunai fell, it precisely cut down one of the small monsters split off from the 10 tails. Naruto and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder on the front line. The 9 tails chakra cloak covered the armor of Susanoo, and the 2 powers stacked together into a gigantic purple-gold warrior that severed one of the 10 tails' tails with a single slash. There was also a pink-haired girl at the side, the one called Sakura. The black markings of the strength of 100 seals spread from her forehead across her whole body. With one punch, she smashed apart a small split body, then shouted that she could fight too. Uchiha Shen stood in the shadow of the ruins at the edge of the battlefield, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Stop it. Don't make Brother Shen laugh. The battle raged from day to night, then from night to dawn. Under the siege of the allied shinobi forces, the 10 tails was finally stripped of all tailed beast chakra. The huge bodies of the 9-tailed beasts collapsed across the battlefield like 9 fallen mountains. But Madara Uchiha made his move. He stood in front of the 10 tails husk, brought his hands together, and chains from the demonic statue of the outer path surged up from underground, dragging all 9-tailed beasts back into the 10 tails. The 10 tails husk began to swell, began to twist, began to let out a roar that did not belong to this world. Madara stood atop the 10 tails head, the Rinnegan in his sunken eye sockets slowly turning. He had waited too long for this moment. Uchiha Shen no longer hid himself. The light of flying thunder god faded from his fingertips, and he appeared directly in front of the 10 tails husk, only a dozen or so steps away from Madara Uchiha. His hands formed signs. The ocular power of the Rinnegan in his left eye was pushed to the limit. Tokoyo. Where his gaze fell, the flow of chakra froze in an instant. Madara Uchiha's fingers stopped halfway through a hand sign. The ripples of the Rinnegan froze deep in his pupils, and the raging flood of the 10 tails chakra was locked in place in that instant, like an amber iceberg. Uchiha Shen pressed his hand against the 10 tails husk. Absorb. The 10 tails chakra surged into his body like a burst dam, far more violent and savage than the time with the 9 tails. All the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, plus the origin of the demonic statue of the outer path. That power was enough to blow apart any vessel without the Rinnegan. But he had it. The pale purple ripples of the Rinnegan spun madly in the depths of his pupils, and his body, fused through yin-yang release, devoured the 10 tails chakra like a bottomless abyss. A black sphere expanded from within the 10 tails husk, wrapping his entire body inside it. Dark purple patterns flowed across the surface of the sphere, like a heart that had slept for thousands of years beginning to beat once more. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Half of Naruto's 9 tails chakra cloak had faded away, and Sasuke Susanoo had dispersed into the air. A drop of water fell from Senju Tobirama's fingertip onto the ground. He raised his head to look at that black sphere, then turned to Uchiha Madara and burst out laughing. Uchiha Madara, you actually got beaten to it by your own junior. And it's an Uchiha I don't even know. Madara's face turned ashen. A six-path staff condensed in his hand, and a black chakra rod shot straight at Tobirama's mouth. Tobirama tilted aside and dodged it, his laughter never stopping. Cracks began spreading across the surface of the black sphere. It was not being shattered by outside force. It was splitting open from within. One crack after another spread across the sphere. Fragments peeled away, revealing the figure inside. Uchiha Gen stood in the center of the shattered black sphere with his eyes closed, and his body had changed. The pale purple ripples of the Rinnegan spread across his entire body. His skin turned bloodless. A slit opened on his forehead. Otsutsuki form. He opened his eyes, lowered his head, and looked at his pale, bone-like fingers. Then he looked at the slit on his forehead and frowned. Ugly. The light of yin-yang release surged out of his body. Chakra began flowing in reverse, and the Otsutsuki traits were forced back into his body layer by layer. His skin returned to its normal color. The slit on his forehead closed and vanished. Only the Rinnegan patterns in his eyes still carried a faint purple glow. He had turned back into himself. Then he felt it. Deep within his left eye, a dojutsu that had been gestating ever since the Rinnegan stage had finally broken out of its shell after absorbing the Ten Tails chakra. Left eye erasure. It could erase everything at his level of cultivation or below. It was not an attack. It was not a seal. It directly erased something from the level of existence itself, leaving not even ashes behind. Right eye reversal. As long as his chakra had not run dry, his body state would always reverse back to its peak condition. Any wound, any poison, any negative status. Before reversal, none of it existed. It was basically an infinite healing cheat. Uchiha Gen threw back his head and laughed. The laughter echoed over the battlefield, wild and completely unrestrained. 38 years. From when he was 3 years old, sitting on the doorstep holding his parents' scrolls, to when he was 4 and swallowed Tsunade's blood, to awaken the power of Yang, to when he was 6 and became the Hokage's disciple, to when he was 15 and awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, to when he dug out Nagato's Rinnegan in Amigakure, to when he crushed the allied army of the 4 nations at Konohara's gates with Shinra Tensei, to now, after having the Rinnegan for 38 years, at last, he could say that line openly and righteously. No need to hide anymore. No need to scheme anymore. No need to wait for the right moment anymore. The laughter stopped. Uchiha Madara stood opposite him, his six-path staff planted on the ground, his Rinnegan fixed on this young Uchiha. Brat, who are you? Why have I never seen you in the Uchiha clan? I crossed over from another timeline. My purpose was to absorb the Ten Tails. Uchiha Gen raised his right hand. His gaze passed over Madara's shoulder and landed on the puddle of black sludge in the shadows behind him, the one drilling into the cracks in the rock. At the same time, his left eye turned. Erasure activated. It was not any kind of chakra attack. Black Zetsu's body began to vanish. Starting from the edges, it was not shattering, not breaking down. It was vanishing, as if it had never existed in the first place. Black Zetsu did not even have time to let out a final shriek before that puddle of black sludge completely disappeared within a few breaths. The third son of the Otsutsuki from 1,000 years ago. The final method Kagaya had created with yin-yang release before being sealed. The hidden mastermind who provoked Indra and Ajura, tampered with the Uchiha stone tablet and orchestrated Madara's entire life. Just like that, it vanished without a sound. Killed that trash. Uchiha Gen lowered his hand, turned his head, and looked at Uchiha Madara. Alright, your Eye of the Moon plan is fake. Do you believe me? The faint purple Rinnegan patterns in his left eye reflected off Madara's ashen face. Ocular power was building deep within his pupil. As long as Madara dared to say he did not believe it, he would erase him. But Madara did not say he disbelieved it. Nor did he say he believed it. He merely stood beside the six-path staff, staring at Uchiha Gen with his Rinnegan. The patterns deep in his pupils slowly turned, not like an attack. More like something that had been suppressed for over 60 years was beginning to crack apart bit by bit. Uchiha Gen looked at Uchiha Madara. This old man who had been deceived by Black Zetsu for his entire life. After hearing that the Eye of the Moon was fake, he said neither that he disbelieved it, nor that he believed it. He only stood there beside the six-path staff, his fingers trembling slightly. Madara's mouth opened. No matter what he was about to say, it no longer mattered. Uchiha Gen raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and the Rinnegan pattern in his left eye began to turn. Erasure was ready. A figure landed between the two of them. White hair, 2 horns on his forehead, a six-paths robe draped over his body, both hands resting on a pitch-black staff. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths. The fluctuation of his chakra came from the same source as the Ten Tails origin Uchiha Gen had sensed inside the Ten Tails, but it was purer, more ancient. Stop. The sage of 6 paths' voice was old and calm. You are not from this world. Visitor from another spacetime. You have already obtained the Ten Tails chakra you wanted. How far can your eyes see? So from here on, please do not interfere too much with the workings of this world. Otsutsuki Hagoromo spoke to Uchiha Gen in a tone that looked down on all others. Uchiha Gen looked at him, looked at the two horns on his forehead that symbolized the Otsutsuki bloodline, looked at the six-path staff in his hand, identical to the one in Madara's hand, looked at the chakra phantoms of the nine-tailed beasts behind him, the very ones he had personally split apart. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Uchiha Gen's voice was very soft, soft enough that only Hagoromo could hear it. The Sage of Six Paths' pupils contracted slightly. That name had not been spoken for over 1,000 years. Then Uchiha Gen's voice exploded. He was not shouting, but every word struck the battlefield like Shinra Tensei. So what you mean is that the ordinary people of this world deserve to die. They were born from parents too. Not like you. A beast who sealed his own mother. He took a step forward. 1,000 years ago, you and your brother personally sealed Kaguya inside the moon. Your brother stayed on the moon with your mother, and you stayed on Earth as the founder of Ninshu. You created the nine-tailed beasts, distributed chakra to the people of the world, and then had them sing your praises for thousands of years. But have you ever thought about why your mother became like that? Why was she afraid? Why did she use the infinite Tsukuyomi to create the White Zetsu army? Because she knew the main Otsutsuki family would come sooner or later. She betrayed the main family and ate the god tree's fruit. She had to prepare for war. Everything you did was use the nine-tailed beasts and the code of Ninshu to nail your mother to the moon, for thousands of years. She was your mother. You told the world Kaguya was a demon and you were the savior. But what I see is a son who sealed his own mother. The Sage of Six Paths was silent for a long time. Then he raised his staff. You would not understand. The staff came down. Truth-seeking balls flew out from behind him. 10 truth-seeking balls formed a ring in the air, the surfaces of those black spheres flowing with dark purple light. Uchiha Gen did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. The truth-seeking balls blasted to within 3 feet in front of him. Then vanished. Erasure. The first one. The second one. The third one. 3 truth-seeking balls in a row silently dispersed under the ocular power of erasure. The Sage of Six Paths stepped back and formed hand seals with both hands. The chakra phantoms of the nine-tailed beasts rose behind him and condensed into 9 pillars of light of different colors. Uchiha Gen did not even raise a hand. He merely turned his left eye. The 9 pillars of light, from left to right, were erased one after another. You asked me how far my eyes can see. Uchiha Gen appeared in front of the Sage of Six Paths, less than a step away. I'll tell you now, farther than you. You stayed in the Pure Land for 1,000 years. You could not see it. What you saw was the inheritance of chakra, the continuation of Ninshu, the reincarnations of Indra and Azura generation after generation. But you never saw ordinary people. You never saw the civilians crushed by war. You never saw the children crying in the flames of war while clutching their parents' keepsakes. You never saw them. The Sage of Six Paths staff shattered. No, it was not shattered. It simply disappeared. All the truth-seeking balls were erased, and the Sage of Six Paths' body began to blur, dispersing bit by bit from the edges. Farewell, Uchiha Gen said. The Sage of Six Paths looked at him. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Then his body completely dispersed. The battlefield fell silent. Uchiha Gen turned around and found that everyone was looking at him. Not looking at an enemy, but at something they didn't know how to define. Naruto stood at the very front. The Nine-Tails chakra cloak had already faded away, and the pale purple pattern of Uchiha Gen's Rinnegan was reflected in his blue eyes. Sasuke stood beside him, his left eye a Rinnegan, his right eye a Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura Haruno stood behind the two boys, the black markings of the strength of 100 seal still lingering on her forehead. Kakashi Hatake stood beside her, half his face covered by his mask. Uchiha Madara stood farther away. He had already put away the truth-seeking staff, and his Rinnegan gaze rested on Uchiha Gen. Who are you, Databeo? Naruto spoke first. It wasn't an interrogation, but a request from a boy to someone who could solve a mystery. Uchiha Gen looked at Naruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, orange jacket. Just like Minato, yet not the same. In this Naruto's world, his father had died on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. He had never seen what Minato looked like when smiling at him. My name is Uchiha Gen. I'm from another Konoha in another spacetime. In that spacetime, Minato Namikaze is still alive. He is the 5th Hokage I chose. Your Granny Tsunade is my wife. She is the 4th Hokage I chose. Naruto's eyes widened. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. His father was still alive. In another spacetime, his father was still alive, and had become Hokage. Oh right, and that two-pillar brat, in my spacetime I married Makoto, and you've still got about 1 month left before you're born in her belly. Uchiha Gen's tone was full of teasing. TCH, we're not even from the same spacetime. As long as you're good to my mom, that's fine. Also, what do you mean by two-pillar brat? Sasuke's tone was light and relaxed. He had already let down his guard. Uchiha Gen didn't answer Sasuke. He looked at Uchiha Madara. The Ten-Tails chakra, I'm taking it. Black Zetsu. I killed him. Uchiha Madara looked at him. You already know the Eye of the Moon plan is a lie. How you want to clean this up is your business. Hashirama is standing over there. You two haven't had a proper talk in decades. Then he raised his hand toward the sky. The coordinates of the dragon vein were activated through resonance with the Ten-Tails chakra, and a space-time rift opened in front of him. He took one last look at this Konoha, the streets that had been destroyed by pain and rebuilt again, Tsunade's face on the Hokage rock, and the people on the battlefield who were still alive. Then he stepped into the rift. Oh right, one last gift for you. The power of the Rinnegan began to pour out, but nothing on the scene changed. Uchiha Gen looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said, Go home early. I'm heading out first, everyone. Gana. The ruins of Rorin. After the dragon vein's chakra light slowly faded along with the pale purple spacetime rift, Uchiha Gen's feet landed on the stone slabs of the ruins of Rorin. The air was dry, carrying the smell of sand and wind. But unlike the original world, the air here had no smoke, no blood, no scorched stench from the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bombs burning the earth. He took a deep breath, and the flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. The old pine tree in the Senju clan compound stretched over the courtyard wall. The front gate was half open. Shen pushed the door open. Makoto was sitting beneath the corridor eaves. Tsunade wasn't here. She was probably at the Hokage Tower helping Minato handle government affairs. And Hui was crouching in the corner of the yard, seriously shaving a block of wood with a shuriken. The shape coming out looked more like a bird than last time. Makoto looked up. When she saw his face, she didn't stand up. Her belly was too big now, so she couldn't. It's been half a month. Shengij, did things go smoothly? Smoothly. Uchiha Gen sat down by the corridor and placed his palm over her stomach. That faint chakra was pulsing, a little stronger than half a month ago. She handed him the red bean soup. You smell like blood, but you're not injured. Was there a war in that other spacetime too? The Fourth Great Ninja War. Did you win? We won. Makoto didn't ask for details. She just leaned a little closer to him and gently tucked in the torn cuff on his sleeve where the spacetime rift had cut it open a little. In the days that followed, Uchiha Gen didn't go out again. Every morning he sat beneath the corridor eaves, stabilizing the circulation of the Ten-Tails chakra within his body while watching Hui practice shuriken in the yard. He could sense that the power of his Rinnegan was continuing to grow under the nourishment of the Ten-Tails chakra, but that growth had already reached a bottleneck. His current Rinnegan had evolved from his own eyes. His potential was huge, but in the end, it was still only an ordinary Rinnegan. He took out a pair of eyeballs from a ceiling scroll, pale purple with layer upon layer of rippling patterns, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Back then in Kusagakure, he had dug them out of that random Uzumaki nobody's eye sockets. They had been sealed in the scroll ever since, and used. He picked up the first of Madara's Rinnegan and brought it close to his own left eye. Absorb. The pale purple light of the Rinnegan peeled away from Madara's eyeball and, like two thin streams, slowly poured into his pupil. His own Rinnegan automatically began devouring that same origin eye power. Deep within his pupil, the pale purple patterns rearranged themselves, from ring after ring of ripples into 6 tomo evenly distributed between the waves. 6 tomo Rinnegan. The chakra inside his body boiled for an instant, then returned to calm. The power of his eyes was now at least several times stronger than before. The eye power Madara had accumulated for decades was completely absorbed by him. Combined with the nourishment of the Ten-Tails chakra, the evolution of his Rinnegan had finally taken the most crucial step. He closed his eyes and sensed his new abilities. The 6 tomo Rinnegan not only amplified his original control over repulsion and attraction, but also unlocked deeper things, such as limbo, border jail, such as more precise control over yin-yang release, such as the ability under specific conditions to activate higher-level genjutsu techniques. He opened his eyes and sealed the remaining one of Madara's Rinnegan back into the scroll. This one would be kept for the future. It might be useful. When Tsunade came back at dusk and saw that his Rinnegan had gained 6 tomo, her brows lifted slightly. Leveled up again? Yeah. I absorbed Madara's Rinnegan. 6 tomo. How far are you from the Otsutsuki level? Close, but still a little short. With the Ten-Tails chakra plus Madara's eye power, the evolution of my Rinnegan has reached the limit. The next step is complete Otsutsukification, not that ugly form from last time but the true complete form. For that, I need more samples of Otsutsuki bloodline. When are the main family people coming? I don't know. So before that happens. He paused. I need to turn the land of fire into an iron barrel first. Then he added, where's Nawaki? At the border. On a mission. Have him come back for a trip. His wood release still hasn't awakened. I'll try using my new eye power to help him. A few days later, Senju Nawaki stood in the courtyard of the Senju clan compound. A young man in his early 20s, with brown hair exactly like Senju Hashirama's, and an expression just like Hashirama's too. Honest, passionate, his eyes full of hope for the future. He was already a jonin and had led a squad on many missions, but his would release still had never awakened. Brother-in-law, why did you call me back? To try awakening your would release. Uchiha Gen stood up, the sixth tomo within his Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils. He raised his right hand, and the light of Yin-Yang release lit up at his fingertips. The reason Hui had awakened both would release and the Sharingan was because he was naturally born with the fusion of two bloodlines. Nawaki was different. He was pure Senju blood. The potential for would release was buried deep within his sage body and required outside guidance. The light of Yin-Yang release fell onto Nawaki's chest. Nawaki's body shook. Chakra surged violently through his meridians. He clenched his teeth but didn't make a sound. Then he spread open his hand, palm facing upward. A green vine emerged from his palm. It was very small, even thinner than when Hui first awakened his power, but it was alive. It trembled slightly in the sunlight, and at its tip, a tiny tender sprout appeared. That's enough. Uchiha Gen withdrew his hand. Nourish it with chakra every day, and it'll slowly grow. Your grandfather is Senju Hashirama, the source of wood release. You awakened late, but that doesn't mean you're weak. Nawaki lowered his head and looked at the tiny vine in his palm. His eyes slowly reddened. Thank you, brother-in-law. At the same time, in another space-time, after the Fourth Great Ninja War in Konoha, Naruto stood in the living room of his home, staring at the red-haired woman sitting on the sofa. Kushina. There were no wounds on her face. No bloodstains. She sat there as if she had never left. Naruto's mouth hung open, and it felt like a lump of cotton was stuffed in his throat. 16 years. He had never seen his mother's face. He had only heard her voice once, in the chakra remnant left behind by the Fourth Hokage. She had only spoken a few words before that remnant vanished into the seal. And now she was sitting here, alive and real, her red hair falling over her shoulders, her blue eyes exactly the same as his. Kushina stood up and walked over to him, reaching out and pulling him into her arms. Naruto, you're back. Mom is here. From now on, Mom and Dad will always stay with you. Naruto's tears fell. He leaned against his mother's shoulder like a child who had finally found his way home. Minato peeked his head out from the kitchen, still holding a spatula. His blonde hair was a little messy from the cooking smoke, and on his face was the gentle smile Naruto knew best. Naruto, you are our pride. You've worked hard all these years. Come on, eat first. Still in his mother's arms, Naruto nodded hard. The Uchiha clan district. Sasuke walked along the stone-paved road of the clan district, and everywhere he looked was ruin. The walls were covered in vines. Courtyard gates lay crooked on the ground. The alleys were piled with fallen leaves and broken debris. He had walked this road for more than 10 years. Ever since the night of the clan massacre when he was 7, every time he walked this road, it felt like a knife was carving into his chest. He pushed open the gate to his home. In the living room, Fugaku Uchiha stood by the window. On his usually expressionless face, after seeing Sasuke push open the gate, there appeared the faintest, clumsiest trace of a smile. Sasuke had never seen that kind of expression on his father's face before. As expected of my son. You did not disgrace the Uchiha clan. Makoto rushed out of the kitchen, still wearing her apron, and pulled Sasuke into a tight hug. Her tears fell onto his collar. Little Sasuke, you've worked hard. You've worked hard all these years. Sasuke slowly raised his hand and placed it on his mother's back. In the corner, Itachi Uchiha stood in the shadows. He did not walk over. He only watched Sasuke being held by their mother, watched their father sitting nearby and saying you've worked hard in a tone he had never heard before. Sasuke lifted his head. His gaze passed over his mother's shoulder and met Itachi's in midair. There was no mangekyo in Itachi's eyes. No tsukuyomi. Only a pair of ordinary black eyes. Sasuke lowered his head and buried his face in the hollow of his mother's shoulder. Mikoto's due date was in Konoha year 49. A week in advance, Uchiha Gen had already sent her to the innermost room on the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital, the very same room where Tsunade had given birth to Heki back then. Every day, morning, noon, and night, he used the flying Raijin to deliver meals. Red bean soup, grilled fish, pickled radish, miso soup. Every single dish was made by his own hands. Mikoto leaned against the hospital bed and looked at the 3-tier food box stacked on the bedside table. She could not help but laugh. Brother Shin, I'm giving birth, not going to war. Uchiha Shin handed her the chopsticks, and there was not the slightest hint of a joke on his face. After staying there for a week, one afternoon, Mikoto was pushed into the delivery room. Uchiha Shin stood in the hallway. Unlike when Heki was born, he did not pace back and forth. He leaned against the wall, his 6-tomo Rinnegan fixed on the door to the delivery room, his arms folded. Tsunade personally handled the delivery. The door to the delivery room was shut tight, but the Rinnegan's perception pierced through that thin layer of wood. Makoto's chakra was stable and strong. The fetus's heartbeat was like a tiny drum. Less than an hour later, a baby's cry came from inside the delivery room. It was loud and bright, just as full of vigor as when Heki had been born. The door opened. Tsunade came out holding a tiny swaddled bundle, and the expression on her face was exactly the same as back then. She had personally delivered Heki, and now she had personally delivered Sasuke. A boy, Uchiha Sasuke. Hold him yourself. She stuffed the swaddled baby into Uchiha Shen's arms. Uchiha Shen lowered his head and looked at the baby in the bundle. His black hair was thicker than Heki's had been at birth. His little face was wrinkled, his fists clenched tightly, his lips pressed into a line. His eyes were still closed, but the shape of his eyelids already showed the Uchiha clan's distinctive slightly upturned corners. Sasuke. He repeated the name once in his heart. That 10-year-old black-haired boy in the ruins of Rorin, the Sasuke who had called him father, was now lying quietly in his arms, breathing so softly it was like cherry blossoms falling onto the surface of water. Heki stood on tiptoe, both hands clutching his arm and tugging downward, stretching his neck hard to peer into the swaddle. Father, is this little brother? 5-year-old Heki looked up, his black pupils reflecting the baby's wrinkled little face. There was a careful kind of anticipation in his voice. He had waited for a whole year, calling out little brother to Makoto's belly every day. And now little brother was finally in front of him. Yes, little Heki, this is your little brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Heki reached out and gently touched Sasuke's tightly clenched little fist with his index finger. Sasuke's hand suddenly loosened. 5 unbelievably tiny fingers spread open, then wrapped around Heki's index finger. Heki did not move. He let his little brother hold his finger, then looked up at Uchiha Shen, his eyes shining like 2 stars that had just been lit. Father, little brother's hand is so small. Uchiha Shen reached out and rested his hand on top of Heki's head. When you were just born, your hand was this small too. You grabbed grandfather Hashirama's thumb, and he laughed for a long time. On the day of the full month celebration, the old pine tree in the Senju clan district was covered with red and white lanterns. Makoto sat beneath the corridor eaves holding Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were already open, and his black pupils curiously followed the swaying shadows of the lanterns above him. Heki sat beside her, gripping a freshly carved shuriken in his hand. It was not for training, but to show his little brother. He kept muttering, Sasuke, look at this. When you grow up, big brother will teach you. Several simple banquet tables were set up in the courtyard. Uchiha Shen sat beneath the corridor eaves. In front of him was grilled meat sent by the Akimichi clan, a ninja hound care service voucher sent by the Inuzuka clan, and a set of child-rearing scrolls jointly gifted by the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan. The Third Hokage and Minato sat on the right. Jiraiya and Namifudo sat on the left. Orochimaru sat in the corner, with a sealing scroll placed in front of him. Inside it was a nutrient formula for infants and toddlers that he had personally developed. Nawaki took a freshly picked persimmon branch and placed it in a vase beside Sasuke's swaddle. Halfway through the banquet, footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard gate. Not one person, a group of people. The 4th Hokage walked in front. The Kazekage and Mizukage followed side by side behind him. Inoki floated at the very back, only symbolically hovering half a foot off the ground when he entered, then landing and walking into the courtyard with his cane. Oh, rare guests. All 4 Kage came together. We just happened to arrive at the same time. Inoki placed a jug of aged liquor unique to a Wagakure on the table and sat down opposite Uchiha Shen. The other 3 Kage also took their seats. After the meal, Minato accompanied the 4 Kage in the main hall. Uchiha Shen sat in the seat of honor, while Tsunade sat beside him holding Sasuke. Inoki spoke first. He was older than 5 years ago. The wrinkles on his face were like layers of rock carved by a blade, but the light in his eyes had not changed. In these 5 years, Iwagakure's population has dropped by nearly 20%. Not because of deaths in battle, not because of people fleeing. They moved to the land of fire. My border garrison has gone from 1,000 men at the start to 300 now. Not because I wanted to cut it down. It's because the remaining 700 also want to move there. I stopped them for 5 years. I can't stop them anymore. He placed both hands on his knees, his back slightly bent. It's not because of your Rinnegan, Shen. It's not because of Shinra Tensei. It's because of the concrete roads, the automatic seeding ninja tools, the geothermal generators, and the rice in the common people's jars. Iwagakure is willing to merge into Konoha. Not surrender. A merger. The conditions are the ones you mentioned before. Keep our administrative autonomy. Integrate Iwagakure's ninja into Konoha's unified military structure. And grant the civilians the same rights as citizens of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Shen looked at him. The conditions remain the same, but the positions will change. Villages will become administrative districts. You will no longer be Kage, but highest administrative chiefs. Konoha will send people to assist development. Not a stationed army. People to build roads, promote seeding ninja tools, and build schools and hospitals. I hope you will cooperate. The 4th Hokage set down his cup. Kumogakure is joining too. Same conditions. The Kazekage and the Mizukage nodded at the same time. Without a single war being fought. The remaining 4 of the 5 great nations had voluntarily come to sit before him like this. They had not been crushed by Susanoo. They had been flattened by cement roads and automatic seating ninja tools. Tsunade took Sasuke from Uchiha Gen's hands, gently patting the swaddling cloth as she looked up at the 4 Kage. The appointment documents for your administrative district chiefs will be delivered to you within 1 month. Shikaku will coordinate with you on the detailed transition schedule and personnel arrangements. Welcome to Konoha. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. No, welcome to the land of fire. Alright, this body has rested long enough. Time to move again. Minato, prepare to send notices to every nation and every ninja village. Give them 1 month. Anyone who exceeds the deadline, I'll personally go over there. This time we'll settle every conflict in one go. For the great unification of the ninja world. Uchiha Gen stood up and stretched lazily. Everyone else spoke at the same time. For unification. Less than 7 days after the news of the 4 Kage submitting spread out, Konoha's inn was already packed with people. There were no invitations and no summons. The envoys of the smaller nations sprouted up from all directions like bamboo shoots after spring rain. A civil official from the land of grass came carrying land registers. The village chief of Takigakure brought local honey. The old city lord of the land of hot water leaned on a cane and trembled as he crossed Konoha's gates. Mifune, the samurai general of the land of iron, removed his sword before stepping into the Hokage building. Their reasons for coming were all different, but the expressions on their faces were exactly the same. Who would dare disobey the words of the Black Grim Reaper? Even the 4 Kage had come. What could these little villages trapped in the cracks between great nations possibly use to refuse? The main hall was packed. Uchiha Gen sat in the seat of honor, the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils. The former Kage of the 4 great ninja villages sat to the left. Inoki leaned on his cane. The 4th Raikage folded his arms across his chest. The Kazekage and the Mizukage sat side by side. The envoys and daimyo of the smaller nations crowded the right side and the back rows. Some were even sitting outside the doorway. Not a single one dared to complain. Uchiha Gen did not stand. He merely raised one hand, signaling for silence. Everyone standing here today has come voluntarily to join the land of fire. From today onward, there will be no more 5 great nations, no more small nations, no more distinction between ninja villages and daimyo. There will only be one land of fire. There will only be one unified regime. All ninja villages will be converted into administrative districts. The title of Kage is abolished and replaced with Chief Executive Officer. The first chiefs will be the former Kage themselves. The people will no longer be divided by national borders. They will all be registered as citizens of the land of fire. I will take the title of Emperor and rule over all under heaven. His voice was not loud, but the power of the Rinnegan made every word land steadily in the farthest corner of the hall. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then Mifune was the first to stand and place the sovereign seal of the land of iron on the table. The land of iron is willing to become the first autonomous district of the land of fire. The samurai will remain, but the military will be dispatched by the unified government. Then came the land of grass, Takigakure, and the land of hot water. One after another, the envoys stood up, carrying sovereign seals, land registers, and household records, placing them on the long table. No one bargained. On the second day after the 4 Kage submitted, Uchiha Gen dispatched 4 elite squads. Each squad had only 4 people, 2 Uchiha, 1 Yamanaka, and 1 Akimichi. They were not going to war. They were carrying out one precise mission. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan turned silently in the daimyo mansions late at night. On the same day, official announcements were released from the 4 great ninja villages. The daimyo mansions of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure were all wiped clean in a single night by elite squads. The daimyo themselves and all their direct family members vanished completely. Their lands were confiscated, and by the next morning, the deeds were posted on each village's bulletin boards and evenly distributed according to population. The civilians did not resist. In the past 5 years, the news of the land of fire's cement roads, automatic seeding ninja tools, and doubled grain output had already spread across the continent. The ninja did not resist either. A village jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha, with the Black Grim Reaper personally in command, whoever resisted would become the next Kusugakure. By the time the news reached Konoha's inn, the civil official from the land of grass was sorting land registers. His hand paused at the edge of a page. He was silent for a moment. Then he continued organizing them. No one spoke loudly.
No envoys fled o overnaut.
But Shen could sense it clearly. The rhythm of every heart beating inside the inn had changed. They signed much faster than before. The sound of seals stamping paper rose one after another, like spring rain knocking against a window. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the covered corridor, watching it all, and smiled inwardly. He knew what this group was thinking. Lose the title now, and they could slowly climb back up later anyway. First survive, then seek power. Not a single daimyo or village chief who had lived to this day in a chaotic age was stupid. They had all become the firmest followers of unification. At least, that was what the documents said. Tsunade sat beside him holding a bowl of red bean soup, following his gaze toward the inn outside the courtyard. There are at least 3 spies soaking in the water. The civil official from the Land of Grass still has an undestroyed secret letter hidden in his sleeve. Last night, the daimyo of Takigakure secretly had his attendant hide his personal seal beneath the floorboards of the inn. The old city lord of the Land of Hot Water really does want to join, though. His son married a girl from a border town in the Land of Fire. Ever since her family got farmland assigned to them, she has been urging the old city lord to submit on his own initiative. Do we need to deal with them? No need. The remaining spies can't stir up much. Let them struggle. The more they struggle, the more grease they accumulate. When the time comes and it's really no longer workable, we'll squeeze them one more time. As long as the people's lives improve, these old nobles won't be able to stand on their own. Uchiha Gen leaned against the sliding door, thinking to himself, 39 years old. From the low-key, timid version of himself sitting by the window at the ninja academy, to walking all the way to today, becoming the only ruler of this world. With a mortal body of flesh and blood, he had awakened the Rinnegan and absorbed the Ten Tails. Xian's life form was already different from everyone else's. His lifespan would be thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. He could wait. He could take it slowly. If this path went crooked, he could overturn it and start over at any time. At the very least, he would leave behind no regrets. That too was the regret from his previous life. He remembered his memories from Blue Star. Overtime work, sudden death, sitting alone in a rental apartment, eating instant noodles in front of a computer screen. In that life, he could control nothing. He could hold on to nothing. In this life, he had grasped it. He had dragged the Uchiha name out of discrimination. He had merged the Senju bloodline into his own body. He had let go of the lingering hatred of Hashirama and Madara. Sitting beneath the corridor of the Senju clan grounds, watching the steam from the red bean soup rise before his eyes, he felt that in this life, it was worth it. Oh right, little Tsunade, I'm planning to give Orochimaru a tube of my newly regenerated blood. This is Otsutsuki bloodline. Once he fully researches it, at the very least it should let you live another 1,000 years. I don't want to have no one with me in the future. Okay, Makoto, Kazu and Sasuke and I will stay with you forever. Tsunade leaned against Xian's shoulder, just like when they were kids. And after I finish the coronation ceremony, I'm planning to travel across worlds again. 1. To improve my own cultivation. 2. To give those restless people lurking underwater a chance, so they jump out on their own. When I come back, I'll deal with them one by one. But there's no rush. First, I'll raise your strength a bit. The next morning, Uchiha Gen went to Orochimaru's laboratory at daybreak and handed over the blood, telling him to speed up the research and explaining the preparations he needed to make. Good. Give me half a month. My earlier research had already made a breakthrough. This time I can raise Konoha's ninja by 1 tier. The lower ranks will rise to Chunin, Chunin will rise to Jonin, Jonin will become Kage level, and Kage level will reach beyond Kage. Once they've taken it, you can travel across worlds without worry. Orochimaru looked at the blood in his hand and excitedly licked his own face with his tongue. Good. I'm leaving first. I'll leave everything to you. I've also got a pile of things to handle outside. Once everything is completely stable, I'll take you beyond the stars. After painting that grand dream for Orochimaru, Gen left with flying Raijin. Konoha year 49, winter. On this day, Konoha's sky was clear for 10,000 li. On the Hokage rock, the faces of the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama, the third Hokage Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Tsunade, and the fifth Hokage Minato were lined up in order, and directly above those 5 faces, a brand new section of rock had been carved flat. Only one character was engraved on it, Gen. It wasn't a portrait, just a single character, because the man carving it had said that the pattern of the 6-tomo Rinnegan was far too complicated. With his eyesight, there was no way he could reproduce it accurately on the rock wall. Uchiha Gen had stood below the wall back then, looked up at it and said, then just carve a character. The enthronement ceremony was held in the square before the Hokage building. The concrete roads that had spread across the entire Land of Fire over the past 5 years now covered this square as well. The gray-white ground had been swept spotless. People stood packed on both sides, Konoha's shinobi and villagers, representatives from every administrative district, the former Kage of the original 4 great ninja villages, and envoys from the smaller nations that had submitted. No one dared to make a sound. In the square of tens of thousands, the only thing that could be heard was the hunting snap of banners in the wind. Uchiha Gen walked over from the far end of the crowd. He was not wearing the traditional Hokage robes, nor was he dressed in a daimyo's luxurious attire. Based on memories from his previous life, Uchiha Gen had ordered a weaving master to perfectly recreate a dragon robe worn by an emperor of the Great Ming. Its brilliance was restrained, yet when seen from afar, it looked like a mass of frozen morning sun, noble without being gaudy. It had a round collar and narrow sleeves. On the front, back, and both sides of the robe were 12 woven dragon medallions in total, each one a 5-clawed true dragon, with ox head, deer antlers, shrimp eyes, and lion nose. Their mouths were open around pearls. Their whiskers and manes flew upward, and their bearing was imposing. The moment one looked directly at them, the pressure of supreme imperial authority crashed forward on its own. The left shoulder bore the sun, the right shoulder the moon, and the back displayed the stars. Mountains, dragons, and flowery creatures were set along both sleeves. Across the front hem and lower skirt were arranged in order the sacrificial cups, algae, fire, rice grains, fu, and fu again, together forming the 12 imperial symbols. Sun and moon crossing the heavens, stars hanging their signs, mountains steady, dragons shifting. Every pattern shone with color, every piece a symbol of imperial rule. The dragon patterns were woven in real gold thread. Layers of dark and light gold overlapped, sunken like ancient bronze in shadow, brilliant like molten gold in the light. With every movement, it seemed as if dragon scales shimmered across the robe and clouds rolled beneath them. At his waist was a jade belt, glossy and warm, carved with cloud dragon patterns. From it hung a crimson grand tassel and a jade pendant. As he walked, the jade chimed softly, and the tassel trailed like clouds at sunset, giving each step its own majesty. The lower robe hung to his ankles, with ocean wave and cliff patterns spread across the hem. Surging waters, steadfast mountains, signifying eternal dominion and the homage of all under heaven. On his head was a winged crown, black gauze as its base, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, folded horns angling upward, making the emperor's face appear all the more stern and awe-inspiring. It was as if he had received heaven's mandate, destined for long life and eternal prosperity. He stepped onto the high platform, turned around, and faced the dark sea of people filling the square. Deep within his pupils, the pattern of the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly turned. From today onward, there will be no more daimyo, no more kage. There is only the emperor. On this continent, there is only one nation, the land of fire. Below the emperor, all lives are equal. Officials rise by political achievement. The people grow wealthy through hard work. All land belongs to the state and will be equally distributed by population. Shinobi are no longer private soldiers of clans. They are the power of the nation. Where the sun rises, that is the territory of the land of fire. He paused for a moment. I hereby ascend to the throne as emperor. His voice was not loud, but the ocular power of the Rinnegan carried every word steadily to the farthest corner of the square. Tsukumo Hatake was the first to drop to one knee, the white fang short blade laid across his knee. Then came Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado. After them, the 4 Kage, Anoki bracing himself on his cane as he knelt on one knee, with the 4th Raikage following close behind. Like a tide, the tens of thousands in the square lowered themselves. No one spoke. Only the heavy, orderly echoes of knees hitting the concrete rang out. Tsunade and Mikoto stood at the very front of the crowd. Tsunade was wearing a white kimono, the first time in many years she had worn that color again in a formal occasion. Mikoto wore a crimson furosode and held 6-month-old Sasuke in her arms. Kazuki stood between his 2 mothers. He was now 6 years old and had shot up a little more. Tilting his head up, he looked at his father standing on the platform. In his black eyes was reflected the faint violet glow of the 6-tomo Rinnegan. In Mikoto's arms, Sasuke reached out with his tiny hand and babbled once in the direction of the platform. Mikoto gently patted his back and lowered her head to whisper by his ear, "That's your father, the emperor of this world." On the 3rd day after the enthronement ceremony, Uchiha Gen sat beneath the covered corridor of the Senju clan grounds. In front of him was a list just delivered by the Umbu. The list was very long, densely packed with names, the surrendered former daimyo, former nobles, former village chiefs, as well as their aides, relatives, and old subordinates. Most of the names were marked with already cooperated. But behind a few names was a single red character. Suspicious. These people had signed faster than anyone, stamped their seals louder than anyone. Yet in secret they were quietly transferring assets, contacting old subordinates, and bribing border guards. A few fleas. Uchiha Gen set the list down and picked up his red bean soup. Minato sat across from him, his hands on his knees, a trace of helplessness in his tone. They're not being very obedient. It's mainly the side of the land of hot water. The son of the former city lord has been secretly contacting a few former subordinates, probably around a dozen people. It's not a big disturbance, but Shikaka said that if people like this aren't dealt with, they'll leave trouble for the future. I've already had the Umbu put them all under surveillance. We can move in and close the net at any time. Do we act now? No need. Uchiha Gen took a sip of red bean soup. Deep within his pupils, the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly turned. I just ascended the throne. If I move now, it'll make me seem harsh. And besides, it's only a dozen people. Crushing them now isn't interesting. Once I leave for a while, these people will naturally think they have a chance. One after another, they'll jump out on their own. Then we'll catch them all in one net. Your task now is to go home and stay with Kushina. She's about to give birth. Minato nodded and did not ask what leaving for a while meant. Uchiha Gen put down the soup bowl and formed hand seals with both hands. Beneath the old pine tree in the courtyard, several emerald vines broke through the soil and wrapped themselves together, forming a vine clone as tall as a man. It was not a wood-release clone, not that kind of identical copy in appearance. It was a permanent physical clone cultivated from a portion of his own flesh and blood, one whose appearance was completely identical to his true body. A single eye opened at the center of the vine clone's forehead, a 3-tomo Sharingan. Not a Rinnegan, but a dojutsu I cultivated with the power of yin-yang release, enough to monitor abnormal chakra fluctuations across the entire ninja world. After I leave, the clone will remain here in the courtyard. If you ever run into an enemy you can't handle, summon me directly. I'll return along the coordinates. Tsunade looked at the Sharingan in the clone's forehead. That isn't yours. It isn't. It was born anew through yin-yang release. The consumption of the Rinnegan is too great. The clone can't withstand it. A 3-tomo is enough. I've already given the order for Katsuyu Sage, Ryuchi Cave, and Mount Mayaboku, the 3 great sacred lands, to all move into Konoha and become guardian divine beasts of the nation. With the 3 sages holding the line, plus the 9-tailed beasts and the shell of the 10 tails, no waves can be stirred within the ninja world. Minato stood up. The Hokage hat cast a faint shadow in the sunlight. When do you leave? Tomorrow. Early the next morning, Uchiha Gen stood before the dragon vein seal in the ruins of Rorin. Tsunade and Mikoto stood behind him, while Kazuki stood at Tsunade's side holding Sasuke. Kazuki stared at the faint violet light flowing across the dragon vein seal. His eyes were slightly red, but he forced himself not to let the tears fall. Father, little brother still can't talk yet. I'll teach him to call you father. Uchiha Gen reached out and patted the top of his head. Sasuke was awake in Mikoto's arms. The 6-month-old baby still did not understand what parting meant. He simply stared at his father's face with black eyes wide open. Uchiha Gen lightly touched the baby's tightly clenched little fist with one finger, then turned and faced the dragon vein. Otsutsuki-level chakra resonated with the dragon vein and the origin of the Ten-Tails. A space-time rift silently opened. Uchiha Gen walked in. He did not look back. The space-time rift slowly closed behind him, leaving that world behind. Tsunade, Mikoto, Kazuki, Sasuke. He would return. And in another unknown space-time, new power was waiting for him to seize, and a new journey was waiting for him to crush beneath his feet. The space-time rift closed behind him. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, the faint violet pattern of the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly turned. Before him was an unfamiliar sky. The clouds hung low, and the air was filled with a strange smell, a mix of dense natural energy and some kind of rotten, decaying aura. The ground beneath his feet was not soil, but a layer of gray-white rock that had been eroded by chakra. Not a single blade of grass grew there. The chakra density here far surpassed the ninja world, almost approaching the hidden realm of Mount Mayaboku, yet it carried an extremely unpleasant coldness. His sensory perception spread out in all directions. Mountains, rivers, and the veins of flowing chakra automatically pieced together into a map in his mind. This was also a continent, similar in shape to the place he came from, but the distribution of chakra was completely different. Just as his perception swept past a distant mountain range, a powerful and ancient wave of chakra pressure came crashing down from directly above. Uchiha Gen raised his head. A figure descended from the clouds. White hair, a horn on each side of his forehead, a white haori draped over his body, both hands resting on a black shikujo. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, the man who had guarded Kagaya's seal in the Pure Land for 1,000 years. There was not a single wrinkle at the corners of his eyes, yet they carried a far deeper trace of age than wrinkles ever could. He landed more than 10 steps in front of Uchiha Gen. The shikujo struck the ground with a dull echo. Then he lifted his chin and looked at Gen with extreme disdain. Visitor from another spacetime. This world does not welcome you. No matter who you are or where you came from, leave immediately. Otherwise, Hagoromo's shikujo slammed against the ground again. A repulsive wave shook several cracks into the earth. Uchiha Gen said nothing. He looked at the superior, condescending gaze in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes. Looked at that identical shikujo. Looked at the impatience in those completely identical pupils. Hagoromo had clearly mistaken him for an ordinary transmigrator who had wandered into this world. Maybe some mortal who had mastered a spacetime ninjutsu. Maybe a stray descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. Hagoromo did not care. He only wanted to drive this uninvited guest away, like swatting out an insect that had flown in through the window. He had not even opened his Rinnegan. Uchiha Gen laughed. Not an angry laugh but an amused one. The Otsutsuki Hagoromo in the last spacetime had been exactly the same. The same lofty attitude, the same overbearing tone. The same look in his eyes when he stared at him. Then Hagoromo's Shikujo shattered. His truth-seeking balls were erased. His body turned into nothingness bit by bit. The last thing Shen had said to Hagoromo back then was farewell. Now, facing the Hagoromo of this world, he could not even be bothered to say that much. This emperor just came from the last spacetime. The last one who spoke to this emperor like that was another you. His end was being completely erased from the level of existence itself. Tell me, do you think your ending will be any better than his? Hagoromo's pupils suddenly contracted. Erased? Without leaving behind even the slightest trace? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Maybe a question. Maybe a threat. Maybe a plea for mercy. But Uchiha Gen gave him no chance. His left eye turned. Erase. The ocular power of the six-tomo Rinnegan surged out like a tide. An invisible force of law instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It was not an attack. It was not a seal. There was no chakra fluctuation at all. It was a direct deletion, from the very level of existence, wiping every piece of information that made up the individual known as Otsutsuki Hagoromo from the world. His body began disappearing from the edges. Everything below his neck was wiped away, as if an invisible hand were erasing him from a painting. The Shikujo was gone. The Haori was gone. The limbs that had guarded Kagaya's seal for 1,000 years were all gone. He did not even have time to let out a final scream. All that remained was a head, white hair hanging loose, 2 horns on the forehead, pupils stretched wide by extreme terror. Then Shen reached out with his right hand and gripped that head with all 5 fingers. Absorb. The ocular power of Hagoromo's Rinnegan was forcibly stripped away. Purple light poured out from his rapidly fading pupils and flowed into the six-tomo Rinnegan in Shen's left eye. The pale purple patterns within the depths of the six-tomo Rinnegan rearranged themselves. Ocular power and the Rinnegan shared the same source, both products of Kagaya's bloodline, and were absorbed and fused without the slightest rejection by Shen's Otsutsuki body. The arrangement of the tomo changed from 6 to 9. Then the 9 fused into 3 curved marks linked head to tail. A light blue and pale purple luster flowed between them. 9 tomo Rinnegan. Then the 3 curved marks collapsed inward, condensing into a brand new pattern at the center of the pupil. Rinnegan. Pure. Complete. An Otsutsuki Rinnegan without a single impurity. Pattern identical to Kagaya's own eyes. A mixed-blood Otsutsuki dares speak to this emperor like that? That head dropped to the ground and rolled half a circle. White hair spread out and covered Hagoromo's still open eyes. Uchiha Gen took out a handkerchief, wiped his fingers, and tossed it onto Hagoromo's face. Then he raised his head, and his perception swept across the continent once more. After Hagoromo's chakra disappeared, a certain ceiling fluctuation from the direction of the moon trembled slightly for an instant. Kagaya's body was probably sealed there, but the moon's eye plan in this world had long since been soaking in the spring, waiting for revival. It had nothing to do with him. He had not come to this world to save anyone. He had come to take things. There were still a few Pokemon left behind in the Naruto world that he had not collected yet. The Flying Thunder God formula lit up at his fingertips. His perception locked onto the direction of the Land of Fire. This spacetime also had Konoha. He was going to find the Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu of this world, not to catch up on old times, but to make them hand over the White Zetsu army and the remains of the God Tree. Then he would collect a set of cell samples from this world as well, mainly Senju Hashirama's and the Hyuga clan cells. Further fusion would trigger the final merge of the Tensigen and the Rinnegan, evolving into the form of the Otsutsuki god. His true body was already a complete Otsutsuki. He had no need to plunder anything else. But back home he still had wives, 2 children, and a group of followers. They were not Otsutsuki. He wanted them to gain long lifespans, great power, and the means to never be threatened by foreign enemies. And all of that required resources. The White Zetsu army was the best living material. Comparing the ones from his world with the ones from this world would definitely allow for better cells to be cultivated. And the remains of the God Tree were the seed for cultivating a new Ten-Tails. The cell samples of the Otsutsuki main family could complete the final missing piece of evolution. The founding of an empire was often accompanied by corpses strewn across the land. Since he did not want his own spacetime to suffer, then other spacetimes would just have to bear the pain instead. At worst, he could just revive your fathers and mothers afterward. He had done that once already anyway. Once he took everything he needed, he would return to his original world and watch how those fleas jumped out on their own. If nothing had changed, then right now it should be Obito pretending to be Uchiha Madara? And Nagato too. Fine. Wait for me. Your daddy is here. Still in the land of frost, deep within the lava cave. Uchiha Gen walked through the damp tunnel, his footsteps splashing through the standing water and producing crisp echoes. He did not hide his footsteps. His perception had already locked onto that cold mass of chakra in the deepest part of the cave. Black Zetsu, Kagaya's 3rd son. In this space-time, it was still moving beneath Obito's shadow, still making preparations for 1,000 years to revive Kaguya. It had no idea that its counterpart from another spacetime had already been completely erased from this world. Xian turned around the final bend, and the cave suddenly opened up. Black Zetsu was currently attached to a white Zetsu clone. Its yellow pupils glowed faintly in the darkness. The instant it saw Xian, its pupils suddenly contracted. Rinnegan. Not Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, but a complete Otsutsuki Rinnegan, with patterns identical to Kaguya's. It opened its mouth, wanting to say something. Probably who are you? Probably how do you have those eyes? Probably the same temptations and probing words it had used for 1,000 years. Xian gave it no chance to speak. His left eye turned. Erase activated. Black Zetsu did not even have time to make a sound before its body began disappearing from the edges. The shell of the white Zetsu clone. Black Zetsu's true body. Its yellow pupils. And all the lies and schemes it had not yet spoken. The cave went silent. Xian set up 3 layers of barriers at the cave entrance and inside the cave. A sensory barrier, a sealing barrier, and a flying thunder god marker. The sensory barrier would lock onto every chakra fluctuation that entered the cave. The sealing barrier would trap all white Zetsu inside. The flying thunder god marker would remain connected to Konoha in this world at all times. After finishing all that, he turned and walked out of the cave. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. When he appeared again, he was already outside Konoha's main gate. Konoha in this world was pretty much the same as the previous timeline. The cement roads still hadn't spread across the whole village yet. There were only 4 faces on the Hokage Rock. Some of the buildings on both sides of the street looked old, but it was completely different from the ruined state of the original world after Pain destroyed it. He easily passed through the sensory barrier. The third Hokage had only been martyred not long ago, and the fifth Hokage had just taken office. Everything in the village was waiting to be rebuilt, and the sensory barrier hadn't had time to be upgraded yet. Hokage's office. Tsunade was lying face down on the desk. Her pale golden hair scattered across the piles of documents. A faint thread of drool hung at the corner of her mouth, and the left side of her face even had a mark pressed into it, dampening a small patch of the mission report she had just signed. The sunset shining in from outside the window fell across the strength of 100 seal on her forehead, and the diamond-shaped mark gave off a faint glow in the light. Uchiha Gen knocked on the desk. Tsunade was startled awake. She rubbed her eyes and straightened up. The instant she sat upright, she saw the man standing in front of the desk. The drowsiness in her eyes instantly turned sharp as blades. Who are you? Her right hand was already pressing down on the ninja tool pouch at the corner of the desk. Uchiha Gen said nothing. The eye power of the 6-tomo Rinnegan activated soundlessly, and the genjutsu dragged Tsunade in like a rising tide. At 3 years old, sitting on the threshold of the Uchiha clan compound. At 4 years old, swallowing her blood. At 6 years old, becoming the Hokage's disciple. At 15 years old, confessing to another her in the capital. At 20 years old, marrying in the Senju clan compound. The wonderful process that night. The allied forces of the 4 nations being crushed by his Shinra Tensei. The succession ceremony of 5th Hokage Minato. And during the enthronement ceremony, that Shin character carved onto the Hokage rock. The memories flooded into Tsunade's consciousness like a breaking dam. In reality, not even 2 seconds had passed. Tsunade opened her eyes, a deeply strange and complicated light in them. A blush spread from her cheeks all the way to her ears, and her breathing became a little faster than before. She withdrew the hand pressing on the ninja tool pouch. Her gaze drifted toward the window, then drifted back. You didn't have to show me memories in that much detail. Why did you come here? There are 100,000 white Zetsu in an underground karst cave at the border of the Land of Rain. I need a sealing team to go with me and collect the white Zetsu. As payment, I'll leave part of them for you. White Zetsu are perfect living materials. They can be used for medical experiments, turned into battle puppets, and made to handle all your dirty work and hard labor. On top of that, I'll throw in the complete blueprint set for Konoha's Department of Technology. Cement formulas, automatic seeding, ninja tools, geothermal generators. Tsunade didn't hesitate for even 1 second. I agree. She stood up, walked to the door, pulled it open, and ordered the ANBU outside go to the sealing team. Have Shikaku lead it personally. Pick the best sealing specialists. Assemble immediately at the entrance of the Hokage Tower. The ANBU responsible for relaying the order turned and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Tsunade turned back and leaned against the doorframe. Anything else? After I finish collecting the white Zetsu, I'll make a stop at Amigakure. What are you going to Amigakure for? Akatsuki, Nagato, Konin, Uchiha Obito, and the rest of those rogue ninja. I'll deal with all of your troubles in one go. Consider it a gift for meeting the 5th Hokage. You just wait in the office and sign the ceasefire agreement when I get back. Tsunade's fingers tightened slightly. Akatsuki. That name had been like a thorn in her back these past few years. Orochimaru had killed the old third, and he had once been in that organization. That alone was enough to prove it was no good. And Uchiha Gen had taken it all onto himself with a single sentence.
No negotiations.
No trade. He hadn't even told her in advance. Why? She leaned against the doorframe as the sunset poured in from behind her, dyeing her pale golden hair a warm orange. Because when you smile, you look just as beautiful as my Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing. She turned her face away and looked out the window. On Hokage Rock, the outlines of the four faces were rimmed with gold under the sunset. Her office window faced directly toward the face of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Beside her grandfather's face, the face of fifth Hokage Senju Tsunade would one day be carved there too. The sealing team arrived quickly. Shikaku stood at the village entrance with 20 sealing specialists. Each of them held a specially made sealing scroll in hand. Uchiha Gen took one last look at the Hokage Tower. Behind the window, there was a figure standing there with pale golden hair. He withdrew his gaze. The formula of the flying Raijin lit up, and 21 people vanished from the village entrance. Tsunade stood by the window, watching the blue light of the flying Raijin flash and disappear at the village entrance. She pushed the window open a crack. The early spring wind poured in, scattering the papers on the desk, but she didn't go pick them up. She only stared in the direction of the village gate and muttered in a voice only she could hear. No wonder that version of me fell in love with you. Brat, you're way too good at this. I'm a little jealous of you now. The other me, forget it. Since I'm already awake, I might as well go gamble properly and relax. Shizun, get in here and come gamble with me. Shizun walked in and said to Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, that lord who just left gave me a sealing scroll. What is it? Open it and take a look. Shizun then opened the sealing scroll. Inside, it was actually full of money, roughly over 100 million ryo. Tsunade stood beside her and looked at the pile of cash. Seeing this much money, I almost want to go with him. Forget it, I'd better hurry and go gamble. Tsunade was still herself. Even though her heart had stirred for a moment, she still returned to how she normally was. Emigekure, the sensory rain of the rain tiger at will technique silently covered the entire village. When Uchiha Gen walked into the village entrance, he didn't hide his footsteps at all. Deep within his pupils, the six-tomo Rinnegan slowly turned. He stepped over the flooded stone road and walked all the way to the central square of the village. Then he stopped. He stood right in the middle of the square, both hands tucked into his sleeves, arrogant to the extreme, practically saying, I'm standing right here, so what can you do about it? The sound of paper rustling came from overhead. Conan flew down from the high tower, paper wings spreading through the curtain of rain, their edges sharp as blades. She landed at the edge of the square, paper shuriken floating at her side, her eyes fixed on this uninvited guest with full vigilance. Before she could even speak, Uchiha Gen's figure had already vanished from where he stood and appeared behind her. One hand pressed onto her shoulder. The force wasn't heavy, but the eye power of the Rinnegan surged into her chakra pathways like a tide. All the paper shuriken instantly went limp, and the angelic wings turned into scraps of paper that scattered across the standing water. Take me to Nagato. I'm not here to kill anyone. The moment he finished speaking, Shen used body flicker to move beside Conan and grabbed her. After sensing Nagato's location, the formula of the flying Raijin lit up, and he brought her directly into the interior of the tower. Nagato sat in a wheelchair-like mechanical apparatus, so thin he was almost skeletal. The ripples of the Rinnegan looked especially jarring in his sunken eye sockets. The instant he saw Shen, Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly widened. These eyes were different from the ones Madara had transplanted into him. Uchiha Gen didn't give him a chance to speak. The genjutsu power of the Otsutsuki Rinnegan flooded into Nagato and Conan's minds like a tide. It was not an attack. It was memory. He branded scene after scene from the anime he had seen in his previous life directly into their minds. Obito's mask shattering. Madara stepping out of the coffin. Black Zetsu stabbing through Madara's chest from behind. Kagaya swelling out from inside Madara's body. The images ended abruptly, and the genjutsu dispersed. In reality, only a few breaths had passed. Conan turned to Nagato, her lips trembling slightly. Nagato. Nagato did not answer immediately. His skeletal fingers tightened around the wheelchair armrest. His Rinnegan stared at Uchiha Gen, the patterns in the depths of his pupils slowly turning. Is it true? You can judge that for yourself. I want to explain more. Tell me what you think. Nagato fell silent for even longer. Then he said, I don't believe it. Conan looked like she wanted to speak but stopped herself. Slips of paper drifted soundlessly from her fingertips. Uchiha Gen wasn't angry. The corner of his mouth even curled a little. He had already been prepared for this from the start. He didn't think he had Naruto's talk no jutsu. If Nagato refused, then the only option would be to blow him away. But before that, there was still one thing he could use him for. How about this? Shen pulled both hands out of his sleeves. Call everyone in Akatsuki back. Aren't you saying you don't believe me? Then ask in front of everyone. If it's fake, all of you can attack together and kill me. If it's real, then you can decide for yourself. In his heart, he had already sentenced Nagato to death. He just wanted Nagato to call everyone back first so he could deal with them all at once, saving him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Nagato raised a hand and formed a seal. The Rinnegan's ocular power spread through the communication jutsu formula in the ring. Akatsuki members, emergency recall. Emigekure Tower. The first to arrive were Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Then came Kakuzu and Haiden, followed closely by Sasori and Deidara. Sasori of the Red Sand had flown back from the direction of the Land of Wind, and there were still grains of desert sand stuck to Hiriko's tail. The moment Deidara landed, he started complaining, saying things like, "Leader, did you get into another fight with Sasori, HM?" The last to arrive was Obito Uchiha. Wearing his spiral mask, he stepped out from the void. The moment he saw Uchiha Gen standing in the center of the plaza, his footsteps paused for an instant. It was someone he did not recognize, standing on his turf, looking at him with a different pair of Rinnegan. Then Shen moved. He appeared directly in front of Obito, his right hand clamping around Obito's throat and lifting his entire body off the ground. The Sharingan beneath the mask spun violently as Kamui tried to activate, but Shen's Tokoyo had already sealed all the meridians in his body. Kamui dissipated into the air like a leaking balloon. "You trash. You killed your own teacher and his wife, and made Naruto an orphan at such a young age. Forget it. Why am I even saying all this to you? Go to the Pure Land and apologize to that brat Minato." Shen's voice was pressed very low, and only Obito could hear the last sentence. "Oh right, forgot to tell you. Rin's soul has actually been following you ever since she died. You just couldn't see her." Obito's Sharingan suddenly widened. A few broken syllables forced their way out of his throat, but Shen gave him no chance to say goodbye or repent. Erase activated. Obito's body began disappearing from the edges. The mask shattered into powder. When his face was finally exposed, the corner of his eye was wet. Just like that, he silently vanished, leaving behind not even a trace of chakra residue. The plaza fell so quiet that only the sound of rain striking the stone ground remained. Kakuzu took half a step back. Haiden's scythe fell to the ground. He muttered the name of Lord Jashin under his breath, but his voice was trembling. Samahata let out a low, uneasy hum, and Kisame's hand gripping the blade went stiff. Itachi stood where he was, staring at Uchiha Shen's Rinnegan. The kunai reflected in his pupils turned once, then stopped. Sasori's Hiriko tailhook slowly retracted back into its shell. Deidara's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a clay bird, and in a hoarse voice he squeezed out a few words. "Toby just died like that? Who the hell is he?" Uchiha Shen turned around. The patterns of the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly revolved deep within his pupils as his gaze swept across everyone present. Uchiha Shen, an emperor from another space-time, here to clean up the mess. If you don't want to die, move aside. His gaze finally fell on Nagato. Then he raised his right hand. Absorption ability activated. The pair of Rinnegan Madara had transplanted into Nagato all those years ago had their ocular power forcibly stripped away. Pale violet light poured out from Nagato's sunken eye sockets and surged into Shen's left eye. Just like when he had absorbed Hamura's Tensigen in that other world, there was no rejection at all as it fused perfectly. Shen could feel his Rinnegan beginning to evolve again. Nagato's body slumped in the wheelchair. His eye sockets now two empty hollows. Uchiha Shen did not transplant new eyes into him. He only said to Konan, who stood frozen beside Nagato, "He still has a few months left. Take him away from Emigekure. Find a quiet place. His ending. You get to decide it." Konan knelt beside the wheelchair. Sheets of paper slipped from her sleeves and spread across Nagato's knees. She said nothing. She only took Nagato's hand into her own. Nagato lowered his head and, in a voice only she could hear, said one sentence. "The one who killed our teacher and his wife was our companion. I'm sorry." Konan pressed his hand against her forehead. Rain fell onto the paper sheets and flowed quietly. After that, Shen was just about to leave, but his Rinnegan was about to evolve. It was just still lacking a bit more ocular power. Then Shen lifted his eyes toward the moon. Right. How could I forget the Rinnegan on the moon? Perfect timing to complete the Hyuga bloodline. Inside an ancient cave on the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Shen stood before a stone wall covered in vines. "I've searched for a whole week. Finally found it." The wall was carved with the Otsutsuki clan crest and a long-lost teleportation array. Using the jutsu formula extracted from Hamura's memories, he released the seal. The patterns on the wall lit up with a pale blue glow, and a spatial passage leading to the moon slowly opened before him. The moment his foot stepped onto the moon's surface, the sound of clashing weapons came from the distance. Dozens of Otsutsuki descendants were slaughtering each other in front of a palace that had already half collapsed, their white eyes gleaming coldly under the moonlight. The internal war between the main family and the branch family had gone on for over 1,000 years. Ever since Hamura died, it had never stopped. The main family believed the branch family were madmen. The branch family believed the main family were cowards. But whether they were madmen or cowards, they all had one thing in common. They were direct descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, with extremely pure Otsutsuki blood flowing through their bodies. Shien stepped out of the spatial passage. No one noticed him. He raised his right hand. Erase activated. At the edge of the battlefield, a branch family member who was holding up a chakra blade began disappearing from the edges, like a charcoal sketch being erased by an eraser. Then the second. Then the third. Main family members and branch family members were erased from the level of existence at the same speed. There was no blood, no screams, only dead silence. Some opened their mouths as if to say something, maybe to beg for mercy, maybe to curse him, but the speed of erase was faster than sound itself. In just a few moments, all that remained on the battlefield were the ruined palace and the collapsed stone pillars. Shien lowered his hand and walked through the silent battlefield toward the depths of Himura's shrine. A pale blue radiance spilled out from the altar in the deepest part of the shrine, turning the entire dome above into a flowing galaxy. The Tensigen hovered at the very center of the altar. Larger, purer, over 1,000 years. The eyes of countless Otsutsuki branch family members had been gouged out and fused into it one by one, until this greatest crystal of ocular power on the entire moon had finally taken shape. Shien reached out and pressed his hand against the surface of the Tensigen. Absorb. The Tensigen's ocular power surged into his left eye like floodwaters from a collapsed dam. Deep within his pupil, the pattern of the 6-tomo Rinnegan violently reassembled. The 6-tomo split into 9. The 9-tomo slowly revolved around the Rinnegan pattern at the center of the pupil. Uchiha Gen closed his eyes and felt the newly born ocular power. Deep within the Rinnegan, a new dojutsu was awakening. Adaptation. Just as the name implied, it could let his body adapt to any environment. The vacuum of space, the crushing pressure of the deep sea. No matter how harsh the environment was, he would be able to survive in it effortlessly. Shien stood on the moon's surface. A crack split open in the dome of the shrine above his head. There was no air on the moon, yet he simply stood there without opening a chakra barrier and without holding his breath. The power of adaptation from the 9-tomo Rinnegan naturally isolated him from the outside world, and every inch of his skin was breathing freely. This was exactly the dojutsu he had always wanted. Otsutsuki Kagaya possessed a similar ability as well. She could survive in space, draw energy from the void, and cross the stars to arrive on this land. But he had gone a step further than Kagaya. Adaptation was not just passively enduring the environment. It was actively adjusting his own state, maintaining peak combat power under any extreme condition. From now on, when he went into the depths of the starry sky, whether it was the vacuum of space or the edge of a black hole, nothing would be able to block his path. The formula of the flying thunder god lit up at his fingertips. The moon's teleportation array no longer had any reason to exist. With a casual move, he also laid down an enormous barrier over the moon. He had taken away the Tensigen and ended the 1,000-year slaughter between the main family and branch family in the simplest way possible. From this day forward, this moon was nothing more than an ordinary rock orbiting the ninja world. No one would bleed for it ever again. Konoha. Tsunade stood by the window in the Hokage's office, looking up at the night sky. The moon was a little brighter than usual, its edges glowing with an extremely faint blue halo. She held a cup of cold tea in her hand, but did not drink it. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Then came a knock. Komein. The door opened. Uchiha Gen stood at the entrance, holding a small cloth bag in his hand. He set the cloth bag on the table. Inside were more than a dozen white eyeballs, the leftover fragments of the Tensigen, shards that had peeled off from the altar. Enough to train a batch of sensory-type ninja for the Konoha of this world. Tsunade glanced at the bag, then at him. His eyes had changed. His right eye was a pure, spotless white. His left eye was a 9-tomo Rinnegan. She picked up the tea that had already gone cold and took a sip, then set the cup on the windowsill. It's done, Shien said. It's done. What about the Akatsuki members that are still left? The rest? You handle it. He turned and walked toward the door, then paused and looked back at Tsunade from the side. Moonlight shone in through the window, falling across her light golden hair. She looked the same as the Tsunade who used to wait for him to come home beneath the eaves of the Senju clan compound all those years ago. And not the same. Oh right, before I leave, let us leave this Konoha a few gifts. Shien closed his eyes and spread out his senses. He was already far stronger than Hagoromo, so it did not take long for him to locate Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Tobarama Senju, Minato and Kushina, and Fugaku and Mikoto. As his ocular power poured out, all 7 of them were revived. Then Shien used Rewind to restore his own physical condition, thinking to himself that this ability was really useful. As for Japan's Shinigami, Shien's response was, I'm the Black Shinigami. You can give me some face, right? If not, go talk to my 9-tomo Rinnegan. I'm going back. If there is another chance, Next time I want to eat the red bean soup you make. The flying thunder god formula lit up. Tsunade stood by the window, watching that blue light disappear into the far end of the night sky. She lowered her head, the corners of her lips curving slightly, then ran toward Grandma Mito. As the crack in the dragon vein disappeared, Xian returned to his original timeline and used Flying Thunder God to go home. Seeing Makoto feeding a baby, he asked, "How long was I gone?" Makoto told him that 2 months had passed. Everyone had been busy lately. Rats kept jumping out from the shadows. Nothing but a bunch of rotten nobles, along with some greedy people. They were stirring up the common folk just to make some money in the middle. Xian reached out and teased Sasuke with his hand as he said, "All right, don't worry. Since I'm back, all of this can be dealt with." After that, Xian went to the palace everyone had built for him in the Land of Fire. The moment he walked in, he opened his mouth and called for Kakashi. At 15 this year, Kakashi was already a qualified jonin. Since he had not transplanted a Sharingan, his chakra reserves were more than enough. "Kakashi, how's the investigation by the Shadow Guard going?" Xian asked. As for the Shadow Guard, it was an intelligence organization he had created based on memories from his previous life. Kakashi handed over the information in his hands. After reading it, Xian said, "Arrest everyone on the list. Kill anyone who resists on the spot." Xian did not want to explain. He had known this kind of thing would happen. In his heart, he was already thinking that he might need to write new textbooks in the future. Not just ninja. The common people needed to learn too. Year 50 of Konoha, spring. The Shadow Guard moved faster than anyone had expected. The names on the list were crossed out one by one. Several former aides who had tried to incite the villagers were still giving fiery speeches when kunai were pressed against their lower backs. There were no public trials. No notices posted. But the news seeped through every street and alley of the Land of Fire like rainwater. The heads of the old nobles hung in a row on newly built public notice boards across the land. There was only one line under their crimes: embezzling public farmland, inciting rebellion. The common people stood beneath the boards, looking up at those names they had once not even dared to look at directly. They stayed silent for a moment, then went back to farming, working, and raising their children. Over these years, they had seen the changes in the Land of Fire with their own eyes. The harvest from the fields belonged to them. Children did not need to pay tuition to go to school. Roads had been built all the way to the entrance of their villages. Medical squads rotated through to provide treatment. Whoever let them live good lives, they acknowledged. Uchiha Gen did not go look at those notice boards. When the Shadow Guard delivered the good news to him, he was sitting in the newly completed Imperial Palace in the Land of Fire. The palace was not large, even a little smaller than the old residence of the Fire Daimyo. But the old pine tree in the courtyard had been transplanted from the Senju clan compound. Spread out before him was a blank booklet, and in his hand was a pen. He had already been writing for several days. In the memories of his previous life, there was a set of theories he had studied for a long time, about land, about the common people, about why a noble system that had lasted for 1,000 years always left the farmers at the very bottom starving. He cut out all the nonsense about class revolution. He was the peak of the class structure now. Only someone who was full and had nothing better to do would write about overthrowing himself. But what remained was still a set of ideas no one on this continent had ever systematically proposed before. Land belongs to the state and should be distributed equally according to population. Those who labor should enjoy the fruits of their labor. Those who do not labor should not eat. Ninja are not a privileged class, but public servants of the nation. Education, medical care, and roads should all be provided uniformly by the state, not for profit. He wrote a few words on the cover, then closed the booklet. The gate to the Senju compound courtyard was pushed open. Orochimaru walked in first. His vertical pupils swept across the courtyard, then paused on Xian's face for a moment. He sensed the change in Xian's eyes. The fluctuation of the Rinnegan's ocular power was another layer stronger than it had been 2 months ago. Jiraiya followed behind him, carrying 2 jugs of wine in his hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi came in last. His hair was whiter than it had been 2 months ago, but his steps were still steady. Tsunade brought out red bean soup from inside the house. Makoto sat beneath the eaves holding Sasuke, and Sasuke was tugging at her hair and stuffing it into his mouth. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xian set down his chopsticks. During this trip through time, I went to a parallel world with a history similar to the ninja world S. Over there, I led people and captured 100,000 white Zetsu. I erased black Zetsu. Oh, and I also found a path leading to the moon. There I absorbed the Tensigen. The Tensigen is an eye on the same level as the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's wine cup froze in midair, and the joking look on his face slowly disappeared. Orochimaru's vertical pupils widened slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his chopsticks. Orochimaru, 1 week from now I'll take you to the moon. At that time, I'll absorb a large portion of it, but there are still a huge number of Tensigen fragments left around the altar, as well as the complete research facilities of Hamura's shrine. You can bring a scientific research team up there and establish a permanent research base. The Tensigen fragments are enough for you to research a method to strengthen the Otsutsuki bloodline. Are you coming with me or not? Orochimaru's vertical pupils almost split open instantly, not from anger, but excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. When do we leave? 1 week. I'm going. Shien turned to Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi, took out that red booklet from his robes, and placed it on the table. Jiraiya leaned over and looked at the words on the cover, his brows rising. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not ask anything. He simply opened the booklet and read page by page. He read for a long time, so long that the tea in his cup had gone completely cold. Then he closed the booklet and looked up. This set of theories doesn't come from any school of thought in the ninja world. Where did you learn it? I came up with it myself. When I was little, I had nothing to do. Back then, during the war with Amigakure, little Tsunade said something that I still remember now. She said we saw blood at 6 years old. The moment I heard that, I felt this ninja world was sick. So all these years, I've been thinking about a theory, and now it's here. Shien picked up the red bean soup and took a sip. Jiraiya, when you travel, take this booklet with you. You don't need to stand on a stage and preach it. You just need to take it out and show it to the right people while you're traveling and gathering material. Let them judge for themselves. Let them spread it themselves. 5 years, 10 years, either is fine. I'm not asking for speed. I'm asking for stability. Teacher, you push it inside Konoha. The Ninja Academy can open a civics class. Teach the children why ninja who receive payment must protect civilians, and why the village's public resources cannot be monopolized by a single family or clan. This booklet is the key to opening that door. Jiraiya stayed silent for quite a while, then tucked the booklet into his clothes and patted his chest. I've written Ica Paradise in this lifetime. Never thought one day I'd also be writing study materials for a red handbook. Tsunade laughed out loud at the side. Hiruzen Sarutobi lit his pipe and took a puff. Smoke slowly drifted apart under the light of the eaves. 5 years isn't enough, then 10. If 1 generation isn't enough, then 2. He looked at Shien. And you? I'm going to the moon to keep an eye on Orochimaru while he does his experiments. Tensigen fragments aren't something to mess around with. If this goes wrong, the whole moon could blow up. He stood up. I'll be back tonight for dinner. Makoto, keep the red bean soup warm. 1 week later, the moon. After the Tensigen was absorbed, the ruins of Hamura's temple dimmed by more than half, but the altar beneath the dome still retained a faint pale blue glow. As for the people on the moon, Shien said they had been very rude. The moment he and Orochimaru entered, they were attacked. So there was no helping it. Shien could only defend himself. Orochimaru stood before the altar, the fragments of the Tensigen reflected in his vertical pupils. Behind him stood 20 elites from the research division. He reached out and lightly touched the surface of one fragment with his fingertips. Blue eye power crackled onto his fingers like electric sparks. His tongue unconsciously slid out from the corner of his mouth. Not because he was hungry, because he was excited. This kind of power, this pure crystallization of eye power untouched by any human body, it was the first time in his life he had ever touched something like this. Shien, what is this base called? Moon Palace. Good name. Orochimaru nodded once. Then he suddenly turned around. Shien's face was reflected in those vertical pupils. By the way, when are you planning to depart for the depths of the starry sky? When Moon Palace is finished. When Jiraiya and Sensei's little red handbook has spread across the ninja world. When Sasuke and Hahue are a little older. He looked at the moon's surface beneath his feet, then at the blue planet in the distance. Above his head, the starry sky turned in silence. That day would not be far away. Konoha. Uchiha Gen came out of Orochimaru's laboratory, carrying a sealing scroll in his left hand and 2 bags of fruit in his right. Inside the sealing scroll was the latest batch of infant nutritional solution from the technology department. The formula had been personally prepared by Orochimaru and personally reviewed by Tsunade. Supposedly, it could fully nourish a baby's chakra pathways during the developmental stage. He walked along East Street toward Minato's house, nodding to a few villagers along the way who recognized him. Minato's new home was at the end of East Street. In the yard stood a persimmon tree transplanted from the Senju clan grounds. He knocked on the door. The one who opened it was Minato. His blonde hair was a little messy from the evening breeze, and he was wearing a light blue apron. When he saw Shien standing at the door, a gentle smile appeared on Minato's face. Big brother Shien, come in. The house was very quiet. Kushina sat on the sofa, holding a tiny swaddled baby in her arms. Her red hair fell loosely over her shoulders. She had recovered very well after childbirth, and that healthy flush had already returned to her face. In the swaddle, a 1-month-old infant was sleeping soundly. The soft golden baby hair clung to his forehead. His tiny fists were clenched, and his breathing was so light it was like persimmon leaves rustling in the wind. Shien placed the fruit on the coffee table and pushed the sealing scroll in front of Minato. Sorry. I wasn't in the ninja world for the past 2 months. So I didn't even know your child had already been born. This is an infant nutritional solution prepared by Orochimaru and personally checked by Tsunade. Use it without worry. Thank you, big brother Shien. Minato accepted the scroll. What's the child's name? Naruto Uzumaki. Minato's voice was very soft, as if he were reciting a solemn vow. Shien nodded, then turned to look at the other end of the sofa. Kurama was curled up in the corner, his 9 tails spread over the backrest like a fan. On the television in front of him, a cooking show was playing. He was now a legal resident officially registered under Namikaze Minato's household, with his own household register and address. When he saw Shien walk over, he lifted one eyelid. What? I can now separate you from Kushina without harming her at all. You coming out or not? Kurama lifted his other eyelid too. He looked at Shien's 9 Tomo Rinnegan, stayed silent for a few breaths, then lowered his eyelids again and continued watching TV. I'm not leaving. This is pretty good. Kushina and Minato treat me well, and although the brat Naruto is only 1 month old, his chakra feels pretty warm, just like his mother's. There's TV to watch, red bean soup to drink, and tomorrow the owner of the yakiniku shop on East Street is taking me out for barbecue. If you really want to help, then smooth out the 9 tails chakra inside him a bit. He is still too young. His chakra pathways can't handle this old man's full chakra. Only after hearing Kurama's words did Shien realize that Naruto was still the same as in his memories. Then, after looking more carefully, he discovered that when Kushina was pregnant with Naruto, she had been tainted by Kurama's chakra, causing the child to be born already carrying Kurama's chakra. That's exactly what I was planning. Shien smiled, stood up, and walked over to Kushina. Naruto was still asleep. He extended his hand. The power of his 9 Tomo Rinnegan silently reached into Naruto's seal, drew out a portion of the 9 tails chakra, refined it through yin-yang release, then fed it back into Naruto's chakra pathways. This was not extraction. It was separating out a portion of the purest 9 tails chakra and merging it into Naruto's own chakra circulation, forming a nourishing layer. When he grew older and needed to draw upon the 9 tails power, the rejection reaction would be much lighter. Throughout the whole process, Naruto kept sleeping, his tiny fists clenched, a trace of drool hanging at the corner of his mouth. All done. Shien withdrew his finger. Kurama jumped down from the sofa and trotted to the door on 4 short little legs. With his tail, he pulled the door open. This old man is heading out. The owner of the yakiniku shop on East Street invited this old man for barbecue yesterday. I'm off. The door closed behind him, and his impatient voice came from outside. Don't wait for me. Just save me a bowl of red bean soup. This Kurama, he really does treat you two as friends. Alright, I'm leaving too. Kushina, get some proper rest. Kushina wanted to get up and see him out, but Shien stopped her. After returning home, Uchiha Gen sat beneath the eaves corridor of the Senju clan grounds and began thinking about a problem. If he went all out now, he could probably blast a hole through this continent. Every time he attacked, he had to deliberately hold back. Otherwise, just the aftershock of his eye power would be enough to flip half of Konoha into the air. That was not control. That was waste. The same 3 parts of strength. If he could refine his chakra to the extreme and use every strand exactly where it mattered, then it would be equivalent to using 3 parts of strength to produce the effect of 10. He did not understand other methods of cultivation. But suppressing his power and refining his chakra, that much he understood. From that day on, he sent Hahue to the Ninja Academy every day. Then went to the Hokage Tower to help Minato deal with some government affairs that required the Emperor's signature. After that, he would return to the rear courtyard of the Senju clan grounds and sit quietly, compressing, refining, and purifying the chakra in his body strand by strand. Tsunade said he was training again. Makoto said he was not. He had merely switched to a different way of spacing out. Hahue said that father sat motionless in the back courtyard like an old pine tree, and just like that, 5 years passed. Konoha year 55, spring. The old pine tree in the Senju clan grounds had grown another circle thicker. Sasuke was 6 years old now. His black hair was even thicker than his brother Hahue's had been back then. His small face had inherited Makoto's delicate features, but the way he pressed his lips together was exactly the same as Uchiha Gen. Today was Sasuke's first day of school. He wore the new dark blue backpack Makoto had sewn for him the night before, with the Uchiha crest embroidered in the lower right corner. Standing at the gate of the courtyard, he looked up at Uchiha Gen. Father, brother Hahue said he already graduated last year and is a genin now. Sasuke's tone was very serious. On his 6-year-old face was the stubbornness of someone unwilling to fall behind others. Can I also graduate quickly? Wait until you can hit 10 out of 10 with your basic shuriken first. Uchiha Gen crouched down and straightened Sasuke's collar. Hahue poked his head in from outside the courtyard gate, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, his forehead protector tied around his forehead. Dad, leave Sasuke to me. I'll take him to school. He walked in and grabbed Sasuke's hand. Let us go, Sasuke. Don't be late on your first day. Sasuke let himself be pulled outside, turning back as he walked. Father, will you come pick me up after school? Your brother will. Hahue burst out laughing and dragged Sasuke away. Mikoto stood beneath the eaves, holding the clothes she had just taken in, watching the backs of her two sons disappear at the end of the alley. The early spring sunlight fell across her face. Her lips curved upward, and there was laughter in her eyes. Just as Hahue arrived at the school gate with Sasuke, they saw Naruto being led over by Minato, and Naruto noticed them too. Big brother Hahue. Smug Sasuke. Because the two families were very close, Naruto and Sasuke had played together since they were little. Their personalities were both especially bad, and every time they met, they would start bickering. It had been like that all these years. Lord Hokage. Hahue greeted Namikaze Minato. Minato waved his hand. Kazuya, no need to be so formal. Didn't I tell you? Just call me Uncle Minato. Naruto Uzumaki stood on the stone steps at the school gate, his blonde hair puffed up wildly in the morning breeze, his blue eyes bright like two pebbles just pulled from the water. Beside him stood Minato Namikaze. He wasn't wearing the Hokage hat, though he had changed out of the apron and into casual clothes. One of Minato's hands rested on Naruto's head, trying to press down a few strands of hair sticking up, but Naruto couldn't stand still at all. His whole body was already lunging forward. Who are you calling a show-off? Sasuke shook Kazuya's hand off. On his 6-year-old face was the exact same cold expression as Uchiha Gen's. Dead last. Where's your school bag? Naruto turned back to glance at the school bag in Minato's hand, then turned around again, full of confidence. My dad's carrying it. Sasuke opened his mouth, clearly choked by that answer that carried absolutely zero psychological burden. These two had unbelievably terrible personalities. The moment they met, they bickered. They had been bickering ever since they learned to walk, and they were still bickering now. The two families were simply too close. Minato was the Hokage. Uchiha Gen was the emperor. Mikoto and Kushina were best friends. In both families' courtyards grew cuttings from the same old persimmon tree. Naruto and Sasuke had practically grown up together. They were closer than real brothers, but noisier than sworn enemies. Watching the two children argue, Minato smiled gently. You two little guys start fighting the moment you meet, but if you don't see each other for a day, you'll miss each other. How interesting. He lowered his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto woke up at 4:30 this morning and insisted on waiting for you at the school gate. Where's your dad? At home. He said there's no need to be sent off on the first day of school. Minato chuckled. That guy Shen is probably sitting under the veranda spacing out again. The class bell rang. Inside class 1A, Irika stood at the podium, looked at the chattering new students below, took a deep breath, and wrote his name on the blackboard. This was the first day of the new school year at the Ninja Academy. As the homeroom teacher, he had to lay a good foundation for this group of little brats who had just come out of the greenhouse of their homes. The self-introduction session went very smoothly. At least it was smooth for the first 20 students. When it was Naruto's turn, the blonde boy stood up with both hands on his hips, his voice so loud that even the office at the other end of the hallway could hear him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen. My favorite is Old Man Tuchi's miso ramen. My dream is, he paused, his blue eyes sweeping across the classroom, to become a great Hokage like my dad. No, even greater than him. I'm going to become someone even greater than the Hokage. A student below muttered quietly. His dad is the 5th Hokage himself, right? Another student replied in a low voice, yeah, that's his dad. Before Irika could call on the next student, Sasuke stood up already, arms folded, tone flat. Uchiha Sasuke, I like shuriken and tomatoes. I dislike dead last's loud mouth. My dream, he paused for a moment. In his black pupils was the reflection of the Hokage rock outside the window. Is to become an all-round ninja no worse than my father and older brother. Naruto immediately turned and glared at him. Who are you calling dead last? Whoever answered. You, Irika hurriedly knocked on the desk. Sit down. Both of you sit down. During the afternoon theory class, Irika wrote several large words on the blackboard. Citizens Code of the Land of Fire. This was a new course Sarutobi Hiruzen had introduced to the Ninja Academy 5 years ago. Its official name was Civics, and the textbook was a popular edition of the Red Handbook personally written by Jiraiya. Irika opened to the first page of the textbook and cleared his throat. Today we're covering Chapter 1. Land belongs to the state and is distributed equally according to population. What does this sentence mean? It means that every inch of land in the Land of Fire is not the private property of some daimyo, nor is it some noble South inherited family estate. The land belongs to the state, and the state distributes it to every farmer who works it. The uncles and elders in your families who farm, the fields are theirs, and the harvest is also theirs. It doesn't belong to some daimyo, and it doesn't belong to some landlord either. A student sitting in the back row raised his hand. Irika-sensei, then what about those daimyo and landlords from before? The nobles of the past seized the land that should have been given to the common people. 5 years ago, His Majesty the Emperor gave the order to purge those nobles, reclaim the land, and distribute it to the people who farmed it. Since then, no one in the Land of Fire has gone hungry because they couldn't afford land rent anymore. Naruto raised his hand. My dad said people used to starve to death over in the Land of Hot Water. Now they don't. Irika closed the textbook. That's what we're learning today. Remember this. Just because you are ninja does not mean you stand above ordinary people. Ninja take payment and protect civilians. That is only natural. Just like civilians, ninja are also citizens of the Land of Fire. Citizens are not divided into high and low, noble and base. The only difference is division of labor. Alright, the first day is mainly for everyone to get familiar with classmates. But I hope you all firmly remember today's lesson. We are a fortunate generation because there is no war anymore. But we must also stay vigilant. This is what His Majesty the Emperor said. Stay vigilant and prepare for war. Understood? Class dismissed. The students filed out one after another. Naruto swung his school bag onto his shoulder and walked out side by side with Sasuke. Sasuke suddenly said, "Hey, you said just now that you want to become someone even greater than the Hokage. Do you know who is greater than the Hokage?" Naruto froze for a moment, then grinned and pointed at his own nose. "Anyway, it's not you." The two of them started bickering again right there at the school gate. Kazuya leaned in the shade of a tree, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth. He watched his younger brother and Naruto going back and forth at the gate, then suddenly lifted his head and looked toward the southeastern horizon. His Sharingan spun once deep in his pupils. Senju Kazuya, who had perfectly inherited both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, possessed sensory ability even sharper than his father had in his youth. Then he frowned, and the blade of grass slipped from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Konoha's sensory barrier lit up in that instant. It was not under attack. It had merely been lightly touched from the outside by some chakra it had never encountered before, like an invisible hand knocking on the door. In the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. His spiritual power surged outward, and then he saw someone standing in the sky, someone carrying a basket on his back and holding a fishing rod. Otsutsuki Urashiki? Why did he come 6 years earlier than in the original story? Gen was a little puzzled, but it didn't matter much. If he was here, then adult Sasuke should be here too. At the same time, Gen was also curious. Would it still be Boruto this time? Or would it be someone else? Uchiha Gen was still sitting under the veranda. He had just lifted his teacup, and the curve at the corner of his mouth had not fully faded yet. Otsutsuki Urashiki arriving 6 years earlier than in the original story meant that the butterfly wings he had flapped had already affected the timeline of the Otsutsuki main family. Coming earlier was fine too. It saved him from waiting another 6 years. Just then, in the southern part of Konoha's sky, a tear was ripped open. It was not a pale purple spacetime rift like the Dragon Vein S, but a far more violent, unstable crack, with the unique chakra fluctuations of the Rinnegan rippling along its edges. 2 figures fell out of the crack. One had black hair and black eyes, a short dark blue cloak, and a straight sword hanging behind his waist. The other had blonde hair and blue eyes, 2 whisker-like birthmarks on the right side of his face, and a diamond-shaped mark in the palm of his right hand. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Boruto. Under the old pine tree in the Senju clan grounds, Uchiha Gen's teacup stopped at his lips. Then he laughed. Not a smile. The kind that came out as actual laughter. His future good big son had fallen out of the crack looking exactly the same as 10-year-old Sasuke had back at the ruins of Rorin. Disheveled, stubborn, and from head to toe radiating. I didn't have time to prepare, but I had to come. He put down the teacup. The Flying Thunder God formula lit up at his fingertips. Sasuke had just steadied himself when a hand landed on his shoulder. This Sasuke, who looked around 20, had every muscle in his body tense up on instinct. His right hand had already gripped the sword hilt. But that hand didn't apply force. It merely rested on his shoulder, carrying a warmth he was extremely familiar with, yet had not felt in many years. Sasuke, got married yet? Sasuke turned his head and saw Uchiha Gen's face. Exactly the same as in his memory, not blurry, but clear. That face, the one that sat under the engawa every day after school, holding a bowl of red bean soup. He opened his mouth, and the hand gripping the sword hilt slowly loosened. That father. Wasn't he dead yet? Uchiha Gen looked at the grown-up Sasuke. His black hair was longer than Gen's, draping over his shoulders. His stance, the way he held his sword, the little instinctive movement of turning sideways to shield Boruto. This kid still carried everything on his own. Exactly like that 10-year-old boy from years ago who had stood in front of him and said, "I don't want to fall behind my brother." He was just taller now, broader in the shoulders, and the stubbornness on his face had turned into silence. He sighed inwardly. Forget it. Expecting Sasuke to expand the family line was less realistic than expecting Hahue to do it. Sasuke had completely inherited the essence of Uchiha Tsundere pride. Getting him to actively chase a girl was probably harder than getting him to defeat Kaguya. If Makoto found out, she'd start nagging again. Not far away, Urashiki finally steadied himself after the aftermath of the space-time rift. He flicked his fishing rod, the red Rinnegan in his human eye sockets slowly turning, and looked at the black-haired man who had suddenly appeared, his face openly showing impatience. Hey, lower creature, where's the Ninetails? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Uchiha Gen turned around. Tokoyo activated. Urashiki's body froze. In an instant, he was completely sealed in place, his chakra production device, his Rinnegan, his fishing rod, his spacetime ninjutsu. At this moment, all of it had become like a mosquito trapped in amber. Shen didn't use Susanoo. He didn't use Shinra Tensei. He only entered Sage mode and, with the most ordinary taijutsu, smashed a punch straight into Urashiki's face. Urashiki's nose bridge caved in. Shen cracked his wrists, then threw another punch. One punch to the ribs, one punch to the shoulder, one punch to the abdomen. Urashiki was like a fish nailed to a specimen board. Every time a punch landed, a pale red mist of chakra scattered out from his body. Shen stretched his body a little and pulled back his fist. Been a long time since I moved around like this. He muttered to himself, and then the 9-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye began to spin. Erase activated. Urashiki's body began disappearing from the edges, his torso, his chakra production device, all of it erased from the level of existence itself. Only a head and 4 intact limbs were left. The head couldn't be erased. Orochimaru needed a complete brain for research samples. The limbs couldn't be erased either. The chakra pathways and cellular structure on them were the best materials for analyzing Otsutsuki bloodlines. He pulled out a specially made sealing rope from a sealing scroll, tied up Urashiki's head and limbs, fastened them to his belt, then turned around and clapped his hands before facing Sasuke. Well, son, how was your dad's fighting style? Pretty awesome, right? He walked up to Sasuke and casually straightened his crooked collar, the movement exactly the same as when Sasuke had gone to school for the first time at age 6. Also, I sensed Naruto's cells inside your body. They fused with you perfectly. How many tomo does your Rinnegan have now? Sasuke opened his eyes. The pale purple patterns of the 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye slowly revolved in the depths of his pupil. His right eye was still the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 tomo circling the pupil. Then he closed his eyes and opened them again. Both had returned to ordinary black pupils, with no trace of Sharingan or Rinnegan patterns. 6 tomo, left eye. The right eye is still eternal Mangekyo. I can now deactivate and activate the Rinnegan at will, and the consumption of eye power has dropped a lot. Looks like future technology developed pretty well. Your eternal Mangekyo was probably only successfully awakened because of the cloning technology Orochimaru developed, right? Shen looked Sasuke over from side to side. Yes, father. Mr. Orochimaru is very impressive. After I went back then, he helped transplant Naruto's cells into me. The result was that I gained a huge amount of chakra, enough to spend freely. Then later, father, you gave me in-release power, and I successfully awakened the Rinnegan. He paused, and the 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye lit up again as he looked at his father. Father, that dojutsu you used just now. Urashiki didn't even have a chance to form hand seals in front of you. The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth curved up. In his good son's tone was the faintest trace of curiosity, so faint that only a father could hear it. This kid. Already 20 years old, yet still the same as when he was 6. Whenever he wanted to learn something, he wouldn't say it directly. He'd circle around and ask indirectly. You want to learn it? Sasuke nodded once. Boruto stood to the side, watching Sasuke get his collar straightened. Get asked whether he was married yet. Get asked how many tomo his Rinnegan had. And his mouth kept opening wider and wider. The black-haired man in front of him had spent less than 3 minutes fighting Urashiki. 2.5 of those minutes were spent punching him. The remaining 30 seconds were for cleaning up the battlefield. Otsutsuki Urashiki was just gone. Only a head and 4 limbs remained. Grandpa Shen, that move just now was way too cool. Boruto's mouth finally refused to close. Hearing the little blonde Brattis voice, Shen turned to look at him, with a somewhat certain tone. Uzumaki Urguzi? When Boruto heard Urguzi, his shocked expression immediately turned resentful. Grandpa Shen, can you not call me by my nickname? The moment I was born, you gave me that nickname and said cheap names make kids easier to raise. My dad and my grandpa both got fooled by you. The chakra fluctuations from the battle had not fully dispersed yet when a golden figure landed in the alley outside the Senju clan grounds. Minato Namikaze wore the Hokage robe, flying thunder god kunai still in his hand. The expression on his face shifted from vigilance to helplessness. He looked at the head and limbs hanging from Uchiha Gen's belt, looked at the red Rinnegan patterns still left on that head, looked at the few shallow craters smashed into the yard, and took a deep breath. Big brother Shen, next time an enemy invades, can you notify me first? Good. You're here. Uchiha Gen took the spoils off his belt and handed them to Minato. This is Otsutsuki Urashiki's head and limbs. Send them to Orochimaru. He'll know how to handle them. Also, gather at my house later. I'll introduce you to someone. Minato took the sealing rope, glanced at the Rinnegan on the head, then looked at the black-haired young man and blonde boy standing in the yard. His gaze paused for a moment on the blonde boy's face. Blue eyes, whisker-like birthmarks, bandages wrapped around his right arm. The outline of that face looked far too much like Naruto's, but the age didn't match. He didn't ask further. He simply nodded. All right, I'll deliver this first, then come over. Senju clan grounds. Under the Engawa, Makoto and Tsunade sat side by side. Makoto held a bowl of red bean soup. Tsunade had just returned from the Hokage tower. Hahue had gone to take Sasuke to school. In the yard, only the shadow of the old pine tree swayed softly in the wind. The courtyard gate was pushed open. Uchiha Gen walked in, with a 20-year-old black-haired young man and a blonde boy behind him. Makoto looked up, and the red bean soup in her hand stopped halfway to her lips. That black-haired young man. His black hair was much longer than when he was little, draping over his shoulders. His stance, the habit of pressing his lips together, the slight tensing of his shoulders when he saw her. She put down the red bean soup, stood up, walked over to Sasuke, and gently touched his face. You're Sasuke? Her voice carried a trace of certainty and even more uncertainty. How did you end up this battered? Sasuke lowered his head, letting his mother's fingers touch his face. Mom. Then he turned to Tsunade. Mom Tsunade. Makoto withdrew her hand and turned to look at Uchiha Gen. Her tone changed immediately. Brother, what did you do? How did you let Sasuke end up like this? She only called Uchiha Gen brother when she was truly angry. Usually, she called him Brother Gen. The temperature difference between those two forms of address had taken Uchiha Gen many years to learn how to tell apart. Uchiha Gen sat down by the Engawa and ran through what had just happened in his mind. Sasuke's current setup, 6 Tomo Rinnegan plus Eternal Mangekyo. Naruto's cells perfectly fused into his body, and even the Senjutsu chakra of Ryuchi Cave could be detected in his meridians. With that setup in the ninja world, aside from himself and someone on Kagaya's level, no one should have been able to leave Sasuke in such a sorry state. He asked Sasuke what the reason was. Sasuke untied his straight sword and placed it beside the low table, then sat down by the Engawa. Urashiki used his fishing rod to hook open a small portion of Konoha's barrier. He didn't force it open violently. He used space-time ninjutsu to drill a hole the size of a needle eye into the barrier, so the sensory barrier was never triggered. At that time, father, you had gone to another space-time again. It wasn't until he appeared right in front of me and tried to launch a sneak attack that I noticed. Uchiha Gen slapped his forehead. Konoha's sensory barrier had been personally upgraded by him. The outer layer used the Uzumaki clan's malicious intent detection. The middle layer used Flying Raijin's spatial anchoring, and the inner layer used Tokoyo's chakra freezing coordinates. In theory, no enemy should have been able to slip in silently. But space-time ninjutsu really was a loophole. Spatial anchoring could block teleportation-type techniques, but it couldn't stop a sneak attack that bypassed things from the time layer. Urashiki used the Otsutsuki main family's space-time fishing rod. That thing itself had the property of bypassing spatial sensing. My fault. When I designed the 3-layer barrier, I forgot to include the time dimension. He lowered his hand. Eat first. After dinner, I'll teach you the principles of Tokoyo. Makoto brought over the red bean soup, then went back into the kitchen to serve 2 more fresh bowls. Tsunade helped her carry the dishes. Her gaze paused for a moment on Sasuke's sword and the mark on Boruto's right hand, but she didn't ask any questions. Boruto sat by the low table, took the red bean soup Makoto handed him, lowered his head, and took a sip. His eyes lit up. He leaned close to Sasuke's ear and lowered his voice. Mr. Sasuke, your mom's red bean soup tastes better than my mom's. Sasuke held his bowl, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. After the meal, in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Hahue had returned after seeing Sasuke off. He was squatting under the veranda, watching the scene in front of him. His future little brother and a blonde boy he didn't recognize were standing in their family courtyard, while his father stood across from them, holding a pine needle he had just plucked from the old pine tree. Tokoyo. It's a dojutsu that evolved from my Mangekyo period, but in essence, it isn't a dojutsu. It's a combination of yin-yang release and sealing techniques, using yin release to freeze the target's chakra's flow of time, using yang release to maintain the stability of the frozen state, and using a sealing formula to anchor that freezing effect onto spatial coordinates. When all 3 are established at once, the resulting effect is the freezing of chakra flow. He placed the pine needle in his palm. The 9 Tomo Rinnegan slowly turned. Tokoyo activated. The pine needle became motionless in his palm. It wasn't being supported by force. The time flow at the chakra level had been completely frozen. Even the microorganisms on the surface of the pine needle, invisible to the naked eye, had stopped moving. He deliberately slowed his movements so Sasuke could clearly see every step of the chakra circulation path. I'm slowing it down. Watch carefully. No need to rush. Tokoyo has extremely high requirements for yin-yang release. At the very least, you need complete mastery. You already have the 6-tomo Rinnegan, so your foundation in Yin-Yang release is there. What you lack is separating Yin release and Yang release for use, then sealing them back together. Sasuke kept his left eye open. The pattern of the 6-tomo Rinnegan slowly revolved in the depths of his pupil, engraving Uchiha Gen's chakra flow, slowed down dozens of times, into his memory frame by frame. Hahue was squatting under the veranda with his Sharingan activated too. He said he wanted to learn it as well. Then Tsunade smacked him on the back of the head. Master, you would release enough to make it bloom first, then talk. Mom, why do you hit me? And this kid, is he my little brother from the future? Tsunade nodded. Yeah. He came over just now with an enemy. Your father took care of it. Right now he's teaching your little brother dojutsu. As Uchiha Gen slowly broke down the principles of Tokoyo bit by bit and laid them out for Sasuke, it also became time for the kids to get out of school. Two voices came from the front gate saying, I'm back. Turns out Naruto had come over too. This kid loved mooching meals at Sasuke's house whenever he had nothing to do. Anyway, one extra mouth made no difference. The two dogs slumped to the side in boredom. Hearing Naruto's voice, he looked up and burst into loud laughter. His laughter drew everyone's attention, and only then did they notice that for some reason, Naruto had a huge bump swelling on his forehead. Naruto squeezed in beside little Sasuke, a shiny bruised lump sticking up on his forehead, reflecting the sunset. The moment he saw Boruto, he froze. That blonde boy was sitting under the veranda with a bowl of red bean soup in his hands. His face shape and hair color looked way too much like his own. But Naruto only froze for a second. The next second, he pointed at Boruto and burst out laughing. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? The courtyard gate of the Senju clan grounds was pushed open once again. Minato walked in front, carrying 2 flasks of sake in his hand. Kushina followed behind him, her red hair casually pinned up with a single hairpin. Kurama walked at the very end on 4 short little legs, with a food box hanging from his tail. He muttered, Old man here, I send your servant. Old man here is a lawful citizen of Konoha. Boruto set down the red bean soup and looked at the 6-year-old child with the swollen bump on his forehead. So this was what his father had been like at this age. No wonder he was so noisy. The corner of Boruto's mouth twitched. My name is Boruto Uzumaki. I'm your son. Naruto's laughter stopped abruptly. His mouth was still open, but no sound came out. He slowly turned to look at Minato, then at Kushina, and finally at Uchiha Gen. He pointed at Boruto, his face looking like it had been nailed to a wall by a shuriken. Am I? My son. Uchiha Gen leaned against the veranda pillar, holding a bowl of red bean soup. The corners of his mouth curved upward. That's right. Your son. He came from Konoha year 83. Naruto's mouth opened and closed, then closed and opened again. Then he looked at his mom, pulled out a mirror to look at himself, and turned back to stare at 12-year-old Boruto. The bump on his forehead gleamed under the sunset. Kurama walked past his legs and swished him with his tail. Move aside, brat. You're blocking old man here's path. Once everyone sat in a circle and 3 rounds of drinks had passed, Uchiha Gen set down his chopsticks and pointed at Boruto, who was sitting beside Sasuke. Formal introduction. This kid is Boruto Uzumaki, from Konoha year 83. He is the son of Naruto and Hinata Hyuga. Boruto set down his soup bowl and straightened his back. He knew everyone present, but these people were all far younger than he remembered. Grandpa Minato's hair still wasn't white. Grandma Kushina had barely changed at all. So Kurama's personality had already been this nasty even back then. The black-haired man in front of him was Great Uncle Shen, the one he had been afraid of since childhood. Every time he saw him, he would ask how his grades were, how many levels of Rasengan he had trained to, and whether he had a girl he liked. He nagged even more than Boruto's actual dad. My name is Boruto Uzumaki. I'm Naruto Uzumaki's son, the first child. I also have a younger sister named Himawari Uzumaki. Great Uncle Shen was the one who named her. When he said that, he looked at Uchiha Gen, his expression carrying a trace of resentment he couldn't hide. My dad said that on the day I was born, Great Uncle Shen just happened to be passing by our house, and my grandma asked him to name me. He said, let us call him Boruto. Nickname, Two Dog. Easy to raise. When my little sister was born, he just happened to pass by again. He looked at the sunflowers in the yard and said, then call her Himawari. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Tsunade set down her red bean soup, turned her face away, and her shoulders shook lightly. Mikoto lowered her head and picked food for Sasuke, deliberately not looking at Uchiha Gen. Minato's expression was complicated. The corners of his mouth were trying hard to maintain a smile, but the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Kurama, on the other hand, cooperatively nodded and said, that name's pretty good. Better than Naruto. Kushina let out a helpless sigh. As for Naruto, he pointed at Boruto, his voice loud enough to scare all the birds out of the old pine tree. My son's name is Boruto. And Uncle Shen picked it. Uncle Shen, aren't you way too casual with names? Uchiha Gen held his red bean soup, his tone calm. Back then, your dad named you Naruto Uzumaki. He quoted the classics for it. Very serious. And you? Did you come up with a name for your son? Naruto froze in place with his mouth open. Minato gave a light cough and raised his sake cup to cover his face. Boruto lowered his head and continued drinking his red bean soup, the tips of his ears slightly red. I actually wasn't planning on coming this time. Boruto set down his bowl. I had just gotten out of school and was about to go eat ramen at Uncle Ichiraku's place when I saw Master Sasuke fighting some guy holding a fishing rod on the way. So I rushed in to help. To help. Sasuke repeated those two words in exactly the same tone he used back then when he called Obito an idiot. I really was helping. I even used a Rasengan. Boruto looked indignant. Then that fishing rod freak used that little turtle to cast a spacetime ninjutsu, and I got dragged in. And that's how I ended up here all muddle-headed. Uchiha Gen leaned against the veranda pillar, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. Boruto is 12 now. And Sasuke was ambushed by Urashiki in Konoha year 83. With a time span of over 20 years, Sasuke still only looked about 20. There was only one possibility for someone to still keep a youthful appearance after more than 20 years. Sasuke, in your world, what year is it in Konoha right now? Konoha year 83. So that means Orochimaru's experiment succeeded. Shen's voice was very calm. Sasuke nodded. Yes. Uncle Snake developed a youth-preserving serum. After taking it, you can lock your appearance at your current age, and it also increases your lifespan by at least 300 to 400 years. The courtyard fell quiet for a moment. Tsunade put down her wine cup, and Makoto stopped the chopsticks she had been using to pick food for Sasuke. Uchiha Gen said to his eldest son, "Go. Call your Uncle Snake over. He'll definitely be interested." Hahue stood up from the edge of the corridor, and the Flying Thunder God formula lit up at his fingertips. "I'll go right now." Before his words even finished, he had already disappeared. A moment later, Orochimaru pushed open the courtyard gate. His vertical pupils glimmered faintly under the dim daylight, and his tongue licked across the corner of his mouth. He had just come out of the lab, and there were still traces of white Zetsu culture fluid on his cuffs. "Shen, what is it that made you say I'd definitely be interested?" Uchiha Gen pointed at Sasuke. Orochimaru's slit pupils turned towards Sasuke, and then the expression on that face changed. It wasn't shock. It was a kind of feverish obsession that couldn't be suppressed at all. The youth-preserving serum, the formula, experiment data, and clinical records are all here. Sasuke took out a sealing scroll from his clothes and placed it on the table. Orochimaru accepted the scroll with both hands and slowly opened it. His slit pupils rapidly swept across the dense mass of data. Then he closed the scroll, raised his head, and showed a solemn expression that no researcher in this world had ever displayed in his life. "I'm this amazing in the future? It's you, Uncle Snake. Before I left, you gave me this information and told me to bring it back for your father to see." Sasuke's voice was calm. "Oh right. You also said that if the you in this world saw this information, I should pass on a message. Don't waste time on human experiments anymore. Do proper scientific research." Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed open. It wasn't anger. It was like something buried in the depths of his heart for a long time had just been struck. He slowly tucked the scroll into his clothes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a strange arc. "How interesting. The future me is actually lecturing the current me now." Hahue leaned close to Sasuke's ear and lowered his voice. "Sasuke, does Uncle Snake really stop doing human experiments in the future?" Sasuke lowered his voice too. "He still does them, but they're all done legally with approved test subjects. He only proceeds after the ethics committee signs off." Hahue fell silent for a moment, then said in a tone of disbelief, "The ethics committee is that organization my dad invented specifically to keep Orochimaru in check?" Sasuke nodded. Orochimaru carefully tucked away the scroll containing the youth-preserving serum, and his fingers were still trembling slightly. Little Sasuke and Naruto were squatting by the corridor, one on each side of Boruto. The two 6-year-olds stared at this 12-year-old boy like they were looking at some rare exotic beast. Boruto was so uncomfortable under their gaze that he picked up his bowl of red bean soup to take a sip, only to realize it was already empty. Uchiha Gen beckoned with his hand. "Second dog, come here." The corner of Boruto's mouth twitched. "Grandpa Gen, can you not call me second dog? I called your dad that when he was little too. Come here. Let Grandpa Gen take a look at that mark on your hand." Boruto shuffled over unwillingly and held out his hand. With his right palm open, a black diamond-shaped mark was embedded in the skin, its edges glowing with an extremely faint dark red halo. That wasn't chakra. It was something deeper, something older. Shen's 9 Tomo Rinnegan slowly opened. His gaze pierced through skin, meridians and chakra pathways, all the way to the deepest part of the mark. There. The fragment of Momoshiki Otsutsuki's will was carved into it, like a burnt fingernail embedded deep inside Boruto's soul, still faintly pulsing. "Do you know what this thing is called?" Shen asked. "Karma," Boruto said. "Momoshiki planted it on me when I killed him in another space. At the time, He said something like I couldn't remain an ordinary person anymore, and then he disappeared. Later, Master Sasuke checked it for me. He said it normally wouldn't act up, but once I get strongly emotionally stimulated, it starts spreading outward. Once it spreads far enough, it triggers Otsutsukification. Master Sasuke said he couldn't deal with it, so he could only seal it temporarily. Your Master Sasuke's sealing techniques were taught by me. If he can't deal with it, that doesn't mean I can't. Don't move. Shen's left eye turned, and Tokoyo and Erasure activated at the same time. Tokoyo first locked onto the active range of Boruto's right hand. It wasn't freezing Boruto himself, but freezing the running time of Mamoshiki's will inside Karma at this exact instant. Karma's spreading tendency, the faint pulse of Mamoshiki's residual personality, and the replication programs hidden deep inside that golden Rinnegan chakra, all of it came to a complete halt in that moment. Then Erasure followed. Through the pupil power of the 9-tomo Rinnegan, it precisely locked onto that strand of will at the core of the mark, the part that belonged to Mamoshiki, not to Boruto. Erasure activated and wiped it away from the level of existence itself. A brief wave of warmth came from Boruto's palm, as if something had been pulled out from deep inside his bones. It didn't hurt. Instead, it felt more like finally pulling out a thorn that had been lodged there for a long time. The black diamond-shaped karma mark was still there, but its driving core had been erased. The chakra of the golden Rinnegan had lost its master and became a mass of pure, unconscious energy, slowly merging into Boruto's own chakra circulation. From this point on, karma would never spread again. It would never erode Boruto's personality. It would never turn Boruto into Mamoshiki's vessel at some crucial moment. Mamoshiki never had the chance to say a single word. He didn't even sense the process of his own erasure. It was like a dead leaf falling from a branch, turning to ash before it ever touched the ground. Shen closed his Rinnegan and let go of Boruto's hand. All right, no problem now. That Otsutsuki wasn't fully dead before. He was basically clinging to you and sucking your blood. Once the seal came undone, he would possessed you at your weakest moment. But now it's fine. I completely erased him. But his chakra and bloodline power are still inside your body. They slowly nourish it. In the future, using chakra will become smoother and smoother for you. In about a few more years, your chakra reserves should catch up to what your dad had when he was young. Boruto looked down at the diamond-shaped mark in his palm that was no longer glowing. He stayed silent for a while, then looked up. Grandpa Shen, what eye technique did you just use? Tokoyo plus erasure. One freezes, one clears. Used together. He withdrew his hand. You want to learn? Yes. Wait until your grandpa Orochimaru develops a way to transform bloodlines without damage first. You've already got Uzumaki and Hyuga blood and still aren't satisfied. Now you want Uchiha too? Little Sasuke, sitting nearby, lifted his teacup, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. That expression was exactly the same as when he had been 3 years old and heard Hahue say he would teach him shuriken jutsu. On the other side, the older Sasuke pulled out another sealing scroll from his clothes and handed it to Uchiha Shen. Father, this is the scroll the future you left for me before I came back. The words on it were written by you personally. Uchiha Shen accepted the scroll, undid the seal and opened it. The handwriting on the scroll was extremely steady, and traces of pupil power still lingered between the ink strokes. The first matter, I have already found Ishiki's location and dealt with him on the spot. The scroll marked an exact flying thunder god coordinate, hidden within an interlayer of another dimension in an uninhabited mountain range on the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields. It was precise down to every spatial rift's unlocking formula, detailed enough to include the terrain map of Ishiki South hiding place and the layout of its defensive barriers. His future self had already done the work. He had practically fed the meal straight into the mouth of his present self. The second matter, bloodline devouring has no upper limit. After I completely absorbed Ishiki's Otsutsuki bloodline, my realm broke through to a new level. It is no longer merely the Six Paths level. I haven't named this realm yet, but I can feel that it is closer than the Six Paths level to the power tier of the strongest among the Otsutsuki main family. At the very bottom of the scroll, there was one more line in smaller writing. Remember this well. After each absorption, do not rush to find the next target. Return home first and stabilize. Only act again after it has fully fused with your own body. Uchiha Shen closed the scroll, a barely noticeable curve rising at the corner of his mouth. No upper limit. The main branch of the Otsutsuki clan wasn't just Kagaya, Ishiki, Mamoshiki, and Urashiki. At the end of the starry sky there were even more. Even after breaking through the Six Paths level, he had still left himself another path forward, letting himself continue devouring, continue climbing higher. After reading the contents of the scroll, he raised his head and looked toward the night sky. The stars were brighter than usual. Through the vision of his 9-tomo Rinnegan, his sight pierced through the atmosphere, through the Moon Palace base still under construction in lunar orbit, and stretched even farther beyond. That works too. Anyway, breakthroughs never end, and I actually like that feeling. It's just that the last line from Future Me definitely sounds like there's something behind it. Huh? He couldn't have gotten carried away and swallowed several at once, right? And then had no choice but to go into seclusion in space to digest them? Meanwhile, on the future timeline, on a barren planet some distance away from the ninja world, a figure sat cross-legged on the surface. Achoo! Damn it, judging by the timeline, that should be my past self talking about me. With my own brilliance, he definitely figured out I ate too much and had to find a place to digest it, right? Xian, whose everything remained unchanged, rubbed his nose and cursed under his breath as he spoke. Future Sasuke and Boruto had originally planned to leave early the next morning. The core of Boruto's karma had been erased. Sasuke had obtained the complete principles of Tokoyo. Urashiki's head and limbs were now peacefully soaking in specimen jars inside Orochimaru's laboratory. Everything that needed to be done had been done. But the night before, when everyone was eating together, Tsunade casually asked, "What's Konoha like in your time? How far has it developed?" Boruto put down his chopsticks and started counting on his fingers. The cement roads reach all the way to the coast. Land boats are already in their 4th generation. The Moon Palace base has over 100 permanent researchers now, and the Ninja Academy added 2 new required courses, civics and basic sealing techniques. Then he brought up the matter of the Hyuga main family and branch family. Before I was even born, the Hyuga had already abolished the caged bird seal. Boruto said casually. My dad told me. Great Uncle Xian signed the order personally, and Grandpa Hayashi personally led people to tear down the walls separating the main family and branch family courtyards. Now Hyuga kids can learn rotation if they want to learn rotation, and learn gentle fist if they want to learn gentle fist. Nobody has to look at foreheads anymore. Tsunade's chopsticks froze in midair. The hand Uchiha Gen was using to hold his red bean soup paused as well. He set down the bowl and leaned back in his chair, the patterns of his 9-tomo Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils. He knew that, given the way he handled things, sooner or later he would make a move against the caged bird seal. But he also knew that the caged bird curse seal was not some simple seal. It was bound to the branch family member's optic nerve chakra and a bloodline-exclusive cursed mark belonging to the main family. If it were removed by force, it would trigger the self-destruction of the eyeballs. That was how the Hyuga clan had kept the Byakugan from leaking out for hundreds of years. If the caged bird seal was to be abolished, there had to be a replacement plan. A new sealing formula that could both remove the branch family's restraints and ensure that the Byakugan would not fall into enemy hands. This was not a simple order. It was a complete reconstruction project at the chakra sealing level. He silently noted the matter and did not say much more at the dinner table. Sasuke and Boruto stayed for 3 more days. On the first day, Sasuke and Hahue sparred in the backyard for over half the day. Hahue's would release vines shattered 3 of Sasuke's shuriken, and Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear cut through 12 of Hahue's vines. On the second day, Sasuke took Boruto to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Boruto watched 6-year-old Naruto and 6-year-old Sasuke getting into another fight on the training ground over who was the dead last, and laughed so hard he couldn't straighten his back. With a fresh bump on his forehead, Naruto shouted at Boruto, "What are you laughing at?" Boruto laughed even harder and said, "You'll find out later." On the morning of the 3rd day, Sasuke and Boruto stood in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. In Boruto's hand was an Otsutsuki relic, plow. It had come from Urashiki's personal space, and after Xian erased it, only its pure space-time transportation function remained. "Father, we're leaving." Sasuke's voice was steady. Makoto helped straighten his collar again. Tsunade stuffed a sealing scroll into his hand, packed with enough red bean soup ingredients to last a month. Hahue patted him on the shoulder. "Little bro, come again next time. Big bro will teach you how to make wood release bloom." Boruto waved to everyone. The space-time light of plow lit up, and the two vanished from the courtyard. Uchiha Gen stood beneath the corridor eaves, looking in the direction where the space-time rift had closed. Then he turned around and walked toward the Hokage building. It was time to make a move on the caged bird matter. But the sealing technique side of things had stumped Uchiha Gen. Originally, Xian had wanted to go discuss it with Orochimaru, but who would have thought the moment he arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. Uchiha Gen pushed open the lab door, and the pungent smell of white Zetsu culture fluid hit him head-on. The lab was covered in unfurled scrolls, petri dishes, white Zetsu sample slices, and Otsutsuki cell samples stripped from Urashiki's limbs. The formula for the anti-aging potion had been copied into 3 large posters and pasted onto the wall, with more than 20 improvement paths densely marked beside them. Orochimaru sat in front of the workbench, his face bluish-gray, his eyes bloodshot, his hair a complete copy of Jiraiya's mess. He still held a pen in his hand, the tip hovering over a half-written experiment report. He had not slept for an entire week. Uchiha Gen walked behind him and snapped his fingers in front of him. Genjutsu. Not an offensive genjutsu, but a mental suggestion technique used by the medical division specifically to treat insomnia patients. Amplified by the ocular power of Xian's 9-tomo Rinnegan, The effect was equivalent to directly pressing a forced shutdown button inside Orochimaru's nervous system. Orochimaru's slit pupils lost focus for a moment. Then his whole body pitched forward, his face planting onto the experiment report, his breathing becoming steady and long. Xian pulled him up from the chair and dragged him to the camp bed in the corner of the lab. In his sleep, Orochimaru muttered, "The cell division rate is off," turned over and kept sleeping. Xian returned to the Senju clan grounds and signed an imperial order. All scientific personnel of the Ministry of Technology shall not work more than 8 hours per day. Anyone working continuously beyond the prescribed time shall be forced into rotational leave. This order takes effect immediately. He set down the pen and pushed the order over to the ANBU beside him. Send it to the Ministry of Technology. Post it at Orochimaru's lab door. Post a few extra copies. After Orochimaru woke up, he looked at the order and stared at the words 8 hours for a full 3 minutes. Then he pushed open the lab door, took a shower, ate a meal, and when he came back, he found that all 20 researchers in the lab had been forced into rotational leave. The next day, when the researchers returned from leave, they discovered that Orochimaru himself was also on the rotation list. He wasn't in the lab. The only thing left on the workbench was a note. Resting for 1 day, continuing tomorrow. Also, the first batch of anti-aging potion samples has been sent to the medical department for approval. Orochimaru, the entire Ministry of Technology, went silent for a long while. Then it erupted into even more heated discussion than when they had first obtained the anti-aging potion formula. Not discussion about the data, but discussion about the fact that Lord Orochimaru had actually taken a day off. As for Uchiha Gen, after more than a week of research, he finally succeeded. The new sealing technique worked like this. When someone who already had the caged bird seal was branded with the new seal, it would automatically overwrite the caged bird seal and generate a brand new sealing technique. The former flaw of lacking 1 degree disappeared. Then, if battle occurred, as long as the person died, the Byakugan would be completely destroyed. The same applied if someone dug out the eyes while the person was still alive. In short, the eyes could not be touched. After that, Xian handed the new sealing technique over to Hyuga Hayashi and told him, "Ignore whatever the clan elders say. Enforce it by force. If anyone refuses, tell them to come find me." When he was younger, Hyuga Hayashi had also been a ruthless man, especially when his younger brother was still around. He directly worked together with his brother to place the new seal on every single member of the Hyuga clan. As for the few stubborn elder hardliners, they also agreed to receive the seal after just 1 sentence from Hayashi. "This is the Emperor's command." After all, no one wanted to anger that fiend. Deep within the uninhabited mountain range at the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields, peaks rose layer upon layer like they had been carved by blades and axes. The year-round mist shrouded the valleys so completely that it looked like another world. Uchiha Gen stood in front of an ordinary-looking rock wall. His 9-tomo Rinnegan slowly turned, and the rock wall in his vision gradually became transparent. A layer of alternate space was embedded in the crack between real space, like a hidden blade buried under skin, faintly pulsing with chakra fluctuations that did not belong to this world. This was the coordinate his future self had left on the scroll, precise down to the structure of the sealing formula and the method to break it. There was also a small note beside it. "Be careful where you step when opening the door. The first brick is a trap." He lowered his head and glanced at the stone slabs beneath his feet. On the outermost first brick, there were extremely fine sealing patterns engraved into it. If he had not known in advance, any outsider who stepped on it would be trapped inside the triple barrier of this alternate space for at least half an hour. Even future me marked down details like this. He stepped around that brick and pressed a hand onto the rock wall. Sealing formulas lit up at his fingertips, and the structure of the alternate space was undone layer by layer, like peeling an onion. The spatial crack opened silently, and he stepped inside. Inside the alternate space was a twisted ruin. Collapsed stone pillars floated in midair. Shattered stone slabs drifted through dark purple mist of varying density. The ground beneath his feet rose and fell at an extremely slow pace, as if it were breathing. A crooked stone path stretched from the entrance to the deepest part of the ruins. On both sides of the path was a bottomless void. At the end of the ruins, in the center of a stone hall that had mostly collapsed, a man stood atop the only intact flight of stone steps. White hair hung down to his waist. A white haori remained perfectly still in the windless alternate space. On the left side of his forehead grew a curved horn. In his left hand he held a black metal container. Inside it was sealed a mass of dark red chakra that kept struggling, the juvenile tentails that had failed to fully grow in this timeline. Ishiki Atsutsuki. There was no surprise on his face. No anger either. He merely raised his chin slightly and looked at Uchiha Gen walking up the stone path, like he was looking at an insect that had wandered into a divine temple. Lowly creature who allowed you, he did not get to finish. The moment before stepping into the stone hall, Xian had already cast Tokoyo. Not for attack, but for defense. Tokoyo covered his body in a thin layer of frozen chakra. Any attack that touched this frozen barrier would be locked in place for an instant. He had prepared for this from the start. The moment Ishiki finished saying lowly creature, he vanished. In the next instant, he appeared behind Xian. The fingers of his right hand pressed together as his palm struck toward the back of Xian's head. This palm fused the Byakugan's penetrating vision with the explosive chakra force of an Otsutsuki's true body, could turn an entire mountain into dust. Then it stopped. It stopped 1 inch outside the Tokoyo barrier. The frozen chakra wrapped around Ishiki's hand like transparent amber. His attack was forcibly frozen for an instant. And that instant was enough. Xian turned around, and the pattern in his left eye's 9-tomo Rinnegan spun abruptly. Erasure activated. The target was directly removed at the level of existence. Ishiki lowered his head and watched his right arm begin disappearing from the palm upward. It did not shatter into fragments. It did not break down into points of chakra light. It was crossed out from the world's laws of existence. His palm was gone. His wrist was gone. His forearm was gone. Like a painting that had been rubbed over with an eraser, leaving behind only a blank white surface. He did not scream. He only frowned once, as if thinking about a question he could not understand. Why could a lowly creature possess power beyond the Otsutsuki main family? Erasure swept across his entire body. The white Haori, the curved horn, the pale skin, the arrogance still lingering on his face. All of it was completely removed from existence. Ishiki disappeared. Only that black metal container remained on the stone steps, rolling with a clatter to Xian's feet. He bent down, picked it up, opened the container, and pulled out the constantly struggling little Ten-Tails. Absorb. The little Ten-Tails chakra poured into his meridians and fused with the Ten-Tails origin already inside his body. A few minutes later, he placed the shriveled little Ten-Tails husk back into the container, stored it in a sealing scroll, then closed his eyes and sensed the chakra inside his body. The increase was not that great, probably only a few points wider than before. After all, it was just a juvenile Ten-Tails that had not fully matured. But for him now, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. His current level had already reached the peak of the 6 paths. The chakra system of this continent had nearly been exhausted by him in terms of growth potential. Kagaya, after eating the god tree fruit, was probably around mid-6 paths. Hagoromo and Hamura were at early 6 paths. On this continent, the only one left who could still serve as an opponent was Kagaya. He thought about it, but still decided not to move against the Kagaya of his own world first. After all, that was the moon of his own world. If he caused problems there, the Moon Palace base and Orochimaru's laboratory would both have to be rebuilt from scratch. Better to test the waters in another world first. The Senju clan grounds. Under the corridor eaves, an old pine tree swayed gently in the autumn wind. Tsunade and Makoto sat on opposite sides of a low table. He and Hui squatted in the yard watering a freshly sprouted vine. Sasuke sat beneath the corridor wiping down a shuriken in his hands. Uchiha Gen walked into the yard, picked up the red bean soup in front of Makoto and took a sip. I'm heading out for a while. Not sure how long. Maybe a few days. Maybe a few weeks. Makoto stood up and helped straighten his collar. Tsunade came out from inside carrying a sealing scroll and stuffed it into his arms, saying that inside were enough red bean soup packets for a month, along with cookies Hui had just baked. He kissed both wives on the forehead, then crouched down and patted Hui and Sasuke on the head. Hui said, "Dad, come back soon." Sasuke pressed his lips together and said nothing. He only handed over the shuriken he had just finished wiping. After that, Xian stood up and headed toward Rorin. The dragon vein time-space crack closed behind him. He landed on a patch of unfamiliar land. The air was filled with heavy gunpowder smoke and tailed beast chakra. In the distance, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was gathering. The Ten-Tails had not revived yet, but it would soon. The shinobi allied forces were assembling, their banners snapping loudly in the sea wind. The day before the 4th Great Ninja War, he easily infiltrated a temporary camp and used genjutsu on a patrolling Kumogakure ninja to pull out the timeline. Tomorrow was the full assault. The 5 Kage were all already in position. Uchiha Madara and Obito's Ten-Tails was about to revive. And today's date? October 9th, year 67 of Konoha. Uchiha Gen knocked the ninja out, then found a cliff at the edge of the battlefield with an excellent view and sat down. His Rinnegan pierced across dozens of miles of battlefield, reflecting the lights of the allied camp, white Zetsu's hidden sentries, the surging torrent of chakra inside the Ten-Tails husk. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. Wait until tomorrow when the Ten-Tails revives. Wait until Madara rises from the coffin. Wait until Black Zetsu goes for the backstab and releases Kagaya. This was the whetstone he had come to find. Black Zetsu's hand pierced through Uchiha Madara's back and out through his chest. The movement was smooth and practiced, without even 1 second of hesitation. Madara lowered his head and looked at the black hand sticking out of his chest. The pattern in his Rinnegan suddenly contracted, and Madara's first reaction was not anger. It was a sense of relief that had arrived decades late. His body began swelling. His skin shifted from pale to deathly white. Kagaya's will awakened from within the Ten-Tails body and swallowed him whole. White hair spread across the sky. Her white chakra robe unfolded beneath the moonlight. Kagaya floated in midair, her 9-tomo Rinnegan looking down over this land she had abandoned for 1,000 years. The shinobi allied forces began to collapse. Not because they had been defeated, but because they were crushed by fear itself. Any ninjutsu that struck her was like a droplet falling into the sea, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Uchiha Gen stood on the cliff, finished the last mouthful of red bean soup, and stored the bowl in a sealing scroll. His turn. The eye power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan surged. The flying thunder god formula lit up at his fingertips. In the next instant, he was standing steadily in midair a little over 10 steps in front of Kagaya, both hands tucked into his sleeves. Atsutsuki Kagaya. He raised his right hand and crooked a finger at her. Kagaya looked at him. She looked for a moment. Then she moved. Not a test. Not a warning. Her full power. All-killing ash bones shot from her palm, carrying the corrosive force of yin-yang release at the level of Kagaya's true body. Anything below the peak of the 6 paths would be pierced through directly, no matter the defense. At the same time, Amanaka activated. Space began twisting, trying to drag Shen into her core dimension. Shen did not retreat. Tokoyo activated. A frozen chakra barrier unfolded in front of him. The moment the all-killing ash bones slammed into the barrier, they froze in place, stopping less than 1 foot from his face. Then he raised his right hand. Erasure activated. Dozens of ash bones began disappearing from the tips, turning into specks of light that scattered across the night sky. The spatial distortion of Amanaka had only gotten halfway when he shattered it with a single punch. A pure clash of ocular power forcibly blasted the entrance to the root time-space back. The two of them became entangled in close combat. Kagaya could be said to have almost no battle instinct at all, but Uchiha Gen's combat awareness had been forged in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood of the Great Ninja War. He didn't need any time to adjust to Kagaya's rhythm. Kagaya exchanged dozens of moves with him and gained nothing at all. She retreated, and a crack opened at the center of her brow. The third eye, the 9-tomo Rinnegan. The instant that third eye split open, her chakra fluctuations surged violently, like a flood breaking through a dam. Peak 6 paths. Not a trick. Not a temporary breakthrough. This was the source power she had suppressed for 1,000 years after being sealed, and at this moment, she forcefully released it. Though there was a slight leakage, she had truly stepped into the realm of Peak 6 paths. Uchiha Gen looked at the 9-tomo Rinnegan on her forehead, exactly the same as his own, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Interesting. He put away his playful mood. Tokoyo expanded to its maximum range, not for defense, but directly toward Kagaya's true body. He wasn't trying to freeze her. He was freezing the flow of all chakra in the surrounding space, making her unable to absorb energy, unable to use space-time ninjutsu, and unable to launch a sneak attack with all-killing ash bones. At the same instant, he flickered in front of Kagaya. The pattern in the 9-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye suddenly rotated. Erasure. Not an attack. It was directly erasing the main body of Kagaya's consciousness from the level of existence itself. Kagaya's third eye widened. Then her body began disappearing from the center of her brow. Her white hair, her chakra robe, her 9-tomo Rinnegan, everything turned into countless points of light in a radiant glow. 2 9-tomo Rinnegan emerged from those specks of light and were snatched into Uchiha Gen's hand. Then he pressed down on Kagaya's body as it was dispersing and absorbed the complete divine tree fruit inside her. The Ten-Tails, along with the chakra she had accumulated over 1,000 years. It poured into his meridians like a river flowing in reverse. He absorbed the 2 9-tomo Rinnegan as well, merging them with the 9-tomo Rinnegan already in his sockets. His ocular power surged once more. Shen was in a very good mood, because he could feel that thin sheet of paper, right within his reach. The bottleneck beyond Peak 6 paths. He only needed to absorb one more pair of 9-tomo Rinnegan, or one more complete Ten-Tails, and he would be able to pierce through it. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the void. White hair, 2 horns on either side of his forehead, a 6-path staff in his hand. The same sorrowful expression on his face that had never changed in 1,000 years. Hagoromo Atsutsuki. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Uchiha Gen didn't even let him move. Tokoyo froze him in place. With one swift motion, a pair of Rinnegan were completely dug out. Erasure activated. Hagoromo didn't even have time to let out his final sigh before his body began disappearing from the edges. He absorbed the Rinnegan and the chakra, all of it fusing into Shen's body. Then, with a casual hand seal, he used some Sara of heavenly life technique. The impure world reincarnation required sacrifices, but his 9-tomo Rinnegan no longer did. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, they were pulled back from the pure land of this timeline and revived directly on the battlefield. The living stood frozen in place. The dead lowered their heads and stared at their solid palms. Naruto stiffened, then sprinted wildly toward Minato and Kushina. Hashirama looked at the devastated battlefield, stayed silent for a long time, then patted the shoulder of Uchiha Madara, who was still alive. Madara did not dodge. Uchiha Gen did not look at that scene. He sealed away the entire root timespace left behind by Kaguya into a sealing scroll, then left the battlefield with Flying Thunder God. When he appeared again, he was already standing deep within the mountain range at the border of the Land of Rice Fields and the Land of Fire, in the dimensional gap where Ishiki was hiding. Ishiki was indeed still there. The exact same white hair, the exact same curved horns, the exact same white Haori. Fruit from the same tree, hanging from nearly identical branches in different timelines. The moment Ishiki saw him, his expression finally changed. He recognized those eyes, but he had no idea when someone like this had appeared in the ninja world. Uchiha Gen gave him no time to think back. Tokoyo, erasure, absorption. The full one-stop service. Ishiki didn't even have time to take a single step before he became yet another part of the massive power within Shen. Then Shen stood where he was and closed his eyes. That thin sheet of paper, after absorbing the Ishiki of this timeline, it shattered. The shackles of the Six Paths realm were like a hole being punched through them. Cracks spread from the edge of that hole, dense and countless. The cracks widened more and more until the entire bottleneck collapsed with a thunderous crash. A power beyond the category of Six Paths surged out from within him. Not chakra, not ocular power, but something more fundamental, something closer to the source itself. He could feel his lifespan extending. He could feel his perception covering multiple space-time dimensions at once. He could feel his will directly affecting the physical laws around him. He opened his eyes. The pattern of the 9-tomo Rinnegan slowly rotated deep within his pupils, exactly the same as before without any visible change. But he knew that he was already different. After breaking through, Uchiha Gen stepped out of the space-time rift and returned home without alerting anyone. He placed the sealing scroll containing Kaguya's root timespace on the low table, picked up the red bean soup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the Pure Land. The Pure Land had no light, no wind, no time. Countless souls slept here, like fine sand resting at the bottom of a deep sea. He passed through layer after layer of lingering chakra shadows and found Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged on a floating stone slab deep within the Pure Land, eyes closed as always, his staff laid across his knees. Shen did not wake him. Tokoyo froze the space around Hagoromo. Those Rinnegan were completely removed and stored in a sealing scroll, to be saved for Hashirama. He would need them after waking up. Then erasure activated. Hagoromo's body began disappearing from the edges. There was no struggle, no questioning. He didn't even have time to open his eyes before he silently dispersed in the depths of the Pure Land. The 1,000-year conflict of Indra and Azura, the 1,000 years of tailed beast distribution, the 1,000 years of Ninshu inheritance. At this moment all of it came to an end. He turned and walked toward the other end of the Pure Land. Reviving Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Mito Uzumaki only required a single thought now. At his current realm, beyond Six Paths, Samsara of heavenly life technique no longer needed hand seals, sacrifices, or even any meaningful cost. 3 pillars of light lit up within the Pure Land. Hashirama, Tobarama, and Mito stepped out from the beams of light. Their bodies were real flesh and blood, not the fragments of impure world reincarnation. Hashirama lowered his head and looked at his hand, then clenched his fist. This time I'm really alive. Tobarama, pinch me. Tobarama expressionlessly pinched his brother at the lower back. Hashirama hissed, then broke into a grin, smiling exactly the same way he had when he skipped stones by the Naka River decades ago. Mito stood in front of Shen, white hair, wrinkles, white kimono, hands folded in front of her, exactly the same as she had looked years ago beneath the corridor eaves of the Senju clan grounds when she told him to call her grandma. Is Tsunade doing well? And the children? She asked. They're all doing well. Kazuaki is already a jonin. Sasuke just started school. Makoto married me too. Tsunade agreed to it. As Shen spoke, he took out the pair of Rinnegan he had seized from Hagoromo from the sealing scroll, used a technique to transplant them into Hashirama, and promoted the fusion with yin-yang release. Within Hashirama's eye sockets, the pale purple patterns of the Rinnegan slowly rotated, merging with his sage body without the slightest rejection. These are the Sage of Six Paths eyes. Keep them, Shen said. Hashirama was silent for a moment. He only nodded. Shen said nothing more. He had the 3 of them return to Konoha first while he continued searching deeper within the Pure Land. He searched for a long time. The Pure Land was too vast, larger than any different space he had ever seen. Souls were as endless as grains of sand, and each grain was wrapped in the memories of its former life. Then he found it. 2 chakra fluctuations were extremely weak, so weak they were almost drowned out by the waves of other souls in the Pure Land. But he was far too familiar with the nature of their chakra. Uchiha Genwa and Uchiha Kyo. Their souls were lying side by side in a quiet open space deep within the Pure Land. Eyes closed, as if asleep. They looked exactly the same as in Shen's memory. Father was no different from the young man in that yellowed photo, and mother was still wearing that light blue medical unit uniform. Uchiha Shen stood in front of them for a long time. Then he gently woke them up. His parents opened their eyes and saw the black-haired man standing before them. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, black formal robe, the Uchiha and Senju clan crests embroidered on the cuffs. His mother recognized him first. Her lips trembled. There were no tears in her eyes. Souls could not cry. She reached out and touched his face. Shen? Uchiha Shen dropped to one knee, letting his mother's hand rest against his cheek. It's me. His father also sat up, looking at his son's 9 Tomo Rinnegan in silence for a long time. How did you get in here? The Pure Land isn't a place the living can enter. I'm no longer an ordinary living person, father. Shen's voice was very soft. I've broken through to a realm above the 6 paths. Father and mother exchanged a glance. When they died, Shen had only been 3 years old. Their memory of their son was still that little boy sitting on the doorstep with a scroll in his arms. And now he stood in the depths of the Pure Land, telling them he was going to arrange their reincarnation. His father spoke first. Can we still be together? Yes. Then let us reincarnate. Being ninja in this life was too exhausting. In the next life, I don't want any more killing. Mother looked at him and asked, these past years, have you been doing well? Shen took her hand into his palm. Very well. I married Tsunade and Makoto. I have 2 sons. The older one is named Hahue, and the younger one is Sasuke. Hahue inherited the Senju surname, and Sasuke is Uchiha. Mother smiled. The Uchiha name still remains. It does. Shen raised his hand. Pupil power beyond the 6 paths surged through the Pure Land. He wasn't forming hand seals. He was directly invoking the primal laws that made up this world's soul cycle system. 2 strands of law power wrapped around his parents' souls and began to spin. At the same time, the law of causality began to operate. In the Land of Fire, 2 middle-class families, one whose husband ran an old bookstore, the other whose husband was a crafts teacher, had wives who happened to become pregnant on the same day. Threads of soul were drawn out from the depths of the Pure Land and precisely fell into the 2 embryos still taking shape. These 2 families were close family friends and lived on the same street. Their children would grow up together from childhood, study in the same public school until graduation, and later open a small shop in the same town. The girl would be skillful with her hands, and the boy would love reading. They would meet, they would fall in love, and they would walk into marriage beneath the cherry blossoms. In this life, they would not be ninja. Their hands would not be stained with blood. They would not have to fear for each other's lives on the battlefield. This was what Shen saw through the threads of causality with his rough methods. After finishing all that, he left the Pure Land and used Flying Thunder God to return to the Senju clan grounds. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Mito were already sitting beneath the corridor eaves. Hashirama was holding a bowl of red bean soup and sighing with emotion. Actually, my cooking is really good too. Tobirama said expressionlessly, Big brother, your cooking is terrible. Mito laughed at the side. When Tsunade saw Shen push the door open and enter, she stood up and walked over to him. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Shen only pulled her into his arms and hugged her briefly, then sat back down beneath the corridor and picked up the red bean soup. Little Tsunade, actually, I've been able to revive people for a long time now. It's just that before, my understanding of my own strength was still a bit vague. Tsunade rested her head on Shen's shoulder. And this time, you've already confirmed it? Yes, I've confirmed it. I'm completely invincible in the ninja world now, so it's time to start expanding beyond the universe. That's why I need high-level combat power. So I revived Great-Grandpa Hashirama. As for second Great-Grandpa Tobirama, that brain of his is a real treasure, perfect for researching together with Orochimaru. Shen took a sip of red bean soup. I'll rest for a few days, then I'll go to the moon to release Kaguya and consider subduing her. After all, we know nothing about the universe, and as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she should have a star map. After dinner, the low table in the Senju clan grounds had not yet been cleared away. A thin layer of red bean paste skin had formed around the rim of the red bean soup bowls. Tsunade and Makoto went into the inner room to coax Sasuke to sleep. Hahue was squatting in the courtyard watering the flowering vine, muttering, I'll get you a bigger pot tomorrow. Uchiha Shen sat beneath the corridor, looking up at the early winter night sky. In the vision of his 9 Tomo Rinnegan, every star carried a different colored chakra wavelength. Hashirama and Tobirama walked out from inside and sat down at his left and right. Hashirama tucked his hands into his sleeves. Tobirama sat ramrod straight. Shen, Tobirama said bluntly, now that we've been fully revived, what do you need us to do? Uchiha Shen withdrew his gaze from the starry sky. The ninja world has already been unified. All 5 major administrative regions have been officially established. The daimyo banners have all been torn down cleanly, and the resistance forces in the shadows have mostly been wiped out. But there are always hidden bugs. If you can't crush them today, the moment you turn your back, they'll start gnawing on your granary again. He pulled his hands from his sleeves and placed them on his knees. I have a law enforcement organization directly under the Emperor himself. It's above the Umbu, and it has enforcement authority anywhere within the borders. It specifically handles enemies ordinary ninja can't deal with. Great-grandpa, I want you to be the commander of this organization. Hashirama froze for a moment and pointed at himself. Me? Senju Hashirama, First Hokage, God of Shinobi. In the hearts of the older generation of ninja in the administrative regions, your name carries more weight than a mountain. The moment you stand there, they won't even bother thinking about running. Hashirama grinned, the same way he had decades ago when tossing stones by the Naka River. All right, I'll take the job. What's the unit called? Dark Guard. Not for assassination. Mainly intelligence gathering, arrests, and guarding. Before making an arrest, show the badge first. Let them know who is taking them. Hashirama smacked his lips. Dark Guard. Good name. That kid Kakashi is the current captain of the Dark Guard. He's still young. These past few years, selecting people has been a huge headache. The ones who can beat him look down on him. The ones who respect him can't beat him. Let him serve as your deputy for a few years and learn from you. Once he matures, he can take the combat-enhancing medicine Orochimaru's side is developing. By then, he'll be able to hold up the entire Dark Guard by himself. Hashirama nodded. Kakashi, Tsukumo's son. Alright, tomorrow I'll go to Dark Guard headquarters and see him. Tobirama did not linger on his brother's matter. What about me? Second great-grandpa will go to Orochimaru's lab. There are several pairs of Rinnegan there now, taken from Himura Hagoromo and Madara, as well as a complete specimen of Urashiki. Samples of Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells are also soaking in culture dishes. The formula for the youth-preserving medicine has already been deciphered, and the genetic sequence of the Otsutsuki bloodline is nearly fully pieced together. You are a grandmaster of ninjutsu development, and Orochimaru is a genius of biotech. If the two of you work together, within 3 years, you can raise Konoha's top combat power by an entire major realm. Tobirama stood up. Under the moonlight, the 3 red marks on his face looked especially clear. He said nothing, only nodded once, then turned and walked toward the side courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. Orochimaru's laboratory was on the 3rd underground floor of the side courtyard, lit 24 hours a day by chakra lamps. Hashirama called out behind him, Tobirama, why are you heading to the lab in the middle of the night? At least go look at their data analysis models first. Tobirama didn't turn back. After a few steps, he paused and glanced sideways at his brother. Big brother, when you go see Kakashi tomorrow, remember not to scare the child. Hashirama scratched the back of his head. Do I really look that scary? Tobirama gave no answer. The sound of his footsteps disappeared into the depths of the side courtyard. Early the next morning, Uchiha Gen stood on the surface of the moon. Following the cracks in the seal, he drilled into the moon's interior, passed through layer upon layer of overlapping 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei seal layers, and kept going until he reached the deepest part. The enormous Kaguya was sealed inside a half-transparent chakra crystal. Her white hair covered the inner wall of the crystal, and her 9-tomo Rinnegan was tightly shut, as if she were sleeping. No need to pretend you're asleep. Uchiha Gen stood in front of the crystal, both hands tucked into his sleeves. What I did on the surface of the moon before, you definitely sensed it. At your level, at the peak of the 6 paths, there's no way you had zero perception. The crystal fell silent for a moment. Then Kaguya opened her eyes. The pattern of the Rinne Sharingan cast a faint violet glow across the inner wall of the crystal. She looked at the black-haired man before her and stayed silent for a long time. I simply do not know how to face you. Kaguya's voice came from inside the crystal, hoarse and slow. You have already surpassed the 6 paths. Even on the Otsutsuki homeworld, the number of people stronger than you could be counted on one hand. I do not know why you came to find me, but I do not believe I have anything that can help you. You do. Uchiha Gen took 1 step forward. I need the star map in your head. The complete route from the starry sky to the Otsutsuki homeworld. The location of every resource planet. The detour routes around every spatial turbulence zone. The outer defense layout of the homeworld. Only the direct bloodline of the Otsutsuki main family has that kind of intelligence. Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan widened slightly. You want to attack the homeworld? Not now, but sooner or later I'll go. The Otsutsuki main family has destroyed planet after planet. Every time they plant a god tree, they drain all life from an entire world. Sooner or later they'll send people to this land. Momoshiki has come. Urashiki has come. Ishiki hid here for thousands of years. Rather than wait for them to come one by one, I'd rather go find them first. Kaguya stayed silent even longer. The chakra light inside the crystal flickered bright and dim, like a slowly beating heart. Then she spoke. I can give you the star map, but I have one condition. Say it. I want to personally watch Hagoromo and Himura die completely by your hand. Uchiha Gen looked at her, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Hagoromo has already been erased by me. In the Pure Land, not even his soul was left behind. If that still doesn't calm your anger, Hamura in this timeline is still sealed on the moon. I can drag him out and kill him in front of you. Kagaya's pupils shrank violently. She was silent for a long time, then smiled. Not a sneer, not a bitter smile. It was the smile of someone who had endured for 1,000 years and had finally found an outlet. No need. Dead is enough. The star map is yours. The third eye on her forehead split open, and a faint golden beam shot out from the pupil, spreading into a star map in front of Uchiha Gen. Fast, precise. The position, mass, and faction of every planet. The optimal path and risk level of every spatial route. The location of the Otsutsuki homeworld lay at the deepest part of the map, guarded by 3 layers of spatial turbulence and 1 barrier formed from the source power of a god tree. Uchiha Gen opened the Tensigen in his right eye and engraved the entire star map into his ocular power. Protect yourself. I'm letting you out now, and I'll give you 1 chance to attack. If you fail, then obediently follow me. Deep within the moon's seal, the pale violet glow of the Rinne Sharingan and the gleaming blue radiance of the Tensigen reflected against each other. Uchiha Gen reached out and pressed his hand against the surface of the chakra crystal sealing Kagaya. There was no complicated unsealing formula. No cumbersome hand seal process. At his current level, all he needed to do was reverse pour his ocular power into the core of the seal, and he could completely break apart this 6 paths Chibaku Tensei crystal that had remained unbroken for 1,000 years from the inside. The sealing crystal began cracking from the center. The fractures spread like a spiderweb. At last, the entire crystal collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a sky full of chakra light particles. Kagaya stepped out from within those light particles. Her white hair spread across the shattered stone beneath her feet, and the Rinne Sharingan slowly revolved within the open socket of her third eye. I'll let you have 1 move. Uchiha Gen kept both hands in his sleeves, his tone exactly the same as if he were inviting someone to tea. Kagaya did not hold back. All-killing Ash Bones was not a test strike. It was a full-force attack. The erosive power of Yin-Yang release at the peak 6 paths level erupted from her palm. Gray-white bone spikes rained toward Uchiha Gen like a storm. This strike was formed from the killing intent she had accumulated over 1,000 years of sealing. It was enough to pierce through a complete world. The freezing barrier of Amanamanaka silently unfolded 3 feet in front of Uchiha Gen. The moment every bone spike touched the barrier, it froze in place, like insects trapped in amber. A moment later, the bone spikes all dissolved into specks of light and scattered away. Kagaya stayed silent for a long time. Then she folded both hands before herself and lowered her head. Master, no need. Just call me your majesty. Normally, you can rest. I'll only call for you when I need something. After saying that, Uchiha Gen turned and flew upward toward the moon's surface. Kagaya spread her chakra robe and followed behind him. In the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Tsunade was holding a bowl of freshly cooked red bean soup. She looked at the white-haired woman walking in behind Uchiha Gen, and the spoon in her hand froze midair. Makoto stood up from beneath the corridor eaves, patted the flour off her apron, and gave Kagaya a gentle smile. Tsunade set the spoon back into the bowl and said flatly, "You brought back another one. Where's this one from?" "Otsutsuki Kagaya, progenitor of chakra. She'll live in the side courtyard from now on. She won't eat with us. She doesn't need food." Kagaya stood in the middle of the courtyard, her white hair hanging to her ankles. She looked at Tsunade and Makoto for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. 2 mistresses, holding the red bean soup. Tsunade met Uchiha Gen's eyes for a breath. She said nothing more, only asked 1 question. "Want some red bean soup?" Kagaya was briefly stunned. Uchiha Gen answered for her. She doesn't need food. After settling Kagaya down, Uchiha Gen went to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru raised his head from a pile of culture tanks. There was a smear of white Zetsu nutrient fluid on his face, and his slit pupils carried the irritation of someone whose experiment had been interrupted for no reason. "What is it? Say it quickly." "Iembuse. The current computers aren't good enough. Upgrade them for me. At minimum, they need to support the simultaneous online processing of a large-scale, fully immersive virtual reality game." Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed. "A game? 1 game. In the early phase, it'll be single-player mode. Players can choose their own specialty: taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, medical ninjutsu. They can customize their own faces, explore the map themselves, and clear dungeons themselves. In the later phase, once more and more people become the strongest of the current era, world mode will open. All players will enter the same server and fight together against the invading forces of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki data in the game will be recreated according to the real Otsutsuki samples I provide you, including Ishiki's Byakugan, Urashiki's Rinnegan, Mamashiki's absorption ability, and Kagaya's all-killing Ash Bones. He pushed the detailed design blueprint of the game framework onto the table. Even if I use the Emperor's decree right now and forcefully announce that aliens are coming to invade us, they'll only think I'm crazy. They'll obey on the surface, but inside they 1T believe it. So make this game for me. Let them experience it themselves in the game first. Once they're familiar with it, I'll tell them that these Otsutsuki are real, and that the star map in the game is real too. By then, they'll accept it much faster in their hearts. Also, add an introduction to the Otsutsuki clan inside it, their ranks, weaknesses, combat patterns. Write all of it in. Can you do it? Orochimaru fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at the game framework design. The impatience in his slit pupils slowly turned into a light of extreme focus. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Shen, do you know what you look like right now? Like an old noble lord from a bygone era. You're forcing a task onto me. You don't even ask whether I'm busy or whether I have enough people. Recruit your own manpower. If the hardware isn't enough, go find Tobarama. He's the best at ninja tool development. Orochimaru put away the design blueprint into a drawer and nodded once. Uchiha Gen patted him on the shoulder, then turned and walked out of the laboratory. After leaving the lab, Uchiha Gen headed toward 3 neighboring mountain peaks outside Konoha. That was the station he had ordered to be artificially constructed after moving the 3 great sacred lands, Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, into the land of fire. The toads of Mount Myaboku lived in a pond covered by giant lotus leaves. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave coiled within warm rock layers hundreds of meters underground. The slugs of Shikatsu Forest dwelled in an ancient forest forever shrouded in mist. He walked into a small stone house at the meeting point of the 3 sacred lands. The 3 sages, Gamamaru, the White Snake Sage, and Katsuyu Sage, were already waiting there in their true forms or clone forms. I want to ask something. Uchiha Gen didn't bother with small talk. Before the Sage of Six Paths founded Ninshu and distributed chakra to the world, this continent had no chakra at all. Back then, what did people rely on to cultivate? Gamamaru squatted on his cushion, both hands resting on a cane longer than his body. His massive eyelids slowly lifted, and in his yellow-toed eyes was reflected the ripple pattern of Uchiha Gen's Rinnegan. You want to know the cultivation system from before chakra was born. Is it to find a path for those commoners who will never be able to condense chakra? Or to leave the ninja a trump card in an extreme situation where chakra is completely sealed? Both. Gamamaru fell silent for a long while before speaking again. Before chakra was born, the world had its own laws. Swordsmanship, archery, military strategy, farming. Mortals tempered themselves through skill without relying on external power. There was also an even older branch. It used one's own spirit to connect with heaven and earth. No chakra was needed. One relied purely on will to sense nature. The White Snake Sage coiled up its long body, and a faint glint flashed through its vertical pupils. At the same time, the Slug Sage's antennae gave a light nod. The 3 sages exchanged glances. Gamamaru continued, the 3 great sage regions have preserved complete inheritance systems. If you want them, take them. In the quiet meditation room in the back courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on a cushion. Spread out before him were 3 complete inheritance systems. Mount Myaboku's natural perception, Ryuchi Cave's body tempering art, and Shikatsu Forest's natural energy balancing art. These were the core inheritances the 3 great sage regions had preserved for thousands of years without ever passing them on. Before chakra was born, the cultivators on this continent had relied on these methods to communicate with heaven and earth. But he did not rush to cultivate them. If this system had truly been powerful enough, then when Kaguya descended back then, this continent would not have been completely helpless. He did not reject it wholesale, nor did he accept it wholesale. Chakra had been brought by the God Tree, but the God Tree itself was also a product nurtured by natural energy. Since natural energy could give birth to chakra, then chakra should also be able to reverse transform into natural energy. There was no need to rely on the God Tree. No need to rely on Kaguya. He only needed to find the most fundamental conversion formula between the two. In the first year of his secluded cultivation, he dismantled the inheritance systems of the 3 great sage regions into their most basic law modules. In the second year, he began trying to convert chakra and natural energy in both directions. In the third year, he suppressed all the chakra in his body into the deepest part of a seal, then used pure natural energy to perform a standard ninjutsu release. In the fourth year, he used natural energy to reverse deduce all of chakra's basic nature transformations. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, as well as yin release and yang release. In the fifth year, Tsunade placed a bowl of red bean soup outside the meditation room door, and he lifted it through the air with natural energy and took a sip. In the sixth year, Sasuke turned 12. The toads of Mount Myaboku called this reverse engineering sage mode. The White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave said the kid was rewriting the laws of the world. The Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest was the most practical and only said one sentence. It worked. Uchiha Gen pushed open the door to the meditation room. In his hand was a thin booklet with not a single word on the cover. The old pine tree in the courtyard had grown another full ring thicker. Tsunade sat beneath the corridor eaves with a bowl of red bean soup in hand. When she saw him come out, one brow lifted. Makoto poked her head out from inside the house. There was flour on her apron, and a smile on her face. Sasuke stood in the yard with a shuriken in hand. His black hair even thicker than his father's had been back then. The 12-year-old boy had shot up in height. His features had opened up, and even the way he stood and pressed his lips together was exactly the same as his father. Kazuki leaned against the courtyard wall with a blade of grass in his mouth, his forehead protector tied across his forehead. Shien walked out of the courtyard and found that the village had barely changed at all. Minato was still the Hokage. Kurama still went to the barbecue shop on East Street every day to eat grilled meat. Naruto still argued with Sasuke on the way to school every day. Kakashi and Obito were still being trained by Hashirama every day until they wished they were dead. Orochimaru's laboratory, on the other hand, had gained 3 more underground levels. He pushed open the lab door. Orochimaru was standing in front of a massive chakra terminal, and dense streams of data were running across the display. When he saw Uchiha Gen come in, he raised one finger to signal him to wait a moment. His finger quickly traced several operation symbols in the air. Then he pressed in the final line of code before turning around. The game was finished in your 3rd year of seclusion. Single-player mode, world mode, the Otsutsuki invasion instance, full real data simulation, all of it was made according to the design draft you gave. Lord Hashirama served as chief tester for 3 years. He said fighting the Otsutsuki was harder than fighting Madara at the Valley of the End back then. Orochimaru paused, and a trace of faint dissatisfaction flashed through his vertical pupils. You went into seclusion for 6 years. I managed the game project for you for 6 years. If you disappear into seclusion again without a word, I'll change the final boss in the game to your name. Uchiha Gen placed the thin booklet in his hand onto the table. The basic cultivation art can gradually convert the chakra in the body into natural energy. It doesn't cripple chakra. It turns chakra into natural energy that can keep growing. In the future, even commoners will be able to cultivate. They won't be restricted by chakra talent anymore. He paused. Add this into the game. Put it in the prelude before the Otsutsuki invasion. Make every player learn this cultivation method first, then go fight the aliens. Orochimaru took the booklet and flipped through several pages. His vertical pupils widened slightly. Then he looked up at Uchiha Gen. You stayed in seclusion for 6 years. Just for this? There's more. Uchiha Gen did not explain. He turned and walked out of the laboratory. Uchiha Gen landed on a barren planet. Kaguya stood behind him, her white hair drifting gently in the wind. The desolate planet before them was about the same size as the moon. Its entire surface was covered in gray rock strata, with no trace of life whatsoever. It was one of the abandoned spatial coordinates Orochimaru had dug out from the lunar ruins. Shien raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. No hand seals. No charging. A pure power, one that had surpassed the domain of the 6 paths, surged from his palm. Silently, casually, his strike was not an explosion, nor was it shattering. It directly dismantled the material existence structure of the planet from the level of laws. In that instant, the entire barren planet collapsed inward from the center and spread outward. Rock layers, mineral veins, planetary core, all of it dissolved into the finest particles and scattered into the void. A moment later, all that remained in the space where the barren planet had been was a clear vacuum. He withdrew his hand and turned to ask Kaguya. That strike just now used less than half my power. On the homeworld, where do you think that would rank? Kaguya was silent for a long time. Her Rinne Sharingan reflected that empty stretch of vacuum. Less than half your power. A casual strike. The material existence structure of a planet-level body instantly dismantled, leaving no wreckage behind, and without any obvious leakage of law fluctuations. On the homeworld, your majesty should have only one opponent left. Otsutsuki Shirbai. Shien knew that name. In the original story, Shirbai was the user of Shinjutsu. He could turn any fantasy into reality, alter others' cognition at will, tamper with others' memories, and even casually smear away the boundary between life and death. He had already surpassed the 6 paths and could destroy planets with a casual move, but against a rule-type ability like Shirbai's, he still did not have 100% confidence. This was not a matter of greater or lesser power. This was a collision between rules and rules. Before personally clashing with him, it was impossible to estimate the probability of victory. Got it. Right now, my odds against Shirbai still aren't high enough. He tucked his hand back into his sleeve. The imperial decree was posted across every public notice board in the Land of Fire on an ordinary morning. The contents were brief. All citizens of the Land of Fire, whether ninja or commoner, the first person to complete the full conversion of the basic cultivation art in the game Otsutsuki Invasion shall be awarded 1 youth-preserving elixir. The youth-preserving elixir can restore youth and extend lifespan by 400 years. By this decree, Emperor Shien, the entire Land of Fire went insane. Not figuratively, actually insane. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen flipped over his menu and wrote strategy notes on the back. The elders of the Hyuga clan collectively bulk-bought chakra terminals. Even Hashirama set up 3 machines in the Dark Guard headquarters office, and after work every day, Tobarama urged him online to grind levels. The most outrageous one was the Kimchi Choza. He barbecued while AFK cultivating, and only after burning 6 full trays of meat did his wife drive him out of the kitchen. The automatic seeding ninja tools in the farmlands ran day and night without rest, freeing laborers from the fields and giving people enough time to immerse themselves in the virtual world. In the lab, Orochimaru watched the back-end data. The number of simultaneous players had already skyrocketed from a few 100,000 to several million, and the data team had worked so much overtime that they were all sleeping on floor mats in the laboratory. Senju clan grounds. Uchiha Gen sat beneath the corridor eaves. The chakra inside his body had already been completely transformed into natural energy. Even without the Rinnegan, he could sense the flow of energy in every person in the courtyard. Sasuke stood in the middle of the yard. 12 years old, freshly graduated from the ninja academy, his forehead protector tied around his brow. His black hair and the Uchiha crest swayed slightly in the wind. Uchiha Gen set down his teacup. About to graduate, huh? Did any girls in your class confess to you? Sasuke's expression did not move in the slightest. He let out a snort through his nose. Yes. I ignored all of them. The hand Tsunade was using to hold the red bean soup stopped in midair. Then Uchiha Gen stood up, walked in front of Sasuke, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into the yard. His fist came down straight onto Sasuke's head. Sasuke clutched his head, his Sharingan instinctively opening, a single tomo spinning inside his pupils. Dad, what are you doing? Fight back. The second punch came down again, beaten so hard that he kept stumbling backward. Sasuke raised an arm and blocked his father's next punch. Father and son instantly started throwing hands in the courtyard with a rapid series of crackling blows. You're fucking embarrassing me. When I was your age, I was already making eyes at your mom Tsunade, and look at you. Every girl in your class confessed to you, and you ignored every single one? You're even prouder than Uchiha Madara. Madara at least knew how to say a few words to Hashirama. What about you? You won't even give them a sentence. Sasuke blocked his fist and gritted his teeth. I don't even like them. Why should I pay attention to them? Under the corridor, Tsunade laughed so hard she nearly spilled her red bean soup. Makoto stuck her head out from the kitchen, still holding a soup ladle in her hand. She glanced at the father and son brawling in the courtyard, let out a sigh and pulled back inside. She was used to it by now. Really used to it. When Hahue was little, this was the same scene whenever his father pinned him to the ground to train taijutsu. The only difference was that Hahue did not talk back when he got beaten. Uchiha Gen pinned Sasuke to the ground and patted the dust off his hands. What about Naruto? Does that brat have someone he likes? Sasuke sat up from the ground, rubbing the bump on his head. His one-tomo Sharingan still had not faded. He touched his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Then the expression on his face became extremely complicated. Later, when Tsunade described that look to Makoto, she used 4 words. Deep resentment. If you're asking who he's close with, then it's probably Hinata. That girl from the Hyuga clan. Didn't Boruto say it back when he came here? His maternal grandfather is Hayashi Hyuga. Lord Hayashi and Uncle Minato already agreed in private a long time ago that they wouldn't interfere with the kids dating. Now Naruto walks to school and back with Hinata every single day. Every single day. Sasuke's voice rose by half a pitch. I was his desk mate for 6 years, and he only invited me to walk with him for 2 of them. For the other 4 years, he went to school and came back with Hinata every day. It was obvious that Sasuke's resentment ran very deep. Tsunade laughed out loud. She was not laughing because Sasuke got beaten. She was laughing at the expression on his face that clearly said, my best bro got stolen away. Uchiha Gen looked at his younger son, the corner of his mouth curving slightly upward. So it's not that you don't want to find someone. It's that after Naruto did, you were the only one left. Sasuke whipped his head around. I was not. I don't care who he walks with. Uchiha Gen looked at him. Every word you just said was full of care. Sasuke's face turned red, and he twisted his head to the side, putting romance over friendship. Makoto and Tsunade exchanged a glance. The corners of both mothers' lips rose at the same time. Uchiha Gen returned to the corridor and picked up his teacup again. Your generation is about to graduate. Where do you want to go after that? The police force? The shadow guards? Or a genin squad with Naruto and Hinata? Sasuke fell silent for a moment. Then he let the Sharingan fade, and his black pupils returned to calmness. I'll team up with Naruto. Hinata too. Usually, I'll go to the shadow guards to train with Big Brother Kakashi and Big Brother Obito. Uchiha Gen nodded. In his heart, he brought up the matter he had been considering lately. The ninja world had already been unified. All the conspiracies from the original story that would have driven Sasuke to defect had long since been uprooted by him. There would be no Uchiha Massacre Night, no revenge, no cursed seal from Orochimaru. There were no Chunin exams either, no confrontation with Tsunade, no grand event watched by the entire ninja world. This generation of children would forever be seedlings raised inside a greenhouse. He could not possibly start another war just to give the youngsters some real experience. But he could hold a competition, a joint Chunin tournament that every administrative region would come to participate in. Once Xian decided on something, he acted immediately. He took out his phone and called the former 5 Kage, telling them about the Chunin exams. Aside from Minato, who was already in Konoha, the other 4 all gladly agreed. After all, they had not seen each other in a long time. Development had only gotten better over the past few years. The civilians and the ninja no longer wanted war, and the villages had money to spare now. Back then, they had to rely on handouts from the daimyo. Now, the ninja villages were the ones in charge. And in truth, they also had questions specifically about this game. They had all played up to the Otsutsuki invasion arc, so they wanted to ask Xian whether this Otsutsuki was real or fake. After that, Xian posted an announcement on the forum. 1 month from now, the Chunin exams would be held. Any genin from the 5 major administrative regions of fire, earth, wind, water, and lightning could participate. Whoever took first place would receive a reward from Emperor Xian. Money, ninjutsu, one-on-one guidance, or even a youth-preserving potion. The moment the news was released, the entire ninja world shook. All the genin were so excited they could not sleep. Some had already packed their bags and headed for Konoha. As for Konoha itself, there was not enough space, so as expected, Lord Hashirama, the commander of the Shadow Guards, would release to build a ring of viewing stands. The ground was paved with concrete, the ceiling barriers were reinforced, and the Forest of Death was put under complete surveillance so the people could enjoy watching to their heart's content. The day after the news of the joint Chunin tournament was sent out, Uchiha Gen was lying beneath the corridor eaves in the Senju clan grounds, while Kagaya knelt beside him and massaged his shoulders. The fingers of the chakra progenitor moved with even force. Her 9-tomo Rinnegan stared intently at her own hands, her expression so serious it looked like she was calculating the yin-yang ratio for the all-killing ash bones. Kagaya had recently started eating. Tsunade had said that since she was free anyway, she might as well. Makoto had said, "Taste my cooking." The 2 mistresses of the house had taken turns persuading her for 3 days, and the chakra progenitor had finally picked up a bowl of red bean soup. Uchiha Gen saw it all, but did not expose it. He knew very well what Tsunade and Makoto were planning. They wanted to turn Kagaya from His Majesty's subordinate into a member of the family. Once that change was complete, if he ever went risking his life in other timelines again, Kagaya would be a ready-made bodyguard and nanny. He would just let things happen naturally. The courtyard gate was slammed open. Not knocked, slammed. Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata rushed in with the cold wind of early winter wrapped around them. Naruto ran in front, his blonde hair blown into a bird's nest, 3 registration forms clenched in his hand. "Grandpa Xian, hurry up and give us special training." Sasuke followed behind him, the Uchiha crest swaying slightly in the wind. He was trying hard to maintain the coldness passed down through the Uchiha line, but his eyes were full of urgency he could not hide. Hinata came in last. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was panting from the run, and the pupils of her Byakugan reflected the old pine tree in the courtyard. Uchiha Gen raised his eyelids slightly and had Kagaya stop. "What are you 3 doing here?" "Father, we received the notice for the Chunin exams and already signed up." Sasuke stepped forward. "But we're still not strong enough. We went to Big Brother Kakashi, and Big Brother Kakashi said he was trained by you too, Father." Naruto took over, his voice loud enough to scare the birds right out of the old pine. "So I said, if that's the case, then why not just come straight to Grandpa Xian? So here we are." Uchiha Gen looked at the 3 freshly graduated genin and slowly sat up. Sasuke had only a 1-tomo Sharingan. Naruto's chakra control was still a total mess. Hinata's 8 trigrams palm had only been trained up to 32 palms. At this level, if they went to the joint Chunin exams between the 5 major administrative regions, the poison users from Sunagakure would wipe them out in the first round in the Forest of Death. He nodded. "Fine. There's less than a month left before the exams. I'll give you some special training, but be mentally prepared. This next month will be harder than any training you've ever gone through in your lives. If anyone can't take it, you can quit now. Whoever quits is..." Naruto glanced at Hinata, swallowed the second half of that sentence, and changed his words. "No one is quitting." Uchiha Gen raised his right hand. The light of the Rinne Sharingan revolved in the depths of his pupils, and a genjutsu enveloped all 3 of them at once. 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds passed in reality, but all 3 of them suddenly snapped their eyes open, their pupils shrinking violently. Naruto's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Sasuke's Sharingan spun madly in its sockets. The veins around Hinata's Byakugan bulged. Uchiha Gen said, "The genjutsu simulates a real battlefield. The rules are simple. Survive. In the early stage it'll be one-on-one. After that, the difficulty will keep increasing. By the end, it might even be 1 against 100. No team cooperation allowed. Each of you clears it alone. When you pass this stage, come see me. Beside him, Kaguya slowly flexed her fingers, and a faint trace of a smile flashed through her 9-tomo Rinnegan. Clearly, she had remembered the scene from back then, when she had stabbed at Uchiha Gen with all her strength using all-killing ash bones. From that day on, the lives of the three little ones turned into pure misery. The only happy time they had was when they ate. Mikoto's red bean soup and grilled fish were brought to the side of the training ground. The three of them each sat in a corner. Only after clearing the stage would they get meat to eat. If they failed, they could only drink soup. Naruto went 3 days without eating grilled fish because his nerves were too rough. Once there were too many people around him, he got confused. Enemies were on his left, right, front, and back. He couldn't tell which were genjutsu constructs and which were real entities. On the first day, he fought 5 clones and got stabbed 3 times. On the second day, he fought 8, dodged 5 strikes, and in the end got pinned to the wall by 3 clones throwing kunai at the same time. On the 4th day, he fought 10. He finally saw through all the attack paths of the clones, only to realize his shuriken pouch was empty. Then the last clone punched him flat onto the ground. "Naruto, where are your shuriken?" "I threw them all." "Why did you throw them all?" "Because there were too many enemies." The corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth twitched. Sasuke improved the fastest out of the 3. The natural calmness in Uchiha blood let him move through the simulated battlefield like a fish in water. With a 1-tomo Sharingan, he could judge the attack paths of multiple enemies at the same time. On the 10th day, at the same level of strength, he could already hold 1 against 20 without losing. On the 15th day, he completed 1 against 30. When he came out of the genjutsu, he was drenched in sweat, but there was an arc at the corner of his mouth he couldn't suppress no matter what. Hinata's improvement speed was steady and average. Her Byakugan far surpassed Sasuke's Sharingan and Naruto's chakra sensing in detection range, but her weakness on the offensive end dragged her down badly at first. It wasn't until a week into training that she finally changed her approach and stopped using the 8 trigrams palm. She switched to defensive counters. When the enemy attacked, she dodged and struck Tenketsu. They attacked again, she dodged again and struck Tenketsu again. On the 13th day, she completed 1 against 10. When she came out of the genjutsu, the Hyuga heiress still had her Byakugan activated. The veins at her temples were throbbing, but her eyes were smiling. Half a month later, the individual combat abilities of the 3 of them had been squeezed to their current limits. Sasuke stabilized at 1 against 20, Naruto at 1 against 15, and Hinata at 1 against 10. Uchiha Gen switched to a different genjutsu. This time it was team combat. The 3 of them were thrown into the simulated battlefield at the same time. Their opponents were a standard Jonin squad, 4 Jonin in total, each with different specialties, balanced in offense and defense. 20 minutes later, the 3 of them stumbled out of the genjutsu soaked through. Naruto lay on the ground, gulping for air. Sasuke sat against the wall. Hinata crouched by the door. They had won. They had broken through the encirclement of the Jonin squad and wiped out the enemy completely. Naruto's Rasengan blasted the enemy Jonin captain into the air. Sasuke's fire release sealed off the entire retreat route. Hinata's Byakugan locked down the entire battlefield. Starting tomorrow, team training. In the exam hall, your teammates. Work on your coordination first. At the same time, at the Minato household, Naruto hadn't come home for half a month, so his room had directly been left empty. During this period, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki came home from work on time every day. They didn't even make dinner anymore. They just leaned back on the sofa, watched TV, read books, and slowly sipped tea. Kurama had been politely invited out of the house by the 2 of them. "Kurama, Naruto's staying at the training ground these days. You should go keep him company." "I'm not a babysitter." Naruto's eating boxed meals alone at the training ground. It's pretty pitiful. Kurama fell silent for a moment, then walked off toward the training ground on his 4 short little legs. As for what exactly the people in the house wanted to do, that was not something outsiders would ever know. The day before the joint Chunin exams, the streets of Konoha were packed with people. Genin from the 5 major administrative regions crammed every shop on East Street. The puppet users from Sunagakure formed a long line outside Ichiraku Ramen. The lightning release brats from Kumogakure had already split several rounds of training posts apart. The earth release team from Iwagakure was lurking around the outer edge of the Forest of Death, trying to scout the terrain ahead of time, only to be blocked back by the barrier of the ANBU guards. The new generation from Kirigakure was the quietest. Dressed uniformly in light blue yukata, they filed through the hot spring district, led by Mei Terumi, 18 years old, not yet the Mizukage, but those emerald green eyes already carried a bit of the bearing of the future 5th Mizukage. Inside the Senju clan grounds, Uchiha Gen didn't arrange any training at all for the 3 little ones. Sasuke was wiping down shuriken in the back courtyard. Naruto and Hinata were playing chess under the corridor. Naruto had already lost 4 rounds in a row, and right after the 5th one started, he lost a corner again. Kurama was curled up on the sofa watching TV, one tail draped over the armrest, with a strip of dried squid in his mouth. Kaguya came out from the side courtyard, her white hair tied into a ponytail. For once, she was wearing an ordinary home kimono commonly seen in the Senju clan grounds. She stopped in the middle of the courtyard and said one sentence to Sasuke. When using fire release hand seals, your left ring finger can be half a beat faster. Then she left, leaving Sasuke standing there frozen with a shuriken in his hand. At dusk, the Hokage building. The 5 Kage, now the highest officials of the 5 major administrative regions, had all arrived. Inoki sat on the sofa with a cane. The 4th Hokage stood by the window with his arms crossed. Beside Mei Terumi was the soon-to-retire 4th Mizukage. Because of the tailed beast, Raza was no longer as violently unstable as he had been in his previous life, so he was living quite happily now. Minato Namikaze sat in the main seat, his Hokage robe draped over the back of the chair. Uchiha Gen pushed open the door. Kaguya followed behind him, white hair, Byakugan, and a faint golden slit at the center of her brow. Her 9-tomo Rinnegan had not yet opened. Inoki spoke first. The old man was older than he had been a few years ago, but the sharp light in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Your Majesty, this old man made it to the 3rd stage of that game. The Otsutsuki clan in the game. They really exist, don't they? Uchiha Gen sat down in the main seat and took the tea Minato handed him. Yes. He tilted his head slightly, indicating Kaguya behind him. She is from the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra. Kaguya lowered her head slightly and said nothing. The Otsutsuki clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. The rules are similar to the old Hyuga clan. The branch family is branded with the caged bird seal, and the main family controls everything. As a branch family princess, Kaguya came to this continent together with an envoy from the main family to plant the god tree. Once the god tree absorbed enough chakra, a branch family member had to be sacrificed in order to harvest the fruit. The one who was supposed to be sacrificed was her. At the very last moment, she ambushed the main family envoy, Otsutsuki Ishiki, and fed Ishiki to the god tree instead. Then she ate the fruit of the god tree and became the strongest existence on this continent at the time, at the peak of 6 paths. Inoki's teacup stopped halfway to his mouth. On this continent, with the blessings of the people, she gave birth to 2 children, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura. Later, mother and sons turned against each other, and Hagoromo and Himura joined forces to seal her on the moon. Hagoromo founded Ninshu and shared chakra with the world. Himura remained on the moon and gave rise to the branch family of the Otsutsuki there. Uchiha Gen took a sip of tea. A few years ago, I went to the moon, wiped out the Otsutsuki branch family there, dug out Himura's Tensigen while I was at it, and released Kaguya. The 4th Hokage frowned. She is your subordinate now? His handmaiden. Kaguya's voice was very soft. His Majesty granted me freedom. I chose to remain by his side. Inoki set down his teacup. The old man's voice grew heavier than before, the kind of voice that came from someone truly advanced in years when they were seriously worried. Your Majesty said she was sealed for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, the Otsutsuki main family will notice sooner or later that something is wrong. Not a single envoy they sent ever went back. Your Majesty, how much longer do you think until they arrive? Uchiha Gen looked out the window. The setting sun was sinking behind the Hokage rock, coating the faces of the previous Hokage in a dark golden glow. Maybe 10 years. Maybe next year. If they don't come, then nothing happens. But if they do, there's a chance they will be existences at the peak of the 6 paths. Any random member of the Otsutsuki main family is above Kage level. By my classification, the few of you are Kage level. Captain Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are super Kage level. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Himura are mid-stage 6 paths. Kaguya is peak 6 paths. I've already broken through the 6 paths realm. I call it demigod. Only by reaching the peak of demigod, or even breaking through into true god level, would I have the confidence to clash with their strongest. He set his teacup down on the table. The reason I called you here this time is, first, it's been a long time since we last met, so let us gather. Second, I wanted to tell you this in person. Aliens really do exist. The game is not fiction. Third, the basic cultivation method I distributed, practice it. If you completely convert all the chakra in your body into natural energy like I did, Kage level can rise to Super Kage, and Super Kage can touch the threshold of the 6 paths. When I had just broken through the 6 paths before, I was only at the early demigod stage. After completing the full conversion, I'm now standing at the peak of demigod. That night, the 5 chief administrators did not hold an emergency meeting. Inoki dragged the 4th Hokage to an izakaya on East Street. After 2 cups of sake, the old man started lamenting that he had fought wars his whole life, only for the final enemy to not even be on the ninja world map. The Hokage stayed silent and drained an entire flask of sake in one go, saying that no matter where the enemy came from, his lightning release chakra mode would still beat them all the same. Mei Terumi sat in the corner, her jade-green eyes gazing out the window, and casually asked what aliens looked like and whether they were easy to kill. Raza did not drink. He simply reached out and rubbed Gaara's head beside him, while sand silently circled once across the tabletop. When Minato returned home, Naruto had just come back from Shen's place and was sprawled over the table, clutching his rice bowl and stuffing food into his mouth. Kushina was sitting nearby, putting food into his bowl. Kurama had one leg crossed over the other while watching TV. Minato stood in the doorway for a few seconds, then walked in, sat down next to Naruto, and rubbed his head. Naruto looked up and mumbled unclearly, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Minato smiled. "Nothing. Good luck on the exam tomorrow." That night, several of the highest administrative leaders all lost sleep. What the emperor had said was simply too outrageous. But they had no choice except believe it because that was the emperor. He would not deceive them, and disdained doing so. On the day of the joint Chunin exams, Konoha's sky was completely cloudless. The circular viewing platform built with would release by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was packed with people, spectators from the 5 major administrative regions, the Jonin leading teams from each village, retired old ninja, and ninja academy students brought by their schools to watch the matches. On the central high platform, Minato Namikaze stood in the morning light, one corner of his Hokage robe lifted by the wind. He did not make a long speech. He only said one sentence. "I hereby declare that the first joint Chunin exams of the ninja world officially begin." Uchiha Gen did not show himself. He sat in his private box at the highest point of the viewing platform, while Kagaya stood behind him peeling oranges for him. The written exam had already ended. This time, there were no questions like what the effective range of a shuriken was. Instead, the test covered citizen studies, who land belongs to, what a ninja's duty is, and why workers are entitled to the fruits of their labor. Naruto and Sasuke answered quickly. Their fathers were the very people who made the rules. Ever since they were little, they had heard this stuff at the dinner table so often their ears had practically grown calluses. Hinata had always been a good student. After finishing her paper, she even checked it over twice. At the entrance to the Forest of Death, the 3 little ones stood in the middle of the main path. Naruto tightened his forehead protector. Sasuke flexed his finger joints. Hinata had already activated her Byakugan, and the veins at the corners of her eyes bulged slightly. The first written test eliminated 30%. Now listen carefully to the rules of the Forest of Death. The examiner was Kakashi Hatake. His hands were in his pockets, and the deadfish eyes under his forehead protector looked as lifeless as ever, but his voice carried clearly to everyone. Passing scrolls are scattered throughout the forest. Some are real, and some are fake. If you open a real scroll, it will display a pass mark. Find the reviewer and hand it over and you pass directly. Fake scrolls will launch fireworks. Very big ones. Very loud ones. Your position will be locked onto by every nearby squad at the same time. There's another way to pass. Eliminate 3 other squads. That also counts. The encirclement will gradually shrink over time. If you don't want to get herded around by the Jonin examiners, then go fight on your own. That's all. Naruto was the first to rush into the forest. Sasuke and Hinata followed close behind. The 3 of them stopped beneath a giant tree so wide it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. The canopy overhead was so dense that not a trace of light got through. In the distance, the sound of the first fireworks exploding had already rang out. Someone had just gone in and immediately gotten hit. Naruto found a scroll in a pile of dead leaves on the ground. It was half buried beneath a piece of rotting wood, almost blended into the fallen leaves completely. But Uzumaki Naruto never needed the Byakugan to find things. He relied on instinct. There's one right here the moment we came in. He looked at Sasuke. You opening it or me? I'll do it. Sasuke picked up the scroll and looked it over, but did not open it right away. Naruto, you said earlier we should use a clone to open it first? Yeah. Naruto's eyes lit up. Have a clone open it and we hide behind it. If it's real, we pass immediately. If it's fake, he grinned. Then we have the clone pretend to be us and lure people over. Perfect chance to take out 3 squads and advance directly. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll do it your way this time. Hinata softly added, I think Naruto's plan is good too. A smile in her Byakugan eyes. The 3 of them retreated behind a massive boulder. Naruto formed hand seals, and a shadow clone emerged from the smoke, carefully placing the scroll in the middle of the clearing. Then it backed away a few steps and pulled. Bang, orange fire shot into the sky. The fireworks exploded above the canopy into a giant mushroom cloud, louder than any explosive tag Naruto had ever heard. Sure enough, it was fake. The shadow clone immediately transformed into the appearances of the 3 of them and started dashing wildly through the forest, creating the illusion of panicked flight. The real trio had already each taken up ambush positions. Sasuke crouched on a tree trunk. Naruto hid behind the giant rock. Hinata's Byakugan locked onto every chakra fluctuation approaching through the thick layers of brush. They're here. 1 squad straight ahead. Mist headbands. 3 people. Fast. Sasuke lowered his voice. His Sharingan slowly spun in the darkness. Reflected in his one-tomo pupils were 3 figures, 2 male ninja running in front, and one female ninja following behind. The Mist Squad leader running at the front was a heavily built boy, gripping a straight sword without a guard in his hand. The moment he saw the three shadows fleeing in panic, he accelerated at once. Don't let them get away. Grab the scroll and pull out. A dark figure dropped from the tree branch above his head, and a kunai pressed precisely against his throat. You're too loud. Sasuke's voice came from behind him. At the same time, Naruto flashed out from behind the boulder, and multiple shadow clones surrounded the second male mist ninja completely. Hinata attacked from the flank, using the gentle fist to strike the female ninja's pressure points and seal the meridians in both her shoulders. The Mist Squad leader gritted his teeth and tried to turn his head to look at Sasuke, but Sasuke pushed the kunai forward another half-inch. Eliminated. The reviewer's voice came from the trees. In the viewing platform box, Uchiha Gen lowered his head and looked at the forest below, hidden beneath the canopy, while Kagaya beside him neatly arranged orange slices on a plate. He turned and glanced at Mei Terumi. Mei felt the gaze and stared at the forest of death below with her jade-green eyes. Her face was completely expressionless, but the ear hidden by her long hair had gone red. She had seen that Mist Squad's situation clearly just now. Before charging into the encirclement, the female ninja in the rear had hesitated for a step and said, "Captain, this is way too obvious." But the captain had not listened at all. He just raised his sword and rushed right in. They couldn't even spot a trap that obvious. When they got back, they were getting special training. Special training. Brutal special training. In her heart, Mei Terumi had already multiplied the training volume for all three of them by 5. Inside the forest of death, Sasuke and Naruto released their little snake and had it carry the fake scroll in its mouth, while crawling in another direction, setting off fireworks as it moved. This was the pattern they had discovered. Fake scrolls might be useless, but the fireworks they triggered could draw in even more prey. The second time, a squad of Iwagakure genin was lured over by the fireworks. Hinata's Byakugan locked down the route of all three targets. Then Sasuke and Naruto, using taijutsu and shadow clones together, took all of them down. For the third time, a squad from Sunagakure hesitated around the fake scroll for a long while, but in the end, they still rushed in. The three little ones attacked at the same time from 3 different directions. Eliminated. The examiner's voice rang out for the third time. 3 times. Enough. The examiner in the tree flipped over the record tag in his hand. You 3 pass. Go wait in the rest area. Naruto put the shuriken back into his pouch and clapped his hands. What did I say? Clone fireworks. Works great, right? For once, Sasuke didn't talk back. The corner of his mouth only curved up slightly. Hinata looked at Naruto's smug expression. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the forest reflected in her Byakugan. The elimination rounds in the forest of death lasted a full day. When the final encirclement closed in at the edge of the forest, the examiner raised his hand. 10 squads had fought their way out from the original nearly 100 teams. 3 Konoha squads, 3 Kimogakure squads, 1 Kirigakure squad, 1 Sunagakure squad, and 2 Iwagakure squads. 30 genin stood inside the newly built central arena. The mud and blood on their bodies hadn't even been wiped clean yet, but the light in their eyes was brighter than the last. The finals bracket rolled across the massive chakra screen above the viewing platform. Single elimination. Winners advanced. Losers were out immediately. After Minato Namikaze announced the rules, the first match was Naruto against that big genin from Kirigakure. Naruto won cleanly and decisively. No Ninetales chakra eruption. Just pure shadow clone tactics plus Rasengan. A complete crush in chakra reserves. A complete crush in battle IQ. As he walked off the arena after clapping his hands, he shouted in Sasuke's direction, "You're up. Don't embarrass me." Sasuke ignored him. Beneath his forehead protector, his black eyes had already turned crimson. 3 Tomo Sharingan. He had awakened it during this past month. Every single day, Shen had thrown him into simulated battlefields with genjutsu and ground him down. Ground him down until his chakra pathways hurt so badly he couldn't sleep. Ground him down until the Sharingan evolved on its own. And on top of that, there was Orochimaru's body-strengthening serum, Tsunade's personally prepared nutrition meals, and the daily real combat sparring Hui put him through. Shen had once commented on it. Your 3 Tomo wasn't awakened. Your daddy here stacked enough resources to force it out. Sasuke didn't refute that. He only let the corner of his mouth lift a little. Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara stepped out from Sunagakure's team, the gourd on his back casting a dark shadow under the sunlight. The dark circles around his eyes were nowhere near as heavy as in the original story, and there was none of that violent instability on his face that looked ready to lose control at any moment. In this world, Karura was still alive, and with Konoha's shared sealing techniques reinforcing it, Gaara's tailed beast seal was as stable as a rock. He had not yet become friends with Shikaku, but he could sleep peacefully now. No one would drag him out of bed in the middle of the night for assassination training anymore. Gaara's current personality was not violent. It was serious. so serious that he felt a little too quiet. Sasuke stood at the other end of the arena. Gaara's sand poured out of the gourd and spread into a yellow defensive layer around him.
Sasuke's Sharingan spun slowly.
He could see the flowing chakra lines inside the sand. Maternal automatic defense. Extremely fast. But there was a very tiny startup lag before it triggered. Body flicker. Sasuke's body flicker technique was nearly twice as fast as it had been a month ago. He appeared directly at Gaara's right side, thrusting a kunai toward a gap in the sand layer. Gaara's sand blocked it automatically, but Sasuke had already flickered to the left side. Then above him. Then directly behind him. The sand's defense grew thinner and thinner, and Gaara's brows slowly drew together. Sand waterfall flow. Gaara spread all 5 fingers, and a huge mass of sand surged across the entire arena like ocean waves, trying to trap Sasuke within the range of sand coffin. Sasuke did not retreat. His hands formed seals. Chidori. Lightning release chakra erupted at his fingertips with a piercing cry of 1,000 birds. Blue arcs of electricity lit his face in flickering flashes. He charged straight into the incoming wave of sand. Chidori tore a massive gap through the sand wall, and he shot through it, thrusting straight toward Gaara's real body. Gaara's sand was half a beat too slow, returning to defend. Chidori stopped 1 inch in front of Gaara's chest. Sasuke withdrew his hand. The blue lightning dancing at his fingertips slowly faded. The 3 tomo in his crimson eyes turned slowly. He straightened up and pulled his hand back. You're a very good opponent. I hope we get another chance to spar in the future. Gaara was silent for a moment. Then the sand slowly retreated back into the gourd. He extended a hand. Sasuke lowered his head, looked at that hand, then shook it. Up on the viewing platform, Baki, the Sunigakure Jonin leading the team, folded his arms as a faint, nearly imperceptible smile slowly rose on his lips. Next was Nara Shikamaru versus Temari of Sunigakure. Shikamaru fought in a very lazy way. At least that was how it looked. The shadow possession jutsu spread across the ground like a net. Temari's cutting winds swept the arena into flying sand and stones, while Shikamaru just kept stepping backward into the wind, 1 step at a time. Then the shadow caught Temari by the heel. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head and said, "What a pain. I surrender." Temari froze where she stood, giant fan raised halfway in the air. She watched his slow, unhurried back as he walked off the arena, pressed her lips together again, and in the end still couldn't hold back a smile. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. Niji stepped out from Kumogakure's team. Tied to his forehead was not the cloth strip used to hide the caged bird seal, but the standard Konoha Jonin forehead protector. Ever since Uchiha Gen removed the caged bird seal from the Hyuga branch family, Niji's life no longer carried the same gloom it had in the original story. But he was still a total little sister fanatic. Standing on the arena, the way he looked at Hinata was exactly the same as more than 10 years ago, when he used to secretly watch his little cousin practice gentle fist in the courtyard. The two raised their hands. Seal of confrontation. 2 bursts of white chakra airflow exploded across the arena as the Hyuga clan's rotation clashed, and the veins around their temples bulged at the same time. Niji's 64 palms was as fast as lightning. Hinata's 32 palms was steady and grounded. They had grown up in the same courtyard. They had practiced the same style for far too many years. They knew each other's attack rhythms by heart. In the latter half of the fight, Niji deliberately slowed 1 strike. Hinata did not seize that opening. She had seen through it. Then she bypassed the opening and struck Niji's Genjing acupoint from the side. Niji dropped to 1 knee and lowered his head to look at the Tenketsu seal mark on his shoulder. Then he surrendered. When he stood up, he said something in Hinata's ear. Hinata froze for a moment, then smiled and turned to run off the stage. Naruto was standing by the edge of the arena. Hinata ran over and threw her arms around him. "I won, Naruto-kun." The instant she hugged him, Naruto felt a chill run down his back. And he was not mistaken. Up on the viewing platform, 3 pairs of activated Byakugan were staring at him at the same time. Hayashi Hyuga, Hizashi Hyuga, and Hyuga Niji. 3 people. 3 pairs of Byakugan. Their gazes were exactly the same as they locked onto Naruto Uzumaki, who was being hugged by Hinata. Shien raised his teacup, turned toward Minato beside him, and smiled. "Minato, your son's future days aren't going to be easy. Those 3 are watching him like hawks." Minato also raised his teacup. His face still wore that same gentle smile, but the surface of the tea inside was trembling slightly. Kurama sat in the corner of the private room with 1 leg crossed over the other, a tail draped over the armrest, a strip of shredded squid hanging from his mouth. "Minato, your son's been targeted by 3 Hyugas. Should I prepare a set of chakra armor in advance for him against Byakugan pressure point strikes?" Niji walked down from the arena, the pupils of his Byakugan returning to their normal pale gray. When he brushed past Naruto at the entrance to the competitor's waiting room, he paused for a moment. "Naruto." He smiled. "We should spar sometime when you're free." At the side, Hayashi Hyuga activated his Byakugan. Hisashi Hyuga did too. In the back row, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, quietly said to Jiraiya beside him, "The genin are fighting, but it's the jonin who are worrying." Jiraiya laughed twice and opened his copy of Ika Paradise. Hinata stood on the arena, the pupils of her Byakugan carrying an extremely faint tint of blue in the morning light. Across from her stood Temari, Sunagakure princess, her 3-star giant fan resting on her shoulder, the same lazy smile as Shikamaru hanging at the corner of her mouth. The referee's hand rose, then fell. The match begins. Temari had only just unfolded the first star on her fan when Hinata had already vanished from where she stood. This was not the standard startup for body flicker. This was the body flicker rotation she had been forced to develop by following Uchiha Gen through simulated battlefields. First use body flicker to close the distance, then release rotation during movement itself, turning a defensive technique into an offensive one. The chakra vortex of rotation exploded the instant she appeared in front of Temari. Temari did not even have time to fully open her second star before the shockwave from rotation slammed into her and forced her back 3 steps. Hinata's 8 trigrams 64 palms followed right after. She had held back just now when fighting Niji. He was the cousin she had grown up with since childhood. She knew Niji's rhythm and Niji knew hers. But Temari was not Niji. When the full 64 palms was finished, Tamari's giant fan had been sent flying and was now embedded at the edge of the arena. There were even bits of Konoha leaves stuck to the fan from rotation's whirlwind. She lowered her head and looked at the Tenketsu sealing marks on her chest, then looked up at Hinata, who was still breathing a little hard, and the corners of her mouth slowly curved up. "I concede." Temari pulled her fan out of the arena. As she walked off the field, she brushed past Shikamaru. Shikamaru muttered, "What a troublesome woman. You lost again," and got smacked on the head by Temari. The final match. Naruto versus Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood at opposite ends of the arena, and the morning light made the 30-step distance between them perfectly clear. From the first day they entered school at 6 years old, they had always stood facing each other like this, fighting over the last tomato in the classroom, competing with shuriken at the training ground, and trusting their backs to each other in the forest of death. Today they were going to fight a match on the arena. Naruto moved first. Multiple shadow clone jutsu spread out directly across half the arena, rushing at Sasuke from 3 directions at once. Sasuke's Sharingan turned slowly. Fire release. Great fireball technique burned away all the clones on the left, and then he used the body flicker technique to move to the right side. At the start, Sasuke had the absolute advantage. The precise chained body flicker attacks he had honed in simulated battlefields were flawless. Kunai sealed off Naruto's movements from 3 angles, forcing Naruto to retreat again and again. He could clearly see the tell behind Naruto's every move. He could predict the landing point of every shadow clone in advance. He could even interrupt Naruto's fingers with a kunai before Naruto finished forming hand seals. But Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves gradually began to show their advantage. The number of shadow clones went from 5 to 8, from 8 to more than 10, from more than 10 to the entire arena. Sasuke's chakra reserves were already at genius level among his peers, but compared to Naruto it still was not enough. His breathing gradually grew rougher. More and more sweat appeared on his face. Naruto, meanwhile, was still as lively as ever. There was an old saying, "You're afraid your brother will live a hard life, but you're also afraid your brother will drive a Land Rover." That was exactly how Sasuke felt right now. He thought of big brother Kazuya, invincible among the same generation, would release blooming at will. Mangekyo Sharingan too. Fine, whatever. Kazuya was his big brother, so he accepted it. But Naruto, that dead last who could not even use the clone jutsu properly back at the Ninja Academy, was now standing in the arena and forcing him to run all over the place with shadow clones. The angrier he got, the more he thought about it. The 3 Tomo Sharingan deep in his pupils began to collapse inward. The Naruto cells Orochimaru had previously injected into his body awakened from deep within his meridians and resonated violently with the released chakra of his own Uchiha bloodline. Something in the depths of his left eye cracked open like an eggshell. The pattern of the 3 Tomo began to bend, stretch, and connect end to end. Mangekyo Sharingan. The skeletal upper body of Susanoo exploded out from around Sasuke. The purple chakra skeleton propped up half the sky above the arena and blasted away all of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto fell back onto the arena floor and looked up at the scene. The purple half-body skeleton reflected in his blue eyes. Inside the viewing platform box, Shien Uchiha stood up. The eye power of Tokoyo silently covered the entire arena. Sasuke still stood on the arena with his eyes shut, not yet recovered from the intense emotions of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. Naruto was still holding the posture he had used at the last moment to block the skeleton's attack. Shien released Tokoyo, leaped down from the box, and landed in the center of the arena. He first patted Naruto on the head, then walked in front of Sasuke and tapped him on the head with his knuckle. Awake yet? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Inside the pupil of his left eye, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan was intricate and unfamiliar. It was not any Uchiha pattern he recognized. It was his own. Father, I lost. He spoke in a low voice. Behind him, that faintly glowing skeleton still stood on the arena, tinting even the shallow scar on his face with purple light. So what if you lost? Go back, figure out the Mangekyosai technique, then come again. After that, go find your uncle Orochimaru and have him give you a full checkup. He turned toward the referee stand and calmly announced, the winner is Naruto Uzumaki. As soon as Shien Uchiha made the announcement, the audience burst into cheers. Naruto quickly walked over to Sasuke's side and patted him. Hey Sasuke, was that Susanoo just now? That pressure was seriously intense. Sasuke turned his head and puffed up his cheeks, wanting to ignore him, but then he thought about how this was his good friend he had played with since childhood. So he turned back anyway. Yeah. My Mangekyo just awakened, so I'm still not familiar with it. Wait until I finish my physical checkup with Uncle Orochimaru, then let's spar again. Next time you won't wake up so easily, dead last Naruto. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto grabbed his arm and started dragging him toward Orochimaru's lab. Come on, perfect timing. I should go too. Your Susanoo scared me just now, so I'm gonna get my mental health checked. Up in the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Jiraiya, look, the bond of the new generation is just as deep. Jiraiya laughed and nodded at the side. Then, as a bonus, he pulled out a freshly written copy of Makeout Paradise and handed it over to his teacher with a lewd grin on his face. Old man, take some time to appreciate my new work. It's very intense. Once the exam ended, Anoki and the others left as well. No expression could be seen on their faces. All of them were weighed down with thoughts, because no one knew when the Otsutsuki would arrive. On Shien's side, after returning home, he lay down on the recliner while Kagaya continued massaging his body. Then Shien turned over and said, Kagaya, half a month from now, I'm preparing to travel through time. This time, I'm going to more than 1,000 years in the past, to when you and Ishiki first arrived. Once the fruit matures, I'll absorb the fruit and Ishiki, and you'll absorb your other self from that timeline. I'll give you the devouring art I designed myself. It can devour anything that increases cultivation. The only bad part is that it has to be refined slowly. As Kagaya pressed on him, she already felt something was off. Then when she heard Shien's words, she blushed and nodded, indicating that she understood. Kagaya closed the final page of the devouring art, and the Rinne Sharingan slowly faded from her forehead. Ever since following Shien Uchiha, she had learned things faster than at any point in the past 1,000 years. After coming out of the seal, her power had continued rising. Now, she had firmly stepped into the threshold of the demigod realm. Shien Uchiha stood beneath the covered walkway of the Senju clan grounds. Tsunade plucked off a pine needle that had fallen from the old pine tree onto his collar, while Makoto stuffed a scroll containing 1 month's worth of rations into his arms. He did not say at shortest a few days this time. He only touched the cheeks of his 2 wives, then crouched down and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Kanzuya leaned against the courtyard wall with a blade of grass in his mouth and waved at him. Dad, come back early. The seal over the ruins of Rorin was undone layer by layer under the eye power of the Rinne Sharingan. The space-time rift of the dragon veins opened silently, and the ninja world from more than 1,000 years ago was waiting on the other side. The white light faded, and the 2 of them stepped onto the land from 1,000 years earlier. The concentration of natural energy in the air was several times higher than in the ninja world he came from. Every breath felt like soaking in Mount Myaboku's toad oil. In the distance, the god tree had not yet been planted, and the invading fleet of the Otsutsuki main family had not yet arrived. This was a pure primitive age that belonged to the native life of this world. The 2 concealed their figures and swept across the undeveloped primeval forest. The canopy was so dense that it almost blocked out all light. Waves of beast chakra came rushing in from every direction, and many of those species had already gone extinct 1,000 years later. Half an hour later, Kagaya suddenly stopped, her Rinne Sharingan fixed on the front. Shien followed her gaze. Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku looked completely different from what he remembered. There were no artificially carved stone steps, no oil pools built by the toads, only giant lotus leaves covering the mountains and wild toads cultivating beneath them. The natural energy here was primal and dense, and on every leaf rested droplets of the purest Senjutsu chakra. At the highest stone peak, he found his target. A toad was squatting on the cushion at the top of the stone peak. It looked exactly like the old toad in his younger days. In his hand was a crystal ball, and that immediately made Uchiha Shien feel that something was off. But those huge yellow eyelids and the light in his eyes were no different from what they would be thousands of years later. The great toad sage, Gamamaru. Shien tilted his head and said softly to Kagaya, "Go to Ryuchi Cave and see what the white snake sage has been doing for the past 1,000 years. I'll keep an eye on this toad here." Kagaya nodded. Her white hair flashed once through the curtain of rain, then vanished. Uchiha Shien concealed his figure and sat down at the edge of the stone peak. He did not charge in and question him directly. He wanted to watch, to see what exactly this old toad was plotting. Rainwater streamed down along the edge of the stone peak. Xian sat cross-legged in the shadows, and the power of his Rinnegan passed through layer after layer of natural barriers, silently covering the entire peak. He could afford to wait. The ninja world more than 1,000 years later was already a chessboard in his palm. Mount Mayaboku more than 1,000 years earlier was even less likely to make him blink twice. About a quarter of an hour later, an extremely faint cough came from inside the stone cave. Gamamaru opened his huge frog eyes, his yellow pupils reflecting the dense rain curtain outside the cave. He raised one front paw, and a clear, flawless crystal ball floated up from a hidden compartment beneath the stone platform. Inside the crystal ball flowed a map of the ninja world from more than 1,000 years later. Xian recognized the borders of the Land of Fire, recognized the location of Konoha, and even recognized the outline of the old pine tree in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. Mamashiki, Urashiki, Ishiki. The Otsutsuki main family has suffered continuous losses on this planet. That Uchiha Gen has already surpassed the Sage of Six Paths, and Kagaya has been unsealed. Gamamaru's voice echoed through the empty stone cave. His front paw lightly brushed across the crystal ball, and the image turned into the depths of the starry sky, to the Otsutsuki homeworld guarded by 3 streams of chaotic spatial turbulence. The corners of his mouth slowly curved upward, revealing a smile Xian had never seen on Gamamaru's face before. Lord Otsutsuki Shirbai, a native demigod-level powerhouse not from the Otsutsuki main family line, has appeared on this planet. He has unified the ninja world, lifted Kagaya's seal, and is currently tempering new troops. This subordinate suggests advancing the invasion plan. An extremely faint but undeniably real space-time fluctuation spread out from the crystal ball. That was not chakra. It was not natural energy. It was the power of laws that Xian was all too familiar with from traveling through spacetime himself. A long-range communication at the level of spacetime law. Gamamaru was not some prophet. He was a sentinel planted on this planet by Otsutsuki Shirbai. He had been using this crystal ball all along to observe the changes in the ninja world. Xian did not move. He watched as Gamamaru hid the crystal ball back beneath the stone platform. He watched as the toad closed one eye and returned to a meditative posture. He watched as rain washed over the rock wall outside the cave. Then he slowly stood up. Oh, Shirbai's sentinel? After all these years, I finally found Shirbai's coordinates. I should thank you for that. Xian's voice came from the shadows, carrying coldness he did not bother to hide at all. Gamamaru's frog eyes snapped open. The crystal ball fell from midair. A black-haired, black-eyed human revealed himself at the cave entrance. Not chakra, not sage mode, but a law he could not understand. Kagaya flew back from the direction of Ryuchi Cave and landed beside Xian. Her clothes still carried the unique cold mist from the White Snake Sage's dwelling. She gave Xian a nod. Xian lowered his head and looked at the completely stiff Gamamaru in the stone cave. The corners of his mouth lifted. Now we can have a proper talk. Where is Otsutsuki Shirbai? Uchiha Xian, don't be too arrogant. Lord Shirbai's might is not something a mere mortal like you can comprehend. Lord Shirbai has already broken through to godhood. The toad spirit tried to look fierce, but was inwardly weak as he stared at Uchiha Xian and Kagaya. Little toad, if I'm not mistaken, what's inside that crystal ball is spacetime law, right? You use this crystal ball to monitor the ninja world. But there's one thing that doesn't add up. If you had this thing, Shirbai should have arrived long ago. But he still hasn't, which leaves only 2 explanations. First, this thing sees fast but transmits information very slowly. Second, Shirbai is probably at a critical moment in his breakthrough and has no time to bother with you. But what exactly is going on, we still don't know yet. Alright, you can die now, you old scheming bastard. For more than 1,000 years, it was all stirred up by you. Gamamaru did not even get to say another word before Xian burned him to death with a dojutsu. After that, he and Kagaya found a small mountain valley to stay in. Every day, they just looked at the scenery and waited for Ishiki to arrive with the Kagaya of this timeline. In the morning of the nameless valley, the mist had not yet fully dispersed. Kagaya walked out of the wood-style cabin carrying 2 cups of juice squeezed from wild fruit. The Kagaya from 1,000 years in the future had now fully adapted to her identity as His Majesty's maid. Even though this His Majesty spent every day either meditating or analyzing laws, and could not even be bothered to talk. The ninja world 1,000 years ago had no chakra, no ninjas, and no daimyo. It only had endless primitive forests stretching over the mountains and wild beasts living within them. The natural energy was so rich it almost condensed into mist. Every morning, a layer of faint golden haze drifted through the valley. More than 2 months later, at dusk one evening, the sky outside the valley was torn apart by a blazing streak of fire. A massive meteor dragged a flaming tail as it crashed down onto the eastern plain. Xian opened his eyes. At the center of the crater, a god tree sapling broke through the earth. Every inch its roots sank into the ground was madly drawing in natural energy. Otsutsuki Ishiki stood beside the god tree, his white hair perfectly still within the chakra storm. Beside him stood the Kagaya of this timeline, a branch family princess who had just been sent from the homeworld, her eyes still carrying the fatigue of long-distance travel. At the edge of the crater, Ishiki drew down the first batch of barrier formulas, ordered Kaguya to guard the god tree, and then turned to survey the resource distribution of this continent. They still did not know that, in a valley 300 li away, a pair of 9 Tomo Rinnegan eyes was staring in the direction of the god tree. Wait until the fruit matures. Xian withdrew his perception and closed his eyes again. That wait lasted more than a year. The god tree grew from a sapling into a towering giant tree. Its canopy covered the sky and blocked out the sun, while its roots plunged deep into the continent's ley lines. Natural energy was being extracted by the god tree at a speed visible to the naked eye. The faint golden mist in the air grew thinner and thinner, replaced by the pale violet glow radiating from the increasingly full fruit at the top of the tree. The beasts on this continent began to migrate, instinctively moving away from the plain where the god tree stood. Xian and Kaguya moved the flower beds in the valley farther away and continued waiting. One morning, Kaguya looked at the fruit at the top of the god tree, now already deep purple, and said, "It's about to mature." Xian opened his eyes. The patterns of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan slowly turned deep within his pupils. He sensed the area around the god tree. Ishiki had already reinforced the barriers to the highest alert level, but those barrier formulas had originally been taught to Xian by Kaguya. Xian knew how to break every single node. 1 week later, the fruit would fully mature today. In the original story, Kaguya had ambushed Ishiki on this exact day. But Xian had no intention of waiting for her to make her move herself. At the top of the god tree, an extremely fine crack split open on the surface of the purple fruit. Golden juice seeped out from the crack, and all the chakra of the entire god tree was gathering into the fruit. Ishiki stood beneath the tree, looking up at the fruit. The Kaguya of this timeline stood behind him. The distance between the two of them felt even greater than the spread of the god tree's canopy. At that moment, Kaguya's gaze changed. She stared at the back of Ishiki's neck, and the third eye on her forehead began to split open. Xian did not let her make a move. Tokoyo enveloped the entire god tree. Ishiki's Byakugan did not even have time to turn before it was frozen. The defensive formulas of the main family were meaningless in front of Tokoyo. Xian stepped out from the darkness. His right hand spread open and pressed against the god tree fruit, while his left hand passed through the frozen space and clamped onto Ishiki's shoulder. Devouring art activated at the same time. Ishiki's shocked gaze and frozen chakra were both absorbed into Xian's body. At the same time, the Kaguya following Xian also stepped forward and placed both hands on the shoulders of her counterpart from this timeline. 9 Tomo Rinnegan against 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Branch family princess against branch family princess. Their chakra, born from the same source, merged together without the slightest rejection. The Kaguya of this time-space closed her eyes. She didn't resist. The moment she saw her future self standing behind Xian, she knew there was no need to resist. In less than a morning, Ishiki's chakra was fully absorbed. Xian withdrew his hand and sensed the pupil power of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan inside him surge once again, but it still hadn't broken through the bottleneck of the god level. He turned his head to look at the fully ripened fruit at the top of the god tree, then reached out and held it in his palm. The chakra inside the god tree fruit poured into his meridians like a reversed river, fusing at the same time with the Ten-Tails origin already inside him and Ishiki's Otsutsuki bloodline. That bottleneck shattered. Not cracked, shattered. A power beyond the scope of the god level surged out from within him. The patterns of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan rearranged themselves deep within his pupils. Peak 6 paths, demigod, god level, every breakthrough had been like crossing an unbridgeable abyss. And now, he stood at the edge of the peak of the god level. At the side, Kaguya also opened her eyes. The aftershock of the breakthrough had yet to disperse, but she had already stepped steadily onto the threshold of the god level. Xian withdrew his hand and said to the two Kaguyas that had already merged into one, "Still not enough. Shirbai should be even stronger." That afternoon, Uchiha Gen took Kaguya to visit Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest one after another. His attitude was very polite. "I'm here to borrow your collections for some reading and appreciation." But no one dared stop him. The last to try had not even ashes left. The 3 great sage regions brought out all the inherited ancient texts they had preserved for thousands of years. Xian sat before piles of scrolls and flipped through them page by page. The chakra and natural energy of Ryuchi Cave were wild and violent. Shikatsu Forest had body-tempering techniques. Mount Myaboku had natural energy perception. He took the essence and discarded the dregs from these 1,000-year inheritances, cross-checking them against the massive amount of law comprehension he had gained after fusing with Ishiki, and gradually summarized an entirely new cultivation system. This system combined the methods of using ki from the Dragon Ball universe he had seen back on Blue Star. Not chakra, not pure senjutsu, but ki, formed by uniting vitality, spiritual power, and natural energy into one. He sat cross-legged deep in the valley and began circulating the new round of training he had personally created. As time passed bit by bit, Xian's appearance also began to change. His 9-tomo Rinnegan gradually shrank, collapsed, and disappeared. Kaguya watched from the side, but she did not stop him, because the pressure coming from Shen's body was growing stronger and stronger. 1 year later, all Otsutsuki traits in Shen's body had vanished. Even the Sharingan had been digested by him. The current him was a pure earth human. Yet Kaguya was getting farther and farther away from him. At this point, she was standing outside the valley. When she saw Shen stand up, Kaguya walked over. "Your Majesty, what is your current condition?" Shen stretched lazily. "I just absorbed and devoured all bloodlines and external things, then fused them into my body. I've named this method Ki." Kaguya was a little confused. "Then can you still use your dojutsu and genjutsu?" Shen nodded. "Yes, Susanoo can still come out too. And compared to before, my strength has increased by at least 3 times. If the current me fought the old me, 1 finger would be enough." The two returned to the original time-space through the dragon vein. When Flying Thunder God landed in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Old Pine had gotten another circle thicker. Hui was squatting under the corridor, wiping his blade. Sasuke held a chess manual in his hand, and little Sasuke was watering a flowering vine in a pot. Tsunade came out of the house carrying sweet red bean soup, with Makoto following behind her. When she saw Shen push the door open and walk in, Tsunade set the bowl down on the low table. "You were gone for 2 years. Shen sat down and took a sip of the sweet red bean soup. 2 years. Looks like the time flow difference is about the same. After returning to his own time-space on the surface, he resumed his old routine, sitting under the corridor every day watching Sasuke play chess, occasionally going to the Shadow Guard headquarters to have tea with Hashirama, or taking a look around the technology department. But in his heart, one matter had always been pressing on him. Back when he had traveled through time-space, he had already sensed that beyond the edge of this universe, other universes existed. There was an extremely thin yet incredibly tough membrane blocking his sight. At his current realm, he could vaguely feel that a broader world existed on the other side of that membrane, but he couldn't determine where exactly it led. But he had a vague memory in his mind. He always felt that the key he was cultivating now shouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. And if it had appeared, that meant someone had already cultivated this way before. One evening, Shen suddenly stood up from under the corridor and walked into the kitchen. Tsunade and Makoto exchanged a glance. They had never seen him take the initiative to enter the kitchen before. Shen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Twice cooked pork in sweet and sour sauce, stir-fried pork chunks, boiled cabbage in supreme broth, lion's head meatballs, Buddha jumps over the wall, snow cotton red bean paste. Every dish was a hardcore masterpiece from the Chinese culinary system, the kind that most tested one's skill. The sweet and sour pork was fried to a golden crisp. The sauce over the pork chunks was thick and glossy. Fine beads of oil floated over the clear broth of the boiled cabbage. The moment the lid of the Buddha jumps over the wall jar was lifted, rich fragrance drifted through the entire alley. He carried the dishes to the open space at the courtyard entrance, arranged them neatly, then stood in place and gathered all of his essence, energy, and spirit into an extremely clear stream of information. It pierced through layer after layer of spatial barriers and was sent all the way beyond that membrane between universes. "Whis, are you there? I have food here. Very, very delicious food. If you're there, please come over and have a taste." Yes, Shen couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to test it. Test whether angels existed. Test whether this was the universe of Dragon Ball Super. As for what if it wasn't, then it wasn't. He could still cultivate step by step and slowly transcend on his own. After saying that, he sat down by the table. The courtyard was very quiet. Tsunade stood under the corridor holding sweet red bean soup and watching him. Makoto had untied her cooking apron and draped it over her arm. The two children looked up from their chess game. That table of dishes steamed under the sunset. A moment later, Shen's perception caught the membrane between universes being gently parted by an extremely pure force, as if someone had lifted a gauze curtain with the tip of a finger. That barrier, which had not budged even when he attacked it with his full strength at the peak of the god level, was like a sheet of thin paper in the other's hands. A tall, slender figure stepped out from the void. Silver hair was tied high. In his hand was a staff taller than he was. Around his neck hung a ring of blue light. His gaze passed over the full table of dishes and paused on Uchiha Gen for a moment. A trace of faint surprise flashed through those eyes, as if he hadn't expected that someone on this remote planet could sense his existence. Then he looked at the still steaming Chinese dishes on the table. The glossy shine of the sweet and sour pork reflected in his irises, and the rich fragrance of Buddha jumps over the wall drifted over with the evening breeze. Whis lightly tapped his staff against the ground, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Oh my, it really is delicious food. I didn't expect that on such a remote planet someone would know my name and even prepare so much delicious food for me." When Uchiha Gen saw Whis, he knew his guess had been correct. "Mr. Whis, please have a taste of the food I made." As Whis took his seat, Tsunade and Makoto on the side were full of question marks. They couldn't understand how this blue-skinned man had appeared here. They looked at Xian with their eyes, but Xian shook his head, signaling that now was not the time to speak. At that moment, Kaguya, who had just finished absorbing the chakra inside her body, walked out from the house. She saw His Majesty and the two mistresses standing in place, watching a silver-haired man eating there. Kaguya got angry. She felt this person had no manners. Her Byakugan opened at once, and then she walked to the other side of the table and took a look at his face. The moment Kaguya saw the face of the person opposite her, she dropped straight to her knees. Lord Angel, I never expected you to come in person. I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Whis didn't pay her any attention at all. He was busy stuffing his cheeks with food right now. Where would he find the time to reply? Uchiha Gen walked over to Kaguya, pulled her up, and asked, How do you know Whis? So this Lord Angel is called Whis? I didn't know before either, but it was recorded in the history books of our Otsutsuki clan. Many years ago, this Angel-sama followed behind a lord called the God of Destruction and had our Otsutsuki clan carry out a mission. Back then, the strongest member of the clan felt it was a provocation against him, so he attacked. Then that God of Destruction-sama used just one finger and crushed our strongest expert out of existence. Then they left us a seed, saying it could raise our strength, and told us to go find a suitable planet to plant it ourselves. After hearing Kaguya's words, Xian thought about it and felt that it made sense. That seed should be the seed of the spirit tree. It had been mentioned in the original story that it could strengthen spiritual power, and then battle power would also increase. It was just that once it reached the Otsutsuki, it mutated. Alright, sir. I'm very satisfied with your food. Now can you tell me why you called me here? Whis wiped his mouth and looked at Uchiha Xian with a smile. Xian nodded. Mr. Whis, I want to know what level my current strength and dimensional status are at. As for you right now, your strength is hard to judge. But your dimensional status is at the level of a Supreme Kai. You're just about to break through to the level of a God of Destruction. Sir, you are very impressive. Without any cultivation method, you managed to train yourself to this extent. After hearing that, Xian clenched his hand. Mr. Whis, I sincerely ask that you accept me as your disciple and guide my cultivation. Our world is suffering an invasion from foreign enemies. I don't want to watch my wife and family die one after another. Please. After speaking, Xian bowed deeply toward Whis. Whis put away his smile and looked at Uchiha Xian. Teaching you cultivation is not impossible, but... Hearing Whis' words, Xian bent even lower. But you'll need to take care of my 3 meals a day. Any problem with that, Uchiha Xian? Or should I say, Mr. Lu Xian? The moment he heard Whis say that, cold sweat instantly soaked Xian's whole body. He saw through the fact that I transmigrated here. Yes. But I bear no ill intent toward this universe. Xian was ready at any moment to activate Flying Raijin and flee, even though the probability of success was basically 0. Oh ho ho, Mr. Xian. Don't worry. Since you came to this universe, that means this universe has acknowledged you. Our universe is very inclusive. Alright, I'll be going first. Once you're ready, just call for me. I'll come pick you up then. Then Whis tapped his staff once and turned into 7-colored light before disappearing. After Whis left, the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds stayed quiet for quite a while. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe with a bowl of red bean soup in hand. Makoto folded up her apron and placed it over the back of a chair. Kaguya still maintained a dazed posture, her Byakugan unblinking as she stared in the direction where Whis had disappeared. Uchiha Xian straightened up from the ground, carried the remaining twice-cooked pork on the table into the kitchen, and when he came back out, he found Tsunade already standing behind him. Who was that blue-skinned one? Tsunade's tone was exactly the same as back when she used to ask, Where are you going this time? An angel. He is a god of this universe, the attendant and teacher of the God of Destruction, and also a maintainer of universal order. Xian pulled her down to sit. Kaguya quietly added what she had not finished saying earlier. The history books of the Otsutsuki clan record that God of Destruction used just one finger to completely erase the strongest being in the clan from this universe. Not even the soul was left behind. After hearing that, Makoto said nothing. She only held Tsunade's hand. Early the next morning, Xian issued an imperial decree. The full contents of the ki cultivation method, from the basic cultivation of ki sense all the way to the complete method of unifying vitality, spiritual power, and natural energy at the highest level, were publicly posted on all notice boards across the Land of Fire. At the same time, a new version of the Otsutsuki invasion game went online. The Ki chapter. The first player to complete the basic Ki sense transformation would still receive a youth-preserving potion as a reward. After finishing all that, he created a clone. Not an ordinary shadow clone, but a physical clone condensed from his own essence, energy, and spirit. It looked exactly the same as him and could fully carry half of his peak demigod cultivation. The clone remained in the courtyard, ready to protect the Land of Fire when necessary. On the night of the 3rd day, Hashirama pushed open the courtyard gate with Grandma Mito. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, Tobirama, and teacher Hiruzen followed behind them, each carrying alcohol in their hands. Hashirama set a wine jar on the table. Tobirama said, "You're going on a long trip." "How far?" Shen said, "Very far. So far that I might never be able to reach it in this lifetime no matter how hard I try." Hashirama scratched his head, filled everyone's bowls and then raised his own. "Then drink." After 3 rounds of wine, Hashirama leaned against a pine tree, his face slightly flushed. "Shen, people like us, we've lived too long. Back then at the Valley of the End, I thought once Madara was defeated the world would be at peace. Later I realized peace isn't won through fighting. It's built." His gaze fell on the stone path in the courtyard lit by moonlight. "You leave. We'll keep building." Shen finished his wine and stood up. When he reached the courtyard gate, he paused and looked at the friends, wives and children by his side. Then he took a deep breath. "When I come back, I'll take you all to see a bigger world." Then he walked to the center of the courtyard and closed his eyes. The spatial laws belonging to this universe slowly unfolded before him. With the key of his God-tier peak, he condensed a clear stream of information and sent it through the membrane of the universe. That barrier would not budge even if he struck it with all his strength. But before Whis' laws, it was nothing more than a gauze curtain that could be lifted at any time. A few minutes later, a slender figure stepped out from the void. Whis tapped his staff on the ground. His silver hair swayed lightly in the night breeze. His gaze swept across the still uncollected drinking table in the courtyard, and he chuckled. A farewell banquet? Looks like I came late." Kaguya knelt by the corridor under the eaves, lowering her head and not daring to look at Whis. Tsunade and Mikoto stood up, and the children stood as well. Whis gave them a slight nod as a greeting, then turned toward Uchiha Gen. "Ready? Ready." The staff lightly struck the ground. 7-colored light poured down from the void like a waterfall, wrapped around the two of them, and then vanished completely along with the light. The branches and leaves of the old pine tree stirred once in the breeze brought by the light, then returned to stillness. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, but if Uchiha Gen had flown there himself, he might not have reached it even in several hundred years. The Destroyer Realm. The instant Uchiha Gen's feet touched this land, every bone in his body creaked under the pressure of the gravity here. The air was so dense it felt solid. Beneath his feet was neither grass nor rock, but the surface of a gigantic celestial body. Its surface was covered in countless craters, and the entire star floated in the void of the Destroyer Realm like a piece on a chessboard. Farther away, countless similar celestial bodies slowly revolved in the void, each one large enough to contain several galaxies. And the one he was standing on was merely a decorative sphere at the entrance to Lord Beerus's palace. "Listen carefully." Whis struck his staff against the ground. His voice was neither deliberately lowered nor raised. "I want to ask how you know about me. In my 7th universe, every so many years there are always a few clever people who can sense the edge of the laws. Right now, the master of this palace, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is still sleeping. When you enter the palace, keep your voice down. Don't wake him up. Otherwise, I'm not sure whether he might blow you to death in one breath." Shen nodded. He followed Whis through the palace's enormous corridors. Along the way, he saw mountain-like piles of snack wrappers, game cartridges thrown all over the place, and the shed scales of some giant creature. At last, Whis pushed open the door to a side hall. Inside was an independent small-dimensional space. "Go in. Time flows differently inside. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. Your tasks are twofold. First, thoroughly master this." Whis pulled a thin booklet from his sleeve. It had no title. On the cover, there was only an extremely fine curve, like breathing or like the waveform of the cosmic microwave background. Second, rewrite every secret technique you knew before, whether it's the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, or Susanoo, so they can all be driven by ki instead. The day you can fully release a complete Susanoo with your own ki without any loss, that's the day you come out. Shen took the nameless booklet, pushed open the door to the dimensional space, and walked in. The door closed behind him. In his perception, the flow of time suddenly twisted. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. And he could already tell this training would last a very long time. He opened the first page of the booklet and sat down cross-legged. The door to the dimensional space was pushed open from the inside. Uchiha Gen walked out. Whis was sitting in the pavilion at the center of the plaza, with a pot of tea and 2 plates of sweets in front of him. His staff leaned against the pillar at his side, his silver hair perfectly neat as always. When he saw Shen come out, he set down his teacup and clapped his hands lightly. "Not bad. You completed the fusion in just 100 years. Faster than I estimated." Shen sat down by the pavilion. 100 years in the dimensional space had only been 100 sunrises and sunsets in the outside world. Now, he had successfully rewritten the Rinnegan, Susanoo would release, Flying Thunder God, Tokoyo, and Erasure so they could all be driven by ki with no loss at all. Susanoo's Black Giant could now be condensed purely through ki, and its power was at least several times greater than when it was driven by chakra. He could clearly feel that with just 1 finger, He could crush the version of himself from before he entered the dimensional space. Listen carefully. With your current strength, you've probably reached about 1/10 of Lord Beerus's power, the true master of this palace. Don't be discouraged. Even at 1/10, you're already stronger than the vast majority of Supreme Kai candidates. Xian roughly calculated it in his head. Super Saiyan Blue Goku was probably around 60% of Beerus. Then his current 1/10 of Beerus's power was probably above Super Saiyan 3. As for the Dragon Ball World's messy power level number system, he had never figured it out in his previous life, and in this life he had no interest in figuring it out either. Whis laid his staff across his knees and looked him up and down. All your previous training relied on your own trial and error. You never had a complete system. Now your foundation is finally there. Starting tomorrow I'll teach you Ultra Instinct. Starting the next day, Uchiha Gen officially entered the God of Destruction's training system. What was taught him was not any specific martial art or key technique, but the prototype method of cultivating Ultra Instinct, to let every cell in the body react automatically, independent of consciousness, to make consciousness take one step back and become an observer rather than a commander. For the first 10 years, he couldn't even touch the doorway. The ki inside his body circulated smoothly and without obstruction. His God-level foundation let him grasp any cultivation method with frightening speed. But Ultra Instinct was like the moon reflected in water, visible yet impossible to grasp. Then one thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered the first time he went to the moon, the absolute calm he had felt deep within Himura's temple, pure, without the slightest impurity. He seized onto that flash of insight. From that day on, he completely emptied his mind. He no longer ordered his body to dodge or to attack. He only sat cross-legged, sitting, and continuing to sit. In the 50-something year of the dimensional space, Whis pointed lightly at his forehead from afar. Xian's body moved away without the slightest hesitation. His consciousness was still where it was, but his body had already shifted. Ultra Instinct had finally reached the beginner stage. In the next 400+ years inside the dimensional space, his cultivation fell into a bottleneck. From then on, all he did was sit, stand, breathe, repeat, day after day. The completion of his Ultra Instinct was like a snail climbing a stone pillar whose top could never be seen. In recent years, he woke up almost every day wondering exactly what he was missing. His foundation was there. His comprehension was there. His experience was there. Even Whis' guidance was there. So why was he still missing this final step? The door to the dimensional space was pushed open a crack. Xian stepped out and entered the pavilion. The silver-haired angel was scooping pudding with a little silver spoon, his staff resting across his knees. What? Feeling upset?
I'm stuck.
Xian sat across from him and poured himself a cup of tea. When Senju Tobarama suspected you back then, how many years did you hide? 11 years. Before you killed the Otsutsuki Himura brothers, how long had you been at the Six Paths Peak? For Whis, finding out someone's past was very simple. He only needed to wave his staff. Several years. Then what are you anxious for? Xian looked at the tea in his cup and said nothing. Whis set the silver spoon on the empty pudding cup, stood up, and lightly touched Xian's shoulder with his staff. The starlight of the God of Destruction's realm spread out behind him into an entire galaxy. Ultra Instinct, when you strip it down, is about breaking away from instinct, breaking away from fear, breaking away from thought itself. Go try it. Whis turned around with his hands behind his back and strolled into the depths of the palace, his back looking as leisurely as if he had just finished a full meal and gone out for a walk. Xian sat alone in the pavilion as the tea in his cup gradually turned cold. The door to the dimensional space closed behind him. Uchiha Gen sat down cross-legged. This time, unlike before, he did not hurry to circulate the ki inside his body, nor did he repeatedly deduce the structural laws of Ultra Instinct. He simply sat there. He slowed his breathing. He gathered in his awareness. He emptied thought itself from his mind, little by little. In the first 10 years, he forgot the existence of the dimensional space. In the second 10 years, he forgot that Whis was still outside drinking tea. In the third 10 years, he forgot who he was. Not amnesia. His consciousness had actively stepped back, handing his body over to the deeper instinct within. By the fifth 10 years, he had forgotten even instinct itself. No self, no time, no space, only an absolute clarity, pure and without the slightest impurity. Last time, he had been stuck at that final bottleneck just one step away. Now he was nothing. He let go of everything. He even let go of letting go. And then that clarity naturally lit up. It was not light, not ki, not any kind of law. Lighter than consciousness, faster than instinct. Every cell in his body was making its own judgments, dodging on its own, counterattacking on its own. His consciousness simply watched quietly, like someone sitting by a chessboard, watching the game in silence. The door to the dimensional space was pushed open from the inside. Uchiha Gen walked out. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world. His hair had not turned white, his face had not aged, but his eyes were no longer the same as before he went in. The sharp, overbearing pressure he once gave off had completely withdrawn. In its place was a calm so deep it seemed bottomless at a glance. Whis was sitting in the pavilion on the plaza. In front of him were still a pot of tea and 2 plates of sweets. His staff leaned against the pillar nearby, his silver hair not the slightest bit out of place. When he saw Xian come out, he put down his teacup and looked him up and down. A faint smile flickered through his eyes, and then he nodded. Not bad. Ultra instinct sign. First stage, you've completely mastered it. Xian sat down beside the pavilion. The pent-up frustration that had been stuck in him for more than 400 years had finally dispersed completely. The completion of his ultra instinct was no longer like a snail climbing a stone pillar. It was now like a memory carved into every cell of his body. Something he could call upon with a single breath. Hold out your hand. Whis took out a large transparent cube-shaped box from his sleeve and attached a evil sealing method rune to it. Xian recognized the thing at once. It was the portable dimensional travel device from Dragon Ball. The difference was that Whis had upgraded it with angel power so it could transmit across universes. The evil sealing method rune served as an anchor point. No matter which universe he flew to, he could instantly lock onto the God of Destruction's realm and return. Whis placed the cube in his hand. You've already stayed here for 3 years. In the dimensional space, it's been 1,000 years. It's time to go home and take a look. Xian lowered his head and looked at the transparent cube in his hand. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world, yet a full 1,000 years had gone by in the dimensional space. He had spent 100 years fusing ki with his eye techniques, 50 years reaching the beginner stage of ultra instinct, more than 400 years stuck at a bottleneck, and another 500 years completely letting go before breaking through the first stage. Altogether, it had been at least exactly 1,000 years. Press this, and you can instantly return here from the land of fire. Press it once to come back, then press it again to go back. The evil sealing method rune will automatically update the coordinates. Whis rested his staff across his knees, his tone calm. In the starry sky outside the pavilion, in the God of Destruction realm, a barrier of laws was gently parted from the inside by angelic power. Xian rode the transparent cube out. The old pine in the Senju clan grounds swayed gently in the morning breeze. Uchiha Gen stood at the courtyard gate, and Hahui froze for a long moment before striding over and hugging him. Tsunade and Makoto came out from the house to greet him. Sasuke was caught in the middle, with Naruto on one side and Hinata on the other. The sunset filled the whole courtyard. Even after 3 years, the cement ground along the stone path was still as smooth as new. On the distant Hokage rock, behind the stone faces of the previous Hokage, a huge character for Xian had been carved there, plated a pale gold by the evening sun. He organized the follow-up cultivation method for ki training that he had brought back from the divine realm into booklets. 1 copy went to the Ministry of Technology, 1 to the Shadow Guard, and 1 was posted on the public bulletin boards in every administrative district. Then he returned to the courtyard and told Tsunade and Makoto how bright the stars were in the God of Destruction realm, how much that blue-skinned angel loved sweets, and how after sitting in another dimension for 400 years, the moment he remembered the taste of red bean soup, he could not sit still anymore. One evening a few months later, Hahui made a gesture in the courtyard and said he wanted to test his father's current strength. Xian did not move. Before Hahui could even see what he had done, he had already been flicked half a step back by a single finger. Hahui steadied himself, lowered his head, and looked at the half-step he had retreated. A faint footprint had been left in the cement ground, and he had felt absolutely nothing. Sasuke set down the chess manual in his hand. Hahui stared at the footprint on the ground in silence for a moment. I'll come try again after I break through peak demigod. Xian withdrew his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. After returning to the ninja world, Uchiha Gen did not rush back to the God of Destruction realm. He had confidence now. After 1,000 years of bitter cultivation in another dimension, plus complete mastery of the first stage of Ultra Instinct, his strength had long since surpassed the peak of the god level he had been at when he left. He had calculated it in private. If he faced Shirbai Otsutsuki in his current state, he could knead him into a ball and kick him around like one. The only thing that still made him somewhat wary was Shirbai's Shinjutsu, the ability to freely tamper with memories, alter cognition, and even turn fantasy directly into reality was, in the original description, almost an unsolvable rule-type power. But after his Genjutsu and Dojutsu had been fused with and strengthened by ki, his 9-tomo Rinnegan had already surpassed its original level of laws. If Tokoyo could freeze the activation of Shinjutsu, then Shirbai's biggest trump card would already be half spent. Besides, his current status was already that of a Kai. In the Dragon Ball universe system, this was a divine office that governed an entire star region. His life level and control over laws were no longer remotely comparable to what they had been when he left the ninja world back then. 5 years. The development speed of the ninja world had exceeded everyone's expectations. Concrete roads had been laid all the way to the borders of the most remote administrative districts. The automatic seeding ninja tools had reached the 7th generation. The permanent scientific staff at the Lunar Palace base had broken through 300. The basic cultivation technique had been tempered over and over again by tens of millions of players in the nationwide game. The key cultivation method had become a required course in the Ninja Academy. Even the delivery guy at Ichiraka Ramen could meditate in the gaps between deliveries. The Ministry of Technology, jointly built by Tobirama and Orochimaru, had already fully mastered the youth-preserving serum and the Otsutsuki cell enhancement technology. The first batch-produced low-end enhancement serum had raised the average strength of Konoha's Jonin by an entire major realm. Hashirama's Shadow Guard had expanded across the 5 major administrative districts. Kakashi had officially taken over as deputy director, and Obito and Rin had trained a group of elites within the Shadow Guard. Naruto and Hinata had also gotten married this year when they turned 20. On the day of the wedding, Kurama made a rare exception and wore a red vest, and Jiraiya took a photo of him and turned it into the cover of a special edition of Ika Ika Paradise. Sasuke was still the same as always, going back and forth between the Shadow Guard and the training grounds every single day, which worried both of his mothers sick. As for his older brother Hahue, he was not lacking girls who liked him. He just was not interested in getting married and starting a family for the time being. On an ordinary afternoon, Orochimaru pushed open the courtyard gate of the Senju clan grounds. A gleam flickered in his vertical pupils, one that Uchiha Gen knew all too well. It was the kind of excitement that had been suppressed for decades and could finally be released, exactly the same as when he had slammed the formula for the youth-preserving serum onto the lab table back then. He grabbed Shen's hand and pulled him out as he walked, speaking at the same time. You promised me back then. Once it was developed, you'd take me into the universe. The spaceship is finished. It's in the underground hangar of the Ministry of Technology. Come on. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Tobirama leaned against the entrance to the hangar, a faint smile curling his lips. This spaceship was the peak creation he and Orochimaru had built together. It had a streamlined silver-gray hull, its outer shell engraved all over with space-folding formulas. Its core engine was a living chakra reactor cultivated from Ishiki Otsutsuki cells, and its fuel directly used pure energy converted through the key cultivation method. Orochimaru circled the spaceship twice. The flowing light patterns of the formulas reflected in his vertical pupils, and his whole person looked like a craftsman who had fulfilled the greatest wish of his life. The cabin door slid open soundlessly. Orochimaru sat down in the cockpit, but Shen did not follow him in. You're not getting on? It wasn't easy to build this thing. Shen stood at the hangar entrance with his arms folded, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. You fly. I'll follow. Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed. Then he saw Shen's figure vanish from inside the hangar and appear directly above the spaceship, outside the atmosphere, in outer space, without even pausing for breath. With the status of a Kai, the vacuum of the universe was no different to him than his own courtyard. He sent down a strand of ki. Passing through the atmosphere, it fell by Orochimaru's ear. Keep up. If you're too slow, I won't wait. Orochimaru gripped the control stick. The expression on his face was the closest he had come in many years to sulking. He had built a spaceship, only to find that the person riding it was faster than the ship itself. They wandered through space aimlessly for several hours. Barren, uninhabited planets, shattered asteroid belts, and a strange planet whose surface flowed with liquid metal. Every time Orochimaru reached a planet, he went down to take samples. Petri dishes soon filled the ship's refrigerated storage. Shen drifted outside the spaceship the entire time, using the perception granted by Ultra Instinct to scan the energy structure of every planet. Occasionally, he would land on the surface of some barren world, bend down to pick up a rock, study its composition in his palm, and then toss it to Orochimaru. What he picked up was not any special or just blue crystals formed by the reaction between cosmic radiation and a primitive atmosphere. Inside the crystals were traces of extremely faint residual cosmic laws. He said Tobirama could study them and see whether they could be integrated into water release. Orochimaru stuffed every one of those stones into a petri dish. Then they landed on a planet covered in green vegetation. Bamboo forests were everywhere, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth. A round black and white animal was hugging a stalk of bamboo and chewing on it lazily, its black ears twitching gently in the wind. A giant panda. Shen crouched down and picked it up. The panda yawned and kept chewing bamboo, with no intention of resisting at all. Orochimaru leaned in from the side, confusion in his vertical pupils, and asked what was so special about this thing. Shen carried the panda back into the cabin and said, You don't understand. This is the totem of my homeland. Orochimaru stared at the panda's dark eye patches for a moment and asked whether it bit people. The panda took another bite of bamboo without even glancing at him. The moment Shen sensed Shirbai's descent came less than a month after he had settled the panda into the bamboo grove in the back courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. That bamboo grove had been specially grown for the panda by Hahue using wood release. Sasuke would stop to look at that round little creature twice every day whenever he passed by. That evening, the key perception network spread across the entire ninja world was suddenly triggered by a fluctuation of power that exceeded the peak of the god level. It was not brushing past. It was not probing. It was coming straight down toward the atmosphere. The source of the fluctuation paused for a moment outside the atmosphere at the southwestern border of the Land of Fire. Then it passed through the atmosphere, and 4 auras descended into the depths of the primitive mountain range at the southwestern border. One was the strongest, far beyond the peak of the god level, a purer and more ancient aura than anyone present. That was Shirbai Otsutsuki. The other 3 were slightly weaker, but not one of them was below the mid-stage god level. If they had appeared in the ninja world 5 years ago, any one of them alone could have swept across the entire continent. Kagaya's Byakugan snapped open in the side courtyard, and the 9-tomo Rinnegan in the third eye socket that split open on her forehead began to turn slowly. Tsunade and Mikoto set down their bowls and chopsticks. Sasuke set down the giant panda. Hahue wiped the final inch of his blade clean, then stood up and looked toward the courtyard gate. Uchiha Gen rose to his feet, straightened his collar, then turned and told Tsunade to keep the red bean soup warm and wait for him to come back before drinking it. Shen rose into the air and vanished into the clouds above Konoha. Ultra instinct lit up soundlessly inside him, like a clear light that needed no thought. At the edge of the atmosphere, 4 chakra trails were dragging purple arcs of light as they plunged toward the depths of the southwestern mountain range. He could already sense Shirbai's aura, far beyond the peak of the god tier, passing through the clouds like a stone falling into a pond and stirring up 1,000 ripples. Shirbai stood in the middle of the primeval forest in the southwestern mountains, with 3 main family elders guarding him in a triangular formation. The veins of their Byakugan bulged from their temples all the way to their jaws, but their formation had yet to fully unfold. Before they could even see the enemy's face clearly, Uchiha Gen had already arrived. His flying thunder god had reached the point where space itself contracted beneath his feet. Thousands of miles were nothing more than a single step. He walked out of the void, his feet landing on the soil that had been overturned by the shockwave of their descent. His black hair was lifted by the mountain wind, while the silver glow of ultra instinct flowed slowly around him. The 3 elders' Byakugan turned at the same time. 6 palms formed the same seal in the very same instant. Main family combined formation. This was a battle formation passed down through the Otsutsuki main family for 1,000 years. 3 streams of mid-god tier chakra gathered and compressed in the center of the formation, then exploded into a white pillar of light powerful enough to pierce a planet. The air was ionized into a blinding violet, and the surface soil of the mountain range was instantly vaporized wherever the beam swept past. Shen did not even activate ultra instinct. He simply shifted to the side, raised his right hand, and struck the side of the beam with one palm. That energy wave, enough to pierce a planet, was smashed apart like he was swatting a fly. The deflected beam brushed past his shoulder and blasted straight through the entire mountain range behind him. Magma erupted from the cracks in the mountain, reflecting beneath the setting sun like an orange-red wall of fire dozens of miles high. He withdrew his hand and flicked his fingers 3 times through the air. 3 bursts of force pierced through the Byakugan defensive barrier, faster than sound, lighter than perception, and each left an extremely fine red between an elder's brows. The elder's Byakugan were still open, and the patterns of their techniques still lingered at their fingertips, but their bodies had already gone limp and collapsed to the ground. Shirbai did not even look at the 3 fallen main family elites. From the very beginning, his gaze had been locked onto Uchiha Gen. There was no anger in those Byakugan, no fear, only a cold, icy evaluation. He was assessing the man who had killed his 3 elders and deciding just how much value he had. He raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers, calm and unhurried, as though he were playing some ancient song. Shinjutsu activated. It was not an attack. It was not a defense. It was memory tampering on the level of laws themselves, directly rewriting the target's cognition from the level of existence, making Uchiha Gen forget who he was, forget why he was standing here, forget that he even knew how to fight. At that same moment, Shen's left eye turned. Tokoyo freeze. It did not freeze Shirbai. It froze the law space within 3 feet around Shen himself. Any power of rules that entered this frozen domain would be solidified. The invisible wave of Shinjutsu struck the edge of Tokoyo and shattered into silent foam like waves crashing against a reef. For the first time, Shirbai's pupils truly contracted. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had seen countless opponents lose their memories to his Shinjutsu, then drop to their knees in confusion. But this was the first time anyone had blocked Shinjutsu head-on. Not dodged it, not sealed it, blocked it head-on, then took a step forward. A taijutsu showdown. Shirbai vanished from where he stood. No hand seals. No fluctuations from any space-time ninjutsu. It was pure high-speed movement driven by the ocular power of the Byakugan alone. His first punch smashed toward Shen's temple. The force of that punch flattened the primeval forest for dozens of miles behind him into one collapsed plain. The silver light of ultra instinct flowed around Shen. Before conscious thought could even arise, his body had already shifted aside. Shirbai's fist brushed past his hair. The second punch followed immediately. Shen dodged again. The third punch. The fourth punch. Shirbai's assault came like a raging storm. Every punch was enough to shatter a planet. Yet within the domain of ultra instinct, every single one struck empty air. His breathing began to turn ragged. Not because his stamina was failing, but because cracks were starting to appear in his battle will itself. Xian's counterattack pierced through his defense and landed solidly on his chest. The first punch shattered the main family robe across Shirbai's chest. The second punch blurred the vision of his Byakugan from the force of the impact. He took one step back. This was the first time in his tens of thousands of years of life that he had ever retreated in battle. The third punch sent Shirbai crashing deep into the mountain range. The crust split open into a massive trench stretching for 100 miles, with magma and underground water boiling together inside the fissure. He rose from the rubble. Blood seeped from the corners of his Byakugan. The formula of Shinjutsu flickered once at his fingertips, only to be pressed back down by the frozen domain of Tokoyo. He no longer tried to use the Byakugan. He no longer tried to use Shinjutsu. He merely stared at Xian in silence one final time. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and killed countless people. Never had he imagined that one day would come when it would be him. Tokoyo froze the space around him. Erasure activated. Shirbai's body began turning into pale golden motes of light, starting from his hands and feet. It was not shattering. It was not collapsing. It was being struck from existence with a single stroke. He lowered his head and looked at the fingertips that were vanishing. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Then his entire body turned into a rain of light across the sky and was scattered by the mountain wind into the magma-red night. After absorbing all of Shirbai's matter and energy, Uchiha Gen withdrew his hand. In the depths of the mountain range, all that remained was a giant crater dozens of miles wide. The magma at the bottom was slowly solidifying, while the corpses of the three main family elders lay quietly at the edge of the forest. Their Byakugan were still open, and within their pupils was reflected the cloud layer stained red by magma. At the entrance to a side courtyard in the Senju clan grounds, Kagaya was kneeling beneath the corridor eaves, her third eye not yet fully closed. The chakra fluctuation from just now, a presence beyond the peak of the god tier, had suddenly vanished in the southwest. She knew his majesty had already won. Uchiha Gen landed in the courtyard and spread out his palm in front of her. Kagaya did not hesitate. The third eye on her forehead split open along a narrow seam, and a pale golden ray shot out from the pupil, condensing in his palm into a complete star map. It was the full route from the starry sky to the Otsutsuki homeworld, the location of every resource planet, every detour route around spatial turbulence, the outer defensive deployment of the homeworld and the coordinates of the core divine temple. Everything was inscribed within it. His gaze paused for a moment on the red planet at the center of the star map, then he tucked it into his robes. Orochimaru's spaceship was summoned out from a ceiling scroll and landed in the courtyard. The hatch slid open. Orochimaru was already seated in the cockpit, his vertical pupils reflecting the glowing formula patterns flickering across the control panel. Xian stepped into the cabin, and the hatch closed behind him. The ship rose vertically from the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, pierced through the clouds above Konoha, drew a silver-gray arc through the setting sun, broke past the atmosphere, and entered the universe. Tsunade and Makoto stood in the courtyard, looking up as they slowly turned into tiny black dots, until they finally disappeared. 2 years later, the Otsutsuki homeworld. The ship hovered in synchronous orbit. Below was a withered yellow planet whose natural energy had been drained dry by the god tree. Xian teleported directly from the cockpit to the surface of the homeworld. The perception of ultra instinct instantly locked onto the entire planet. All life signatures above the god tier were concentrated within the core divine temple. He descended into the center of the temple hall, and Tokoyo silently enveloped the entire temple. The hundreds of elite guards left behind by the main family were all frozen in their defensive positions. Some were halfway through rising from their chairs. Some had just opened their mouths to shout. Every single pair of Byakugan turned at the same time toward the black-haired, black-eyed figure standing in the center of the hall. Xian formed no hand seals and used no dojutsu. Pure chi erupted from within his body. In that instant, the entire divine temple was drowned. A moment later, the temple was dead silent. Orochimaru stepped down from the ship and stood amid the ruins of the core divine temple, his vertical pupils reflecting mountains of spoils. More than a dozen intact god tree seeds were sealed inside special crystal containers made by the main family, each one giving off a faint golden glow. Dozens of untransplanted Byakugan and Rinnegan were stored inside culture vessels, preserved in excellent condition. Rare ores were piled into small hills in the temple's underground vault. Among them were several rare mineral types that Tobarama had mentioned in his notes, ones that theoretically existed, but for which no sample had ever been found. Orochimaru moved the last culture dish into the spaceship's refrigeration unit, then turned back and took 2 more samples. Xian stood on the highest broken pillar of the parent planet's temple, looking out over this world that had been drained dry of all life by the god tree. Not a single blade of grass grew on the withered yellow land. Under the light of the star, the shadows of the temple ruins stretched long. He leaped down into the cabin, and the hatch closed behind him. The silver-gray spaceship changed direction, broke free of the parent planet's gravity well, and headed back along the route they had come from. The spaceship landed on the newly built landing pad in the backyard of the Senju clan grounds. It was called a landing pad, but in truth it was just a flat open space Hui had made with would release beside the bamboo grove. A few rare or samples brought back from other planets had even been planted nearby, giving off a faint blue glow under the moonlight. The panda lay beside a pile of bamboo. When it saw Xian step out of the spaceship, it chewed twice on its bamboo as a greeting. Uchiha Xian sat beneath the eaves corridor of the Senju clan grounds for 7 days. He was not meditating or cultivating. He was simply sitting there, as if he had entered a trance. On the evening of the 7th day, the barrier inside him between a Supreme Kai and a King Kai shattered soundlessly. It was not because of cultivation. It was not because of enlightenment. It was because of a knot in his heart. Ever since transmigrating here, the name Shirbai had always weighed on the deepest part of his mind. An enemy who could casually tamper with memory, alter cognition, and turn fantasy into reality. A threat whose descent he never knew when to expect. Now Shirbai was dead. In this universe, there was no longer any main branch Otsutsuki left who could threaten the starry sky. The knot in his heart was gone, and his status naturally rose. He sat beneath the eaves corridor, and the chi inside his body had already flowed through an entirely new dimension. Supreme Kai. Half a year later, Orochimaru pushed open the courtyard gate, with Tobirama following behind him and carrying a metal briefcase in his hand. Orochimaru placed the case on the low table and opened it. Inside was a pair of silver-gray metal cubes the size of fists, their surfaces densely engraved with spatial folding formulas and chi resonance runes. Interstellar communicator, Tobirama said. The first one has already been installed in the main control room of the technology department. The second one is for you. Xian put away the communicator, then took out the transparent cube Whis had given him from a sealing scroll. Tsunade and Makoto stood beneath the eaves corridor. They did not say, "Come back early." They only looked at him. Xian pressed the cube. Golden light from the evil containment wave runes surged out from its surface, wrapped around his entire body, and then he vanished from the courtyard together with it. The destroyer realm. The gazebo was still the same gazebo, and Whis was still the same Whis. The silver-haired angel was scooping up a spoonful of some unknown cold dessert with a small silver spoon. His staff rested across his knees, and the blue halo around his neck glimmered faintly under the starlight. He raised his eyes and let them rest on Xian for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curved upward. "Congratulations, Mr. Xian. Your status has risen." Xian sat down across from him and briefly explained the process of breaking through to Supreme Kai. Whis set down the silver spoon and tapped the transparent cube on the table with his finger. "This thing is for your use within Universe 7. Now that you're a Supreme Kai, your status is high enough, so I'll help you upgrade it a bit." He picked up the cube. Angel power flashed at his fingertips, and a faint layer of golden patterns appeared on the transparent shell. The upgraded cube now contains the coordinates of every inhabited planet in Universe 7. One tap and it will automatically navigate there. It's much faster than your silver-gray spaceship. After leaving the destroyer realm, Uchiha Xian began his journey of sparring across the universe. One tap on the cube, and it would navigate him to an unfamiliar planet. He would land, find the strongest martial artist on that planet, and use Universe 7's common etiquette of fists to have a friendly exchange. On some planets, humans had already developed a complete chi cultivation system. White-haired grandmasters could split waterfalls apart with a single finger. On some planets, civilization was still in the Stone Age, but the strongest warriors in the tribe could tear saber-toothed tigers apart with their bare hands. On other planets, there were no humans at all. There would only be a solitary hermit sitting beneath a waterfall, meditating for 500 years. Every time he arrived somewhere, he would suppress his own strength and spar using power equal to his opponent's, tempering each other only on the level of intent and techniques. 10 years. He traveled across hundreds of planets and fought hundreds of martial artists. The second stage of Ultra Instinct had long been brewing inside him, but he had kept it suppressed, wanting to polish his foundation for a few more years. Until recently, he could no longer hold it down. It was not that the technique broke through on its own. It was that Ultra Instinct itself had already fused with his body, consciousness, and soul, becoming as natural as breathing, as impossible to stop as a heartbeat. He stood on a barren moon, watching the cloud bands of a massive gas giant slowly rotate in the distance. The silver light of Ultra Instinct flowed around him, clearer and lighter than it had been 10 years ago. His consciousness had completely withdrawn to the position of an observer, while every cell in his body was making its own judgments, evading on its own, counterattacking on its own. He raised his right hand and lightly flicked a finger at empty space. A ring of ripples spread through the space in front of his fingertip. The ripples expanded outward, traveling far through the vacuum of the universe before finally fading away. The second stage had been achieved. Then he pressed the coordinate on the cube-marked planet Vegeta. From what he had learned over the years, the Scion's home planet still existed. It was estimated that Frieza would not destroy it until more than 10 years later. Xian concealed his form, passed through the crude streets of the Scion city, passed through those round buildings piled with battle rations and training equipment, and found the nursery. He sat cross-legged in a corner of the nursery and concealed every trace of his aura. 2 years. He waited for 2 years. During those 2 years, he saw hundreds of Scion infants in the nursery. Every one of them had their battle power tested. Those with high numbers were sent to the elite training zone, while those with low numbers were sent to the low-class warrior zone. The Scion social structure was simple and cruel. Battle power was everything. Then Bardock and Giant's child was born. The black-haired Scion infant was placed in an incubator in the low-class warrior zone. On the number card was written, Kakarot. Not long after, that very afternoon, Paragus walked into the nursery carrying his son. That infant was a full circle larger than Scions of the same age. His hair was not pure black, but carried an extremely faint green tint. His tiny brows were furrowed, as if he were angry even in his sleep. The legendary Super Scion, Broly. Xian stood up. He used Genjutsu to control the nursery guard, then walked up to the 2 infants and extended the index finger of his right hand. A thread-thin silver chi needle condensed at his fingertip. The chi needle first landed on Broly's wrist and lightly pricked it. A strand of pale green blood seeped out from the pinprick-sized wound. Then the chi needle turned toward Kakarot beside him and likewise pricked his fingertip. Dark red Scion blood was drawn out as well. Xian pressed both strands of blood into his palm at the same time. Devouring art, activate. The first thing to surge up was Broly's bloodline. It was like magma. The legendary Super Scion, one born only once in 1,000 years. Within his blood was contained a primordial destructive force enough to crush all bloodline shackles. Under the effect of the devouring art, it rampaged madly through meridians and blood vessels. A faint green film of light immediately appeared over the surface of Xian's body. Then came Kakarot's Scion bloodline. The dark red blood flowed slowly and gently within the violent green glow, but its addition only made Broly's bloodline even more excited, like a ferocious beast that had been caged for too long finally catching the scent of an opponent. The 2 bloodlines clashed violently inside him. The ancestral reversion effect and the adaptive eye technique operated at the same time, using an almost scorching method to dismantle, fuse, and assimilate the 2 completely different Scion bloodlines little by little. The process was extremely dangerous. That once in 1,000 years bloodline from Broly was no different from deadly poison to an outsider whose body had never been transformed into that of a Scion. At the most critical moment of fusion, Xian could even feel his cells being torn apart like mad and then regenerating again. Several hours later, the 2 strands of blood in his palm disappeared. The Scion bloodline had completely fused into his body and merged into one with the source that had long since become chi. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Not even the slightest wound had been left behind there. Beneath the skin, a faint layer of golden radiance flowed dimly. He bent down and gently brushed the baby's little hand, the one that had just had blood drawn, with ki. The 2 tiny needle marks healed instantly. Then he pressed the square block and left this planet, one that still had decades of fate ahead of it. In the starry sky of the Destroyer realm, Uchiha Gen stood before Whis and briefly reported the gains from this trip. The Scion bloodline had been completely assimilated. Broly's once in 1,000 years berserk bloodline and Kakarot's ordinary bloodline had reached a subtle balance inside him, merging into the origin cycle of ki. Whis placed his staff across his knees and nodded after listening. Your foundation has been tempered quite well. Now release that Susanoo of yours again. Xian raised his right hand. Silver ki poured out from his palm and condensed in midair into a gigantic black giant. During those 600 years in the alternate dimension, the Susanoo he had rewritten with ki had long since undergone a complete transformation. Its height had broken past 1,000 meters. The complete Tengu armor, the twin wings on its back, the black long sword at its waist. Every detail was perfectly clear. Too big. Whis stood up and gave his staff a light wave. A transparent gravity field descended onto Xian's body. It was not full body armor, but a force field acting directly on every single cell, dynamically adjusting along with the mass of his body. Xian's knees bent slightly, and the height of the Susanoo plummeted. With the Destroyer Realm's natural tenfold gravity plus the gravity suit personally applied by Whis, under the double pressure, even his ki developed an extremely unfamiliar sense of sluggishness. When you can compress your Susanoo down to a close-fitting size, then come find me again. Not ceiling compression. The density of every strand of ki must reach several hundred times what it is now. From that day on, Xian began a brand new round of training. Every morning, he stood on the surface of a barren satellite somewhere in the Destroyer realm, released his Susanoo, and then compressed it inward layer by layer. From 1,000 meters down to 800, then it rebounded to 1,200. When he compressed it to 500 meters, Fine cracks began appearing across the surface of the black armor. That was the most direct feedback that his ki was not condensed enough. 3 months later, he brought it down to 200 meters. Half a year later, the black skeletal armor could already be stably maintained at around 20 meters. It was still far from being close-fitting, but the density of each strand of ki was already dozens of times greater than it had been half a year ago. One day, while Xian was compressing the Susanoo to 15 meters, a yawn came from the entrance of the palace's main hall. The sound was not loud, but in the silence of the destroyer realm, it was especially clear. Xian turned his head. A cat-like figure in fluffy sleepwear, barefoot, was standing at the entrance of the main hall. Purple skin, slit pupils, 2 big drooping ears. He was rubbing the gunk out of his eyes. After rubbing his eyes, Beerus lifted his head and happened to meet Xian's gaze. Beerus's finger froze on his lower eyelid. The air solidified. The next second, Beerus's figure abruptly straightened. His slit pupils shifted from lazy to sharp, and the pressure of a god of destruction spread silently from his body. Who are you? How did you get to the destroyer realm? Xian straightened up inside the gravity field and gave Beerus a salute. He briefly explained his origins. A martial artist from an ordinary planet at the edge of Universe 7, who had happened to meet Mr. Whis by chance and was now cultivating under him. After hearing that, Beerus did not respond immediately. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he circled around Xian once, his slit pupils sizing up this black-haired, black-eyed human from top to bottom. Someone whom Whis had accepted as a disciple. Someone who could still stand and talk under the double pressure of the Destroyer Realm's tenfold gravity and an Angel-esque gravity suit. Looking pretty good. Come on. Spar with me? Xian was already thinking the same thing. He had spent half a year pressed inside the gravity field, and his Susanoo still had not been compressed to a close-fitting size. His whole body was practically rusting over. After merging with the Scion bloodline, a warlike restlessness had always been suppressed deep in his blood, and Beerus's invitation ignited it perfectly. The two of them rose into the air from beside the gazebo and descended toward an empty stretch of starry river deep within the Destroyer realm. Beerus was still wearing that fluffy sleepwear, barefoot as he stepped on the void. His stance so casual it looked like he had just crawled out of bed. They first clashed in taijutsu. Beerus's punching style was strange. No opening stance, no warning. He could attack from any angle. Every punch looked like a whip casually flicked out, yet the force was so heavy that space itself wrinkled. Xian was being suppressed, but not because he had no power to fight back. It was a 60-40 split and he was on the disadvantaged side. After merging with the Scion bloodline, his taijutsu had already far surpassed the level he had when fighting Shirbai back then. But a god of destruction's taijutsu was a completely different matter. That was battle instinct built up over hundreds of millions of years. Xian deflected a cat claw strike from Beerus aimed at his face, then smoothly cut into position, his left hand stabbing toward Beerus's ribs. He fought in a heavy, stifled way. Since ascending to the level of a supreme Kai, this was the first time he had been suppressed so frustratingly. The Scion battle lust in his veins had been fully lit. Ultra instinct second layer, open. Silver light ignited around Xian's body. His body broke free from consciousness and shifted from observer mode into complete autonomous evasion and autonomous counterattack. Beerus's next punch came crashing over, but before Xian's consciousness even registered it, his body had already moved aside. At the same time, his right fist snapped back, carrying pure silver ki as it drove toward Beerus's chest. Beerus had not expected that move. He took the hit to the chest and stepped back once. He lowered his head and looked at the crease punched into his chest, then raised his head again. A trace of surprise flashed through his slit pupils, and then he grinned, revealing the excited smile unique to a god of destruction. Second layer. Huh? Not bad. Beerus also activated Ultra Instinct second layer. After all, among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus was the only one who had achieved results in both Ego and Ultra Instinct. In an instant, the entire starry river of the Destroyer realm trembled. Every collision of fists and kicks between the two was like two stars crashing into each other. The silver light of Ultra Instinct traced countless flashing arcs through the sea of stars. The more Xian fought, the more exhilarating it felt. The more Beerus fought, the more excited he became. Victory and defeat no longer mattered between them. Instead, it became more and more like two martial artists who had finally met a worthy opponent, pouring out the energy they had held in for far too long. The aftershocks of the battle spread out from the edge of the Destroyer realm, making Universe 7's barrier of laws hum violently. On a desolate planet hundreds of thousands of light-years away, the ships of the Frisia Force were carrying out wave after wave of bombardment. The rocks on the cliffs were blasted into dust that filled the sky by energy cannons. Frisia sat on his hover chair with a glass of red wine in hand, admiring the destruction of a blue giant planet. Then the wineglass slipped from his hand, landed on the armrest of the hover chair, and shattered into pieces. Red wine splashed across his battle armor. He had sensed Beerus's ki. And another one, not inferior to Beerus, locked in combat with him. Frisia remembered his father once warning him that there was one existence in the universe that absolutely must not be provoked. That existence was Lord Beerus, god of destruction. Lord Beerus. He swallowed, his voice trembling. Who? Who is the one fighting Lord Beerus? As the two fought, Beerus started to grow a little impatient. The instant Beerus' ultra ego opened, the entire starry sky of the Destroyer realm dimmed for a moment. It was not that the light had been swallowed, but that the laws themselves had taken the initiative to retreat before the will of the god of destruction. His cat eyes shifted from lazy purple into pure dark gold. His upright ears pressed slightly backward. The aura around him was no longer the clear silver flow of ultra instinct, but a more primitive, more violent dark purple ultra ego, the battle form exclusive to a god of destruction, forging destructive desire itself into instinct. Enough playing around. Kid, take this. Beerus raised his right hand. On the tip of his index finger, a dark purple sphere no bigger than a Tangyuan condensed. Sphere of destruction. The moment that thing appeared, the surrounding space began to vanish. Not shatter, not collapse. It was being directly deleted from the level of law itself. The space at the edge of the sphere kept caving in and being refilled by destructive energy, producing an extremely faint hissing sound. Beerus flicked his finger, and the sphere of destruction slowly drifted toward Xian. Looking at the little sphere floating toward him, Uchiha Gen swallowed. He knew far too well what that thing was. The authority of a god of destruction. Something that could completely erase anything it touched from the level of existence itself. Not to mention his current supreme Kai level status. Even if he were one level higher, if that thing touched him, even if it did not kill him, he would still be stripped down to the bone. Xian poured all his strength into compressing the silver of his Susanoo. His ki surged out from every pore in his body, and the black skeletal armor that had already been compressed to around 5 meters collapsed inward once again. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. At last, the Susanoo clung to the surface of his skin. It was no longer in the form of a giant, but a complete set of black battle armor tightly wrapped around his body. Then he activated his Dojutsu Tokoyo. Layer after layer of Tokoyo freezing barriers spread out before him. The sphere of destruction slammed into them. The first layer of Tokoyo was instantly vaporized. The second layer disappeared outright. The third layer barely caused a faint ripple on the surface of the sphere of destruction before it too was pierced through. The sphere of destruction pressed against the chest plate of the Susanoo. The hissing sound was like a red-hot branding iron plunging into ice water. A steadily expanding crater was eroded into the surface of the black armor, and the outermost layer of ki was being erased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, deep within Xian's pupils, a frenzied rotation began. Erase activated. It directly erased the very existence of the sphere of destruction from the level of existence itself. The sphere of destruction vanished at the very instant before it could burn through the chest plate. Xian landed on the ground on one knee. Dark purple residual smoke was still rising from the chest plate of his Susanoo. He gasped for breath. The consumption of ki from erase had far exceeded his expectations. That attack just now had nearly drained more than half the ki in his body. The ground of the world of destruction hummed from the impact waves, like two celestial bodies had collided. Starlight slowly revolved overhead. Then he raised his head and saw Beerus standing in midair, looking down at him. The dark golden glow of ultra instinct had already faded away. In those slit pupils, there was no excitement from battle, but a far more complicated kind of scrutiny. Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff and appeared between the two of them. His gaze also fell on Xian, and in those eyes that were usually as still as an ancient well, there flashed the faintest trace of surprise. He had watched the entire thing just now. This was not the first time he had seen the law fluctuation produced by erase. Mr. Xian, your erase. Where did it come from? Xian froze for a moment. He scratched his head, still panting. Wasn't it just the dojutsu that naturally awakened when his Erasure Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan? He suddenly stopped. No. The evolution of Sharingan abilities had always been a personal talent at the Mangekyo level. The Tokoyo in his left eye came from his comprehension of the law of freezing. The rewind in his right eye came from the remnants of the dragon vein's reverse time. Only erase had appeared out of nowhere. He had always thought it was because the Sharingan's new state of mind would produce whatever dojutsu he wanted the more he thought about it. But thinking about it now, no matter how idealistic it was, it couldn't possibly reach the level of erasing a sphere of destruction. Wait, my erase. Can't be something similar to Zeno's, right? Could it be a prototype? Whis revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, Lord Zeno's erase is very similar to yours. Both directly remove the target from the level of existence itself, without going through destruction, without going through decomposition. It's just that Lord Zeno erases entire universes, while you, for now, you're still at the stage of erasing a single sphere of destruction. If I had to put it one way, your erase doesn't even count as a prototype. Can only be considered a newborn baby. The kind that hasn't even opened its eyes yet. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Shen's back. He wanted to explain, wanted to say this was just something that came along with the evolution of the Sharingan. Wanted to say that he himself had no idea why it had become a race. Then he opened his mouth and suddenly realized that he had just said the name Zeno out loud. I remember, Mr. Whis. I don't think you've ever mentioned Lord Zeno in front of me before? Whis looked at him with a smiling expression. Oh my, that's true. I never did mention it. How did Mr. Shen know about Lord Zeno? Shen felt like every instinct in his back was screaming at him under ultra instinct to run right now. But his reason also knew that running in front of an angel had no meaning at all. Whis looked at him for a moment, then tapped his staff against the ground. Alright, it's fine. Just be more careful with what you say from now on. This time only Lord Beerus and I heard it. He turned to look at Beerus, and the smile on his face deepened by several degrees. Lord Beerus won't say anything, right? Beerus glanced at Whis's smiling face and shivered. Maybe he had remembered the terrifying experiences from hundreds of millions of years ago when he was taught by this silver-haired angel. His cat ears flattened backward, and his two slit pupils rapidly swept across the world of destruction before he nodded hard with complete seriousness. I won't say anything. He looked exactly like a frightened cat. Alright, kid, do you want to become a god of destruction candidate? Beerus looked at Uchiha Shen with a hint of anticipation. Not really. The moment Shen heard god of destruction candidate, he refused on the spot. In his heart he thought, am I crazy? If I become a god of destruction candidate, then if the Supreme Kai dies, won't I die too? What did you say? You dare refuse me? Refuse me? A god of destruction? Just moments ago, Lord Beerus had still been feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking this kid would agree right away. He had not expected him to actually reject it. Whis chuckled softly from the side and tapped his staff against the ground. Lord Beerus, I think I know why Mr. Shen refused you. He rested the staff across his arm and looked at Shen with a smile. Those eyes that were usually as still as an ancient well curved into two arcs. If the Supreme Kai dies, the god of destruction dies too. Mr. Shen is worried about that, isn't he? Shen's back turned cold again. Whis's ability to see through people's hearts was faster than even his ultra instinct. Beerus froze for a moment, then looked at Shen, then at Whis. His cat ears slowly drooped halfway down from their upright position. Just because of that? He clicked his tongue and shoved both hands back into the pockets of his sleepwear. That bunch of old men among the Supreme Kais are pretty fragile, sure, but it's not like you don't know this. You're a Supreme Kai who can use ultra instinct. Have you ever seen a god of destruction candidate who was also a Supreme Kai at the same time? Shen fell silent for a moment, running through everything he knew about Dragon Ball lore in his mind. There really wasn't one. Supreme Kai was a god of creation. God of destruction was a god of destruction. The two systems had been clearly separated since the birth of the universe. There had never been a single person holding both positions at once. He was the only exception. Alright, I'll be a god of destruction candidate. He raised his head, and there was a tone of accepting fate in his voice. There was no point hiding thoughts in front of an angel, especially when that angel was your teacher. Whis raised his staff and gave it a light wave. Angel power flowed out from the tip of the staff like an extremely thin silver curtain of water, slowly pouring down from above Shen's head. The clothes on Shen's body began changing from the sleeves. It wasn't an instant switch like a transformation. Instead, it flowed inch by inch. His original dark blue ninja robe was rewoven under the effect of the angel's power. The fabric changed from ordinary cloth weave into the same material as a god of destruction's battle attire. The color shifted from dark blue into a pure ink black. A black long robe, a slightly open collar, a belt tightening itself automatically, and on his right wrist, an extremely thin silver bracelet appeared. On the surface of the bracelet was engraved the Uchiha clan crest, the fan. Shen lowered his head to look at that clan crest. He reached out and gently brushed his thumb across the pattern of the fan, and a faint warmth rose in his heart. Whis noticed the movement, but said nothing. The corners of his mouth merely curved slightly. At the exact instant the bracelet took shape. An ancient law fluctuation spread out with the world of destruction as its center and pierced through the entire seventh universe. In the minds of all beings ranked above the Kais, King Kai of the North, King Kai of the South, the Grand Kai, as well as the Supreme Kai attendants scattered across the universe, a solemn and ancient ceremonial melody rang out at the same time. It was not sound. It was the resonance of law itself, as though the entire universe were using its most ancient syllables to announce one thing. The seventh universe, the god of destruction candidate, has been decided. King Kai of the North was drinking tea on his little planet when the resonance of law made his antennae buzz. His teacup nearly flew out of his hand. He set down the cup, adjusted his sunglasses, and looked toward the world of destruction. That lord who destroyed my planet actually took a disciple. On Namek, the Grand Elder opened his eyes from meditation, and a faint trace of thought flashed through his aged gaze. Deep within hell, several magians who had been imprisoned for over 100 million years shivered at the same time. They didn't know what had happened, but every cell in their bodies was instinctively afraid. Frisia was sitting in the command room of a planetary conquest ship, holding a glass of red wine. One leg crossed over the other, admiring the fireworks outside the viewport as a green planet was bombarded in waves by energy cannons. He was in a pretty good mood today. The resistance on this planet was weaker than expected. At this rate, it would probably be fully occupied in about half a day. Then the fluctuation of laws arrived. The instant that ancient ritual music echoed in his mind, he recognized the fluctuation, not the ritual music itself. What he recognized was that trace of aura mixed within it. God of Destruction Beerus. And another one, with exactly the same aura as the one that had fought Beerus before. Let's go, boy. To planet Vegeta. Beerus tightened the sash of his pajamas and yawned. The ears that had stood up in anger just now drooped back down into a relaxed state. Last time, I told King Vegeta to find me the most comfortable pillow in the universe. I haven't been sleeping well lately. This time, let's go see if he found it. We started flying. A distance of billions of light years was compressed. The starry sky of the destroyer's realm rapidly fell back on both sides of the three of them. The sea of stars ahead visibly rotated, contracted, and then unfolded again. In less than half an hour, the blood-red sky of planet Vegeta had already appeared below them. It was a planet forever shrouded beneath a dark red atmosphere. Its gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and deserts and barren mountains covered 90% of its surface. When King Vegeta received the sensory warning, he was sitting on his throne berating several low-level warriors who had just completed a conquest mission. The moment he sensed that familiar yet terrifying aura of the God of Destruction outside the atmosphere, his face went from the bronze color of a scion to deathly pale. He even forgot to finish his reprimand, rolled off the throne, and hurried all the way to the center of the royal palace. When he dropped to his knees, they scraped 2 white marks into the floor. His forehead pressed against the ground, and his voice trembled. "Welcome, Lord Beerus. The most comfortable pillow you wanted. I found it." He waved his hand, and 2 guards carried out an ornate brocade box inlaid with all kinds of gems from the treasury. When the lid was opened, inside lay a silk pillow stuffed with golden fur from some unknown creature. Beerus took it and pinched it with 2 fingers. His cat eyes narrowed, and he pinched it again. Then he lifted his right foot and stepped on King Vegeta's face. The motion was light, but even when the foot of a god of destruction was placed down gently, it still carried the oppressive force of laws themselves. King Vegeta's entire face was pressed into the floor, and blood from his nose seeped into the cracks between the stone slabs. Yet he didn't even dare wipe it. "You dare deceive a god of destruction? This is not the pillow I wanted at all." In the shadows at the corner of the palace, a boy's figure froze in place. Vegeta, King Vegeta's son, the prince publicly acknowledged by the Scion race. His power level had surpassed all his peers from the day he was born. The boy who normally never bowed his head even to his royal father was now pressed motionless against the wall, not even daring to breathe. His eyes were locked on the foot Beerus had planted on his father's face, then swept over that silver-haired angel, and finally landed on the black-haired, black-eyed young man beside the angel. That person wore a robe in the same style as Beerus, and there was a silver bracelet on his right wrist. Vegeta's gaze lingered on Xian for a long time, branding that third face into the deepest part of his memory. Beerus lifted his foot off King Vegeta's face. "Let's go. Find King Cold." The mothership of the Frost Demon clan was docked in a starfield less than 3,000 light-years from Scion territory. King Cold sat on the throne in the command room, holding a cup of aged deep purple liquor, listening to his subordinates report on the progress of suppressing several rebellious star systems at the edge of the South Galaxy. Then the sensory alarm exploded, not an alarm from technological equipment, but the inherited instinctive aura perception passed down within the Frost Demon clan. "Lord Beerus?" He ran out to greet them, not even having time to fasten the cape on his throne, and knelt respectfully on the bridge deck, lowering his head. "Lord Beerus, what are your orders? Those monkey scions are too annoying. They actually dared deceive me." Beerus tossed that fake pillow in front of King Cold, his tone as casual as if he were saying he didn't want fish for dinner tonight. "Go wipe out planet Vegeta for me." Uchiha Gen stood beside Whis, turned his face away, and pressed down the corner of his mouth again and again, but his shoulders still trembled ever so slightly.
Ahairles katinflufei payamas.
Flying into a rage because it couldn't find a suitable pillow, one foot on King Vegeta's face and the other on the pride of the Frost Demon clan's ruler. Anyone who saw a cat getting mad would have a hard time not laughing. After returning to the Destroyer's realm, Uchiha Gen began his day-after-day training again. It was as if the Scion bloodline within him had finally awakened. His power level was practically surging upward by the day, nearly doubling at a time. Broly's bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan and Kakarot's seemingly ordinary but actually limitless potential lineage reached a subtle balance through the fusion of devouring art. The former provided the primal destructive force to crush every shackle, while the latter granted the talent to grow even further after every recovery from the brink of death. There were still more than 20 years before the timeline of Dragon Ball Super. Even if he only relied on steady grinding, it would still be enough for him to rise to the level of an average god of destruction. But the training of a god of destruction was not the same thing as that of a supreme Kai. Meditation could train ki. Martial practice could train the body. But destruction, he had never figured out how to train that. Mr. Whis, how do you train destruction? He went straight to Whis. Whis was sitting in a pavilion eating pudding. Hearing that, he set down the silver spoon, stood up and took his staff. Come with me. He led Xian across the plaza of the Destroyer's realm, through the main hall of the palace where Beerus was sleeping, and all the way into the depths of the realm. There stood a tower. It was not very tall, only 9 floors. Its entire body was a dark purple material whose composition couldn't be identified. There were no carvings on the tower at all, only a ring of extremely faint golden runes glowing at the entrance of each floor. The whole tower stood quietly on a barren celestial body at the very edge of the Destroyer's realm. There were no stars around it, no air, only the faint trembling of law fluctuations in the void. This was left behind by Lord Zeno. Every Destroyer's realm in each universe has one. Whis tapped his staff against the ground. Clear the 4th floor, and you've entered the beginner level of a god of destruction. Clear the 6th floor and you're mid-tier. Clear the 8th floor, congratulations, you've reached Lord Beerus's level. What about the 9th floor? Whis turned to look at him, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The 9th floor contains a trace of Lord Zeno's erasure aura. Across all 12 universes, only Lord Beerus has come close to clearing the 9th floor. Lord Zeno even praised him for it. He paused, then gave Xian a gentle rhetorical question. Right now, you still have to rely on erasure to block a sphere of destruction. Do you really think you can charge all the way to the 9th floor? Xian shook his head. The instant he turned and pushed open the door to the 1st floor, the golden runes on the doorframe flashed once, and the cold weight of laws pressed down on his chest. Sphere of destruction. A concentrated mass of pure destructive law condensed from ki, the most primal aggregation of energy that erased everything. He had once blocked it in front of Beerus, and in the tower he had also learned to actively condense it himself. The first 3 floors were easy. The 1st floor was the basics. Convert all the ki you could mobilize into destructive energy, condense it into a sphere, and shatter a target the size of a small planet. The 2nd floor required hitting dozens of high-speed moving targets at the same time with the sphere of destruction. Coverage and reaction speed were both indispensable. The 3rd floor was about density. Starting from a single point, the sphere of destruction had to expand instantly, devour every obstacle within an entire region of space, and then contract back with perfect precision in an instant, avoiding collateral destruction to the tower itself. Those 3 floors, Xian had forced his way through with the foundation of his own ki and the status of a supreme Kai. On the 4th floor he got stuck. The tower door silently closed behind him. The moment he entered, before he had even steadied himself, a dense dark purple ripple, nearly identical to the aura Beerus released with a casual strike, surged out from the depths of the chamber and filled his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. It was not an attack. It was the question of the law itself. What is your destruction? Xian raised his right hand and tried for the first time. Dark purple energy sprouted from his palm and condensed into a fist-sized sphere of destruction. It drifted into the center of the tower floor, then exploded without any warning. Not devouring, not erasing. It was violent loss of control, blasting the entire room until it buzzed and trembled, the ripples of law shaking into total chaos. The tower itself was unharmed. Every bit of power that burst outward was completely absorbed by the runes engraved within the walls. But Xian knew, he had failed. Destruction was not annihilation. Annihilation could rely on heat, force, impact. Destruction could not. This was authority exclusive to a god of destruction, erasure on the level of laws themselves, close to Lord Zeno, yet still stopping at the upper limit of clearing away. No creation.
No transformation.
Only deletion. He withdrew his hand and sat down cross-legged. He did not rush to throw out another destruction sphere. He began grinding at it little by little. Here he had no concept of time. Sometimes he would spend an entire day practicing nothing but compressing destruction energy within a 1-inch area in his palm. Sometimes, for a long stretch of time, he would repeatedly stack destruction and compression onto the same target, compress again, release again, and then observe which traces had been destroyed and which remnants still remained. Occasionally, he would come out and cook a meal for Whis, pudding omuris onegidon, then brew a pot of tea. He did not speak much with Whis, but every sentence carried deeper meaning. Lord Beerus was usually asleep. Sometimes he would wake up, stretch lazily, yawn, look at the lingering aura of destruction still clinging to Xian's body, and casually toss out a line. Still Haven tea cleared the 4th floor? Then he would rub his eyes and head for the fridge to look for pudding. Sometimes, he would return to the ninja world and lie beneath the corridor eaves of the Senju clan grounds. Tsunade and Makoto would sit beside him, each holding a bowl of red bean soup. Hui would report that the Umbu had recently started recruiting new blood, and Kakashi and Obito had brought in a few pretty good seedlings. Sasuke was still traveling the ninja world with Naruto. The two of them were already close to Super Saiyan 1 in strength. As for Hinata, she had already given birth. Kushina was helping take care of the child, while Hinata herself taught at the Ninja Academy. Students would always ask her, "Teacher, is your teacher His Majesty the Emperor?" Hinata could only pretend not to hear it. Kagaya leaned in the corner of the courtyard, while the white-haired maid, wearing soft white gloves, was peeling oranges for Tsunade. Everything was peaceful and stable, so he could return to the God of Destruction's planet at ease and continue pushing against that invisible wall. Their base lifespans had already reached the level of a Supreme Kai, 75,000 years. This was the passive blessing brought by the Supreme Kai godhood. All life connected to him by bloodline or contract would automatically have their lifespan raised to the Supreme Kai level. And that was only the minimum. As their strength continued to rise, their lifespans would continue to extend as well. Even if they could no longer improve, there was still room to negotiate on Mr. Whis' side. Getting an official position in Universe 7 was not difficult for the family of a God of Destruction candidate. More importantly, what he possessed now was the embryonic form of erasure. This seed of law was growing inside him little by little. First, could only erase a single destruction sphere. But now, it had already begun to vaguely take on the shape of what a true God of Destruction should be. Once he truly mastered the 4th floor, once he cleared the 8th floor, or even beyond that, perhaps by then, he himself would have the power to make the people he cared about undying and unperishing. In the 5th year, all the golden runes on the 4th floor of the Destruction Trial Tower finally lit up. When Uchiha Gen walked out through the tower gate, every strand of aura around his body carried the dark violet traces unique to the law of destruction. But they were no longer out of control. They had quietly converged inside him. He lifted a finger and lightly tapped the air in front of him. A destruction sphere the size of a tangyuan floated out from his fingertip and hovered quietly above his palm. Faint golden light patterns flowed across its surface.
No hissing sounds.
No signs of space being obliterated. The destruction energy had been compressed to the extreme, stable as though it were a part of his body. He drew the destruction sphere back into himself, rolled up his sleeves, and walked into the open-air kitchen beside the pavilion. A beginner God of Destruction deserved to reward himself a little, and Mr. Whis' food stockpile was due for a refill too. He had just set the freshly made unagi don on the table when the sky over the God of Destruction's planet was suddenly split open by a streak of 7-colored light. The rainbow stream stopped in front of the pavilion and turned into 2 figures. Kampa, the God of Destruction of Universe 6.
A purple hairless cat.
Built nearly twice as wide as Lord Beerus, wearing the Universe 6 God of Destruction battle outfit. The moment he arrived, he followed the smell and immediately looked toward the dining table. Standing beside him was Vados, the angel of Universe 6, Whis' older sister. Her silver-white long hair was tied high up, her staff was even taller than her younger brother S, and a blue halo circled her neck. Unlike Whis, the corners of her mouth always held the faintest trace of a teasing smile. "Kid Xian, you made something delicious and didn't tea call me?" Kampa sat down with full confidence, picked up a plate of freshly cooked guabao roe, and started shoveling it into his mouth. He ate with both hands going at once, even getting sweet and sour sauce on his cat whiskers. Vados lightly tapped his trembling belly with her staff. "Lord Kampa, if you keep eating like this, your low-fat dinner tonight will be doubled." Kampa paid her absolutely no attention and dragged the second plate of braised pork over in front of himself. "Xian, that dessert you mentioned last time, what was it called again? Snowy bean paste? Did you bring it?" "I did. It's being kept warm in the kitchen." Xian set the dishes out one after another, then gestured for Whis and Vados to help themselves. "Eat quickly, or Lord Kampa will finish everything." The 4 of them ate bite by bite, chopstick by chopstick, and swept the entire table clean. Kampa leaned against a pavilion pillar, closed his eyes, and patted his stomach in satisfaction. Then he opened one eye and sized Xian up. His gaze landed on the fan-shaped bracelet on Xian's right wrist, then followed the aura Xian had drawn inward and probed into him for a brief instant. His cat eyes widened slightly. "Huh? You've become a beginner God of Destruction." He straightened up, and for once put away the laziness from his gluttonous state. "How many years has it even been?" "Not bad, Kid Xian. Your talent really does qualify. That skinny skeleton Beerus sure got lucky, picking up a candidate like you. Next time we Gods of Destruction get together, he's definitely gonna brag again." He wiped his hands on his clothes, stood up, and pointed at the sky. "Come on, let us move around a little after the meal. This great Lord Kampa will exchange a few moves with you, newbie God of Destruction." Xian did not stand on ceremony either. He set down the cloth he had used to wipe his mouth and stood up. The two rose into the air. Kampa's fighting style was completely different from Beerus'. Beerus was feline agility combined with God of Destruction level explosiveness. Kampa. Yeah, he was a nimble fatty. He especially used a lot of kicks. His two thick legs whipped through the air, sending out strings of curved dark violet arcs of destruction light. Every single arc alone could slice away a planet. Xian fully unleashed the peak of the second level of Ultra Instinct. Silver aura traced incomparably smooth arcs through the void. Dodge. Counterattack. No destruction spheres. Just pure taijutsu and aura force colliding head-on. They fought for half a shuriken before both stopping. Xian had more or less figured out where he stood. With the status of a beginner god of destruction, plus the boost from the peak of the second level of Ultra Instinct, he could roughly fight Kampa to a 50-50 split. That was under the premise that Kampa did not activate Ultra Instinct. He had already heard from Whis that Vados was making Kampa lose weight. Maybe being too fat was also why it was so hard for him to get started with Ultra Instinct. The two landed. Kampa was still savoring the dessert from the table, while Vados lifted her staff, preparing to return to Universe 6. Xian called out to her, then took a carefully wrapped white paper box from the kitchen. Miss Vados, this is a new dessert I experimented with earlier. Fruit cake made with something called strawberries. Whis said you should like it too. Vados lowered her head and accepted the box. The unreadable, shrewd curve at the corner of her eyes bent slightly. Thank you, Mr. Xian. Lord Kampa, we're leaving. Kampa was dragged out of the pavilion by the back of his collar, still clutching a piece of braised pork he had not had enough of. After they closed the space gate to Universe 6, Whis floated over to Xian with his staff in hand and bent down to look at his face. Mr. Xian, if I remember correctly, I never told you what my sister likes to eat, did I? Could it be? You seem to have feelings for my sister? His voice was light and soft, but the lethality was immense. Xian nodded. He had already married 2 wives. There was really no need for him to feel embarrassed about this kind of thing. Yes, I like Vados. Whis straightened up, his staff tapping lightly at his side. Then you'll have to work hard. Although us angels don't measure our strength through the trial tower, we are definitely beyond the 9th floor. He paused, then lightly pressed Xian's shoulder. Do your best. Xian watched his back disappear behind the palace doors and stood there for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, turned around, and pushed open the door to the 5th floor of the trial tower. The tower door slammed shut with a boom, and dark gold runes on the frame slowly lit up in ring after ring of glowing traces. The air on the 5th floor was filled with an overwhelming law of destruction, as if the entire universe had been seized by the throat. He raised a hand in the darkness, and destruction energy condensed once more into a tiny sphere, hovering above his palm. This time, its light was steadier and colder than when he had just come out of the 4th floor, slowly seeping straight toward the deepest part of the law. Xian lowered his head to look at it, nodded, and stepped into the trial ground of the 5th floor. The golden light of the trial tower lingered on his shoulder for a moment before slowly being swallowed by the darkness. Whis's words, do your best, weighed on Uchiha Gen's heart for 20 years. It wasn't a burden. It was a goal. Beerus's level as a god of destruction was the 8th floor. An angel's strength was above the 9th floor, and Vados had been personally acknowledged by Whis as someone whose power surpassed the 9th floor. He wanted to stand before her. At the very least, he couldn't be too far behind. In the 20th year, all the golden runes on the 7th floor of the trial tower lit up. The tower door was pushed open from the inside, and Xian walked out from the 7th floor, his aura stable, no longer covered in lingering dark purple scars like when he had just come out of the 4th floor. The law of destruction had already been completely restrained. Standing at the entrance of the trial tower, he raised his right hand and flicked a finger. An inch in front of his fingertip, space was silently annihilated into a black dot the size of a needle tip. Around the edge of the dot flowed an extremely thin ring of golden light patterns, and a moment later it was automatically repaired by the law itself. He lowered his hand and nodded to himself. At this level, even without using Ultra Instinct, he could steadily beat that cat god of destruction from a few years ago who had once fought him to a draw, Kampa. 25 years had passed since Son Goku's birth, and in another 4 years, it would be the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Xian tied on an apron and walked into the open-air kitchen beside the pavilion. Onagi rice bowl, braised pork, gobera, omuris, pudding. Mr. Whis's portion stayed the same as usual. Lord Kampa's portion was packed separately. Then he took out a strawberry he had brought back from the ninja world, washed and sliced it, made a fruitcake, then paired it with a cup of hand-mixed fruit tea, carefully sealing both in a silver insulated box. The Mafuba rune on the cube lit up, and the coordinates of Universe 6 jumped once at his fingertips. His landing point was still the entrance to Kampa's palace. That purple cat, now a whole size fatter, was napping in the pavilion. The moment he smelled the onagi rice bowl, he immediately opened his eyes.
Brat Xian.
What delicious stuff did you bring today? Huh? Wait, what's up with your aura? The 7th floor? The 7th floor. Vados was wrong. Beerus doesn't need to go around bragging about you at God of Destruction gatherings. You yourself are a walking bragging machine. Even while Kampa grumbled that this brat had already surpassed him, His hands had already taken the lunchbox with the unagi rice bowl, and the moment he lifted the lid, he started stuffing it into his mouth. There were only two things that made him unhappy. First, Xian's strength had surpassed his. Second, he had actually brought Vados a separate dessert. When Vados took the cake and fruit tea, the teasing curve at the corner of her lips bent a little deeper than usual. She led Xian outside the palace and lightly tapped her staff at her side. Her tall figure cast a long shadow beneath the starlight of Universe 6, and her tone remained as unhurried as ever. Mr. Xian, do you like me? Yes. I like Miss Vados, but my strength still isn't enough. I still have to keep working hard. Vados held the cake box in her palm and lightly scraped the ring at the top of her staff with her fingertip. I also have a favorable impression of Mr. Xian. After all, there aren't many people who can make desserts this delicious. She put away her smile and looked at him seriously. But a favorable impression is one thing. Strength is still a very important standard. As for my father's hurdle, it's much harder than the 8th floor of the Destruction Trial Tower. Do your best. Xian remembered it. The Grand Priest, father of the angels of the 12 universes, below Zeno and above all gods. Now he had one more layer to his goal. It wasn't just so he could stand before Vados. It was also so that, when he finally stood before that silver-haired divine official, he would be able to look him in the eyes. After returning to the God of Destruction realm, he went to find Whis. Mr. Whis, I want to go to Planet Yardrat and learn their instant transmission. While I'm at it, I'll go home for a look, and then wipe out a batch of planets with below-average battle power. Whis tapped his staff against the ground and had already guessed what he was thinking. Go ahead. In a God of Destruction's performance metrics, planetary cleanup is one of the assessment indicators to begin with. Mind your limits. Don't exhaust yourself. The Grand Elder of Planet Yardrat sensed Uchiha Gen stepping out from the void. The Black God of Destruction battle outfit, the silver bracelet on his right wrist flowing with ancient ripples. He immediately dropped to his knees in salute, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Lord God of Destruction, welcome to Planet Yardrat. May I ask what you require? I'm here to learn instant transmission. Take me to your skill library. The Yardrats never showed off their martial strength in tournaments. Over countless years, they had accumulated endless secret techniques for the refined control of ki, all stored on the stone walls deep within the library. Xian stayed there for 3 months. The foundation of instant transmission was using ki to lock onto a target's aura and then instantly pinpointing it. It was very similar to his Flying Thunder God technique, but simpler. It didn't require pre-marked coordinates, only the ability to sense the target's ki. 3 months later, he walked out of the library, and the first thing he did with instant transmission was return to his own ninja world and eat dinner at home. After the family banquet, he handed a cultivation manual that he had personally extracted and compiled from the Planet Yardrat archives to each member of his family, then distributed copied versions of the basic techniques through an imperial decree to every administrative district and ninja academy. Then he called Hahui and Sasuke into the courtyard. Which one of you wants to be emperor? Sasuke chewed up the cherry tomato in his mouth, his tone calm. I'm not interested. If Naruto were here, I still wouldn't be emperor. With Naruto not here, I definitely won't be emperor. This time when you leave, Dad, I'm going to. I'll take a look around the universe. Hahui bit on a blade of grass and thought for quite a while before finally nodding. I'll be the second emperor. Half a month later, Hahui ascended the throne. Inoki, the 4th Hokage, Mei Terumi, and Gaara all came. The 4 of them hadn't seen each other in many years. Inoki stood straight with his cane. The 4th Hokage's beard had already turned white. Mei Terumi still looked graceful and charming as ever, and Gaara was the one who had changed the most among them. The dark circles under his eyes had completely disappeared back when Xian taught him the method of cultivating ki. Xian reached out and patted the 4th Hokage on the shoulder, asking whether he wanted to go out with him. The 4th Hokage waved his hand. Forget it. I'm done fighting. I've guarded your territory for decades, and with the injuries on my body, I don't want to keep pushing it anymore. If one day you become the strongest, remember to go to my gravestone and tell me. He laughed loudly and slapped away the wine jug from the people beside him. Amid the clinking of cups, Inoki also spoke up. His back was already somewhat bent, but his voice was still clear and bright. Your Majesty, in the first half of my life, I lived under the shadow of Uchiha Madara. In the second half, I always thought I'd be following behind your shadow. All these years, you've let us cultivate and open the road for the next generation. As for me, that's enough. I have no regrets in this life. It's been colorful enough. He raised his bowl and drained it in one gulp. The other 3 at his side also lifted their drinks and nodded, and the few of them emptied them in one shot. They were all people who had grown old from war, and they all knew their bloodlines and talent could no longer support a longer road ahead. The sharpness they had lost wasn't because they lacked fighting spirit, but because they were naturally making room for the younger generation. One by one, the 4 of them were carried away. The 4th Hokage's son was so sturdy he could carry 3 bears, and Inoki's youngest daughter was already Iwagakure's proud jonin. Shen sat beneath the old pine tree and poured himself a cup of sake alone. Moonlight filtered through the pine needles and fell across the rim of his empty cup. That man called the Fourth Hokage had always loved shouting in his ear, and even that old stubborn Inoki was now sighing that he had no regrets in life. Tsunade walked over from behind and quietly sat down beside him. Mikoto came out as well, gently placing the red bean soup on the low table. They told him that all of this was his doing, that they had already held the line well enough, and that he didn't need to keep guarding them. He could come pick them up again once he was strong enough to take them to live in the universe. Shen held his now empty wine cup and suddenly smiled. He finally understood. He had been trapped in the emotion of not being able to wait for them in time, and had forgotten one thing: he himself was a god of destruction candidate, a supreme Kai. His wives, his family, and his friends all had plenty of time. Plenty of time to reunite again, time that ordinary years could never wear away. At that moment, the bottleneck of the supreme Kai realm was smashed apart by a heavy blow. Golden aura surged out from his body on its own, spreading into every corner of the Senju clan grounds. That ancient and tranquil fluctuation of law lit up above the Fifth Hokage rock. The seat of Grand Supreme Kai, achieved. From this moment on, his status had already surpassed all gods of destruction. The next morning, Uchiha Gen stood in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. Hui stood in front of him, his forehead protector tied around his brow, with the rising morning sun and the shadow of an old pine behind him. Being Emperor isn't about enjoyment. You have to listen more to others' advice, and you have to care for your subordinates. But when it comes to corrupt officials, when it comes to officials who bully the people, you must use the harshest punishment. You have to make them afraid. You grew up among the shadow guards, so you already understand these principles. But once you sit in that position, understanding and doing are two different things. Shen raised a hand and pressed it onto Hui's shoulder. You are my son, and you are also the emperor of the land of fire. These two identities do not conflict, but they are not the same either. Be ruthless when you need to be ruthless. Be soft when you need to be soft. Weigh it yourself. Hui spat out the blade of grass in his mouth. Dad, don't worry. If I mess it up, you can beat me up when you come back. Sasuke stood up from beneath the corridor eaves, carrying only a straight sword on his back and a light ninja pouch. Naruto stood beside him, carrying the same kind of small pack. The expression on his face was somewhere between I'm going on a space adventure and I'm going to get beaten to death by mom when I come back. Last night, he had told Kushina that he was going to travel the universe with Sasuke. She had grabbed him by the ear and scolded him all night. Hinata had just given birth to Uzumaki Himawari, yet as her husband and father, he still wanted to run off with his childhood friend to fool around in space. Kushina had nearly burned his Hokage cloak. Yes, Naruto was already the 7th Hokage. The 6th was still Kakashi. But in the end, she still let him go, and had Kakashi continue being Hokage for a few more years. Hinata stood at the courtyard gate, holding Himawari, who was still wrapped in swaddling cloth. Naruto scratched his head and promised her that he would definitely stay in contact. Hinata smiled and nodded. Shen summoned the cube from a ceiling scroll and tapped the planet he had chosen long ago. A planet with a huge population and a highly developed martial arts civilization. Its gravity was several times that of the ninja world, and the average combat power of its native warriors far surpassed the low-class warriors of ordinary science. He placed Sasuke and Naruto on the outskirts of a medium-sized town on that planet, then took out 2 silver-gray interstellar communicators from his clothes and handed them over. If you run into something you can't handle, call me. If not, then forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of instant transmission light appeared, and he vanished from where he stood. Holding up the communicator, Naruto grinned at Sasuke. With this, we can train and travel without worrying. During the time that followed, Uchiha Gen began cleaning out the planets in Universe 7 whose average combat power was too low. One of the duties of a god of destruction was clearing out inefficient planets, freeing up resources for civilizations with greater potential. Every time he arrived at a planet, he would first sweep it with key sensing and lock onto the average combat power of all combat units. If it was below the threshold, he would directly use a destruction sphere and wipe the planet clean. If it had potential, he would leave a mark and put it onto WIS-S observation list. No one dared stop him and no one could stop him. During that time, he went back to check on Sasuke and Naruto a few times. From high above the planet, he took a distant look. Sasuke was already able to move freely under high multiple gravity, and his Mangekyo Susanoo had been compressed further, down to a size of 100 meters. Naruto was even more straightforward. He had fought the native martial artists of that planet countless times. After Kurama's chakra fused with ki, the Ninetales cloak had turned into an entirely new form glowing with a golden halo. After some more time, the two of them would be able to find their own way home by using ki sensing alone. Year 4. The timeline of Dragon Ball Super had arrived. On this day, Uchiha Gen had just finished clearing a planet. Destruction energy was still slowly dissipating from his fingertips when a streak of golden light suddenly came through the void. Supreme Kaishin stepped out from it, followed by his attendant Kibito, pink-skinned, tall, with the natural arrogance unique to a divine servant on his face. Before Shin could speak, Kibito stepped forward first, pointing at the planet below that was currently collapsing. His questioning voice entered Shin's mind directly through law in the vacuum. Why did you destroy this planet? There was still life on it. Uchiha Gen turned his head and glanced at him. He raised a finger. A destruction sphere the size of a tangyuan formed at his fingertip, and he flicked it casually. The destruction sphere crossed the void without a sound and directly stuck to Kibito's body. In an instant, Kibito was erased from the level of existence itself, not even having time to let out a scream. A god of destruction did not need any reason to erase a divine attendant. What the hell is that? Not even respecting a god of destruction, so what if you didn't know? He turned around. The light of instant transmission was already lighting up. On the way back to the god of destruction realm, he was still cursing under his breath, then suddenly stopped. Wait, it seemed like the guy really didn't know him. The investiture music for a god of destruction candidate had only been transmitted to beings above the level of Kai. Kibito was only a servant of the supreme Kai. His status wasn't high enough so he couldn't hear it. Forget it. Just a servant. Dead was dead. God of destruction realm. Beerus was lying on a recliner beside the gazebo, wearing that furry pajama set he never changed out of, one leg crossed over the other. While yawning, he looked at Uchiha Gen, who had just returned via instant transmission, his cat eyes sweeping him up and down. TSK, not bad, kid. Pretty amazing. Cleared the 7th layer and your status reached Grand Supreme Kai. In a little over 20 years, you've walked the path that took us gods of destruction hundreds of millions of years. Not bad, not bad. Whis, standing nearby, also nodded and used his staff to point toward the kitchen. Shen understood. He tied on an apron and started cooking. Onegi rice, braised pork, gobeira, omuris. Pudding dish after dish was placed onto the stone table in the gazebo. After Beerus had eaten half a plate of gobeira, Shen wiped his hands and asked a question. Lord Beerus, why did you wake up after only a few years this time? Didn't you say last time that you were going to sleep for 100 years? I had a dream. Dreamed about some scion. What was it again? Super Scion? No Scion. What god? Beerus chewed a piece of eel, his cat ears drooping in confusion. Anyway, it was some kind of Scion. In the dream, I fought him. But didn't I already have King Cold send people to wipe out the Scions? Frisia should have blown planet Vegeta to bits already. Shen set down the pudding spoon in his hand and thought for a moment. Super Scion god? If I remember correctly, planet Vegeta was indeed destroyed. But maybe a few Scions survived on other planets. Didn't the Frisia Force send some low-class warriors to remote planets as advanced troops? Beerus slapped his right hand with his left fist. That's it. Super Scion God. Whis, hurry up and check. Where are there still Scions now? Whis lightly tapped the void with his staff. Angel power turned into a transparent star map, where countless points of light flickered and rotated. 4032877 asteroid, at the edge of the north area of the galaxy. A small branch of Scion descendants that luckily escaped when Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta. Their numbers are very small. Small in number? Beerus's cat ears stood up. Forget it. A few is fine. Come on, let us go take a look. The 3 of them were wrapped in angel power, and their landing point was chosen to be King Kai's planet. King Kai had been squatting on the grass drinking tea. When he saw an angel, a god of destruction, and a god of destruction candidate land on his tiny planet at the same time, the teacup in his hand almost flew out. The investiture music he had sensed before for the god of destruction candidate had belonged to this newly risen god of destruction, who was now sizing him up with those dark, gleaming eyes. Beerus looked around, and his gaze landed on Goku, who was training on the hill. King Kai had repeatedly warned Goku before, saying that these 3 absolutely could not be provoked. But Goku really couldn't hold himself back. Scratching the back of his head, he smiled and said, "You all look really strong. Can I spar with you?" Beerus crooked a finger at him. Goku directly went Super Saiyan 1. Golden aura shot into the sky as he charged straight at Lord Beerus. Then came Super Saiyan 2, then Super Saiyan 3. But none of it could do anything to Beerus at all. And then Goku met a tragic end. Lord Beerus sent him smashing into the ground with one big swing, and his snoring was even louder than King Kai's teapot. When Goku woke up, his King Kai master was squatting right in front of his face, sighing. Looking around, the 3 from the god of destruction's side were already gone. Only an ant was crawling across the grass and over the tip of his nose, making him sneeze so hard it echoed. On Earth, Vegeta was on a cruise ship. Bulma's birthday party had rented out the entire vessel. Colored lights and champagne glasses were piled everywhere. When Beerus, Whis, and Uchiha Gen landed on the deck, Bulma walked over with a glass of champagne in hand, thinking they were Vegeta's alien friends here to support the birthday banquet. She warmly arranged the 3 of them at the best spot in the buffet area. Takoyaki, sushi, tempura, steak, and desserts she had specially flown in were lined up in a row. Beerus had been spoiled by Uchiha Gen over the years, so Earth's food only earned a single fried shrimp from his chopsticks. After chewing twice, he put them down. His cat-like eyes clearly said it was barely edible. Whis took a bite of pudding, put down his spoon, and said the sweetness was barely passable. Shen didn't touch the food at all. He simply folded his arms and leaned against the railing. Vegeta sat at the other end of the table, the fork in his hand nearly stabbing through the plate. From the moment the three stepped onto the deck, he had recognized the silver bracelet on Shen's wrist, God of Destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and that black-haired, black-eyed young man. More than 20 years ago, in the shadows of a palace corridor on planet Vegeta, he had personally watched Beerus step on his father's face. He had also watched that black-haired young man stand behind the angel and witnessed the entire scene from beginning to end. That young man still wore the silver bracelet of a God of Destruction candidate on his right wrist and was dressed in the same style of God of Destruction robe as Beerus. Vegeta's throat bobbed once. He was the prince of the Scions. Pride was carved into his bones. But he also knew that, with a single sentence from the God of Destruction, the Frieza race had gone and wiped out planet Vegeta. Scions could die in battle, but they could not die for no reason at all. So he stood up, personally walked over to refill champagne for the three of them once, then stood at the side with his hands lowered, expressionless as he waited. Beerus swallowed the last fried shrimp and wiped his mouth. Vegeta, let me ask you, do you know what a Super Saiyan God is? Vegeta suppressed the unwillingness and fear churning inside him and set down the champagne bottle. I don't know what this Super Saiyan God is, he said, but I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Beerus muttered. Then transform and let me see. Vegeta took a deep breath and stepped back a few paces. Golden aura surged up from beneath his feet. His hair stood on end and turned gold, while arcs of electricity crackled around his body. Super Saiyan 2, the strongest battle form he could currently maintain. Beerus leaned back in his chair and gave him a glance, with no intention of even standing up. Then he turned his head and jerked his chin toward Uchiha Gen. This is completely different from the Super Saiyan God in my dream. Kid Shen, you go test him. Uchiha Gen straightened away from the railing, his gaze falling on Vegeta. The two rose into the air. Vegeta moved first. No probing, no hesitation, he went all out from the start. Golden afterimages carved dozens of zigzag lines through the night sky, smashing toward Shen from more than 10 different angles at once. Shen didn't activate Ultra Instinct. He only used the most basic taijutsu to receive a few of Vegeta's moves, and then he realized that this Saiyan was still far too weak in front of him. He turned his body to avoid a straight punch aimed at his face, smoothly slipped into the dead angle of Vegeta's defense, and drove an elbow with perfect precision into the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta's golden Super Saiyan light went out instantly. His whole body dropped from midair like a kite with its string cut, crashed straight through the cruise ship deck, and slammed into the center of the dance floor, leaving behind a human-shaped crater before passing out completely. Bulma screamed and ran over. Beerus yawned, picked up the last takoyaki from the table, dipped it in a little wasabi, and popped it into his mouth. Because he wasn't that obsessed with food. There was no disgusting Beerus this time, so Beerus decided to show mercy and let them go. But just as he stood up, he was stopped by the fusion of Goten and Trunks. Gotenks rushed forward and immediately made a move against Lord Beerus. Beerus was annoyed out of his mind, so with one wave of his hand he knocked Gotenks back. Then he rose into the air and gathered a sphere of destruction in his palm. Rude people have no need to exist. I was in a pretty good mood, but you dared to anger a god. Then be destroyed. With that, he threw the sphere of destruction. At the exact moment the sphere of destruction was thrown, Son Goku also instant transmissioned over. The moment Shen saw Goku, Erasure activated and wiped out Beerus' sphere of destruction, making that Thunder little cat so mad he started stomping in the air. Uchiha Shen, you bastard. What are you trying to do? Lord Beerus, don't be in such a hurry. This Scion named Son Goku seems to have something to say. Shen's tone was very gentle, like he was soothing his own cat at home. Beerus snorted and landed on the deck with his arms crossed. Then let us hear it. Hey, Son Goku, what did you come here for? Don't tell me you know what a Super Saiyan God is? Goku scratched the back of his head and shook it honestly. I don't, but I can ask. He borrowed the 7 Dragon Balls from Bulma and placed them on the deck, then pressed his palms together. Golden light shot into the sky. Shinran emerged from the light. Before the dragon's massive body had fully unfolded across the heavens, its vertical pupils caught sight of the 3 figures standing in the shadows on the deck, God of Destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and God of Destruction candidate Uchiha Gen. Shinran's dragon body visibly stiffened. It lowered its raised dragon head, humbly bowing it down from midair until it hung near the edge of the deck, and spoke in a deeply respectful tone. My respects to Lord Beerus. My respects to Lord Shen. I did not know the two of you were here. Please forgive me. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. Enough with the greetings. Answer this Scion-S question first. Goku looked up at Shinran and asked what he wanted to know. What was a Super Saiyan God? And where could one be found? Shinran was silent for a moment before saying it did not know the exact whereabouts of a Super Saiyan God. But it did know the method to become one. 6 Scions with righteous hearts were needed. One would serve as the core, while the other 5 would pour their light and energy into that core. That way, a Super Saiyan God could be born. Goku asked how to pour it in, and Shinran only replied with one sentence, with righteousness in the heart and sincere guidance. Then it turned into golden light and scattered away. The 7 Dragon Balls reverted to stone and rolled across the deck. Goku stood in the center of the deck. On his left was Vegeta, who had just been pulled out of the crater and was still unconscious. On his right were Goten and Trunks, who had only just recovered from defusing. Behind him stood Gohan and the pregnant Videl. He counted the group once, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, you. Vegeta still out cold, Gohan. Help me wake him up. With pregnant Videl added in, that makes exactly enough. Gohan woke Vegeta up by smacking him with a senzu bean. Vegeta listened to the entire plan with a dark expression. Although the words righteous heart made him feel deeply insulted, when he saw Beerus's lazy cat eyes fixed on him, he forcibly swallowed back whatever he had wanted to say. The 5 Scions formed a circle and placed their hands on Goku, who stood at the center of the formation. 5 gentle pillars of light rose from their bodies and poured into Goku. In the next second, red radiance exploded from within Goku with a thunderous burst. His hair turned a blazing, brilliant red. His pupils became a clear gold. A layer of extremely thin yet incomparably pure divine aura wrapped around his body. Not the violent, outwardly raging aura of Super Saiyan, but something restrained, warm, and slowly spreading like the light of dawn. Super Saiyan God. Success on the first try. The night grew deeper. Uchiha Gen leaned against the cold railing, his eyes half closed. Beneath that seemingly relaxed posture, the sensory power of Ultra Instinct spread soundlessly like ripples sinking into the deep sea, silently piercing through the crimson aura surrounding Son Goku. It really was divine aura. But the texture of this power was completely different from Beerus's absolute law of destruction. And it wasn't the gentle creative fluctuation of a supreme Kai either. It was the savage gene buried deep within Scion bloodline, elevated by the baptism of the pure heart of the 6 paths, transformed into a pure divinity like a star collapsing and then erupting once more. He withdrew his senses and looked at Whis, who was floating in midair nearby. After a moment of thought, he lowered his voice and broke the silence. Last time I went to Universe 6, Miss Vados said she had a favorable impression of me too. Hearing that, the staff in Whis's hand let out a dull tap and came to a steady stop on the deck. He turned his head, and that signature teasing smile appeared on his ever-elegant face. Then please do your best, Mr. Xian. His tone was no different from when he had guided him in training all those years ago, but deep inside those pale purple eyes was unmistakably a trace of sincere gratification at the growth of this anomaly he had personally taught. High in the air, the fierce battle was at its peak. The red Super Saiyan God and the purple God of destruction were crazily colliding beneath the night sky. Every time their fists and kicks met, the aftershock pouring out became visible hemispherical shockwaves, forcibly crushing the sea below by several meters and forming one giant vacuum pit after another. The splashing water was instantly vaporized by the extreme heat, and white mist billowed upward. It really was an exciting fight, but in Uchiha Gen's eyes, there was a trace of boredom in Beerus's movements. This god of destruction had only been maintaining basic hand-to-hand combat from beginning to end. He had not even truly brought out 1/10 of his strength. Even though, in a hidden corner of his heart, Beerus had already acknowledged Kakarot's purity as a martial artist, something far beyond those low-level scions who only knew how to roar wildly. But at this moment, the corner of his eye swept across the black-haired, black-eyed boy at the edge of the deck, and a strange sense of dullness rose in his heart. That brat had completely shattered the divide between mortal and god in less time than any record in cosmic history. Become a god, been made a candidate, and was even about to touch the threshold of the 9th level. Boring, Beerus muttered to himself. The monster quota of Universe 7 was probably all taken by that brat called Shin. If another one who can fight wants to show up, I'll probably have to wait a few 100 million years. Lucky for you. He suddenly raised a hand, spread his 5 fingers, and effortlessly caught Goku's all-out god-level heavy punch. His palm gave a slight tremor, and a calm yet unshakable force directly sent the red-haired scion flying back from high in the sky. I'm done fighting. Beerus waved his hand in boredom. Destroying Earth isn't interesting either. Whis, let's go. Before the beam of energy enveloped the 3 of them, Uchiha Gen turned around and waved at Bulma not far away. The blue-haired woman scientist was currently waving the electronic wrench in her hand, directing robots to repair the cracked deck. I'll be coming over again after a while. Xian looked at the approaching Bulma, his tone calm. I might bring 2 people with me then. They're both top scientists from over there. Orochimaru and Amato. I want to introduce you to each other and let you exchange ideas on genetics and biomechanical technology. Bulma's eyes lit up at once. She smoothly hooked the wrench back onto the tool belt at her waist, crossed her arms, and made the decision on the spot. No problem. As long as they're truly capable smart people, they're always welcome. Just give me a signal in advance when the time comes, and I'll prepare the best independent laboratories for them. Multicolored streams of light shot into the sky and tore off through the night. From beginning to end, Vegeta stood in the shadows without saying a word. His hands gripped his arms tightly as he watched that streak of light completely disappear beyond the edge of his vision. Only then did he silently turn around and walk toward his gravity chamber with heavy steps. The humiliation of defeat and the burning fighting spirit in his bloodline twisted together, making every step he took sink especially deep. He did not even turn back to look at the party that had become lively again. In his eyes, there was only that path to godhood he had yet to touch. By the time they returned to the Destroyer realm, it was already deep night in cosmic time. Beerus yawned as he walked into the palace, his tail dragging a lazy curve across the ground. Without even unbuttoning his sleepwear, he dropped straight onto the bed. Whis leaned his staff against a pavilion pillar and sat down to wait for his usual midnight snack. Uchiha Gen tied on an apron and walked into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and gave it a glance. Inside were ingredients he had gathered from all across the universe. Glowing mushrooms from Namek, crisp leaf vegetables from Yardrat, and marbled beef airlifted from the ninja world. He took out the beef and sliced it into even thin cuts, seared them in a frying pan until both sides were golden brown, then laid them over freshly steamed rice together with the glowing mushrooms. Finally, he drizzled a circle of red wine sauce over it, a sauce he had simmered for 3 hours. 3 servings of beef and mushroom rice bowls were placed on the table, accompanied by miso soup and handmade pudding. Beerus's nose twitched twice in his sleep, and in the next second, he was already seated at the dining table. Your cooking just keeps getting better and better, brat. Beerus scraped clean the last bite of pudding, his cat-like eyes narrowing into satisfied slits. If one day you stop being a god of destruction candidate, you can consider opening a cafeteria in the Destroyer realm. Whis set down his soup bowl. I agree. Uchiha Gen placed the bowls into the sink. Mr. Whis, doesn't the Destroyer realm have a dishwasher? It does. Me. The 3 of them sat in the pavilion, watching the starlight of the Destroyer realm, and no one spoke again. That silence was not because there was nothing to say, but because they were too familiar with one another, so familiar that there was no need to use words to fill every inch of space. Shen still had many things to do next. He was preparing to enter the trial tower once again, and while he was at it, go back to the ninja world to ease Tsunade's and Mikoto's lovesickness a little. After that, he also had to bring Orochimaru and Tobirama Senju to Earth to meet Bulma. But right now, he was simply eating and watching the stars together with 2 friends he had been with for many years. Early the next morning, Uchiha Gen used the cube to lock onto the coordinates of the ninja world, and the light of instant transmission landed directly at the entrance of the main control room of Konoha's Department of Technology. Orochimaru was standing in front of a newly assembled chakra analyzer, his vertical pupils fixed on the fluctuating data curves on the display screen. Tobirama sat on the other side of the lab bench with a handwritten manuscript of jutsu calculations in hand, the red markings on his face tightening slightly along with his frown. Earth, a woman scientist named Bulma. Her accomplishments in time travel and mechanical engineering are no worse than yours. Shen leaned against the doorframe. Want to go exchange ideas? Tobirama closed the jutsu manuscript and reached for the coat hanging on the rack. The light of the display screen flickered in Orochimaru's vertical pupils. When do we leave? Tomorrow at noon. Get the materials you want to bring organized first. After leaving the Department of Technology, Uchiha Gen did not use instant transmission. Instead, he slowly walked back to the Senju clan grounds along Konoha streets. The concrete road gave off a grayish-white sheen beneath the late autumn sunlight, and the newly planted ginkgo trees by the roadside had already grown taller than adults. The courtyard gate of the Senju clan grounds was left ajar. He pushed it open, and Tsunade and Mikoto were rising to their feet beneath the covered walkway. Tsunade still had an unfinished dumpling in her hand, and there was flour on Mikoto's apron. He walked over and reached out to hold both of their hands together. At noon the next day, after a fierce, gut-wrenching battle, Shen finished the breakfast he had made himself, returned to the room, and kissed Tsunade and Mikoto on the forehead. Orochimaru stood at the entrance of the research institute, carrying an oversized ceiling scroll stuffed full of experimental equipment and materials. Tobirama had changed into a dark blue travel outfit suited for movement, and the red markings on his face looked especially striking under the midday sun. Shen pressed a hand onto both of their shoulders. His senses locked onto Vegeta's ki, which was currently sweating it out inside the gravity chamber at Bulma's house on Earth. The aura spilling from it carried an overflowing destructive urge, practically like a miniature Beerus.
Instant transmission activated.
3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the gravity chamber. Vegeta had just blasted apart another round of virtual shooting training, and when the gravity returned to normal, sweat still hung from his bare upper body. The corner of his eye caught the dark figure standing outside the door, and his body reacted before his brain did. He straightened up and bowed in one smooth motion, completely a case of his body remembering that instinctive fear from back when the god of destruction had stepped on his father's face. Lord Xian, you've come to Earth. What are your orders? No need to be so formal, Vegeta. This time, I came to see your wife, Ms. Bulma. The two behind me are both top scientists from my hometown. Orochimaru specializes in genetic engineering and life sciences. Tobirama Senju is skilled in weapon development and high-density energy matter stabilization. They were hoping to exchange some theories with Bulma. Xian waved his hand. Vegeta tightened his grip on the gravity chamber handrail and coldly glanced at the two men's strange robes and white hair. He nodded, then honestly led the way in front, bringing the three of them into Bulma's private research lab. Bulma pushed up her goggles, while Orochimaru and Tobirama each took out a sealing scroll from their robes. Tobirama pulled out an energy stabilization model diagram for an extreme compression system. Bulma frowned as she looked at it for a moment, then her eyes instantly lit up. Meanwhile, Orochimaru calmly displayed a set of theoretical formulas based on Otsutsuki cells, fused with genetic enhancement and environmental adaptation functions. Bulma softly whistled and directly had her assistant leave the three of them in the lab. Xian told Orochimaru and Tobirama to stay a while longer and said he would come pick them up in a few days. Then he stepped out together with Vegeta. The moment they crossed the threshold, Vegeta suddenly bowed at a full 90 degrees again, his forehead nearly touching his knees, his tone extremely solemn. Lord Xian, please take me as your student and train me. I can't. Xian shook his head. But I can recommend you a teacher. The one who came with me that day, the one standing behind Lord Beerus. He is our god of destruction's teacher, and also one of the angel race. If you want me to take you to meet him, then we leave now. Vegeta suddenly raised his head, and an unprecedented fiery light burst out from his eyes. Even the muscles in his neck tightened. He forced down the impulse surging in his emotions, only gritting his teeth inwardly. Once he got stronger, he would definitely beat those two guys' faces in. Xian did not look back as he walked ahead to lead the way, the corner of his lips curving slightly. Just now, he had vaguely sensed the fleeting thought in Vegeta's mind, but he did not care about it at all. Even if the Scion Prince trained for a few 100 million years more, he still would not be able to touch even a corner of his clothes. After returning to Beerus' planet, the moment Vegeta's feet stepped onto it, his knees instantly bent under the gravity. But he was already someone who had adapted to several hundred times gravity. A Scion's natural battle instinct was frantically adjusting to this environment, where every inch of air in the space carried the weight of laws. Uchiha Gen glanced at him and did not reach out to help. On Beerus' planet, the first lesson is always learning how to stand on your own. Inside the pavilion, Whis was scooping pudding with a small silver spoon. After hearing Xian's purpose, he set down the spoon and looked Vegeta up and down, his gaze sweeping from the Scion Prince's stiff neck all the way to his slightly trembling calves. That's fine. Your aptitude is decent, barely teachable. However, for a while you can't stay here. Otherwise, on the very first day of training, Lord Beerus' waking temper would blast him into ashes. Whis stood up and lightly tapped his staff. Angel power wrapped around the three of them, and their destination was set on an uninhabited barren planet on the outskirts of Beerus' planet. The surface of the barren planet was nothing but endless gray rock layers. Its gravity was about 5 times that of Earth, and the air was thin, but still barely breathable. Whis took out a set of gravity training clothes from his sleeve and tossed it to Vegeta. The style was exactly the same as the one Xian had worn back then. It would dynamically adjust the load according to the wearer's physical body mass. Put this on first and clean the entire planet. No using ki, pure physical strength only. Vegeta caught the heavy gravity suit with both hands, his face turning dark green. He was the prince of all Scions, one of the strongest Scion warriors, and now he was being assigned to sweep the floor. His lips moved, but in the end, he still clenched his teeth and said nothing. The teacher was an angel. An angel's rules were rules. Over the next few days, Uchiha Gen watched Vegeta from afar a few times on the barren planet. The Scion Prince held the broom and rag Whis had created, wiping from one end of the planet to the other. As he cleaned, he cursed Kakarote's name over and over in his heart. Xian watched for a while and felt that, while the scene was amusing, it did not help his own cultivation much, so he greeted Whis and used instant transmission back to Earth. Inside Bulma's private research institute, Orochimaru and Tobirama Senju were packing up. Several freshly organized exchange notes were piled on the table, and beside Tobirama was a stack of handwritten jutsu deduction drafts. Orochimaru's vertical pupils swept over the final set of data on the instrument screen, and he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. The exchange is more or less complete. Ms. Bulma's ideas in genetic engineering and mechanical manufacturing are indeed unique, especially the energy conversion theory she proposed. It gave me great inspiration for my future projects. Tobirama put away the last scroll of jutsu deductions into his robe, nodded, and briefly added one sentence. Her ninja tool design concepts are also very advanced. Just as Shien was about to take the two of them away with instant transmission, a familiar key suddenly crashed straight down from outside the atmosphere. Son Goku landed at the entrance to the lab, his golden hair still carrying silver specks left behind by instant transmission, and immediately slapped Shien on the arm. Lord Shien, I heard Vegeta went with you guys to train. Can you take me too? I don't want him catching up to me. He stopped to catch his breath. Bits of grass from King Kai's planet still stuck to his clothes. Clearly, he had used King Kai as a signal tower the whole way and traced the key over. The corner of Shien's lips lifted. Sure. But I'm not the one training him personally. I found him a teacher. When the time comes, you'll train under that person too. But I'll tell you in advance, Mr. Whis is very strict. Goku got so excited that his hair stood up even more. Strict is good. If Vegeta can handle it, then I definitely can too. Shien first sent Orochimaru and Tobirama back to the ninja world. In the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, Tsunade and Mikoto were sitting under the corridor eaves, while the panda lay beside a pile of bamboo chewing on bamboo shoots. He looked at his two wives and said, I brought Orochimaru and your second grandpa back. Only then did he use instant transmission back to Earth again and bring along Son Goku, who was waiting outside the lab. On the barren planet, Vegeta had just finished clearing the rubble from the last stretch of rocky ground. He leaned the broom against a rock wall and was wiping sweat with his sleeve. When he saw Uchiha Gen walk out of silver light with Kakarot beside him, his face turned even darker than the rocks of the barren planet. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be training? Goku walked up and slapped him on the shoulder from behind. Vegeta straightened his body, glanced at how filthy he looked all over, and answered through clenched teeth in the steadiest voice he could manage. Of course I'm training. Kakarot, what are you doing here? Goku grinned and took his hand off Vegeta's shoulder. I can't let you catch up to me, so I asked Lord Shien too, and he brought me here as well. Another more interesting one has arrived. Whis stood behind the two of them and lightly tapped his staff against the rocky ground. Two sets of gravity suits fell in front of Vegeta and Goku. Same style, same weight. In the days that followed, the cries of the two scions never stopped. Whis made them throw and catch energy spheres under 5 times gravity, each one only slightly lighter than a sphere of destruction. Whoever failed to catch one would have another layer added onto their gravity suit. Vegeta cursed from morning till night, while even after falling over, Goku was still asking Mr. Whis if he could throw a few more of those energy spheres. From time to time, Son Goku found time to call home. This communicator had been developed jointly by Bulma and Orochimaru. In theory, it could cover the entire Universe 7. Usually, the one answering was Chi-Chi or Piccolo, but in recent weeks, it had been his eldest son, Son Gohan. The moment Gohan picked up, he saw the unfamiliar planet behind his father, and another filthy Vegeta cursing furiously at the air beside him. He held it in for a long time before finally saying only one sentence. Dad, your training looks really hard. On the video call, Son Gohan hesitated before telling Goku that after some time, the other world might hold a martial arts tournament. He had vaguely heard rumors coming from King Yema's side, though he did not know whether they were true yet. Whis, listening in past the two scions, grew interested the moment he heard that and lightly tapped his staff. We can take a look at the details of this martial arts tournament. Lord Beerus may perhaps be pleased by it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen was standing at the entrance to the 8th floor of the trial tower. Before stepping through the tower gates, he had deliberately gone to find Whis and asked him to place a time barrier on him. Training on the 8th floor would give him a 1 to 10 time ratio. If he wanted to truly step into the laws of time and space at the law level, theory alone was nowhere near enough. He had to grind it out with time and effort. The tower gates closed behind him, and the light of the 8th floor poured down over his head. He stepped into the storm formed from the pure law of destruction, and what followed behind him was a long, sealed bitter cultivation session. Long enough to break past the limits of an ordinary person's lifespan. This time, Shien had already made up his mind. He would not come out until he broke through the 8th floor. He had already told his two wives in advance. The door to the 8th floor of the trial tower was pushed open from the inside. Uchiha Gen walked out from the storm formed of the pure law of destruction. Dark purple light slowly drew back around his body before finally sinking entirely into him, along with that pressure heavy enough to crush stars, all of it falling back into silence. He raised his right hand and flicked a finger. The space an inch in front of his fingertip silently vanished into a black dot the size of a needlepoint. Around the edge of that black dot flowed an extremely thin ring of golden light patterns. A moment later, it was automatically repaired by the laws themselves, as if the universe had let out a tiny yawn. Shien could feel that, after breaking through the 8th floor, the Scion bloodline inside him had started exerting force in a completely new way. His destruction energy was growing stronger day by day, and so was erasure. It was as if the Scion talent for skyrocketing in battle power every time they survived the brink of death had been amplified by a god of destruction's authority all the way to the law level. The only thing that made him frown was that he still couldn't get started with the laws of time and space. He had spent several extra months grinding inside the time barrier on the 8th floor. He had already fully mastered the law of destruction, but time and space alone remained like a completely transparent wall. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. Xian suppressed that trace of unwillingness in his heart and walked outside the tower. By the pavilion, an energy screen floated above Whis' staff. Bulma's anxious face was practically sticking out of the screen. Frieza brought his army to Earth for revenge. Where's Goku? Where's Vegeta? Where did those two run off to? Her voice was sharp and hurried, and the alarm sirens from the lab could still be heard in the background. Goku has already gone to meet him, Whis said in the same unhurried tone as always, as if he were simply commenting that today's pudding had just the right amount of sweetness. Sure enough, 2 golden pillars of light shot into the sky from the barren planet's direction. The moment Son Goku and Vegeta sensed that familiar evil aura coming from Earth, they didn't even think before using instant transmission to leave. Beerus stood by the pavilion, cat ears standing straight up, arms crossed over his chest, his tone full of resentment like an elementary school kid abandoned by his friends. Those two actually didn't take me with them. Frieza came to Earth for revenge. Such a huge spectacle, and they ran off to watch it by themselves. Whis, and you didn't even stop them. Lord Beerus, you were dozing off just now, Whis added with a smile. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. From behind a stone pillar, Uchiha Gen stepped forward. Beerus narrowed his cat eyes and sized him up from top to bottom, then split into a grin full of a god of destruction's unique satisfaction. His cat fangs flashed once under the starlight. You passed the 8th floor? Nicely done, Brat Shen. You've already surpassed most gods of destruction. Ha 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 ha. Once that good brother of mine from Universe 6 gets here, I'm definitely gonna mock him properly. What happened? I think I just saw Bulma's face. Frieza. That Frieza took his army to Earth. Beerus crossed his arms over his chest, his cat tail swishing back and forth behind him. Of course Shen knew what had happened. He suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and walked forward with a serious face. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, put your hands on my shoulders. We can't miss a good show like this. Beerus placed a hand on his left shoulder. Whis tucked his staff into the crook of his arm and placed his right hand on Shen's right shoulder, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that clearly said, "Let me see what you're plotting, boy." A flash of instant transmission light passed, and the 3 of them appeared on Earth's battlefield. Vegeta stood on the front line. The golden aura around his body had yet to fully withdraw, and there was an extra wound on his arm that was still seeping blood. Clearly, he had just traded a hard punch with Frieza. Son Goku stood beside him, and the expression on his Super Saiyan blue face was unusually serious. Lord Shen, you've come out of seclusion. Vegeta turned and bowed. His gaze paused for an instant on the God of Destruction robe on Shen's body. The dark purple law patterns flowing along the edges of the robe had deepened another layer compared to the last time he had seen them. Goku also turned his head. The red pupils reflected the figures of the 3 of them, and he grinned. Lord Shen came to watch the fun too. Watch the show, watch the show. Uchiha Shen patted Vegeta on the shoulder, then turned to Whis. Mr. Whis, did you bring the lounge chairs from before? Of course. Whis lightly tapped his staff against the ground. Angelic power turned into 3 gentle streams of silver light. Out of nowhere, 3 folding lounge chairs appeared on the grass, complete with armrests, adjustable backrests, and even sunshades. The moment the lounge chairs were set up, an iced pitcher of lemonade floated out from the angel's personal space, along with 3 glass cups, a full plate of uncracked sunflower seeds, and a small basket of freshly baked cookies, with butter at the edges that still hadn't fully melted. The 3 of them moved with perfect unity and flopped into the lounge chairs. Beerus lay on the far left, Whis in the middle, and Shen on the far right. The sunshades cast 3 comfortable patches of shade over the grass. Shen reached out, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the plate, then pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his chest and set them on the bridge of his nose. That way it won't be so glaring. Beerus picked up a glass of iced lemonade. Through the beads of water condensed on the outside of the glass, his cat eyes looked at Frieza, who was still roaring in the sky. That's Frieza's new form? It looks a bit lacking compared to a few years ago. He took a sip of lemonade, his expression carrying a trace of disgust. Clearly, he found lemonade inferior to red bean soup from the ninja world. Whis elegantly shelled sunflower seeds, lining up the peeled kernels neatly at the edge of the plate. Every now and then, he would look up at the sky, his tone like someone watching a not particularly exciting play. Frieza's attack angles are too straight. He clearly hasn't learned his lesson from Namek. Bulma ran over from the side, still wearing a white lab coat stained with motor oil, a wrench clenched in her hand. She had rushed out intending to curse someone out, but when she saw the 3 of them lying in a neat row on the lounge chairs, she opened her mouth, then forcibly shut it again. Rolling her eyes, she tucked the wrench into her waist and strode over to Vegeta's side to inspect the wound on his arm. Vegeta let her fuss with his arm, but his gaze remained fixed on the three people on the lounge chairs, his expression complicated. He had spent months wiping floors on the barren planet. So exhausted he had even lost several strands of hair, while these three were cracking sunflower seeds and watching the show from lounge chairs. Then he shot forward and took over from Goku. In the sky, the blue and gold lights had already clashed violently dozens of times. Every exchange of fists and kicks between Super Saiyan Blue and Golden Frieza sent out visible rings of shockwaves, shredding the clouds apart before kneading them back together again. Beerus commented that Frieza's combat skills weren't as solid as Vegeta's. Whis agreed, shelling another sunflower seed as he added that Frieza's beam struggle angles were wrong. Reclining on his lounge chair, Xian said nothing, but beneath the sunglasses, his gaze was sharper than anyone else's. He was analyzing the fluctuation frequency of Super Saiyan Blue's aura energy and silently taking notes in his mind. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed after Frieza was blasted back by one heavy punch from Vegeta. Frieza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a crazed gleam flashed through his golden pupils. Instead of charging at Vegeta, he suddenly slammed a hand toward the ground. Golden energy poured deep into the planet's crust like a waterfall. If I can't beat you, then we'll all die together. This planet will be buried with me. Golden Frieza's mad laughter echoed across the battlefield. Cracks in the ground spread outward in every direction with his palm as the center. Magma erupted from the fissures, and the entire earth began to tremble violently. Bulma's face instantly turned pale. Vegeta and Goku both exploded with all their aura and lunged at Frieza at the same time, but it was too late. Golden Frieza was destroying the planet too fast. Back on Namek, from the start of the collapse to the final explosion, there had only been a brief gap. Then an extremely cold voice suppressed all the trembling and the roar of the magma. Eternal world. Uchiha Gen stood up from the lounge chair, still holding a half-finished cup of iced lemon tea in his right hand. A streak of silver light silently spread out from beneath his feet. Wherever it passed, the cracks in the Earth's crust stopped spreading. The lava froze midair in the middle of its eruption. Every soldier in Frieza's army was locked in place, and even the path of the wind brushing past the blades of grass froze into a motionless picture. Golden Frieza himself was kneeling on one knee at the edge of the fissure, his right hand still pressed toward the ground. The crazed grin on his face was frozen into a ridiculous expression. His eyes could still move, and for the first time, a fear deeper than what he had felt facing a Super Saiyan appeared in those golden pupils.
Son Goku.
Vegeta. Xian raised the lemon tea and took a sip, his tone as casual as if he were calling people to dinner. Send him on his way. Two blue auras erupted at the same time. One from the left, one from the right. The two of them charged at the frozen Frieza, and their fists pierced through his chest simultaneously. The moment Tokoyo was released, Frieza did not even have time to scream. His body, together with that vicious heart inside him, turned into countless golden motes of light under the combined strike of the two god-level auras. Sunlight poured down through the clouds as they gathered back together, shining on the gradually cooling lava and reflecting a dark red glow. Uchiha Gen withdrew his hand, lay back down in the chair, and pushed his sunglasses back onto the bridge of his nose. Beerus yawned, his cat eyes half narrowed as he gave his evaluation. Not a bad finish. Was continued shelling his sunflower seeds, the pile of husks building up at the edge of the plate. Standing beside Vegeta, Bulma still had a wrench tucked at her waist. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. In the end, she turned toward the three gods on the lounge chairs and gave them a thumbs up. After Frieza's remains dissolved into light and scattered through the air, Uchiha Gen used instant transmission to bring Beerus and Whis back to the world of the gods of destruction. The moment Beerus landed, he yawned and walked straight toward the palace, muttering that watching that whole show had ruined his nap. Without even undoing the buttons on his pajamas, he dove headfirst back into bed. Whis leaned his staff back against the pillar of the pavilion, sat down, and continued shelling the sunflower seeds he had not finished yet. Xian did not stay long in the world of the gods of destruction. He told Whis he was going back to see Tsunade and Mikoto. The Mafuba rune on the cube flashed, and he vanished from in front of the pavilion. The Senju clan grounds. Tsunade and Mikoto were chatting, while Kagaya was squatting by the bamboo grove feeding bamboo shoots to a panda. A thin layer of ginkgo leaves covered the stone path in the courtyard. Everything was exactly the same as it had been back then, before Xian had left. Uchiha Gen pushed the door open and walked in. Tsunade looked up at him, then shifted half a space to the side. He sat down beside her, pulled both women into his arms, and told them about the amusing things that had happened recently. After staying for a few days, Xian returned to the world of the gods of destruction, just in time for a good show to begin. The sky above the world of the gods of destruction was torn open by a rift, and a round purple figure fell freely out of it, crashing solidly into the forest off to one side. The impact made the entire world of the gods of destruction hum and shake. Loose stones on the ring-shaped mountain tumbled downward, and even several of the smaller decorative celestial bodies were knocked off orbit. Beerus shot out of the palace. It really was shot out. He was wearing pajamas and barefoot, with a pudding spoon still stuck in his mouth before he had time to pull it out. His vertical pupils rapidly swept the area, then locked tightly onto Uchiha Gen standing at the edge of the plaza.
Brat Shen.
What did you? The rest stuck in his throat. He saw Uchiha Gen spread both hands and look at him innocently. Not me. Lord Beerus, it's Lord Kampa. At the edge of the forest, Kampa walked out through the swirling dust. Sweat hung on his purple cat face, and the fat on his belly jiggled with every step. His thick short legs stamped out a string of deep pits in the gravel path. Behind him followed Vados. Her silver hair was tied high, her staff was half a head taller than Whis', and the blue halo around her neck glowed faintly under the starlight of the world of the gods of destruction. Her steps were as graceful as ever, forming a sharp contrast with Kampa's sorry state. Uchiha Gen nodded to Kampa, but did not stop walking. Lord Kampa. Then he went right past him and walked straight to Vados. He lowered his head slightly, and his voice softened a little compared to before. Miss Vados, it has been a long time. Have you been well lately? Vados lightly tapped her staff against the ground, and the teasing smile at the corner of her lips deepened a bit more than usual. She tilted her head slightly as she looked at Uchiha Gen. Her voice softened, and there was a trace of warmth in her eyes that others could not detect. Everything has been quite good. It's just that Lord Kampa's weight still one T go down, and lately he has been sneaking snacks again. She glanced at Kampa, who was currently slapping shoulders back and forth with Beerus, then sighed. This time, Mr. Gen, please do not cook for us again, especially desserts. Otherwise Lord Kampa will put on a few more pounds, and the weight loss plan I made for him will be ruined. Kampa heard that last sentence from beside Beerus, and his cat ears drooped in grievance. Vados, I haven't had Brat Shen's cooking in forever. Just one meal, just this one meal, isn't that okay? Beerus rarely took interest in this kind of thing, and watched with schadenfreude as his brother was completely kept in line by his angel. Vados tapped her staff against the ground again, smiling gently yet leaving no room for argument. No, after going back from Universe 7 last time you gained a whole round. Took me 3 years to get you back down. This time I specifically greeted Mr. Gen in advance and he agreed. Standing to one side, Uchiha Gen looked at Kampa's cat face, which was practically screaming that the world was too cruel to him, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He turned to Vados and just then she looked over too. Their eyes met for a moment. No desserts, but I can make salad. I have fresh vegetables brought back from the ninja world, paired with Namek's glowing mushrooms, then drizzled with a bit of yardrat fruit vinegar. It won't make you gain weight and it tastes good too. Kampa raised his head from the despair of having dessert denied, and light reignited in his cat eyes. Salad counts as a meal. Salad is fine too. Beerus folded his arms beside him and let out a cold snort. Salad? I am a god of destruction. For dinner, I only get salad? Lord Kampa can't have dessert, but Lord Beerus can. Shen turned to look at him, his tone calm. Beerus' cat ears perked up, and he nodded in satisfaction. In the open-air kitchen beside the pavilion, Uchiha Gen tied on an apron and started preparing the ingredients. The glowing mushrooms from Namek were sliced into translucent thin pieces on the cutting board, each slice giving off a faint green glow. The marbled beef airshipped over from the ninja world was reserved for Beerus. He cut out a separate portion and marinated it with black pepper and rock salt. The salad bowl was piled with purple cabbage, arugula and cherry tomatoes freshly picked from the vegetable garden in the ninja world. Beside it sat the prepared yardrat fruit vinegar dressing. The miso soup in the pot bubbled with rising steam, the rich fragrance of miso mixing with the fresh aroma of bonito broth and filling the entire pavilion. At some point, Kampa had sneaked into the kitchen and was poking around near the storage counter. Brat Shen, your ingredient stock is more complete than mine and Beerus' combined. Look at this, what do you think this is? He was holding an egg that gave off a faint pale golden sheen, and on the shell's surface, extremely fine law patterns could vaguely be seen flowing across it. That egg was probably something he had looted from some remote planet in Universe 6, hidden all the way in an angel's personal space and brought along here.
No idea.
But it smells pretty good. Shen leaned in and took a sniff. What do you mean, no idea? This is something I worked hard to find. The mother that laid this egg was a giant bird that lived for over 1,000 years. There aren't more than 3 of these eggs in the whole universe. Kampa hugged the egg in his arms. Then he turned and saw Son Goku walking over from the training grounds, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Clearly, Whis had made him do 5 more sets of weighted training. Kampa's eyes lit up. You come over here. Try this treasure I've been keeping for years. Goku came over and looked at it, scratching the back of his head as he asked what kind of egg it was. Kampa proudly patted the shell and repeated to him everything he had just bragged about to Shen. After the egg was cooked, Goku took 2 bites and chewed twice. His eyes instantly lit up like 2 little suns. Delicious. Lord Kampa. This egg smells way better than eggs on Earth. Beerus snorted disdainfully from the side, folding his arms as he crooked a finger toward Whis. Whis, bring out the instant noodles we bought on Earth last time. Whis tapped his staff against the ground, and 2 steaming cups of instant noodles appeared on the stone table in the gazebo. The rich smell of braised beef instantly mixed with the charred aroma of fried eggs. Beerus took the fork, stirred the noodles a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. I'll have this tonight, and later, I'll eat Shen's salad and steak too. Today, this god of destruction is in for a feast. Vados walked in from outside the gazebo, her staff resting on her shoulder, her silver hair drifting lightly in the evening breeze. She glanced at the plate of fried eggs in front of Kampa, most of which had already been eaten by Goku, then looked at the bowl of salad Shen was still mixing. Is the salad ready? Her voice was very soft. Only Shen, standing at the cooking station, could hear it. Almost. The dressing is freshly mixed yardrat fruit vinegar, with a little honey and rock salt. It won't make you gain weight. He lifted the salad bowl, picked up a piece of arugula coated in dressing with his chopsticks, and held it out to her. Try it. Vados lowered her head, and her silver bangs fell down, covering half her face. She bit into the leaf, chewed twice, and the sharp, knowing curve at the corner of her eyes slowly softened into an extremely gentle arc. It's delicious, even better than the fruitcake from last time. She rested her staff against the side of the cooking station. Looks like I'll have to come to Universe 7 more often from now on. Not for Lord Kampa. For your cooking. It would be my honor if Miss Vados came. In the kitchen, Uchiha Gen was placing the last piece of perfectly seared steak onto Beerus' plate. Vados stood beside the cooking station, staff on her shoulder, holding the cup of honey lemon water he had just made for her. The two talked across the counter in low voices. Every now and then, Vados would be amused by his dead serious tone and curl her lips into a smile, her silver bangs swaying lightly with it. Over there, Beerus put down his empty noodle cup and let out a satisfied burp. Kampa slumped in his chair, his round belly pressing against his battle outfit, with half a piece of fried egg still hanging from his mouth. After a few quiet moments, Beerus spoke first. Speaking of which, your Universe 6 doesn't even have a decent god of destruction candidate who can fight. On my side, Shen alone could hang up and beat everyone in your entire Universe 6. Beerus crossed one leg over the other, his cat tail swishing smugly behind him. The moment Kampa heard that, he swallowed the egg in his mouth and both cat ears shot straight up. What did you say, string bean? Look at how skinny you are. During every gathering of the gods of destruction, everyone calls you a bamboo pole behind your back. Did you know that? Who are you calling a string bean? You.
Bamboo pole.
Clothes rack. Chopstick. Beerus and Kampa sprang up from their chairs at the same time. Purple and dark purple god of destruction aura erupted in front of the gazebo. The planetary ground beneath them began to vanish outward from the two of them as the center. Not crack, not shatter. Matter was being directly erased at the law level, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The edge of annihilation spread outward at terrifying speed, passing the half-mixed salad bowl, passing the gazebo pillars, passing the steak on the cooking station. Shen didn't even raise his head. He simply flipped the steak in the pan. The purple glow of annihilation slid past his feet, without even lifting the edge of his apron. Goku was leaning against the wall by the training field, wiping sweat with a towel, when he saw the line of annihilation surging toward him and Vegeta like a rising tide. His golden aura exploded out without a second thought, and he shouted at the same time, Vegeta, move! But then he saw that Vegeta, in the very instant the two cat gods had exploded, had already used instant transmission-like movement to appear in the corner of the dining area. He stood there with his arms crossed, still gloating. Kakarot, you're too slow. Two staffs struck the ground at the same time. Whis and Vados stood left and right, and angelic power turned into silver light screens that firmly blocked the two annihilation fronts at the edge of the dining area. Whis pulled back his staff and added with a smile, the plates are expensive. Vados tapped Kampa on the head with her staff. Lord Kampa, if you don't stop now, I'll eat tonight a salad for you. Kampa clutched his head and squatted down. Beerus was also pressed back into his chair by Whis. Under the restoration of angelic power, the annihilated ground returned to normal. The dining hall pillars rose back up. Even the arugula in the salad bowl was just as green as before. Even though they had stopped fighting, the two cats still refused to stop arguing. Beerus said Universe 6's overall strength was trash. Kampa fired back that aside from Shen, what did Universe 7 even have worth showing off? Even their scions were skinny as bamboo poles. Then how about this? Son Goku, who was sitting by the training field gnawing on a chicken drumstick to recover his strength, suddenly slammed his right fist into his left palm, his eyes shining like two freshly polished supernovas. He stood up, still holding the drumstick in his mouth, and spoke a long string of muffled words. The general idea was that since both of them thought their own universe was stronger, they should hold a tournament like the World Martial Arts Tournament he had entered when he was little. Each universe would send 5 people. One-on-one matches. Whichever universe won more rounds would be the victor. Vegeta walked out from the corner and briefly added a few rules. Kampa stopped complaining. Beerus turned his head, and both their cat ears stood up again, but not because of anger this time. It was a kind of primitive excitement. What about the stakes? Fighting without a prize is boring. That was Lord Beerus speaking. Then let us use the wish-granting stars. In your words, those Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Kampa said that. Right, the tournament is fine. Kampa pointed at Xian. But Xian can't compete. He is a god of destruction candidate, not an ordinary human. You just said he alone could beat everyone in our Universe 6, so he can only sit and watch. Beerus narrowed his cat eyes and looked at Xian, who was still wearing an apron and lowering his head over the stake, then looked at Goku and Vegeta, both still carrying bruises from crawling out of the gravity chamber. The corner of Vegeta's mouth was split. Goku's shoulder was wrapped in bandages, but all 4 eyes were sparkling. Beerus nodded. 5 on each side. Xian 1T compete. We'll decide the time and place. Kampa stood up and stretched lazily, his belly wobbling several times. Vados, we're going home. He patted his round stomach. Just wait until tournament day. We'll see how your Universe 7 cries. Vados stood up, lowered the staff from her shoulder, and walked over to Xian. Uchiha Gen took out a white paper bag he had already prepared from his apron pocket. Inside were freshly baked cookies and 2 sealed puddings. Take them back to eat. Don't give any to Lord Kampa. He placed the paper bag into Vados' palm, his fingertips pausing on the back of her hand for the briefest instant. When I have time, I'll visit Universe 6 to see you. Vados lowered her gaze to the paper bag. The teasing smile that always floated steadily on her face slowly faded, leaving behind an almost pure delight. She didn't say much. She only gave a simple 2-word reply. I'll wait. After Kampa and Vados left, only the people of Universe 7 remained in the gazebo. Goku and Vegeta had already gotten together and started counting names on their fingers. Piccolo counted as 1. Gohan had been busy writing papers again lately. Krillin's wife was strict, so who knew if he could even come out. Beerus leaned back in the lounge chair with his eyes closed. Xian untied his apron and hung it by the cooking station, picked up his half-finished glass of lemon tea, sat down by the edge of the gazebo, and slowly took a sip. Goku and Vegeta could worry about the tournament. All he needed to do was sit by the arena that day and watch a good show. Goku went through a lot of trouble to finally gather 5 people. He dragged Piccolo back from beside a waterfall, knocked on Mr. Satan's door more than 10 times, and there was also Monaka, recommended by Lord Beerus. The final slot went to Vegeta. The Scion Prince snorted with his arms folded, but his body was very honest as he stepped into the team. The tournament was set on a null planet between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Calling it a planet wasn't really accurate. It was actually a Super Dragon Ball wrapped in a shell. Its surface was so flat it looked like a boundless gray mirror. The gravity was moderate, the air breathable, as if it had been tailor-made for an interuniversal martial arts tournament. Uchiha Gen returned to the ninja world for a trip. In the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds, he had just pushed open the gate when Tsunade stood up and asked, "Why are you back?" Xian called over all his friends and family, then added, "We're not leaving. I'm asking if you want to go see what the battle outside is like." Everyone agreed. He split the group into several batches and used instant transmission to bring them to the planet of Void. On the way, he deliberately took a detour and picked up Sasuke and Naruto, who were still training on that martial arts planet. Sasuke jumped down from a cliff with a straight sword on his back, with Naruto following behind him. By the time they arrived, they just happened to see Son Goku leading his own friends down from the other side as well. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, and a yellow-haired middle-aged man who looked very weak. The 2 sides introduced themselves one by one. Krillin scratched his bald head and said, "You guys really have a lot of people." Orochimaru's vertical pupils flashed as he gave a polite nod. The spectator stands quickly filled up. The big family from the ninja world took up an entire row by themselves. Tsunade and Mikoto sat in the middle, while Kagaya still stood behind them. After settling his family down, Uchiha Gen turned and flew toward the referee platform. Beerus was sitting on the high platform with his arms crossed, and there was still a trace in his cat eyes of the argument he had just had with Kampa. Xian pulled out a sealing scroll from his clothes and undid the seal. A steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen appeared in his palm. The broth was a Chiraku's rich pork bone soup, simmered for a full 3 days. The chashu was sliced neatly and arranged on top, and the soft-boiled egg had been cut in half, with the yolk slightly runny.
Birus sakat kid.
He took the ramen and buried his head in it, taking a huge bite. His cat eyes narrowed, and he raised a thumbs up. This chef is pretty good. The match began. Universe 6 sent out 5 fighters. A purple alien, a very ordinary-looking blonde boy, a warrior built like a bear, someone who looked almost exactly like Frisia, and Hit as the final anchor. The early rounds went back and forth. Goku and Vegeta each won one match, until the one who looked like Frieza stepped onto the stage. That guy who looked exactly like Frieza, Frost, had golden skin in his golden form, reflecting light across the planet of Void. After winning 2 matches in a row, Shen noticed that every time Frost moved into the referee's blind spot, he would lightly touch his opponent's neck with a finger. The motion was incredibly fast. An ordinary person's dynamic vision wouldn't be able to catch it at all. Shen slightly flicked his fingertip, turning destruction energy into a dark purple needle, which accurately slipped into Frost's sleeve. The next second, all the poison needles hidden inside his sleeve turned to ash. Before Frost could even show a shocked expression, Goku blasted him out of bounds with a heavy punch. Beerus let out a whistle from the high platform and continued eating his ramen. By the final round, Hit and Monaka were standing on the stage. Hit was Universe 6's strongest assassin. His time skip could stop time for a fraction of a second. Monaka was the trump card Beerus had brought in. He looked like a clerk from some alien general store. Short, soft-bodied, and always wearing a blank expression that said, "Who am I? Where am I?" Even Goku had suffered badly against Hit's time skip, but when facing Monaka, Hit actually avoided fighting him. In the end, he jumped out of the ring on his own. Vegeta rested an elbow on the edge of the stands and stayed silent for a long while before giving a simple and precise evaluation. Terrible acting. But a win was a win. In the end, Universe 7 claimed victory. While Beerus and Kampa were still arguing endlessly over whether Monaka really was the strongest, Uchiha Gen's gaze passed over the noisy god of destruction brothers and caught sight of a small figure that had appeared at the center of an empty area at some unknown point. He wore a dark blue high-collared robe. His skin was light purple, his head smooth and bald, and his pair of round eyes were raised toward the sky, watching the lingering aftermath of the battle above. 2 attendants quietly followed behind him. Shen descended from the high platform and landed in front of the 2 little figures. He placed one hand across his chest and bowed slightly. The hem of his god of destruction robe lightly swept the ground. "Greetings, Lord Zeno. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. I am Uchiha Gen, the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7. Zeno looked up at him, blinked slowly, then gave a small hum. His voice was very light, but there was no displeasure in it. "Lord Zeno." Beerus' voice exploded from the high platform, and he nearly choked on the soft-boiled egg he had just swallowed. Beerus and Kampa almost used instant transmission down from the platform at the same time. Their cat ears were pressed tightly to the sides of their heads, and the cold sweat on their foreheads reflected under the pale light of the planet of Void. The 2 gods of destruction dropped to one knee on either side of Zeno in perfectly synchronized motions, as if they had rehearsed it. Before they could even begin to explain, Whis' staff and Veto's staff both tapped the ground at the same time. The power of the 2 angels merged into a calm statement that still made one's hair stand on end. Lord Beerus sleeps in every day, and his work as a god of destruction is often delayed. If not for Mr. Shen, the candidate god of destruction, constantly handling official matters in his place, Universe 7's backlog of planets pending destruction would have piled up like a mountain, was said with a smile, holding his staff. Veto's immediately followed up, her tone equally gentle. "Lord Kampa is overweight. Multiple warnings have been ineffective, and he repeatedly steals snacks without learning his lesson." The foreheads of the 2 gods of destruction were almost touching the ground, cold sweat dripping from the tips of their noses. Zeno blinked those round eyes. Since someone is working for you, then let it go. I'll forgive you this time, but don't do it again after this." His voice was very soft. After speaking, he turned his head and continued looking at Goku. Zeno looked at Goku, then at the handkerchief in the attendant's hand beside him. He reached out with 2 fingers and lightly tugged on Goku's sleeve. "You won. Very amazing." He paused, then blinked his round eyes once more. "Can you come play with me in the future?" Goku looked down at this tiny god who only reached his waist and grinned, showing a smile with not a trace of scheming in it. "Of course. What do you like to eat? If you can come to Earth, we'll treat you to barbecue." Beerus, still bowing at the side, was so scared he was on the verge of tears. The corners of Zeno's mouth curved slightly. It was not the cold smile of a god whose authority had been offended. It was the pure smile of a tiny creator who had lived for endless ages, showing genuine joy for the first time after being treated by a mortal as a friend to invite out for a meal. He said, "Okay," then turned to look at Beerus and Kampa, signaling that he could head back now. "I won pursue it today. Beerus, I made a friend, so I'm very happy." Not long after, the Super Dragon Balls appeared in the void, the wish-granting orbs of Universe 7. Golden patterns of light slowly rotated above the planet of Void. Beerus ordered Whis to restore Earth in Universe 6. After hearing Veto's report, Kampa muttered, "It's not like I'm doing this for my brother," but his cat tail quietly drooped down and lightly swayed once. After the martial arts tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 ended, the god of destruction realm returned to its usual peace. Beerus lay on a recliner beside the pavilion. His cat tail draped over the armrest as he dozed on and off. Inside the pavilion was scooped pudding with a small silver spoon. On the stone table before him sat an unfinished game of interstellar chess. Uchiha Gen stood up from beside the pavilion, untied his apron, folded it, and placed it on the cooking counter. He thought of something. What was the core trait of Scion bloodline? Not Super Saiyan transformations. Not the explosive surge in power after recovering from near death. It was gravity. Scions were naturally able to survive in high-gravity environments. The greater the gravity, the more thoroughly their battle instincts were awakened. Broly was born on planet Vegeta under 10 times Earth's gravity, and his battle power broke past 10,000 from the start. As for Kakarot, when he trained with a turtle shell on Master Roshi's island, that was only under a few times normal gravity. The Scion bloodline within Shen had fused Broly's once-in-a-millennium berserk bloodline with Kakarot's seemingly ordinary but actually limitless combat talent. In theory, the upper limit of gravity he could withstand far surpassed that of any pure-blooded Scion. Shen raised his right hand, and destruction energy condensed at his fingertip into a dark purple point of light no bigger than a needle tip. He flicked the point into the void. Space itself was annihilated into a black hole the size of a grain of rice. After a moment, the flowing golden light patterns at the edge of the black hole automatically repaired it. Right now, his gravity training could only be carried out under the God of Destruction Realm's own tenfold gravity. The improvement was limited. He needed a stronger set of equipment, a gravity suit that could push gravity to the absolute limit. Planet Namek. The new Grand Elder stood on the emerald grasslands. Behind him were several ancient trees that had stood for 10,000 years, and farther away was the newly built white Namekian settlement. He had already received word from the Supreme Kai that the God of Destruction was coming. When Uchiha Gen stepped out of the silver light of instant transmission, the Grand Elder folded his hands in front of himself and bent deeply at the waist, his forehead nearly touching his knees. Lord God of Destruction, Namek welcomes your arrival. I need the Dragon Balls. 3 wishes. The Grand Elder brought out the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them one by one on the altar. Shen raised his right hand. Ki gathered in his palm into a silver beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Purunga rose from the Dragon Balls. The black dragon blotted out the sky, his body several times larger than Earth's Shinran. Its vertical pupils caught sight of the figure standing before the altar, and its body visibly stiffened. Its raised head slowly lowered. The dragon's voice came down from deep within the sky, respectful to the extreme, as if it only lacked pressing its head against the ground. Lord God of Destruction, forgive my disrespect. My body is too large, so I cannot descend to greet you. No need. Just grant my wish. Combine the 3 wishes into one and make me the strongest gravity suit within your power, one that can freely adjust gravity. Set the upper weight limit to the absolute maximum you can achieve, and make sure the enhancement mode can be controlled precisely. Purunga's dragon eyes lit up with a dark red glow. The laws of the 3 wishes intertwined and fused above the altar. The alloy core meant to carry the battle suit kept deforming, reorganizing, and compressing under the infusion of the dragon's power. In the end, it became a complete skin-tight gravity suit, dark silver in color, with extremely fine golden runes flowing across its surface. Purunga's voice echoed above the altar. This gravity suit has an upper limit of 10,000 times gravity. It can be adjusted seamlessly starting from 1-time gravity. The enhancement mode has been set for your own free control. I have done everything in my power. I shall now take my leave. The golden light faded, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned back into stone and scattered across the altar. Uchiha Gen returned to Beerus's planet and pushed open the door to the 9th floor of the trial tower. The golden runes on the doorframe lit up in rings of light. The inside of the 9th floor was completely empty. No enemies. No trial puppets. Only a boundless pure white space. The highest floor of Lord Zeno's trial tower did not need flashy stage design. It only needed a trace of pure erasure aura. He felt the weight of the gravity suit, then began increasing it step by step. At 10 times gravity, his knees did not move at all. At 50 times gravity, his breathing deepened slightly, and before his awareness even caught up, his body had already adjusted the way his muscles exerted force. At 100 times gravity, the hem of his God of Destruction robe began to tremble faintly, but he still stood perfectly straight. At 500 times, he felt for the first time what heavy really meant. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back. His spine let out faint cracking sounds under the pressure. The ki inside his body began circulating at high speed. His Scion bloodline was screaming, not from pain, but from excitement. At 1,000 times, he dropped to one knee, both hands braced against the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. At 2,000 times, his aura automatically erupted around him, dark purple destruction energy weaving across the surface of his skin. At 3,000 times, he was lying flat on the ground, his chest pressed against the floor. Every breath took all the strength in his body. At 4,000 times, his consciousness began to blur, But the Scion bloodline in his body was fully activated under the extreme pressure. Broly's berserk bloodline and Kakarote's battle talent awakened at the same time. Destruction energy and the laws of erasure began passively fusing under the crushing gravity. At 5,000 times gravity, Uchiha Gen's consciousness was nearly gone. The silver runes on the gravity suit flashed wildly. His body was pinned hard to the ground, unable to move even a finger. The key inside him began moving on its own in this desperate situation. The fusion of destruction energy and the laws of erasure changed from passive to active, from clumsy to smooth, from two separate powers into two sides of the same law. He stayed there for a very, very long time. So long that even he himself forgot the passage of time. And when he finally managed to stand up under 5,000 times gravity, destruction energy and the laws of erasure had already become completely indistinguishable. With a flick of his finger, a bottomless crack was annihilated into the floor of the pure white space. The edges of the crack flowed at once with dark purple destruction and silver erasure light. A moment later it was automatically repaired by the laws of the trial tower. He continued raising the gravity. 6,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,000 times. 9,000 times. He could feel that he was still far from the full 10,000 times gravity, but with every slight increase, the potential of his Scion bloodline was squeezed out another layer deeper. 1 year passed in the outside world. All the golden runes on the 9th floor of the trial tower lit up. Uchiha Gen walked out of the pure white space. He had stored the gravity suit inside a sealing scroll, and was wearing only an ordinary God of Destruction robe. He released no key at all, but with every step he took, the floor of the trial tower trembled faintly. Not because of gravity, because his body had already grown used to pressure close to 10,000 times gravity. After returning to a normal gravity environment, every cell in his body was uncontrollably releasing excess power. He spent 3 days readjusting to normal gravity. On the afternoon of the third day, he found Whis by the pavilion and used his usual method to test his realm. It was still the silver glow of Ultra Instinct second layer peak, but this time, the added pressure made Whis's pudding spoon tremble lightly inside the bowl. 9th floor. Whis swallowed his pudding and looked him up and down. Erasure and destruction have completely fused? Shen sat down across from him and held out one finger. In front of his fingertip, a sphere of destruction silently appeared. Dark purple on the outside, with silver erasure patterns flowing across its surface. The two laws had already become one completely, no longer distinguishable from each other. He gently placed this brand new energy sphere on the stone table. It floated in midair, spinning quietly, and did not even cause the slightest ripple in the surrounding space. At some point, Beerus had woken up. He stood in the corridor outside the pavilion, his cat-like eyes looking through the open doorway at the faintly flickering two-colored sphere on the table. His tail swayed lightly. Combined with the Scion bloodline he devoured, his current strength has fully stepped into the domain of the 9th floor. Counting the time in the dimensional space, it only took a little over 1,000 years. For a god of destruction, that's not even enough time for a proper nap. After Uchiha Gen came out of seclusion, he cooked a few meals for Beerus and Whis. Beerus's planet was rarely peaceful for a few days. Beerus slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Whis wiped out the entire stockpile of pudding. Uchiha Gen returned to the ninja world to spend a few days with Tsunade and Mikoto, then was called back by Beerus using the excuse that there was no food. In the pavilion, the three of them stared at each other. Boring. Beerus flicked his tail back and forth. Agreed. Whis tapped an empty pudding cup with his little silver spoon. Then how about we go take a look at Earth? Shen took off his apron and folded it neatly. The three figures used instant transmission and appeared in Bulma's backyard. The lawn had just been trimmed, and the sunshade umbrella was still set up by the pool just like last time. Bulma stuck her head out from the lab window. When she saw the three of them about to set up lounge chairs on the grass again, she raised the machine in her hand and shouted, "Don't crush my lawn again." The lounge chairs were set up. The iced lemonade was poured. The plate of sunflower seeds was placed down. Sunglasses went on. Goku and Vegeta walked over from the direction of the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. They had clearly just finished a round of weighted training. Bulma came out from the lab carrying 3 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice, still muttering, "Couldn't you at least give me a heads up first?" Right at that moment, the space above Bulma's house was torn open. It was not an angel's flight, nor a god of destruction's instant transmission. It was a battered time machine bursting out of the rift in space-time, lurching and crashing down into Bulma's backyard, flattening a section of freshly trimmed dwarf Yupon. The hatch flew open, and a purple-haired young man stumbled out. He was covered in blood, his eyes full of despair and fury. When he saw Son Goku standing in the middle of the lawn, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his lips trembled. "Black Goku!" Trunks drew his sword. A silver sword wave slashed straight at Goku's face. Goku turned sideways to avoid it and reached out to press down on the hilt of his sword. Vegeta came up from the other side and grabbed the young man's wrist in one hand. The force was not heavy, but it was more than enough to keep him from moving. Look carefully before you move, Trunks. Trunks finally saw the face in front of him clearly. It looked exactly like his father when he was young. He let go of his sword, his whole body going limp as he passed out in Vegeta's arms. Whis leaned back in his lounge chair, his tone relaxed. Traveling through time and space, huh? That's a serious crime. Even among the gods. Time rings are under strict control. We'll talk after he wakes up. Xian pushed his sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose. Bulma had someone carry Trunks over to the gazebo. A moment later, Trunks woke up. When he saw Son Goku sitting across from him, his lips moved. His voice came out hoarse and full of pain. Mr. Goku.
I'm sorry.
You look exactly like that Goku Black. In my world, he's already wiped out almost all of humanity. My mom was also killed in the resistance. When I saw you, I thought he had come. Goku scratched his head and showed that signature smile, saying it was fine, then immediately asked just how much they looked alike. Before Trunks could answer, Uchiha Gen suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The perception born from the embryonic fusion of spacetime laws within his body caught an extremely faint spatial fluctuation. Don't rush. He's here. You can see for yourself whether he looks like you or not. After saying that, Xian also thought to himself, let me see too. Is it still that Zamasu? Above Bulma's house, another spatial crack was torn open. It wasn't a time machine. It was a person stepping out of the rift. He wore a black Japanese-style gi, with an orange sash tied around his waist. On the index finger of his left hand was a time ring. On his ear hung the earring that only a Supreme Kai would have. His face had the exact same features as Goku's, but there was none of Goku's purity or passion in those eyes. There was only a lofty contempt, the disdain of someone looking down on insects. Goku Black descended, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Paused on Beerus for less than half a second, then moved to Whis, then to Uchiha Gen. The corner of his mouth slowly curved upward, revealing an arrogant smile mixed with disdain and curiosity. Then Goku flew over, entered Super Saiyan Blue, and fought Goku Black. Goku Black's combat instinct was terrible. He was fighting entirely on brute force. As the battle dragged on, the space behind him started becoming unstable again. Then Goku Black forced Son Goku back. He turned around, and the time ring began to glow. He was about to leave. Before leaving, he turned his head and looked at Beerus with those same eyes as Goku's, then said something that made the entire courtyard fall silent. Beerus, if I weren't going back right now, I really would like to test what this so-called god of destruction is worth. The next second, a slender hand with distinct knuckles pressed down on his shoulder. Tokoyo Freeze activated. The activation light of the time ring froze on the ring's surface. The space-time rift that was about to tear open stiffened in midair like a snake with its throat being seized. Goku Black's body was frozen in place. Even the arrogant smile at the corner of his mouth, not yet fully withdrawn, was locked into a ridiculous curve. You piece of trash. Uchiha Gen's voice came from behind him, in almost the same tone he used when frying steak in the God of Destruction realm. He walked in front of Goku Black, raised his right hand, and lightly slapped Goku Black's face twice with the back of his hand. On the first slap, shock finally flashed through Goku Black's eyes. On the second slap, he opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Xian looked at him. A dark purple radiance flowed around him, and his voice remained unhurried. Come on. Weren't you trying to test what a god of destruction is worth? I'll give you the chance. He paused, pulled back the hand that had been tapping Goku Black's face, lowered his head to look at his fingertips, then raised his eyes again. His brows lifted slightly, and his tone shifted from flat calm to lofty disdain. How dare you show disrespect to a god of destruction? Are you tired of living? After that, Xian treated Goku Black like a spinning top and smacked him around. Goku Black wanted to fight back, but Ultra Instinct's instinct always moved ahead of him, defending and attacking in advance every time. Goku Black got beaten until he coughed up blood again and again. Then, finding it boring, Xian grabbed Goku Black by the throat once more. You filthy dog. Come on, take me to your timeline. Let us have some real fun. I'll let you call for backup. Damn it, fighting you isn't satisfying at all. Then he released the fluctuations of the spacetime laws and reactivated the power of spacetime. Xian turned back and said a line to Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, I'm taking this god-disrespecting bastard to their timeline for a little walk. I'll be back in a bit. As soon as his voice fell, Xian and Goku Black vanished from Universe 7. A silent spacetime rift opened above the backyard of Bulma's house in the parallel timeline. Uchiha Gen came out of the crack, gripping Goku Black by the throat. With a casual flick, he threw that bruised and swollen fake scion onto the lawn. Goku Black rolled twice on the ground. His black gi was covered in grass clippings and dirt, and there was still a red mark on his left cheek from where Xian had slapped him with the back of his hand. Xian pretended to pat off dirt that didn't exist on his hands, then looked down at him. Come on, call someone. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Call whoever you want. Goku Black Zamasu climbed up from the ground, and the time ring on the index finger of his left hand flashed once. Through the secret art of the Supreme Kai, he contacted another version of himself from another timeline. A moment later, a second spatial crack tore open above the lawn, and another Zamasu stepped out of the rift. This Zamasu wore the formal robes of a Supreme Kai. A pot-era earring hung from his left ear, and a string of prayer beads circled his right wrist. The same arrogant smile as Goku Black S was on his face. My other self, you were beaten quite badly by this mortal. Supreme Kai Zamasu lowered his head to look at Goku Black, who was still gasping on the grass, with a trace of mockery in his voice. Enough nonsense. This man's strength is far beyond estimates. What he uses is the authority of a god of destruction. Goku Black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, gravity appeared in his golden pupils. Supreme Kai Zamasu said nothing more. He raised his right hand. The prayer beads on his wrist swayed gently, and a pale golden light surged from his palm, enveloping Goku Black's entire body. A moment later, the light faded. All the wounds on Goku Black's body were healed, and even his torn GI was restored to perfect condition. The two stood side by side on the lawn, one left and one right, with identical faces and identical arrogance. Xian stood opposite them with both hands in the pockets of his God of Destruction robe, not even activating Ultra Instinct. The two Zamasus charged at him at the same time from left and right. Golden aura and the creation laws of the Supreme Kai intertwined together. Xian tilted his body and let Goku Black's punch pass by. With a casual wave of his right hand, the back of it smashed into Supreme Kai Zamasu's face, sending him flying backward and crashing through the wall around Bulma's backyard. Taking the chance, Goku Black attacked from behind. Xian didn't even turn his head. Ultra Instinct's instinct had already made his left leg kick backward, striking Goku Black squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying away, where he crashed into Supreme Kai Zamasu. The two tumbled into a heap together. That's it? Xian slid his hands back into his pockets. Goku Black rose from the pile of rubble. The arrogance on his face had finally been replaced by anger. He reached out and grabbed Supreme Kai Zamasu by the shoulder, while his other hand took the pot-era earring off his own left ear. Supreme Kai Zamasu also removed the earring from his own left ear. The earrings, one on the left and one on the right, lit up at the same time. The two figures were forcibly pulled together by the power of the pot-era and fused into one. Fused Zamasu stood in the middle of the lawn in Bulma's backyard. His white hair stood upright. His left eye had Goku Black's golden pupil, and his right eye had Supreme Kai Zamasu's gray pupil. A half-transparent divine halo covered his body. The current me is immortal. Even his voice had become a double voice. Before coming here, he had made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. No physical attack could kill him. As long as he recovered once from severe injuries, his battle power would double. You can't beat me. Xian pulled his right hand out of his pocket and used his pinky to clean his ear. He glanced at his fingertip, then raised his head to look at fused Zamasu. The corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. Immortal? Physical attacks don't work? Silver-purple light surged out from his fingertips. Destruction and erasure had already fused completely. A dark purple sphere of destruction energy was wrapped layer upon layer in silver erasure patterns. It flew very slowly, far larger than anything he had released before. The energy carried more than half of Xian's chi, and its edges were erasing the little remaining space in this universe. Like a sheet of white paper burned through by a cigarette. Xian's voice came from behind that destructive light. Then try my mutated destruction. The curtain of light swallowed fused Zamasu. That so-called immortal god widened his eyes in the silver-purple radiance. He could feel himself being completely excluded by the rules. The wish that negated physical harm, the Scion bloodline that grew stronger after surviving near death, the contract of the pot-era earrings, even all the causal laws that made up Zamasu's very existence, everything shattered inch by inch. A moment later, the light faded, and fused Zamasu had completely disappeared. This universe was now entirely empty. Xian stood in a pure white void. There was not even any ground beneath his feet. Then a faint ripple spread through the space before him, and a small figure with an oval head floated out of the void. The Xeno of this parallel timeline was freely drifting through the void alone, his round eyes reflecting the silver-purple aftershocks that had yet to fully disperse. Xian gave a slight bow. Candidate God of Destruction Uchiha Gen greets Lord Xeno. You destroyed the universe? There was no expression on Xeno's round bun-like face. His voice was light, but serious. It was not me. It was done by a Supreme Kai named Zamasu. He tainted the Super Dragon Balls with his own selfish wish, tampered with the rules, forcibly seized another person's body, and in the end destroyed the starry sky. Xian added inwardly, since you didn't see it anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Xeno fell silent. He looked at the void below, where nothing remained at all, and suddenly showed a faint, slightly lonely expression. There's nothing here anymore. Lord Xeno, since this universe is no longer interesting, Why not come back to my timeline with me? There is another Lord Zeno there, and also God of Destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and Super Saiyan Son Goku. Universe 7 is still complete, and there are many places to have fun. Zeno tilted his head, blinked once, and said one word. Okay. The laws of spacetime activated. Shen led Zeno out of a spacetime rift and landed in Bulma's backyard. The lawn had already been repaired, the shrubs had been replaced with new ones, and the sun umbrella was still open by the pool just like before. Beerus was sitting in a lounge chair waiting to watch the show. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head. Kid Shen, you're back. His voice got stuck in his throat. The hairless cat's slit pupils suddenly widened. He shot up from the lounge chair and rushed to Zeno with both legs moving at full speed. Lord Zeno, why have you come here? I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Beerus' tone was exactly the same as the last time he admitted fault before Zeno. His cat ears were pressed flat against his scalp, and tiny beads of sweat covered the tip of his nose. Zeno clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at him. Beerus is here too. Then he tilted his head and looked at Whis, who had just stood up and was walking over with his staff. Whis is here too. Beerus bent his waist even lower. Several drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead onto the lawn, and he added in a trembling voice, Lord Zeno's arrival is our highest honor. I will definitely take good care of you. Please stay and play for a few more days before leaving. Zeno turned to look at Shen. Shen lowered his head and smiled at him. Lord Zeno, once the two of you meet, there will be two Zenos. Zeno thought for a moment. Then that usually emotionless round face suddenly lifted into a very faint, satisfied smile. The day the Grand Priest came, the Destroyer Realm was in its quietest afternoon. Beerus was lying in a lounge chair beside the pavilion, his cat tail resting on the armrest as he half-dozed with narrowed eyes. Whis sat at a stone table shelling a plate of pistachios. The peeled nuts lined up neatly along the edge of the dish. Uchiha Gen was in the kitchen mixing a bowl of salad, and beside him on the stove, a pot of freshly brewed honey lemon tea was still steeping. The Zeno from the parallel timeline sat in the pavilion, his two short legs dangling over the edge of the chair and gently swinging. In front of him was a small plate of freshly baked cookies. Whis suddenly put down the pistachio in his hand and stood up. Beerus' cat ears twitched, and he opened his eyes as well. He sat up from the lounge chair and tightened the belt of his sleepwear a little. A faint seven-colored glow spread across the sky of the Destroyer Realm, and a silver portal silently opened before the pavilion. The Grand Priest stepped out of the portal. His silver hair was neatly tied behind his head, his expression gentle yet majestic. The blue halo around his neck was a full size larger than Whis' and Vados'. His staff lightly touched at his side, and every step he took landed on the very veins of the laws themselves. Beerus sprang up from the lounge chair, his cat ears pressed flat to his scalp. His bow carried even more reverence than when facing Zeno. Whis held his staff horizontally before his chest and lowered his head slightly. The Zeno in the pavilion raised his round eyes and waved at the Grand Priest. Father. Whis' voice was softer than usual. The Grand Priest smiled and nodded to everyone. His gaze paused briefly on Beerus and Whis, then turned to the black-haired young man by the pavilion who was still holding the salad bowl. His eyes were very gentle, but Shen could feel them examining the structure of his laws. It was not scrutiny, only the weighing of a junior by an elder. Not bad. You passed the 9th layer. Your mutated destruction has fused destruction and erasure. Even among all the gods of destruction in the universes, it is unique. The Grand Priestess' gaze fell on the fan-shaped bracelet on Shen's right wrist, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened slightly. I heard that Mr. Shen is pursuing my daughter Vados? Shen put down the salad bowl and nodded. Yes, Lord Grand Priest. I like Miss Vados very much. No excuses. No beating around the bush. The Grand Priest let out a soft laugh, and his staff tapped the ground once. Then you must work hard. Vados has always had high standards. Back then, her mother was also among the strongest of the angels. He turned and walked toward the pavilion. As he turned, his tone grew lighter yet clearer. If you want to match my daughter, angel-level strength is the threshold. You are now at the 9th layer. There is still quite a long way before that realm. Shen placed the salad bowl on the counter and bowed toward the Grand Priestess back. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Grand Priest. The Grand Priest walked up to Zeno, bent down, and showed the warm smile of an elder toward a junior. Lord Zeno, have you had enough fun? It's time to go home. Zeno jumped down from the chair, stuffed the last cookie into his mouth, and gave a muffled okay. The Grand Priest lightly tapped his staff, and two streaks of silver light wrapped around him and Zeno, vanishing into the starry sky of the Destroyer Realm. The Destroyer Realm returned to its usual peace. Whis resumed shelling his pistachios. Beerus sprawled back into his lounge chair, his cat tail hanging down and swaying gently. Uchiha Gen brought the finished salad to the table. Only a few peaceful days passed before the sky above the Destroyer Realm was torn open once more. It was not an Angel-S portal, nor the teleportation light of a god of destruction. It was a time rift glowing with a faint golden sheen, with extremely fine patterns of space-time laws flowing along its edges. A petite figure stepped out of the rift. She wore the dark blue robe unique to the supreme Kai of time, with silver space-time law patterns decorating the cuffs and collar. In her hand was a staff of time taller than her whole body. Her silver-white hair was braided into 2 plaits hanging over her chest, and her face carried an expression that was trying very hard to stay stern. Cronoa, the supreme Kai of time. She looked like a 12-year-old loli, her height only reaching about Xian's waist. On her palm-sized face, her features were as delicate as a doll's. Xian knew that this little loli who looked like he could lift her up with one hand and hang her from his waist as an ornament was at least 75 million years old in reality. Cronoa stepped out of the rift and lightly tapped her staff against the ground. Those dark blue eyes swept across the destroyer realm. Then she saw Uchiha Gen sitting in the pavilion with a glass of iced lemon tea in hand. Her eyes lit up, and she walked straight toward him, her braids swinging back and forth behind her. Finally found you, Uchiha Gen. You've been quite active lately, haven't you? Traveling through time all over the place? You even destroyed an entire parallel universe. Do you have any idea how serious that crime is? Even if you're a candidate god of destruction, it still won't do. By the pavilion, Beerus and Whis turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Beerus's cat ears stood straight up, and his cat face practically said, "You brat really never let anyone relax." Whis set down the pistachios, the same usual smile hanging at the corner of his lips. And another thing, Cronoa tapped her staff against the ground and slightly raised her chin. That palm-sized little face of hers was full of the attitude. I'm in existence on the level of Xeno. My status is equal to Lord Xeno's, so don't think you can just brush this off. Uchiha Gen set his iced lemon tea on the stone table in the pavilion, leaned back in his chair, and lowered his head to look at the supreme Kai of time, who only came up to his waist. Lady Cronoa, just say it. What do you want from me? If I can do it, I'll do it for you. After all, this really is my problem. Cronoa had been holding that cold expression for a long time, but now a tiny crack appeared in it, and the corner of her mouth twitched. A trace of embarrassment flashed through her deep blue pupils, like she'd just had her trump card seen through. She cleared her throat, put her stern face back on, and tried to patch that crack back up. The demon realm has been getting restless lately. I need some extremely powerful fighters to join the Time Patrol. You are the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7. Your combat power is sufficient, and you've already touched the threshold of space-time laws. That's why I came here personally, to invite you to become a member of the Time Patrol. Do you have a cultivation manual for space-time laws? Cronoa nodded, and the little bow at the end of her braid bobbed up and down. Yes. As long as you agree to join the Time Patrol, the space-time law cultivation manual in our archives can be lent to you for reading. The Time Nest also has a meditation chamber specifically for comprehending space-time laws. That will be open to you as well. All right. Xian set down the lemon tea, stood up from the lounge chair and said, "Give me a communicator. If anything comes up, just notify me." Cronoa clearly hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. She had originally prepared a whole speech. The other party was a candidate god of destruction, and also someone who had cleared the 9th floor of Xeno's trial tower. Forcing him was definitely impossible, and she wasn't good at coaxing people either. In the end, the man didn't waste a single word. He just asked for the price and agreed right away. She pulled out a palm-sized communicator from her sleeve. It was square-shaped, with extremely fine space-time law patterns flowing across its surface. This is the Bureau's dedicated space-time communicator. The signal can penetrate all parallel universes. If something comes up, I'll notify you. At that time, press the receive button on the communicator, and it will automatically open a portal to the Time Nest. Xian took the communicator, weighed it in his hand, and casually tucked it into the inner pocket of his God of Destruction robe. Cronoa tapped her staff against the ground, and the time rift split open once more. Before leaving, she turned back to glance at him, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through her deep blue pupils. Beerus rolled over on the lounge chair, his cat tail flicking once. The Supreme Kai of Time personally came to your door to ask you to work. You've got quite the face, brat. Xian picked up his lemon tea again and leaned against one of the pavilion pillars. Works out perfectly. I was going to make a trip to the Time Nest anyway. Now I don't have to find it myself. In the first half year after joining the Time Patrol, Uchiha Gen helped Cronoa clean up a few small fry from the demon realm. Myra's subordinates were spread out more widely than expected. From abandoned mining planets in the South Galaxy to uninhabited planetary belts on the edge of the North Kai's territory. Every now and then 1 or 2 cannon fodder would pop up and try to stir up trouble with the Dark Dragon Balls. Xian handled them cleanly. 1 destruction sphere per target. Not even a trace was left behind. He had originally wanted to take the chance to meet Goku and Vegeta from the GT timeline. After all, in his original timeline, those 2 scions who had been working under Cronoa all year round were practically legendary figures. But after half a year, he hadn't even seen their shadows. Only after asking Cronoa did he learn that the two of them were chasing Myra's main forces deep into the core of the demon realm. They were so busy they rarely even returned to the time nest. Xian didn't feel too disappointed. After cleaning up the last small fry on hand, he said hello to Cronoa and headed straight for the time nest. The meditation chamber of the time nest was hidden in the deepest part of the time palace, and Cronoa personally used her authority to open the door for him. The first feeling he had when he stepped inside was emptiness. Not emptiness of space, but emptiness of time. Inside the meditation chamber was a pure white void. There was no gravity, no air, no sound. Even the flow of time itself had become vague and indistinct. Only in the very center floated an extremely thick space-time law cultivation manual. The words on the cover slowly flowed, like a river with neither beginning nor end. Xian sat down cross-legged and opened the first page. By the time 1 year had passed outside, he had no idea how long he had already stayed inside the meditation chamber. When he walked back out of the chamber, there was an extra layer in his hand, an almost transparent light membrane so faint it was nearly invisible. It was a protective layer formed from space-time laws, capable of freely adjusting the flow of time inside and outside. He tested it once. Wrapping himself inside the time barrier, he had a shadow clone bombard it from the outside with destruction spheres for a full 3 minutes. The surface of the barrier didn't even ripple once. And it wasn't just for defense. He could also set up acceleration barriers, 1 year inside, 1 day outside. It was exactly like the time barrier he had used back in the trial tower of the God of Destruction realm, except this time, he was the one who set it up himself. But he still felt it wasn't enough. To him, space-time laws were for preserving his life, not for offense. His destruction and erasure had already fused to the bottleneck. While his physical strength had fallen into stagnation because he had relied too long on gravity suits and the law suppression of the trial tower, the bloodline of a scion was roaring inside him. He needed stronger gravity. He needed a more extreme environment. Black hole. When those two words flashed through his mind, he was in the pavilion pansearing steak for Whis. Beerus was napping on the lounge chair, his cat tail hanging down and swaying lightly. Xian flipped the steak, put down the spatula and walked over to Whis. Mr. Whis. Do me a favor. Whis set down the pudding spoon in his hand and looked at him. I want to train at the edge of a black hole. The gravity at a black hole's edge is the strongest natural force field in the universe. In that kind of environment, a scion's bloodline can be squeezed to its limit. But the time dilation effect of a black hole is too strong. I'm afraid I might go in to train for only a moment, and by the time I come out, hundreds of millions of years will have already passed outside. So I need you to keep an eye on me. I'll first open a space-time barrier myself and control the flow of time. But if my barrier can't withstand the erosion of the black hole's laws, then use your angel power to help me. Whis placed the pudding spoon into the empty bowl and tapped his staff against the ground. Angel power turned into a silver halo and gently slipped around Uchiha Gen's right wrist, next to that fan-shaped bracelet. Go on. This halo will continuously monitor the stability of your space-time barrier. The moment the barrier collapses, I will directly pull you back to the God of Destruction realm. He paused for a moment, and his tone became a little more serious than usual. The gravity at the edge of a black hole can reach tens of thousands, or even millions of times that of Earth. Even with your current body under that kind of gravity, you wouldn't last more than a few breaths before being crushed into minced meat. Use your space-time barrier as a buffer first, and adapt little by little. Xian raised his right hand and looked at the silver halo on his wrist, faintly glowing under the starlight. At some point, Beerus had woken up and was standing in the corridor outside the pavilion, his vertical pupils watching Xian through the open doorway. He said nothing. He simply yawned, turned around, and went back into the palace to continue his afternoon nap. Xian pressed the coordinates on the cube, and the light of instant transmission flashed and vanished. At the edge of the galaxy, a Schwarzschild black hole with a stationary mass roughly dozens of times that of the sun was slowly rotating in the void. The black hole itself could not be seen. What could be seen was the starlight around it, distorted by gravitational lensing, and the interstellar matter being slowly drawn in by it. Gas clouds, asteroid fragments, even an entire red dwarf star being torn apart. Xian spread out his space-time laws. Silver light surged from his fingertips and condensed around him into a semi-transparent barrier. The flow of time inside the barrier was adjusted to the limit. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. At the edge of this black hole, he was going to use the most primitive gravity possible to squeeze the scion blood in his body until the very last bit of potential was forced out. He took a deep breath, adjusted the barrier's strength, and let the black hole's gravity seep into the inside of the barrier at an extremely faint rate of penetration. The moment tens of thousands of times Earth's gravity pressed down on his body, Xian was reminded of back then, when he had been crushed flat to the ground by the gravity suit in the world of the gods of destruction, unable to move. Now, that feeling returned and flooded through his whole body once more. Every bone creaking, every cell desperately burning key to resist the pressure from outside. Deep within his bloodline, That legendary beast said to appear only once in 1,000 years slowly opened its eyes under the stimulation of extreme pain. At the edge of the black hole, the chaotic currents of laws scraped against the space-time barrier like countless invisible blades. While maintaining the barrier, Xian also had to split his focus to guide the circulation of destruction and erasure energy. At this true boundary between life and death, he could test his limits to the fullest, test the decay curve of the fused destruction and erasure energy under black hole gravity, test the durability limit of the space-time barrier within the law turbulence, and test how long this body, strengthened by Scion blood, could endure under ever-increasing gravity. World of the gods of destruction. Whis sat in the pavilion and picked up his pudding bowl again. Beerus rolled over and pinned his cat tail under his arm. The silver halo on Xian's wrist kept flashing with faint silver light within Wiss's perception, steady and slow, sending out silent ripples in sync through the space-time at the edge of the black hole. Wiss scooped up a spoonful of pudding, nodded, then shifted his attention back to the half-plate of pistachios in front of him that still hadn't been shelled. At the edge of the black hole, there was no day or night, no sound. Only endless gravity carrying chaotic law currents, crushing against the space-time barrier over and over. Uchiha Gen had already stayed here for half a month inside the barrier. But at the edge of the black hole itself, it had almost only been the blink of an eye. He started from the outer edge and moved inward little by little. Every adjustment to the barrier's permeability was made with extreme caution. The Scion bloodline rejoiced under the pressure. Broly's once-in-1,000-years berserk bloodline was crushed by unprecedented external force. Yet instead of launching its usual savage counterattack, it restrained all its brutality. Like a tamed beast, it lay obediently in the deepest part of his meridians, letting him merge that power into himself thread by thread. 1,000,000 times gravity. He shut off the buffering effect of the space-time barrier and let the black hole's pull press directly onto his body. His bones wailed. Every cell was being torn apart. Under this ultimate pressure, the last trace of impurity in the Scion bloodline was squeezed out, crushed, and expelled from the body.
Broly's berserk bloodline, Kakaro's combat talent.
And Uchiha Gen's own genetic chain fused completely into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Then, the barrier that had blocked him for so long suddenly shattered in silence. This was not destruction. This was not erasure. This was an eternal leap in the level of life itself. The rank of an angel awakened within him. The lowest tier but real, undeniable, no longer mortal. Ultra instinct activated on its own. Clear silver light covered his entire body. The chaotic law currents at the edge of the black hole hit him like a gentle breeze, no longer able to pose any threat at all. He lowered his head and looked at the silver halo on his right wrist. He took it off and stored it in a sealing scroll. The black hole was still rotating slowly. In the distance, fragments of the red dwarf star were still being dragged by gravity, tracing long arcs. He turned around and used instant transmission. His first destination was not the world of the gods of destruction. Sunlight from the ninja world filtered through the old pine branches and leaves in the Senju clan grounds, scattering broken gold all over the courtyard. Tsunade and Makoto were sitting beneath the corridor eaves chatting. The panda was lying beside a pile of bamboo, munching on bamboo shoots. Kaguya was watering a few newly planted wildflowers in the corner of the yard. Uchiha Gen pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. Tsunade looked up. Her own rank had also reached the peak of King Kai level. She could sense that the aura on her husband had already completely surpassed the range of what she could understand. But that face-to-face sense of closeness was still exactly the same. Makoto set down the half-finished clan crest she had been embroidering, stood up, walked to him, and gently plucked a speck of cosmic dust from the edge of the black hole off his collar. "You're back. I'm back." Xian raised his hands and rested them on his two wives' shoulders. His senses swept through the key within them, peak King Kai level. Just one step away from Supreme Kai. Base lifespan, 75,000 years at minimum. At some point, Kaguya had already brought over a plate of cut fruit and gently placed it beside the corridor. Her cultivation had also been advancing steadily in recent days. Xian looked at his two wives and briefly explained those years in the world of the gods of destruction, meeting Vados, going from delivering desserts to researching salad dressing together, then standing side by side on the planet of nothing to watch the Super Dragon Balls. After hearing it, Tsunade rolled her eyes. "Wowie, that brat, he's only been on the throne for a few years, and his subordinates already talked him into taking more than 30 women. And among the people persuading him was even Grandpa Hashirama. Great-grandpa insisted he properly expand the Senju clan. You're the father, and you only have 2 wives. Why would we stop you? Such a good bloodline should spread and flourish. Makoto and I discussed it long ago. If one day you bring someone new back, just tell us." Xian pulled both wives into his arms and tightened his embrace. Only after a moment did he let go and look into Tsunade's eyes. "This time, we're going together. My strength is guaranteed now. Let Kaguya stay in the Imperial Palace too, and have her keep an eye on those few old things hiding in the shadows for Wowie. As for you two, It's time to come with me to the world of the gods of destruction and enjoy life. Tsunade smiled. Mikoto directly turned and went inside to pack clothes and sealing scrolls. The three of them walked slowly along the long bluestone street. The road was smooth. The newly laid cement gave off a gray-white sheen. The drainage canals on both sides had been expanded, drawing living water from the Minami River, clear and cold to the bottom. Autumn harvest had just ended. On the bulletin board at the street corner was posted the latest popular edition of the basic cultivation formula. Beside it was also a simple illustrated guide from the Ministry of Technology promoting a new breed of piglets. The breed developed by Orochimaru would eat anything and could be ready for slaughter in 3 months. The farmers called it gray ears. A child ran out from an alley holding a freshly picked persimmon. When he saw Uchiha Gen, he froze for several seconds, then screamed and ran back shouting that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. People from the neighborhood poked their heads out from shops and from the edges of the fields. There was no fear on their faces, only the kind of warmth people showed when the most accomplished child of their own family came back home. By the time Xian reached the gates of the imperial palace, a faint layer of sweat had formed on his forehead, but a slight smile remained on his face the whole way. Wawi was reviewing documents in the main hall. He wore the emperor's regular robes, the cuffs embroidered with the clan crests of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The brat who used to trail behind Xian asking how to get to the Forest of Death had now grown broader in the shoulders, and the outline of his brows and eyes had deepened. Father. Wawi stood up. Xian walked over, raised a hand, and patted his shoulder. You've done well. Dad is proud of you. Even out in the universe, there aren't many emperors who can govern their planet like this. Wawi's eyes reddened slightly, but he was already emperor now, and he did not let the tears fall. Xian withdrew his hand, his tone turning serious as he poured that long-prepared bowl of chicken soup into his eldest son's heart. Don't neglect your cultivation either. You're at the initial stage of King Kai level now. Your lifespan is 75,000 years, but what about after those 75,000 years? Sasuke and your mothers have all reached the peak. You can't fall behind either. Wawi, cultivate hard. Our whole family must strive for immortality and indestructibility. Wawi nodded hard. Xian took Tsunade and Mikoto by the hand and disappeared with instant transmission. The starlight in the world of the gods of destruction was still as cold and bright as ever. In the pavilion, Whis was using a little silver spoon to scoop pudding. Lord Beerus lay on his lounge chair and watched as Xian pushed open the pavilion door. Whis raised his head. The instant his gaze touched Xian, his staff almost slipped from his hand. In that instant, the perception of a second-stage mid-level angel swept over the law structure within Xian's body. First-stage low-level, a genuine angel rank. Whis stood up from beside the pavilion, an extremely rare seriousness flashing across his face, followed by something even rarer, completely undisguised shock. Congratulations, Mr. Xian. Angel level, even if it's only first-stage low-level. Beerus's cat eyes blinked drowsily from the lounge chair, but the moment he heard the words angel level, they snapped wide open. The pudding spoon in his mouth dropped into the plate with a crisp clink. Xian helped Tsunade and Mikoto sit down in the pavilion, poured each of his wives a cup of honey lemon water, then turned to Whis. Mr. Whis, how are the angel realms divided? There are 4 stages of angels. I am currently second stage mid-level. Vados is first stage high-level. Whis' tone had already returned to its usual calm, but the angel's staff was still tossed off to the side, and he didn't pick it up again for quite a while. You are at the first low tier. Mr. Xian, back then I was only greedy for food. I accepted 1 meal invitation, and never expected I would end up bringing back someone who could cultivate all the way to the angel level. When Tsunade said that line, it was the night of their 3rd day in the Destroyer realm. On the open ground beside the pavilion, Xian used wood release to build Tsunade and Mikoto a small house each. They were nothing like the cold, lifeless temple style of the Destroyer realm. Instead, they were completely copied after the corridors and eaves of the Senju clan grounds. Old pine branches stretched out over the rooftops. The courtyard was covered with a layer of gravel brought over from the ninja world. Even the panda-esque pile of bamboo had been moved over exactly as it was. Beerus' comment on this was, your whole family really turned this place into a vacation resort. But his cat tail was swaying very comfortably, so it was obvious he was quite satisfied with the newly added snack reserves. Tsunade and Mikoto only took 3 days to adapt to the environment of the Destroyer realm. For physiques at the peak of Supreme Kai level, 10 times gravity was basically no different from normal gravity. They had even learned how to use the Destroyer realm's kitchen by the 2nd day. It was on the night of the 3rd day that Tsunade took the initiative to tell Xian to go find Vados. That night, after everything was done, Tsunade lay on top of Xian, her pale golden hair scattered across his chest. Her fingers traced circles over his collarbone, and her tone was as casual as if she were talking about the weather. All right, tomorrow go find your little darling. Mikoto and I already know the area pretty well. That sea of stars to the south. Mr. Whis said he can take us there for a picnic next time. Xian lowered his head and looked at her. Tsunade lifted her eyelids and rolled her eyes, but the corners of her lips were curved up. What are you looking at? I've been raising you for decades. What else one more time? Hurry up and go. Don't keep her waiting too long. Makoto leaned over from the other side. She said nothing, only smiling as she plucked one of Tsunade's hairs off his collar, then wrapped it lightly around her fingertip. Early the next morning, the coordinates on the cube locked onto the 6th Universe-S destroyer realm. Xian had just stepped into the pavilion. Before he could even see the surroundings clearly, Kampa's voice arrived even faster than his perception. Kid Xian. Kampa practically rolled and scrambled into the pavilion, already gripping a pair of chopsticks in his hand. At a speed completely mismatched with his size, he dropped into a seat at the stone table. After his round body settled down, his tail was still smacking against the edge of the chair with sharp slaps, and the fat on his belly trembled with every excited breath. What delicious stuff did you bring this time? Guo baoju? Braised pork? Or that snow velvet red bean dessert from last time? I secretly hid a fridge in a corner Vados doesn't know about. That dessert you brought. I can keep it in there and eat it all day. At the other end of the pavilion, Vados walked out from deep within the corridor. At some point, she had already put away her staff. Her silver-white hair wasn't tied high in a ponytail like usual, but hung loose and soft over her shoulders, the tips glowing faintly under the starlight of the destroyer realm. The blue halo around her neck gave off a gentle glow, making the already delicate line of her jaw seem even softer. When she saw Uchiha Gen standing before the pavilion, her purple eyes, always carrying a trace of shrewd amusement, curved ever so slightly. A very faint smile touched her lips. It was not the polite smile of an angel toward a destroyer candidate. It was the smile a woman would show only when the person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. She walked over, and under Kampa's increasingly wide-eyed stare, she reached out and hooked her arm through Uchiha Gen's. Lord Kampa, you can't eat anymore. She tilted her head toward Xian. Her voice was still elegant, but the way she addressed him had changed. Not Mr. Xian, but just two shorter, lighter syllables. And if I'm not mistaken this time, Xian should be here to see me. Xian lowered his head and looked at Vados' hand looped through his arm. Her fingers were long and fair, the pads of them resting lightly against the sleeve of his destroyer robe, not using much force. He lifted his other hand and covered the back of hers. Yes, Lord Kampa, I've already broken through to the angel level. I came this time to see my girlfriend. And I also brought the dishes you like. All of them. Kampa's cat mouth dropped into a perfect circle. The chopsticks slipped from his fingers and bounced twice on the stone table before stopping. Those slit pupils, exactly like Beerus', swept over Xian several times in rapid succession. Angel level. Even if it was only the first tier so far, it was the real thing, not some fake aura disguised through the authority of a god of destruction. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, looking exactly like a fat fish dragged up onto shore. Kid Xian, really? I've lived for hundreds of millions of years and still never broke through. How long has it even been for you? No, wait, how did you break through? The last time I saw you, weren't you still at the 8th layer? He shot to his feet in agitation, his belly knocking against the edge of the table and making the bowls and chopsticks jump. Xian looked at him, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. The 9th layer. That was more than half a year ago. Then I sat by a black hole for a while, and I broke through. Kampa slumped back into the chair again, his cat face filled with the words, "This universe is too cruel to me." The bamboo chopsticks dangled weakly between his fingers for a couple of swings. Then he suddenly sat bolt upright and sprang up like someone had stepped on his tail. The shock in his vertical pupils shifted from Xian's breakthrough to an even more serious issue. Wait a second, you're together with my Vados. Then what about the Grand Priest? How are you planning to explain this to him? He is the most terrifying old man I've ever seen. Even Beerus acts like a mouse seeing a cat in front of him. Rarely, Xian made a joke, his tone very relaxed. What is there to be afraid of? If we don't tell the Grand Priest, that solve it? My strength is enough anyway. We'll just make it a done deal first. Go see him once there's one in her belly. He can't exactly make a move against me, his future son-in-law, right? Vados gently patted the back of his hand, but the teasing curve at the corner of her lips only deepened. In a voice only the two of them could hear, she said, "Don't mess around." After saying that, she tilted her head slightly and tucked a strand of silver-white hair behind her ear. The tip of her ear was covered in a very faint blush, showing through the gaps in her hair. Though I do quite agree with making it a done deal first. Vados picked up her staff from beside the corridor pillar and spun it elegantly between her fingers for half a turn. Her tone remained light and composed, but the hand wrapped around Xian's arm clearly tightened a little. Inside the pavilion, Kampa held his chopsticks in the air as he watched Vados take the initiative to link arms with Xian and turn to leave. His jaw nearly dropped into the empty bowl in front of him. The starry sky of the 6th universe leaned more toward cool tones than that of the 7th universe. The arrangement of the stars was completely different, and some nebulae glowed with a faint violet aura. Seen through the spaceship window, they looked like a silent sea. Their first stop was planet Zadala. The gravity of this planet was about the same as planet Vegeta had been back then, and the Scions had built their own city here. Kaba was at the training grounds, instructing a group of young Scion warriors. The moment he saw Xian and Vados descending from the sky, he immediately stopped, straightened his battle suit, and went forward to greet them. There was a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes were bright. "Lord Xian, what brings you here? Is teacher Vegeta doing well lately?" "Yes, doing quite well. He has been doing special training with Whis recently. Your teacher spends every day training while cursing Kakarot at the same time." Xian glanced over the group of young Scions sparring across the training field. Every single one of them had entered Super Saiyan form, golden auras rising and falling across the grounds. Kaba scratched the back of his head and revealed the simple, honest smile unique to a Scion. "Please tell him to take care of himself. When I get the chance, I'll go to the 7th universe and challenge him. We've trained with that gravity chamber he left behind for a while now, and a few of the kids can already go Super Saiyan too." The second stop was Hit S Assassin's Guild. The strongest assassin in the 6th universe was sitting in the guild lounge with a cup of hot black tea still steaming in front of him. Hit had refined the activation time of Timeskip even further. The teapot at the corner of the table didn't even show the slightest trace of being disturbed. When he saw Xian, he gave a slight nod, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on nice weather. "You've become stronger. Spar next time." "Sure. Handle your business first. We'll set a time later." Xian did not stay long. Their final stop was Dora Planet, the most remote planet in the 6th universe. This planet wasn't on any major route. Even on the Supreme Kaya star map, it only had a tiny serial number marked on it. A private coordinate was had casually recorded a long time ago while passing by. The entire planet had only one season, forever frozen in the gentlest days of spring. The atmosphere filtered the starlight into a soft pale gold. Its gravity was slightly higher than the Ninja World S, and the air was filled with tiny glowing spores that drifted slowly upward with the breeze before gently falling again. From the North Pole to the South Pole, nearly all of the planet's land was covered by a sea of flowers. Light purple lavender, deep blue hyacinths, pure white baby's breath, and many more flowers even was couldn't name. They spread across the rolling hills like a soft, endless velvet blanket. The butterflies were pale silver, with a faint fluorescent glow along the edges of their wings, tracing slow and lazy arcs through the air. Whis stood in the sea of flowers, her silver-white long hair lightly lifted by the breeze. A few butterflies circled around her twice before landing in the center of a light purple flower. She bent down and leaned her staff against the flowers, then turned to face Uchiha Gen. A smile appeared on her face, one not weighed down by any duties, a smile that belonged completely to her alone. Not an elegant angel, not a sharp negotiator, but an ordinary girl who had finally come to her favorite planet with the person she liked. Xian reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her closer. The next morning, Dora Star's twin suns slowly rose from the end of the flower sea. The pale golden morning light passed through the dew on the petals, refracting into countless tiny rainbows. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes. He was lying among the flowers, covered with Whis' silver-white angel cloak. Whis was sitting beside him, slowly combing her long hair with a small comb made from her staff. Seeing that he was awake too, she lowered her head and kissed his forehead. The teasing at the corner of her lips simply would not go away, and even her tone had grown softer. Awake, Xian sat up and rubbed his waist. It was rare for him to feel such an unfamiliar yet very real soreness. He had never felt this way when he was with Tsunade or Makoto, and not even after trading blows with Beerus again and again. Now the vast sea of flowers pressed against the flesh at his waist, while the morning light shone on his slightly reddened face. Rubbing his lower back, he looked at the slope full of pale purple flowers and sighed. As expected of an angel. Seriously amazing. Whis' hand paused for a moment while combing her hair. Then she buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, her shoulders trembling lightly, her laughter as soft as butterfly wings. Dora Star's twin suns rose and fell more than 30 times. Uchiha Gen and Whis spent over a month in the sea of flowers, days that belonged only to the two of them. Every morning, they woke under the pale golden sunlight. Whis would brew a pot of clear tea with the dew gathered from the flowers, while Xian used ingredients taken from the sealing scroll he carried with him to make a simple breakfast. In the evenings, the two of them lay in the flower sea and watched the stars. Whis would point at the purple nebulae that could only be seen in Universe 6 and tell him the story behind each one. Which nebula hid a planet that could make people tell the truth, and which nebula was the remnant left behind after a god of destruction once knocked over a jar of jam. But after more than a month, Uchiha Gen started getting up from the flowers with a hand supporting his waist earlier and earlier each day. For the first time, he understood that even Ultra Instinct couldn't save someone from back pain. An angel's physique was genuinely terrifying. Every morning, Whis was still as radiant as ever. Her silver long hair floated lightly and elegantly in the morning glow. Even the way she bent down to water a patch of newly bloomed wildflowers was still as calm and graceful as always. Meanwhile, he had already started secretly using Senjutsu chakra to warm his lower back. Xian, shall we go see the waterfall flower sea in the northern hemisphere today? Whis put away her staff, and the teasing smile in the corner of her eyes was at least 30% deeper than usual. Let us go back to the destroyer realm first. I'll introduce you to Tsunade and Mikoto. He took her hand, his tone as serious could be. Whis looked at how his other hand was still unconsciously bracing against his lower back, let out a soft laugh, and nodded. Universe 7, Destroyer Realm. In the pavilion, Whis was scooping pudding with a small silver spoon when he saw Uchiha Gen holding Whis' hand as they stepped out from the light of instant transmission. He stood up, and his gaze paused on Whis' face for a moment. At the corner of his sister's lips was a smile he had never seen before, one born completely from personal happiness. Then he set down the pudding spoon and gave Uchiha Gen a thumbs up. Mr. Xian, impressive. My sister is a rose with thorns, and you actually plucked her. Xian lifted his chin slightly, a somewhat smug smile on his face. Mainly because of my charm. Whis lightly tapped her younger brother on the shoulder with her staff, but the curve of her lips deepened a little more. Tsunade and Mikoto were drinking tea under the porch outside the small house. Beerus had gone to Earth to mooch a meal and wasn't he home. The moment Tsunade saw Whis, she knew who she was. The rank of an angel was right there. She set down her teacup, stood up, walked over to Whis, and looked her up and down. Then she turned to Xian and said, "She's even prettier than you said." Mikoto brought out some freshly made cold drinks from inside the house, handed one bowl to Whis and said with a smile, "From now on, we're family." Tsunade and Mikoto asked Xian and Whis about their story from beginning to end. How they met, how they got together, who confessed first. Whis held her cold drink. Her voice still as elegant and gentle as ever, but she answered every question seriously. Tsunade immediately made plans with her to go have a picnic next time at the Sea of Stars in the south, while Mikoto pulled Whis along to try the new pastries she had made for quite a while. The whole family was warm and harmonious. Sitting under the porch, Xian watched the three women chatting happily. A soft cushion was propped behind his waist, and he thought to himself that this was what real life was supposed to be. Black hole. The familiar gravitational waves rushed straight at him. It was still that same black hole. The interstellar matter at its edge was still being slowly pulled in, while fragments of a red dwarf dragged long arcs of light through the accretion disk. This time, Xian directly passed beyond the region of 1,000,000 times gravity and went even deeper. Back when he was at the first angel tier, he still needed a space-time barrier to buffer the black hole's law erosion. Now, with his second-tier status, the damage the black hole's gravity could do to his body had dropped to an extremely low level. His use of space-time laws had also become stronger thanks to the natural status boost that came with breaking through into an angel. 100 years inside the time barrier was only a little over a month in the outside world. Deep within the black hole, he discovered something new. Under extreme density, gravity would form layered structures similar to law-level divisions. Each layer corresponded to a different gravity threshold. When the fused energy of destruction and erasure passed through those layers, it produced different attenuation curves. He memorized all of that data while continuing to use gravity and law turbulence to temper his newly advanced body. At the same time, he refined the precision of Ultra Instinct to an even higher level. In the past, when he activated Ultra Instinct, his body would radiate a very obvious silver aura. Now even that aura had been restrained. Standing at the edge of the black hole, not the slightest extra energy leaked from his body. It was all perfectly contained within him, precise down to every single cell. An extremely familiar transmission ripple shook the angel halo Whis had left on his wrist. A message from Whis, just a few short words. "Everyone is on Earth. Come quickly." Xian saved the energy curve data he was testing, and with a flash of instant transmission light, he disappeared. On Earth, the lawn in Bulma's backyard had already been trampled beyond recognition. Beerus was lying on a lounge chair, his tail puffed up like a feather duster, roaring in Son Goku's direction. Whis sat nearby shelling pistachios. Tsunade and Mikoto were sitting next to Whis on 3 new lounge chairs on the other side. Vegeta leaned against the corner wall with his arms folded, saying nothing. Goku stood in the middle of the lawn scratching the back of his head, wearing a look that clearly said even he hadn't expected things to get this big. Xian landed on the lawn. The moment Beerus saw him, he immediately switched to a new target for his complaints, his voice rising several more degrees. "Rat Xian, good. You're here. Son Goku has gone crazy." He ran off and told Lord Zeno that he wanted to hold an all-universe martial arts tournament. Not only did Lord Zeno agree, he wants all the universes to participate. 8 universes in total. The losing universes get erased immediately. Erased. He sprang up from the lounge chair and crossed his arms. If Lord Zeno really gets interested, then even our Universe 7 could end up buried with them. "Lord Beerus, please calm down." Xian pressed Beerus back into the lounge chair, then turned to Whis. What happened? Whis continued peeling pistachios and first added a congratulatory remark. Mr. Xian, congratulations on breaking through to the second stage. The precision of your Ultra Instinct has also reached angel level. Vados lightly clapped once at the side, that smile returning to the corner of her eyes. Only then did Whis explain the full story. Son Goku became friends with Zeno, and Zeno went to him and asked whether Universe 7 had anything fun going on, just the simple chatter of children. Then Zeno suddenly remembered that he had always wanted to hold a martial arts tournament for the entire multiverse, and asked Goku if he was interested. Of course Goku was interested, so he agreed on the spot. Zeno was extremely happy and immediately ordered the Grand Priest to gather all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais from every universe for a meeting. Not only that, once Zeno got excited, he also decided to hold a warm-up match first, Universe 7 versus Universe 9, with each side sending 3 fighters for a 3-on-3 exhibition match as a prelude. Lord Zeno himself was already waiting over at the World of Void to watch the match. Universe 9? Vegeta walked over from the corner of the wall with his arms crossed, a rare trace of curiosity on his face. Is their god of destruction as absurd as ours? Beerus snorted, flicking his tail, his tone full of disdain. Universe 9's god of destruction is Sidra. He's nowhere near as strong as me. Their universe's mortal civilization level ranks second from the bottom among all universes. They're only a little better than that Universe 11 fool who only knows how to dance. After thinking for a moment, he added, but their angel is pretty strong. Mojito, about on Whis' level. That's not all. Whis set down the pistachios, his tone becoming unusually serious. Father has already come by once. After explaining the arrangements for the match, he specifically asked where Mr. Xian had gone. The expression on his face when he left was not exactly pleasant. Vados gently set down her teacup, her tone as calm as ever. We'll go talk to Father together. For now, the match comes first. Lord Zeno is already getting impatient. She turned to Xian, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, her voice lowering a bit. Second stage? You're one step closer to proposing. As the day of the match arrived, everyone headed to the arena. Supreme Kaishin had arrived early. When he saw Xian, he remembered Kibito being erased back then and shifted half a step to the side. But Xian only gave him a slight nod and said nothing. The 2 Zeniths and the Grand Priest were already seated in the highest VIP section. Zeno's 2 short legs dangled over the edge of the chair, gently swinging, and when he saw Goku enter, he even waved. The Grand Priest looked down over the entire arena with solemn authority. The Universe 7 and Universe 9 Gods of Destruction exposition match will now begin. There's no need to go into detail about the process. Anyway, Universe 7 won, and Lord Zeno watched with great interest. Standing on the ring, Goku scratched the back of his head and shouted to Zeno, Lord Zeno, I promise the official match will be even more exciting. Beerus sat in the stands with one leg crossed over the other and let out a snort, his tail swishing much more lightly than before. As long as we won. Now you should think about how to deal with Father's questioning first. Vados said calmly from the side. Xian stood on the grass, feeling the second stage angel power that had just stabilized inside his body. He raised his head and looked toward the Grand Priestess' gentle yet imposing figure in the VIP seats. Questioning was questioning. Now that his strength was enough, his confidence was there too. The 2 Zeniths jumped down from the VIP seats and each grabbed one side of Son Goku's pant leg, refusing to let go. One said, that Kamehameha just now was amazing. The other said, do it again for us. Goku scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly, then crouched down so he was eye level with the 2 Zeniths. Kamehameha needs charge time. How about I show you instant transmission first? Then, with a whoosh, he vanished from where he stood, appeared at the far end of the World of Void, and with another whoosh came right back. The 2 Zeniths widened their round eyes at the same time and clapped their little hands with loud smacks. Beerus sat in the audience with one leg crossed over the other, his cat tail lazily swaying back and forth as he traded barbs with Kampa. Kampa said Universe 7 winning an exhibition match meant nothing, and if they had the guts, they should be just as fierce in the official tournament. Beerus shot back at him, saying Universe 6 couldn't even win an exhibition match. Whis and Vados stood beside their respective gods of destruction with their staffs held across them, occasionally exchanging a helpless look. Uchiha Gen leaned against the railing at the edge of the stands, holding a cup of unfinished lemonade in his hand, his gaze resting on the silver tips of Vados' hair. She was saying something to Kampa, her staff lightly tapping the ground once, probably urging him to lose weight again. The power of destruction had already completely stabilized, and the second stage angel power was slowly circulating through his body. He could feel that his perception of laws had become several times sharper than before. For example, right now, he could clearly sense that the Grand Priest was walking this way. His steps were neither fast nor slow, but his direction was very clear. The Grand Priest walked down from the steps of the VIP section, His silver hair gave off the faintest rainbow sheen under the cold light of the world of void. His staff tapped against the gray ground, each step soundless. His face was as gentle as ever, but the usual curve at the corner of his mouth was absent today, replaced by a straight line. He stopped 3 steps in front of Uchiha Gen, his tone flat. "Uchiha Gen, you've got a lot of nerve." The whole place went silent. Kampa's cat ears stood straight up. Beerus's tail froze midair. Several nearby gods of destruction turned their heads at the same time. They did not know Uchiha Gen, but they knew the Grand Priest. In all 12 universes combined, there were no more than 5 people who could make the Grand Priest speak in that tone. Uchiha Gen set the lemonade on the railing and straightened up. Subconsciously, he glanced at Vados. She was standing where she was, gripping her staff tightly. Her silver hair covered half her face, making her expression impossible to read. He turned back, scratched his head, and put on that trademark foolish grin. "Father-in-law, what are you talking about? Vados and I are in love with each other. Since you are in love with each other," the Grand Priest cut him off. There was no warmth at all in his voice. He lightly tapped his staff against the ground, and a faint silver ripple spread from the tip. In that instant, the air of the entire world of void seemed to freeze. "Then how about this? I'll help you do it. I'll kill your 2 wives in the ninja world, Tsunade and Makoto. Once they're dead, you can be together with Vados in true mutual love. There will be no worries left behind. No one will think you failed anyone. And you 1T need to keep running back and forth between 2 worlds. 2 birds with 1 stone." The smile disappeared from Uchiha Gen's face. Not slowly. It went from grinning fool to expressionless in such a short instant that the gods of destruction present only felt their vision blur. The next second, a vast aura exploded from Uchiha Gen's body. The pressure of a god of destruction poured out without reservation. The light of Ultra Instinct and the dark violet law of destruction intertwined into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The gray ground of the world of void collapsed outward in a ring from beneath his feet, cracks spreading like a spiderweb all the way to the edge of the audience stands. Every god of destruction present stepped back half a step at the same time. Not because the shockwave pushed them, because that pure pressure forced them back. Kampa's mouth formed an O. His cat ears flattening against the sides of his head as he lowered his voice and said to Beerus, "How is the disciple you taught exactly as crazy as you are?" Beerus did not respond. His slit pupils were locked tightly on that pillar of light, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into an expression that said, "Just as I thought." The Grand Priest stood where he was, his expression unchanged. He merely shifted slightly to avoid Gen's first punch. With the second stage of Ultra Instinct fully unleashed, silver light chased the Grand Priestess figure like a meteor. Fist, elbow, knee, leg. Every strike was enough to crush stars, exploding into ring after ring of destructive energy ripples in the void. But the Grand Priest merely retreated calmly, turned his body, tilted his head. From beginning to end, his staff never once lifted. He nodded to himself inwardly, knowing full well how huge the gap in cultivation was, and still daring to attack him, the strongest angel in the entire universe, for the sake of protecting his family. That reckless courage was worthy of his daughter. After a few more exchanges, the Grand Priest raised his left hand and sent an extremely light palm of chi toward Uchiha Gen's chest. It was not an attack. It was a push. Gen's whole body was blasted back dozens of steps. His feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground as he slid all the way to the edge of the spectator stands before barely managing to steady himself. Just as he was about to charge forward again, a slightly cool hand pressed down on his arm. At some point, Vados had already walked to his side. Her fingers lightly patted his forearm, and her voice was soft but steady. The kind of tone a teacher used when telling an impulsive student that enough was enough. "Stop being crazy. Didn't you notice? My father was testing you." Uchiha Gen froze. He turned his head to look at Vados. The corners of her eyes curved slightly. That teasing arc had returned to her lips, and the ring on her staff turned gently in the wind. The Grand Priest stood where he was and tapped his staff against the ground. That face that had remained expressionless the whole time finally showed its first smile of the day, completely different from the cold sternness he had arrived with. "Gen, you're not bad. You treat your family very well. Even risking your life to protect them. That kind of character is far rarer than the 9th floor of any God of Destruction trial tower. I can entrust Vados to you with peace of mind. I agree to this matter." The Grand Priest turned around and walked back 2 steps, then paused and tilted his head slightly. "In the official tournament of power, perform well." Vados' mother was also among the strongest angels back then. The man her daughter chooses cannot be lacking. "All right, I'm leaving. See you again at the tournament of power." He returned to the VIP seats, bent down, and said something to the 2 Zeniths. The 2 Zeniths turned their heads at the same time and waved in Uchiha Gen's direction. Then, holding the Grand Priestess' hand, they disappeared into a silver portal. The atmosphere on the world of void suddenly relaxed. Kampa slumped back into his chair, his cat tail drooping weakly, and said to Beerus beside him, Were they just about to fight for real? Beerus unusually said nothing. He only rubbed his chin with the back of his hand and looked at Shen for several seconds before withdrawing his gaze. The other gods of destruction also dispersed one after another, but when they looked at Uchiha Gen again, there was now something different in their eyes. Vados rested her staff on her shoulder and walked in front of Shen. Lowering her head, she adjusted the collar of his clothes that had been thrown into disorder by the impact. Her silver bangs hung down, covering half her face, and her voice was very soft. Don't fight my father again in the future. You can't beat him. Not far away, the two Zeniths were holding the Grand Priestess' hand as they walked into the silver portal. One of the Zeniths tilted his head up and asked if Shen was very strong. The Grand Priest lowered his head, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a little more than before. The portal's light flashed and vanished. The gray ground of the world of void returned to smoothness. Only the two trenches at the edge of the spectator stands, still not yet repaired, barely showed what had happened just now. Half a month later, the Tournament of Power officially began. Uchiha Gen had just returned from the edge of a black hole. Whis was sitting in the pavilion, peeling pistachios, with his staff laid across his knees. When he saw Shen step out from the silver light of instant transmission, he lifted his eyelids and sized him up once. The fingers shelling the nut paused for a moment. High tier, second angel rank. You've already surpassed Vados. Shen took off the outer robe still marked with traces of black hole radiation and draped it over the back of a chair, then poured himself a glass of ice water. Still not enough. Your father already broke past the rank of angels. I've only just touched the threshold of angels. Beerus rolled over on the lounge chair, his cat tail flicking once, muttered, cultivation maniac, and continued sleeping. Universe 7's lineup was Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Android 17, Android 18, and Frieza. This time, Uchiha Gen's family had not come along. After the light of the portal faded, the law counter set up by the Grand Priest lit up above the world of Void Arena, and the fighters of every universe lined up in their own formations. The moment they landed, Kampa moved over from Universe 6's spectator area, the fat on his cat face jiggling several times. Kid Shen, did you bring food? Vados cut my meals again. This time I'm really about to starve myself skinny. Shen pulled out a few individually wrapped small cookies from his pocket. Kampa grabbed them in one go, tore open the wrappers, and stuffed 2 pieces into his mouth. His cat tail swayed in satisfaction. Vados walked over and lightly tapped the top of Kampa's head with her staff. Lord Kampa, if you keep sneaking food, then you really will only be allowed to drink nutrient solution. Kampa covered his head and squatted down. Hit of Universe 6 leaned against the edge of the stands and gave Son Goku a slight nod. Kale and Caulifla stood nearby, both craning their necks to look toward Universe 7. Their gazes paused on Frieza for a moment before shifting away in disgust. Frieza sat with one leg crossed over the other. His golden skin reflected a faint gleam under the cold light of the world of void, and a meaningful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta had his arms folded while saying something to Kaba. His tone was calm, but his expression was rarely not as fierce as usual. Once all the universes were in place, the Grand Priest flew up and hovered directly above the arena. His silver hair drifted lightly in the wind of law. After he announced the official start of the Tournament of Power, the fighters of every universe scattered on their own. Uchiha Gen and Vados sat side by side at the edge of Universe 7's spectator stands. Vados' staff rested on her shoulder, while Shen held a cup of unfinished lemon tea in his hand. The first wave of chaotic melee had already erupted on the arena. Krillin's bald head and Son Gohan's Majin form were especially eye-catching in the crowd, and Master Roshi was currently using the evil containment wave to seal a random grunt that looked like a rice cooker come to life. Shen's gaze followed the figures flashing and weaving across the arena. After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head. Vados. The silver-haired angel turned her head to look at him. In the history of the universe, has there ever been someone strong enough to break through dimensions? Vados lowered her staff from her shoulder. A trace of very faint surprise flashed through her silver eyes. She thought for a moment and was just about to speak when a gentle and familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. There was one person, but he did not succeed. At some unknown point, the Grand Priest had walked over beside the spectator stands. His staff lightly tapped against the gray ground of the world of void. His gaze fell on Jiren, who was currently fighting Vegeta on the arena, but his words were directed at Shen. Back then, just like you, he cultivated to low-tier 4th angel rank, and felt that his space-time laws were already enough to break through dimensions. At a singularity similar to a black hole, he forcefully tore open the barrier membrane of the universe, trying to use his physical body to pass through the boundary of the 12 universes. He failed. The backlash from the boundary membrane shredded his entire body into basic particles. Even his soul was swallowed by the laws themselves. Not even a corpse was left behind. Shen stood up and bowed to the Grand Priest. Father-in-law. The Grand Priest nodded, which counted as a response. What level does one need to reach in order to break through dimensions? The Grand Priest raised his left hand. A very faint seven-colored light lit up at his fingertips. Within that ball of light, one could vaguely see the projections of countless parallel universes rotating, colliding, and then separating. He touched his chin, his tone calm yet solemn. The minimum threshold is 4th angel rank. Above angels, there is another layer. I call it the multiverse rank. That is my current realm. Once you reach this realm, you can easily pass through the barrier membrane of any universe and travel freely between any parallel universes, no longer bound by the laws of spacetime. When you reach 4th angel rank, you may also try. But that person back then attempted it at 4th angel rank as well. He did not succeed. He withdrew the light from his fingertips. If your cultivation does not reach it, you cannot cross it. If your temperament is not enough, you still cannot cross it. Xian turned to look at Vados. She was looking at her father, the signature lazy smile at the corner of her mouth unchanged. But he noticed that the fingers gripping her staff had tightened slightly. He placed the lemon tea on the edge of the stands and nodded to the Grand Priest. Many thanks for your guidance, father-in-law. The Grand Priest turned and walked back toward the main platform, his long silver hair drifting lightly in the cold wind of the world of void. On the arena, Son Goku and Jiren were simultaneously erupting with soaring auras. Red and blue waves exploded outward, and the railing at the edge of the stands buzzed violently. Uchiha Gen picked up his lemon tea and leaned back in his seat, silently repeating that term in his heart. Multiverse rank. The supreme ruler over the 12 universes. He glanced at his hand. The silver glow of Ultra Instinct was quietly winding around his fingertips. Then he looked away and gently laid his hand over the back of Vados' hand on the railing. Vados said nothing. She only curled her fingers slightly in his palm and gave a light squeeze. The noise gradually faded. Vados pulled her hand back again and rested it on her lap. There were many secrets in this universe, and he had more than enough time to uncover them. After the Tournament of Power ended, the light of the Super Dragon Balls faded from above the world of void, and all the universes that had been erased returned to their original places. Beerus was unusually generous and declared that he was in a good mood today, so there would be extra food. More food. Uchiha Gen returned to the ninja world. He brought Vados over from the God of Destruction's realm. 3 women and 1 man sat under the eaves of the Senju clan grounds. The panda was dozing beside a pile of bamboo. Life passed slowly and quietly. Every morning, he got up to make breakfast. In the afternoon, he sat under the old pine tree and flipped through the spacetime law cultivation manual he had borrowed from the time realm. Sometimes he would look up and glance at the pine tree in the courtyard, which had grown another full circle thicker. After living like this for 4 or 5 years, the heart that had been fighting, scheming, and chasing ever since the beginning of his transmigration finally began to calm down. It was not that he had become lazy. He had settled. The energy in every cell was no longer restless. The flow of every strand of ki was no longer hurried. Then he said goodbye to the 3 women and stepped into a black hole once again. This time, he chose a supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy, with a mass hundreds of millions of times greater than the sun. Even the gravity at the edge of its event horizon could crush an ordinary neutron star into powder. Inside the event horizon, he set up multiple spacetime barriers. 1 year outside, 100 years inside. In the first 100 years, fine blood-red cracks began to appear on his skin. That was the unique stress response of Scion bloodline when gravity exceeded the limit the body could bear. He gritted his teeth and endured it. By the third 100 years, the silver-purple energy formed by the fusion of destruction and erasure had been compressed by the black hole's gravity to a density never seen before. Every move he made was no longer a spreading shockwave, but an extremely restrained penetrating force. By the 5th 100 years, he broke through to the middle stage of Angel 4th tier. His cultivation kept rising, but the speed grew slower and slower. By the time it was already deep into the night outside, and another few 100 years had passed inside the black hole, he had raised the gravity he could withstand to 50 million times. When he opened his eyes, the power inside him was as deep and still as an ocean. He lowered his head and looked at his hand. There were no wounds, no blood-red cracks. Every finger was as steady as the old pine tree in the Senju clan grounds. Advanced stage of Angel 4th tier. 10 years later, he walked out of the black hole. Vados was waiting for him in the pavilion on the God of Destruction's realm. She looked him up and down, then lightly tapped his shoulder with her staff. 50 million times gravity. Advanced stage of Angel 4th tier. You've already surpassed me. He took her hand, his voice very soft. Still not enough. For the next 30 years, he never went back into a black hole. He accompanied Tsunade and Mikoto to planet Namek, the place they had always wanted to visit, and watched the sunrise where 3 suns rose at the same time. He helped Vados find a planet in Universe 6 that was filled entirely with dessert ingredients. The 2 of them sat on that planet's pink beach for an entire afternoon. With Vados' help, Tsunade and Mikoto fused part of the Supreme Kai's law of creation and elevated their status to the level of Supreme Kai. His eldest son and Kagaya were also close to breaking into the Supreme Kai level. His younger son, Sasuke, reached the status of Supreme Kai before his older brother did, and Naruto was often by his side. Xian's state of mind had completely stabilized. It was not suppression. It was fulfillment. There was no need to let go of obsession, because obsession itself had already become a part of his life. There was no need to hide, no need to avoid anything. In this lifetime, he no longer had any regrets left to make up for. He knew the time had come. He did not go straight to a black hole. Instead, he first returned to the ninja world. In the retirement sanatorium of the Kumogakure Administrative District, the fourth Hokage was sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun. His beard had turned completely white. The muscles on his arms, the ones that had once been able to blast through mountains with lightning release chakra mode, had already gone loose with age. But those eyes were still as fierce and bright as ever. On the stone table beside him sat a pot of strong liquor, a specialty of the land of lightning, along with 2 rough pottery bowls. Uchiha Gen walked in from the alley entrance, dressed in an ordinary dark blue travel outfit. His God of Destruction robe was stored away in a sealing scroll. The moment fourth Hokage saw him, he snorted. "I thought you'd forgotten there was still an old thing like me here. I couldn't forget." Shen sat down across from him and picked up the wine pot to fill both their bowls. The strong liquor burned down his throat. Kumogakure's brew was at least several times harsher than Konoha's sake. He brought Inoki over as well. The retired old Tsuchikage from Iwagakure leaned on a cane. The wrinkles on his face were deeper than the last time they had met, but his back was still ramrod straight. After 2 bowls of liquor, a red flush appeared on his face. His juniors had already become fully capable of standing on their own in the Iwagakure Administrative District, so there was nothing left for him to worry about. Every day he just grew flowers and taught the younger generation some of his experience with Earth Release. By the time Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju pushed open the courtyard gate, fourth Hokage had just opened the 3rd pot of wine. Hashirama dropped down into his seat and, like he knew the place by heart, grabbed a bowl of liquor. Tobarama sat shoulder to shoulder with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi came in last, his white hair combed perfectly in place. Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived at the same time. Orochimaru had just come from the Ministry of Technology and was still holding an unfinished experimental report in his hand. Jiraiya stuffed the half-written continuation of Ika Ika Paradise into Shen's arms. Minato and Kushina also hurried over, with Nawaki following behind them. Tsunade and Mikoto were brought over from the Senju clan grounds by Shen as well. The small courtyard of the sanatorium was packed with people. Several more pots of wine were added, and fourth Hokage had someone bring over the stone tables from next door and push them all together. The conversation always started with old stories from long ago. Inoki said that back in the day, when he first heard the title Black Reaper in the Land of Iron, he had already felt that the name was inauspicious. And sure enough, it really was inauspicious. Without changing his expression, Tobarama added that later. Even his dust release had failed to break through Shen's Susanoo. Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed so hard beside them that he choked on his tea. The third Hokage rarely drank anymore. He used tea in place of wine and said that a few days ago, Jiraiya had handed him the sequel to the Red Handbook for review, and that it was written more clearly and systematically than the previous versions. Jiraiya was already drunk. Slapping the table, he said that the greatest regret of his life was not giving the signed first edition of Ika Ika Paradise to Shen. Orochimaru cast him a sidelong glance with his slit pupils and said, "Didn't you already give him one?" Jiraiya replied, "That was the 2nd edition. I kept the first one for myself." Hashirama burst into loud laughter, the sound so booming that the ivy on the courtyard wall trembled. After who knew how many rounds of drinking, Uchiha Gen set down his bowl. The courtyard fell quiet, and everyone looked at him. After all these years, the time I found most interesting. He slowly turned the wine bowl once, his gaze sweeping across the faces of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Was still when I was little following teacher Sarutobi on missions.
Des rank missions.
Helping Granny Tanaka harvest wheat. And that cat on East Street that could never be found. After finishing the mission, we'd sit on the swing and wait for the next day to go look for the cat again. Jiraiya's eyes reddened. Holding his bowl, he cursed, "You brat. Can you stop making it so sentimental?" Orochimaru said nothing and downed his entire bowl in one gulp. Tsunade leaned against Shen's shoulder, and Mikoto helped wipe away the sake stain on his sleeve. Fourth Hokage snatched his bowl away and filled it again, the bottom of the bowl hitting the stone table with a dull thud. "You can't rest, brat." His voice was hoarse and rough, his white beard trembling lightly in the evening wind. "In the first half of my life I fought and killed in lightning release chakra mode. In the second half, I guarded Kumogakure's gates for you. Now I'm old. So old. At this point I only have this one thought left. You have to go out and see the world beyond for us. After you've seen it all, when you get so old that you can't walk anymore like me, then come back and tell us about it." I'll still be here waiting for you. If you say you've had enough right now, I'll fight you over it. Inoki picked up the thread and said that after living for nearly 100 years, he used to go weak in the legs just hearing Uchiha Madara's name back in the day. But now, seeing this brat from the Uchiha clan, Shen, become someone this incredible, he felt his life had been well worth it. Fourth Hokage poured another full round for everyone. When Hashirama took his bowl, he almost cracked the rim with how hard his fingers squeezed it. Chewing on the peanuts that went with the wine, he said that the stars outside should be brighter than Konoha's fireflies, and in a few more years, he wanted to go see them too. Tobirama raised his rough bowl and lightly clinked it against his with a ding, the sound melting into everyone's laughter. Uchiha Shen looked at those faces, each one carved by time and flushed red by drink. He picked up the bowl full of liquor that C. Lazy had poured for him, tilted his head back, and drained it in one gulp. He didn't say anything else. He had remembered every word these old guys had said. From behind him, Tsunade draped a coat back over his shoulders. The clouds above the sanatorium had parted, and the Milky Way slid past his shoulder, stretching all the way into the far reaches of the universe. 100 million times gravity. When Uchiha Shen opened his eyes deep within the black hole's event horizon, that number surfaced in his mind. By then, he had already stayed inside the space-time barrier for a full 10,000 years. Outside, only 100 years had passed. The gap between the fourth tier of angels, high level, and the multiverse tier status had finally been ground flat by him through the most primitive method possible. The moment he stepped out of the black hole, the laws of all 12 universes trembled at once. An ancient and solemn auspicious melody rang out in the minds of every existence above the supreme Kai level. It was not a warning, nor a declaration of doom. It was the second celebratory chime since the birth of the universes, sounded for a new holder of multiverse tier status. In the Destroyer realm, Beerus shot up from his lounge chair, his cat ears standing perfectly straight. With set down the pistachios in his hand, laid his staff across his knees, and slowly curved his lips into a smile. Facing the silver-purple radiance drawing closer and closer, he gave a slight nod. Mr. Shen succeeded. Multiverse tier status. At the Xeno Palace, the Grand Minister was standing behind the two Zeniths. The instant he heard the auspicious melody, the corners of his lips lifted faintly. He raised his staff, said something to the attendant beside him, then cast his gaze back into the void. Xeno turned and asked what was wrong. The end of the Grand Minister's staff tapped lightly against the floor. He succeeded. Uchiha Shen stood in the center of the Destroyer Realm Plaza. The god of destruction robe on his body, which had been torn full of holes by gravity inside the black hole, had already been replaced. The new robe Tsunade had sewn for him carried the faintest dark purple sheen beneath the starlight. Before he could speak, Tsunade and Mikoto were already standing there, each holding a packed travel bundle that had clearly been prepared long ago. Tsunade stuffed the bundle into his hands, straightened his cuffs for him, and said that Mikoto had been worried he'd go hungry outside, so she had stuffed half a box of homemade food into the bag. Mikoto stood beside them and wiped away the silver-purple afterglow on his face that had not yet fully faded. She said nothing. Vados leaned against the pillar of the pavilion. When he walked past, she lowered her head and lightly pressed a kiss to the center of his brow. Her voice was as unhurried as ever. Don't forget to give me the pudding recipe from Universe 6. Don't make me trouble you to come back and deliver it later. Lord Kampa also asked me to tell you that next time you meet, he'll treat you to preserve thousand-year egg. She stepped back half a pace. The ring on her staff turned lightly, and beneath her silver bangs, her eyes shone deeper than any star in the Destroyer realm. He went over and hugged Beerus too. That hairless cat had his ears flattened from the hug. His mouth said, disgusting, but his tail still gave a light flick. Whis rested his staff in the crook of his arm, smiled, and nodded at him. Travel safely. Hahue and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder behind Tsunade. Hahue waved at him, while Sasuke folded his arms and said flatly, goodbye, father. The gray ground of the world of void was as cold and silent as ever. But this crossroads of all universes truly was, just as he had sensed, the place where the spatial barrier of the entire cosmos was thinnest. Uchiha Shen stood at the exact center of the world of void, and the silver-purple energy inside him began to surge. The light formed by the fusion of destruction and erasure condensed at his fingertips. It was not a sphere, and not a beam of light, but an extremely thin and extremely long silver-purple arrow. He aimed it at the thinnest point he sensed in the void, the membrane separating the 12 universes. It was invisible to the naked eye, but to his current perception, it looked like a transparent embryonic membrane covered in iridescent patterns. The arrow left his hand. A penetrating fissure was blasted open through the barrier of the 12 universes. Silver-purple light flowed crazily along the edges of the crack, maintaining the stability of the passage. He turned and looked back once. Behind him, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Vados stood side by side, giving him slight nods. Then he stepped into the fissure. He wandered through the void for who knew how long. In the void between universes, there was no time, no space, only endless darkness, and occasionally the faintest law fluctuations transmitted from other universes as they brushed across his senses. He passed several closed-off small universes. Some existed in pure energy form. Some were barren spaces that had not yet given birth to any life. Until, at one moment, he sensed a blue-green planet ahead. He passed through the atmosphere, and before he could clearly make out the contours of the land on this planet, a golden portal silently opened before him. Tiny sparks flowed around the edge of the portal. Its structure was different from the angelic portals he had seen before, but their law-based essence was similar. A bald woman in yellow monk robes stepped out of the portal. Her face was calm as still water, her hands folded before her, and her entire body was enveloped in a faint energy field that did not belong to any known law. She hovered in midair, stopping at the same height as him. Her gaze paused on him briefly, then she gave a slight nod. "Sir, this is Universe 199999. Ancient One's voice was very steady. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the silver-purple law afterglow around Shin that had not yet fully withdrawn. In those eyes that had seen countless dimensions and countless timelines, a trace of very faint interest flickered. Your cultivation has already reached multiverse tier status. My time stone tells me that you are not an invader from any known dimension. You broke through the universe membrane and came here on your own." Shen looked at her bald head and yellow monk robes. He knew where he had arrived. Marvel Universe 199999, the movie version. He raised one finger toward Ancient One and pointed at the planet beneath them. "I plan to settle here. If guys like Dormammu come to threaten Earth, I'll help deal with them too. If anything comes up, contact me. You'll definitely be able to find me." Ancient One said nothing. She only gave a slight nod, and the calm face showed the faintest hint of a smile. The portal closed again behind her, and the golden sparks scattered into the air. Shen landed in an alley in Manhattan. The signs on both sides of the street were all in English. Yellow taxis were jammed at the intersection. Office workers in suits and old ladies carrying grocery baskets crossed past each other on the zebra crossing. He stood at the mouth of the alley and looked at all this. The Ninja World-style outer robe on his body looked completely out of place in the autumn wind of New York. A skinny, tall junkie in a hoodie walked over from the other end of the alley, gripping a small knife in his hand, the tip aimed at him. His voice was putting on a vicious act. "Wallet and watch, now." Shen lowered his head and looked at his empty wrist. Then he activated the most basic genjutsu, read the memories inside the junkie's head, took the money from the junkie's hand, turned around, and headed straight for Hell's Kitchen. The apartment buildings in Hell's Kitchen had terrible soundproofing. Uchiha Gen had lived here for 3 days. Every night, he could hear people rummaging through dumpsters, smashing car windows, and prying at fire hydrants in the alley below. Every night, junkies came to his place to steal things. He set up an extremely thin layer of genjutsu barrier at the door. Its principle was about the same as the sensory formula used back then by Konoha's barrier team, only rewritten using angel-level spacetime laws. Anyone who stepped into the barrier's range without his permission would be implanted with a simple illusion. They would think they had pried open the door, searched through every drawer, found a cloth wallet that looked pretty valuable but was actually empty, and then slunk away at the alley entrance feeling satisfied. In reality, they had only spun in place twice at the doorway before stumbling downstairs in a daze. Several junkies in a row who came to pry his door open all fell for it. The next morning, they woke up to find themselves sleeping in the hallway. Their wallets were still empty, and somehow there was an extra lump on the back of their heads. On the 4th night after the genjutsu barrier was set up, a black van with no license plate pulled up at the mouth of the alley. The door slid open, and a bald man in a tactical vest with a bullseye painted on his forehead jumped out. Bullseye didn't go into the stairwell. He stood at the mouth of the alley and looked up at the 3rd floor window, the only one without security bars. Then he pulled a grenade from behind his waist, yanked the pin and threw it straight through the window. The grenade exploded on Shen's nightstand. The shockwave ripped the curtains into shreds, and dozens of holes were blasted through the mattress by shrapnel. Every tenant in the apartment building screamed and rolled out of bed at the same time. When the smoke cleared, Uchiha Gen was still standing there. His pajamas didn't even have a single tear. He looked down at the still smoking floor by his feet, then raised his head. His gaze passed through the shattered window and landed on the bald man at the alley entrance. The calm state of mind he had maintained for so many years was completely crushed by this bunch of barbarians who didn't even follow the most basic rules of society. He flew out of the 3rd floor window and landed right in front of Bullseye. Bullseye reacted fast. His right hand had already drawn the military knife at his waist and thrust it toward Shen's neck. Shen didn't dodge. The knife stabbed into his throat. The tip chipped on impact. Bullseye lowered his head and looked at the damaged blade in his hand, then looked back up at the completely unharmed Asian man in front of him. Shen raised a hand and grabbed the back of Bullseye's head. His 5 fingers tightened. Like crushing a walnut, he slowly ground Bullseye's skull apart bit by bit. The sound of cracking came from between his fingers. Bullseye's legs twitched twice. Then his whole body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Across the street, a silver-gray sedan had just come to a stop. Coulson pushed open the car door. One foot had barely touched the ground, and before he could even say his usual diplomatic opening line, he saw that bald head with the bullseye mark cave in like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Blood and brain matter splattered across the wall at the alley entrance and streamed down through the cracks in the bricks. He opened his mouth, then slowly closed it again. Xian let go and casually shoved Bullseye's mangled head toward the ground, then turned to look at Coulson. Coulson involuntarily took half a step back. His hand instinctively went toward the pistol at his waist, but then he felt that wasn't appropriate, so it stopped there. Tell your cotton machine boss to come talk to me in person. I got things to do right now. Don't get in my way. Xian's tone was flat. After that grab just now, there wasn't even a speck of dust on him. With a flash of silver-purple light, he appeared directly in the top-floor office of Fisk Tower. He crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving behind a human-shaped hole. Glass shards covered the floor. Below him, Manhattan's lights flickered through the night. Kingpin sat behind his massive mahogany desk, both hands folded on the tabletop, a standard business negotiation smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. An oil painting was embedded in the wall behind him. There were still a few old bloodstains stuck to the edge of the frame that hadn't been cleaned off. My apologies, sir, for inviting you here in this way. My men acted rashly, but your power is worthy of a formal meeting. We can cooperate. In this city I can give you... Uchiha Gen grabbed him by the throat, lifted him out of the mahogany office chair, and slammed him against that oil painting with the old bloodstains still not fully cleaned away. The frame couldn't bear the weight of two people. Cracked off the wall and crashed to the floor. A hole was stomped through the canvas. Trash. You didn't invite me here. I came because I wanted to. Understand? Kingpin opened his mouth, and a few muffled sounds squeezed out of his throat. Xian didn't listen. His fingers tightened. The cervical vertebrae in his palm shattered like dried branches. Kingpin's body twitched once, then went completely limp. Those eyes that always carried that business negotiation smile were still open, but the pupils had already started to lose focus. Xian let go. Kingpin's obese body slid down off the painting and hit the floor with a heavy thud. He pulled over that mahogany desk, took the handkerchief from Kingpin's suit pocket, and carefully wiped his fingers clean. Then he tossed the handkerchief onto the dead fat man's face. Come at me with however many you want. I'll kill every last one. Silver-purple light shot out through the hole in the floor-to-ceiling window and disappeared into Manhattan's night. Coulson stood at the alley entrance, Bullseye's corpse still lying by his feet, and said something into his Bluetooth earpiece. A moment later his phone rang. The screen showed Nick Fury. Uchiha Gen returned to the apartment and sat down cross-legged on the mattress full of bullet holes. Outside the window, Manhattan's neon lights passed through the shredded remains of the grenade-blasted curtains and cast mottled patches of light across the ceiling. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness inward. The moment he made his move just now, he had already noticed something was wrong. When he killed Bullseye and Kingpin, his heartbeat had been nearly twice as fast as usual. The destructive energy surging through his meridians was moving far beyond the normal threshold, like a wild beast that had been locked up too long and had finally broken free of its cage. Ever since breaking through to the high level of the fourth angel tier, the Scion bloodline fused within him had been continuously amplifying. The battle-hungry factor kept building with every increase in cultivation. On top of that, he was alone in a completely unfamiliar world. Tsunade wasn't here. Makoto wasn't here. Vados wasn't here. No family at his side. No friends nearby. There wasn't even a single person around he could really talk to. The higher his cultivation grew, the easier it became for his emotions to slip out of control. He formed hand seals with both hands and silently recited the clear mind mantra. It wasn't any kind of ninjutsu. It was simply a calming method he had compiled back then, after unifying the ninja world, from the hidden libraries of the three great sage regions. Silver energy slowly circulated through his meridians, pressing that hot, battle-thirsty factor deep within his Scion bloodline back down bit by bit. He regulated his breathing for the entire night. The next morning, Manhattan sunlight streamed in through the shattered window and fell across his crossed knees. Xian slowly opened his eyes. The dark purple patterns in his pupils had already returned to calm. He sensed an aura standing outside the door. One eye, black leather coat, bald head. The doorbell rang 3 times. Xian walked barefoot to the door and pulled it open. Nick Fury stood in the hallway. The hem of his black trench coat still carried the early morning dew, and that one eye was already looking past Xian's shoulder into the apartment. Coulson stood behind him, his face clearly saying, I do not want to do this again. Sir, your power is too dangerous. Fury didn't waste words. His tone was calm, but carried the unquestionable feel of official business. We're from S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope you'll register your information and consider joining us. Shen leaned against the doorframe and looked at him. Only after Fury finished did he speak, his tone just as flat as it had been last night. You already know I'm powerful, so what makes you think you can control me? He paused, his gaze passing over Fury's shoulder toward the alley entrance. The blood splattered on the wall there last night had already been washed clean by the cleaners, leaving behind only a few faint watermarks. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Call whoever you can. Bring every bit of support you can bring. Assassination, arson, even a nuclear bomb. Anything you want. I'll take it all. But I'll only give you 3 chances. He pulled his gaze back and looked at Fury. After 3 times, if you're still alive, I hope you'll find a way to keep yourself alive. If there's nothing else, please leave, Mr. One-Eye. The door gently closed in front of Fury, leaving him and Coulson standing in the hallway. That night, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite tactical squad surrounded the old apartment building in Hell's Kitchen. 12 agents split into 3 groups and moved in at the same time through the stairs, the elevator, and the rooftop. They were equipped with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest sonic suppressors and EMP grenades. The very next second after the squad leader reported through the earpiece that they had entered the target room, the communication channel fell into complete silence. Fury sat in front of the monitoring station at S.H.I.E.L.D. command center and watched all 12 life signals disappear from the screen at the same time. No gunshots, no explosions, no fluctuations of chakra or chi. Those 12 people were simply erased directly from the level of existence itself, as if they had never existed at all. Coulson stood beside the command platform, the coffee cup in his hand frozen halfway in the air. Fury stayed silent for a long time, then lightly tapped the desk twice with his fingers. First time. 2 left. When he said that, there was no anger in his one eye, only an extremely calm assessment. But before he could even arrange the second attempt, Loki arrived first. A wormhole tore open above Manhattan, and the Chitauri fleet poured out of the rift like locusts, densely covering the entire skyline. The Avengers had already thrown themselves into battle. Tony Stark blasted through a Chitauri flyer midair with a repulsor shot from his palm. Captain America was directing the police on the streets as they evacuated civilians. Hulk smashed half a street's worth of Chitauri infantry apart with 1 punch. Uchiha Gen found himself getting interested in this battle. He rose into the air from the rooftop of the apartment building, then flew unhurriedly to the densest part of the battlefield. After sweeping his gaze around in midair, he picked the largest Chitauri troop carrier. He landed on top of the carrier's massive steel head, sat down cross-legged, and tucked both hands into his sleeves. Stark flew past the troop carrier, and the display inside his helmet caught the Asian man sitting on top of it like he was watching a show. He asked over the comms who the guy was, but before Fury could answer, 2 Chitauri flyers latched onto him. He rolled to shake off the pursuers and had no time to press the question. At the top of Stark Tower, Loki was standing at the edge of the roof, holding the scepter as he commanded the Chitauri fleet. He quickly noticed the human sitting on the troop carrier with one leg crossed over the other, and a lofty, contemptuous smile appeared on his pale face. Loki leaped down from the top of the tower, carving an arc through the air before landing heavily on the iron shell of the troop carrier. He thumped the scepter against the armor. This gentleman looks unfamiliar. Do you know who I am? I am a god. Looking down from above at Uchiha Gen, who was sitting cross-legged atop the troop carrier, Loki pointed the scepter at him. A cruel and smug curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Now then, kneel and kiss my shoes, and I'll spare your life. Uchiha Gen looked up at him, the corner of his mouth slowly curling. Loki, are you sure you don't want to switch to your main account? If you don't, then the you in this universe is gone. His voice was not loud, yet every word pierced steadily through the chaos of the battlefield. A laugh puffed out of Loki's nose. He took a step forward and was just about to say something when he suddenly froze. Those ice-blue pupils widened sharply for an instant. Then they changed. A pair of eyes filled with the wear of countless ages, eyes that had seen innumerable timelines, replaced the earlier arrogance. Story Loki had switched in. He lowered his head and looked at the black-haired man sitting cross-legged on the troop carrier before him. After sensing him for just an instant, he withdrew all divine power, and the scepter slipped from his hand. His entire bearing changed completely. He straightened his rumpled cloak, placed his right hand over his chest, and gave a slight bow. His tone was deep and respectful. Greetings, sir. I have not found your existence in any timeline across the multiverse. That means you are a powerful being who broke through the barriers of the universe by your own strength and descended here from another higher dimensional universe. As another Loki of the same self, please forgive the youthful recklessness of my younger days and spare his life. Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on the iron shell of the Chitauri troop carrier and looked at this Loki, whose temperament was completely different. Story Loki did not avoid his gaze. There was no trickery in those eyes, no scheming. There was only the full sincerity of an old fraud who had lived too long, lost too much, and in the end had gone alone to his death in the void in order to save another version of himself. Loki died to save Loki. That was funny in itself. What was even funnier was that it was moving. I'm just here to settle down. You can keep your own life. But that scepter. Xian pointed at the scepter by Loki's feet, then pointed at the top of Stark Tower. You'd better return it to its rightful owner, and have the Chitauri fleet withdraw later. Just treat it as a housewarming gift for me. He stood up, dusted off the hem of his clothes, then jumped down from the top of the troop carrier and landed on a Manhattan street. Story Loki remained where he was, watching his back. The wind blew across the empty iron shell of the troop carrier. The Chitauri soldiers were still rushing upward, but he let out a very soft chuckle and lowered his head to pick up the scepter. At the moment he bent down, he briefly closed his eyes. Today, this young man had spared his life. When he straightened up, he swung the scepter toward the sky, and the Chitauri fleet began to slowly withdraw. Tony Stark had chased halfway after them before stopping short in midair. He turned his head to look at Loki walking down from the troop carrier, and beneath the faceplate was an expression of complete confusion. Captain America still hadn't thrown his shield. Hulk had just lifted a car, ready to smash it down. Everyone froze. Only Thor came flying in from the side, grabbed his brother by the shoulder, and wore an expression somewhere between "I thought you were betraying us again" and "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" At the command center, Fury stared at the battlefield situation reversing on every screen at once. In his one eye was reflected a Manhattan burned red by war. He pressed his earpiece, his voice low. "Coulson, how many minutes did that man sit there just now?" Coulson took off his glasses and wiped them. But before he could answer, the wormhole above Manhattan began to close slowly. The hole Loki had blasted open with the scepter looked as though an invisible hand were gently smoothing it shut. As the last few Chitauri flyers withdrew, Stark casually blew one of them up along the way. Tony muttered over the comms, "At least leave me one research sample." The wormhole closed completely, and sunlight spread across Manhattan once again. Furious, I never left the screen. He only gave Coulson one latest order. Burn the threatening letter we sent him yesterday. Now. Immediately, when Coulson stood up, he slammed into the corner of the command desk. He didn't even bother rubbing it. Holding his earpiece, he broke into a run out of the command room. Manhattan recovered quickly after the Chitauri invasion. The Stark Industries construction team took on the repair work for half a street, while Tony Stark himself holed up in his lab, staring at the holographic screen in front of him. On the screen was an encrypted file he had just dug out of SHIELD's servers. The file had only one codename, unknown target. Everything in the information section behind it was blank. Name unknown. Nationality unknown. Place of birth unknown. Ability level unknown. At the end of the file, there was only one passage marked as top secret. The target personally killed Wilson Fisk and his subordinate Bullseye in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan several days ago. No signs of any firearms usage were found at the scene. The victim's skulls were crushed directly by hand. The method does not match any known combat system. During the Chitauri invasion, the target independently boarded the enemy troop carrier and held a brief conversation with the enemy commander Loki. The content of the conversation is unknown. The enemy forces then withdrew voluntarily. Tony read that page of the file over and over 3 times. This wasn't the first time he had hacked into SHIELD firewall as easily as stepping over a low hedge in his own backyard. But this time, the person he had his eyes on had a file that was completely blank. Rubbing his chin, he muttered, "Now this is what a real ruthless badass looks like." Downstairs from the apartment building in Hell's Kitchen, a silver-white limited edition R8 pulled up at the mouth of the alley. The car stood in absurdly sharp contrast to the fire hydrant nearby and the piles of garbage bags around it. Tony Stark got out of the driver's seat, his sunglasses pushed down on the bridge of his nose. His custom-tailored suit swayed slightly in the wind at the alley entrance. He stepped around several large trash bins still dripping water, walked into the building, and knocked on the wooden door that had been punched through by shrapnel and still hadn't been repaired. The door opened. Uchiha Gen stood in the doorway, wearing ordinary loungewear he had brought from the ninja world, barefoot on the wooden floor. He gave the middle-aged man in front of him a once-over, taking in the mustache and the expensive sunglasses. "Mr. Stark, the famous Mr. Stark himself. What brings you to a dump like this?" Tony took off his sunglasses, keeping a calm smile on his face. His gaze swept past Shanna's shoulder into the room. Bullet holes, torn curtains, a half-collapsed mattress, and several unopened boxes of instant noodles piled in the corner. "Nothing much. I just saw you sitting on top of that troop carrier yesterday and got curious, so I came by to take a look. That guy Loki, even I wouldn't dare stand there and talk to him. How were you casually sitting down chatting with him?" Tony walked into the room, wiped a finger across the dust on the nightstand mixed with shrapnel grit. then naturally sat down on a chair that was still relatively clean. Uchiha Gen leaned against the doorframe, his tone flat. I just came to Earth to settle down. I'm not planning to stir up any trouble. He looked away from Tony and toward the Manhattan skyline outside, which was still being repaired. Tony let out a soft laugh, and a trace of slyness flashed in the eye not hidden behind his sunglasses. Don't say it like that. You make yourself sound all harmless and innocent. If I didn't know you crushed Kingpin's skull, I might actually believed you. He crossed one leg over the other, then changed the subject. You said you've settled down. Sitting around with nothing to do all day has to be boring. How about this? I'll give you a villa on Long Island. Full smart home setup, controlled by Jarvis. Whatever you want to eat, the fridge can automatically have it delivered. It'll make things easier for you too. This crappy apartment doesn't even have a decent kitchen. You can't exactly keep making instant noodles next to bullet holes, can you? Uchiha Gen fell silent for a moment. A villa on Long Island. He thought about the old pines of the Senju clan grounds back in the ninja world, and Konoha Southeast Street. Then he looked at this apartment full of bullet holes. Alright, I'll leave you a communicator. If something comes up, I'll help you once. You're a decent guy. He reached into his clothes and took out a silver cube about the size of a palm, then handed it to Tony. It was a little gadget he had casually made after breaking through to a multiversal level, using spacetime laws and ninja world sealing techniques. Could send one instant message from any dimension, across any distance, straight to his senses. Tony took the cube and weighed it in his hand, then turned it over to check the interface on the bottom. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes lit up with that special gleam scientists got whenever they saw new technology. Also, I might not be on Earth for a while. Shen walked back to the bed and casually stuffed those boxes of instant noodles into an old backpack. I'm planning to go take a look around outside the universe. You're a pretty famous scientist too. If I run into any suitable tech, I'll bring you a copy if I remember. Tony carefully put the communicator into his pocket. Standing at the apartment door, he told Shen that Jarvis would finish setting up the full smart home system tonight. The silver-white R8 started up again and drove out of Hell's kitchen. At the same time, in the few seconds Tony pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose, he had Jarvis completely erase those encrypted files from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives along with every backup. Not even ashes were to be left behind. Jarvis replied with a simple, handled. It also added a new report. The smart home system in the Long Island villa had been fully installed, and someone had already been arranged to stock the refrigerator with food suited to Asian tastes, all automatically purchased based on Asian dietary habits. Tony gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement, gripped the steering wheel, and turned onto the ramp leading to Avengers Tower. Outside the window, the New York sunset was painting Stark Industries' new building in dazzling gold. After seeing Tony off, Uchiha Gen threw the boxes of instant noodles from the apartment, along with the bullet-riddled mattress, into the dumpster downstairs. The villa key spun once at his fingertips before he tucked it away. He did not go straight to the villa. Instead, he rose from the rooftops of Manhattan, pierced through the atmosphere, and flew into the boundless universe. These past years, he had either been buried in the trial tower or pinned beneath a black hole. It had been far too long since he had simply looked at the scenery of the universe with no purpose at all. This time, he did not use teleportation. He just flew in the most primitive way, like a dark purple meteor streaking through the night sky, drifting outward from the edge of the solar system. He went to Sakar, that junkyard planet surrounded by countless wormholes. The Grandmaster S Arena was still holding its endless champion battles. He sat in the last row of the audience and watched a match between a rockman and a three-headed lizard. In the end, he felt the Grandmaster S taste was only SOSO. He went to Xander. The Nova Corps headquarters had just completed its post-war reconstruction, and silver-white fleets were cruising in formation above the spaceport. He landed on the public observation deck of the port, bought a bag of local sweet popcorn from Xander, and leaned against the railing as he watched the entire fleet rotation ceremony. He went to nowhere. That massive celestial head was still floating in the depths of the cosmos, and the illegal trade market inside the skull was even livelier than Xander S spaceport. The Collector S Museum had gained another batch of new exhibits. As Shen passed the entrance, he glanced inside and saw the Collector rubbing his hands excitedly at a glowing egg-shaped object. He did not go in. If Lord Kompa found out there was another 1,000-year egg here, he would probably teleport over from Universe 6 on the spot. At last, he stopped above a silver-gray planet. This planet had no name. At least, there was no mark for it on any star chart in the galaxy. But its civilization was astonishingly advanced. The entire planetary surface was covered in a flowing silver nanolayer. Cities stood above the clouds, and all energy was supplied by a Dyson sphere in orbit. The ruler of the planet was a silver-haired woman who looked only around 30, but had actually lived for more than 3,000 years. The moment she sensed that all the automatic defense satellites around Shen had failed the instant he entered the atmosphere, she understood that this was not a visitor technology could stop. She personally flew to the starport to welcome him and greeted him in fluent universal speech. Xian said he was only passing by, taking in the scenery, and asked if he could have a copy of their technological achievements to bring back to Earth. The silver-haired ruler looked at him for a moment, then smiled and told her attendants to retrieve a complete copy from the core database, sealed inside a crystal chip no bigger than a fingernail. She presented it with both hands. Your power is worthy of this gift. I hope the wisdom of this planet can bloom anew on your homeworld. Xian accepted the chip, nodded in thanks, then turned and tore open a spatial rift, vanishing before her. The corridors of the Time Variance Authority were unlike any place he had ever visited. The walls were warm brown. The floor was cold gray. The fluorescent tubes on the ceiling gave off a buzzing electric hum. Rows of old cathode ray monitors were stacked behind office desks, their screens flickering with fluctuation data from countless timelines. The whole place looked like the office of some retired bureaucrat had been forcibly stuffed into a time machine. Bureaucratic, retro, yet with an ancient aura of time laws filling every inch of the air. The moment he stepped into the corridor, a middle-aged man in a brown suit with a TVA badge pinned to his chest quickly came up to greet him. Mobius, a mid-level TVA supervisor. His hair was combed with meticulous neatness, and he held a mug with the TVA logo on it, carrying the scent of cheap coffee. Guest from beyond the domain. Welcome to the Time Variance Authority. We detected your cross-dimensional fluctuation within the time stream. A very special fluctuation, one that does not overlap with any known timeline. That means you are a powerful being who broke through the barriers of the universe by your own strength. I'm Mobius, supervisor of the TVA Analysis Department. Would you like me to introduce our organization? Xian glanced at him, then nodded. Mobius led him deeper inside, past rows of desks piled with files on time criminals, past a warehouse where temporal reset charges were under repair, and finally into a break room filled with the smell of burritos. Deadpool was sitting on the sofa in the lounge. His red and black bodysuit had ketchup on it from who knew what timeline, and a half-eaten burrito was spread across his lap. The moment he saw Uchiha Gen walk in, his eyes lit up. Hey, new face. Which timeline are you from? I'm betting you're definitely not one of the TVA crowd. These guys all look like insurance salesmen in suits. That robe of yours? One look and I can tell you're a traveler with taste. Deadpool tossed the burrito onto the sofa, jumped in front of Xian, circled around him once, and even reached out as if trying to lift the hem of his robe. Mobius quietly said from the side that he was their guest. But Deadpool had obviously already thrown himself completely into his own non-stop chatter. For the next stretch of time, Deadpool rambled on and on about multiversal collisions, timeline resets, Wolverine, Canada, and why out of all the movies, the version of himself he hated most was the one in X-Men Origins, Wolverine. Xian got so annoyed that he raised his right hand and lightly tapped the air with one finger. A thread-thin silver light landed on Deadpool's lips and sealed them shut tight. 3 days. It'll undo itself after 3 days. You talk too much. Deadpool opened his mouth, then opened it again, but not a single sound came out. All he could do was stare with his eyes widened into 2 round lookout ports. Mobius pretended not to see it and kept leading him forward, passing through the supervisor offices until they arrived before a secret chamber door sealed layer upon layer by orange time doors. Mobius pressed the badge on his chest, and the orange time locks in the secret room went out one by one like dominoes. The heavy metal door slid open soundlessly, revealing a row of metal drawers all the way up to the ceiling. Mobius pulled open one of them. Inside was a layer of soft dark red velvet, and on top of it sat 6 infinity stones arranged neatly in a row. Each one gave off its own law-bearing light. The Time Stone S green, the Space Stone S blue, the Power Stone S purple, the Soul Stone S orange, the Reality Stone S red, and the Mind Stone S yellow. There was more than one set here. The drawer was full of them, all discarded stones recovered by the TVA from different timelines. Xian reached out and picked up the green time stone, holding it in his palm. The green light pulsed once, like a faint heartbeat. He could feel the law of time inside the stone resonate ever so slightly with the space-time law in his body, which already fused destruction and erasure. I'm taking these 6 stones with me. Mobius held his mug and looked down at the infinity stones lying quietly in the drawer, then back up at Uchiha Gen. These stones had already gathered several layers of dust in the TVA drawers. Under the TVA's suppression, they were nothing more than decorative pieces with no real use. After thinking for a moment, he made a go-ahead gesture. We only use them here as paperweights anyway. You taking them is more useful than leaving them here. Just don't use them on our timeline at the same time, or the time loom will start screaming again, and the report will be a pain to write. Xian put the 6 stones into a sealing scroll. On a nameless barren planet, the red surface was scorched hot by the dying light of the star. Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on top of a weathered stone pillar. The 6 infinity stones floated quietly around him, each one radiating the light of its own law source. The green of the time stone, the blue of the space stone, the purple of the power stone, the orange of the soul stone, the red of the reality stone, the yellow of the mind stone. The 6 beams of light slowly rotated before him, like 6 separate stars that did not interfere with one another. Xian extended a hand and started with the time stone. The green light merged into his fingertips and resonated with the time law he had already mastered in his body. It was not rejection but calibration. The moment the law of the stone fused with his own spacetime law, he sensed the time streams of the entire Earth 616 universe spread out in his consciousness like an endless net. Past, present, and future, every branch was clearly visible. Next came the space stone, the soul stone, the power stone, the reality stone, and the mind stone. Last was the purple power stone. Its energy was the most violent of all. He left it for the end and held it in his palm, staring at the crystal that pulsed with destructive aura. Clench. Absorb. All 6 infinity stones merged into his body. The status of the multiverse was completely stabilized. That faint sense of drift that had lingered after his breakthrough disappeared, and all the different systems of power inside him finished their final adjustment and settling. An orange portal opened with a clatter in front of him. Deadpool jumped out from inside, and when he landed he crushed a weathered rock underfoot, nearly toppling into the nearby crater. Wade Wilson was wearing a red and black bodysuit, with 2 katana blades at his waist and a wrinkled sign language textbook still stuck in the sheath on his back. When he saw Xian stand up, he rushed over in 3 quick steps, and the expression on his mask flipped into an exaggerated look of emotion. Bro, 3 days. 3 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? He said while gesturing at the same time, his fingers moving so fast they blurred. You sealed my mouth, so I could only communicate with people through sign language. Then I met this super pretty mute married woman in a deaf cafe. And she was really mute, not the mouth-sealed kind. She taught me sign language, I treated her to 3 meals, and the 4th time she thought I was trying to hit on her. I said no, I just wanted to learn sign language, and then she splashed coffee all over my face. His mouth never stopped, and neither did his hands. A standard American Sign Language translation ran in sync with every sentence he spoke. His 10 fingers flying so fast it was dizzying to watch. So now I'm bilingual. English and sign language. He pulled the sign language textbook out from behind him and flipped to the first page. There was still a dried coffee stain on it. Look, this is her autograph. Though I think she wrote "Get Lost," I've chosen to interpret it as "You're so cute." Uchiha Gen looked at him. His gaze moved from the textbook to the still fluttering hand signs, and after a long silence, he said, "What are you here for? First stop doing whatever this is." Deadpool instantly straightened up. His fingers obediently dropped to his sides, and the white eyes on his mask switched into a serious mode. Bro, I think you're amazing. Extremely amazing. Who was that purple thing? Thanos. You mean that guy with the jaw like a washboard? He suddenly cut in with a completely unrelated line, then picked it right back up. You even made the TVA lose its mind. I figure following you has to be way more interesting than being a time criminal at the TVA. I want to work for you. I know someone like me is rare, talented, can fight, can talk, can break the 4th wall, but I'm begging you, take me in. To show his sincerity, he solemnly closed the sign language textbook and pressed it to his chest, then took a deep breath and said in a very earnest tone, Bro, to get you to agree, I sprayed perfume on my butt crack. As long as you nod, I'll come find you tonight, or right now works too. There was no wind on the barren planet. Right when Deadpool said that, a weathered rock in the distance was torn apart by the star's gravity, fell to the ground and split cleanly in 2. Uchiha Gen looked at Deadpool's mask, which was still waiting for an answer, and suddenly felt that the absurdity of this universe was far beyond his estimate. He had never been this speechless when the 4 great nations surrounded and attacked him in the ninja world. He had never been this speechless when Beerus chased him around and beat him in the Destroyer realm. He had never been this speechless when he was caught chasing Bados in front of the Grand Priest. Are you sick? I have wives. 3. Deadpool tucked the sign language textbook back under his arm and leaned closer to Xian, his voice showing no trace of being offended. Instead, it sounded even more excited. 3. Bro, do they mind a 4th person? I've had an interspecies girlfriend before, that blue-skinned alien princess. Oh right, she's in heaven now. I hope she's in heaven. Anyway, I can really do anything. Not that kind of do anything, I mean work. I can use twin blades, I can use guns. I can break the 4th wall and I can help you handle business on this side. When you're not on Earth, I'll watch the house for you. When you are on Earth, I'll run errands for you. I can even mooch meals while I'm at it. You definitely know how to cook, right? Uchiha Gen raised a hand and tore open a spatial rift in the air. He stepped inside and before the rift closed, he threw back one line without looking, follow if you want. Don't touch my food. Deadpool hugged the sign language textbook and ran after him in 3 quick steps, still shouting, Bro, you still haven't told me your name. The spatial rift opened silently on the helipad at the top of Stark Tower. Uchiha Gen stepped out of the rift, and Deadpool followed right behind him, planting a foot on the gleaming helipad floor that Tony Stark had kept polished to a shine. He looked around and gave a low whistle. Tony had already been waiting in the lab for a while. Jarvis had informed him in advance that Mr. Shen's aura had appeared outside the atmosphere, so he finished the black coffee in his hand and had the mechanical arm store the newly upgraded Mark Series armor into the display cabinet. When he saw Shen walk in, he took off his sunglasses from the holographic screen and was just about to greet him when he noticed the figure in the red and black bodysuit following behind him. His mouth opened, then froze. This is Deadpool. Ignore him. Shen took out a thumb-sized chip from his coat and handed it over. This is a copy of the technological achievement I got on that nameless tech planet. It covers 3 core technologies: nanomaterials, energy conversion, and spatial folding. Tony took the chip and only gave it a quick glance before setting it on the workbench. Help me make a copy, Shen added. Tony had Jarvis start a holographic data analysis. The contents of the chip spread out above the workbench in a dense stream of blue data. The copying process finished quickly, and 2 identical chips were sealed up. Deadpool, wait here. I'll be right back. Shen picked up one of the copied chips and with a flash, his figure vanished out the window in a silver-purple light. After half an hour of noise pollution from Deadpool, Tony and Deadpool stared at each other. The mask on Deadpool's face switched to a friendly smiling expression. Tilting his head, he drew his katana from behind his back and set it on the coffee table. The blade wasn't sheathed. It was placed directly against the chip Shen had brought back from outer space. Tony Stark, I've always wanted to meet you. How'd you make that nanotech suit of yours? Can you get me one too? I only want a red and black color scheme. Best if it can wash itself too. Do you know how long it's been since this suit was washed? I don't even know because I never wash it. Oh my god. The smell is way too strong. Want to take a sniff, Stark? Tony looked at him expressionlessly. His lips moved, but he didn't answer. His gaze stayed locked on the chip under the sword on the coffee table. The latest Mark armor flew out from the display case. Metal components covered his whole body in less than a fraction of a second. The repulsors in his palms and the arc reactor in his chest lit up with white light at the same time. Son of a bitch. You piece of trash, die. Deadpool was still sitting on the sofa as the light of the repulsor cannon grew larger and larger in his eye sockets. At the last possible moment, he flipped over and rolled behind the sofa. The katana was blasted upward by the shockwave and stabbed into the ceiling. The sofa was overturned onto the floor, and a smoking hole was burned through the backrest. Tony didn't give him a chance to breathe. With the thrusters at full power, he chased after him behind the sofa and fired another repulsor blast. Deadpool scrambled and rolled his way behind the bar, still saying, wait, I can explain. A silver light flashed in the center of the lab, and Uchiha Gen reappeared where he had been. The first thing he saw was Tony Stark in the latest nanotech armor, white flames spraying from the thrusters under his feet, both palms aimed at the bar. The second thing he saw was Deadpool behind the bar, sticking his butt up and shrinking farther inside, while the katana hanging from the ceiling swayed back and forth. Leaning against the lab's glass curtain wall, he folded his arms and the corners of his mouth curved into an obvious smile. He didn't stop it. He just stood there and watched. The repulsor cannon fired again, blasting half the bar apart. Deadpool was sent flying by the shockwave and slammed into the display case. His whole body slid down to the floor like a flattened tomato, limbs spread out. Tony landed on the ground, his thrusters slowly dying down. He opened his faceplate. His chest was still heaving violently. After wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he looked at Uchiha Gen, who had stood to the side without moving from beginning to end. I really just reacted on instinct. He's not an enemy, right? I mean, he was sitting on the sofa just now, pulled out a sword, and put it right on the chip. I couldn't control myself. That was a cultural treasure, after all. So I attacked. Do you believe me, Mr. Shen? Shen didn't answer him. He just walked over and lightly nudged Deadpool in the side with the tip of his foot. Enough. Get up already. Don't scare my friend. Deadpool sprang up from the floor in a carp leap, looking nothing like someone who had just been blasted head-on by a repulsor cannon. He rubbed his back and twisted his waist. His bones crackled back into place as he muttered, "Shit, Stark. Your repulsor cannon really hits hard. I broke 3 ribs just now, and now they've snapped back on their own. You know, the biggest downside of a healing factor is that it hurts, but the upside is that I'm not afraid of pain." Behind his faceplate, Tony's eyes widened. A man who had just been blasted away by a repulsor cannon was standing right in front of him, alive and kicking, rubbing his back. A superpowered person. He can heal his own wounds. Tony turned to Uchiha Gen. His tone was so complicated it was like he'd just discovered his lab had been blown up by an intern and felt too embarrassed to lose his temper. "Where did you find this weirdo?" In the half hour after you left, his mouth never stopped. He went from commenting on the material of my armor all the way to the origin of that bottle of bourbon on the bar, with an improvised stand-up routine about Cuban cigars and American politics thrown in between. I wanted to focus on the nanotech, but he just kept talking in my ear. He followed me here himself, like a medicated patch. You can't peel him off. Shen put the chip into his pocket, glanced at the katana still swaying from the ceiling, then looked at Deadpool, who was wiping the scabbard with his own bodysuit. Tony took a deep breath, put the armor back into the display case, picked up the bottle of bourbon that hadn't been smashed on the bar, and poured himself half a glass. He tipped his head back and downed the half glass in one go. When he set the glass down, his fingers were still trembling slightly. He looked at Deadpool, then at Uchiha Gen, and suddenly felt that the two of them together were probably the most outrageous combination he had ever seen in his life. After returning from Stark Tower, Uchiha Gen brought Deadpool to stay in the villa on Long Island. Under Jarvis's adjustments, the whole house smart system was already running more reliably than Stark himself. The refrigerator was always stocked with fresh ingredients, and the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room faced the Atlantic estuary. The duo of Uchiha Gen and Deadpool worked together in a kind of harmony no one could quite explain. Every day, Gen got up early to meditate, gradually digesting the remnants of the laws of the 6 Infinity Stones inside his body. While he meditated, Deadpool would squat on the sofa reading comics, and every now and then he would consciously switch the TV to mute. One didn't like to talk, while the other never stopped talking. One was responsible for silence, and the other was responsible for filling all of it. And so the days passed, one after another. Late at night 2 months later, Uchiha Gen was sitting in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window with a freshly brewed cup of green tea in his hand. Deadpool was curled up cross-legged on the sofa with a copy of Advanced Sign Language tutorial spread across his knees, both hands gesturing along with the diagrams in the book. The communicator in Gen's pocket suddenly vibrated violently. Tony Stark's distress signal. Coordinates. Port of Los Angeles. Gen set down the teacup and pressed one hand onto Deadpool's shoulder. A flash of silver-purple light, and the two of them vanished from the Long Island living room. When they appeared again, they were already high above the steel ruins of the Port of Los Angeles. Dozens of meters below them, a steel platform that had been blown apart was burning. Orange flames lit up half the sky. Pepper, wearing that tank top after being forcibly injected with extremis, was falling from a broken steel beam. Tony Stark, wearing that old model armor that was already badly damaged, had unstable white light spraying from the thrusters under his feet as he desperately dove downward. But he was dozens of meters short. On his faceplate display, Pepper's figure was getting smaller and smaller. A streak of silver-purple light exploded in midair. An arm of Susanoo extended from around Uchiha Gen's body. Not armor compressed down to body size, but Susanoo in its initial state. Its 5 fingers spread open and caught Pepper steadily. The arm lifted her back onto the platform and gently set her down behind Tony. The whole process was clean and precise, without even a trace of excess energy fluctuation. Tony collapsed onto the platform, gasping for breath. Half his faceplate was cracked open, and the armor on his left arm had been melted through by the high heat of extremis, leaving a hole with the skin inside burned bright red. Gen pushed Pepper toward Deadpool, who was watching the show nearby, then lowered his head to look at Tony. "I'll leave the rest to you. Is the nanotech armor finished?" Tony stood up from the ground. Beneath the half-shattered faceplate was a blood-stained smile. He let out a whistle, and a silver streamlined armor shot over from the direction of a warehouse on the outer edge of the Port of Los Angeles. In midair, it split apart into dozens of independent modules, like a swarm of metal moths drawn by magnetism as they pounced toward every part of his body. The nanotech armor is officially deployed. The arc reactor on his chest lit up with pure white light, brighter and purer than any previous generation. From midair, Gen took it all in. The moment Gen landed, Killian had already been locked in place by the spatial freezing technique Gen released outward. Even the heat-warped air around him had frozen solid. His body was suspended in mid-leap, completely motionless in the air. Gen flew up and casually gave it a push, tossing that still-burning extremist body toward Tony. It traced an arc through the air. Then Killian was released from the freeze. The flames all over his body erupted again, and riding the momentum, he roared and lunged at Tony. The heat was enough to melt ordinary steel. Tony turned around. The nanotech suit completed its combat form restructuring in a fraction of a second, and the repulsor in his left palm came up. 2 beams slammed into each other. The shockwave blasted several broken steel beams nearby into the air. The extremist virus inside Killian's body regenerated like crazy in the high heat. Every wound blasted open by the repulsor healed within a few breaths. The nanotech suit gave extremists no chance to fully display its regeneration advantage. A micromissile automatically unfolded from the shoulder, and the point-blank burst of force smashed Killian from midair into the ground. Then high-frequency cutting blades popped out from both arms. A flash of blade light before the extremist virus could regenerate again. He was cut in half at the waist. Uchiha Gen landed on the platform. Susanoo's arm had already withdrawn back into his body, and he crossed his arms as he observed the suit's output curve. With the nanotech suit plus Jarvis's real-time calculations, its reaction speed was faster than any suit Tony had ever used before. The switching between offense and defense had absolutely no delay. He made a rough estimate of the suit's output limit. The strongest on Earth. fully deserving of the name. Killian's mangled remains twitched weakly twice atop the cooling steel ruins. The extremist virus could no longer ignite even the slightest spark. Tony retracted the cutting blades and landed on the ground. The nanotech suit was completely undamaged from head to toe. Deadpool helped Pepper over from the edge of the platform. The expression on his mask switched into one for watching a good show. "Oh, Tony shit big shot, this new suit of yours is really nice. Lend it to me sometime. I promise I won't get it dirty." Tony ignored him. He opened his helmet and looked at Uchiha Gen. His lips moved, but in the end he only said 2 words. "Thank you." The sea breeze blew in through the breach in the port of Los Angeles, scattering the lingering smoke on the platform. The burned-through steel beams creaked softly underfoot. Wearing that completely intact nanotech suit, Tony Stark stood in the harbor night, where the firelight still had yet to die out. The two of them couldn't hold back their emotions and kissed. Shen watched the scene and thought of the 3 wives back home. As for Deadpool at the side, for once he didn't clown around. A year passed. Uchiha Gen took Deadpool and drifted aimlessly through the universe for a long time. They had gone to a black market auction on Nowhere. Deadpool took a liking to a nail clipper that was supposedly once used by a Celestial, and Shen dragged him away by the back of his collar. They also spent a few days sunbathing on a vacation planet full of pink beaches. Deadpool buried himself in the sand with only his mask sticking out, scaring the local tourists into thinking he was some kind of mutant jellyfish. During that time they also got to know Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax. When Star-Lord heard that Shen could tear open spatial rifts with his bare hands, he insisted on having an arm wrestling match with him, only to be flicked several meters away by one finger. Rocket was especially interested in Shen's space-time laws. Holding a detector, he circled around him several times. In the end, Shen used the Reality Stone's power to turn Rocket into a dancing rabbit, which made him curse for several days straight. But Shen didn't move together with the Guardians of the Galaxy. He himself was already a cosmic drifter. Bringing one chatterbox was enough. Add a few more, and it would really be too much. Until this day, the communicator rang. It was Tony's signal. Shen took Deadpool and teleported back to Earth, landing in the top-floor lab of Stark Tower. Tony had already been waiting in front of the holographic screen for quite a while. The expression on his face wasn't anxiety. His anxiety disorder had already been cured after the Extremis incident, and the shrapnel in his chest had also been cleaned out by Extremis. Now he was that high-spirited Stark again. But at this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed. Something strange happened in London. In the past 48 hours, there have been dozens of unexplained disappearances worldwide. People just vanished. No bodies, no energy residue, and even the surveillance footage showed nothing unusual. This is the video from one of the scenes. Tony pulled up a holographic image. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of London, several heavily armed men vanished into thin air right in front of everyone, as if an invisible hand had directly deleted them from reality. The nearby police surveillance device recorded no signs of explosives or energy weapons whatsoever. Leaning against the lab bench, Shen watched and nodded. The convergence of the 9 realms. The boundaries of reality were overlapping. Ordinary people caught in it would be randomly transported to some corner of another realm among the 9 realms. The plotline of Thor, the Dark World, had finally begun. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem." Shen turned around and stretched out a hand. As silver-purple light lit up in his palm, the laws of spacetime recalibrated with the native coordinates of Universe 199999, and Asgard's interstellar coordinates were precisely locked on. A spatial rift tore open at once. At the end of the Bifrost in Asgard, the gatekeeper Heimdall had already planted his greatsword before him. When he saw the spatial rift, he did not draw his blade. He had already sensed that fluctuation several days ago, the one that had crossed the barrier of the universe, and he knew who was coming. "Lord Shen, the All-Father is already waiting for you in the hall." Shen arrived at the hall. Odin rose from the golden throne. A trace of faint surprise flashed through his single eye. A heavenly father-level cultivation might still have to bow in the face of an existence with multiversal standing. But when he walked down the steps, he remained fairly composed. "Powerhouse from beyond this domain, Asgard welcomes you. The convergence is causing the disappearance incidents on Earth. I'm here to deal with it." Has Jane Foster already arrived? "In the bedchamber of my wife, Frigga." Shen nodded, left the hall, and headed straight for Frigga's chambers. Deadpool followed behind, looking around everywhere. When they passed those golden pillars in the main hall of Asgard, he looked up and let out several exaggerated wows, then squatted down to touch the dent at the base of one pillar that Thor had made with Mjolnir as a child, even comparing its size with his hand. Shen ignored him and kept walking at an unhurried pace. He crossed the corridor and pushed open the door to the chambers. Jane Foster lay on the bed, her face pale. A very faint dark red glow enveloped her body. The ether, the liquid carrier of the Reality Stone. It was currently parasitizing her body. Thor stood by the bedside with Mjolnir resting at his feet, his face full of anxiety. Loki leaned in the corner of the room. The moment he saw Uchiha Gen walk in, his fingers twitched involuntarily, and he reflexively pressed himself a little tighter against the wall. Clearly, he still hadn't forgotten the feeling of being crushed by that pressure on the troop carrier last time. I came at Tony Stark's request to solve the problem of the convergence of the 9 realms. And the root of all this trouble. Xian walked to the bedside and lowered his head to look at the dark red glow inside Janus' body. Is the ether inside your girlfriend? He raised his right hand. A silver time-freezing formula spread out at his fingertips. The power of Tokoyo seeped in through the surface of Janus' skin, precisely freezing every drop of ether flowing through her blood vessels in place. Then he raised the index finger of his left hand. An extremely thin silver-purple energy blade condensed at the tip, and he lightly sliced across Janus' arm. No blood flowed. Using the attractive force of universal pull, he slowly drew the first drop of dark red liquid ether out through the cut. Then the second drop. The third. Above his palm, the ether gathered into a dark red liquid sphere the size of a fist. Every drop was precisely stripped away, absorbed and contained. When the last drop of ether was extracted from Janus' body, Xian casually played with that mass of dark red liquid matter that was still faintly pulsing. Then his gaze shifted away from the ether and turned toward a patch of shadow in the corner of the room. Malekith, are you coming out yourself? Or do you want me to help you out? The shadow in the corner twisted. The dark elf's cursed warrior emerged from the darkness, his muscles swelling all over his body. But before he could throw a punch, Uchiha Gen still steadily held the ether in his right hand while his left hand casually reached outward. The silver-purple skeletal arm of Susanoo stretched out from the void and crushed Malekith, armor and all, into a silver-purple ball of light the size of a fist. A layer of destruction law flowed across the surface of the sphere. From inside came a tiny sizzling sound, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, crushed, erased in passing. Then he held the ether out toward Thor. You deal with this yourselves. Whether you seal it away or destroy it, that's up to you. Thor instinctively took the lump of ether that had been compressed into solid form. He lowered his head and looked at the dark red crystal glowing faintly in his palm, then looked back up at Xian, who was shaking the lingering dark elf aura off his hand. Thor's lips moved, but in the end, he only forced out 2 words. Thank you. Deadpool leaned against the doorframe, his twin sword still unsheathed, and muttered in disappointment. I haven't even gotten my turn yet. The day after returning from Asgard, Uchiha Gen noticed that something was wrong. The surveillance density around the Long Island villa had increased by at least several times compared to before the Killian incident. Different models of vehicles were taking turns parking at the street corner. The frequency of drones circling overhead had clearly gone up. Even when Deadpool went out to buy burritos, he was followed by at least 4 groups. When Deadpool came back, he was still complaining that the guy selling burritos today had been replaced. The new one looked way too much like S.H.I.L.D. agent. While frying the meat, he had even accidentally dropped his sidearm into the griddle, then asked if he could get a refund. Squatting at the villa entrance, Deadpool poked 3 holes into an empty mineral water bottle with his katana, lined them up in a row, then raised his middle finger at the black van across the street. Xian leaned back on the sofa, his divine sense sweeping across the nearby streets. He had seen S.H.I.L.D.'s surveillance network before. Back when Coulson had personally led the tale, it had only been about this much. This time, the license plates were new, and the people were new too, but the methods came from the same system. A silver-purple glow silently lit up outside the floor-to-ceiling window of an apartment building in Manhattan. When Nick Fury pushed the door open, he was still holding the tablet from a video conference he had just finished. He closed the door with one hand and habitually turned on the living room lights with the other. The moment the lights came on, he saw a black-haired man sitting on the sofa. His skin was a bit pale and he was wearing a dark blue outer robe. He was holding a cup and lowering his head as he fiddled with the coffee machine on the tea table, as relaxed as if he were in his own kitchen. Fury's pupil shrank sharply. His right hand moved at incredible speed and drew the handgun from his waist, the black muzzle pointing straight at the man on the sofa. His finger rested on the trigger. Then, under the light, he got a clear look at that face. The gun stayed suspended in the air for several seconds before slowly lowering. Fury holstered the gun, took a deep breath, closed his eye, then opened it again. The usual calm returned to his face. Xian, can you knock before coming in next time? Egghead, I only got back to Earth a few days ago, and I already found myself surrounded by your S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, several times more than before. Xian put the coffee machine back on the tea table and lightly tapped the rim of the cup with his fingertip. His tone was very flat, but Fury could hear what lay beneath that calm. The last time this man had spoken in that tone, Kingpin's neck had been crushed. I never gave an order to monitor you. Fury leaned against the doorframe, his brow furrowing, a trace of genuine confusion flashing in his one eye. Ever since last time, your file has already been completely deleted from SHIELD's internal system. I have no reason to provoke a powerhouse like you again. After all, if something happens to Earth, you 1T just stand by and do nothing. He paused and tapped his fingers against the doorframe. Also, how are you so sure it's SHIELD? I found your elite squad captain, Rumlow, among them. I know his tactical movements very well. Back then, among the first batch of agents you sent to assassinate me, he was the only one who escaped. Not because he was strong, but because he didn't make it onto that helicopter in time. Today, he personally led the team staking out my front door. So tell me, is it SHIELD or not? Fury opened his mouth, then closed it again. Rumlow, the captain of the rapid response team. Fury had personally signed his promotion order. Shen stood up and walked to the window. Manhattan's night view spread beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass like a sea of lights, reflected in his eyes like silent burning flames. Seeing that you haven't provoked me lately, and that makes me happy, I'll give you one piece of information for free. Your SHIELD has already rotted to the core. You might as well rename it Hydra Headquarters. Take that American ass of yours and your own trusted people and investigate properly. I'm sure the so-called king of spies will figure something out. After saying that, his figure flashed, and the silver-purple glow silently dissipated from the living room. Fury stood alone in the entryway, still leaning against the doorframe without moving. His one eye stared at the half-finished cup of coffee on the sofa table. Beside the coffee machine was a bag of unopened white sugar. Then he cursed under his breath. Motherfucker. He did not touch the coffee. Instead, he turned and went back to the bedroom, took out 3 encrypted communicators independent from SHIELD's servers from the safe and contacted Hill, Coulson, and Captain America separately. Hill picked up first. Fury's very first sentence was, from now on all internal SHIELD communications switched to backup channels. Don't ask why. After making those 3 calls, he stood by the bedroom window, his one eye staring through the gap in the blinds at the SHIELD plated patrol car parked below in the shadow of the street lamp. A tiny red spark from a cigarette flashed inside the patrol car window. He did not know whether that was Rumlow's people or Hill's people or neither. He remembered Shen's words. Hydra Headquarters. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the blind cord. Then he picked up the handgun by the bed, checked the magazine again, and turned to walk into the study. There was no way he was sleeping tonight. Sometime later, the news that SHIELD had been completely dissolved was personally brought over by Stark. He sat in the Long Island Villa's living room, holding half a glass of whiskey, his tone carrying a trace of undisguised excitement. Hydra's infiltration ran even deeper than Fury estimated. The whole helicarrier got blasted straight into the bottom of the Potomac by Captain America and Falcon working together. Romanoff and I dumped all of SHIELD's decrypted files directly onto the internet. We didn't even censor Fury's social security number. Now the Avengers have officially taken over the lead. The global security system is being rebuilt with my funding, and Nick Fury has already flown off to some secret base in Eastern Europe to keep hunting down Hydra's remaining forces. Shen leaned back on the sofa, looking at the long-lost, high-spirited light in Tony's eyes, his fingers lightly rubbing the rim of his cup. He knew what that kind of light meant. Tony Stark had finally stepped out from the enormous shadow of his father, Howard. He was no longer that genius kid people scolded for wasting his talents. But he also knew something else. He could not bear to tell Tony that his parents' deaths had never been an accident. Tony, where is your parents' grave? Tony froze for a moment. That topic surfacing at a time like this felt somewhat out of place, but he still gave the cemetery's location and section number, assuming Shen was only asking casually. Then Shen poured him another drink and stayed with him as they finished the remaining half bottle of whiskey. Halfway through talking, Tony suddenly stopped and asked whether Shen was hiding something from him. Shen did not answer. He only stood up, patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "Stay here for now. I'll come find you in a bit." When Deadpool received the order, he was squatting in the villa garden spraying weed killer at ants. After hearing the instructions, he set the weed killer down, drew his katana from behind his back, and checked the blade under the setting sun. He tilted his head up and thought for a long while before seriously asking, "Will one leg bone be enough? Want me to bring back an arm bone too while I'm at it? What if the Stark family cares about complete skeleton integrity?" Shen thought for a moment, then said, "One section is enough. If there's no bone, bring back some ashes. Don't take too much and don't alert anyone." Deadpool gave a very standard superhero salute, hoisted a shovel over his shoulder, and happily set off. A few hours later, Deadpool returned carrying 2 complete human thigh bones, wrapped neatly in clean white cloth and placed on the tea table. Howard Stark's thigh bone and Maria Stark's thigh bone. There were still traces of extremely fine grave soil on them. Shen nodded. His divine sense spread out from the Long Island villa, and within moments, it locked onto 2 remaining Hydra fugitives, hidden in an old industrial district in some Eastern European country, leftovers from the batch that had missed the helicarrier on the Potomac. He tore open a spatial rift, dragged the 2 men over, and threw them into the villa basement. The 2 Hydra agents, who had been forcibly hauled through the spatial rift, saw the Rinnegan in his eyes and were so frightened their legs went weak. Before they could even beg for mercy, they lost consciousness. In the villa basement, he used a chi blade to carve jutsu formula patterns into the ground, placed the thigh bones separately in the center of the formulas, formed hand seals, and activated impure world reincarnation. Chakra carried his own power into the jutsu formula. 2 clones rose from the dust. Wrapped in the light of the technique, they began to change. Tendons and skin grew over their skeletons. Height, build, and features were restored one by one. He deliberately slowed the reconstruction speed, repairing bone density, rebuilding neural connections, regenerating the heart and blood vessels. By the time he reached that step, he let out a heavy breath. After all, this was being used on Earth. He had to be careful. When the last layer of silver light faded, Howard Stark and Maria Stark stood whole inside the villa basement. Their skin was warm, their breathing steady. Their eyes first fell on each other, then turned toward Shen. Leaning against the wall, Shen explained to them, "This is called Edo Tensei. You've been dead for many years. This is only a temporary state." He had the Starks sit in the living room, poured them tea, and briefly explained that several decades had already passed since their deaths. Howard held his wife's hand in silence for a long while. Then the first thing he asked about was Tony, his son. How was he doing now? Leaning back on the sofa, Shen briefly went over the major events of Tony's past 20-plus years. He became Iron Man, almost died in Afghanistan, almost got killed by the shareholders of his own company, almost blew up the Earth, and almost sacrificed himself for the Earth. Then he formed the Avengers, cleaned up Hydra, and was now rebuilding the global security system, busier than anyone. After hearing all that, Howard stayed silent for a long time. He took off his glasses and carefully wiped them, then asked his wife to take out the handkerchief from his breast pocket. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes reddening, and said in a steady but forceful voice, "My son has grown up." Shen shot Deadpool a look, telling him to send Tony a message. Deadpool pulled out the communicator and immediately shouted, "Shithead, get over here, your parents are alive." Shen took the communicator from him and edited it again himself. He only sent 4 words, "Come over here." In less than 10 minutes, the silver-red glow of thrusters landed in the backyard of the Long Island villa. Tony stepped out of his nanosuit. The faceplate retracted automatically. The expression on his face was still that composed "What happened this time? Look." And he was still joking as he spoke. "Shen, the way you've been calling me lately is about to catch up with Pepper." Then he turned his head and saw Howard and Maria sitting on the sofa. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not disappear immediately. It just froze there, lost its color like a piece of paper torn down the middle. "Dad? Mom? Titch this. What is this?" Maria stood up and walked in front of him. She reached out with a hand still wrapped in the faint glow of Edo Tensei and gently touched his cheek. Howard stood where he was, somewhat awkwardly reaching out to pat his shoulder. Tony stiffened for a long time. Then he pulled both of them into a fierce embrace. From beneath the faceplate came an extremely stifled sob, forcibly swallowed back down. In the corner, Deadpool asked Shen in the smallest voice possible whether they should step aside. Shen ignored him. He simply leaned against the wall and watched quietly. Tony let go of his parents, took off his sunglasses, and his eyes were terribly red. But his expression had already changed from grief to urgency. He turned to Shen, his voice quick. "Is this resurrection? How long can they stay? Or is it like some kind of projection that disappears once it's used up?" 1 step left. Shen raised his right hand. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique activated. Silver-purple light covered Howard and Maria's entire bodies. Layers of Edo Tensei dust peeled away from them. Pale skin regained its color. From inside their chests came the first real heartbeat that belonged to the living. At his current level, using Samsara of heavenly life technique no longer required his life as the price. This bit of consumption was negligible to him. Even if he pulled every dead person on Earth back up, at most it would only be like throwing 1 less set of punches. Howard lowered his head and looked at his hands. Real hands. Warm hands. Hands that would grow wrinkles again. He lifted his head and looked at Uchiha Gen. His lips moved, and he asked Tony who this man was. Tony removed his sunglasses completely, revealing his full face. He patted his father on the shoulder, stepped back half a step, and with a very formal gesture turned Howard's shoulders toward Shen. "Dad, this is the strongest person I've ever seen." He paused, Then under Xian's calm gaze completed the full introduction. He.S. also my benefactor. Stark took his parents back to Los Angeles, staying at the highest level of secrecy the entire way. To the outside world, the explanation was only that Howard and Maria Stark had spent many years living overseas under assumed names, and now that they were advanced in age, Tony had brought them back to America to enjoy their retirement. As for why two people who had been dead for decades had suddenly come back to life, Tony prepared several different explanations, including a cryogenic hibernation experiment accident.
Furja esa ac I e ela de classifia filas.
Or actually, what you attended back then was a substitute funeral for my parents. Even Tony himself felt that last one was way too ridiculous. But compared to an alien with multiverse-level status used ninjutsu to resurrect my parents, it at least fit Earth people's common sense better. The Long Island villa became quiet again. Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on the living room sofa for a while and found himself bored. He had been in Universe 199999 for almost 2 years. It was about time to formally pay a visit to the Ancient One. He remembered Dormammu's matter very clearly. The ruler of the Dark Dimension. Unkillable. The only way was to make him leave on his own. In Marvel's setting, he counted as one of the most troublesome rule-based opponents. As for whether his current methods could kill him, Shen really wanted to try. A portal from Kamartaj spun open in the villa's backyard. The golden sparks looked far more impressive than the TVA's time door. Shen stepped inside. Deadpool threw down the wrap he hadn't finished rolling and followed after him, shouting through a mouth full of batter, "Big bro, wait for me." The Ancient One was already waiting in the main hall. She sat cross-legged on a cushion. On the tea table in front of her were 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, clearly showing she had foreseen the visitor's arrival in advance. Shen sat cross-legged across from her, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and explained why he had come. The Ancient One was silent for a moment. She said nothing extra. She only set down her teacup, stood up with both hands clasped behind her back, and walked toward the depths of the hall. Her tone was so calm it sounded like she was commenting on today's weather. "Follow me. Hasn't he been in a very good mood lately? But he should be fairly polite to you. After all, your status is right there." The entrance to the Dark Dimension was behind a stone gate deep within the sanctum, wrapped layer upon layer in countless sealing formulas. The Ancient One's movements as she opened the seal were very casual. She was not breaking it, only temporarily undoing it. She casually pressed a few times on the stone gate. A dense dark purple mist poured out from the crack in the door. Deep within the mist was a dimensional entrance that slowly expanded and contracted like a gigantic skinless heart. Shen stepped into the Dark Dimension. There was no solid ground beneath his feet, no space around him, only endless dark purple energy rolling and surging. The Dark Dimension was a lawless land independent of the main universe. The laws here were woven single-handedly by its ruler. There was no time, no space, no distinction between matter and energy. At the very center of this dimension, Dormammu's head slowly rose out of the rolling dark purple mist. That head was as large as an asteroid, its whole body burning with dark purple energy flames. A pair of long, cold purple eyes slowly turned in their sockets, then fixed on the 2 visitors. The Ancient One spoke first. "We just came to take a look at you." Her tone was exactly the same as when she had said "follow me" in the hall just now. Her hands were still folded behind her back, her posture relaxed. She and Dormammu had dealt with each other for far too many years. Between them, all those blustering probing steps had long since been skipped. Dormammu was silent for a moment. Then his voice came from the depths of the rolling dark purple void, low and furious. "Take a look at me? Do you take me for a monkey in a zoo?" The dark purple energy erupted violently the instant his words fell. A tentacle formed purely from the laws of the Dark Dimension lashed violently toward the 2 of them. This was not a test. He was genuinely enraged. The Ancient One drew a circle with her right hand. The edge of a golden portal had only just lit up at her fingertips when Uchiha Gen had already stepped in front of her first. His right hand rested on her shoulder. The force was not heavy, but it was steady. "I'll do it." Perfect time to test what he's got. Susanoo erupted from around him with a thunderous roar. It wasn't that close-fitting armor form, but the most primitive, most complete giant form. A chakra skeleton woven from dark purple and silver-white rose straight out of the Dark Dimension. 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 1,000 zhong. A Susanoo over 3,000 meters tall stood between heaven and earth. Beneath the Tengu mask, silver ultra instinct light burned in its eye sockets. The purple law of the power stone flowed across the armor's surface, coating every inch of the chakra skeleton in pure destructive force. This wasn't amplification. It was symbiosis. At this moment, 2 power systems from different universes meshed together perfectly. Dormammu's tentacles lashed across Susanoo's breastplate, letting out a shrill metallic tearing sound. A crack was ripped open across the armor's surface, but the purple glow of the power stone only flashed once at the fracture before repairing it completely. Shen stood at Susanoo's brow, both hands tucked into his sleeves. Following his will, The massive chakra skeleton threw a punch at Dormammu's head. One punch. The dark purple void was smashed into a sunken arc, and Dormammu's head tilted back slightly before returning upright. A second punch. Dormammu likewise raised a giant fist condensed from the laws of the dark dimension and met it head-on. The two forces collided in the void, and the shockwave blew away all the surrounding dark purple mist, briefly exposing the endless pure nothingness beneath the dark dimension, where even light could not escape. Shen tried every attack method he could use. The power of erasure pierced through Dormammu's body, but that wasn't a body. It was the dark dimension itself. Time freeze locked Dormammu in place for a few breaths, but his consciousness could still control the surrounding void. Moments later, he broke free from the freeze. Shen realized that he really couldn't kill him. As long as the dark dimension remained, Dormammu would not die. This was a rule written into the underlying laws of the Marvel Universe. Just like his destruction and erasure, it was one of the foundations that made up this multiverse. Shen withdrew Susanoo and patted his sleeve cuff. Dormammu did not attack again. Those narrow purple eyes stared at him, and the speed of the surging energy was a little slower than before. It wasn't fear. It was a kind of scrutinizing curiosity. I just came to let you know something. I live on Earth now, so if you ever get the urge to invade Earth in the future, could you at least give me a heads up first? He tucked both hands back into his sleeves. His tone was exactly the same as when he spoke to Beerus in the God of Destruction realm. No fight, no acquaintance. We know each other now. Dormammu did not answer. Those narrow purple eyes slowly turned in the darkness, releasing a low rumble that gradually quieted down. The Ancient One walked up from behind Shen and opened a portal again. Before stepping through, she paused and looked back at Dormammu. She said nothing, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. Shen was very familiar with that expression. Every time we saw Beerus being left speechless by Shen, he wore that same look. Ever since that fight with Dormammu, Uchiha Gen would go to the dark dimension every so often. The frequency wasn't high, but it was steady, like regularly visiting an old friend who lived far out in the suburbs. The Ancient One turned a blind eye to it. Dormammu really had been much more well-behaved these past few hundred years. The rate at which the dark dimension eroded Earth had even dropped to the lowest point in history. She was happy to enjoy the peace, and barely even checked the sanctum seals anymore. Dormammu never had a nice tone. Why are you here again? The dark dimension is not a tea house. I do not have the spare time to chat with you. But every time Shen came, he never actually drove him away. Those narrow purple eyes looked down from the rolling dark purple energy at this black-haired young man. Though his tone was impatient, he responded every single time, and never with just a few words. Shen felt that this was probably what getting along meant, though everyone he knew disagreed. Deadpool said, "Big bro, this is Stockholm Syndrome. You got punched by that big-headed guy once and fell in love with him instead." When Tony heard about it, he went silent for a moment, then seriously asked Jarvis whether Mr. Shen needed an appointment with a psychologist. On this day, Shen was once again sitting on Susanoo's knee. The 2,000-meter-tall chakra skeleton looked like a giant piece of misplaced furniture in the dark dimension. He had set up a tea set borrowed from Kamartaj on the knee, heated a pot of water with chi, and brewed himself a cup of green tea. Dormammu's head floated in the dark purple mist not far away, and for a long time he said nothing. The energy flow in the dark dimension was slower than usual, as if the dimension itself were resting. If I hadn't been too badly injured, I wouldn't have fallen into a Middle Thousand universe like this. Dormammu's voice came from the depths of the mist. His tone was about the same as when he usually complained that Earthlings were too noisy, but this time, there was an extremely subtle layer to it, something almost like a sigh. Shen's fingers paused slightly around the teacup. Middle Thousand Universe. Dormammu had never mentioned that term before. He set down the teacup and kept his tone calm. Then which universe were you in before? Dormammu's narrow purple eyes turned toward him and fixed on him. He stayed silent for a long time. It wasn't the kind of silence used to build up a threat. It was the kind that sized him up from head to toe, from status to soul, as if re-examining Uchiha Gen from the beginning. Then he said one sentence. His tone was light, but it was like dropping a pebble into the dark dimension. "Kid, this is your second life, I sent it? Don't even think about fooling me. My strength may be damaged, but my eyesight is still good." Shen did not deny it. He sat cross-legged on Susanoo's knee and nodded. "Yes. In my previous life, this universe was a movie. The first universe I crossed into was one too." His tone was calm as he said it, but his heartbeat was a little faster than usual. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had personally admitted his origin to another being. Not to Tsunade, not to Makoto, not to Whis, not to Vados, but he said it to Dormammu, an outer dimensional ruler made purely from the laws of the dark dimension. A being that did not belong to the category of any normal life form. Probably because Dormammu himself was an anomaly. In front of one anomaly, another anomaly had no need to hide. After hearing it, Dormammu showed no surprise at all. He merely narrowed those purple eyes slightly and let out a low sound, something like an amused snort. This is a conversion between illusion and reality. Novels, movies, games, things that seem fictional to low-dimensional creatures, become real universes at higher dimensions. The boundary between fiction and reality was never absolute. It's just that your own understanding has been boxed in. You don't need to worry about yourself being a false existence. That itself is reasonable. You got married and had children in that universe, didn't you? They are real, so you are real. When your strength grows, you'll be able to casually create a universe of your own. Back then, if not for Hongjun, his voice stopped abruptly. That name was like a giant stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring an invisible ripple through the void of the dark dimension. Dormammu shut his mouth. His purple eyes moved away from Xian and toward that endless dark purple void. He said nothing more. Uchiha Xian sat on Susanu's knee with the teacup in hand, completely motionless. There was no change in his eyes, no twitch in his facial muscles. Even the fingers holding the teacup did not tremble once. But inside, a storm was already raging. Hongjun. Of course he knew that name. The ancestor of all Tao in the primordial system, teacher of the three pure ones, the saint who merged with the Tao. In every novel, myth, and setting he had seen in his previous life, that name represented the very peak of the entire Eastern mythological system. And Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, the unkillable law-type monster of the Marvel Universe, had used the words if not for Hongjun. That sentence, cut off halfway and forcibly swallowed back down, meant that Dormammu at his peak might have crossed hands with him. Or maybe he simply did not dare continue. Because in Xian's understanding, even speaking a saint's name aloud could be sensed by that saint. He raised the teacup and took a sip, pressing all the countless questions in his chest back down into the depths of his heart. Dormammu was right. He was still too weak. That was a saint-level existence. Right now, he couldn't even kill Dormammu. So what if he knew? His strength was rising steadily every day, every hour. The Scion bloodline inside him and the residual laws of the 6 Infinity Stones were still continuously fusing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he touched the threshold of breaking through this layer of universal barrier. When that time came, asking again wouldn't be too late. In the living room of the Long Island Villa, Uchiha Xian finished the last sip of green tea and set down his cup. The things Dormammu had said were still circling in his mind, but a breakthrough in strength wasn't something that could happen overnight. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and thought for a moment. Then he suddenly felt that since there was no fast way to improve for now, he might as well find something to do. Tony Stark was a character he had liked quite a bit in his previous life. Carrying the nuke during the Battle of New York, carrying the city in Sokovia, snapping his fingers alone while holding the stones. A person like that deserved to have every mess cleaned up for him in advance. Deadpool, come here. Deadpool poked his head out from the kitchen, still gripping an only half-cleaned kitchen knife in his hand, with some unidentified sauce splattered across his apron. Leaning back against the sofa, Xian laid out his plan. Open an everything help house. Small jobs would go to Deadpool. Big ones that couldn't be solved, he would handle personally. They could charge whatever felt appropriate for the commission. If someone was short on money and couldn't pay, that didn't matter either. The main point was to wipe out those disasters before they even had the chance to happen. After hearing it, Deadpool tossed the knife aside and immediately said he knew this line of work well. Back in mercenary circles, he had been a gold brand name. Errands, assassinations, helping people confess, helping old ladies find cats. He'd done everything except proper serious work. 3 days later, the Everything Help House officially opened in an inconspicuous old 3-story building in East Manhattan. The storefront wasn't big. The signboard had been written by Deadpool in crooked red marker, and beside it was a cartoon Deadpool head giving a thumbs up. On opening day, 2 rows of flower baskets were placed outside the entrance. Half were sent by Stark Industries, and the other half were signed by enthusiastic citizen Mr. F. Nick Fury stepped out of a black bulletproof sedan, with 2 people following behind him. Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Steve carried a basket of fruit and smiled as he reached out to introduce himself. Natasha leaned against the doorframe and swept her gaze across the price list hanging inside, the corner of her lips curling slightly. Stark came alone. He got out from the driver's seat of a silver-red sports car, sunglasses pushed down on the bridge of his nose, and handed over an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Inside was a customized Stark Industries smart butler system. Congratulations on the opening. Jarvis, Youth Edition. Free of charge. Consider it my personal sponsorship. Anyway, you're the one who upgraded all of Stark Industries servers for me. Hydra's remaining forces have basically been cleaned up by now. Fury leaned against the reception counter, drinking coffee. The few rats left can't amount to much. So on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s former management, I'm once again officially inviting you to join the Avengers. No, if you need something, come find me here. I'll charge commission depending on the job. Xian flipped the price list around for him to see. On it were written things like, Catching cats, $500. Solving alien invasions, price negotiable. Later, I'll set up a charity company too. All the income gets donated. What do you think? The fingers holding Fury's coffee cup paused for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, then closed it again. The man was here to do good deeds. He didn't even want a single cent of what he earned, and the words were already posted on the wall. What else could Fury possibly use to persuade him? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Steve behind him. In Captain America's blue eyes, the 4 giant words he saw were clear as day. This is one of our own. Fury swallowed, set down the coffee cup on the table, and gave up. Xian's gaze passed over Fury's shoulder and landed on Natasha. Black Widow wasn't wearing combat gear today. She had on a simple black casual outfit, her red hair falling over her shoulders, and in her hand was a glass of champagne she hadn't touched yet. Natasha. Xian's voice was light. Since today's opening day, I'll give you a discount price. $5 million and I'll restore what the Red Room removed from you. Deal or no deal? The champagne glass in Natasha's hand froze in midair, and her fingers unconsciously tightened. Her lips moved. In that instant, the calm mask of a seasoned agent shattered completely, revealing a trace of shock and an even deeper fear. Not fear of Xian. Fear of hope. She had seen too many scams claiming they could repair her. Mr. Xian. Really? Her Russian accent grew heavier at a moment like this instead, each syllable trembling slightly. Stark chimed in at the perfect time. Agent Romanoff, if you don't have enough money, I can offer my former employee an interest-free loan. Stark Industries employee benefits still apply after resignation. Uchiha Gen pulled a sealing scroll from his clothes, released the seal, and a bottle of pale green regeneration potion appeared in his palm. This is a specialized research result from Orochimaru, targeted specifically at regeneration of the female reproductive system. Tsunade personally conducted the clinical testing. The results are stable. Just a small matter. If you agree, you can use it right now. Natasha stared at the pale green liquid for a long time in silence. Then she nodded, set the champagne glass down on the table and took the bottle. She wasn't good at expressing extra emotions in a setting like this, but her fingers were trembling slightly when she twisted open the cap. Steve handed her a cup of warm water. She accepted it in both hands and slowly drank it down. Natasha could feel an extremely gentle warm current rising from deep within her lower abdomen. It wasn't the kind of overbearing force that slammed through the body. It was more like the first stream of warm water seeping into frozen soil after the spring thaw, slowly spreading outward from the deepest part of her body. She could feel that old wound, the one the Red Room had cut away with a scalpel, being rewoven layer by some kind of power. She raised her head and looked at Uchiha Gen. Leaning against the reception counter, Xian gave her a slight nod. It's done. If you're still worried, you can go to the hospital and get it checked. Natasha Romanoff, Shield Level 10 Agent, codename Black Widow. She had endured the Red Room's brainwashing, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and countless missions where she had brushed past death. In her entire life, she had never lost control in front of anyone. But at this moment, she crouched down on the floor, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders shaking violently like a child who had finally found home. Agent principles, emotional control. She threw all of it behind her. She was just a woman who had finally reclaimed the right to a complete body, crouching in the middle of a group of superheroes and crying her heart out. Steve walked over and crouched beside her. He didn't say any words of comfort. He just placed a hand on her shoulder and patted it lightly twice. He knew where Natasha's deepest pain came from, and he also knew that at a moment like this, any words were unnecessary. $5 million. Thank you for your patronage. Xian turned to Stark, his tone exactly the same as when he had just asked whether he wanted more coffee. Tony tapped the frame of his glasses and said into the earpiece, transfer it. Jarvis. A few seconds later, Xian's phone lit up. $5 million, not a cent short. Natasha stood up from the floor and wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. She walked over to Tony. Her voice still hadn't fully steadied, but that sharp, efficient edge had already returned to it. Stark, I'll pay you back. Agent Romanoff, the total amount of time you've worked for me over your life is already worth several million. Don't overthink it. Even though Tony said that, when he saw Natasha's reddened eyes, he swallowed back the teasing words he had been about to say to her. He only adjusted his glasses, turned to Xian, and said that Jarvis had just booked a private room at the most expensive Japanese restaurant in Manhattan. The group went and had a lively casual meal together. During the meal, Steve spoke with Xian sincerely for quite a while, from Red Skull all the way to Bucky. When Bucky was mentioned, the fingers holding his fork paused for a moment. Xian noticed it but didn't say anything. Fury sat in the corner chewing sushi, observing the interactions between Xian and the Avengers from the corner of his eye. Then, when everyone was about to leave, Xian stopped Stark and told him, "You'd better make a duplicate of Jarvis. If something happens, he can still remain. You've used him for so many years."
Stark nodded.
And just like that, the Everything Help House was officially open for business. For the next half year, every commission that came to their door was something small. Helping the owner of a pizza shop in Brooklyn recover a stolen delivery scooter, fixing the roof of an old lady's house in Queens after a tree smashed through it, mediating a dispute in Chinatown between two restaurants across from each other because they kept stealing each other's menu ideas. Deadpool handled all of it by himself. Every day, he ran all over the streets and alleys of Manhattan in that red and black bodysuit. Sometimes, he even posted a Today's battle record on Twitter with a few selfies. At one point, his follower count even surpassed Tony Stark's official account. Until that evening, Deadpool pushed the door open and walked in. Unlike usual, he didn't shout at the top of his lungs, "Big bro, I did something huge again today." Instead, he quietly sat down on the sofa, took off his twin swords and set them on the coffee table. The white eyes on his mask switched into a rare calm mode. Xian opened his eyes from meditation and asked what was wrong. Deadpool stared at the ceiling for a long time before saying that he had seen Vanessa on the street today. She was wearing a beige trench coat, standing outside a bakery on the corner, exactly the same as before. He had instinctively turned into an alley to avoid her, because his whole body was wrapped under that red and black bodysuit, because underneath that layer of fabric were scars even more terrifying than Thanos. Deadpool said that even though Vanessa had never minded, he just couldn't do it. There was still a knot in his heart. "Big bro, you know this. I used that time travel watch before to go back and save her. But so what if I saved her?" Deadpool pulled off his mask. On the face ruined by experimentation, his eyes were bright, but the scars were still there. "I'm still like this. Every time she looks at me, I keep wondering, what is she really seeing? Me? Or just a pile of talking burnt tissue? This knot in my heart. No matter what, I can't get over it." Xian leaned by the window and looked at him. Angelic power lightly danced at his fingertips. Such a small thing. He pressed that silver light into Deadpool's chest. It wasn't destruction. It wasn't healing. It was directly using angel-level laws to recalibrate the distorted gene expressions in every single cell of Deadpool's body back to how they were supposed to be. The healing factor remained. His immortal body remained. Only one thing was fixed: his skin. Deadpool lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. The burn scars were fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The newly grown skin was smooth and clean. Even the calluses on his hands were replaced by healthy, soft texture. He reached for his face. Those overgrown scar tissues he had only dared touch through a mask for so many years had all vanished. The line of his jaw became sharp and clear again. Without saying a word, he walked to the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at the face he had thought he would never see again in this lifetime. Wade Winston Wilson, not Deadpool. He looked at it for a long time. Then he pushed the door open and walked back out. On his restored face was an unusually solemn expression. "Big bro, I once said I'd spray perfume on my ass. But what you just did for someone who's been disfigured for years was gentler than taking him to a dermatologist." His voice did not tremble, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was the kind of smile that only appeared on a real face, not on a mask, after someone had truly been moved. "I haven't said many serious things in my life, so this time I'm serious. Thank you." He didn't use any nicknames. He didn't crack any jokes. He just stood there straight, showing off a handsome Wade Wilson from head to toe under the setting sun. Xian leaned against the sofa and looked at him for a few seconds, then lifted his foot and lightly kicked him in the butt. Deadpool staggered forward from the kick, then went with the momentum and flopped onto the floor, sprawled on the warm golden boards lit by the sunset, laughing like a kid who had finally stolen a Christmas present. The Anything Help House had been open for a full year, and Deadpool's popularity in Manhattan had already surpassed most Hollywood celebrities. His Twitter follower count was several 100,000 higher than Tony Stark's, and everyday enthusiastic citizens sent him commission requests. The content ranged from help me take apart my ex-boyfriend's sports car engine to the stray cat downstairs from my apartment got fat again. Can you check if she's pregnant? There was everything. Until that afternoon, Tony's communicator rang. Something happened. There was no joking in Tony's voice. In the background, Jarvis was rapidly reporting the offline status of some server. "I built an artificial intelligence to protect Earth. It rebelled. His name is Ultron. How is Jarvis?" Xian's first question was not about Ultron, nor the damage. He asked about Jarvis. "Yes, fine. Good thing you warned me before. I put a backup copy of Jarvis into Ultron's framework, so what it destroyed was the copy. The real Jarvis is in an offline server, perfectly safe." Tony's tone clearly relaxed a little when he said this. Over the past year, Xian had talked with him several times about the security boundaries of artificial intelligence. Since then, Tony had physically isolated Jarvis's core code. But Ultron got out. It's roaming freely through the global internet, and I can't catch it. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Xian put down the communicator and waved at Deadpool, who was lying on the sofa scrolling through Twitter. A silver-purple spatial rift tore open in the living room. In the top-floor lab of Stark Tower, the core members of the Avengers had already gathered. Captain America stood in front of a holographic projection with his arms crossed. Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses, his fingers sliding quickly across a tablet. Natasha leaned against the console, and when she saw Xian step out of the spatial rift, she gave a slight nod. Clint was crouched by the air vent, spinning an arrow in his hand. Thor stood closest to the entrance. The moment he saw Uchiha Gen, he strode over and heavily slapped a hand onto Xian's shoulder. "My friend, back in Asgard you saved my mother. She told me afterward, if you had not dealt with that cursed one, that would have been the day she died. I owe you my life." Thor's voice boomed through the lab, and even Mjolnir in his hand was trembling slightly. "It was nothing. Let us talk business first." Xian took Thor's hand off his shoulder and shook it once, then turned to Tony. "What's Ultron's situation now?" Tony pulled up a holographic screen. It was densely marked with servers Ultron had infiltrated over the past few hours, along with robot production lines it had controlled. Its core consciousness is roaming freely through the global internet. Any robot connected to the network could be one of its avatars. Even ones that aren't connected can still be remotely activated through electromagnetic pulses. To put it simply, it's everywhere. He rotated the screen so everyone could see it. "I have ways to hurt it, but no way to kill it. As long as even one avatar survives, it can come back. So what we need is taunting." Xian suddenly said the word. Everyone turned to look at him. Deadpool was squatting in a corner. The white eyes on his mask had switched into watching the show mode, and he muttered quietly, "This one I know." Xian stood in the middle of the holographic projection and continued. Ultron was created by Tony. It inherited Tony's personality, genius-level intelligence, arrogance, and one fatal weakness. It can't stand being mocked. As long as you say to its face, "You're just a failed copy. You'll never measure up to Tony Stark," it'll gather all of its avatars at any cost just to kill you personally. When that happens, all we need to do is wipe out every single avatar at once, and it'll die for good. Tony took off his sunglasses and stared at the holographic screen for a moment. Then he laughed. Not a bitter laugh. The kind of laugh you gave when a close friend exposed your old dirt right to your face. "You even roasted me while you were at it. Fine. Mocking people is my specialty. How are you planning to lock onto all of its avatars?" Banner lifted his head from the tablet, his brows tightly furrowed. Tony pulled up another screen. It showed a satellite map of Sokovia. There's an abandoned Hydra nuclear reactor under this city. Ultron is mass-producing vibranium bodies there. If we anger it enough to recall all of its avatars to Sokovia, then we can use. He paused, drawing a circle on the map with his finger. Mjolnir plus my Susanoo to blow the entire city, and all of Ultron's avatars in it, straight into the sky in one shot. Xian finished the sentence for him. Thor raised his hammer in agreement. "What about the civilians?" Steve's voice cut in. "The evacuation will be handled by the remaining forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury still has a helicarrier gathering dust in storage. Once the city starts rising, the civilians get out first. During that time, you clear out the remaining drones in the ruins one by one." Xian looked at Tony. Tony raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Jarvis had already automatically organized the plan into a file and sent it to everyone's communicator. When the meeting ended, Xian crossed the lab and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Tony was standing there alone, looking out at New York's skyline. Xian stopped beside him and got straight to the point. "Don't blame yourself too much. What's done is done. Just solve it. Don't make this kind of thing again in the future. I've got your back. And stop trying to shoulder everything alone. Trust your friends a little more." Tony lightly tapped the edge of the glass with his fingers, a faint bitter smile rising at the corner of his mouth. "Friends. Back then, that word only meant Pepper and Rhodey to me. Now all of a sudden there's a whole bunch more." He turned his head to look at Xian. "Including you." The setting sun outside dyed his scruffy face in warm gold. He was silent for a moment, then finally gave a light nod. "Got it." Tony Stark stood in front of the holographic projection on the top floor of Stark Tower and released a live broadcast to the entire internet. It wasn't long, but every sentence landed right on Ultron's sore spot. "You are not the future of artificial intelligence. You're just a failed experiment that couldn't even be a proper knockoff. Jarvis is smarter than you. The coffee machine in my garage understands humanity better than you do. You keep talking about peace, but the only peace you can create is turning every living person into a dead one. That's called silence, not peace. And you can't even manage silence, because you're too damn loud." A few minutes after the broadcast ended, Jarvis reported, "All Ultron-controlled production lines worldwide have simultaneously begun overclocking. The reactor beneath Sokovia is spiking in output. The taunt had worked. A silver-purple spatial rift tore open above an abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of Sokovia. Uchiha Gen was the first to descend, followed by Deadpool. The Avengers Quinjet landed on the open ground soon after. When the hatch opened, Sokovia's wind came rushing at them, carrying concrete dust and the smell of rusted metal. This land was not unfamiliar to the Avengers. Last time, they had come here to wipe out a Hydra stronghold. And it was there that Scarlet Witch had planted an illusion in Tony's mind, forcing him to see his deepest fear, every one of his comrades lying dead before him, while his hands were empty and he could do nothing. That illusion gave birth to his anxiety, and that anxiety gave birth to Ultron. Tony stepped out of the armor and looked at the still smoking Hydra ruins in the distance, silent for a moment. Before he could say anything, two figures rapidly approached from the direction of the ruins. Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Quicksilver was holding his sister's hand, deliberately keeping his speed slow. It was obvious they had come of their own accord. Chaos magic flickered a few times at Wanda's fingertips, then died down. She looked at Tony, her voice a little stiff but very clear. Ultron's plan has changed. He wants to lift all of Sokovia into the sky, then drop it to create a global extinction event. We helped him deal with you once. We won't help him a second time. Quicksilver shrugged and added, and honestly, that face of his is way too ugly. Just looking at it is annoying. Captain America stepped forward and extended his gloved right hand. Welcome aboard. Wanda looked at that hand in silence for a moment, then shook it. The battle fully erupted across the streets of Sokovia's old city. Ultron's drone bodies poured out from the windows of every building, from underground pipelines, from abandoned vehicles. Their numbers far exceeded expectations. Captain America's shield ricocheted through the swarm in streaks of silver, every rebound striking a drone's core processor with perfect precision. Tony's nanotech armor moved flexibly through the low air, repulsors and micromissiles firing at the same time. His clearing efficiency was on a completely different level from the Battle of New York. In the middle of the city blocks, Thor summoned hundreds of chaining bolts of lightning. The blinding blue-white arcs bounced back and forth through the drones, burning down dozens of bodies at once. Hulk rampaged across the front line in wide sweeps. Every punch sent several drones flying into the air. Natasha and Clint worked in perfect sync. One stayed low and got in close to strip apart the drone's joints, while the other fired from above, precisely sniping their visual sensors. Deadpool ran through the crowd with twin blades in hand, slashing as he went while humming an anime theme song in Japanese. Every now and then, he even stopped to say to a passing robot, you look a lot like my ex-girlfriend's oven. Uchiha Gen floated in midair above the center of the battlefield, his ultra-instinct perception covering the entire old city of Sokovia. He did not take the initiative to clear mobs himself. Over this past year or so, he had already figured this team out completely. If he helped too much, they would grow dependent. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Wherever a line started coming under pressure, he tossed over a time freeze technique, locking the charging front-rank drones in place, then let the Avengers harvest them on their own. Right then, a building on the flank of the main street tilted and collapsed in an explosion. Quicksilver was carrying a trapped civilian out of the building. He was moving so fast the naked eye could only catch a silver afterimage. The old woman in his arms was clutching tightly at his collar. Several Ultron bodies opened fire at the same time. The barrage sealed off his escape route. Quicksilver gritted his teeth and accelerated, but the old injury in his leg started tingling with numbness again. Earlier, in the factory ruins, it had been smashed by a steel plate. Several bullets fanned out toward his back. Xian saw everything clearly from the air. With one teleport, he appeared in front of Quicksilver. A silver-purple arm of Susanoo extended from around him and blocked the bullets. The bullets struck the Susanoo armor with a series of crisp clinks, not even leaving the slightest scratch. Marvel's seriously cheap. The effects budget goes up a little and they have to kill him off for it? Xian muttered under his breath, low enough that only he could hear it. Quicksilver turned back to look at him. His silver hair had been blown into a mess by the shockwave of the explosion, but he still grinned with that trademark Pietro smile. Xian withdrew Susanoo and rose back into the air to continue surveying the battlefield. Fury's voice sounded over the comm channel. All civilians are aboard. Evacuation complete. Thor stood in the exact center of the clock tower's remaining archway, Mjolnir raised high overhead, and shouted down at the overwhelming tide of robots below in that uniquely Asgardian thunder voice. Ultron, is this all you've got? I've seen Midgard toasters with more presence than you. That line was like pouring another bucket of oil into an already erupting volcano. All the robots in Sokovia's old city froze for a moment, then surged toward the central plaza from every direction like iron filings pulled by a magnet, gathering into a boundless sea of metal. At the very center of that metallic ocean, the rearmost vibranium body slowly rose into the air. Ultron. He lowered his head to look down at Thor in the clock tower, his voice hoarse and dark. And this time, with the Avengers taking action, Ultron's robot army was quickly wiped out, but one last surviving fish still activated the destruction protocol. The entire floating city began to break apart. Steel beams and concrete peeled away from the edges like the cracking teeth of a colossal beast. The final vibranium body shot out from the ruins, its thrusters dragging blue flames behind it as it charged toward an abandoned missile silo at the edge of the city. Hidden there was a backup satellite communication terminal. As long as it could connect to any low-orbit satellite that had not been jammed, it could be reborn again. Silver-purple light flared in front of the iron door at the silo entrance. Uchiha Gen stood before that rust-covered iron gate, both hands tucked into his sleeves, the burning skyline of Sokovia behind him. Ultron's body came to a sudden stop. The blue light patterns across its vibranium frame flickered on and off, and that metal face imitating human expressions twisted for a moment. Join me. Purge these lesser creatures with me. Ultron tilted his head. His voice was hoarse and low, like an echo pieced together from a pile of shattered hard drives. Wouldn't it be good if we became new gods? Became saviors? Xian lowered his head and looked at this artificial intelligence that had already reached the end of the road. The corner of his mouth slowly curved up. With my current strength, I can say without shame that Earth is now my planet. Understand? He pulled both hands out of his sleeves and took a step forward. Ultron subconsciously took a step back. His vibranium feet scraped across the rocky ground, producing a harsh metallic screech. Why do you think I let you jump around for so long? All this time, I had 100 ways to drag you out of the internet and erase you directly. Why didn't I do it? Because I needed a whetstone. A stone sharp enough to truly grind an edge onto this bunch of superheroes on Earth. After New York, they got too idle. So idle that their fighting spirit started to fall apart. And you just happened to deliver yourself to my door. He stopped in front of Ultron and looked down at the already frozen duplicate. So it was just you? The fact that I didn't kill you in one hit already means you got lucky. Ultron's pupil sensors flashed madly one last time. It opened its mouth, wanting to say something, but Uchiha Gen gave it no more chance. A flash of silver-purple light, the vibranium body, along with every backup consciousness inside it, every fragment of code hidden in different hard drives, was directly erased from the level of existence itself. Before he could even withdraw his finger, the communicator rang. Tony's voice came through the comm channel. In the background were shrill reactor overload alarms and the sound of rushing wind. He had already flown into the reactor interior and was using his repulsors to cool the overloaded core. Xian. Ultron welded the last physical lock shut on the Doomsday device. Thor and I tried several methods, but we can't open it. The detonation program is already written in. Our only option is to blow it up in the air. Right now we need you to control the field. Blow this thing up in the sky. If the fragments fall to the ground, they're LLB secondary casualties. Xian flew above Sokovia, and Ultra Instinct's sensory ability instantly covered the entire floating city. Sokovia was simply too massive. It was not a meteor, not a spaceship. It was a complete mid-sized city. Just the frame structure around the vibranium core alone was enough to withstand a direct strike from Mjolnir. If it was allowed to self-destruct in the air, the fragment coverage radius would be enough to flatten everything within hundreds of li. He switched to the public channel. Everyone, get on the rescue aircraft now. I'll handle this isolated island. The last Quinjet lifted off from Clock Tower Plaza. Inside the cockpit, Coulson counted the numbers twice and confirmed that all the Avengers were aboard. Thor shoved the last batch of civilians through the cabin door, hooked Mjolnir behind his waist, then turned back to look at that silver-purple point of light in midair. Sokovia began to collapse. The reactor's overload was already irreversible. The thermonuclear reaction inside the vibranium core was accelerating at an exponential rate. The entire city began breaking apart from the edges. Huge slabs of concrete separated from the main structure and fell toward the ground. Xian brought his palms together. Planetary devastation. This was not the same sealing jutsu he had used back in the ninja world to seal Kagaya, the kind that consumed massive amounts of chakra. This was a brand new version, rewritten with multiversal status and angel-level spacetime laws. A silver gravitational core lit up at the very center of Sokovia, like a miniature star ignited out of thin air. Its light pierced every corner of the city. All the falling debris, steel bars, concrete, asphalt roads, the collapsing clock tower, even the mechanical arms on Ultron's production line still spitting sparks, were all captured by gravity and collapsed inward around that silver core. Within a dozen seconds, the entire floating city was compressed into a gigantic sphere. Dark red thermal radiation patterns from the overloaded vibranium core still remained on its surface. Destructive energy surged out from his palm and directly blasted that sphere into the finest fundamental particles. Not even a trace of dust remained. The night sky over Sokovia became clear again. Only the silver-purple light lingering high above was still slowly fading away. That night, Tony's Long Island mansion was brightly lit. Deadpool volunteered himself as the barbecue chef, only to roast half a box of chicken wings into charcoal and get shoved aside by Clint in disgust. Thor held up Mjolnir to power the grill, and the lightning roasted the steaks to a perfect crisp outside and tender inside. As for Banner, after turning into Hulk, he directly took a Quinjet and ran off. Xian saw it but didn't stop him. After all, Hulk had been holding it in for so many years. It was about time he relaxed a little. Wanda and Quicksilver sat by the pool. Quicksilver used his super speed to move all the beer out of the fridge, and Wanda smacked him on the arm, telling him to at least leave 2 bottles for Captain America. Steve Rogers stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a beer that was no longer that cold. The night sky outside was very quiet, so quiet it didn't feel like they had just finished a war. He watched Tony and Thor turn the fight over the last stake into a complete mess. Deadpool shouted, "Take this, Asgardian," and then got flung into the pool one-handed by Thor. The corner of Steve's mouth lifted slightly too, but his brows did not relax. The civilian casualty numbers still hadn't been fully counted, but he had seen it clearly on the battlefield. When the old city district collapsed, a few buildings hadn't been evacuated in time. It wasn't the Avengers' fault. It wasn't anyone else's fault. But the politicians would not care about that.
Accord.
Oversight. Restrictions on superheroes' freedom of action. These things would soon come crashing down from all sides, just like the fragments of Sokovia. Half a year after the Sokovia incident, what surprised Steve was that the politicians did not move immediately. There were no hearings, no ultimatums, no overwhelming media siege like he had expected. They changed strategies. Over these 6 months, representatives from the United Nations and governments around the world took turns visiting Tony Stark. Not to pressure him, to persuade him. They showed him statistics on civilian casualties in Sokovia. They showed him assessment reports on collateral damage caused by every Avengers operation. They repeated the same words again and again. Heroes also need restraint. Power without oversight will eventually become dictatorship, even if the original intention is good. For Tony Stark, there was nothing sharper than being told that your good intentions had caused someone else's death. Half a year later, Tony signed the accords. The supporters: Tony, Natasha, Peter Parker, Rhodey, T'Challa. The opposition: Steve, Bucky, Sam, Wanda, Clint, Scott Lang. Uchiha Gen never stated his position from beginning to end. His stance of helping neither side left outsiders completely confused. Tony didn't ask. Steve didn't ask either. Both of them knew that he did not belong under the jurisdiction of any country. He wasn't even from this universe. Until that afternoon, the airport. Steve's team was trying to head to Siberia to stop Zemo from releasing more winter soldiers. Tony's team had already set up an interception at the airport. The two sides confronted each other on the tarmac. The atmosphere was like a rubber band stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. The negotiations collapsed even faster than expected. Steve said Bucky had been framed. Tony said, "I know, but I need you to come back with me and go through the process first. Besides, even if my parents forgave you, I didn't." Clint already had an arrow knocked on the string. Sam's flight wings spread open behind him. Red chaos magic lit up at Wanda's fingertips. Scott stood nearby, the button on his tactical suit still unpressed, his nervousness visible to the naked eye. Xian sat on the edge of the terminal dome, his legs hanging in the air, holding a cup of coffee taken from the lounge. Deadpool crouched beside him, katana resting on his knees, using binoculars to comment on the equipment of both sides one by one. When he saw Peter Parker wearing that red and blue suit Tony had rushed out overnight, Deadpool got so excited he almost slid off the dome. Deadpool said Tony's side had fewer people, which was unfair, so he was going to help. Then he jumped straight down from the dome. By the time he landed, his twin blades were already out of their sheaths, scraping 2 trails of sparks across the concrete. The white eyes on his mask switched into battle mode. He shouted at Peter, "Kid Spider, who taught you that backflip?" And then joined the melee. The battle went from the tarmac to the cargo area, then from the cargo area back to the outer wall of the terminal. Scarlet Witch's chaos energy exploded into clusters of red shockwaves above the airport. Iron Man's repulsor blasts flashed into streaks of white light beneath the setting sun. When Ant-Man Scott couldn't find a breakthrough on the other battlefields, he pressed the button. His body swelled against the wind, rapidly expanding into a giant form dozens of meters tall. He grabbed Rhodey's aircraft landing gear and yanked him down from low altitude. Steve's voice rang out over the comm channel. "Scott, stop now." But Scott didn't stop. When he saw that black-haired man slowly rising from above the dome, his first reaction was that another problem had shown up. He had no concept at all of who Uchiha Gen was. He had never seen this man sitting on a troop carrier chatting with Loki during the Battle of New York. He had never seen that silver gravity core above Sokovia. And no one had had time to tell him that this man had erased Ultron's last body with one hand. He only knew that this man was blocking the transport jet, and he needed to open this path so Steve and the others could fly to Siberia. The giant's fist swung toward Uchiha Gen. The wind pressure from that punch flipped over the baggage carts on the tarmac and let out a deep sonic boom. Then the fist stopped in midair, not because it had been blocked, but because an arm extending from the void, belonging to a silver-purple Susanoo over 3,000 meters tall, had lightly caught it between its fingers. The armored arm formed from materialized chakra reflected the evening sunset over Leipzig. Ant-Man's fist was stuck between the Susanu's middle finger and ring finger. Xian stood within the diamond-shaped mirror at the center of the Susanu's brow, looking down at the giant whose fist had been caught. His tone was calm. Come on, grow bigger for me again. The chaotic battle across Leipzig airport froze at that moment. Peter Parker was hanging upside down beneath the skybridge. The white eyes on his mask widened to the limit, and a quiet woe slipped out of his mouth. Deadpool stabbed the katana in his hand into the ground. Under the mask, his mouth opened and closed, and he elbowed Sam beside him. If I said I was his little bro, would you believe me? Sam stood on the ground, staring up at that silver-purple giant that blotted out the sky. He had completely forgotten to redeploy the flight wings folded behind his back. Scott's voice came through the comms again. This time, anyone could hear the guilt in his volume. Cap, can I pull back? This guy wasn't in the files. Before Steve could answer, Tony's voice came through the public channel first. Scott, before you threw that punch, why didn't you ask who was in the air first? He's one of ours. But that's only if you didn't throw a punch at him. Xian dispersed the Susanu, dropped back onto the terminal dome, and continued drinking that cup of coffee that had already gone cold. The glow of the Susanu slowly faded into Leipzig's night sky, leaving behind only the brief silence of interrupted battle, and a few low groans from Scott as he clutched his aching fist. After everyone present finally quieted down, Uchiha Gen descended from midair. His feet landed beside the shallow crater blasted into the tarmac by a repulsor palm strike. Scott had already shrunk back to normal size. He was hiding behind Steve, rubbing his sore fist. When he saw Xian walking over, he shifted to the side a little, even making his breathing quieter. Xian swept his gaze across everyone present. Tony's faceplate was still open, with a streak of blood on his forehead. Steve's shield had several more scorched marks on it. Bucky's metal arm had been wrapped into a cocoon by Peter's webbing, and he was currently tearing it off layer by layer. All calmed down? No one objected. I'm here this time to offer you an idea, whether you're for it or against it. Xian slipped both hands back into his sleeves. You two sides, one wants to accept restraints, the other is afraid of becoming politicians' pawns. In the end, it all comes down to whether or not you trust the people doing the regulating. That's simple. I'll gather all those politicians together and use a genjutsu to make them say their real thoughts right in front of you. No side effects. It just temporarily disables that filter between their mouths and their brains. Then you can decide based on their true thoughts who is worth trusting and who should be kicked out of the regulatory agency. And while we're at it, we can check for anyone with crooked intentions. Replace the ones who should be replaced, make the ones who should disappear disappear. Doesn't that solve the problem? Steve lowered his shield slightly. This old soldier who had lived through World War II was clearly thinking very seriously about how feasible this plan was. Tony's nanotech faceplate opened again, revealing the expression underneath that practically said, I think this works. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Xian patted his sleeve cuff. At least half of America's politicians are no longer themselves. They're all aliens called Skrulls. The air at the airport seemed to get sucked dry. Deadpool was crouching nearby, poking at a shell casing on the ground with his katana. Hearing that sentence, the tip of the blade slipped and flicked the casing flying. Clint jumped down from the cargo rack, nearly dropping his bow. The chaos magic at Wanda's fingertips dimmed sharply for an instant, and Pietro instinctively stepped in front of his sister. The expression on Steve's face froze. His fingers tightened around the shield until the joints turned white. From the glass display case in the World War II museum preserving the Howling Commandos group photo, he had walked step by step all the way to today. What he hated most in his life was exactly this kind of thing. Hiding in the dark and manipulating others. Motherfucker. Who are they? How dare they? He took a step forward and stood in front of Xian. The shield reflected Leipzig's evening sunset. Mr. Xian, let's go. We're wiping them out right now. Tony's nanotech faceplate covered his head again. He's right. Earth people's business is for us Earth people to handle ourselves. The White House. Xian used genjutsu to control the man in the Oval Office, making him summon all relevant personnel in the name of an emergency national security meeting. The order was sent out from the White House. The wording was severe, the classification was the highest possible, and everyone who received the notice was required to arrive within 1 hour. No one dared refuse the president's emergency summons, especially not those Skrulls wearing human skin. They feared exposure even more than real human politicians did, and they were even less willing to show anything abnormal in a setting like this. 1 hour later, the conference room was full. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, along with dozens of senior staffers and advisors. Some had the exhaustion of rushing over after staying up all night. Some were still straightening their ties. Some were quietly discussing the topic of this emergency meeting. No one noticed that several people who absolutely should not have been here were standing in the shadows of the corner of the conference room. The instant the door closed, Xian snapped his fingers. A group genjutsu silently covered the entire conference room. All the politicians who were adjusting ties, flipping through memos, and speaking in low voices froze for an instant at the same time. Their eyes shifted from clarity to blankness, then from blankness back to clarity. But this time, behind that clarity, there was no calculation and no disguise. The Sokovia Accords. Xian leaned against the edge of the conference table, his voice not loud. What was your real purpose in pushing this agreement? One by one, the Secretary of State spoke first. His voice was slower than usual. Every word sounded like rocks being poured out through his throat. Regulation is only the beginning. First control the Avengers, then control all superpowered individuals. The list is in the underground Pentagon vault, classified under Code R7732. The final goal is to establish a global superhuman registration act and enforce it by force. The Secretary of Defense spoke next. The rapid response force responsible for carrying out the operation had already been formed before the Sokovia incident. The funding came through the black budget. The Director of National Intelligence confessed that the agreement itself was only the first step. The second step was to divide the Avengers internally and make them kill each other. The third step was to recruit them one by one. Some wanted to use the agreement to control superpowered individuals around the world. Some wanted to use the opportunity to traffic vibranium for profit. Some simply wanted to slap their political enemies with the label of opposing security. Steve stood in the shadows in the corner of the conference room, gripping his shield tighter and tighter. Tony leaned against the wall on the other side, his face dark and ashen. Enough. Xian snapped his fingers again. The scrolls changed back. The conference room fell silent for an instant. Then more than 2/3 of the people began to change. Green skin spread out from collars and cuffs. Pointed ears sprang out from beneath neatly combed hair. Fold after fold appeared along their chins. Under the lights, dozens of scrolls were packed around the conference table. Some were still wearing suits they hadn't had time to fully adjust, with crooked ties hanging around green-skinned necks. Steve looked at the densely packed sea of green faces in front of him. Cold sweat soaked through the back of his tactical suit, and his scalp went numb. Tony instinctively covered his entire body with the nanotech suit. The repulsor indicator on his palm lit up for a second. Then he forcibly shut it off himself. Who did this? Steve's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Xian didn't answer. He vanished from where he stood. The next second, when he appeared again, he was gripping someone by the throat. Nick Fury. The black braised egg was being held in the middle of the conference room like an unruly cat. For the first time, panic appeared in that one eye, the kind Steve had never seen before. Xian let go and allowed Fury to stand properly. Nick Fury, you tell them who did this. Fury adjusted the wrinkled collar of his trench coat. His one eye swept from the left side of the conference table to the right, looking at the Skrulls still dazed all around the room, then at the furious Captain America in the corner shadows. He was silent for a long time. Then he let out a sigh. They're refugees. The Skrulls' homeworld was destroyed by the Kree. The survivors fled to Earth. I helped them hide their identities, and they helped me do work. But I truly didn't know there were this many people on the list. He turned to look at Xian. What are you planning to do? We'll deal with your matter later. First, we solve the problem. Xian snapped his fingers. All the Skrulls closed their eyes at the same time and fell unconscious. Steve stepped forward and slung his shield back behind him. Tony dismissed the nanotech suit. The two of them exchanged a glance. At this moment, the Civil War automatically came to a ceasefire. There was no signing ceremony, no press conference. Just a bunch of politicians infiltrated by aliens sprawled crookedly across the conference table, snoring. Clint leaned against the doorframe, his arrow not yet loosed. He shook his head and slid it back into the quiver. Wanda let out a soft breath. Pietro gave a whistle. Deadpool sheathed his katana behind his back and muttered in disappointment. I thought I'd get to chop up a few green-skinned freaks. On the Jarvis interface, Tony quickly marked a classified file and sent it to the Stark Industries cloud. List 1. Disguised politicians identified today. List 2. Remaining high-level Earth officials not yet uncovered. Jarvis informed him that the information on the exiled Skrulls highly overlapped with several refugee resettlement applications Fury had submitted back then. Tony didn't look away. He only replied, keep digging. Start from the day the refugees were settled. The Skrulls in the conference room were sprawled all over the conference table, their green skin glistening under the lights. Uchiha Gen withdrew his gaze from the unconscious aliens and turned toward Nick Fury standing in the corner. All right, you can change back too. Xian leaned against the edge of the conference table, his hands tucked into his sleeves. You didn't really think you could fool my eyes, did you? Send a message to the real Nick Fury and have him come back. Or give me the coordinates, and I'll go meet this traitor to Earth myself. The remaining Avengers in the conference room all turned to look at Fury at the same time. Steve had just slung the shield behind his back, and his movement froze. Tony's nanomask had only retracted halfway and stopped in midair. Clint leaned against the doorframe, his fingers instinctively moving toward his quiver. Fury S1 I met Shen S for a moment. Then he sighed. That sigh was not a Nick Fury kind of sigh, not the helpless kind that said, great, now I have to clean up your mess again. It was the exhaustion of someone completely giving up after being exposed. Green skin spread upward from the collar of the trench coat. Pointed ears popped out from both sides of the bald head. Layered folds appeared along the jaw. A few seconds later, a completely unfamiliar Skrull stood in the middle of the conference room, holding a palm-sized communicator in his hand. He was wearing Fury-S trench coat, with the eye patch crooked on his forehead. He looked a little ridiculous. The real Fury was replaced years ago? Tony S. voice came through the mask. He paused, his tone complicated. And I never noticed. His smell, the rhythm of his walk, the way he paused when cursing. It was all exactly the same. A Skrull-S imitation is on the genetic level. DNA, memories, habits, all copied, Shen told him. Clint pulled an arrow from his quiver and spun it once at his fingertips. Then where's the real one? The Skrull lowered his head. Fury was replaced by us several years ago. He himself is on our ship, helping us build a new home while also establishing S.W.O.R.D. As for me, I am Talos, leader of the Skrulls. Shen picked up the communicator and entered a short message. Are you coming back? Or should I come find you? Then he hit send. Several minutes passed. The communicator-S screen never lit up. Shen set the communicator on the table and lightly pinched it with 2 fingers. The casing crumbled into powder without a sound. He raised his head and looked at everyone present, his tone flat. When I give you face, you had better take it. He straightened up and patted away dust that didn't exist from his hands. Wait for me 2 hours. 2 hours from now, I'll take you to find this traitor to Earth. A silver-violet flash swept through the conference room, and Shen's figure vanished. He appeared in the east, briefly explained the Skrull infiltration to the Grand Elder, then used the same genjutsu screening method to check all upper-level personnel there as well. He dragged out several deeply hidden Skrulls and dealt with them on the spot. The whole process took less than an hour. Inside the Black Palace conference room, the Avengers maintained the same positions they had been in when Shen left. Even Deadpool was unusually quiet. The silver-violet light lit up once more, and Shen appeared in the center of the conference room. Put your hands on my shoulder. More than a dozen hands came up at once. Shen activated teleportation again and landed directly at the location locked onto by his senses, the Skrull's true stronghold, inside a spaceship floating in outer space. Skrulls were everywhere, hurriedly moving supplies. Nick Fury stood in the middle of a group of Skrulls, dressed in casual clothes and holding a datapad, directing several green-skinned refugees as they carried supply crates. When the light of teleportation exploded in the center of the base, several Skrulls instinctively reached for the guns at their waists. But when they saw Fury raise a hand to signal them, they hesitated and backed off. Fury lifted his head. His one eye flashed in the dim light, landing first on Steve's face, then shifting to Tony, and finally stopping on Uchiha Gen. He gently set the data pad onto the crate beside him. Steve stepped forward and stopped 3 paces away from Fury. Why did you do this? Fury clasped his hands behind his back. His one eye swept over the refugees around them. They're refugees. Their homeworld was destroyed by the Kree. The survivors fled to Earth. We have nowhere left to live. Humans on Earth should welcome them, give them a piece of land, give them legal status, become their friends. So you help them replace half the upper levels of the American government. Tony's nanomask opened, revealing the disbelief on his face. You helped aliens infiltrate your own country, your own planet without anyone's consent. While you were playing Saint here, did you ask Congress? Ask the United Nations? Ask any of the people your side replaced? Tony's mask closed again. The repulsor indicator on his palm flashed once. Then he forcibly extinguished it. I found no legal documents in the Black Palace about accepting Skrull refugees. This whole thing of yours, from beginning to end, was a black box operation. Fury said nothing. He stood there motionless. The indicator on the datapad was still blinking in a steady rhythm. Several Skrull refugees stopped what they were carrying and looked uneasily toward their leader and the suddenly appeared one-eyed human. Deadpool poked Peter from the side. His lowered voice was still perfectly clear in the silent underground base. You know, in times like this, I usually crack a joke. But my writer told me this episode is a serious one, so I should shut up. Peter elbowed him. Uchiha Gen raised a hand to stop the agitated crowd, his gaze settling on the real Nick Fury. Fury S1 I flashed under the dim lights of the underground base, his mouth pulled into a straight line. He knew what Shen was about to do, but he had no room to refuse. Come on. Contact that trump card of yours. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. You call her over. I'll wait. Perfect. You two can have your reunion. Shen tucked both hands back into his sleeves. His voice wasn't loud, but every word landed steadily in the damp air. Tony, Steve. Those two privately agreed to let the Skrulls enter Earth. Tony's nano helmet instantly covered his head again. The repulsor indicator on his palm lit up for a moment, Then he forcibly shut it off. A low curse came from beneath the mask. Steve gripped his shield. His lips pressed into a line. He said nothing, but his eyes already said everything. As a human of Earth, no matter what, he would never allow aliens to occupy his home without permission. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the ones who made this decision were comrades he had once fought alongside. Fury took out a communicator, pressed the call button, and only said the coordinates and one short sentence. Need you to come here. Carol Danvers' voice came through the communicator and gave a brief reply. I'll be there right away. While they waited, no one in the underground base spoke. For once, Deadpool didn't crack jokes. He just squatted in the corner and used his katana to draw a crooked little green man on the ground, then stabbed a hole through it with the tip. Half an hour later, a streak of golden light tore through the soil above the underground base and landed directly outside the Skrull stronghold. Captain Marvel stepped out of the light. Her short blonde hair drifted slightly in the lingering energy glow. Her fists hung clenched at her sides, her expression proud and cold. She swept a glance over the situation in the base, the room full of Skrull refugees, Talos whose identity had been exposed, and the Avengers standing off to the side. Then her gaze landed on Uchiha Gen. She didn't know this man. In her understanding, the strongest Avengers on Earth were only around Thor and Hulk's level. She couldn't read this black-haired man's aura at all, but that didn't make her restrain herself in the slightest. So you're the one who agreed to let the Skrulls settle on Earth? Shen stood where he was, unmoving. His voice was flat. Carol slightly raised her chin and nodded, her expression arrogant. She didn't say a word. In her eyes, helping a refugee race that had been nearly exterminated was only natural. She didn't need to explain herself to anyone, and even less did she need anyone's permission. She thought of herself as the police of the universe. Her judgment was the standard. Uchiha Gen was so angry at that matter-of-fact expression that he laughed. He laughed out loud. Not a cold laugh, not a mocking laugh, but the wild laughter engraved into the bones of the Uchiha clan. Back then, when Uchiha Madara had thrown his head back and laughed in the Valley of the End, it had been the same kind of laugh. It pierced through the entire underground base, through layers of concrete and steel plating, and echoed endlessly through the whole Skrull stronghold. Deadpool heard that laughter from inside the ship, and goosebumps exploded all over his body. He grabbed Peter's arm beside him, his voice cracking. Got any spare armor? The kind that can breathe in space. Hurry up and give me one. My boss is seriously pissed this time. I need to run now. He is not the kind of angry that yells at people. He is the kind that smiles while choking you to death. Did you see how happy he was smiling? The happier he looks, the scarier he is. Peter was yanked so hard he almost slid off the wall. He hurriedly held down his mask, his back turning cold from the laughter too. Tony stood by the ship's control console, his nano-helmet already covering his head again. Looking at Deadpool acting like he was about to launch himself on the spot, he sighed. Deadpool, couldn't we just fly the ship a little farther back? He sounded relaxed, but the repulsor indicator on his palm kept flashing. Jarvis was reporting in his ear that the energy fluctuations Shen was giving off had already exceeded the maximum range of the current sensors. He didn't dare tell Deadpool that he had actually already preheated the ship's engines in secret. Carol frowned. She thought this man was incredibly rude, laughing like a madman, completely lacking the calm a true powerhouse should have. Shut you. Before she could finish, a hand had already clamped around her throat. Uchiha Gen appeared in front of her. He was so close she could clearly see those bottomless black pupils. The 5 fingers of his right hand tightened, squeezing her windpipe until it was nearly deformed. Her voice was cut off in her throat like it had been severed by a blade. Carol instinctively mobilized the energy within her. Golden light surged out from her whole body. Her fists clenched tight as she tried to break free. These were the hands that had once pushed a Kree mothership. These were the hands that had gone head-on against Thanos' fist. This was the body that had once bathed in the core of a star. Then she realized that the hand around her throat did not move at all. Her energy crashed into it like a stream hitting a mountain wall. Normally, when dealing with enemies, I erase them. That way they suffer less and die cleanly. Shen's voice was unhurried, like he was chatting over dinner, yet the strength in his hand slowly increased. But with you, I've decided I'm going to choke you to death. He lowered his head. Come on, try your best to entertain me. Aren't you the police of the universe? Let me see what you can do. As breathing became harder and harder, Carol's consciousness began to blur. Memories flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. The crash, marvelous blood, the Kree modification procedure, Maria Rambo's little daughter in the hangar raising a toy photon blaster and shouting, Aunt Carol, fly! Then she had been sent back to Earth and labeled the police of the universe. She thought she was protecting the weak. She thought the Skrulls needed a home. She believed this was her mission. At the very moment of dying, her energy core erupted. Golden light exploded out, brighter than ever before. The power of the Tesseract awakened within her a second time, and she thought this time she could break free. Then she opened her eyes and saw that Uchiha Gen's expression had not changed at all. That hand was still firmly around her throat. Even the curve of his bent knuckles had not changed. Despair. She finally understood what despair meant. She had never feared anyone, because she believed there should be no one in this universe who could stand against her. She feared no army in the cosmos, because she could slaughter her way from one end to the other. But what she was facing now was a powerhouse with multiversal standing. It wasn't that his power was greater than hers. It was law, dimension, the entire mode of existence itself, completely not on the same level. She had always believed she was the police of the universe, carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Even with her throat being crushed, she was still reciting the Skrull's names in her heart. She thought there was nothing wrong with her ideals. She thought she had only been unlucky enough to meet someone stronger. Shen looked at those eyes gradually losing focus and let go in disgust. Carol's corpse fell from midair onto the ship's deck with a dull thud. Dark purple destructive energy flicked from Shen's fingertips and landed on her body. There was no explosion, no sound or light effect. A moment later, only a small pinch of ash remained on the deck, drifting away in the wind. Deadpool poked half his face out from behind him, his katana hugged to his chest, his voice lowered to a whisper. Wow, Earth's strongest is gone. Peter tugged hard at his belt from the side, signaling him to shut up. Shen returned to the ship. Without even sparing a glance for the Skrulls still busy below, he walked straight through the bridge corridor. His gaze locked onto Steve, who was sitting by the porthole. Kill them or not? If we don't clean them out completely, they might still do evil. He didn't ask Tony. Tony had already put his helmet back on. The repulsor indicator on his palm was lit, and the nanoweapon modules on both arms had already switched into annihilation mode. After spending so long with Shen, he understood this friend's personality too well. Usually he was lazy and casual, cooking meals and taking walks. But once he moved, if he didn't rip the roots out clean, he absolutely would not stop. Steve looked out the porthole at the Skrulls still moving supplies around. Old people, children, and women with headscarves were squatting beside containers heating canned food on portable stoves. His fingers unconsciously rubbed along the edge of his shield. He had gone through Red Skull, gone through HYDRA, gone through Ultron. Every time he had chosen mercy. But this time he didn't dare make the decision for a long while. Deadpool leaned in. Wade slid his katana back onto his back, took off his mask to reveal that absurdly handsome face Shen had restored for him, and when he spoke next to Steve's ear, for once he didn't use his usual exaggerated tone. Cap, you're a man who fought his way out of the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire in World War II too. You've seen people even more pitiful than them in Normandy, right? Later, those pitiful people picked up guns and killed a few more soldiers. He straightened up and pulled his mask back down. His voice returned to that usual punchable Wade Wilson tone. They can endure more than those people ever could. Don't spare them. Don't lose face. Get it together. Steve closed his eyes, his fingers brushing across the edge of the shield one last time. Then he stood up and gripped the shield tight. When those blue eyes opened again, the hesitation from before was gone. Right now, he wasn't a decision-maker thinking about post-war resettlement. He was just that American captain from back then, the one who climbed over Hydra's barbed wire and smashed open one concentration camp after another with his vibranium shield. Kill them all. I can't, and shouldn't make this decision for all humanity. So I'll bear the infamy myself. Avengers, move. Make it clean. Try not to let them suffer. He turned toward Talos in the corner, lunged forward, and snapped Talos's neck in one motion. Tony shot out from the other side of the bridge, his repulsors already locked onto several sentries around the outer perimeter of the Skrull stronghold. Clint followed, leaping out of the hatch with the sharp whistle of arrows cutting through the air. Peter swung through the cargo stacks on webbing, his wrists flipping with practiced ease. Quicksilver's silver blur flashed rapidly through the base, disarming several Skrull warriors hiding behind cover one by one and throwing them in front of the Avengers. Deadpool drew his twin blades. The white lenses on his mask narrowed into serious working mode. Rare for him, he didn't even say an opening line. He just flipped down from the cover on the left side. As Peter swung overhead, he glanced down and quietly called over the comms, Mr. Wade actually didn't say an opening line. Deadpool heard him and gestured that they'd talk about it later. Scott shrank down and infiltrated deep into the base through the ventilation ducts, disabling the remaining alarm systems one by one. Everyone moved fast, so fast it barely felt like a battle. It was more like carrying out a calm surgical operation. Steve stood before the ship's viewing window, looking through the glass at the last batch of Skrulls in the stronghold as they evacuated supplies and wounded. He gripped his shield, the corners of his eyes slightly wet, but in the end he still let his fingers fall, turned around, and pushed the bridge's gravity valve back into place. Shen looked at this group of growing superheroes and nodded. But the moment he thought about how the timeline was developing, and how Odin's 3 rebellious children were about to enter the stage, his head started hurting again. The battle inside the Skrull stronghold was already over. The air was thick with gunpowder and the scorched smell of cooled metal. Fragments of transport crates blown apart by repulsors were scattered across the floor, and several broken pipes were still leaking steam. Deadpool wiped the green blood off his twin blades on his pant leg. Clint dropped down from the steel framework above. A few arrows were missing from his quiver, and he was looking down, counting what he had left. Peter crouched on top of a container. The white eye lenses on his mask had returned to their usual rounded shape, but he still hadn't put away his web shooters. The last survivor knelt before Uchiha Gen, a juvenile Skrull boy. His green skin was smeared with dust and his companion's blood. He kept slamming his forehead against the cold metal deck again and again, repeating something in Skrull language in a sharp, thin voice. Everyone pitied him, except for his eyes. What was hidden in those eyes was all too familiar to Shin. He had seen it back in the ruins of the Land of Rain. He had seen it on the faces of the descendants of countless enemies he had killed, but not thoroughly enough. Tony saw it too. His nanotech mask recovered his head, and his repulsor lifted, aiming at the boy who was still kowtowing. Shen raised a hand to stop him and walked to the boy himself, then crouched down. The pressure of a multiversal status slowly rose within him. Not chakra, not angelic power, but pure law-level might, enough to pierce through the barriers of all parallel universes. Energy of destruction flowed around his fingertips. Dark purple light reflected in the gradually widening pupils of the Skrull boy. At this moment, the entire universe fell silent. Uchiha Gen, hereby command the total eradication of the Skrull race across the entire multiverse. The moment the declaration fell, the law took effect. The command pierced through the barrier of universe 199999, spreading along timelines and dimensional cracks into every corner of every parallel universe. The destructive energy turned into countless streaks of dark purple light, delivered with perfect precision into every Skrull in a way that transcended space. At this moment, the universe itself became the carrier of the law. That destructive energy was merely the package, and written on every delivery address was the same name, Skrull. Shen did not personally kill this boy. Once the declaration ended and the law completed its mission, that small green figure had already been erased from reality itself. Deadpool stood by the container, and the white lenses on his mask switched into fanatical believer mode. His whole body twitched like he'd been electrocuted. He pressed his right hand to his chest, tilted his head back, let out a long breath, and shouted with all his strength. Holy shit! Fuck! I knew it, boss. You're a god and you still want to admit it now? You said it before. Last time you said it. You've got the god of destruction divine seat. I remembered that. Shen lowered his hand. The destructive energy around him had not fully dispersed yet. Dark purple light still slowly circulating around his body. He turned his head to look at Deadpool, his tone flat. In another dimension, I am indeed a god of destruction. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Every person he looked at unconsciously straightened their back. A god who governs destruction. Universe 7, candidate god of destruction, Uchiha Gen. The entire stronghold fell silent. Steve gripped his shield tightly. An extremely complicated emotion flashed through his blue eyes. Reverence, gratitude, and a faint instinctive unease that mortals felt when facing a god. All right, superheroes, the party's over. Shen slid both hands back into his sleeves. The destructive energy completely withdrew, and his voice returned to its usual lazy tone. Time to head back to Earth and have our rich second-gen playboy, Mr. Tony Stark, treat us to a buffet. Tony reacted instantly and protested on the spot. Why is it me paying every time? You make more money in a year than I do in a quarter. Shen was already walking ahead without even turning back, leaving behind only one sentence. Because I upgraded your armor for you, backed up Jarvis for you, and resurrected your father and mother for you. Ask one more question, and tonight's bill doubles. Tony shut his mouth. Deadpool threw an arm around his shoulder. A smugly delighted expression appeared on his mask as he walked and comforted him. Just think of it as crowdfunding to save the world. At the same time, Odin stood atop a mountain in Norway on Earth, his one eye fixed in the direction of Asgard. He had heard that declaration that pierced through the 9 realms loud and clear. The pressure of multiversal status. Law-level destructive energy. And that name, Uchiha Gen. His fingers lightly tapped twice against his pant leg. Then he thought of Frigga. He thought of the night she had walked safely out of the royal chambers. He thought of the deep respect in Thor's eyes every time his son mentioned that Midgardian's name. He was silent for a long time. Then he moved his hand away from his leg and sat back down in the reclining chair. Forget it. I'm not dealing with it anymore. With a ruthless man like that guarding the 9 realms, I can retire in peace. Now let us just see what my foolish son does. In the tea room of Kamartaj, the Ancient One was making tea. Dormammu's avatar sat across from her at the tea table, shrunk down to normal human size, an extremely impatient expression on his dark purple face. Naturally, he had heard that declaration resounding through the multiverse as well. Maybe it was because this kind of universe-wide proclamation reminded him of some certain cricket. Why didn't you stop him? Last time he came to my place, weren't you pretty quick to interfere? The Ancient One poured more hot water into the teapot, lifted her cup, and inhaled the fragrance of the tea. I can't beat him. The last time you sparred with him, I already knew. His law of destruction stands on a level far above my time stone. That is a law that can directly erase existence itself. The time stone can reverse cause and effect, but erasure itself transcends cause and effect. She lowered her head and gently blew on the steam rising from the cup. And besides, ISNT this pretty good too? The Skrull infiltration of Earth had always been a huge hole in the timeline. I'd been having a headache over how to patch it up, and then he just slapped a brand new patch over it for me. As for the future of this timeline, with him around, I didn't need to worry about it anymore. Retirement really was pretty comfortable. Dormammu looked at her relaxed attitude of, if the sky falls, someone else will hold it up, then picked up the teacup in front of him. The ruler of the dark dimension somehow looked unexpectedly elegant while drinking tea. He only gave one comment. This tea is better than last time. Yes, Dormammu had given up too. After all, he wasn't really from this universe. If he got the chance, he could still return to his own world. Half a year later, the Everything Helps house welcomed two rare visitors. When Thor pushed the door open, the frame buzzed from the impact. When Mjolnir was set down on the tea table, the whole old three-story building shook twice. He strode up to the sofa, his voice loud and booming like he was giving a speech in the golden halls of Asgard. Benefactor, it's been almost 2 years since we last met. How have you been lately? Loki followed him in, trying hard to maintain the elegance of Asgard's second prince. But the moment he saw the black-haired man on the sofa holding a cup of green tea, his legs still trembled uncontrollably, and he subconsciously edged closer to the doorframe. Clearly, he still hadn't completely forgotten what it felt like to be frozen into an amber bug aboard the transport ship 2 years ago. Xian lounged lazily on the sofa, holding a freshly brewed cup of green tea in one hand, with a comic magazine Deadpool had bought off the street spread across his lap. He lifted his eyelids slightly and waved at Thor. What did you and your little brother come here for this time? Just say it. If I can help, I'll help. We want to ask you to help us find our father, Odin. Thor scratched the back of his head, rare awkwardness showing on his face. He disappeared, and even Heimdall can't find him. Stark said there's no kind of help you can't provide here, so we came over. Loki really couldn't stand Thor's hesitant way of speaking anymore. Suppressing his still slightly trembling legs, he stepped forward, placed one hand over his chest, and bowed with an elegant Asgardian court salute. Mr. Xian, the two of us came today to ask for your help in finding our father. Odin? Wasn't he in Asgard? How would he come to Earth? Xian asked knowingly while holding his green tea. An extremely rare look of embarrassment appeared on Loki's pale face. His tongue seemed tied in knots as he stammered out the truth. Well, Odin was sealed and sent to Earth by me, but now he has broken the seal, and we can't find him anymore. He mumbled vaguely through the part about sealed by me, but the tips of his ears had already turned red all the way down to his neck. Thor shot him a fierce glare from the side, clearly having only learned about this recently. Xian set the green tea down on the tea table and nodded. All right. As payment, I'll take one item from Asgard's treasury. Deal? I haven't been doing much lately. I just replaced a batch of high-ranking officials in countries all over the world. Every position has its own spot. If you don't step down, how are the people below supposed to move up? I spent more than half a year busy with that, and the leaders of every country were still lining up asking me to help screen officials. I only rested for 1 week and then you two showed up. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. Asgard's treasury had treasures piled up from thousands of years. Forget one item, even 10 would be worth it to them. Xian stood up and closed the comic magazine, placing it on the sofa armrest. Put your hands on my shoulders. The two brothers rested their hands on his shoulders. A flash of silver-purple light swept through the Helps house, and the three of them were already standing on a mountaintop along the coast of Norway. The sea wind blew in from the Atlantic, carrying salt and cold moisture. Green grass spread from the edge of the cliff all the way to the foot of the distant mountain, and a lone stone platform stood at the cliff's edge. Odin sat on the stone platform, his gray-white long hair drifting softly in the sea breeze, his golden single eye gazing at the distant horizon. He wore the same old robe from when he left Asgard.
No armor. No scepter.
Just an old man approaching the end of his life. Xian leaned against a huge rock near the spot where they had teleported in and did not walk forward. You two go ahead. I'll wait here. He should have something to tell you. Thor and Loki walked toward the stone platform. The two brothers stood to the left and right in front of their old father. One anxious, one silent. The sea wind lifted Odin's gray-white hair. His voice was very light, but on this open mountaintop, every sentence could be heard clearly. He told Thor that Hela was about to return. She was his first child and stronger than all of them. He told Loki that he was not his biological son, but he had always been his son. Frigga had taught him all the magic she knew, not because she thought he owed anyone, but because she thought he was worthy. Then Odin's gaze passed over the shoulders of his two sons and landed on the figure of the black-haired man by the distant boulder. He gave a slight nod in greeting. He did not expose Xian's status. He only said one sentence. With you in Midgard, I am at ease. Odin withdrew his gaze and let it settle on his two sons again. My time has come. Asgard is in your hands. His body began to turn into golden particles of light. Starting from his fingertips, piece by piece, they were lifted by the sea wind and drifted into the clear sunlight above the Atlantic. Thor knelt before his father's knees, his eyes red, but no sound came from him. Loki stood straight, the knuckles on the back of his clenched hand turning white, his throat moving slightly. Then a beam of rainbow light descended from the sky, even more direct than the Bifrost's transport. It was a summons brought by Odin's will in his final moment. When the golden light faded, only a single green blade of grass remained on the stone platform, stirred by the wind. Xian walked over from beside the boulder and stood in front of the stone platform for a moment. This scenery looked very familiar. Odin had chosen to say goodbye here, probably because he had taken a liking to the sea and the stretch of grass as well. He patted Thor on the shoulder, then glanced at Loki. Your father is gone. But before he left, he probably had no regrets. Both his sons were by his side, and he even had me keep watch over Earth for you. That old guy. All right, let us go. I'll send you back. On the mountaintop along the coast of Norway, Thor was still kneeling before the stone platform where Odin had vanished, while Loki stood behind him, unusually silent and without a single sarcastic remark. Uchiha Gen suddenly raised his head, his gaze crossing the horizon as he sensed a powerful law of death rushing this way at high speed.
Hela.
Odin's eldest daughter, goddess of death, Asgard's first heir, sealed away for thousands of years. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. He hadn't seen excitement like this in many years. The last time he watched a show was when he lay side by side with Lord Beerus and Mr. Wyss on lounge chairs, watching Frisia get beaten up. Now there wasn't even that chance anymore. Xian felt a little bored. Your sister's here. I'm gonna hide first. Xian took a step back. Silver-purple light flashed, and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, he was already sitting cross-legged behind a cloud high in the air, both hands tucked into his sleeves. Compared to the way he watched the fun from the pavilion in the Destroyer God realm, he was only missing a lounge chair. Hela stepped out of a pitch-black crack. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, her tight battle armor outlining her tall figure, the corners of her lips carrying a smile that looked down on everything. The instant Thor stood up, he summoned Mjolnir and hurled it at her. Hela raised a hand and caught it. With a light squeeze of her fingers, cracks spread across Mjolnir in her palm. Silver-white lightning poured from those cracks, then shattered into fragments all over the ground at her fingertips. Thor looked down at the pile on the ground that had once been the hammer of the god of thunder, and the expression on his face looked like that of a child who had just had his last piece of candy stolen. Loki shivered at the side, his voice even cracking as he turned and shouted Heimdall's name toward the sky. The next second, the light of the Bifrost descended from above and wrapped around the two brothers, making them disappear from where they stood. Expressionless, Hela brushed the hammer dust from her hands, then leaped up and transformed into a pillar of black light, chasing the fading trail of the Bifrost straight into Asgard. Behind the clouds, Xian rubbed his chin. The more he looked, the more interesting he found this goddess of death. Cold, strong, ruthless, and most importantly, the kind who would act if she could instead of wasting time talking. Deadpool's mouth was way too foul. He just happened to be missing a maid. Usually, just wearing a maid outfit, taking care of daily needs, serving tea and water without talking. The more you thought about it, the more fitting it seemed. After the two brothers were blasted off the Bifrost by Hela, a silver-purple light lit up in the center of Asgard's golden palace hall. Hela had just swept the palace guards to the ground. Holding the necrosword, she was about to strike down the kneeling Volstagg. Xian appeared out of thin air in front of her and blocked the strike for Volstagg, casually pushing the blade aside with two fingers. Hela pulled her hand back. Looking at the black-haired man who had appeared from nowhere, she didn't even speak before raising her hand and slashing at him. Xian tilted to the side and avoided it, his left hand still tucked inside his sleeve. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, Hela's swordsmanship had been forged through war across the 9 realms. Clean, deadly, without a single wasted movement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen blocked and dodged at the same time, even taking the time to yawn during the gap between the 57th strike. After nearly half an hour, Hela finally stopped. She stood in the center of the Golden Palace Hall, night-like energy surging around her, her face dark with anger. What exactly do you want? Is messing with me fun? Xian pulled his other hand out of his sleeve too and rolled his wrist, as casually as if he had just stood up from a sofa. I'm short one maid. If you become my maid, that would be your honor.
Hela froze.
She froze for a moment, and then exploded. The goddess of death had been sealed, betrayed, and stripped of her inheritance in this lifetime. But never once had anyone dared say to her face that she should become a maid. Hundreds upon thousands of necroswords poured out from the void, covering the sky as they blasted toward Xian. Xian didn't move at all. Every necrosword dissolved soundlessly when it reached within 3 meters of him. They weren't blocked, they were directly erased from the level of existence itself. Hellas' law of death was granted by the land of Asgard. But Xian's law of destruction was acknowledged by the multiverse itself. Furious, she sped up her absorption of Asgard's power. The entire Golden Palace trembled under her will. Green death energy surged up from underground and, at her summon, condensed into a gigantic necrosword vast enough to blot out the sky. She stepped onto the blade herself, her black hair flying wildly in the energy storm. This time, I refuse to believe you won't die. In an instant, Uchiha Gen was covered from foot to head by that pitch-black giant sword that pierced through the palace ceiling. He looked up at it, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and tucked both hands back into his sleeves. Oh, are you sure? Susanoo. A purple Susanoo taller than the entire Golden Palace rose from the void, its massive wings spreading wide enough to cover the sky, 2 long swords of destructive energy in its hands. A layer of extremely hidden erasure law covered the surface of its armor. Xian's little scheme was simple. With that layer of erasure law attached to the armor, her attacks wouldn't be able to break his defense. Xian stood with his arms folded inside the diamond-shaped mirror at Susanoo's brow, and his voice came down from high above. Come on, make your move. If you can break my defense, I'll turn around and leave. Hela stood atop the giant sword, looking up at the silver-purple titan that seemed to prop up heaven and earth, and fell silent for a moment. She drove the necrosword into Susanoo's breastplate. The moment the tip touched the erasure law on the armor's surface, it was silently broken down into nothingness. A moment later, the giant sword beneath her feet had completely dissolved. She dropped back to the ground of the Golden Palace, drove the last necrosword in her hand into the floor, and raised that cold, proud face to look at the black-haired man inside the diamond-shaped mirror. Then a maid it is. But I have one condition: you must guarantee Asgard's safety. Xian floated down from Susanoo's brow and looked at her with interest. He hadn't expected this domineering beauty to actually have a bit of kindness in her after all. Deal. He snapped his fingers and pulled out a maid outfit design sketch he had already drawn earlier. The clothes can transform on their own. Use this color scheme. I've marked the skirt length. Your work area will be my villa. If unknown forces invade, you may also act alone, but on the condition that you don't tear down the whole house. Looking at the black outfit with silver patterns on the design sketch, Hela's eyelid twitched a few times. She took a deep breath and clenched the design in her hand. In the end, the goddess of death still gritted her teeth and nodded. Hela withdrew the last trace of death energy back into her body and stood behind Uchiha Gen, already changed into that black maid outfit with silver patterns. The skirt length strictly matched the design sketch. Silver thread at the collar was embroidered with a minimalist fan crest. The goddess of death stood in maid clothes amid the ruins of the Golden Palace, the expression on her face somewhere between "I've accepted it" and "I want to kill someone." Xian was very satisfied. A recliner condensed from angelic power was placed in the middle of the palace hall ruins. He leaned back on it and crossed one leg over the other. He called Heimdall over. Heimdall held the Hofun's sword, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Xian and Hela in her maid outfit several times. His lips moved, but in the end he decided not to ask. Hela won't kill anyone anymore. She's my maid now, but Odin's script still has to go on. Xian took the chilled fruit juice Hela handed over and drank a sip. For the next few days, all of you stay hidden outside and wait for Thor to return. When he gets back, I'll have Hela teach him a lesson so he understands what it means to be the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Heimdall raised his head and looked seriously at Xian for a moment, then nodded. I know you cannot lie to me. He turned and strode toward the gathering place of the common people, his booming voice echoing along the edge of the ruined Bifrost. This is King Odin's trial for Thor. Everyone cooperate. Do not approach the Golden Palace for the next few days. The people of Asgard looked at one another. Some looked at the black-haired man lying in a chair in the Golden Palace ruins in the distance, drinking fruit juice, then looked at the former goddess of death behind him, wearing a maid outfit yet still looking like her eyes could kill, and decided it was better to listen to Heimdall. At the same time, on Sakaar, Thor was gloomily touching the hair that had just been cut short. The clippers personally wielded by old man Stan Lee buzzed over his head, and his long golden hair turned into a round fuzzy ball. The old man with all the Grandmaster style patted his shoulder and said short hair suited him better. Thor hadn't had time to feel sad for long before he was dragged into the arena. Valkyrie tied him to a chair every few days and zapped him with an electric device, saying it was Sakaar's highest standard welcome ceremony. He found his good buddy Banner here, only to discover that the man had turned into Hulk, had no desire at all to change back, and had no desire to leave Sakaar either. In the arena, Hulk swung him around and smashed him on the ground like a ragdoll several times, only stopping the beating when Banner's consciousness finally returned. After Banner transformed back into human form, he sat on the arena bench wrapped in a bath towel. He listened as Thor said he was going to Asgard to stop Ragnarok, stayed silent for a while, and then nodded. Nearly half a month later, a stolen Grandmaster-class ship landed on the ruins of Asgard's Bifrost. At the center of the Golden Palace ruins, Uchiha Gen was lying on the silver recliner, while Hela had just brought a small piece of cut fruit to his mouth. Sensing those familiar auras from the bridgehead, he swallowed the fruit in his mouth and pointed behind him toward the direction of the Bifrost outside the ruins. Change back into your battle outfit. Go give your two foolish brothers a lifelong, unforgettable lesson. Don't worry, no matter how serious the injuries are, I can heal them. The face Hela had kept stiff for over half a month finally revealed a smile. Not the cold, aloof sneer she usually wore, but heartfelt, gritted teeth anticipation. She had been holding this smile in for more than half a month. Every day that hateful Uchiha Gen had been ordering her around, and now she could finally beat up her little brothers legally and properly. She folded the maid outfit to the side. Death energy surged around her as she instantly switched back into that pitch-black skin-tight battle armor. Her black hair flew in the sea breeze as she walked step by step toward the end of the Bifrost. As you command, Mr. Gen. I will give them a proper welcome. No one knew whether the anger in those words was directed at Gen or at her two younger brothers. But Gen knew one thing for sure: Thor and Loki were about to have a very, very bad time. On the Golden Palace Plaza, Thor had just rushed down from the ship, still dragging Loki by the back of his collar with his left hand. When he saw Hela walking down from the steps, his footsteps unconsciously paused for a moment. The last time he saw this big sister of his Mjolnir had been crushed into scraps, and then he had been beaten right out of Asgard. This time Banner, Valkyrie, and Loki were by his side. But the fear in his heart was still like a cold winter wind pouring in through his collar. Seeing how fierce on the outside but weak on the inside he looked, Hela's lips curled into an icy arc. A necrosword flicked out at her fingertips. She did not use a sky-covering rain of blades. She only held a single sword and walked toward Thor step by step. Thor, your hammer's broken. And now you can't even use lightning anymore? Her sword slashed into the lightning Thor had hastily gathered, sending his whole body flying backward. He smashed through a stone pillar, and then she tilted her head toward Loki, who was quietly edging backward behind the crowd. Another necrosword flicked out from her other hand. Loki, you're not getting away either. We'll settle our score slowly. Loki froze stiffly in place, forcing out a smile uglier than crying. Thor paused when he heard what his sister Hela said. The god of thunder without a hammer? But the power of thunder inside him had already begun surging through his bloodline. From a lounge chair in the distance, Gen watched this scene and knew the god of thunder was finally about to reach his mature form. Hela had truly been tormented enough by Gen over the past half-month. Leaving the daytime aside, at night he always wanted midnight snacks or else cold drinks. The main problem was that he never asked for both at the same time. If you prepared them together, he would not touch them. He would just wait for you to take them away, then call for you again. For a while, Hela had seriously suspected in her heart that this Uchiha Gen was deliberately torturing her. But there was no helping it. She could not beat him. Fortunately, her dear little brother had come back. Hela looked at Thor charging toward her and subdued him in just a few moves. But that big green brute at the side was extremely annoying. So Hela summoned her little pet, the giant wolf Fenris. The thing came out and immediately lunged at Hulk with snapping jaws. Valkyrie was facing the siege of the undead army. As for Loki, our god of mischief had long since prepared an escape route. Thor climbed up from the pile of rubble. Blood from his left eye socket streamed down his cheek and into his beard, glowing dark red under Asgard as sunset. His Mjolnir had long since shattered, and his lightning had once dimmed as well. But now, as he watched Hela step closer and closer, his father's face echoed in his mind one last time before it turned into golden light. Then came the thunder. Not thunder summoned by a hammer, but thunder erupting from every single cell in his body. Thunder that belonged to the god of thunder himself. Blue lightning flashed once in his remaining right eye, then across his whole body, then through the clouds above the entire Golden Palace Plaza. Hela was forced half a step back by the lightning crashing straight at her. She raised the necrosword across her body to block, and arcs of electricity exploded into a blinding white light along the blade's edge. Thor charged up barehanded, his fist wrapped in thunder thicker and fiercer than ever before, and smashed head-on against Hela's necrosword. The shockwave blasted all the broken stone pillar fragments across the plaza into the air. Standing by the edge of a crack, Banner was nearly blown over by the gust. Uchiha Gen stood up from the lounge chair and brushed at the dust that did not exist on his sleeve. The timing had come. Thor's god of thunder state had already stabilized. If this kept going, Hela really might stab out Thor's other eye too. A flash of silver-violet light. He appeared directly between the two of them, With a casual lift of his left hand, he blocked the necrosword Hela was bringing down. With a push of his right hand to the side, he gently dispersed the lightning on Thor's fist before it had fully withdrawn. That's enough. This show is about ready to end. Xian released Hela's blade and turned toward the blood-covered Thor. Thor, just focus on being the king of Asgard. Hela has already agreed to be my maid. She won't be coming back to Asgard to trouble you again. Of course, what's happening now doesn't count, right? His gaze passed over Thor's shoulder and landed on Loki, who was once again quietly edging behind the crowd. For example, that god of mischief over there. Loki, your sister wants to catch up with you. Hela slapped the necrosword into her palm, and the smile on her face was so bright that Thor instinctively took half a step back. Loki, big sister S here. Loki's face instantly collapsed. His fingers rapidly formed an illusion hand seal, trying to create a few clones to confuse everyone. Then he discovered that a silver Susanoo arm had already reached out from the void and smacked all the clones apart. Hela's figure swept down through the air. With one strike, she smashed against the twin daggers he had just raised. The daggers flew from his hands more than 10 jong away and stabbed into the cracks in the stone at the edge of the plaza. Loki tripped from the backlash of his own illusion. Before he could even crawl back up, his sister grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him into the side hall of the Golden Palace. His screams and the siblings' Asgardian dialect bounced back and forth among the palace's stone walls. After the battle ended, Xian used angelic power to heal both brothers' injuries together. The sword scar on Thor's eye socket, deep enough to expose bone, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It scabbed over, then finally left behind only a faint scar. Xian asked him whether he wanted the eyeball in the socket regenerated as well. Thor raised a hand and touched the freshly healed skin around the socket. He was silent for a moment, then said no. One eye, let it be complete from beginning to end. I'll treat it as the last lesson father left me. Xian did not force the matter. Under Heimdall and Valkyrie's organization, the people of Asgard had already returned home to their families. Thor stood at the edge of the Golden Palace Plaza, looking down at his people returning in orderly lines below. He pulled his brother Loki to one side and lowered his voice as he instructed him that while he was away, Loki and Valkyrie would jointly maintain Asgard's operations, and that he would come back from time to time for surprise inspections. Banner sneezed at the side. Back in human form, he was wrapped in a Hulk-sized blanket and asked with a blank expression where Tony was and whether Earth was okay. Thor patted his old friend on the shoulder, pulled him into the ship's cockpit, and the engine ignited. Standing on the Golden Palace steps, Xian watched the spaceship drag a flaming trail as it disappeared above the ruins of the Bifrost. Thor had everything arranged neatly now. He spoke clearly and logically, and before leaving he even remembered to warn Loki not to mess around. He was like a completely different person from that short-haired muscular brute who had once been convulsing from electrocution. Xian remembered how, back in the world of destruction, he had watched the Tournament of Power with Whis, and Goku had also only broken through to Ultra Instinct after Jiren beat him flat on the ground. Then the corner of his mouth lifted in an extremely faint arc. Wait until you run into Thanos. You won't be this optimistic anymore. Suppressing his dark thoughts, he called for Hela. With a flash of silver-violet light, the two vanished into Asgard's dusk. After returning to Earth, Uchiha Gen loafed around in his Long Island villa for half a month. Every day he lay on the sofa flipping through manga magazines. Hela, dressed in a maid outfit, served him tea, poured drinks, and cut fruit. Deadpool played video games at the side. Life was so comfortable it felt like early retirement. That was until Tony's communicator rang. Banner's back. The situation isn't great. Near Titan, he ran into some purple sweet potato freak and got beaten apart. You'd better come over. Tony's voice was kept very low. In the background, Banner's broken, intermittent retelling could be heard, along with Jarvis's rapid notification sounds as it pulled up data files. Xian closed the manga magazine, stood up, and stretched lazily. Hela, Deadpool, move. A flash of silver-violet light, and he took the two of them flying toward the New York Sanctum. The dome of the New York Sanctum on Bleecker Street had been smashed through by half. Rubble and fragments of shattered magic circles were still falling. Xian descended straight through the opening into the Sanctum Hall. When Deadpool landed, he stepped on a loose stone slab and nearly fell into a display cabinet beside it. Wrapped in an emergency blanket, Banner sat on the stairs. The stubble on his face was several layers thicker than the last time they had seen him on Sakaar. Beside him stood Tony and Stephen Strange, and neither of them looked very good. In the corner, Wong was using a sling ring to maintain the Sanctum's remaining barrier. He gave Xian a nod as a greeting. We ran into some purple sweet potato freak. Banner's voice was hoarse. Both hands were wrapped around the hot cup of water Tony had just handed him, and his knuckles trembled faintly. He briefly recounted what had happened on Titan. Thanos had led the Black Order in a surprise attack on the Asgardian refugee ship. Thor had fought desperately and been beaten into critical condition. Hulk had barely charged in before a barrage of heavy punches knocked him unconscious. Heimdall had used the last of his dark power to send him back to Earth. He had landed on Bleecker Street and hadn't even had time to find Tony yet. Thanos had already obtained the Power Stone and the Space Stone, and was now heading for Earth. Leaning against one of the Sanctum's surviving stone pillars with his arms folded, Tony finished the rest of Banner's explanation. Thanos' target was the Infinity Stones. Vision had the Mind Stone in his forehead, and they had to protect it. Steve walked in through the side entrance. When he saw the hole torn through the Sanctum's dome, his steps paused for a moment. Xian glanced at him and casually asked where the Ancient One was. Steve answered, dead. Xian twitched the corner of his mouth and didn't he expose that old thing? The Ancient One. Dead? Who was she fooling? She was probably sipping tea in some dimension and watching the show, waiting for him to clean up this mess before coming back. Stock. Gather everyone. The purple sweet potato spirit coming this time is very strong. You hold him off first. If you really can't take it anymore, I'll step in. Xian walked over to Tony's side, his voice lowered. Don't tell the others yet. Tony glanced at him and nodded. He walked to one side of the sanctum and contacted Steve in a low voice. Because of Xian's interference, the two of them hadn't fallen into a total clash over the Sokovia Accords. Over the phone, Steve had only said, I'll be there immediately, before hanging up. But before Captain America arrived, Thanos' advance force got there first. A massive ring-shaped ship broke through the atmosphere. Ebony Maw stood at the front of the bridge, using telekinesis to fling away all the cars and building wreckage around the sanctum. His voice drifted down from the sky, as if he were reciting some elegant eulogy. What happened next was almost identical to the Titan nightmare in Tony's memory. Ebony Maw abducted Doctor Strange. Tony and Peter chased into the ship. Banner awkwardly followed behind in the Hulkbuster armor. Xian, with Hela and Deadpool, flew unhurriedly behind the ship's trail all the way to Titan. Star-Lord, Drax, Mantis, and Nebula were already waiting there. When the two groups met, they confronted each other briefly before barely managing to form an alliance. During the few minutes when Mantis had Thanos under control, Star-Lord had still been barely able to stay calm. But when he heard Tony press for Gamora's whereabouts, and Thanos rasped out that he had thrown her off a cliff in exchange for the Soul Stone, that carefree face instantly lost control. He swung his fist into Thanos' face. The force went off target, and Mantis' hand abruptly slipped away from Thanos' temple. Thanos' eyes snapped open. A purple-gold wave of power spread from the gauntlet and blasted everyone, pinning him down away. Uchiha Gen, who had been watching the show from the shadows the whole time, finally moved. He shot Deadpool a look. Without a word, Deadpool flipped over and drove a kick into the back of Star-Lord's head. Precise, clean, and direct. Star-Lord didn't even have time to grunt before he passed out. Sorry, Mr. Quill. This is for your own good, and for the good of the entire universe. And honestly, I've wanted to kick you for a long time. Deadpool pulled back his leg, and the white lenses on his mask switched into justice mode. Thanos rose from the ground, his double-edged sword braced in his hand. The light from the 5 stones on the Infinity Gauntlet cast shifting shadows across his face. Uchiha Gen stood a little over 10 steps away from him, his hands still tucked inside his sleeves. Purple sweet potato spirit. I'll give you a chance to fit in all the stones and fight me. Thanos narrowed his eyes and pressed the final time stone into the slot on the gauntlet. All 6 stones lit up at once, and multiversal-level energy spread out from the gauntlet. Xian went forward to meet him. The silver glow of Ultra Instinct lit up among Titan's ruins. It should have been a world-destroying clash of power, but the entire process was so fast that none of their battle recorders even had time to capture it. Xian sidestepped, evaded, cut inside Thanos' left arm, locked both hands onto the golden bracer at the gauntlet's wrist, and yanked downward. Thanos lowered his head and stared at his empty palm and the jagged remains of armor that had been torn straight off at the wrist. He stood there without dodging at all. He looked down at his now empty wrist for a long time before slowly raising his head to the black-haired man in front of him. A man 2 heads shorter than himself. His lips moved, and in the end he only said one sentence. Enough, I concede. Thanos stood in place, looking down at his empty wrist, then up at the black-haired man before him. The ashes of the Infinity Stones still glimmered faintly on the ground. Outside Titan's orbit, his fleet had been completely wiped out by Hela and Deadpool working together. His army had lost its leader. His ideal had been torn away as easily as someone ripping off a glove. Uchiha Gen tucked both hands back into his sleeves. Come with me. Fix your heart a little. Your mind isn't steady. It's full of this nonsense about wiping out half of life to save the other half. Even Deadpool couldn't solve arithmetic like that. While you're at it, learn a little about human life. Thanos was silent for a long time. He wasn't hesitating over whether to refuse. He had never feared death, nor being captured. He was only thinking that this man before him, who could clearly crush him as easily as he had crushed the Infinity Stones, had instead given him a road he had never walked before. All right, at the side, Deadpool nudged Hela with his elbow and lowered his voice. Boss is collecting people again. Last time it was you, now it's Thanos. Next time is it gonna be Dormammu? Hela ignored him. She merely withdrew the night sword back into her palm and stood expressionlessly behind Xian. Stephen Strange stood at the edge of the ruins, his gaze lingering for a moment on the 6, completely intact infinity stones in Xian's hand. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. He was the Sorcerer Supreme. Protecting the Time Stone was his duty. But Xian had already casually tucked the 6 stones into his clothes, as naturally as if he were stuffing a pack of tissues into his pocket. Stephen remembered what the Ancient One had said in the tea room. I can't beat him. He swallowed every word back down. In a border town of the ancient Eastern nation, the group measured the land with nothing but their footsteps. Thanos had changed out of that golden armor and was wearing a cotton linen shirt bought from the town market, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, exposing his thick purple forearms. The first time the market vendors saw him, they were so startled that they stepped back half a pace. The second time he passed by, they only looked at him a couple more times. By the third time, they were already taking the initiative to hand him freshly steamed meat buns, calling out, Mr. Purple, want another basket? Squatting on a plastic stool beside a roadside stall, Thanos awkwardly picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, an expression appeared on his purple face that had never been there before. It was not the satisfaction of conquest, nor the joy of victory. He was simply, purely moved by a piece of meat. Beside him, Deadpool ordered a bowl of Mao Shui Wang, and halfway through eating it, his mouth swelled up like a sausage. They walked all the way from the border town to the water towns of Jiangnan, from Jiangnan to the northwestern plateau, from the northwestern plateau to the southwestern rainforest. No flying, no teleportation, just walking. In Jiangnan's rice paddies, Thanos rolled up his pant legs and learned how to plant seedlings from an old farmer. In the cave dwellings of the northwest, he listened to an old shepherd sing Xintianyu. During rainy season in the southwestern rainforest, leeches covered his legs. Hela squatted on the edge of the field and used death energy to pull them off for him. In a small alley in Chengdu, he ate a serving of zhong dumplings. Sweet and spicy red chili oil ran down from the corner of his mouth. He awkwardly wiped it with a tissue and said to Xian that this dish reminded him of a ceremonial dish on his home planet that had already been lost. In a late-night bar in Lijiang, a folk singer with a guitar dragged him into singing The Moon Represents My Heart Together. His huge purple hand clapped the rhythm awkwardly. Under the prayer flags of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, he sat for an entire afternoon and asked Xian, every time the wind moves these prayer flags, is it like the scriptures on them are recited once? Xian said, more or less. Thanos nodded. I used to think power was a fist. Later, I thought power was the stones. Now I think power might just be a gust of wind. He began to reflect on what he had done before. Among the lives he had erased with one clean sweep, were there any kind residents like the ones in this ancient town? Among the civilizations he had judged unworthy of existing, were there things even more worth preserving than the plate of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes in front of him? He no longer talked about balance or redemption. Every morning, he simply followed the old ladies in the park and practiced Tai Chi. His huge purple body awkwardly mimicked push hands and cloud hands in the morning light. One old man passing by even asked if he was a fitness coach from overseas. With the Chinese he had just learned, he answered seriously, no, I'm here to learn. Xian leaned against a bench nearby, drinking soy milk as he watched the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 5 years later, Long Island, New York. Hela walked up the steps of Tony Stark's villa and rang the doorbell. After these 5 years, she had completely settled into the role of a maid. The hem of her black maid dress swayed lightly in the sea breeze, and the sword of night had turned into a black hairpin pinned into her bun. The door opened. Tony Stark stood there, and the first thing he saw was Thanos, 2 heads taller than him, standing on his porch, carrying a bag of specialty pastries brought back from China in his massive purple hand. Tony's nanotech armor covered his right arm in less than a split second. The repulsor in his palm almost lit up. Then he saw Uchiha Gen standing behind Thanos. Xian, you almost scared me into a heart attack. Why did you bring him here? And where the hell have you been these past 5 years? You didn't even reply to a single message. Tony dismissed the armor and punched Xian in the chest. Xian pushed him lightly inward and said, went to China. Almost got lost in the food. Every city has its own specialty cuisine. Thanos added from the side, Chongqing hot pot was the best. Tony opened his mouth, but in the end he just shook his head and led everyone into the living room. I've already married Pepper. We had a daughter. Her name is Morgan. When Tony said that, his voice was obviously several degrees softer than usual. He walked to the stairs and called out, Morgan. Pepper came down holding the hand of a little girl around 4 years old. The little girl wasn't shy at all when she saw people other than her father. Instead, she broke free from her mother's hand, ran up to Xian with quick little steps, and looked up at this black-haired uncle. Hello, Uncle Xian. Xian crouched down in front of her, smiling as he nodded. Hello to you too, Morgan. He took out a jade pendant he had just made. It was in the shape of a peace buckle, engraved with intricate defensive formulas. He hung it around little Morgan's neck. This could protect her from one attack from a multiverse-level powerhouse and keep her completely unharmed. She wouldn't even need to take it off while bathing, and it couldn't be lost. Tony leaned against the arm of the sofa and looked at the jade pendant on his daughter's neck, its silver-purple glow flowing under the lights. He said nothing. He knew Xian too well. In his heart, he already had a feeling that this might be the last time they ever met. After a moment of silence, Tony pulled out his phone and started calling people one by one. Less than half an hour after Tony hung up, the doorbell started ringing nonstop. Steve was the first to arrive. He rode his Harley all the way from Brooklyn to Long Island, with his shield hanging off the back seat. Natasha and Clint drove over from the temporary office of the rebuilt S.H.I.L.D. Clint was still muttering in the passenger seat, wondering if Xian had brought back some strange and bizarre thing again after not seeing him for 5 years. Banner came from the direction of the New York sanctum. After turning back into human form, he wore a well-fitted shirt and carried 2 large bags of Chinese takeout from Chinatown. Thor came by the Bifrost from Asgard. When he landed, he stomped 2 shallow pits into the lawn, still shouting, "Where's my friend Xian?" Peter was the last to arrive, swinging all the way over from Queens on Webs, with unfinished physics homework still stuffed in his backpack. Wanda and Pietro flipped in through the living room window at the same time. The chaos magic at Wanda's fingertips hadn't fully settled yet, and she almost burned a hole through Tony's curtains. Vision followed behind Wanda by passing through the wall, the Mind Stone on his forehead glowing warmly under the lights. Sam landed from the backyard, his flight wings folding up behind him as he walked into the living room shoulder to shoulder with Rhodey. Their movements were so in sync. It looked like they had rehearsed it. Scott squeezed in last. He returned to normal size from the crack of the door, and the buttons on his shirt still weren't fully fastened. The living room and dining room were packed with people. There weren't enough seats on the sofas, so Clint simply sat cross-legged on the floor and pulled the nut tray on the coffee table a little closer to himself. Thanos came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying a plate of freshly stir-fried kung pao chicken. The roasted fragrance of peanuts and the spicy smell of dried chilies drifted through the whole living room from the island in the open kitchen. Steve looked at that purple giant who had once wanted to wipe out half the life in the universe. Right now, he was seriously using chopsticks to evenly divide the chicken into every plate. Steve was full of emotion. That Eastern ancient nation really is a magical place. It actually managed to change a person's heart. Thanos took off his apron and hung it over the back of a chair. When he sat down, the solid wood chair creaked under his weight. Using the Chinese he had just learned, he said one sentence to Steve. His pronunciation was so standard that Deadpool, who was pouring wine by the kitchen island, nearly dropped the bottle on the floor. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started talking about the past. Steve brought up how, the first time Xian stepped in to break things up at Leipzig airport, Scott had been so scared he hid behind him and didn't dare come out. Natasha said she still owed Tony a bit of interest on that $5 million. Thor raised Mjolnir and shouted that he still hadn't gone to claim the promised item from Xian's collection. Deadpool gnawed on a chicken drumstick and declared that the only person he had ever worshipped in this life was Boss, because only Boss could make him shut up. The moment he said that, everyone nodded in agreement. But Tony said nothing. Hela said nothing too. After Deadpool finished that drumstick, he placed the bone onto his plate. For once, the white eye lenses on his mask narrowed into quiet curved lines. The noise slowly ebbed away like a receding tide. Clint put down his chopsticks. Natasha withdrew the hand resting on the back of the sofa. Steve's fingers holding the wine glass stopped in midair. Xian. Tony's voice trembled a little. His fingers clenched tightly around his glass. After this meeting, are we not going to get another chance to meet again? Uchiha Gen looked at the man whose eyes were already reddening, then nodded. My strength has already reached the edge of a breakthrough. There are still 6 infinity stones I haven't absorbed. Once I absorb them, I'll break through dimensions again. By then, if I can come back at all, there's no knowing when it'll be. He didn't say that he would definitely come back. He also didn't say anything like he would miss them. He had never given people empty promises. Tony knew that. Everyone knew that. Tony stood up, walked over, and hugged him tightly. This man who had once hammered out the first Iron Man armor with blow after blow inside a cave in Afghanistan could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. They slid down through his beard stubble. Xian, knowing you was the most correct decision I ever made in my life. He buried his face against Xian's shoulder and patted him hard on the back. Then he let go, wiped his face hard with the back of his hand, and raised his wine glass. Come, let us drink until we drop. The atmosphere turned lively again, but it wasn't quite the same as before. The earlier excitement had been filled with the joy of reunion. Now, that excitement was mixed with reluctance and an almost forced cheerfulness. Clint dragged Thanos into a finger-guessing drinking game. After losing 5 rounds in a row, he was forced to drink several cups of baijiu, then collapsed onto the coffee table and muttered that this purple sweet potato spirit had gone bad. Scott pestered Hela to tell stories about old Asgard. Rarely, Hela didn't keep a cold face. In extremely concise sentences, she explained the beginning and end of her sealing. Even Deadpool forgot to interrupt while listening. Steve held a glass of beer and stayed silent by himself for a while. Then he lightly clinked his glass against Xian's. The next morning, the living room of the Long Island villa was filled with sleeping superheroes sprawled all over the place. Thor was snoring with Mjolnir in his arms. The grinding sound of his teeth was exactly like the roar from when the Rainbow Bridge had been blown up. Clint and Natasha leaned against each other. Scott had shrunk again, curling up beside Tony's slipper. Peter was sprawled over the desk, his physics homework crumpled beneath him. Tony leaned against the sofa with Morgan, already fast asleep, in his arms. A trace of a smile still hung at the corner of his mouth, not yet withdrawn. Xian stood in the center of the living room, his gaze slowly sweeping across every face. Then he raised his hand. Silver-purple light wrapped around the still drowsy Thanos, Hela, and Deadpool. The 4 of them vanished into the light of dawn. On an abandoned planet, Deadpool sat up rubbing his eyes. Thanos, already used to getting up early, was standing properly. Hela reinserted the hairpin into her bun. Xian asked them where they wanted to go. He could send them there. Thanos said he still wanted to return to the ancient Eastern nation and settle down there. Xian nodded and said that was no problem. He would speak to the elders. He would be treated equally. Deadpool still hadn't changed his habit of running his mouth even at a moment of parting. He said that once the boss left, he would keep wandering around, going wherever he wanted. But before that, he planned to stay with Thanos for a while. He couldn't bear to part with the big guy. Xian nodded, then looked at Hela. Hela's eyes were full of helplessness. It had all happened too suddenly. Her pride and cold sharpness were useless at this moment. Xian let out a sigh. You come with me. I'll take you back to the universe I came from. You'll live there with my family. In a border town of the ancient Eastern nation, the elder gladly agreed after hearing Xian's intentions. From this day on, Thanos became an ordinary resident of the town, enjoying the same rights as every other citizen. Xian and Deadpool hugged. This man who had never known what seriousness meant slapped him hard on the back. Then he hugged Thanos too. Thanos gently placed the giant hand that had once worn the Infinity Gauntlet on Xian's back, and in the Chinese he had only just learned, said thank you. Inside the Long Island villa, sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining onto the now empty spot on the sofa. Tony was the first to wake up. He looked at the place where Xian had sat last night and stayed silent for a long time. Morgan ran down from upstairs, the silver-purple jade pendant on her neck flowing with a faint glow in the morning light. Tony picked up his daughter and kissed her on the forehead. The others gradually woke up as well. No one asked where Xian had gone. The moment they woke up, every one of them noticed that empty chair first. They greeted each other, quietly packed up their things, and went home one by one. After settling Thanos and Deadpool down, Uchiha Gen stood with Hela outside the border town of the ancient Eastern nation. Morning light had just spread across the fields. In the distance, a farmer slowly drove an ox cart along the ridges between the fields. He gave the planet one last look. When he came, he had been alone. When he left, at least he had brought back a maid. Let us go. Silver-purple light wrapped around the two of them as he tore open the barrier of the universe with one hand and activated teleportation toward the direction he had come from. When he came, he had no coordinates and drifted through the void for a long time. On the way back, every so often there were flying Thunder God formula marks he had left behind back then. Those marks quietly flickered within the cracks between dimensions. Each flash of silver-purple light from his cross-universe teleportation spanned an entire cluster of galaxies. By the evening of the 3rd day, the familiar planet had already appeared below his field of vision. The ninja world, Konoha, the Senju clan grounds. The stone path in the courtyard was covered in golden ginkgo leaves, and the aroma of ramen drifted out from the kitchen window. Tsunade sat under the corridor eaves. After Hui had served as emperor for several generations, he had also stepped down. The current Hokage was now Naruto, but Tsunade still kept the habit of reading a few documents every day. Mikoto sat beside her with a roster of academy students spread across her lap, arranging class assignments for the new intake. Vados leaned against the trunk of an old pine tree, her staff laid across her knees, holding a cup of flower tea brought from Universe 6. Her silver hair drifted softly in the evening breeze. Kagaya crouched by the bamboo grove, teasing a panda with a bamboo shoot. Silver-purple light lit up in the middle of the courtyard. Xian stepped out of the light, with Hela following behind him. The documents in Tsunade's hand slipped onto her lap. Mikoto closed the roster. Vados set down her teacup and leaned her staff against the tree trunk. The 3 of them stood up at the same time. The bamboo shoot in Kagaya's hand dropped to the ground, and the panda immediately snatched it away. Tsunade was the first to walk over. Without a word, she punched him in the chest. The force wasn't heavy, but the sound was loud. Then she pressed her forehead against his chest and lowered her voice. You were gone so long, and you didn't even send a message. Makoto came over from the other side, her fingers lightly pinching his sleeve. She said nothing, but her eyes were slightly red. Vados stood 2 steps away and tapped her staff on the ground. That signature teasing smile rose to the corner of her lips, then slowly faded. In the end, she only said lightly, you've gotten a little thinner. Now that you're back, I'll have the kitchen make something nourishing for you. Xian hugged the 3 women one by one. Then his gaze moved past their shoulders and landed on Kagaya, who was still standing by the bamboo grove with her head slightly lowered, her hands folded in front of her, looking like she wanted to come forward but didn't dare. He beckoned to her. Kagaya hesitated for a moment, then walked over. The white-haired progenitor of chakra was still just as restrained in front of Xian as she had been back when they first met in the Moon S Seal. Xian reached out and pulled her into his arms as well, gently patting her on the back. These past years you've worked hard. Thanks to you, everything at home has been taken care of. Kagaya buried her face into the hollow of his shoulder. Her shoulders trembled lightly, and her voice was very soft. No. The 3 mistresses have treated me very well. Everything at home has been fine. Xian let go of Kagaya, then pulled Hela, who had been standing silently behind him, to his side. Let me introduce her. Hela, goddess of death, Odin's eldest daughter, heir to the throne of Asgard, and now my maid. From now on, she'll live here together with Kagaya. Hela slightly raised her chin and swept her gaze over the women in front of her. She had wanted to maintain the cold arrogance of the goddess of death, but Tsunade had already walked over and circled around her once, squeezing the muscles on her arm before turning to Makoto and saying, this girl can fight even better than Kagaya. Makoto held out a bowl of freshly poured milk tea to Hela and said with a gentle smile, welcome home. It was just made. Vados lightly tapped Hela's shoulder with her staff and commented, the fluctuations of your death law are quite interesting. Let us spar another day. Kagaya snatched the bamboo shoot back from the panda's mouth and gave Hela a slight nod. Holding the bowl of milk tea, Hela's lips twitched. A crack appeared in her cold and arrogant expression. Xian added, from now on Kagaya and Hela are family. The moment those words came out, both Kagaya and Hela had red ears. Kagaya lowered her head, her white hair covering her face. Hela buried her face in the bowl, and the sound of her drinking soup became a little louder than usual. That night, Xian did not notify anyone. He simply ate dinner together with the people at home. The ramen was personally cooked by Tsunade. The grilled fish had been marinated by Makoto all afternoon. The dessert Vados brought back from Universe 6 even had an extra layer of strawberry jam added on purpose. Kagaya steamed a whole pot of white rice. It was Hela's first time entering the kitchen, and when she smashed the cucumbers, the whole table shook. When the dishes were served, she brought out a plate of badly misshapen smashed cucumbers. Xian picked up a piece, chewed it and said it tasted pretty good. Hela turned her face away, and the tips of her ears were even redder than Kagaya's. Then they stayed busy until dawn the next day. Only then did Xian walk out of the bedroom stretching lazily, with Tsunade following behind him, her face glowing rosy. After breakfast, he first went to see Minato Namikaze. When Minato saw Xian push the door open and walk in, the blonde head behind the mountain of documents lifted up. He froze for a moment, then smiled so hard his eyes curved. Minato took out his phone, the newest interstellar communicator from Konoha's technology department, jointly developed by Orochimaru and Tobirama, and sent messages one by one to Jiraiya, the Fourth Hokage, Inoki, Orochimaru, Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Nawaki. That same night, a long table was set up once more in the courtyard of the Senju clan grounds. Jiraiya came in carrying 2 jugs of wine. Half his beard had turned white, but his voice was still just as booming. The moment he entered, he shouted, Brat Xian, did you get stronger again? The Fourth Hokage's beard had also turned completely white, yet the muscles on his arms were still solid enough to crack walnuts. Patting Xian on the shoulder, he said, you still owe me a beating. Inoki slowly walked in leaning on his cane. The wrinkles on his face were a little deeper than last time, but his back was still straight. Orochimaru's vertical pupils glimmered faintly in the night. Tobirama still sat beside him with the same expressionless face, but the tiny curve at the corner of his mouth gave him away. Hashirama sat side by side with Mito, while Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe and looked smilingly at the people filling the courtyard. The group ate and drank together again. After Jiraiya got drunk, he started promoting the sequel to his Ika Paradise again, only to get punched in the head by Tsunade. Everyone knew Xian was about to break through again, and they were happy for him. The Fourth Hokage said that, anyway, his life had already been worth it. Inoki said the brats in Iwagakure could now fight better one after another. Xian stayed in the ninja world for 2 months, feeding the people at home until they were all completely satisfied, and then he took Vados' hand and activated teleportation. The starlight of the Destroyer God realm was still as bright as it had been many years ago. The pavilion was exactly the same as when he had left. On the stone table sat half a plate of unfinished pistachios. Lord Beerus was sitting by the pavilion, his cat tail draped over the armrest, vertical pupils fixed on him, both cat ears standing straight up. "Lord Beerus, you actually aren't asleep?" Shen blurted out. Beerus rolled his eyes and lashed his tail hard. "Isn't it all because of Whis? He woke me up 2 months ago and said he sensed someone had opened the barrier of Universe 7. The aura left behind was yours. I've been waiting for you for 2 months. Why did you only show up now?" Vados stepped forward, tapped her staff against the ground, and smiled in a way that was gentle yet dangerous. "Lord Beerus, my husband was accompanying us." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Beerus shrank his neck back. His cat ears immediately drooped, and he shook his head again and again. His mouth said, "No problem, no problem," but his tail swayed uneasily behind him twice as he secretly shot Whis a pleading look. Whis sat in the pavilion, fully focused on shelling pistachios, pretending he hadn't seen anything at all. By the pavilion in the world of the gods of destruction, Shen and Whis sat in their old spots. Whis was still shelling that plate of pistachios that seemed like it could never be finished. His staff laid across his knees, silver hair perfectly neat as always. Beerus was sprawled on the chair beside them, his cat tail hanging over the armrest, already back in his half-asleep, half-awake dozing state. Kampa took Vados back to Universe 6 to deal with the pile of official work. Before leaving, he even swiped half a box of cookies Shen had left in the pavilion. "This time, after coming back, it feels like your aura has stabilized another layer." Whis pushed the shelled pistachio kernels in front of him. "Your multiverse status has completely stabilized now." Shen accepted the pistachio kernels, but did not eat them. He only held them in his palm and looked at them. "Mr. Whis, thank you for your guidance back then." Whis lifted his teacup, the corner of his mouth curving into a very faint smile. "You are the most worry-free student I've ever taught." Lord Beerus was nowhere near as worry-free as you back then. Beerus rolled over on the lounge chair and muttered, "I can hear you," flicked his tail once, then went right back to sleep. Shen stayed a little longer in the world of the gods of destruction. After finishing that pot of tea with Whis and saying hello to Beerus, "Lord Cat, I'm leaving," he prepared to go. Beerus did not open his eyes. He only lifted his tail and gave it a little wave as a farewell. Marvel Earth 199999 Universe, in the orbit of a deserted planet. Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged in the void. The 6 infinity stones floated around him, each radiating a light belonging solely to the source of its own law: the green of the time stone, the blue of the space stone, the purple of the power stone, the orange of the soul stone, the red of the reality stone, and the yellow of the mind stone. The 6 rays of light slowly rotated before him like 6 independent celestial bodies that did not interfere with one another. He raised his hand, starting with the time stone, then the space stone, soul stone, power stone, reality stone, and mind stone. One after another, the 6 stones fused into his body. When the light of the last mind stone completely settled into his dantian, the energy within him began circulating in an entirely new way. Not chakra, not ki, not angelic power, not destruction energy, but a law born from forging all of them into a single furnace, one that belonged to him alone. At that moment, the universe's barrier became as thin as a sheet of paper. All he had to do was reach out and he could pierce straight through it. Shen turned back and glanced at this universe. Stark was staying up late in his lab, adjusting a new suit of armor. Steve was doing his morning run through the old neighborhoods of Brooklyn, his shield polished until it gleamed. Thor was giving a speech to the common people in Asgard, and Mjolnir had reformed in his hand. Thanos was in a small city park, practicing Tai Chi with a group of old ladies. That guy Deadpool was probably squatting on Thanos' couch right now, gnawing on a chicken drumstick. Natasha's belly might already be showing a slight curve. That bottle of regeneration potion had not only restored what the Red Room stole from her, but had also given her a possibility she had never dared hope for. He withdrew his gaze, then broke through the dimension. The dimensional barrier unfolded above his head. He relaxed his body and followed that pulling force all the way upward. Time lost its meaning in the cracks between dimensions. No one knew how long had passed, maybe more than 10 years, maybe only an instant, before his feet landed on the water's surface. An endless sea, just a sea. The seawater was an extremely pale blue-green, clear like melted colored glaze. The surface was calm and rippleless, yet it contained some ancient and heavy fluctuation of laws. Spiritual energy, not natural energy, not chakra, not ki. It was pure innate spiritual energy from the beginning of heaven and earth, so dense it was almost tangible. Every breath felt like drinking the strongest wine. The instant Shen stepped onto the water, he concealed his entire aura. The moment he set foot in this land, he already knew the specific information. This land was the primordial world. His current cultivation was late-stage Tai Golden Immortal. But Shen suppressed his cultivation down to the level of an ordinary Golden Immortal, keeping a low profile, not probing around, and quietly found a corner of a rocky islet in the sea, blending into the ocean like a drop of water. On the sea's surface, he saw several cultivators flying by on swords. Their flying posture had a few similarities to water walking in the ninja world, but the spiritual fluctuations from the flying swords beneath their feet were far beyond what chakra could compare to. All the cultivators were heading in the same direction, with expressions full of the piety and excitement of a pilgrimage. He stopped a young cultivator who had fallen behind at the end of the group. The flying sword under the other party's feet was wood attributed, and 3 little bells were tied to the sword tassel. He looked like a disciple from some small sect who had only recently entered the path of immortality. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I've only just arrived here. May I ask where everyone is heading? Why is it so lively? The young cultivator was not annoyed at being stopped. He grinned, revealing 2 tiger teeth. You must be some rogue cultivator who has been in secluded cultivation on some island, right? You don't even know about the lecture at Zhixiao Palace. Sage Hongjun will preach the great Tao at Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens in 1,000 years. All cultivators of the primordial world are rushing there to listen. He patted the storage bag full of dry rations on his back. My sect is just too far away, so we only set out several days late. By the time we get there, I probably won't even be able to squeeze through the threshold. But even getting to bask in a little of the sage's holy radiance is worth it. After saying that, he sped up on his sword and caught back up with his sect's group. The ringing of the bells at the sword's tail drifted farther and farther away across the sea. Xian stood on the water, fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeve cuff. Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun's lecture. For these people below the Deluo realm, they were just cannon fodder. The chaotic currents in the chaos alone could take their lives. But Xian also wanted to go. If he missed such a grand age, wouldn't that be a pity? Xian flew toward the outer chaos, calculating in his heart as he went. When a Tai Golden Immortal breaks through to Deluo Golden Immortal, one must choose a law. He had pondered this for a very long time. The law of devouring went without saying. From the first day he transmigrated, it had been the foundation of his existence. Absorbing bloodlines, devouring energy, fusing bloodlines, it all relied on it. The law of erasure was a variant of the space law, directly deleting a target from the level of existence itself. But one problem had troubled him for many years. Why could his body adapt to and fuse with all foreign powers without any side effects? From swallowing Tsunade's blood at 4 years old, to fusing Broly's and Kakarote's scion bloodlines, to absorbing all 6 infinity stones. Every single fusion of power had gone as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. There had never been rejection. There had never been side effects. This was not something the law of devouring could explain. Devouring was only responsible for eating, not digesting. And it was not something erasure could explain either. Erasure only deleted. It did not preserve. There had to be a third law. A law he had used for many years yet had never truly seen clearly. He was so absorbed in flying that he nearly crashed headfirst into the gray mist at the edge of chaos. A current of chaotic energy brushed past his sleeve cuff, and that patch of cloth instantly turned into nothingness. He suddenly pulled back and opened some distance, his heart pounding wildly, but his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Since you're so good at adapting, then adapt all you want. He sat cross-legged on an asteroid at the edge of chaos, mobilized the origins of both the law of devouring and the law of erasure at the same time, and fed all of them into that law that had never been named. That law had always been there. He had just always treated it as a natural bodily instinct, and had never even given it a name. At this moment, 2 fully matured law origins, devouring and erasure, poured into the same core like twin torrents. That nameless law began to grow madly, and in turn swallowed both devouring and erasure whole, integrating them into a higher-level law structure. At the foundation was adaptation, with devouring and erasure layered above it. It was like swapping a computer's CPU for a stronger one. Programs that had been running sluggishly suddenly became smooth. The moment the law of adaptation took shape, Xian's cultivation began to soar. Peak Tai Golden Immortal, Early Daluo Golden Immortal, Mid Daluo Golden Immortal, Late Daluo Golden Immortal. When it reached the peak of the late stage, he forcefully slammed on the brakes, suppressing any further breakthrough. Honghuang was not the ninja world. If your foundation was unstable, you would never go far. After reading so many novels, that truth had long since been carved into his bones. He slowly let out a foul breath, stood up from the meteorite and continued flying deeper into the chaos. That flight lasted another 100+ years. When Zhixiao Palace appeared at the edge of his vision, Xian stopped. The palace was vast and towering. The entire structure had been condensed from chaos chi, and great Tao runes flowed across every pillar, containing an unfathomable saintly might. The main gates of the palace had yet to open, but outside, more than 3,000 people were already scattered about, divided into large and small circles according to their own factions and dojos. Xian quietly observed the crowd in the plaza. The 3 pure ones, formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, stood in the most eye-catching spot. Taiching Laozi had white hair and beard, his face calm as an ancient well, and his cultivation stood firmly at peak Daluo Golden Immortal. Yuqing Primordial Heavenly Venerable had refined features, with a trace of arrogance in his expression. At the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage, Shangqing Tongtian Jiaozhu looked the youngest, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples, standing behind his two elder brothers. He was also at the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage. An empty ring had formed around the three brothers. The other cultivators did not dare get too close. Clearly, they all knew these three were not to be provoked. Xian's gaze continued sweeping across the plaza. The two brothers, Di Jun and Tai, were shrouded in solar true flame. Tai held a bell in his arms, and just standing there, he looked like a sun ready to rise at any moment. The good old guy Hongyun was tugging on his best buddy Zenyuanzi, chattering away non-stop. Embroidered on Zenyuanzi's sleeve was the pattern of the ginseng fruit tree, and he only nodded from time to time in response. Nuwa, with a human upper body and serpent tail, stood not far away. Her older brother Fushi stood behind her like an iron tower, and the aura of an overprotective Siscon left a small vacuum zone around them. Kuenping stood alone at the edge of the plaza, his body wrapped in a faint but vicious aura. Without making a sound, Xian found a corner and sat down cross-legged. The innate spiritual qi here was absurdly rich. Every breath felt like drinking a mouthful of concentrated nutrient fluid. After settling down, he looked toward the gates of Zixiao Palace. Two child attendants were standing by the doors, waiting there. The boy, Hao Yin, had delicate features, but carried a steadiness beyond his age. The girl, Yao Qi, had gentle brows and eyes. The two wore matching green Taoist robes. Their cultivation was not high, but their auras were upright and pure. Xian withdrew his gaze and calculated the timing in his heart. Hongjun would preach the Tao a total of 3 times. This should be the first, and also the most important one. All he had to do was secure a good spot and go in to listen once the palace doors opened. As for the future figures among these 3,000 guests who would later stir up storms across Honghuang, right now they were all merely Daluo Golden Immortal level cultivators, just like him, sitting at the gates of Zixiao Palace and waiting for the same Tao ancestor to open the door. While the gates of Zixiao Palace were still closed, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged in a corner of the plaza and sorted through his movement techniques from beginning to end. Flying Thunder God was suited for short-range teleportation. The Angel S flight was elegant, but not fast enough. A Scion S burst dash was fast enough, but too crude. He broke apart the advantages of all 3 movement styles and rewove them with the law of space as the framework. What he needed was the ultimate burst in that instant of snatching a cushion. He did not need endurance. He did not need elegance. He only needed to push his speed to the limit the moment the door opened. Honghuang had all kinds of flight techniques, each with its own strengths, but when it came to seizing a tiny patch of ground within a billionth of a breath, he was confident this temporarily fused movement technique would be enough. His trump card for snatching a cushion was his movement technique, but what truly gave him the confidence to sit on it was the law of adaptation. In Xian's view, Hongjun had given Hongyun a chance. If you could cross this fatal deadlock, then you could become a saint. Hongyun failed to cross it, but ever since the age of 4, when his adaptation law swallowed Tsunade's blood, it had been devouring and digesting every bit of power, rule, bloodline, and law he had absorbed, perfecting him completely without the slightest mistake. This time he believed it would be no exception. Just as he finished thinking it through, a thunderous series of footsteps came from afar. 12 figures stepped out of the chaos. At the front was Di Jiang, tall and imposing, with invisible ripples of the space great Tao coiling around him. Behind him followed Gonggong, Zhurong, Hutu, and the other 11 ancestral witches. Every one of them was brimming with baleful energy, and the chaos around them was being crushed into twisted distortion. Zhurong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Little sister, what are we doing here? Wasn't he staying in Father Goddess Pangu Hall just fine? Why do we have to come listen to that old bastard Hongjun?" "Shut up." Before Zhurong could finish, Di Jiang barked him into silence. The group of 12 found an open area at the edge of the plaza and sat down cross-legged. The surrounding rogue cultivators all quietly shifted farther away. The corner of Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and his divine sense secretly reached over. "Ancestral witch Di Jiang, we can cooperate a little." Di Jiang's gaze landed on him through the crowd. "How?" Xian said he knew some inside information. Once the gates opened, there would be 6 cushions inside. They were the saint seats before Tao ancestor Hongjun. Sit on one and you would gain a chance at sainthood. Your witch race is born without primordial spirits, but ancestral witch Hutu alone has a trace of a weak remnant primordial spirit. Help her seize a cushion, and the witch race will have one more path in the future. Is this information worth ancestral witch Di Jiang personally giving me a lecture on the space great Tao? Di Jiang was silent for a moment, then replied, "Thank you for informing me, fellow Taoist. Once this is over, our witch race will welcome you as a guest." and I will personally explain the Space Great Tao to you as well. After saying that, he spoke no further. But Xian noticed the fluctuations of baleful energy among the 12 ancestral witches had clearly grown denser. Dijiang was definitely using the unique method shared among the ancestral witches to discuss things with his brothers and sisters. Xian withdrew his divine sense, his expression unchanged. This deal was profitable on both ends. Dijiang's Space Great Tao was a law fragment he urgently needed after breaking through to Daluo, and as for the variable of Hutu sitting on a cushion, he was also quite looking forward to seeing the expressions of those two baldies, Jane and Juenti, when they arrived and found all the cushions taken. Right then, the gates of Zhixiao Palace slowly opened. Chaos Chi surged out through the crack in the doors, and an aged, majestic voice came from deep within the palace, speaking only 2 words. Enter. The 3,000 guests in the plaza moved at the same time. The 3 pure ones were closest to the door. Taiching Laozi took the lead and stepped inside first, with Yuanchi and Tongtian following close behind. Xian's movement technique exploded the instant the doors opened. His entire body turned into an almost invisible streak of silver-violet light. He brushed past the corner of Kuanping's robe, slipped through the gap between Dijun and Tai, and before Hong Yun could react, plopped himself down onto the 4th cushion. Of the 6 cushions, the 3 pure ones took the first 3, Xian took the 4th, Nuwa took the 5th, and the 6th was forcefully shoved beneath Hutu by Dijiang using the Space Great Tao. Hong Yun was a step too slow. He stood beside the cushions and scratched his head, but he was not annoyed. With a cheerful smile, he sat down in one of the ordinary seats nearby, and Zenyuanzi sat beside him. Kunping was half a beat too slow. His cold gaze swept across the 6 figures seated on the cushions, and when it landed on Hutu, it paused noticeably. He did not dare fight the ancestral witches for it. Dijun and Tai sat in the front row. Tai pulled the chaos bell a little tighter into his arms. Dijun's face did not change, but he gave Xian a few extra looks. A moment later, 2 panting figures finally appeared at the entrance of Zhixiao Palace. Jane wore a sorrowful expression, while Juenti carried his trademark smile. One look was enough to tell they had rushed here desperately, but still arrived too late. Juenti swept his gaze over the 6 cushions and saw the 6 people sitting on them. Inside Zhixiao Palace, the first 6 people sat firmly on the 6 cushions. Jane's gaze moved across them one by one. The 3 pure ones were formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, with the entire legacy of Pangu behind them. They could not be touched. Nuwa had Fushi by her side. Fushi had not revealed his cultivation, but the aura of the innate 8 trigrams swirling around him was unfathomably deep, not easy to provoke. Behind Hutu sat the other 11 ancestral witches, each one overflowing with baleful energy. Whoever dared make a move would die. At last, his gaze landed on the 4th cushion. A stranger, peaked Tai Golden Immortal, alone, with no followers, no backing, sitting there quietly. Jane gave Juenti a look. The 2 of them dropped to the floor and burst into loud sobs. As he cried, Jane complained that the western wasteland was barren. Its spiritual veins poor, all life withered. The 2 senior brothers had traveled all the way from the distant western Pure Land, crossed chaotic storms, endured countless hardships, all just to seek the Great Tao. And now they did not even have a place to stay. Juenti cooperated from the side, wiping tears as well. The 2 cried in turns, their voices echoing endlessly through the main hall of Zhixiao Palace. This had been planned before they came. If someone gave up a seat, even better. If no one did, they could at least win some sympathy. Maybe Tao Ancestor would see how pitiful they were and show extra mercy by granting them a chance encounter. But not one of the 3,000 guests paid them any attention. Who here had not traveled for countless years? Who had not risked his life just to squeeze through these doors? In front of an opportunity tied to the Great Tao, sympathy was worth less than dirt. Xian leaned against the cushion, one leg crossed over the other. He glanced left at Tongtian, then right at the 2 still crying. Leaning back a little more, he gave a quiet comment. Not bad. They've even got rhythm. Seeing no one respond, Jane's crying stopped abruptly. He gave Juenti another look. The 2 quickly held back their tears, got up from the floor, straightened their robes, and walked directly to the 4th cushion. Jane pressed his palms together in greeting, lowering his posture to the extreme. Fellow Taoist, my junior brother and I have come all the way from the western wasteland. The journey was not easy. Would you be willing to give your seat to the 2 of us? If fellow Taoist is willing to help us, the Western sect will surely repay you generously. Xian leaned against the armrest of the cushion and looked at the 2 of them putting on this coordinated act. A teasing thought rose in his mind. I only have 1 seat. Who am I supposed to give it to? Him? He pointed at Juenti. Juenti's face immediately lit up with excitement, and he was just about to step forward when Jane grabbed the back of his robe and yanked him back, nearly tearing the collar open. Jane's expression did not change. He still stood there with palms pressed together. Fellow Taoist, please do not joke with my junior brother. My brother and I are of one heart and one mind, no different from each other. I ask that you grant this to us. Xian put away his smile and met Jane's pair of bitter, deep eyes. Am I your father? Jane shook his head. Since I'm not your father, why would I give up my seat for you? We're not related at all. How about this? Call me father once and I'll give it to you. If that won't work, Jane, kick your junior brother once, and I'll still give it to you. Hearing that, Jane showed almost no reaction, as if the one being insulted was not him at all. But Junti's cultivation clearly fell far short in that regard. Fury instantly appeared on his face. The seven treasures wonderful tree flew out from his sleeve, and with a raise of his hand, he smashed it straight at Xian. This innate spirit treasure carried the gung metal aura of the Western sect. Seven-colored light exploded through Zishao Palace, turning into a fierce beam that crashed toward Xian's face. Several nearby rogue cultivators were forced back half a step by the pressure wave. Hong Yun even cried out. Ah! Zhen Yuanzi pressed down on his arm, signaling him not to interfere. Xian remained seated on the cushion, completely motionless. The silver-purple armor of Susanoo appeared around him out of thin air. After the integration of the law of adaptation, the armor's form had become even more condensed than before. Every single plate was flowing with intertwined silver and dark purple law patterns. From his back spread a pair of wing-like energy pauldrons, layer upon layer of feathers condensed from pure law of destruction. That was not merely defense. It was the embodiment of law itself. When the seven treasures' wonderful tree struck the armor, the gung metal aura vanished like mud sinking into the sea. It was swallowed cleanly by the law of adaptation, without even causing the slightest ripple. Instead, Junti himself was jolted numb from the rebound force, his tigeress mouth going numb, and the seven treasures' wonderful tree almost flew out of his hand. Xian even pulled out a cigarette from his robe. With a flick of his fingertip, he produced a small spark of destruction energy as a lighter, lit it, and let smoke spill from the corner of his mouth, drifting past Junti's stiff face. The three pure ones all opened their eyes at the same time. Yuancher's brows furrowed slightly, and a bit more scrutiny appeared in his eyes, as if he were reassessing this Deluo Golden Immortal's true strength. Laozi only glanced once before closing his eyes again, as though nothing had happened. Nuwa tilted her gaze slightly, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Fushi stepped half a pace forward and shielded her behind him. Dijun and Tai both turned their heads at the same time. Tai placed one hand on the chaos bell, and the runes on its surface faintly lit up. Kuanping narrowed his eyes as he stared at the law patterns flowing across that armor, like a bird of prey assessing its target. Over by the 12 ancestral witches, Zhurong directly shouted in his booming voice, "This guy is interesting. He can take more of a beating than our Wu clan." Hudu softly said, "Thank you for letting me know," so quietly that only she herself could hear it. Tong Tian sat on the cushion beside Xian, his eyes glued to that burning cigarette and refusing to move away. Xian blew out a mouthful of smoke, lazily leaning against the cushion. The smoke slowly rose through the chaotic spiritual chi of Zishao Palace, drifting upward in curling wisps. Tong Tian secretly glanced at his two elder brothers. Laozi had his eyes shut, resting his spirit. Yuancher was sitting upright and proper. Neither of them was paying attention here. He lightly nudged Xian with his elbow. "Fellow Taoist, what is that smoking thing of yours?" Xian turned his head and glanced at Tong Tian, then casually pulled out another cigarette and handed it over. "A cigarette helps refresh the mind." Tong Tian took the cigarette, copied Xian, and lit it with true fire. He took a drag and immediately coughed several times from the harsh smoke, nearly spraying Shangxing immortal chi out through his nostrils. But that strange experience with Shangxing immortal chi mixed together with nicotine made his eyes light up. He took another deep drag. His expression shifted from confusion to satisfaction. Smoke slowly came out from his nostrils and formed a tiny sword shape in front of him. He looked down at the burning cigarette in his hand, then looked at Xian, and nodded seriously. "Good stuff. This item is clearly fated with my Shangxing line." Jane supported the still-dazed Junti and gave Xian a deep look. There was no hatred in that look. No anger. Only an extremely deep scrutiny. He did not say another word. He turned and walked toward the ordinary seating area, then sat down in a corner. When Junti sat, his fists were still clenched tight, his knuckles white. Only after Jane reached out and pressed on his hand did he slowly loosen them. Right at that moment, a distant bell chime rang out from the depths of Zishao Palace. Every whisper in the hall vanished at once. All 3,000 guests raised their heads together. On the high platform, Dao ancestor Hongjun was already seated on his cushion. His gaze swept over those below and paused for a moment on the fourth cushion. Xian leaned against his cushion, stubbed out the cigarette and put it away, then began listening seriously. As that distant bell chime in Zishao Palace faded, Hongjun Dao ancestor sat firmly upon the high platform. He gave no opening remarks. His gaze slowly swept over the 3,000 guests below, pausing for a moment on the fourth cushion. That Deluo Golden Immortal who had just caused a disturbance was now sitting straight and proper, as if nothing had happened. Hongjun withdrew his gaze and spoke his first sentence. The seats are set. So be it. The moment those words fell, faint golden patterns appeared on the ground beneath the 6 cushions. At this moment, the law of Saint Seats was officially anchored. Jane's face instantly fell. For the first time, that pair of bitter eyes revealed unhidden gloom. Beside him, Zhuanti clenched his fists until his joints turned white. His lips moved several times, but in the end, he still did not dare say anything. That strike just now had already made him understand the gap in strength between them. The 7 treasures' wonderful tree could not even break through the other party's armor. So what was he supposed to use to compete? Xian leaned against the cushion, both hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression calm. Jane and Zhuanti were innate sacred beings. From birth, they had stood at the top of the food chain in the primordial world. But Uchiha Gen had fought his way up from a tiny place step by step. From the ninja world to the Dragon Ball universe, from a candidate god of destruction to a multiversal rank. Every bit of cultivation he had was traded for with his life. That foundation was right there. He truly was not afraid of what those two might do. Hongjun did not give him much time to think before he began speaking. The words of a saint were themselves the sound of the great Tao. Every single word contained fluctuations of law origin. Xian immediately focused his mind and pushed both the law of adaptation and the law of devouring to their limits. Hongjun's lecture began from the most basic 5 elements laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Mutual generation. Mutual restraint. The foundation of all things. Then came yin and yang. The 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams. Going further upward, it began touching on the profound mysteries of the law of time and the law of space. These happened to perfectly confirm the spacetime laws within Xian's body. He listened with endless hunger. Halfway through the sermon, Hongjun even began explaining Great God Pangu's Great Tao of Strength. That was the source of the power that split open heaven and earth, the ultimate form of all offensive laws. In his heart, Xian compared all of it to his own law of destruction piece by piece, and discovered that the law of destruction actually seemed to share the same origin as the Great Tao of Strength. That discovery made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. How could his mutated law of destruction share the same origin as Pangu's Great Tao of Strength? Unless the entire power system he had cultivated from the very beginning was somehow related to Pangu. He even started suspecting that the current Hongjun and the future Hongjun might not be the same person, but the thought was suppressed the instant it appeared. Right now, the most important thing was absorbing knowledge. There would be plenty of time later to verify those doubts. Time lost all meaning within a saint's sermon. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xian's cultivation steadily stopped at the peak of Grand Luo Golden Immortal, only a hair away from quasi-saint. Looking inward with his divine sense, he saw that the 3 flowers above his crown had already bloomed to the 9th grade. Before entering Zhixiao Palace, they had only been at the 7th grade. The 2 newly bloomed grades had opened under the nourishment of 3,000 years of saintly charm. While Hongjun preached, the aura of the great Tao that leaked out had been silently devoured and absorbed by him through the law of adaptation, turning into the foundation of his own path. Of course, this was not without consequences. During the 3,000 years of preaching, Hongjun's gaze had fallen on him more than once. Within those ancient well-like eyes that never stirred, there flashed an extremely faint trace of confusion. He always felt that the law on Xian's body looked familiar somehow, yet he simply could not remember where he had seen it. Hongjun's voice slowly fell through the great hall. The first sermon is over. The next sermon will be in 100,000 years. After saying that, the figure on the high platform dispersed like thin mist. The 3,000 listeners all rose and left one after another. But Tongtian grabbed Xian by the sleeve and refused to let him go, saying that he was very interested in fellow Taoist Xian's laws, so why not go discuss the Tao together? Xian followed him to Kunlun Mountain and exchanged greetings with Laozi and Yuanshi, neither humble nor overbearing. Once the discussion began, the 4 of them each displayed their strengths. Laozi spoke of following nature. Yuanshi expounded on the precise deductions of the law of karma. Tongtian spoke of how all things always carried a sliver of life within them. Xian, meanwhile, displayed his law of adaptation. He drew the Tao charms of the 3 pure ones into his body, using the law of adaptation as the root and the law of devouring as the branches and leaves, steadily reconciling the 3 clashing Taos into one at the very edge of collision. The 3 pure ones watched with thoughtful expressions. Through analogy and mutual understanding, the bottlenecks in each of their cultivations loosened somewhat. The Tao discussion lasted for 20,000 years. 20,000 years later, Xian rose and said his farewells. Before leaving, he pulled several packs of cigarettes from his robes and stuffed them into Tongtian's hands, telling him to smoke sparingly and that he would bring more at the next sermon. Tongtian took the bundle, weighed it in his hand, and contentedly tucked it into his sleeve. From the distance, Yuanshi saw this scene, and his brows twitched unconsciously. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Xian flew straight toward Mount Buzhou. He had previously promised Ancestor Witch Dijiang that he would visit the Wu clan as a guest and, while there, listen to Dijiang explain the great Tao of space. He had always kept that in mind. When he landed at the entrance to the Wu clan tribe, Zhirong was the first to come out to greet him, shouting at the top of his lungs that the tough one who could take a beating had arrived. Xian was led into the central square of the tribe, where all 12 ancestral witches were present. Dijiang did not waste words. He brought Xian into the Wu clan's transmission hall and personally explained the essence of the great Tao of space to him. That lecture lasted several hundred more years. Several hundred years later, Dijiang handed a scroll made of beast hide to Xian. It was the Wu clan's most basic body tempering technique. Though it was called basic, it contained a method for refining the fleshly body with Pangu's blood essence. To any cultivator, it was a priceless treasure. Xian thanked him and accepted it. He stayed with the Wu clan for a few more days, competing with Zhirong in heat resistance and with Gonggong in holding his breath. Before leaving, he even nodded in farewell to Hutu. After flying out of the Wu clan tribe, he found a deserted barren mountain, opened a cave dwelling, and prepared to properly digest everything he had gained on this trip. Xian entered seclusion in the cave dwelling for a full 60,000 years. He spread out the Wu clan's basic body tempering technique that Ancestor Witch Dijiang had given him and compared it against his own law of adaptation piece by piece. He discovered that the Wu clan's body tempering method took the path of refining the flesh to the extreme using Pangu's blood essence. Although he did not possess Pangu's blood essence, he had the law of devouring, which could absorb all external force, and the law of adaptation, which could fuse all laws. He dismantled the two and recombined them, replacing the part of the Wu clan body tempering art that used blood essence as the guide with laws as the guide. He transformed a Wu clan method originally suitable only for Pangu's bloodline into a brand new body tempering cultivation art that any physique could cultivate. Xian gave it a name, 9 Revolutions Golden Body. By now, he had cultivated it to the 7th revolution, corresponding to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He had tested it once by letting an attack on the level of a mid-grade Khanate spirit treasure strike him directly. The sharpness of the spirit treasure hit the surface of his skin and only left a few white marks, which were smoothed away in an instant by the law of adaptation. What pleased him even more was that, because 9 Revolutions Golden Body had fused the core trait of the law of adaptation, it could actively absorb all forms of energy to strengthen the fleshly body. When an enemy's attack landed on him, it was equivalent to helping him temper his body. On the foundation of 9 Revolutions Golden Body, Xian also created a new offensive method. First, he used the law of space to lock down the target. Then, he used the law of devouring to swallow the target together with its energy into a law space. Finally, he used the law of destruction to dismantle it from the level of existence itself, while the residual energy left after the dismantling would be absorbed by the law of adaptation and transformed into nourishment for himself. He named this technique Void. After calculating with his fingers, he found that there were still more than 10,000 years before Hongjun's second sermon. Xian left the cave dwelling and flew straight toward Zishao Palace. 1,000 years later, he landed on the plaza outside Zishao Palace. Not a single cultivator's shadow could be seen on the empty ground. Only 2 child attendants sat on the stone steps before the main gate, their heads nodding as they dozed off. Hao Yan was leaning crookedly against a pillar, a thread of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Yao Qi was resting on her knees, breathing evenly. The two of them were not highly cultivated. They had guarded this edge of chaos for tens of thousands of years, and were obviously bored out of their minds. Looking at how cute the two were, Xian did not wake them. He rummaged through his storage space, pulled out a small lamb he had casually hunted on the way, and flicked out a hand seal. The lamb automatically shed its wool, was gutted, skinned, and had its organs cleaned out spotless. Then he took out a few dry branches from his storage space and set them up. A tiny flame popped from his fingertips, and he started roasting the whole lamb right at the gate of Zishao Palace. The flames licked at the meat. Grease seeped out from the skin and dripped into the fire, making a dense sizzling sound. The aroma of roasted meat drifted out along with the chaos aura, spreading across the entire plaza. Hao Yan's little nose twitched first, then Yao Qi's. Like 2 cats that had caught the scent of fish, they twitched their noses and drowsily opened their eyes. When they saw the black-haired young man roasting a whole lamb over a fire in front of them, both of them rubbed their eyes at the same time. Xian tore off 2 pieces of fragrant roasted lamb and handed them over. Hao Yan took the meat, still a little reserved. Yao Qi had already taken a bite, and her eyes instantly curved into crescents. Xian sliced off the tenderest piece of hind leg meat from the lamb, then pulled a small bottle from his robes. It contained cumin and chili powder he had casually brought from New York, and he had been reluctant to use it all this time. He sprinkled the seasoning evenly over the lamb leg, stood up, held it in both hands, and gave a deep bow toward the gates of Zishao Palace. Please have a taste of my cooking, Saint. The moment his words fell, the lamb leg in his hands vanished soundlessly. A moment later, A wine pot appeared out of thin air before him. The pot itself was made of the most ordinary celadone, but just one whiff of the wine fragrance spilling from its mouth instantly cleared his divine sense. Hongjun's voice came from deep inside the hall, carrying the faintest trace of a smile. Little friend, your cooking is excellent. Try this immortal brew that this old Taoist collected many years ago. Xian bowed again in thanks and sat down holding the wine pot. He glanced at Hao Yin, who was staring at the wine pot and swallowing hard, then smiled. Can you drink? Hao Yin nodded like a chick pecking at rice, repeatedly saying yes, 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 thank you, fellow Taoist. Yao Qi also scooted over, and the three of them enjoyed a fine meal together with roasted lamb and immortal wine. After the meal, Hao Yin and Yao Qi leaned against the stone pillars, their little faces flushed red with a pleasant buzz, still muttering about whether he could bring delicious food every time he came for a sermon. Xian smiled, sat down cross-legged at the gate, and closed his eyes. After the immortal brew went down his throat, it turned into a warm yet dense stream of spiritual energy and slowly flowed along his meridians. Though the effect was not especially great for him at his current Great Luo Peak, there was an extremely faint trace of saintly charm hidden within that spiritual energy. In his dantian, he carefully broke it down with both the law of devouring and the law of adaptation working together, then absorbed it into his body. His cultivation, already at the Great Luo Peak, steadily advanced another step forward. In the chaos, time was uncountable. He simply sat cross-legged outside the gates of Zishao Palace, waiting for the day of the sermon to arrive. In the 10,000 years before the second sermon, Xian never left the entrance of Zishao Palace for even a step. He sat cross-legged in the plaza, eyes closed, quietly cultivating. After that last roasted lamb meal, Hao Yin and Yao Qi had grown familiar with him. The two Dao children would occasionally bring over a cup of clear tea and place it by his side without making a sound to disturb him. Xian polished his 9 revolutions golden body from the 7th revolution to the peak of the 7th revolution, and repeatedly deduced and refined the art of nihility. During these 10,000 years, he did not rush to break through. The threshold of Hunyuan Golden Immortal was already right before his eyes, but when to break through and how to do it, he had long since made his plans. From the very beginning, he had never intended to walk the path of proving the Tao through the 3 corpses. That path required slashing away the 3 thoughts of good, evil, and obsession, then entrusting them to innate spirit treasures. In essence, it was cutting away a part of oneself in exchange for cultivation. His law of adaptation could fuse with all powers. The path he wanted to take was proving the Tao through laws, using laws as his foundation to directly attain Hunyuan. Exactly 10,000 years passed. On the plaza outside Zishao Palace, figures began descending one after another. The 3 pure ones were still the first to arrive. Laozi walked in front, leaning on his flat crutch, with Yuanshi and Tongtian following side by side behind him. Xian rose and stepped forward, exchanging greetings with the 3 pure ones. The moment Tongtian saw him, he held out his hand for cigarettes. Xian pulled out an entire carton from his sleeve and stuffed it into Tongtian's hands. Tongtian weighed it in his palm, then nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Hudu's figure also descended onto the plaza. But this time she had come alone. Not a single one of the other 11 ancestral witches had come with her. After listening last time, Di Jiang had bluntly said that these sounds of the Great Tao were no different from a heavenly book to the Wu clan. No matter what, he refused to come again this time. Xian nodded to Hutu in greeting. Neither of them said much, but in her gaze, there was clearly a bit more recognition of him as a fellow Taoist. Right at that moment, Xian casually drew a line through the air with one hand. A silver-purple spatial crack silently opened above the plaza of Zishao Palace. On the other side of the crack was the private storage room on the 3rd underground level of Stark Industries in the Marvel Universe. Tony Stark was standing before a holographic projection in a white lab coat, studying an iterative nanotech upgrade plan, when a sudden chill ran up his back. Before he could react, J.A.R.V.I.S. voice sounded out. Sir, 2 more cartons of your privately stored cigarettes are missing. At the same time, 1 box of bourbon whiskey is also gone. Tony froze for a moment, then leaned against the lab table and laughed. He said to J.A.R.V.I.S. Expand the warehouse for the cigarettes and liquor by another 2 times and fill the whole place up. DLL come take them anyway, right? Should we stock up on more whiskey too? The moment the words fell, the crack opened again, and a hand reached in and snatched away 2 more boxes of bourbon whiskey. Tony shook his head, pulled up the construction blueprint on the holographic screen, and muttered to himself, I knew it. Xian withdrew his hand, took out a cigarette from the carton, and lit it. Smoke drifted from the corner of his mouth. Hongyun had noticed this thing long ago. During the last sermon, he had already seen Xian and Tongtian puffing out clouds of smoke. He had been very curious, but had not had the chance to ask. This time, he truly could not hold back anymore and took the initiative to walk over. Fellow Taoist Xian, could you let me try this smoking item as well? Though Fushi, who stood behind Nuwa, did not speak. His eyes also remained fixed on the burning cigarette. Looking at Hongyun's sincere eyes, perfectly matching his good guy personality, Xian said nothing. He directly pushed over the freshly opened carton, then opened another one for Fushi as well. Hongyun took the pack and turned it over several times in his hands. Then he copied Xian's movements, lit one, and took a drag, only to cough so hard that his eyes turned red. Fushi, on the other hand, smoked quite steadily. It was just that the serious expression between his brows, full of that overprotective brother aura, together with the smoke curling around his fingertips, created an indescribably strange sense of dissonance. The four of them sat down side by side on the plaza, smoke rising one after another, becoming a sight never before seen outside the gates of Zhixiao Palace. The gates of Zhixiao Palace slowly opened. This time, Xian was already familiar with the process and still sat on the fourth meditation cushion. On the high platform, Hongjun's figure remained an unfathomable mass of chaos in everyone's eyes. No one could see his face clearly. The sermon began. This time, what Hongjun taught was the path of proving the Tao through laws above the quasi-saint realm, from the great Luo Peak to quasi-saint, and then the road of proving the Tao through laws as a Hunyuan golden immortal. Xian absorbed every single word like a starving man. The law of adaptation and the law of devouring revolved within his body at an unprecedented speed, taking in without missing a trace the aura of the great Tao scattered from the saint's sermon. He had already suppressed his cultivation at the very limit of great Luo Peak, like a dam filled to the brim with water. 500 years later, that dam could finally no longer hold. An extremely faint ripple of law spread out from Xian's body, but he forcibly suppressed it with the law of space, preventing any external phenomenon from appearing. Yet above the three flowers within him, at the edge of the 9th grade petal, the faint phantom of a 10th grade petal began to emerge. In his dantian, the embryonic form of his own law, the law of adaptation was rapidly solidifying. He was proving the Tao through laws. He did not slash the three corpses. He did not entrust anything to spirit treasures. Using the core of his own law, he directly broke through the threshold of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The entire process was silent and soundless. Among the 3,000 listeners around him, not a single one noticed anything unusual. But on the high platform, Hongjun's sermon paused for an extremely brief instant. A faint fluctuation flashed beneath his eyes. He had sensed the silent breakthrough on the fourth meditation cushion. A Hunyuan Golden Immortal who had proven the Tao through laws had been born right under his nose, without a sound. Then he continued preaching as if nothing had happened. At the moment the second sermon ended, all kinds of phenomena erupted throughout Zhixiao Palace. Laozi was the first to rise. He lightly tapped his dragon head crutch in his hand, and the three flowers above his head bloomed together. His good corpse transformed into a white-haired old Taoist who stepped out from his body, bowed toward the heavens, then turned into a streak of light and merged into the crutch.
Laozi et sera surgé upward.
From Great Luo Peak he stepped directly into Quasi-Saint. After slashing the corpse, the dragon head crutch bloomed with a taiji pattern woven from intertwining yin and yang qi. The pressure was so heavy that the surrounding rogue cultivators all retreated. Next was Yuanshi. His expression remained calm as ever. With a casual shake of the three treasures Jade Rui in his hand, his good corpse transformed into a Taoist identical in appearance to him, but with smiling brows and eyes. The figure gave Yuanshi a slight bow, then merged into the Rui. Yuanshi's robes fluttered without wind, and quasi-saint pressure spread out. Together with Laozi's Taiji aura, one on the left and one on the right, they turned all of Zhixiao Palace into a scene of harmonized yin and yang. Then came Tong Tian. He still had half a cigarette hanging from his mouth. He pinched it off to the side, and the Qingping sword flew out from behind him. Amid the ringing cry of the sword, his evil corpse was slashed out, a black-clothed youth overflowing with sword intent. The youth bared his teeth in a grin at Tong Tian, then drilled into the Qingping sword. Sword chi around Tong Tian's sword. The quasi-saint realm was complete. Then he casually stuck the half-smoked cigarette back between his fingers. It was just like a teacher giving a lecture. Those who learned well learned fast. Those who could not simply could not. The well-known innate divine beings slashed away one corpse after another. Phenomena appeared continuously throughout Zhixiao Palace, and the lights of all kinds of spirit treasures rose and fell in succession. Hongyun also slashed out his good corpse. Fushi entrusted his good corpse into the Fushi Qin, whose strings rang out on their own with an ancient melody. Dijun's sunlight wheel, Tai's chaos bell, Nui's mountains and rivers state diagram, one innate spirit treasure after another lit up within the palace, each carrying a strand of one of the slashed three corpses. After the excitement passed, the eyes of the 3,000 listeners all turned in unison toward the fourth meditation cushion. Among the 6 people seated on the cushions, Uchiha Gen was the only one who showed no phenomenon at all. He sat there quietly on the cushion, legs crossed, unmoving from beginning to end. Everyone was muttering inwardly, how could this guy, who could forcibly block Junti's 7 treasures wonderful tree, show no reaction at all during the corpse-slashing stage. Laozi also turned his head, his gentle gaze landing on Xian. Then he suddenly discovered that Xian's cultivation had also risen. He was no longer at Great Luo Peak, but had instead entered the same tier as Quasi-Saint, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. That aura was solid as a rock, and his foundation was so stable that it did not look like a fresh breakthrough at all. Laozi's eyes widened slightly as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Xian, your cultivation?" Xian opened his eyes, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. The aura pressing down over his body slowly spread out. The pressure of a primordial golden immortal spread out silently. There was no phenomenon of the 3 flowers gathering above the head, no treasure light from severing the 3 corpses. There was only a heavy, grounded fluctuation of laws that made everyone shut their mouths at the same time. In the back row, Junti widened his eyes. A trace of complexity flashed through the sorrowful eyes of Jane. Among the 3 pure ones, the proudest, Yuanshi, stared at Xian for a breath, then gave a slight nod. Tong Tian parted his mouth with a cigarette still hanging from it and muttered in a low voice, as expected of someone who can take a beating. Hotu sat quietly on her cushion, both hands folded over her knees. There was now a faint smile in the way she looked at Xian. Laozi regained his calm and turned to give a deep bow toward the high platform. "May I ask, sage, how many ways are there to attain sainthood?" Dao ancestor Hongjun's voice descended from the high platform, clear in every ear. "There are 3 ways to attain sainthood. The first is to prove the Dao by severing the 3 corpses. The second is to prove the Dao through laws. The third is to prove the Dao through great merit. Of the 3, proving the Dao through laws is the strongest. Severing the 3 corpses comes next. Merit-based sainthood comes last." Another wave of buzzing discussion swept through the hall. Quite a few gazes turned once more toward the black-haired young man on the 4th cushion, his aura deep and steady. Hongjun's voice once again suppressed the noise filling the hall. "However, proving the Dao through laws is also the most difficult. Now that the great Dao has withdrawn and the heavenly Dao governs the primordial world, without the proper opportunity, proving the Dao through laws is almost impossible." As he said this, his gaze landed on Xian for a brief moment. Xian's face remained expressionless. His eyes were slightly closed, his back straight as a pine. His heart was wholly set on the Dao, and no one could shake it. A trace of satisfaction flashed through Hongjun's eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze. The chaotic aura around the high platform closed in once more. Everyone bowed and dispersed. This time, Xian did not leave with anyone. Instead, he used a movement art, turned into a ray of light, and flew straight toward Mount Bujo. According to the novels from his previous life, after the second sermon ended, it was exactly when the gourd vine would emerge. So Xian had come early. His target was the 7th black gourd that would fly away. Of course, the gourd vine itself and the 9 heavens resting soil were also his targets. Mount Bujo, formed from Pangua's spine, towered into the clouds. The surface of the mountain was wrapped in ancient chaotic baleful energy that never dispersed. Xian flew along the mountain ridge for a long time before landing in a jagged mountain hollow. That faint sense of resonance was becoming clearer and clearer. It was nearby. It had not fully matured yet, but it would soon. There was no one around. He was the first to arrive. Xian was in no hurry. He casually took out a recliner and a portable tea table from his storage space. A bottle of bourbon whiskey was placed on the table, along with an open pack of cigarettes. In front of the table was a wooden fan he had casually made with angelic power. Its blades turned automatically under the drive of spiritual energy, giving off a low humming sound. He leaned back into the recliner, lit a cigarette, and poured himself half a glass of whiskey. Mountain winds swept through the cliffs of Mount Bujo, and tiny ripples spread across the surface of the drink. With one leg crossed over the other, he hummed some unknown tune. Smoke curled up from his fingertips. In this ancient and desolate Mount Bujo, he somehow managed to sit there with the relaxed ease of someone on vacation. Bit by bit, time passed. The hollow deep within Mount Bujo remained as quiet as ever. That gourd vine was hidden extremely well. If Xian did not have his keen perception of innate spiritual energy through the law of adaptation, then even if someone else flew over Mount Bujo hundreds of times, they still might not discover it. Xian was not in a rush either. Every day, he leaned back in the recliner, drank bourbon whiskey, smoked, and occasionally reached out to flick the wooden fan's blades to make it spin faster. The 3 pure ones were the first to arrive. Laozi walked in front, with Yuanshi and Tongtian following side by side. What the 3 of them saw upon landing was not a battle-ready Xian, but 4 recliners set neatly next to each other, bourbon whiskey on the table giving off a chilled mist, a wooden fan spinning by itself, and the lingering aroma of grilled meat in the air. Xian made a gesture, inviting the 3 to sit. Without a word, Tongtian flopped onto a recliner, poured himself half a glass of whiskey, and took a sip. His eyes immediately lit up. This is even stronger than immortal brew. Good stuff. Yuanshi sat down expressionlessly, lifted the glass, and took a sip. His brows relaxed by an almost imperceptible amount. Laozi was the calmest of all. He leaned back in the recliner, tasted the drink, and nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Shen really knows how to enjoy himself. Next came Dijun and Tai. The solar true fire around the two brothers had not fully withdrawn yet. When they landed, the temperature of the entire hollow jumped noticeably. With a casual wave, Shen produced 2 more recliners. Holding the chaos bell, Tai sat down and curiously studied the structure of the wooden fan. Dijun, looking as composed as ever, nodded from afar in greeting to the 3 pure ones. His gaze paused on the bottle of bourbon whiskey for a moment, and Shen poured him half a glass as well. Then came Fushi and Nuwa. As usual, Fushi first swept his gaze across the surroundings. Only after confirming there was no danger did he turn aside and let his younger sister sit first. Nuwa showed great interest in the wooden fan. She reached out a finger and lightly touched one of the spinning blades, then turned to ask Shen if he could give her one to take back and study. Shen said, "I'll make one for you later." Fushi gave a light cough and sat beside Nuwa, still holding that unique serious air of an overprotective brother even as he raised his drink. Hongyun and Zenyuanzi landed almost at the same time. The moment Hongyun saw the scene, he laughed. "Fellow Taoist Shen, you know how to enjoy yourself even more than outside Zishao Palace. I still haven't finished the cigarettes I got from you last time." Zenyuanzi pulled the ginseng fruit leaves at his sleeve closer to himself, sat down quietly, picked up his glass, took a sip, and nodded. Not bad. No one knew whether he was praising the drink or the recliner. Shen handed Hongyun a cigarette. Hongyun skillfully lit it, then traded a smoke ring with Tong Tian across 2 recliners. The last to arrive was the Western duo. Jane and Juanti landed at the edge of the hollow. Looking at the spread of recliners, tea tables, wine fragrance, and cigarette smoke, the corners of their mouths twitched in perfect unison. Of the people on the 6 cushions, aside from Hutu, who had not come, the other 5 were all here. Add in Dijun, Tai, Fushi, Hongyun, and Zenyuanzi, and the most high-profile innate sacred beings in the entire primordial world were sprawled all over the ground. Shen did not even glance at them. Jane's expression did not change. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 homemade recliners appeared on the ground. The 2 of them sat down by themselves, calm and natural, as if they were already used to being ignored. 5 years later, the gourd vine fully emerged. 7-colored light burst out from a crack in the valley. A gourd vine broke through the earth and rose from below, its vines thick as dragons, its leaves green as jade. 7 gourds hung from it, each one radiating innate aura and turning the entire mountain hollow into a sea of interwoven rainbow light. Laozi was the first to speak. "Today, I shall be presumptuous for once. We 3 pure ones were born from Pangu's primordial spirit. It is only fitting that we take 3 of them." With a wave of his hand, 3 gourds fell respectively into the hands of the 3 pure ones. Dijun stepped forward and took the 4th. Nuwa took the 5th. At Laozi's indication, Hongyun smilingly picked the 6th. Only the last one remained. Just as Juanti reached out his hand, a streak of silver-purple light moved 1 step ahead of him, taking that somewhat underdeveloped 7th gourd, along with the entire gourd vine and the 9 heavens resting soil beneath its roots, straight into storage space. Juanti's hand froze in midair. The expression on his face was even more wonderful than when Shen had roasted him back in Zishao Palace. Jane let out a light sigh, pulled his junior brother along, and turned to leave. Now that all the mighty figures had achieved their goals, they each took their leave. The mountain hollow became quiet once more. Shen did not linger either. He put away the recliners and tea table, then flew straight back to the cave dwelling where he was temporarily staying. Less than 10 years later, Nuwa flew back once again. When she landed in the hollow and saw the completely empty remains of the gourd vine site, a bitter look appeared on her face. Only after returning to her cave dwelling had she received a sense from the heavenly Tao, telling her that the gourd vine and the 9 heavens resting soil would be of great use to her. But now, all that remained was the lingering silver-purple law fluctuation left behind by Shen, still flowing faintly between the rocks. She shook her head helplessly. Shen's strength had already been proven back in Zishao Palace. She could only wait for a future opportunity to visit him and ask. After returning to his cave dwelling, Shen took out that somewhat underdeveloped gourd and placed it on the 9 heavens resting soil. The law of adaptation slowly flowed from his fingertips. Pale golden light seeped into the gourd's surface like spring rain soaking into parched earth. Very soon, the little gourd regained its vitality. Several pale golden vines sprouted again, and the leaves shifted from withered yellow back to jade green. But if it wanted to fully take shape, it would still need a long period of nurturing. "No rush. Take it slow." He placed the gourd and the 9 heavens resting soil together in the spot with the densest spiritual energy in the cave dwelling. Then he sat down cross-legged and replayed every word of Hongjun's second sermon in his mind, line by line. From the 5 element laws to the space-time laws, from the method of severing the 3 corpses to the essence of proving the Tao through laws, Every time he gained a new insight, he would circulate the 9 revolutions golden body through one major cycle inside his body, turning it into his own understanding of laws. This secluded cultivation lasted an extremely long time. 90,000 years flowed past outside the cave abode like running water, while Xian remained seated cross-legged on the stone couch from beginning to end, not moving an inch. When he emerged, he slowly opened his eyes. The 3 flowers above his head turned lightly within his sea of consciousness, and the laws inside his body were as silent and refined as a great furnace. His cultivation had firmly settled at the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and his foundation in laws was countless times more solid than when he had just broken through. He stood up and adjusted his robe, his gaze pausing for a moment on the little gourd in the corner of the cave, which had already recovered 70% of its vitality, before withdrawing it. He had long since made his plans. If the primordial purple chi was distributed according to the prayer cushions, then he would be able to obtain one strand and use it to adapt to the fusion of laws and purple chi. Sainthood would then be within reach. If not, then sorry about that. No one would be able to stop Hongyun's path to proving the Tao. Xian left the cave abode and turned into a streak of silver-purple light, flying toward the Purple Cloud Palace. This time, Xian did not delay at all on his way to the Purple Cloud Palace. He compressed his flight technique through the chaos to the absolute limit. Just as he reached the chaotic barrier outside the Purple Cloud Palace, 2 streams of golden solar true fire suddenly swept out from the side and blocked his path. Dijuan and Tai stepped out from the firelight. The solar true fire around the 2 brothers had become several degrees more condensed than it had been during the second sermon. Dijuan spoke first, saying that the demon race was about to be established, and since fellow Taoist Xian possessed extraordinary strength, why not join them and accomplish great things together? His wording was polite and his attitude warm, but the pie he painted did not even come with a concrete position. He only spoke of accomplishing great things together and a future full of promise. It was all empty talk. Xian only found it amusing. He had once been an emperor in the ninja world, and had once been a candidate god of destruction in Universe 7. He had seen this kind of barehanded recruitment scam far too many times. His expression did not change in the slightest as he said that his heart was set solely on pursuing the great Tao, that he had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the demon race, and bade them farewell. After speaking, he shifted to the side, past the 2 of them, and continued flying toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Tai watched his back, one hand pressing onto the chaos bell, only to be stopped at once by Dijuan. Dijuan said that their great undertaking had only just begun, and it was unwise to make too many enemies. Since Xian refused to appreciate their kindness, then once the demon race had developed, they could settle the score with him then. Tai released the chaos bell, a trace of unwillingness flashing through his golden pupils. The 3rd sermon began. This time what Hongjun spoke of was the road beyond saints, that unspeakable realm above the heavenly Tao. Xian absorbed every single word like a starving man, and his cultivation steadily rose from the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the late stage, then to the peak. Yet after reaching the peak, that final step stood before him like a wall of bronze and iron, blocking him completely. Proving the Tao through laws was as hard as ascending to the heavens while the heavenly Tao ruled the great desolation. He could feel that he was only one layer of paper away from Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, but that layer of paper was even thicker than the chaos outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Even when the sermon finally ended, his cultivation remained firmly at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, utterly unmoving. After Hongjun finished his sermon, he did not disappear directly as he usually did. Seated upright on the high platform, he said that as the heavenly Tao operated, the great desolation ought to have 9 saints. He himself occupied one seat, but once the sermon ended, he would merge with the heavenly Tao. From then on, Hongjun would be the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao would not be Hongjun. The moment those words came out, the entire hall fell silent. Jane and Juinti were the first to react. The 2 of them sat down on the floor and burst into loud wailing, crying even more sincerely than when they had fought for the prayer cushions the first time. No one knew whether they were truly reluctant to part with the Tao ancestor, or whether they were crying over the fact that their saint seats still had not been settled. Hongjun paid no attention to the 2 bald heads crying as if the sky were collapsing. His gaze turned toward Xian on the 4th prayer cushion. He said that Xian's comprehension was outstanding, his foundation hidden, and his mind steady. Was he willing to take him as his master? Xian did not hesitate in the slightest when he heard this. He immediately knelt and bowed, saying, "Disciple Xian greets teacher." Hongjun gave a slight nod and waved a hand. A pitch-black spear fell before Xian. Thick baleful chi coiled around the spear shaft, so dense it was almost tangible. It was the killing supreme treasure once wielded by the demon ancestor Luoho when he had contended against the Tao ancestor, the god-slaying spear. Hongjun said that he had seen Xian's defensive power already, but his killing methods were still somewhat lacking, so this god-slaying spear would be handed over to him. Immediately after, he raised a finger, and a strand of primordial purple chi flew from his fingertip into Xian's glabella. Xian kowtowed once more and thanked teacher. Next came the three pure ones. Hongjun took out the Taiji diagram and bestowed it upon Laozi, the Pangu banner and bestowed it upon Yuanshi, and the four swords of Zhu Xian and bestowed them upon Tong Tian. Nuwa received the red hydrangea ball and the cauldron of heaven and earth. When it came to Hutu, Hongjun said that the Wu race was born without primordial spirits, and only Hutu still possessed a trace of a weak primordial spirit, but even that was far too frail. He took out a bottle of unknown liquid and said that this item could stabilize the primordial spirit, but the two of them did not share the fate of master and disciple. After saying that, he closed his eyes and spoke no more. The Western duo panicked the moment they saw this. Jane hurriedly stepped forward and said that the West had originally been rich in spiritual veins, but because the demon ancestor Luoho had once battled the Tao ancestor in the West, it had been beaten into a barren wasteland, and the living beings of the West were still suffering bitterly to this day. His words were tactful, but what he really meant was simple enough: you still have not repaid the karma you owe the West. Hongjun opened his eyes and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he only said, "So be it, so be it." He raised a hand and sent out 2 strands of primordial purple chi, along with a demon-subduing pestle, to Jane and Juinti. Then he asked whether the two of them were willing to become nominal disciples. Jane and Juinti were overjoyed. They immediately knelt and bowed, agreeing again and again. Seeing this, the other 3,000 guests in the hall all fell to their knees, crying and shouting about their own pasts. Their sobbing, shouting, and bitter complaints rose and fell one after another. Hongjun remained seated on the high platform without giving any response. He merely raised a hand, and his voice suppressed all the noise in the hall. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace is the treasure dividing cliff. Treasures have been left upon it. Those among you who are fated may take them yourselves. After speaking, his figure completely merged into the chaos. The 3,000 guests surged out in a frenzy, rushing straight toward the treasure dividing cliff. The treasures on the treasure dividing cliff spread out like an inverted river of stars, and all kinds of spiritual light turned the chaos into broad daylight. Among them, Tong Tian collected the most. He spread open his sleeves without even bothering to pick and choose. With a single sweep of his arm, a huge batch of treasures was drawn into his sleeves. Golden dragon shears, Hunyuan hammer, purple lightning hammer, fisherman's drum, heart-piercing lock. Large and small, he collected no fewer than several hundred items. Standing nearby, Yuanshi frowned and said, "Third brother, restrain yourself a little." Tong Tian kept stuffing treasures into his sleeves as he replied, "Second brother, don't worry about me. Teacher already said it. Those who are fated may take them themselves. I'm the most fated one here." Laozi stood to one side, leaning on his flat cane. He only took a few useful connate spirit treasures before stepping away. Jane and Juinti were quick-eyed and swift-handed as well, and they snatched quite a few good items. One of the green lotus treasure color flags was seized tightly by Juinti, who hugged it to his chest for fear Tong Tian might casually scoop it away. Dijuan and Tai collected several fire-attributed connate spirit treasures, while Hongyun and Zenyuanzi each gained something as well. Xian did not join the scramble. He already had primordial purple chi in his glabella and the god-slaying spear. That was enough. Standing at the edge of the treasure dividing cliff, he watched Tong Tian sweep up goods like someone on a double 11 shopping spree. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and then he quietly turned and flew back toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Xian silently withdrew from the crowd. His steps light as he passed through the side gate of the Purple Cloud Palace and returned to the empty main hall, where he sat cross-legged once more on the 4th prayer cushion. He had already calculated the timing. There were still a full 1,000 years before the sermon truly ended. The primordial purple chi and the treasures on the treasure-dividing cliff had drawn away everyone's attention, and no one noticed that he had returned. Though there were some dogs around, there was nothing to be done. Personal opportunities were just like that. If you remembered, then you came back to listen to the sermon. If you did not remember, then sorry about that. Just after he sat down, chaotic chi gathered once more on the high platform, and Hongjuan's figure slowly emerged again, his gaze still as gentle as ever. "You child, why have you come back again?" Xian respectfully bowed, then immediately asked, "Teacher, after merging with the heavenly Tao, if a dispute arises between your consciousness and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, what should be done? If today the body is under your control, and tomorrow it changes to its control, wouldn't that be a conflict? That doesn't sound very convenient." Hongjun heard the real meaning behind his disciple's words. He was worried about him, and at the same time he was leaving himself a path to interfere with the general trend of the heavenly Tao in the future. Hongjun fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Ordinarily, the two coexist without issue. But if the time comes when the primary consciousness must make a decision, then the general trend will need to be adjusted slightly. If you have the mind for it, making a few small moves is fine, but do not go too far. Otherwise, even your teacher will have a hard time cleaning it up." Xian nodded. Understood. I only hope teacher will go a little easier on me in the future. After you merged with the Tao, your cultivation changes with each passing day. How could disciples like us possibly be your match? Hongjun laughed loudly, reached out, tapped him, and scolded him with a smile. Slippery little fellow. Then he put away his smile and said, All right.
Sit properly.
I'll explain the path of Hunyuan to you alone. Xian closed his eyes and entered meditation. This time, there was no noise from the 3,000 guests, no chaos from fighting over cushions. Only Hongjun's voice echoed through the great hall from the high platform. The threshold of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. The key points of proving the Tao through laws, the method of fusing the primordial purple chi with one's own laws. Hongjun explained it all to him piece by piece, breaking it down completely. Inside Xian's body, his law of adaptation circulated at an unprecedented speed, engraving every single word firmly into the core of his law. After several dozen years, the hall doors were gently pushed open, and the three pure ones returned. Laozi only glanced once at Xian, who was listening to the Tao from the fourth cushion, then silently sat down on his own cushion. Yuanshi and Tongtian also sat down behind him. After another period of time, Nuwa returned and quietly took her seat as well. By the time there was only a little time left before the lecture officially ended, Jane and Junti finally came rushing into the hall, panting for breath. The two had been so absorbed in fighting over treasures at Treasure Cliff that they completely forgot the time. They had almost reached the west before realizing something was wrong. When they rushed back, Hongjun was already explaining the essence of the Hunyuan Dao fruit. The two hurriedly sat down and forced themselves to memorize everything, but their cultivation was lacking, and they didn't have a cheat like the law of adaptation. What they heard was utterly confusing, and they couldn't grasp the essentials at all. When the 1,000-year period came to an end, Hongjun's voice dropped the final word in the great hall. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to leave. Xian stood up and cupped his hands toward the three pure ones and Nuwa. Calmly, he said, I've always been used to living freely. Although we share the same master, there's no need for us to address each other as senior and junior brothers. It's more comfortable to call each other Taoist. Tongtian said, Sure, I'm used to calling you that anyway. When Yuanshi heard this, his expression clearly eased by a few points. Asking him to call someone of unknown origin senior brother really was something he couldn't bring himself to do. Since Xian had brought it up himself, Yuanshi also nodded and gave a simple accepting the favor. Leaning on his flat crutch, Laozi stood up and gave Xian a meaningful look. He said nothing, but in those calm, ancient well-like eyes, the meaning was obvious. This kid had seen through Yuanshi's thoughts and gone along with them. Not simple. After that, he took his two younger brothers and bid farewell together with Nuwa, Jane, and Junti. Jane and Junti also hurried off. They had to quickly find a place to comprehend those few sections of the Hunyuan Dao fruit that they hadn't understood. Xian flew back to his nameless cave abode and landed before the entrance. He always felt this barren mountain was missing something. He looked up at the bare cliff face, raised a hand and waved through the air. Stone chips silently peeled away, and the character Xian, sharp and forceful as if carved with silver hooks and iron strokes, was deeply embedded into the rock wall. Between each stroke lingered an extremely faint fluctuation of law power. He stepped back 2 paces and examined it for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction before walking into the cave abode. After sitting down cross-legged, his divine sense sank into the center of his brows. That strand of primordial purple chi was floating quietly within his sea of consciousness, radiating the supreme and subtle aura of the great Tao. He didn't rush to fuse with it. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan every inch of the purple chi again and again. Sure enough, deep within the purple chi, he discovered an extremely faint heavenly Tao imprint that did not belong to the primordial purple chi itself. That was the hidden move heavenly Tao had left behind when distributing the purple chi. Xian said nothing. Without changing expression, he mobilized both the law of adaptation and the law of devouring at the same time. The law of adaptation wrapped around the heavenly Tao imprint, cutting off its ability to sense the outside world, while the law of devouring dismantled and crushed it bit by bit, turning it into nourishment for his own laws. Only after finishing all this did he begin the true fusion with the primordial purple chi. Like spring rain seeping into the soil, the law of adaptation slowly penetrated inward. The law origin contained within the purple chi was stripped away strand by strand, absorbed, transformed, and fused into his own system of laws. His cultivation began at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal and steadily pushed upward little by little. That gate leading to Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal was slowly opening. Xian sat inside the cave abode for a full 1 million years. Throughout that 1 million years, his consciousness remained immersed in the fusion with the primordial purple chi. Like a fine spring rain, the law of adaptation stripped away and absorbed the great Tao origin within the purple chi strand by strand, turning it into the cornerstone of his own laws. The gate to Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal had already opened. He could cross it at any time, but he held himself back. The timing of a breakthrough was more important than the breakthrough itself. A clear female voice came from outside the cave abode. Taoist Xian, please come out and meet me. Xian opened his eyes and recognized Nua's voice. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. He had already guessed why she had come. The gourd vine and the 9 heavens breathing soil. Nua had still come in the end. He raised a hand to undo the cave abode barrier, stood up, and went out to greet her. A gentle smile hung on his face. Welcome, Taoist Nua, to my humble dwelling. What brings you here? Nua landed before him. Since she was asking a favor, her tone was especially polite. She only said that she had come to discuss the Tao and exchange insights with Xian, never once mentioning that she needed the gourd vine. Xian understood perfectly well. If you're not in a hurry, then I'm not in a hurry either. So he readily agreed. Once the two of them began discussing the Tao, it lasted 20,000 years. Xian deliberately spent 30% more time explaining the law of creation, leaving Nua inwardly restless. Her willow brows furrowed slightly. She wanted to urge him, but found it hard to speak. She wanted to ask, but feared it would be abrupt. In the end, she truly couldn't hold back any longer and finally told the truth. She needed the gourd vine that Xian had taken away from Mount Buzhou back then. Xian laughed loudly. What kind of matter is that? If Taoist Nua needs it, just take it. Then his tone shifted. However, Taoist Nua, may I observe from the side? Your cultivation has already reached the peak. This time, you should be about to prove the Tao and become a saint, right? Such a chance is hard to come by. I hope Taoist can grant it. Nua looked deeply at him, then nodded in agreement. The two left the cave abode and flew all the way onward, admiring the scenery along the way. Nua was full of thoughts, but Xian would occasionally say a few light-hearted words, making her burst into laughter. When they arrived at Mount Shouyang, Nua stopped. Seeing the lush vegetation and open terrain, she knew this was exactly the land of creation she had envisioned in her heart. So she took out the gourd vine Xian had handed to her and began molding clay to create humans. The first few clay figures she molded were rough in form and strange in appearance. Their limbs were out of proportion, and the moment she let go, they toppled crookedly to the ground. Nua tried several times, and the frown between her brows only deepened. After watching for a while, Xian gave a light cough and slowly said, Great God Pangu opened heaven and earth. Why not use his Tao body as the model? Nua's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she remade them using Pangu's Tao body as the template. The clay figures were instantly transformed. Their features became upright and proper, their limbs well proportioned. Unfortunately, after landing on the ground, they still lacked spirituality. They had form but no soul. Taking the opportunity, Xian brought out the 9 heavens breathing soil he had already prepared and placed it in her hand. At the same time, he transmitted his voice directly to her. When you swear the oath, swear it to the great Tao. Say that you are willing to become the human Tao saint who has merged with the Tao. I can't explain the reason right now. After you become a saint, I'll explain it myself. Sorry. Nua was slightly startled. She lowered her head to look at the handful of 9 heavens breathing soil in her hand, then looked at Xian's calm and candid eyes. She did not ask why. She only nodded. Nua continued molding clay figures. Once she reached 300, she found it too troublesome, so she simply dipped the gourd vine into the mud made from 9 heavens breathing soil and gave it a swing. Mud droplets fell to the ground and turned into humans. With every swing, more than 1,000 living beings landed and began running. Only when the number secretly matched 1 Yuan Hui did she stop. The newborn race stood beneath Mount Shouyang and looked up at her, while Nua's aura began rising without end at that very moment. She stepped forward and her voice rang out clear as the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens, shooting straight into the firmament. Great Tao above, I Nua, today create a race called the human race. I am willing to become the human Tao saint who has merged with the Tao. Great Tao, bear witness. The great Tao responded. Not heavenly Tao, but the great Tao that stood above heavenly Tao. Ancient and solemn ritual music descended from the heavens. The aura of a heavenly Tao saint around Nua was swept away in an instant, replaced by a pure and warm torrent of human Tao that rose from above the heads of the newborn human race and poured into her body. All living beings across the entire prehistoric world fell to their knees and cried out in unison, congratulating Lady Nua on becoming a saint. At the very moment the great Tao manifested, heavenly Tao was suppressed so thoroughly that it did not dare move. Xian seized that fleeting instant. The cultivation he had suppressed for 1 million years exploded free within his body, and with a single step, he entered the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. He proved the Tao through laws and became a saint. The newly born human race looked up at Nua and shouted, Greetings, Holy Mother. Then they turned toward Xian. Xian's expression didn't change at all. Calmly he said, Call me Holy Father. The human race shouted in unison, Holy Father. Their voices shook the surrounding lands. Nua rolled her eyes at him, but did not refute it. She raised her hand and drew a protective barrier around the human territory, then announced to the primordial world, "For the first 200,000 years, the human race shall be under Nua's protection. No race may invade or harass them." After that, she also declared that she would open Wa Palace in the beyond the heavens and invited all fellow Taoists to come witness the ceremony. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi was the first to sense that something was wrong. He pinched his fingers and calculated, then fell silent for a long time before letting out a sigh, as expected of proving the Tao through laws. Beside him, Yuanshi and Tong Tian looked at each other in confusion. Laozi slowly explained, "Our eldest senior brother has already proven the Tao as a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. He is equivalent to a saint, and because he proved the Tao through laws, his combat power is even above that of an ordinary saint." After saying that, he closed his eyes and said nothing more, leaving his two younger brothers staring at each other in shock. Inside Zixiao Palace, when Hongjun heard Nua's vow, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked toward the depths of the void and muttered to himself, "See that, heavenly Tao? My eldest disciple truly suits my heart." In the beyond the heavens, chaotic chi surged like a raging tide. Shen and Nua stood side by side in the void. Fushi had already been waiting there, arms folded, his gaze complicated as he looked at the two walking over shoulder to shoulder. A smile that had not fully faded still lingered on his younger sister's face. While Shen looked completely calm, Fushi took a deep breath. His gaze swept back and forth between his sister and Shen twice. Then, as if making some major decision, he solemnly said, "She wishes the two saints a lifetime of happiness and perfect harmony." Nua froze for a moment. Then the tips of her ears visibly turned red, and she stamped her foot as she said shyly, "Brother, stop joking." Before she could finish saying, "I and Shen," an arm naturally wrapped around her shoulders. Without changing expression, Shen nodded at Fushi. "Thank you for the blessing, brother-in-law. I will definitely treat Wawa well. You can rest assured." Nua's whole body stiffened in Shen's arm, her face so red it looked like it could boil tea. Seeing his sister like this, the corner of Fushi's mouth twitched. He had never seen Nua show this kind of expression in front of anyone. Before the two of them could recover, Shen let go and casually changed the subject. "Let us go. Hurry up and open the small world. Otherwise, the old man will come over and start urging us again." The moment his words fell, a Zixiao divine lightning bolt came crashing down from the sky and struck the top of his head with perfect accuracy. Shen froze on the spot. Every strand of his hair stood straight up, and a puff of green smoke rose from his mouth. Nua and Fushi burst out laughing at the same time. Nua laughed so hard she bent at the waist, while Fushi slapped his thigh without any restraint. Shen spat out a mouthful of smoke, looked up at the sky, and said helplessly, "Teacher, I only mentioned you once. Was that really necessary?" There was no response from the depths of chaos, but that faintly looming pressure clearly carried a trace of helpless frustration, like iron that failed to become steel. A moment later, the three of them restrained their smiles and stood in the beyond the heavens, waiting for the great powers from all sides to arrive for the ceremony. Taking advantage of the gap, Nua turned to Shen and asked, "Can you say it now? Why did you make me become a human Tao saint back then?" Shen raised his hand and cast a barrier, disrupting the heavenly secrets. Only after confirming that no one could spy on them did he begin to speak. He started from the third lecture. At that time, he had secretly returned to the main hall in private and asked Hongjun about the issue of consciousness conflict after merging with the heavenly Tao. Hongjun had hinted to him that the greater trend could be adjusted, and the smaller trend could be changed, as long as he did not go too far. Those words themselves were telling him that the heavenly Tao had already developed selfish intent. If it were allowed to continue unchecked, sooner or later it would in turn control Hongjun, who had merged himself with the Tao. That was why, using Nua's creation of humanity as the opportunity, he had pushed her, who originally should have become a heavenly Tao saint, onto the path of a human Tao saint instead. And you saw the result yourself. Shen looked at Nua. "Before you became a saint, I discovered a backup move left behind by the heavenly Tao inside the primordial violet chi. That thing was hidden extremely deeply. If I hadn't repeatedly probed it with the law of adaptation, it would have been impossible to find. Fortunately, you became a saint by relying on the human Tao. The great Tao directly cleansed all traces of the heavenly Tao from your body, so that hidden move naturally disappeared as well. Look at Jane and Juinti. When those two fused with the primordial violet chi, they couldn't sense that imprint at all. Even now, they still know nothing about it." Nua felt a chill run down her back. She recalled that when she had fused with the primordial violet chi, she really had felt an extremely faint moment of stagnation. It was only that the power of the great Tao had descended too quickly, and that trace of stagnation had been scattered in an instant. Thinking back on it now, that should have been the backup move left behind by the heavenly Tao. Shen continued, "The witch and demon races look unmatched right now, but this is only a final flash before the end. The heavenly Tao will not allow a race rooted in slaughter, lacking virtue, and showing no respect for heaven and earth to become the protagonist of the world. The human race is born with innate Tao bodies and gentle temperaments. They are exactly suited to take over as the masters of this primordial world. When the human race's luck surges in the future, Nuwa, as the one occupying the human Tao, will be able to gain merit and luck without end. Sooner or later, your cultivation will catch up to Hongjun-s. The primordial world was opened by great god Pangu through proving the Tao by force. Afterward, when he transformed his body into all things, he left behind the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Teacher occupies the heavenly Tao and counters it against itself. You occupy the human Tao. In the future, the stronger the human race's luck becomes, the stronger you will become. As for the candidate for the earth Tao, I'm still looking, but I already have a lead. Xian paused, his gaze lingering on Nua's face for a brief moment. Even if the worst situation appears in the future, if a real fight does break out, the combat power on our side will still be enough. After listening from the side, Fushi fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Brother-in-law, does that mean the demon race is finished? My sister and I both joined the demon race, and my sister is even a demon emperor." Xian nodded decisively. "Definitely finished. Wawa, find a chance to withdraw from the demon race. Don't bother with that little bit of luck. Otherwise, the more karma you owe, the worse it will become. When the demon race is destroyed in the future and the heavenly Taoist backlash descends, even you, a human Tao saint, will suffer for it." Nuwa pondered for a moment, withdrawing isn't difficult. It's just Fushi. She turned to look at her elder brother. Xian directly asked whether brother-in-law agreed to withdraw. Just as Xian expected, Fushi shook his head. He said that Dijun was a wise ruler and had treated him well. To withdraw at a time like this would leave him unable to bear it in his heart. Xian did not get angry. Instead, he asked, "Then what do you think of Dongwangong's South Immortal Court?" Fushi shook his head and said, "No. Dongwangong's South Immortal Court is about to be destroyed. Dijun is already preparing to attack them." Xian did not continue persuading him. He could tell that Fushi had already made up his mind. What he sought was a clear conscience. Fushi stood up and said that he would not withdraw from the demon race, and that his sister and brother-in-law did not need to persuade him anymore. Before leaving, he looked at Xian and added, "Brother-in-law, take good care of my sister." Without waiting for either of them to respond, he turned and returned straight to the heavenly court. Nuwa looked at her brother's departing back and anxiously took a step forward, only for Xian to gently catch her wrist. Xian said that brother-in-law would have a future opportunity later on, so there was no need to rush over this now. When the time came, he would make the arrangements himself. Looking at his utterly confident expression, Nuwa ultimately swallowed the worry that had reached her lips and only softly said, "You'd better not lie to me." After the witnessing ceremony in Wa Emperor Heaven ended, the great powers from all sides gradually departed. But the three pure ones did not leave. Leaning on his flat crutch, Laozi walked forward, while Yuanshi and Tong Tian stood side by side a little farther away. Getting straight to the point, Laozi asked whether there was still a path above Saint, and if so, how one should break through. Xian looked at Laozi. Among the three pure ones, Laozi was the deepest-minded. As the Taiching Saint transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, he was born standing at the peak of the primordial world, but he was also the one most unable to let go of obsession. But that was fine. There would be plenty of chances in the future to slowly guide him back onto the right path. Xian withdrew his gaze and spoke unhurriedly. "The path for the three of you is actually on fellow Taoist Laozi. As long as fellow Taoist Laozi becomes a saint, then fellow Taoists Yuanshi and Tong Tian will naturally follow as a matter of course." Then his tone shifted. "I do happen to have a little insider information, but fellow Taoist Laozi must first make a vow." Laozi did not hesitate and nodded. Xian then had him swear by the race he would rely on to become a saint in the future. After becoming a saint, he must unconditionally help Xian do one thing. As for what that thing was and when it would be done, that would be entirely decided by Xian. After hearing the content of the vow, Laozi was slightly stunned. But the path to becoming a saint was right in front of him, and he had no room to overthink it. He immediately made the vow. After doing so, he looked at Xian and waited for his answer. Xian raised his hand and pointed toward the primordial world below. "Your path to sainthood lies with the human race. Hide your cultivation and go among the human race. Walk around, observe more, understand more. When the time comes, you will naturally understand." After saying that, he closed his eyes and said no more. Laozi left with a mind full of thoughts. Although Yuanshi and Tong Tian had not fully understood either, they still left together with their elder brother. After the auras of the three pure ones vanished beyond the 33 heavens, Nuwa finally walked out from the inner hall, her brows slightly furrowed. If Laozi becomes a saint through the human race, he take away a portion of humanity's luck. What do we do then? Xian opened his eyes, a faint curve rising at the corner of his lips. "Did you forget the oath I made him swear? That oath is the key. When the time comes, he'll have to repay the favor he owes me." Even if his teeth are shattered, he'll still have to swallow it. Nuwa was stunned for a moment. She thought back to the wording of that oath. Unconditionally help Xian do one thing. What that thing was and when it would be done would all be decided by Xian. She shook her head. So you had even that planned out. Xian smiled and stood up, flicking his sleeve. Perfect timing. Since there's nothing going on right now, I'll bring my family over. Nuwa had not even had time to ask what family he meant before Xian had already raised a hand and waved it. Silver-purple spatial ripples spread through the main hall of Nuwa Palace, and 5 figures stepped out from the light. Tsunade walked in front, her blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, her gaze sweeping across the furnishings of Nuwa Palace. Makoto followed behind her, pressing her lips together in a gentle smile. Vados leaned on her staff and looked around. Kaguya remained as quiet as ever, her white hair hanging down behind her. Her gaze paused on Xian for a moment before she lowered her head slightly. Hela stepped out of the light last. Chin tilted up as she glanced at the dome of Nuwa Palace. The next second, all 5 moved. Tsunade strode forward and charged to the front. Makoto hurried after her. Vados tapped her staff and directly teleported over. Kaguya hesitated for an instant, then followed too. Hela said it was childish, but her feet were faster than anyone else's. Husband, hubby, Xian, your majesty, master. 5 voices rang out at the same time. 5 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time, as if they were looking at someone who had been away from home for far too long and had finally returned. Nuwa stood at the side without speaking. She watched Xian get completely surrounded by his 5 wives. Tsunade pinched his shoulders to check whether he had any new injuries. Makoto helped straighten his collar. Vados tapped his knee with her staff and said he had gotten thinner. Kaguya silently stood there watching him. Hela crossed her arms and said that if he disappeared for this long without contacting her again, she would pour death energy into his lounge chair. She did not think he was fickle. When a man had already reached the Saint Realm and still remembered wives whose cultivation was so low, crossing universes to bring them here, that was not being fickle. That was responsibility. Xian squeezed together with Tsunade and Makoto. Vados used her staff to conjure a few chairs, while Kaguya turned and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Xian. Xian briefly explained the current situation. His cultivation had already reached Hunyuan Dalyo Jinxian, equivalent to a prehistoric saint. Above him was his teacher, Dao ancestor Hongjun. Nuwa was a fellow saint on equal footing with him. After hearing that, Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then set down her soup bowl. Bring Kazuki and Sasuke over too. Makoto nodded from the side. Xian reached out and grabbed. Silver-purple light flared once more, and 2 figures landed inside Nuwa Palace. Senju Kazuki was still holding a Konoha administrative scroll when he landed. Uchiha Sasuke had the Kusanagi sword on his back, and his right hand was still clutching Uzumaki Naruto by the collar, clearly having dragged him along by accident when he got pulled over. Xian glanced at Naruto and smiled. He transmitted his voice to Minato Namikaze, who was retired in Konoha, telling him that Naruto had gone to a very distant place to train and that there was no need to worry. When Minato heard the voice transmission, he set down the second child in his hands, leaned back in his chair, and let out a soft laugh toward the ceiling. Xian raised a hand. 3 threads of extremely fine silver light shot into the glabella of Kazuki, Sasuke, and Naruto respectively, directly imprinting the language, background, power distribution, and cultivation system of the prehistoric world into their sea of consciousness. Then he stood up, patted Kazuki on the shoulder and said to the 3 of them, "Go on. The prehistoric world is vast. Go see it for yourselves." The 3 youths exchanged glances. Naruto was the first to grin. Kazuki nodded steadily. A slight curve rose at the corner of Sasuke's lips. The 3 turned and walked out of Nuwa Palace, disappearing into the chaotic spiritual energy. Nuwa walked over to Shen's side, looked at the backs of the 3 young men, and softly said, "Your sons are all quite outstanding." Before Xian could answer, Tsunade called out from behind for him to come take a bath. After all, it had been held in for so many years. Laozi watched as Xian and Nuwa became saints one after another, and that breath in his chest had been stifled for tens of thousands of years. He was the eldest of the 3 pure ones, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, yet now he had been beaten to the front by 2 people whose foundations were inferior to his. After returning from Nuwa Palace, he did not go back to Kunlun Mountain again. He only sent a message to his 2 younger brothers, then restrained all his cultivation, transforming into a completely unremarkable old man in a gray robe. Leaning on a flat crutch, he walked toward the ancestral land of the human race. That walk lasted several thousand years. He neither flew through the sky nor used escape techniques. He measured every inch of human land with only his own 2 feet. Starting from the first tribe beneath Shoyang Mountain, he walked through every village, every river, every field where people still farmed with slash-and-burn methods. When thirsty, he drank mountain spring water. When hungry, he ate wild fruit. When tired, he simply sat beneath a tree. He saw the human race learn to use fire, learn to tie knots to keep records, learn to build straw sheds by the riverside to shield themselves from wind and rain. He saw a hunter share the only half piece of beast meat he had with the elders of his tribe. He saw a mother chew food into mush and feed it into her child's mouth. He saw an elder of a small tribe kneel on the ground and pray to the heavens, asking the gods to bless them with favorable winds and timely rain. He saw much, and he remained silent for a very long time, until one day, he saw a group of half-grown children squatting by the edge of a tribe playing with mud, while the adults, on the road back from hunting, used stone axes to carve simple symbols to record the number of prey they had caught. Laozi stood at the side and watched for a long while. Then he suddenly realized the root of the problem. The human race had learned the art of survival, but they still lacked one thing of utmost importance: education. The moment that thought arose, the strand of primordial purple chi in his mind began to pulse faintly, echoing from afar with the thoughts in his heart. Only then did Laozi finally understand what Xian had meant by saying, "Your path to sainthood lies with the human race." It was not merit. It was not corpse severing. It was the Tao of education. From that day on, the old man in gray robes began preaching the Tao among the human tribes. He did not teach profound immortal arts. He did not speak of mysterious laws. He only taught the most basic golden core great Tao, how to breathe in and out spiritual energy, how to temper the body, how to turn the power of heaven and earth into one's own use. He taught very slowly and very plainly. Every sentence was broken apart and explained in complete detail for others to understand. At first, only a few people sat around him. Later, it became more than a dozen tribes rushing over together to listen. After that, the people listening to his lectures spread across the entire mountain wilderness. This preaching lasted for more than 20,000 years. The people following him went from tens of thousands to several thousand, from several thousand to several hundred, and in the end only one young man remained. This young man was not particularly gifted, and his cultivation was average, but at every lecture, he sat in the front row, listening from beginning to end, never absent, never slack. Laozi looked at his final follower and asked him what he sought. The young man knelt on the ground and said he wished to take the senior as his master and seek immortal fortune. Laozi lifted his fingers and calculated for a moment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He lowered his head to look at the young man. His voice was gentle, yet carried unquestionable certainty. "From now on, you are this old Taoist's direct disciple. There is fate between you and me." At the moment the disciple-taking ceremony was completed, Laozi no longer suppressed his cultivation. His gray robe swelled, his white hair flew, and he rose into the sky, standing above Shouyang Mountain. His aura climbed layer after layer, the 3 flowers atop his head blooming together, auspicious clouds surging like a sea. His voice spread throughout the entire prehistoric world. Heavenly Tao above, I Taching Laozi, have realized that though the human race was born in the prehistoric world and possesses Tao bodies, it lacks education. Today, I pass on the golden core great Tao to the human race. With this, I educate all living beings. The human school is established. As his words fell, heaven and earth resonated together. A golden light of Xianhuang merit descended from the void, enveloping Laozi's entire body within it. At the same time, the merit of Pangu opening the heavens that he had accumulated over countless years erupted completely at this moment. The primordial purple chi exploded at his glabella, transforming into countless golden fragments of law that fused into his 3 flowers. Laozi founded a teaching and became a saint, stepping directly into the saint realm. But he also paid a price. The merit of Pangu opening the heavens was completely exhausted by him. From this day on, the karma between him and Pangu's legacy was cleared. After becoming a saint, Laozi did not rest. He lifted his hand and lightly pointed toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain. A stream of clear light crossed billions of miles and landed in the glabella of Yuanshi and Tongtian. "Second brother, third brother, if you do not break through now, then when will you?" On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi sat cross-legged in Yushu Palace, auspicious clouds surging around him. The instant Laozi's voice transmission fell, he opened his eyes, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui slowly turned in his hand. He took 1 step forward and stood above Mount Kunlun. His voice rang out clear as a bell. "Heavenly Tao above, I Yuching Yuanshi, established the Chan sect today. In accordance with the heavenly Tao, I shall expound the principles of heaven and enlighten all living beings."
Han sect, arise.
The moment his words fell, Pangu's merit from the creation of heaven descended from above. The aura around him surged wildly, and the 3 flowers above his head burst into full bloom within the golden light of merit. In a single step he entered sainthood. Before Yuanshi had even finished speaking, Tongtian flew out from Bio Palace. The Qingping sword hovered at his side, while the 4 swords of Zhu Xian spread out behind him. He nodded toward Yuanshi, then declared in a clear voice, "Heavenly Tao above, I Shangqing Tongtian, established the Jie sect today, to seize a sliver of life for all beings of heaven and earth." No matter one's origin, no matter one's status.
Jesect, arise.
Another wave of Pangu's creation merit descended. Tongtian's aura exploded upward, and killing intent intertwined with merit, forming the phantom of a gigantic sword that pierced through heaven and earth. The sword cry shook the 9 heavens. The 3 pure ones established their sects one after another and became saints. Heavenly Tao merit poured down like a torrential storm, and the entire primordial world fell into dead silence beneath that crushing saintly pressure. Yet before the various mighty figures could recover, 2 more saintly auras rose from the west. Jane and Juenti stood atop Mount Ling and declared to the Heavenly Tao in unison. They made the 48 great vows. Heavenly Tao merit descended, and 2 strands of Hongmeng purple chi exploded open at the centers of their brows. Jane's aura surged first, and he entered sainthood ahead of the other. Juenti followed closely behind, the power of his great vows forcibly pushing him across the threshold of a saint. 5 saints above. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, and Juenti, the 5 saints stood above the primordial world at the same time. Their saintly pressure intertwined. Golden flowers rained from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and all living beings across the primordial world dropped to their knees together, shouting their congratulations to the saints. This was a grand occasion the primordial world had never seen since the creation of heaven and earth. Later generations would call it 5 saints above. On this day, the land of the primordial world was bathed in holy light. Sun and moon shone together, and all beasts lowered their heads. Laozi stood above Shouyang Mountain, looking at the kneeling human race below, then glanced in the direction of Nuwa Palace. That cheap senior brother of his was probably lying on some recliner and drinking wine right about now. After breaking through to the saint realm, he found that he could see through Xian Daoyu's cultivation even less than before. Xian was currently lying on a recliner in Nuwa Palace, holding a cup of freshly brewed green tea in his hand, with a sci-fi magazine swiped from the Marvel Universe spread over his lap. His days were even more leisurely than those of a retired old cadre. Nuwa walked out from the inner hall. The moment she saw him looking like this, she got annoyed. She strode over and shoved him upright. You're really not in a hurry at all. The 3 pure ones had creation merit to begin with. After breaking through, they directly rushed to 3rd stage saint, the same as me. I was the first saint to break through, and I'm even the spokesperson of the human Tao. But those 3, the moment they came up, they were already on equal footing with me. Xian was pushed hard enough to sway twice, and the tea in his hand nearly spilled out. He slowly sat up straight, set the teacup on the tea table, and smiled at Nuwa's slightly furrowed brows. Don't rush. Let me show you something. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped the center of Nuwa's brows with his index finger. An extremely thin silver-purple ray of light entered her sea of consciousness. Nuwa closed her eyes, and her divine sense sank into that ray of light. She saw a universe. Not the primordial world, not the world beyond the heavens, but a complete miniature universe operating on its own. Galaxies rotated slowly in the void. Countless stars flickered on and off along their own orbits. On the planets, one could even vaguely see the budding of life. And this miniature universe did not exist independently. Inside it, even smaller universes were being derived layer upon layer, endless and infinite, like 2 mirrors reflecting each other forever. These nested universes were not a dead cycle. Every sub-universe was expanding at a nearly imperceptible speed. New laws were incubated at the edges, while old principles were refined in the core. Every moment, they were sending an unending stream of energy into Xian's body. And in the deepest depths, Nuwa vaguely sensed a power she still could not fully understand. It shared the same origin as the laws of the primordial world, yet stood independent of the heavenly Tao. She opened her eyes and looked at Xian in shock. Leaning back in his recliner, Xian spoke as casually as if he were just saying the tea tasted pretty good today. This is a cultivation method I created myself. I build universes inside my body, and those universes give birth to more universes, endlessly. I started cultivating it after breaking through to Hunyuan Dalyo Jingxian. My law of adaptation is especially compatible with this technique, so the results come twice as fast with half the effort. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Guess what my cultivation is now? Nuwa looked at his infuriatingly relaxed expression. Her lips moved, but no words came out. From that single brief glimpse, she had already determined that the upper limit of this cultivation method was far beyond anything she had imagined. Every time a subuniverse was born, Xian gained another source of power. The more subuniverses he had, the deeper and broader his foundation became. She stayed silent for quite a while before finally shaking her head. You really have walked ahead of all of us. There's more. Xian set down his teacup and wagged a finger in front of Nuwa. I also have a skin-shedding technique. Nuwa froze for a moment. What technique? Xian did not explain. He simply rolled up the sleeve on his left arm and exposed it. A faint silver-purple film of light appeared on the surface of his skin. Then the film peeled off his body in one complete layer, turning into a transparent battle armor as thin as cicada wings that landed in his palm. Patterns of laws flowed across its surface, and every line looked like a galaxy shrunk countless times over, slowly revolving. Every time I advance, I shed once. The skin I shed can be refined into a defensive treasure. It looks a little shabby, sure, but the effect isn't bad. Xian casually folded the battle armor twice and set it on the tea table. With the skin I have on me now, even if a Khanate Supreme treasure smashes into me, it's still one tea break my defense. Did you really think I was living off you here? Nuwa stayed silent for quite a while. Then she reached out, picked up the skin Xian had just shed from the tea table, and examined it carefully. A moment later, she said, I'm taking this one. She casually put it on, then turned and walked toward the inner hall. Xian had just opened his mouth to protest. That's the skin I shed. Make one yourself. When Nuwa waved her hand without even turning back and said, Thanks. Xian looked at her back and shook his head helplessly, but he did not say anything else. He picked up the now cold tea and drained it in one gulp. Suddenly, he felt bored. At his current level of cultivation, he temporarily couldn't interfere in the struggles of the primordial world. The human race was still in its early stages, and the Wu and demon races had not provoked him for the time being either. He tapped his fingers against his thigh, and suddenly an idea struck him. He wanted to play games. With cultivation this powerful, playing games was no more than a wave of the hand. Xian directly reached into the void and pulled out 2 top-tier computers, complete with internet cables. Of course, tracking the address would be a headache. Then he also prepared Old Beijing fermented mung bean drink, spicy strips, and potato chips. Wawa, come quick. Aerospace assault. I'm full Demon King support. I'll carry you hard. Hearing his voice, Nuwa walked over and saw Xian already wearing headphones, his keyboard set at an angle, looking like a total pro. As the 5 saints appeared above, the primordial world officially entered the era of luck. The first to react were Laozi and Jane. The two of them almost simultaneously realized that luck was the foundation of a saint's cultivation. The difference was that Jane immediately told Juinti about it, and the 2 senior and junior brothers spent the whole night discussing how the Western sect could divide up the luck of the primordial world. As for Laozi, he told neither of his 2 younger brothers anything. Yuanshi and Tongtian were busy recruiting disciples for their sects and often clashed with each other. The 2 of them never noticed that the struggle for luck had already begun in silence. That peaceful stretch of days lasted until the first great war between the Wu and demon races. This battle was fought until heaven and earth went dark. The demon race came out in full force. Dijun brought forth the Hichu and Luo Shu. Tai held the Chaos Bell in his arms, and 365 demon gods each wielded a star banner, setting up the complete Zhou Tian Star Do grand array in the skies above. Starlight poured down like a torrential storm, blasting the Wu race's battle lines into 1,000 holes. The Wu race showed no weakness either. For the first time on the battlefield, the 12 ancestral witches revealed their true forms together. 12 streams of baleful aura gathered into a black pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, and the phantom of Pangu slowly rose from within it. That shadow stood upright between heaven and earth, so tall that its peak could not be seen. Chaotic baleful aura left over from the moment heaven and earth were split swirled around it, as if Pangu himself had once more stepped onto the land that had been transformed from his own body. At the instant the phantom of Pangu appeared, Xian could clearly sense that in the direction of Mount Kunlun, 3 auras froze at the same time for a brief moment. The Sanqing had been formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, so the effect of Pangu's phantom on them far surpassed that on anyone else. That trembling from the depths of their bloodline had nothing to do with cultivation. It was an instinct carved into their souls. Xian rose from the recliner, just about to step in and stop it, when Hongjuan's figure had already appeared above the battlefield. With a single sentence, the Dao ancestor laid down the rules. The demons would rule the heavens, the witches would govern the earth, and for 100,000 years, neither side was allowed to fight again. Dijun and Tai were the first to pull back, and the Zhoutian Star Do Great Array slowly withdrew. But the witch clan really was a bunch of brutes with nothing in their heads but fighting. Not only did Dijiang, controlling Pangu's phantom, fail to stop, he actually took the chance to slash an axe at Hongjun. The 12 ancestral witches roared in unison, and the phantom of the heaven-opening divine axe, condensed from baleful aura, chopped toward Hongjun with a momentum that seemed capable of destroying everything. Hongjun raised a hand, just one hand. He lightly caught the phantom of the heaven-opening divine axe. The axe blade stopped 3 inches from his palm and could not advance even half a step further. Then that hand casually clenched. The phantom of the divine axe, together with the entire Pangu phantom, was forcibly torn apart, turning into countless fragments of baleful aura that scattered and vanished into the air. The 12 ancestral witches all spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Dijiang dropped to one knee, while Zhu Rong and Gonggong passed out on the spot. Before leaving, Hongjun gave Xian a look. Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Only after the witch clan had retreated back to Pangu Hall to recover did Xian quietly descend. Sensing a saint's aura, Di Jiang forced himself out of Pangu Hall to greet him. He was just about to bow when Xian quickly reached out to stop him. Ancestral witch Di Jiang, you taught me the great Tao of space for several hundred years. I've always remembered that favor. No need to bow. Di Jiang froze for a moment. A trace of relief appeared on that pale face, drained by the backlash from Pangu's phantom. Xian got straight to the point and said he had come this time to see Ancestral Witch Hutu. Di Jiang nodded, turned around, and went inside to call Hutu out. When Hutu walked out, her face was pale as well from the phantom's backlash, but that calm aura around her remained unchanged. Xian raised a hand and disturbed the heavenly secrets. Only after confirming that no one could spy on them did he ask, back in Zishao Palace, did you drink the medicinal liquid teacher gave you to stabilize your primordial spirit? Hutu shook her head. Not yet. Xian had her take the medicinal liquid out so he could inspect it. Hutu did as told and produced the small bottle. Xian took it, sent his divine sense inside, and after a careful check, confirmed that there was no hidden move left behind by the heavenly Tao. It really was a pure item for stabilizing the primordial spirit, and it could slightly raise primordial spirit cultivation. But Hutu's primordial spirit had always been extremely weak, so the effect of that liquid alone would be limited. He told Hutu that if she wanted to maximize the effect of the medicinal liquid, she would need to pair it with devouring living beings that possessed primordial spirits. Devour one, then drink one mouthful of the liquid. Use both methods together. If his estimate was correct, then after the entire bottle had been fully refined, her primordial spirit should reach the peak of quasi-saint. Hutu gave a deep bow and thanked him solemnly. Xian waved his hand. I'm doing this with conditions. I'm telling you clearly. In the future, the protagonists of the world's fate will definitely be the human race. In the end, the witch and demon races will either perish together, or each withdraw from the primordial world. I have a bit of karma with the witch clan, so I want to help you out. As for how you choose, that's up to you. No rush though. Go back and discuss it with your eldest brother. Then tell me. I'm leaving first. Hutu fell silent for a moment, then softly said she understood. Xian nodded and turned to leave. Outside Pangu Hall, Di Jiang was leaning against a stone pillar, gazing into the distance at Mount Buzhou. He did not ask what Xian had said to Hutu. He only lightly cupped his fists toward Xian's departing back. When Di Jun and Tai landed on the plaza outside Nuwa Palace, Xian was sprawled on a recliner in the inner hall, flipping through a sci-fi magazine he had swiped from the Marvel Universe. He sensed the aura of 2 strands of solar true flame landing outside the palace gates, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly, but he did not get up. Nuwa walked out from a side hall, and without even lifting his head, he said, "They're here for you. Go take a look." Nuwa adjusted her robes and slowly stepped into the main hall. Di Jun and Tai were already waiting inside. The solar true flame around the 2 brothers was much more restrained than the last time they met, but the exhaustion between their brows could not be hidden no matter what. The first battle between the witch and demon races had been forcibly halted by the Tao ancestor. A truce of 100,000 years was neither especially long nor especially short, but the demon clan's strategic advantage was slipping away day by day. After bowing, Di Jun got straight to the point. He said he wanted Nuwa to preside over the heavenly marriage between him and Shiha, using the event to display the demon clan's power to all the races of the primordial world. At the same time, it would let every side know that the Wa emperor of the demon clan was also a saint. The merit descending from the heavenly marriage could also help Nuwa raise her cultivation. It would kill several birds with one stone. Nuwa listened quietly, but in her heart she recalled what Xian had repeatedly warned her before. The demon clan's fate could not be touched anymore. The more karma she owed, the more she would suffer in the future when the demon clan was destroyed and the backlash of the heavenly Tao came crashing down. Even as a saint of the human Tao, she would be dragged down with it. She had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to sever this layer of karma. Now that Di Jun had come to her on his own initiative, it was the perfect chance. After Di Jun finished speaking, she calmly said, "I can preside over the heavenly marriage, but after it ends, I will withdraw from the demon clan. From then on, I will only be the holy mother of the human race, no longer the Wa emperor of the demon clan." Di Jun's expression froze. Tai's fingers tightened slightly around the chaos bell. He wanted to say something, but Di Jun raised a hand to stop him. Di Jun was silent for a long time. He recalled how, during the first Witch-Demon War, Hong Jun had dismantled Pangu's phantom with only one hand. That heaven-opening phantom, which even the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array could not shake, had been as fragile as paper in front of a saint. The Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array was the demon clan's strongest trump card, and Pangu's phantom was even stronger than the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array. He had once believed that with the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array, he could at least exchange a few moves with a saint. But now he knew that had been nothing but a fool's dream. Di Jun struggled to control his emotions, but in the end he still nodded. Then we will do as Saint Nuwa says. When the two brothers took their leave, Tai's fists had not loosened once the entire time. Xian walked out from the inner hall, sat down in the chair beside Nuwa, and casually asked, "How did it go?" Nuwa nodded and said he agreed. "After I preside over the heavenly marriage this time, I'll withdraw from the demon clan. From then on, I'll only be the holy mother of the human race." Leaning back in the chair, Xian said, "Once the heavenly marriage is over, announce it to the entire primordial world in the image of a saint. That way, the human race will gain a bit more confidence too. If even a saint is willing to become their holy mother, then it proves the human race's potential can't be underestimated." Then his tone shifted as he brought up another matter. "During this period, we need to instill a belief of unceasing self-improvement into the newborn humans. Rely not on heaven, rely not on earth, rely not on gods or Buddhas, rely not on immortals. Rely on their own hands and wisdom to take root in the land of the primordial world." After the heavenly marriage ended, once the Tao ancestors' 100,000-year ban expired, the witch and demon races would definitely have another great battle. He had already explained the stakes to the witch clan before, but now it seemed those 12 ancestral witches had already been invaded by tribulation chi and simply could not listen to advice. Fortunately, Hongjun had left Hutu a bottle of cultivation fluid. At that time, at the very least, it could preserve the true spirits of those reckless fools from scattering. As long as their true spirits remained, there would still be a chance to start over. Nuwa fell silent for a moment after hearing that, and in the end only let out a soft sigh. She and Shiha could be considered acquainted, but some things were beyond saving even for saints. Seeing her low spirits, Xian changed the subject, smiled, and stood up. "Alright, I came over to call you to eat." Tsunade and Makoto made a whole table full of dishes. Hella roasted a lamb leg, Kagaya steamed the rice, Vados brought desserts from Universe 6, and I cooked a few of my specialties too. Come on, come on. Stop overthinking all day long. Eat, drink, and have fun. We're saints already, so what's the point of worrying about all this? As Nuwa was pulled by the sleeve toward the inner hall, a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of her mouth. Inside Nuwa Palace's inner hall, the lights were blazing bright. Even as Tsunade carried the last dish onto the table, she was still complaining that the soy sauce in the primordial world was not rich enough. Makoto smiled and said that next time they went back to the ninja world, they should bring a few more barrels. But far away in Zishao Palace at the edge of chaos, Hongjun was currently enduring the backlash of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness. The imprint the Heavenly Tao had buried in Nuwa's Hongmeng purple chi had been completely erased by the Great Tao through Nuwa's sanctification. Because of that, the Heavenly Tao had suffered no small amount of damage and had only recently recovered. The moment it recovered, the Heavenly Tao began frantically trying to seize control of this body. Hongjun sat cross-legged on the high platform with his eyes closed. The saintly aura around him kept shifting. At times, it was his own pure tranquility and non-action. At times, it was the Heavenly Tao's cold ruthlessness. The two wills clashed violently within his sea of consciousness, and even the chaos outside Zishao Palace was shaken into endless surging turmoil. While resisting the impact of the Heavenly Tao, Hongjun silently muttered in his heart, "Xian brat, I've taught you everything I could. Don't let your master down." As for the Wu clan, just as Xian had expected, after Hutu returned to Pangu Hall, she relayed to the 11 ancestor witches everything Xian had told her about tribulation chi entering the body and the future of the Wu and demon clans. The moment she finished speaking, Zhu Rong was the first to slam the table and rise, his furious roar making the stone walls of Pangu Hall buzz. Gong Gong followed right after, coldly demanding to know what gave the demon clan the right to stand above them. The other ancestor witches all voiced their agreement as well. Killing intent surged through Pangu Hall, almost enough to blow the roof off. If Xian had not helped Hutu before, and if he had not once shown the Wu clan the way to the prayer cushions outside Zishao Palace, these ancestor witches probably would have started cursing him outright. Looking at those familiar faces, now flushed red by tribulation chi, Hutu finally let out a sigh and stopped trying to persuade them. Forget it. Since she could not stop it, then they would face it together. To a saint, 3,000 years was no more than the flick of a finger. During this time, Xian remained in Nuwa Palace in secluded cultivation, adapting the laws to the layers of nested miniature universes within his body. His cultivation quietly advanced to the 6th heaven of Hunyuan Dalyo Jinxian. Nuwa would occasionally come out from the inner hall. Each time she saw the silver-purple law patterns circulating around him grow deeper and more profound than before, she understood that this guy had broken through yet again. Saint 6th heaven was already at the very top of the Great Desolate in the present era, but Xian's true terror had never lain in his cultivation level alone. The strength of his adaptation law was enough to let him fight one against two among those of the same realm. With his laws fully unleashed, even two Saint 6th heaven experts of the same level joining forces might not be able to gain any advantage against him. Early one morning, Xian changed into a formal black robe and, unusually, even straightened his collar neatly. Nuwa walked out from the inner hall. He extended his hand, and she naturally placed hers in it. The two of them flew side by side toward the heavenly court. The heavenly court was unusually lively today. The heavenly marriage ceremony between Dijun and Shiha had been arranged on a grand scale. The entire demon clan had mobilized. 365 demon gods stood in ranks on both sides of the heavenly palace, while the star banners spread across the sky like a river of stars. Guests from countless races who had come to offer congratulations packed the heavenly court plaza. The three pure ones had arrived. Jane and Juinti had arrived. Not a single great power from the various sides was absent. Wearing her formal saint robes, Nuwa ascended the high platform and presided over the heavenly marriage for Dijun and Shiha. At the very moment the heavenly marriage was completed, the heavenly Tao sent down golden light of Shenhuang merit. Dijun and Tai each received a share of fate, and the aura around the two brothers suddenly surged as they broke through on the spot to the peak of quasi-saint. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, Dijun said in a low voice to Tai that once they unified the Great Desolate, they would become true saints. However, that joy did not last long. Just after the heavenly marriage ceremony ended, Nuwa slowly rose from the high platform and revealed her Saint Dharma idol. Her voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it rang clearly in the ears of every living being present. From today onward I, Nuwa, withdraw from the demon clan and will no longer be the demon clan Swa Huang. I am only the holy mother of the human clan, the spokesperson of the human Tao. May the human clan strive ceaselessly for self-improvement and not fail the creation of heaven and earth. The entire heavenly court plaza fell into dead silence.
Dijun stood frozen in place.
The joy from his breakthrough still lingered on his face, but now it had stiffened as if he had been turned to ice. Tai was also stunned. He had not expected Nuwa to make such an announcement on a day like this, but Nuwa gave them no chance to ask her to stay. Once the declaration was finished, she took Xian's hand, and with a flash of holy light, the two vanished from everyone's sight. On the land of the Great Desolate, within the human clan tribe at the foot of Shouyang Mountain, the people working in the fields heard the Holy Mother's voice. They all stopped what they were doing and looked toward the sky. Some knelt and kowtowed. Some clenched their fists. They engraved those 4 words, strive ceaselessly for self-improvement, deep into their hearts. These were the words left to them by the Holy Mother, and also their only support for surviving in this cruel Great Desolate. The 3 pure ones, however, were in no rush to leave. They had long had grievances with the Wu clan. After the banquet ended, Yuancher took the initiative to stay behind and met Dijun and Tai alone. He pushed a storage ring in front of them. Inside were dozens of acquired spirit treasures he had personally refined, as well as a batch of pills personally concocted by Laozi. Yuancher said that the demon clan unifying the Great Desolate was in accordance with the will of heaven, and that this batch of supplies was merely a token of Chan Sect's goodwill. His words sounded nice, but only Yuancher himself knew his true thoughts. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on these furred and horned creatures. What he wanted most was for both the Wu and demon clans to suffer mutual destruction and withdraw together from the stage of the Great Desolate. At that point, his Chan sect would be able to spread its teachings across this land without obstruction. After delivering the items, he returned to Kunlun Mountain. Passing by Bio Palace on the way, he saw a group of Jie sect disciples of all kinds of shapes and sizes sparring in the square, and he let out a cold snort. After returning to Yuqing Palace, Yuancher summoned the 12 golden immortals and preached the Tao to them. Even while teaching, he did not forget to mock Jie sect a few times. The 12 golden immortals were all sharp-minded, so they naturally understood their teacher's meaning. From then on, the conflict between Chan sect and Jie sect spread like wildfire, and the one who lit that fire was none other than Yuancher himself. The 100,000-year ban passed in the blink of an eye. War once again swept across the entire Great Desolate. The vanguard forces of the Wu and Demon clans were already locked in bloody battle along the border. Before the Ancestor Witches and Dijun and Tai had even made a move, the baleful aura and tribulation chi on both sides had already more than doubled. The sky over the entire Great Desolate had been dyed dark red by tribulation chi, and it was at this moment that Hutu arrived at the Holy Mother Palace. Yes, on Xian's suggestion, Nuwa Palace had already been renamed Holy Mother Palace. Xian walked out from the side hall. He looked at Hutu's face, and with just one glance he understood everything. Tribulation chi had already seeped into her primordial spirit. Although it was far lighter than in the other Ancestor Witches, that restless urge pushing her toward slaughter still lingered in her heart. The moment he spoke, he went straight to the heart of the matter. Do you feel like there's a voice in your heart urging you to do something? Hutu nodded. Xian said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, he took her away from Holy Mother Palace and descended toward the land of the Great Desolate. At this moment, the Great Desolate was filled with wails everywhere. Wherever the flames of war spread, countless living beings fell. Their wronged souls had nowhere to return to and could only wander the land in mournful cries. Hutu watched in silence the entire way. She watched those scattered remnant souls drifting across the wilderness, watched them dissipate under the sunlight, watched them be swallowed by baleful aura and vanish into nothingness. Xian led her onward until they finally stopped at the edge of the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea churned with its eternal crimson waves. The homebody ancestor Mingi sensed the arrival of a saint and immediately emerged from the depths of the Blood Sea to bow in greeting. Xian waved his hand, telling Mingi to stand to the side. In a moment, he would be given a source of endless merit. Mingi obediently retreated to one side, his eyes shining brightly. Standing by the Blood Sea, Hutu completely entered a state of enlightenment. Xian glanced at her and found that her primordial spirit cultivation was still just a thread away from the peak of Quasi-Saint. Casually, he seized 2 Quasi-Saint demon souls wandering near the edge of the Blood Sea and pushed them, together with their primordial spirits, into Hutu's body. At that moment, Hutu's primordial spirit finally stepped steadily into the peak of Quasi-Saint. Xian then transmitted his voice to her, telling her to swear an oath to the Great Tao. Hutu had understood her path. Standing at the edge of the Blood Sea, her voice rang clear and resolute as she made that vow to the heavens, one destined to be recorded in the history of the Great Desolate. Great Tao above, I, Hutu, descendant of Pangu, have sensed the suffering of all living beings. To complete heaven and earth and fulfill Father God's merit, I am willing to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Great Tao manifested. Hutu's body instantly transformed into the law of reincarnation, and the embryonic form of the 6 paths of reincarnation slowly rose from within the Blood Sea. Her primordial spirit separated from her dissipating body. Xian immediately transmitted his voice, telling her to quickly communicate with the Earth Tao and become its spokesperson. Hutu followed his instruction. Her primordial spirit actively sank into the newly formed law of reincarnation and established the most direct connection with the Earth Tao. And at this very moment, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was madly battering Hongjun's sea of consciousness. The manifestation of the Great Tao suppressed the heavenly Tao too greatly. It was desperately trying to seize control. Very soon, Hongjun appeared above the Blood Sea. There was not the slightest emotion in those eyes, cold as 2 stones. The heavenly Taoist Hongjun opened his mouth and spoke. Hutu shall not step out of the Earth Tao until the immeasurable Kulpa. Hearing this, a cold curve rose at the corner of Xian's mouth. Standing at the edge of the Blood Sea, he raised his head and looked at the heavenly Tao consciousness occupying his teacher's body. His voice was not loud, but every single word spread across the entire Blood Sea. Cut it out. If she can't come out and have some fun, then what kind of saint am I supposed to be? Heavenly Tao Hongjun didn't waste any words. Those cold, emotionless eyes paused on Xian for a moment. Then he raised his hand and slammed down with a palm. The cultivation of the heavenly Tao realm, above that of a saint, erupted without holding back. The space above the entire Blood Sea collapsed layer by layer. The chaotic energy was stirred into a violent vortex by the aftermath of that palm, carrying a pressure enough to crush ordinary saints as it blasted straight down at Xian's head. That was exactly what Xian had been waiting for. Silver-purple law patterns burst out from his body. The Godslayer spear pointed diagonally at the surface of the Blood Sea, and the defensive power of the 8th turn of the 9 Revolutions golden body was unleashed to the fullest as he forcefully took that palm head-on. The silver-purple barrier of laws and the heavenly Tao palm force collided fiercely above the Blood Sea, and the shockwave kicked up colossal waves below that soared 10,000 zhang high. He didn't retreat even half a step. He even freed up one hand to straighten the collar that had been blown crooked by the airwaves. His tone unhurried as ever. Heavenly Tao, with all that ability of yours, why are you so obsessed with my teacher? You're a heavenly Tao saint after all. Can't you just make yourself a body? Or is my teacher's shell just that useful, so useful you can't bear to switch? Shut up. Heavenly Tao Hongjun raised his hand and struck out with another palm. Nua's figure appeared soundlessly at Xian's side. The mountains and rivers state map unfolded behind her, and the aura of a human Tao saint pressed down overwhelmingly. At the same time, Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhuinti, and Jane also appeared at heavenly Tao Hongjun's side. Laozi's expression was as calm as ever. Yuanshi's gaze was icy. Zhuinti and Jane, meanwhile, clearly looked somewhat awkward and unwilling. Tongtian stood in the distance holding the Qingping sword. He neither approached heavenly Tao Hongjun nor moved closer to Xian. There was no expression on his face. He simply watched in silence. Move. Heavenly Tao Hongjun gave the order. Laozi and Yuanshi stepped forward at the same time. The light of the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner intertwined into a torrent of laws that pierced through the void. Zhuinti and Jane hesitated for half a breath, but the 7 treasures wonderful tree and the demon-subduing pestle still followed along reluctantly. Xian turned his head and said to Nua, Zhuinti and Jane are yours. Then, carrying the Godslayer spear, he charged straight at Laozi and Yuanshi. The spear tip clashed head-on with the Taiji diagram. The power of the 8th turn of the 9 Revolutions golden body exploded through the spear shaft and forcibly tore open a gap in the Taiji diagram's yin-yang vortex. Heavenly Dao Hongjun's palm force came crashing down again. Xian raised his left hand and met it with a palm of his own, while the Godslayer spear swept across and forced back Yuanchu's Pango banner. 1 against 3. Inside his body, the adaptation law was running madly at an unprecedented speed, dismantling, absorbing, and feeding back every fluctuation of law contained within Heavenly Dao Hongjun's attacks into himself. On the other side, Nuwa fought 1 against 2 with ease. Zhuanti and Jane, these 2 saints who had relied on merit loans to become saints, were already far behind the 3 pure ones in cultivation. Facing Nuwa, who had cultivated the world method and had already reached the 5th layer of saint, the 2 of them found even defending themselves difficult. The mountains and rivers state map flew from Nuwa's hand, turning into a boundless phantom of mountains and rivers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, suppressing both the 7 treasures wonderful tree and the demon-subduing pestle beneath it. Zhuanti's magic treasure was pressed down so hard it couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Nuwa's law of creation dismantled their joint offensive layer by layer. Just as both sides were fighting to the point where true flames were about to fully erupt, a golden pillar of light suddenly lit up from the depths of the blood sea, piercing through heaven and earth. Hutu's figure slowly walked out of the pillar of light. Her physical body had already transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, yet her primordial spirit was more solid than ever before. The status of spokesperson for the earthly Tao had forged a new body for her, and a reincarnation mark had been branded between her brows. Earthly Tao laws spread out around her like a surging tide. Saint 9th layer. Hutu's gaze slowly swept across the battlefield, and then her steps came to a steady stop beside Xian. Xian glanced at her, sensed her current cultivation, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Then he turned to Heavenly Dao Hongjun. See that? The human Dao is on my side, and the earthly Dao is on my side too. What about you? You think you can fight me with 4 saints who aren't even united? He took a step forward. The baleful aura of the Godslayer spear pointed straight at Heavenly Dao Hongjun's face as he continued. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise I'll wipe you out. Believe it or not. His tone was so calm it sounded like he was just saying the tea today was pretty good. Heavenly Dao Hongjun showed no expression. Xian moved his gaze away from Heavenly Dao Hongjun and let it fall on Laozi, Yuanchu, Zhuanti, and Jane. He put away the Godslayer spear and clasped his hands behind his back. And you 4 too. Have I been giving you too many smiles lately? If you're not convinced, then come and try. Let us see whether, after I kill you and you revive, your primordial spirits will get corroded by the Heavenly Dao. He paused, letting his gaze linger a moment longer on Yuanchu's ashen face, then swept it over the forced smiles on Zhuanti and Jane's faces. Well, want to try? I'll help you. Laozi gave no reaction at all after hearing that. He simply withdrew the Taiji diagram into his sleeve. Yuanchu's face was livid. He gripped the Pango banner, yet couldn't force out a single word. What Xian said was the truth. After death and revival, their primordial spirits would briefly lose the Heavenly Dao's protection. During that period, the imprint the Heavenly Dao had left inside their primordial spirits would seize the opportunity to invade. None of them could afford that risk. Zhuanti hurriedly forced a smile. Senior brother, you misunderstand. We only came because we received Teacher's orders. Jane nodded repeatedly beside him. Xian cut him off. This is the Heavenly Dao, not Teacher. Understand? No need for you to show off right now. When Teacher comes back, we'll settle this debt slowly. Heavenly Dao Hongjun's gaze slowly swept across Xian, Nuwa, and Hutu. He said nothing. His figure gradually dispersed above the blood sea. Laozi, Yuanchu, Jane, and Zhuanti also left with him. Before leaving, Tongtian gave Xian a slight nod, then turned and strode into the air with the Qingping sword in his arms. The blood sea returned to its eternal churning. Hutu stood beside Xian in silence for a moment. When she looked at him, there was now an extra trace of gratitude in her eyes, something hard to put into words. Xian nodded at her and said to return to the earthly Dao first. He would handle the rest. Xian stood at the edge of the blood sea, still holding the Heavenly Sun seal that Hutu had handed him before leaving. The entire seal was dark black and extremely heavy in his hand. 6 paths of reincarnation patterns were carved across it, and it radiated the deep, secluded aura unique to the earthly Dao. The status of Heavenly Sun was equivalent to Hutu handing over a portion of the earthly Dao's authority to him without reservation. This was Hutu's unconditional trust in him. He lowered his head and looked at the seal, his 5 fingers slowly tightening around it. Then he took a deep breath. Back to work. Rest over. A flash of silver-purple light vanished at the edge of the blood sea. The next moment, above the witch-demon battlefield, the might of a saint descended overwhelmingly. On the battlefield, both the witch and demon races, their eyes red from slaughter, raised their heads at the same time. Dijuan's solar wheel was still burning in midair. Tai's chaos bell was still clashing head-on against the baleful aura of Zhurong and Gonggong. The 2 forces collided and exploded into sky-filling flames and killing aura. Xian raised his hand and pressed down with a palm. The pressure of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian enveloped the entire battlefield, and all fighting was forced to come to a halt. His voice spread across the whole battlefield. Witch and demon, cease fighting. All members of the Witch clan will withdraw into the earthly Dao. Saint Hutu is waiting for them in the underworld. The demon clan will give up the heavenly court and go to the heaven beyond heaven, where they will fully operate the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array to atone for their sins. Aside from official duties, neither race may set foot on the great desolate land before the immeasurable calamity. Calamity aura churned around Dijuan and Tai, while the 11 ancestral witches were even more overflowing with baleful aura. With calamity aura inside their bodies, they couldn't listen to any persuasion at all. Both sides moved almost at the same time. The Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array expanded once more, while the Pangu Phantom of the 11 ancestral witches condensed again. Two world-destroying powers joined hands and blasted toward Xian at the same time. A pillar of starlight and the phantom of Pangu's heaven-opening axe intertwined together. Wherever they passed, space shattered inch by inch. Xian raised his hand. One palm. The array light shattered. The Pangu Phantom collapsed. Dijuan, Tai, and the 11 ancestral witches all spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air. Xian didn't give them any chance to catch their breath. With one step, he flashed forward, immobilized everyone, then rolled up his sleeves and went straight in with a full-on beating. Pure fists, carrying whistling wind. One punch smashed straight into Dijuan's face. One kick drove into Zhurong's stomach. Gong Gong had just tried to get back up, only to be smacked back down with a slap from Xian. The battlefield fell utterly silent. Hundreds of thousands of witch and demon warriors stared dumbfounded as their leaders were beaten by a saint in the most primitive way possible, with absolutely no chance to fight back. By the time Xian stopped, symmetrical bruises were already hanging on both Dijuan's and Tai's faces. At that very moment, the tribulation aura inside their bodies faded away together with the pain and clarity returning to them. Dijun touched the bruise on his face that was still throbbing faintly, then lowered his head and looked at his hand. That brief moment of clarity just now made him realize how terrifying it was for tribulation aura to enter the body. A chill ran down his spine in lingering fear. If Sage Xian had not struck them awake, the demon race would probably have been driven by that tribulation aura straight into an abyss of no return. With a bruised face, Dijun gave Xian a respectful bow, then led the demon race away from the heavenly court and onto the stars beyond the heavens, where they set up the Zhoutian star formation once again. This time, the formation was no longer a weapon of slaughter, but a creation formation that drew in chaos aura and transformed it into innate spiritual energy to nourish the land of the prehistoric world. The moment the formation began to operate, the heavenly Tao sent down golden light of merit. Bathed in that merit, Dijun and Tai felt a clarity and peace they had never known before. Things were pretty good now. No fighting, no scrambling, just accumulating merit little by little. One day they would eventually attain the saint position. The Wu clan side went through much the same process. Xian brought the 12 ancestral witches to the underworld. Holding the seal of the Yin Emperor, he appointed 11 of the ancestral witches as the 10 Yama kings, while Shenming, the extra one, was separately appointed as a judge. With a sweep of his sleeve, the bridge of helplessness extended out from the void. The book of life and death floated inside the hall of judgment, and the various palaces of the 6 paths of reincarnation manifested one after another. After finishing all this, he looked at the 11 ancestral witches and said irritably, "Stay here honestly. If there's nothing important, you're not allowed to come out. Wait until Huda comes out and let her explain things to you. You people really know how to cause trouble." Before his words had even fully fallen, Hongjuan's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, summoning the 8 saints to the Purple Cloud Palace for discussion. When Xian arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace with Nuwa and Hutu, the atmosphere inside the Great Hall was so oppressive it felt like water could be wrung out of it. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, and Zhuanti were already standing in the hall. Aside from Tongtian, whose expression remained calm, the other 4 all had their heads lowered. Zhuanti and Jane in particular looked like they wanted to bury their faces into their collars. Hongjun sat high above, his expression slightly dark as he lectured them. Xian strode straight through the hall entrance and stopped in the center, hands tucked into his sleeves. "Old man, what's this about?" Hongjun looked at him, and the tightly drawn corners of his mouth finally curved helplessly. "Brat, what is it about? You don't know?" Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, the 8 saints stood in 2 rows while Hongjun sat on the high platform. The withdrawal of the Wu and demon clans from the prehistoric world was already set in stone. What came next would determine the future direction of the entire prehistoric world. With the Wu and demon clans gone, the position of the protagonists of heaven and earth is vacant. By the will of the heavenly Tao, the human race shall take their place. Before the human race becomes the protagonists of heaven and earth, they must first pass through the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Hongjuan's gaze slowly swept across Xian and Nuwa. Xian, Nuwa, The two of you are the Holy Father and Holy Mother of the human race. As for who will serve as the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, you can discuss that yourselves. Then his tone shifted, growing heavier. I called you here today mainly for another matter. After the demon race withdrew, the heavenly court was left empty. It needs a heavenly emperor to sit at the center and maintain order in the prehistoric world. Take a look. Who should take this position? After saying that, Hongjun shot Xian an extremely subtle look. Xian almost laughed inside. This old man really was something. He had already merged with the Tao, yet he still loved watching the fun. He clearly wanted to see how Xian would deal with these junior brothers of his, each one full of hidden agendas. Laozi was the first to speak. His tone was as flat as if he were commenting that the weather was nice today. I have only one direct disciple, Xuandu. His aptitude is still shallow. He is not fit to be the heavenly emperor. After hearing that, Xian gave Laozi an extra glance. Was the supreme pure saint truly detached and inactive by nature, or had he sensed something and was deliberately stepping back? After all, back at the Blood Sea, the heavenly Tao had called him over in front of Xian to show support. After speaking, Laozi lowered his eyes and said nothing more. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yuanshi, however, had no such concerns. He stepped forward and said loudly, "My Chan school's Guangchengzi possesses deep fortune and was born sacred. He is exactly the right choice for heavenly emperor." Tongtian followed right after him. "My Jie school's Duobao can also take the role. He was transformed from a treasure-seeking mouse and has a deep foundation. He may not be inferior to Guangchengzi." This time, Yuanshi rarely argued back. Duobao's foundation really was presentable. He was also the chief disciple of the Jie school, far better than those disciples born from dampness, eggs, scales, and fur. Jane suddenly stepped forward, pressed his palms together and said, "In my opinion, fellow Taoist Xian is the most suitable. Fellow Taoist Xian is a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and also the Holy Father of the human race. He is respected and virtuous. If he became the heavenly emperor, he would surely convince everyone." Xian let out a cold laugh. This scheming bastard was full of twists and turns. He was obviously trying to push Xian into opposition with the 3 purities. "Jane, what does our Eastern business have to do with your Western side? Stop trying to sow discord here." Xian withdrew his gaze and changed his tone. "I definitely won't be the heavenly emperor, but I do have a candidate to recommend." Everyone turned to look at him. Xian raised a hand and pointed at Haoyan, who was standing beside Hongjun and currently holding a teapot while refilling tea. Junior brother Haoyan has followed teacher for so many years, working diligently and without complaint. Which rule of the prehistoric world does he not know? In terms of seniority, he has spent more years listening to teacher's teachings at his side than any of you. In terms of ability, the reception and handling of all 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace have always been managed by him. If he doesn't become the heavenly emperor, then who should? Once Haoyan understood what he was saying, he was so frightened he nearly threw the teapot away. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. Senior brother Xian must be joking. I'm just the one who pours tea. How could I possibly be fit to become the heavenly emperor?" Yuanshi swept a glance over Haoyan and snorted through his nose, making no effort to hide the disdain on his face. But Hongjun looked at Haoyan's flustered appearance, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. "Perfectly suitable. You've served this old Taoist for so many years. It's time for you to go out and gain some experience." With a wave of his sleeve, the figures of Haoyan and Yaoqi instantly grew taller within holy light, changing from young attendants with hair in knots into steady young adults. The heavenly emperor sword and the Haoyan mirror fell before Haoyan, while the mother peach tree landed in Yaoqi's hands. Hongjun then declared Haoyan the heavenly emperor and Yaoqi the queen mother, and after that, his figure vanished into the chaos. Holding the heavenly emperor sword, Haoyan took a deep breath and did his best to put on the bearing of a heavenly emperor. Then he turned to his senior brothers and said that the heavenly court had only just been established and was severely short on manpower, so he hoped to borrow some capable people to help fill it out. Tongtian was the most straightforward and immediately agreed to send over several disciples from the Jie school to help. Laozi gave no clear response. Jane and Juinti, meanwhile, immediately began pouring out complaints, saying that the West was barren, their disciples were few, and they truly could not spare any manpower. Yuanshi, however, looked at him coldly. "A tea-serving attendant dares to become the superior of disciples from my Chan school?" With that, he flicked his sleeve and left. Watching Yuanshi's departing back, Xian wore a meaningful smile at the corner of his lips. "Go ahead and laugh. When the investiture of the gods comes, let's see if you're still laughing this happily." He walked over to Haoyan and patted the shoulder of this newly appointed heavenly emperor. Ordinary heavenly soldiers can be recruited from the human race. Let them temper themselves step by step. But there's one thing. Every human heavenly soldier can serve for no more than 10,000 years. Once their term is over, they must return to the human race. You can't give them too much power. Power is the kind of thing that corrodes the human heart. Hearing Xian's promise, Hao Yin's eyes reddened slightly, and he nodded hard. Holding the Heavenly Emperor sword, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yao Qi at the gate of the Purple Cloud Palace, watching Xian's back disappear into the chaos. After bidding farewell to Hutu, Xian and Yuhua did not return directly to the Holy Mother Palace. Instead, they descended side by side at the ancestral land of the human race. Yu Chao Shi, Swearin Shi, and Zi Shi, the three ancestors, were currently discussing matters inside the ancestral hall. Seeing the Holy Father and Holy Mother descend together, they hurriedly rose and bowed. Yu Chao Shi was the first to speak. Holy Father, Holy Mother, have you come this time because of some important matter? Xian did not beat around the bush. He told the three ancestors word for word the Dao ancestors' decision in the Purple Cloud Palace. For the human race to be chosen by the heavenly Dao as the protagonists of heaven and earth was a tremendous blessing, but it also meant tremendous responsibility. Before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could officially be established, the human race needed a treasure capable of suppressing their fate. Otherwise, their fate would gather but not solidify, and sooner or later it would scatter. He had already calculated that such a treasure would be born within the next few years. He told them to have the clansmen pay attention to seal-like objects. The moment one was discovered, they were to pray through the statues at once, and he and Yuhua would arrive as quickly as possible. The 3 ancestors solemnly agreed. Xian gave a few more reminders about the human race striving for self-strength, then returned with Yuhua to the Holy Mother Palace. More than 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then, in the sky above the prehistoric world, a faint tribulation aura appeared once again. The mighty figures of every side all raised their heads at the same time, and none of their expressions looked good. Only 2,000 years had passed since the tragic lesson of the Wu and Demon clans. Why was it coming again already? Wave after wave of tribulation aura. Was there truly never going to be a single peaceful day in the prehistoric world? For a time, every major force was thrown into panic. But Xian's reaction was different from everyone else's. The instant the tribulation aura appeared, he sensed someone calling for him through the divine statue. A flash of silver-violet light passed, and his figure appeared inside a crude shrine at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Yu Chao Shi was kneeling on the ground, holding up a simple, ancient great seal with both hands. The seal knob was shaped like a dragon, its whole body a dark yellow color, radiating a heavy aura that seemed capable of suppressing all ages. Xian took the seal, sent his divine sense into it, and the corners of his mouth immediately lifted. As expected, it was the Kong Tong seal, the supreme treasure of the human race, a sacred artifact born to suppress destiny. He put away the great seal, then took out a cultivation method he had personally compiled from his robes and handed it to Yu Chao Shi. This was a method he had specially created for the human race after fusing the Wu clan body tempering arts, the Ninja World's chakra extraction method, Dragon Ball Chi sense cultivation, and the great Dao of the prehistoric golden core. It had no harsh requirements for talent or physique. As long as one cultivated diligently and endured hardship, the highest one could reach was the quasi-saint realm. Yu Chao Shi received the cultivation method with both hands, so excited that even his fingertips were trembling slightly. Xian told Yu Chao Shi that he could suppress the tribulation for the time being, so the clansmen should focus on cultivating in peace and raise their overall strength first. He had already estimated that the prehistoric world would not fall into chaos within the next 30 to 50,000 years. Yu Chao Shi bowed and acknowledged the order, then quickly left with the cultivation method in his hands. He wanted to spread this method to every tribe at the very first moment. After returning to the Holy Mother Palace, Xian immediately finished refining the Kong Tong seal. The moment the Kong Tong seal entered the core of the human race's destiny, the tribulation aura that had already begun to leak outward was suddenly pressed back bit by an invisible force. The skies of the prehistoric world became clear once more. The tribulation aura was still there, but it was like a trapped beast locked inside a cage. No matter what, could not break through that layer of silver-violet seal. The other saints gradually noticed that something was wrong. The tribulation aura had clearly already emerged, yet it still had not erupted. It was like someone had seized its lifeline, leaving it unable to advance or retreat. Several tens of thousands of years passed, and the skies of the prehistoric world remained unbelievably calm. After probing in private several times, no one could explain it clearly, but everyone had already formed the same vague guess in their hearts. In this world, the only ones who could need a tribulation like Dou were Dao ancestor Hongjun and that one. There could not possibly be a third person. Only after 50,000 years did Laozi finally lose his patience. He quietly came to the Holy Mother Palace and spoke bluntly. Xian did not beat around the bush either. He openly admitted that he was the one suppressing the tribulation. The Kong Tong seal was in his hands. He could delay it for as long as he wanted, and start it whenever he wanted. Since Laozi had come to find him, that meant the others could no longer wait either. Then it was time to begin. At the same time, Xian sent a divine thought to all the saints, one that allowed no questioning. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are about to be born. Each of you may compete for the position of imperial teacher with your own abilities. Then he added another sentence. Whoever finds them first gets them first. Whoever dares to play dirty behind everyone's backs, don't blame the rest of us for attacking together. He did not name anyone directly, but Jane and Junti both felt a faint pain in their knees at the same time. Even Yuancher's expression did not look too good. Fushi's reincarnation was born in the Huashu tribe near Luai's. His mother became pregnant after stepping into the Thunder God's footprint. After carrying him for 12 months, she gave birth to a son. From birth, strange phenomena filled the skies. Wind and thunder roared together, and 100 birds came to pay homage. At that exact moment, all the saints sensed the aura of the heavenly sovereign's birth. Laozi sent Xuandu. Yuancher sent Guangchengzi. Jane and Juanti each sent their own people as well. Among Tongtian's disciples, Daobao Daoist was the first to move. He had originally taken form from a treasure-seeking mouse and was naturally known for his speed. He reached the Huashu tribe of Luai's first and successfully became the heavenly sovereign's teacher. Daobao taught Fushi to develop farming and mulberry cultivation, understand the 4 seasons, reclaim wasteland, and plant crops. Fushi himself was exceptionally capable. Not only did he fully absorb everything Daobao taught him, he could also draw inferences from one example. He discovered that the fish and shrimp in the river were abundant, but hard to catch with bare hands, so he imitated a spider spinning its web and invented the fishing net. He found that some of the wild beasts caught in hunting would die for nothing if they could not all be eaten in time, so he selected the gentler ones and raised them in captivity, thereby creating animal husbandry. When the surrounding tribes saw that everyone under Fushi's rule had enough food and clothing, and that the elderly were cared for, they all came to join him with their entire tribes. The tribe grew larger and larger. Without rules, nothing could be properly ordered. So Fushi established human ethics and created the rites of marriage and funerals, allowing distinction between men and women and order between the young and the old. Natural disasters were unpredictable, so he observed the heavenly signs above and examined the terrain below, creating the 8 trigrams to calculate fortune and misfortune. But when the 8 trigrams reached a critical stage, it got stuck. The river diagram and Luo script, those 2 supreme treasures of deduction, were still in Dijun's hands. Without them, the 8 trigrams could not be completed, and the heavenly sovereign's merit could not reach perfection. Tongtian personally made a trip to the outer heavens. Dijun was operating the Zhoutian star formation above the stars. After hearing Tongtian explain his purpose, he fell silent for a moment before handing over the river diagram and Luo script. The demon race was currently cultivating in the outer heavens as atonement. Being able to form a thread of good karma with the newborn protagonists of heaven and earth in this way could also be considered leaving themselves a path for the future. After obtaining the river diagram and Luo script, Tongtian delivered them into Fushi's hands. With their help, Fushi completed the 8 trigrams, and from that moment on, the heavenly sovereign's merit was complete. The heavenly Tao sent down golden light of merit. Fushi attained the fruit of the heavenly sovereign and was guided into Huayun Cave to cultivate in seclusion, forever stabilizing one pole of the human race's destiny. Daobao also received a share of the merit of enlightenment. His cultivation advanced by a huge visible amount, and even Jessek's destiny rose by a few points as well. From within the Holy Mother Palace, Xian gazed from afar at that pillar of merit light descending toward the ancestral land of the human race and gave a slight nod. Nuwa walked to his side and looked at her elder brother's figure within that golden light. She remained silent for a long time. Xian did not disturb her. He simply stood beside her quietly for a while. The first of the 3 sovereigns had succeeded. As Xuandu guided Shenong to maturity, on the day the Earth Sovereign's merit reached completion, Xian stood upon the high platform in the ancestral land of the human race, holding the Kongtong seal in his hands as he recited Shenong's achievements. He tasted 100 herbs and established marketplaces. Shenong Shi, with the body of a mortal, carried out the deeds of a saint. His achievements would benefit the ages, and his virtue would bless the world for 10,000 generations. The moment his words fell, golden light suddenly blazed across the horizon. The 9-dragon Agarwood carriage rolled in from the edge of the sky, crushing through the air. Golden flowers bloomed one after another. Immortal music rang out together, and the display was so grand it was as if he was afraid anyone in the prehistoric world might not know that primordial Lord of Heaven had arrived. Yuancher sat upright upon the carriage. The pressure of the Yuqing saint spread out without the slightest restraint. The 12 golden immortals stood on both sides, each with arrogance on his face, as if the sacred land of the human race below was nothing more than Chan Sek's backyard. The moment he opened his mouth, his tone was majestic and unquestionable. Now that the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have attained the Tao, they should remain forever in the ancestral land of the human race. Without an immeasurable tribulation, they must not take even half a step outside. After hearing this, Xian fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled. It was exactly the kind of smile that said, "How is this guy still incapable of learning his lesson?" He casually handed the Kongtong seal to Nuwa at his side, patted off dust that did not exist on his sleeve, and looked up at the supremely arrogant Yuching Saint seated upon the nine-dragon Agarwood carriage. Yuanshi, did cultivation make you stupid? What? Is the heavenly Tao your father? It says something and you believe it just like that? He pulled both hands out from his sleeves. Silver-violet law patterns slowly lit up around his body, and the aura of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian spread out without reservation, crushing the golden light of the nine-dragon Agarwood carriage apart inch by inch. Good. Since you're already here, I'll use your death to announce the rise of the human race. The moment his words fell, enhanced freeze activated directly. Yuanshi, along with his carriage, was frozen in midair. The arrogant expression on his face had not even had time to change. Immediately after, the art of nothingness bloomed from Xian's fingertips. The silver-violet light of laws enveloped Yuanshi's entire body. The Law Dao seals inside Yuanshi's body were pulled away strand by strand like water bursting through a broken dam, then devoured, absorbed, and fused into Xian himself. Yuanshi's body began to dissipate bit by bit from his feet upward. It was true dissipation in the most literal sense. When the dissipation reached his neck, two streams of holy light descended onto the scene at the same time. Laozi stood leaning on his flat crutch, while Tongtian carried the Qingping sword on his back. The two of them blocked the way in front of the only thing Yuanshi had left, his head. At this time, the bond between the three pure ones had not yet reached the later point of irreconcilable hatred. With a brother about to be killed on the spot, the other brothers still stepped forward in the end. Xian raised one finger and crooked it at Laozi and Tongtian. Come at me together. Tongtian was the first to lay down the immortal execution sword formation. The four swords emerged together, their baleful aura soaring into the sky. The four-sword intents of slaughter, massacre, entrapment, and severance slashed toward Xian from four directions at the same time. Xian casually raised a hand and shattered three of them with a single palm. The fourth was blasted away directly by the fleshly body of his 9 revolutions golden body. His figure flashed as he cut into the formation, then struck Tongtian in the chest with one palm, sending him flying out and embedding him into the immortal execution formation diagram, unable to move at all. Tongtian, I rather admire you. You teach without discrimination, and you value loyalty and sentiment. This time you made a move for the sake of brotherhood, so I won't injure you. Don't come up again. Then Xian turned his head to look at Laozi. Laozi stood beneath the heaven and earth Shenhuang exquisite pagoda. The Shenhuang light of that postnatal merit supreme treasure completely enveloped him, while the Taiji diagram turned into a golden bridge that spanned the void and crashed down toward Xian's head. Xian raised a hand and unleashed a freeze. In an instant, the Shenhuang light of the exquisite pagoda dimmed like dead embers. With his bare hand, he grabbed the golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram and flung it aside. With a thunderous boom, the bridge slammed into the broken wall of Mount Buzhou, shattering rock everywhere. Right after that, a void-like radiance bloomed from Xian's palm and shot straight at Laozi's Saint Dao fruit in his chest. A crisp cracking sound rang out across the battlefield. Laozi's Saint Dao fruit was forcibly blasted open with several cracks. His body swayed, and a mouthful of golden blood sprayed out. The Taiji diagram withdrew into his sleeve, and the exquisite pagoda trembled on the verge of collapse. Xian stood where he was, hands behind his back. Laozi, looks like you still haven't figured out the gap in strength between you and me. This time, I'm only shattering your Dao fruit to teach you a lesson. As for Yuanshi, let him slowly revive in the heavenly Dao space. If he dares point fingers at the human race again, I'll kill my way into his Chanjiao and wipe out the entire lineage. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the Holy Mother Palace. Laozi coughed blood the whole way back, and even his flat crutch almost slipped from his hand. Only after returning to his secluded chamber on Shouyang Mountain and cultivating in seclusion for many years did he barely suppress his injuries. Looking at the dense web of cracks covering his Saint Dao fruit, he let out a long sigh. The only thing he felt was regret. He should never have gone there. After being spared by Xian, Tongtian was overcome with shame. He put away the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, turned around and left, never bringing up the matter again. As for primordial Lord Yuanshi, he was still hanging in the heavenly Dao space, waiting for his resurrection progress bar to fill up. When the news spread, the entire primordial world understood one thing. The Holy Father of the human race, the eldest disciple personally accepted by the Dao ancestor, truly would kill saints. Inside the secluded chamber, Laozi sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Floating before him was that Saint Dao fruit covered in cracks. Every single crack looked as if it had been carved by the Zhu Xian sword, deep enough to cut to the bone. He did not count how many there were. He remembered every single one. Xian's strike had shown no mercy. When that void technique pierced through the defenses of the heaven and earth Shenhuang exquisite pagoda, he had even heard the tower spirit let out a wail. When the golden bridge formed from the Taiji diagram was grabbed and thrown away barehanded, even his primordial spirit had shaken, And when that silver-purple ray struck his Dao fruit, the moment that crisp shattering sound rang out, he suddenly understood something. It was not a gap in cultivation. It was a gap in the rank of laws. Whether it was his Taiji diagram or his exquisite pagoda, one an innate supreme treasure and the other a postnatal merit supreme treasure, what they contained was the power of the primordial world's heavenly Dao laws. But Xian's adaptation law started devouring things from the most fundamental layer of rules. A magical treasure, a Dao fruit, it made no difference. Before the adaptation law, they were only more complex arrangements of energy. And as long as it was energy, it could be broken down. Laozi looked at that crisscross Dao fruit and stayed silent for a long time. Then he thought of the Purple Cloud Palace. Back then, Xian was not yet called eldest senior brother. He had only been a stranger seated on the fourth cushion. Jane and Juinti had besieged him, yet he had sat there without moving in the slightest. Juinti's 7 treasures wonderful tree had not even been able to break his defense. He should have seen it back then. How could someone personally accepted as a direct disciple by the Dao ancestor possibly be simple? Later, by the Blood Sea, Xian fought 1 against 3. The baleful aura of the Godslayer spear had even shaved off a corner of heavenly Dao Hongjuan's robe. Then came the final battle between the Wu and demon races, where he stepped in to mediate. And then this time, he directly withstood the Taiji diagram, grabbed the golden bridge with his bare hand, and shattered a Dao fruit with 1 strike. He was not acting tough. He was truly strong. His power had never been cultivated step by step within the primordial world system. He came from a place beyond the heavenly Dao's reach, and what he cultivated were laws the heavenly Dao could not analyze. Trying to measure him by the rules of the primordial world was itself a mistake. Laozi closed his eyes. Under the wrapping of clear light, the cracks on the Saint Dao fruit began to heal at an extremely slow pace. He did not have Yuanshir's anger, nor Tongtian's burning blood. He only thought seriously about one thing. In the future, when facing Xian, if he could avoid him, then avoid him. If he could talk, then talk. If it really came to fighting, even if the 3 pure ones attacked together, they might still not be enough. He remembered what Xian had said to Yuanshir. Is the heavenly Dao your father? At the time, it had sounded like an insult. But now that he thought about it, that was probably Xian's only warning to them. Next time, it would not just be a shattered Dao fruit. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. After primordial Lord Yuanshir's resurrection progress bar filled up, he recondensed his fleshly body and staggered out of the void. His face was pale like a sword blank fresh from tempering. Although his saint body had been reforged, deep within his primordial spirit, he still felt that something was not quite right, as if there were an extremely fine thorn lodged in the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. It did not hurt, but it was there. He did not think too deeply about it. He only sat in the Yuqing Palace and recalled Xian's emotionless face over and over again. The more he thought about it, the more he hated him. The more he hated him, the more he thought about him. Suddenly, a faint and ghostly voice sounded within his sea of consciousness. Do you want to kill Xian? Yuanshir's eyes snapped open. The might of a saint spread out instinctively, making the entire Yuqing Palace hum and tremble. Who? That voice gave a low laugh, indescribably cold. I am Luoho. There is hatred in your heart, jealousy in your heart, killing intent in your heart. That is the seed of a heart demon. As long as you do as I say, defeating Xian will be no more than a flick of the fingers. Yuanshir's expression changed. He was transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, the Yuqing saint, the leader of Changjiao. He had always regarded the demonic path as a cancer upon the primordial world. And now, a remnant thought of Luoho had actually appeared in his sea of consciousness. That in itself was a tremendous humiliation. He mobilized all the magic power in his body and directly crushed the heart demon together with that demonic thought that had been quietly seeping in. No need. He spoke coldly to the void. Whether he was speaking to Luoho or to himself, even he did not know. This was the first time he had refused, relying on the willpower forged from countless years of cultivation. But if Xian killed him one more time, and humiliation and rage overwhelmed reason, then if Luoho appeared again, whether he would still refuse, that would be hard to say. Yuqing Palace fell silent once more. Primordial Lord Yuanshir sat on his cushion and fiercely swept his sleeve at the empty hall. Afterward, he summoned the 12 golden immortals and began a new round of preaching the Tao. Seeing their master's gloomy expression, Guangchengzi did not dare ask questions. He only silently engraved the name Xian even deeper into his heart. Human ancestor land. Xian handed the Kongtong seal to Nuwa at his side. Then he turned and casually waved at the 3 ancestors and Shinnong. Yuanshir's matter has already been dealt with. The human race should keep walking the path it was already on. There is no need to care. Just wait in peace for the next human emperor to be born. After saying that, he looked at Fushi, who was standing beside Shinnong, and slightly curled his lips. What? Big brother-in-law, your memories are all back? Want to come stay at the Holy Mother Palace for a few days? Wawa misses you quite a bit. Standing at Xian's side, Nuwa looked at her elder brother and gently nodded. Fushi was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said he would stay with the human race. The next sovereign had not yet been born. Shinnong had only just become the Earth Emperor and still needed help. The human race was flourishing, and countless matters were waiting to be developed. He could not leave. When the three ancestors and Shinnong heard that, they were all moved. Xian looked at Fushi's serious face and smiled, wholeheartedly devoted to the human race. Not bad. Then he pointed a finger at Fushi and Shinnong each. Two silver-purple beams of essence light entered their brows. A complete world cultivation method, one copy for each of them. Xian told them that a restriction had been placed on the technique when it was passed down. It could only be further transmitted to human descendants whose cultivation had reached the quasi-saint realm. The human race's fate was still not enough to support its clansmen directly attaining sainthood, but after cultivating this method, being invincible among quasi-saints would not be a problem. And if they encountered low-level saints who had only just stepped into sainthood, they would still be able to wrestle with them. This counted as an extra safeguard for the human race, so that he and Nuwa would not have to personally act every single time. After doing all that, Xian did not stay any longer. He took Nuwa's hand, and a streak of holy light vanished above the human ancestor land. Fushi stood where he was and watched them leave. Nuwa turned back and looked at her brother once. Fushi gave her a slight smile and nodded. The brother and sister said nothing, yet said everything. Looking at Fushi's back, Shinnong said, "If royal brother misses the Holy Mother, you can visit the Holy Mother Palace anytime." Fushi shook his head, opened the scroll of insights on the world cultivation method in his hand, and said calmly, "Saint or Heavenly Emperor, everyone has their own path. I chose the human race, so I will stay with the human race. My younger sister has her husband protecting her. That puts my mind at ease." After returning to the Holy Mother Palace, Nuwa was rarely silent for quite a while. Xian did not disturb her. He only poured a cup of tea and placed it by her hand. Only after a long while did Nuwa let out a sigh and say, "Fushi has always been like this since childhood. Once he decides on something, no one can change his mind." Xian didn't respond from the side. He had long seen through his brother-in-law's temper. Rather than leave, he would rather stay in the ancestral land and endure it together with the human race. He had backbone. Holding a cup of tea, Xian leaned back in the rocking chair. Tsunade tilted her head and glanced at him, asking what he was thinking about. Xian set the teacup on the armrest, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Thinking about tonight's dinner. Xian sat up from the rocking chair, rolled up his sleeves, and walked toward the kitchen. "Then I'll handle the braised pork today." Watching this scene, Nuwa finally showed her first smile of the day. From behind, Tsunade called out, "Don't put too much soy sauce in it." Without even turning his head, Xian waved a hand. As Guangchengzi successfully assisted human Emperor Shenyuan, the Wu human clan of the Jili tribe refused to submit. Qi Yu led the Wu humans of 81 strongholds in rebellion. Shenyuan received military talismans from the 9 heavens Xuannu, and with the help of Inglong and Nuba, he finally defeated Qi Yu at Zhuolu. By Yuanshure's command, Guangchengzi assisted the human emperor and thoroughly wiped out the remaining Wu human survivors who refused to enter the underworld for reincarnation. After the war, Shenyuan unified the human race, established the capital at Yoxiong, and created a structure where multiple peoples could live together in integration. The human race's luck surged once again. Before the human ancestral land, Xian held the Kongtong seal and publicly read out the achievements of human Emperor Shenyuan. Shenyuan stood below, his aura climbing on its own under the blessing of luck, directly reaching the peak of quasi-saint. But Guangchengzi, standing at the side, together with Zhu Lusun, Qi Jingzi, Yuding Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and the others who had come to help, suddenly had their expressions drastically change. A gray-black tribulation aura descended from the void, tightly wrapping around their bodies. That tribulation aura was thick as ink, carrying the resentment of countless slaughtered mortals. It seeped through their pores into their meridians. Their original peak Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation collapsed like an avalanche under its corrosion. Zhu Lusun fell from late-stage Great Luo to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Qi Jingzi barely held on to early-stage Great Luo. Yuding Jinren and Daoxing Tianzuan directly fell below the Tai realm. As the imperial teacher, Guangchengzi suffered the worst drop of all. He slid all the way down from peak Great Luo Golden Immortal to mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, and it looked like he was about to lose even the Tai realm. After finishing the merit list, Xian turned to look at Guangchengzi, whose face had gone deathly pale. He didn't have much of a good impression of the people of Chan sect, but as the Holy Father of humanity, there were some things he still had to say. "You assisted the human emperor. That should have been a merit of guidance and enlightenment. But you used your magic power to slaughter ordinary humans without restraint. Whether they were Wu humans or tribes that refused to surrender, they were all still humans. For cultivators to use magic power to massacre mortals, this backlash from the heavenly Tao is the outcome. This is only because the human emperor's merit offset part of it for you. Otherwise, You wouldn't even be able to hold on to Tai Golden Immortal right now. Guang Chengzi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Xian raised a hand and cut him off. Forget it. It's none of my business. I'll send you on your way. Hurry back to Yushu Palace and have Yuanshi remove the tribulation aura. If this drags on any longer, your foundation will be damaged. And you won't even be able to keep your great Luo Dao fruit. After speaking, he swept his sleeve. Silver-purple law light wrapped around Guang Chengzi and his group, sending them directly back to Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Inside Yushu Palace, Primordial Heavenly Venerable sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, expressionless as he looked at the disciples kneeling below. Guang Chengzi knelt at the very front, head lowered, not daring to look at his teacher's face. Zhu Lusun and Qi Jingzi stood on either side. Yuding Zhenren and Daoxing Tianzuan didn't even dare raise their heads. Yuanshi's gaze swept across them one by one. Every time it passed over a disciple, that disciple felt as if a mountain had been dropped onto his shoulders. When the news of Duobao advancing to Quasi-Saint had first reached Kunlun Mountain, he had smashed an inkstone on the spot. And now, not only had his own direct disciples failed to break through, they had even become entangled in tribulation aura and suffered a massive drop in cultivation. They were nearly unable to hold even the foundation of Tai Golden Immortal. He raised his hand and removed the tribulation aura from Guang Chengzi and the others one by one. The law power of a Yuqing saint truly was overbearing. The tribulation aura that even Xian had been too lazy to clear was stripped away thread by thread under his magic power, turning into black smoke that dispersed above the dome of Yushu Palace. The whole process lasted for several hours. By the time the last disciple's tribulation aura had been cleared out, Yuanshi's face had turned colder than the 10,000-year black ice atop Kunlun Mountain. After the tribulation aura was removed, he stayed silent for a long while before finally speaking. The position of imperial teacher will still remain with Guang Chengzi. Chan's sect must hold on to the role of teacher to the 5 emperors. Although Guang Chengzi made a mistake this time, he still bears the merit of being the human emperor's teacher. We'll judge his merits and faults after all 5 emperors have completed their Dao. If anything goes wrong next time, prepare to receive punishment. Sihong, Puxian, and Wan Shu stood in the back row and exchanged a glance, but none of them said a word. After returning to their respective cave abodes, the 3 of them rarely gathered together and gossiped for quite a while. Lowering his voice, Puxian said, Senior brother Guang Chengzi's cultivation already dropped all the way to Tai Golden Immortal, yet the position of imperial teacher is still his. Duobao over in Jie sect has already broken through to Quasi-Saint, while we can't even get a decent chance. Wan Shu shook his head. What can we do? He asked the eldest senior brother. It's not like teacher has only been biased for a day or two. Sihong said nothing. She only silently shut the door of her cave abode a little tighter. Guang Chengzi himself, on the other hand, wasn't affected at all. Because of Yuanshi's protection, he became even more full of confidence. After returning to his cave abode, when he spoke to his junior brothers, his chin was lifted even higher than Kunlun Mountain. Over the following tens of thousands of years, the merits of the 5 emperors were completed one after another. Xiaohao set the calendar. Zhuanshu severed the link between heaven and earth. Emperor Ku established rites and music. Yao and Shun practiced abdication. Yu the Great tamed the floods and fixed the 9 provinces. Each time a human emperor completed his Dao, the human race's overall luck rose another step. By the time the era of the 5 emperors ended, the human race had become the unquestioned protagonists of heaven and earth in the primordial world. And while the human race was thriving year by year, Hao Yan Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court was living in a thoroughly stifled state. Hao Yan had already sat on the throne of Heavenly Emperor for tens of thousands of years. More and more affairs of the Heavenly Court kept piling up. Mountain gods and earth gods across the primordial world needed to be appointed. The cycles of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning needed to be coordinated. Disputes between the dragon clans of the 4 seas and the immortal sects on land needed mediation. Even those blind demon remnants in the west who hadn't followed Di Jun back then had to be warned by someone. But the manpower he could use remained pitifully scarce. At the highest level, there were only a few golden immortals at best. Sending them out to handle matters, they wouldn't even dare let out a loud fart. Back then, Shen had promised to solve his manpower problem. There were enough heavenly soldiers at the heavenly immortal level. Sure, but there were no high-level experts to hold the scene together. He couldn't possibly go in person every single time as the Jade Emperor, could he? On this day, Hao Yan was once again drinking in the rear hall to drown his sorrows. Yao Qi walked in from outside the hall. Seeing that he had already emptied another jug of immortal brew, she didn't try to stop him and only sat down across from him. She said she had a way to solve the Heavenly Court's manpower problem. Hao Yan raised his head. Half a cup's worth of wine still hung on his face, not yet poured down, as he asked what kind of method it was. Yao Qi said, since handing out official posts and promises of rewards can't recruit people, then let us take another route. Hold a grand gathering and invite all the loose cultivators of the primordial world over to join the fun. We can't invite disciples with sect affiliations, but loose cultivators 1T necessarily refuse. No matter how shabby the heavenly court is, it's still the orthodox authority of the primordial world. If the heavenly emperor personally hosts a banquet, what loose cultivator would dare refuse to show respect? Still muddled from the drink, Hao Yin asked what reason they would use to invite people. Yao Qi smiled slightly. I dismantled the mother peach tree and picked part of the ripe fruit. The effects of the peaches have dropped somewhat, but they're more than enough for entertaining guests. This grand gathering will be called the Peach Banquet. Hao Yin's wine cup froze in midair, and his eyes slowly lit up. He set down the cup and grabbed Yao Qi's hand. So this means trading the future growth potential of the mother peach tree for loose cultivator forces we can use right now? Yao Qi shook her head. It's fine. The mother peach tree is still there. If we nurture it slowly, we can always raise it back. But if the heavenly court continues without people, then your position as heavenly emperor will truly turn into that of a mere commander with no troops. Hao Yin fell silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Using the authority of the heavenly emperor, Hao Yin announced to the entire primordial world that the heavenly court would host a peach grand banquet, sincerely inviting loose cultivators from all sides to attend the feast. As soon as the news came out, loose cultivators living in seclusion all across the primordial world began poking their heads out. The fruit of the mother peach tree, that was a spiritual root personally bestowed by Tao ancestor Hongjun back then. Just smelling it could extend one's lifespan, let alone tasting it with one's own mouth. For a time, the threshold of the heavenly court was nearly trampled flat by loose cultivators coming to register. The saints also received invitations in their respective dojos. After glancing at the invitation, Laozi told Xuandu to prepare a congratulatory gift. Tong Tian, on the other hand, was generous. He directly sent Duobao to the heavenly court a day early to help set up the venue. After discussing it, Jane and Juanti felt that the Western sect's foundation in the primordial world was still shallow, so they couldn't just ignore the heavenly emperor's face. After all, he had once been their teacher's attendant boy. If not for the monk's sake, then at least for the Buddha's. Only Yuanshi was different. After putting down the invitation, not only did he prepare no gift, he instead picked up a brush and swiftly wrote a decree. He believed the heavenly court's structure was flawed. It had only the two supreme rulers of heaven and earth, but lacked gods to assist in governance. Under the Jade Emperor, the 4 Imperials should be added to share power and aid administration. And as for the foremost of the 4 Imperials, the Ziwei Emperor of the North Star, that position should naturally go to his Chan sect's first disciple, Guangchengzi. After finishing the decree, he tossed the scroll to Guangchengzi and had him represent the Chan sect at the Peach Banquet. While he was at it, he was to publicly read out the decree as well. On the day of the Peach Banquet, the heavenly court was decked out in lights and decorations. Yao Qi personally directed the heavenly soldiers in arranging the banquet, and the fragrance of peaches drifted throughout the entire heavenly palace. Xian and Yuhua arrived first. Hao Yin personally went out to the South Heaven Gate to receive them and led them to the seats of honor. After Xian sat down, he didn't put on airs. He drank a couple cups of immortal wine with Hao Yin and casually chatted with him about the recent situation of the human race. Not long after, Laozi arrived with Xuandu, and Tong Tian followed close behind with Duobao. Jane and Juanti also came together. The main table gradually filled with saints, and the atmosphere grew more and more lively. Right at that moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Hao Yin, receive the decree. Guangchengzi strode through the palace doors, holding the decree in both hands, chin raised high. His gaze swept past the rogue cultivators and heavenly soldiers filling the hall and landed directly on Hao Yin at the seat of honor. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. Jade Emperor Hao Yin, hear the decree. My master, primordial heavenly venerable Yuanshi, has spoken. The heavenly court system is incomplete and should establish the 4 Imperials. The position of Ziwei Emperor of the North Star shall be held by me, Guangchengzi of the Chan sect. Jade Emperor, receive the decree at once and give thanks for the grace. The entire banquet fell silent. The rogue cultivators held their wine cups, unsure whether to drink or set them down. Nuwa and Tong Tian frowned. Jane and Juanti exchanged a glance. Laozi lowered his eyes and said nothing. Hao Yin was so furious that his face turned livid. His fingers clenched tightly around the hilt of the heavenly emperor's sword, and his chest rose and fell violently. He endured it again and again, but in the end still did not erupt. Gritting his teeth, he forced out each word one by one. Today is the Grand Peach Banquet. As for the decree, we will discuss it another day. Not only did Guangchengzi fail to step back, he actually took another step forward. He looked Hao Yin up and down, the corner of his mouth curling into an obvious sneer. What he said next threw the entire hall into an uproar. You're just a mere attendant boy, yet you dare show disrespect to my master. Hao Yin's patience snapped completely at that moment. With a metallic clang, the heavenly emperor's sword left its sheath, carrying the unique law pressure of the heavenly emperor as it slashed down at Guangchengzi's head. Guang Chengzi neither dodged nor retreated. He merely pushed the decree forward in his hand. The power of a single strike that Yuanshi Tianzuan had left within the decree erupted with a thunderous blast. The pressure of the Yuqing Saint shattered the swordlight of the Heavenly Emperor sword inch by inch. Its remaining force did not diminish in the slightest and struck Hao Yin square in the chest. Hao Yin was blasted backward by that attack. He crashed heavily into the jade steps before the dragon throne, and a mouthful of golden blood sprayed across the white jade floor tiles of the great hall. A shocking sight. The entire heavenly court fell deathly silent. Hao Yin lay on the ground, his whole body trembling. It was hard to tell whether it was from pain or rage. He slowly turned his head and looked toward Shen, who sat beside the seat of honor. Those eyes were so red they looked ready to bleed, and his voice shook so badly it was almost incoherent. Senior brother. What should I do? They re-bullying me too much. Shen looked at his junior brother's face, so aggrieved it seemed about to explode, and kept a perfectly calm expression on the surface. But beneath the table, his right hand secretly gave a thumbs up. Then he raised his brows, pulled the corners of his mouth sharply downward, and made a big crying face. Hao Yin's eyes slowly lit up. He climbed to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staggered out through the South Heaven Gate, and ran straight for Zhixiao Palace. When he reached the entrance of Zhixiao Palace, he dropped to his knees with a thud and shouted toward the tightly shut palace doors with all the strength in his body. Master, Hao Yin doesn't want to be the Heavenly Emperor anymore. They all bully me. Hao Yin only wants to come back and stay by Master's side. Amid Hao Yin's heart-rending cries, the gates of Zhixiao Palace slowly opened. A sigh came from within the hall, long and helpless. Silly child, come in. Hao Yin staggered into the main hall. The moment he saw Hong Jun seated high above, he could no longer hold back his tears. He dropped to his knees before the prayer cushion and poured out, in one breath, all the grievances he had bottled up over the years. The heavenly court had no people if it needed people, no troops if it needed troops. It couldn't even scrape together a proper group of immortal officials. He had begged several of his senior brothers for help. Senior brother Shen had given him a batch of human heavenly soldiers, which was already the greatest kindness. Senior brother Tongtian had sent over a few disciples from the Jie sect, which counted as loyal support. But senior brother Laozi had stayed non-committal. Senior brothers Jane and Juanti only knew how to complain about being poor. And senior brother Yuanshi had never once looked at him properly from beginning to end. When he got to the part about Yuanshi sending Guang Chengzi to deliver the decree, publicly calling him a mere attendant boy, and using the Saint's strike stored in the decree to beat him until he coughed blood, Hao Yin's voice was trembling. He said he didn't want to be the Heavenly Emperor anymore. He only wanted to return to Zhixiao Palace and continue serving tea and water for Master. After listening, Hong Jun remained silent for a long time. Looking at Hao Yin's tear-streaked face, he thought back to those years in Zhixiao Palace, when this little boy had run all over the hall carrying a teapot. And now he had been beaten until he spat blood in public, unable to preserve even the dignity of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao consciousness within him had just happened to settle down, and the will in control was that of his true self. He truly did feel distressed. He lifted a hand and gently patted Hao Yin's shoulder, signaling him to stand. Then he waved a hand through the void. Aside from Hutu, all the saints simultaneously received a summons from Zhixiao Palace. A short while later, the saints took their seats one after another. Shen and Yuhua sat on the left. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sat in the middle. Jane and Juanti sat at the far end on the right. Hao Yin stood at Hong Jun's side. His eyes were still red, but he had already wiped the tear marks from his face. Hong Jun got straight to the point. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the teachers of the human emperors abused their magic power to slaughter ordinary humans. The Heavenly Tao sent down tribulation energy in backlash. That tribulation energy has yet to dissipate to this day, which happens to solve the Heavenly Court's shortage of manpower at the same time. I summoned you here today to discuss this matter. He took out a scroll from his sleeve. The list was entirely golden, radiating the unique fluctuations of the laws of investiture. It slowly unfolded in the void. This is the investiture of the gods list. It requires 365 righteous gods to take charge of the various departments of the Heavenly Court. If a name is signed onto it, one may enter the list in the flesh and continue cultivating. Future achievements may not necessarily be lower than what they are now. But if one's true spirit enters the list only after death, then one's cultivation will never advance another step for all eternity. The holder of the investiture of the gods list has absolute control over those whose names are on it. And the one fated to activate the investiture of the gods list bears the appearance of a flying bear with 2 wings on his back. You may search for this person yourselves. The hall was quiet for a moment. Shen was the first to speak. He said that neither he nor Nuwa had anyone under their command anyway. The saints under them had taken in not a single disciple, and the human race had no need to send people to the heavenly court, so they would not be participating. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Hongjun did not force the matter and turned his gaze toward Jane and Juinti. The two discussed it in low voices for a few moments, then took the investiture of the gods list and wrote down several names. They were all the least talented and weakest fringe disciples in the Western sect, the kind who usually just drifted through their days on Mount Ling, forget becoming quasi-saints. Even reaching Golden Immortal was hopelessly far away for them. Jane wrote the names without changing expression, while Juinti softly added from the side, these few all volunteered. Anyway, these people would never amount to much staying in the West. It would be better to send them to the heavenly court and let them get an official post. At the very least, they could mooch some peaches and immortal wine. The investiture of the gods list was passed to Laozi. Laozi didn't even take the brush. He only said that his line had always been sparse. On Shouyang Mountain, there was only Xuandu as his direct disciple, and he truly could not spare anyone. After saying that, he closed the investiture of the gods list and turned to pass it to Yuanshi. Yuanshi accepted the investiture of the gods list, didn't even bother looking at it, and directly pushed it over to Tongtian. He said that the Jie sect had many disciples, but most of them lacked virtue. Creatures born from dampness and eggs. Furred and horned beings, they were everywhere. If those disciples remained in the primordial world, they would only disrupt the order of heaven and earth. It would be better to use this opportunity to send them up to the heavenly court and at least give them a proper background. His tone was calm, even carrying a bit of an elder brother's natural concern, as if he were not stabbing a knife into Tongtian's heart, but helping him solve a problem instead. Tongtian froze for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at the investiture of the gods list that had been stuffed into his hands, then looked back up at Yuanshi's utterly matter-of-fact face. Then he placed the investiture of the gods list on his knees. He neither opened it at once nor lost his temper. He only stayed silent for a few breaths before lifting his head to look at Primordial Lord. His voice was pressed flat. Second brother, are you done? There was no anger in his tone, no grievance either, only an extreme, restrained calm. You say my Jejiao disciples are born from dampness and eggs, covered in fur and bearing horns, lacking virtue and conduct. Then tell me this Duobao assisted the human emperor in attaining the Tao, bears merit upon himself, and broke through to the quasi-sage realm. The virtue he cultivated, is it any worse than your Guangchengzi's? Primordial Lord's expression shifted slightly, but he still sat there without speaking. Tongtian did not wait for his answer either. He pushed the investiture of the gods back in front of Primordial Lord, rose to his feet, and straightened his robe. He looked at his second brother, his tone calm, yet every word pierced the heart. Since you look down on my Jejiao disciples so much, then your Chanjiao disciples are blessed with deep fortune and virtue. Fill it yourselves. After saying that, he bowed to Hongjun, then turned and strode out of Zhixiao Palace. The gates of Zhixiao Palace slowly closed behind Tongtian. Primordial Lord sat where he was, his face ashen. The investiture of the gods in his hand felt like a red-hot branding iron. Xian leaned back against his chair and watched the scene, lightly shaking his head inside. Primordial Lord still had not realized what kind of card he had just played with the investiture of the gods. He thought he was weakening Jejiao, but in reality, he was personally pushing Chanjiao onto the very front line of the tribulation's killing intent. And as Hongjun watched Tongtian's departing back, an extremely faint trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. He knew that once the investiture of the gods was set in motion, there would be no turning back. He also knew that the rift between these few disciples of his had already grown so deep that even he could no longer mend it. He only let out a soft sigh, then said to Haotian, return to the heavenly court. Someone will fill that list for you. Although Haotian did not fully understand all the twists and turns between saints, he knew that the master had seen his grievance. That was enough. He respectfully bowed, then turned and left Zhixiao Palace. On the way back to the heavenly court, he thought of that thumbs-up Xian had secretly given him at the peach banquet, and suddenly smiled. This eldest senior brother never said anything pleasant, but every time he helped, it was always the real thing. Inside Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun looked in the direction Tongtian had left for a long time in silence. In the end, he withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke to the remaining saints. Since none of you are willing to sign, then let each rely on their own abilities. The 365 rightful gods on the investiture of the gods will be filled one day. Whose followers go on the list, whose disciples become gods, it all depends on each side's methods and fortune. The words were spoken plainly, but everyone present heard the weight behind them. Let each rely on their own abilities meant that within the Great Tribulation, each teaching and each faction would use whatever means they had. Life and death would be left to fate, and no one should blame anyone else. Xian and Nuwa were the first to rise and take their leave. After leaving Zhixiao Palace, Xian did not return directly to the Holy Mother Palace. Instead, he pulled Nuwa along, took a turn, and landed in front of the Holy Mother Temple in Chaoga City. This was the main temple where the human race worshipped Nuwa. Its incense was flourishing, and the stone steps before the temple had been worn smooth as mirrors by the knees of countless believers. Xian walked into the main hall, groped around beneath the base of Nua's statue for a moment, and stuffed a tiny silver-purple gourd inside. Nua asked him what he had placed there. Xian only said it was an image-recording gourd, the underdeveloped little gourd he had collected on Mount Buzhou back then. He had nurtured it for so many years with 9 heavens breathing earth and the law of adaptation. It had not grown any other abilities, only this one function of preserving images. He always felt that those two brothers from the west would not stay quiet, so it was better to leave a backup plan early. After finishing all this, the two returned to the Holy Mother Palace. Not long after, news reached Hua Emperor Palace that the human Emperor Dxian had come to the Holy Mother Temple to offer incense. When Xian received the message, he was drinking tea. He set down his teacup and headed straight for the Holy Mother Temple. Dxian truly deserved the title of human emperor. He had a heroic appearance and a sturdy build, and his etiquette while offering incense was also quite proper. But Xian saw the man hiding in the shadows of the temple, Zhuanti. The second leader of the Western sect had entered the heartland of the human race at some unknown time. His aura was concealed so cleanly that not a trace leaked out, but under Xian's detection, that layer of disguise was no different from nothing. Zhuanti quietly flicked out an extremely thin streak of golden light, which sank into the back of Dxian's head. Dxian's eyes instantly turned vacant. He picked up a brush and wrote that unsightly poem on the powdered wall inside the temple. Zhuanti nodded in satisfaction and was just about to slip away quietly. Dxian walked out of the Holy Mother Temple. Blown by the cold wind outside, his eyes gradually cleared. He stood outside the temple for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. He completely did not remember what he had done inside the temple, but the poem on the powdered wall was still there, and the scent of incense from the Holy Mother Temple still lingered at the tip of his nose. As human emperor, if he had written blasphemous verses against the Holy Mother inside her temple, then if this matter spread out, not only would his personal prestige be utterly destroyed, even the fortune of the entire human race would suffer because of it. Dxian did not hesitate. He turned and walked straight out of the temple grounds. He was going to personally seek out the Holy Mother and confess his offense. At that moment, Xian revealed himself, pulling along a furious Nua. Zhuanti had just retreated to the temple gate when he ran straight into the two of them. His face changed instantly. Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him with a smiling expression. Fellow Taoist Zhuanti, what a coincidence. You came to Chaoga City. Why didn't you at least give me a heads up in advance? That way I as the host could do my duty as a host. The smile on Zhuanti's face stiffened like a weathered stone. He stammered that he was just passing by Chaoga and had come in on a whim to take a look at the local customs of the human race. Halfway through his words, Dxian strode over. The human emperor faced Nua and bowed deeply all the way down. Holy Mother above, when I was offering incense just now, for some reason I lost consciousness. After waking, I completely do not remember what happened inside the temple. This matter is suspicious. I ask Holy Mother to investigate thoroughly. Nua immediately began calculating with her fingers, but this was the middle of the Great Tribulation. Tribulation chi filled everything, and the heavenly secrets were a chaotic blur. Even a saint found it difficult to deduce things precisely. Her brows drew tighter and tighter. She calculated several times, but each time only circled within the tribulation chi, unable to seize the exact causal line at all. Xian reached out and pressed down the fingers she was using to continue her calculations, telling her there was no need to keep trying. Then he turned to Dxian and told him to go back into the Holy Mother Temple. Look beneath the statue's base for a small gourd, and bring it here. Dxian quickly returned to the temple. A moment later, he came out holding a silver-purple gourd the size of a palm in both hands. Xian took the gourd, weighed it in his palm, then turned to Zhuanti. Fellow Taoist Zhuanti, you still remember this gourd, right? Back then on Mount Buzhou, all of you took the big gourds. I picked up this underdeveloped one. Later, I raised it for quite a few years with 9 heavens breathing earth. It didn't grow any other skills, only one function, preserving images. He lightly tossed the gourd up and caught it again. Tell me, if I open it now, will it just happen to show exactly what happened to Dxian in the temple? Fine beads of sweat seeped out across Zhuanti's forehead. He could no longer maintain the smile on his face, but he still tried to struggle at death's door, saying that fellow Taoist Xian must be joking. How could a mere gourd preserve images? Xian did not waste any more words on him. He directly tossed the gourd into the air. A gentle stream of aura sprayed from the gourd's mouth, transforming into a curtain of light in midair, and replayed everything that had just happened inside the Holy Mother Temple from beginning to end. Dxian offering incense devoutly, Zhuanti hiding in the shadows and flicking out golden light, Dxian being bewitched and picking up the brush to write the poem, and the smug smile at the corner of Zhuanti's mouth after seeing the verse. Clear as day, plain and undeniable. Xian put away the gourd and tilted his head toward Nua. Wawa, go ahead. Beating him to death would be letting him off too easy. The instant the words fell, Nua's Saint pressure erupted with a thunderous boom. The map of mountains and rivers spread open behind her, and the law of creation transformed into golden chains that covered the sky as they smashed down on Juinti's head. Juinti did not even have time to fully bring out the seven treasures wonderful tree before Nua had already slammed him to the ground with one palm. Above the barren mountains outside Chaoga City, the roar of a saint-level battle shook the entire sky. Juinti fought while retreating, but under the suppression of the map of mountains and rivers, the seven treasures wonderful tree was steadily beaten back. Nua showed no mercy at all. She beat him all the way from Chaoga to the foot of Mount Ling before finally stopping. Juinti crashed into the golden light pool of Mount Ling, covered in wounds and in a miserable state, and Dixian stood at Xian's side, watching that streak of golden light disappear into the distance, only feeling a chill spread across his back. If not for the Holy Father's foresight, then today he would have become the eternal sinner of the human race. Xian patted his shoulder. For one, this matter isn't your fault. Recently, be careful. The Great Tribulation has come again, and according to my calculations, the direction this tribulation takes will affect the future of the human race. So take this book. Study it carefully. As for those nobles, endure them for now. Once you have enough strength, wipe them out in one stroke. Dixian looked at the primordial weapon-making concept left behind by the Holy Father in his hand, and his gaze turned firm. He knew the Holy Father would never lie. If he said it would affect the future of the human race, then it definitely would. Earlier, just as Xian was about to head home in Chaoga City, his teacher had called him to Zixiao Palace. His teacher told him that the heavenly Tao had already left the primordial world, and there were two possibilities. One, it had found a weapon that could restrain him. Two, it had gone to seek outside help. So Hongjun told Xian that it was only a matter of time before his consciousness was occupied by the heavenly Tao. After that, he handed over the jade disc of creation he had collected over so many years to Xian. There were two gaps on the jade disc. His teacher said he had searched through all of the primordial world and still failed to find them, so the only possibility was that they were in the chaos. Then he directly drove Xian out. After returning to the Holy Mother Palace, Xian said his goodbyes to the women there and told them to notify him to come back once the calamity began. Then he turned around and flew straight into the chaos. Xian had already been traveling through the chaos for more than 50 years. He could only feel the jade disc of creation against his chest growing hotter and hotter, as if some kind of resonance was forming, like two fragments long separated were calling out to each other with a voice only they could hear. Along the way he had seen quite a few things. Fragments of magic treasures floating in the chaos, ruined battle armor left behind from some unknown era, the core of a dead star that still gave off a faint glow, and countless relics eroded beyond recognition by chaotic currents. Every one of those remains silently told a story. Countless experts had once entered this chaos. Some had sought power, some had sought answers, and some had simply gotten lost. Most of them never made it back. Xian did not touch any of those things. His goal was clear, and he would not be disturbed by any outside force. The law of adaptation let him move through the chaos as easily as a fish in water. The chaotic currents were violent and disordered, but to the law of adaptation, disorder itself was an environment that could be adapted to. Every time he advanced another stretch, the law of adaptation automatically adjusted the frequency of the laws around his body, reducing the resistance of the chaotic currents to the lowest point. Not only did his speed in the chaos not slow down, it actually became faster and faster. By the end, his whole body had turned into a streak of silver-purple light, carving a long trail through the chaos. Gradually, the jade disc of creation at his chest began to emit a faint glow. The light was extremely dim, almost impossible to notice in the chaos, but Xian could sense its direction shifting slightly to the left, as if an invisible hand were gently tugging at his sleeve and telling him to go that way. He adjusted his course according to the jade disc's guidance. He had no idea how much longer he flew, but the vibration of the jade disc went from faint to obvious, from obvious to urgent, until in the end it was shaking so hard that his chest almost went numb. Xian stopped. Ahead of him was an area completely different from the rest of the chaos. The chaos here was no longer uniform, but had taken on the structure of a vortex. A gigantic chaotic whirlpool turned slowly, and at its core, he could vaguely see a planet wrapped in gray mist. The surface of that planet had no land, no ocean, only a boundless gray wasteland. The planet had long since died. Even the stellar core inside it had already cooled. But within that dead silence, deep somewhere inside, there was still a faint fluctuation of laws coming through, weak, yet so pure it made the heart tremble. Xian passed through the edge of the chaotic vortex and landed on the surface of the planet. The ground beneath his feet was harder than any substance. It was not rock and it was not metal, but the residue left behind after laws had collapsed. This planet had once been forcibly crushed into this form by the power of laws. Some mighty being had used laws as a hammer and treated the entire planet as an anvil, smashing down who knew how many heavy blows. Every strike had condensed the ultimate true meaning of power. Pangu had once practiced his axe here. These were not traces left behind by the Pangu axe itself, because the Pangu axe would only have split the planet apart. These were marks Pangu had left behind with his fists before he opened the heavens. Xian stood in place and closed his eyes, letting himself sink into the imprints of the law of power left on the surface of the planet. The law of adaptation spread out like liquid silver, wrapping around every fist mark and every remnant trace of laws, carefully analyzing, stripping away, and absorbing them. No one knew how much time passed before the first resonance came from deep within the planet's core. It was not a sound, but a vibration of laws that traveled from the soles of his feet into his Tao fruit. He stretched out his hand, and a silver-purple ray shot into the planet's core. A moment later, an extremely tiny fragment floated up from deep underground. A fragment of the great Tao of power, so pure it was almost impossible to look at directly. It was like a miniature universe, every inch of it carrying the mighty force to split heaven and earth apart. Xian closed his hand around the fragment and felt that power, enough to grind a Hunyuan saint into dust. The law of adaptation began operating frantically, using both devouring and adaptation to start merging with the fragment. The law of power surged into his body like a flood. At that moment, the 9 revolutions golden body began circulating on its own at full capacity, crazily absorbing this sudden supreme power. A layer of golden patterns appeared across the surface of his body. Those patterns kept cracking apart and healing again. Every crack was him adapting to the impact of the law of power, and every recovery brought his physical body closer to a true Pangu body. The barrier of the 9th revolution was smashed apart with a roar. The instant the 9 revolutions golden body reached completion, a ring of golden law ripples exploded around Xian, blowing away all the chaotic currents within 10,000 miles. After that, Xian clenched his fist and felt the pure power inside his body, enough to shatter an innate supreme treasure with a single punch. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. With the 9 revolutions golden body complete, his physical body alone was enough to clash head-on with a saint. And if he added the power of laws, the phrase "one force breaks 10,000 techniques" was absolutely no empty boast. But he did not stay any longer. The vibration of the jade disk of creation had not stopped. That fragment of the great Tao of time had yet to be found. After the fragment of the great Tao of power fused in, the sensing ability of the jade disk of creation instead became even clearer. The other missing law, the great Tao of time, was on this planet. Not elsewhere. Right here, somewhere on this wasteland. Following the jade disk's guidance, he walked deeper into the wasteland of the planet. His footsteps landed on the ground left behind after the collapse of laws, and each step left a shallow footprint. Inside those footprints lingered the silver-purple glow of the law of adaptation, standing out especially clearly against the dead gray wasteland. After walking for a long time, he stopped before a broken cliff. Below the cliff was a dried-up riverbed. The cracks in the riverbed spread outward in a radial pattern, as if something had directly erased this place on the level of time itself. It did not look like a physical attack, but more like time itself had once broken here. Xian leaped down from the cliff and landed right at the center of the riverbed. The jade disk of creation flew out from his chest and hovered before him, its light more blazing than at any previous moment. The fragment of the great Tao of time was right beneath his feet. Xian did not dig open the ground. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the riverbed and placed the jade disk of creation on his knees. The fragment of the law of time was buried here, but unlike the great Tao of power, it had no tangible form to seek out. The time fragment had already fused together with this land. It had to be sensed, stripped away and absorbed on the level of laws. The law of adaptation spread out once more. This time, instead of devouring outward, it sank inward. His consciousness sank into the riverbed beneath him, into every grain of soil, into the planet's cooled stellar core, searching for the very first wound left behind when time had broken here. At the same time, far away in the primordial world, the curtain of the Fengshan calamity was slowly being pulled open, and Juinti, who had just been beaten by Nuwa all the way to the foot of Lingshan, was currently soaking in the golden light pool of Lingshan to heal his wounds. He looked at his body covered in injuries, and a trace of deep resentment flashed through his eyes. Then he remembered Xian, remembered that black-haired young man outside Chaoga City holding a gourd and sneering at him, and his hatred grew another layer deeper. But right after that, he remembered that inside Xian's gourd, there was still the recorded image of the Holy Mother Temple in Chaoga City, and that hatred turned into unease. If that image were made public, then all his face in the primordial world would be utterly gone. Within the chaos, Xian sat cross-legged on the dried riverbed. The jade disk of creation on his knees suddenly trembled lightly. He opened his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved upward slightly. The fragment of the great Tao of time had been found. Inside the secret chamber of the Holy Mother Palace, the time barrier flowed slowly like a curtain of water. Outside, only a few spring and autumns had passed, but within the barrier tens of thousands of years had already gone by. Xian sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. The jade disk of creation hovered before him, while the law fragments of the 3,000 great Daos hung around him like an inverted galaxy, shrouding his entire body within them. The law of adaptation was pushed to the absolute limit. Every time he devoured a law, the miniature universe inside his body gained one more star core. The great Tao of strength and the great Tao of time were the first to be fully absorbed, followed by the law of causality, the law of reincarnation, the law of destruction, and the law of creation. The path he walked was completely different from Pangu's. Pangu used the great Tao of strength as his foundation, breaking 10,000 laws with sheer power alone. Xian, meanwhile, used the law of adaptation as his foundation, embracing all rivers into the sea. With every law he fused, his cultivation rose a bit, and his foundation deepened another layer. When the final fragment of law inside the jade disc merged into his body, Xian slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the law of adaptation underwent a qualitative transformation. It was no longer just simple devouring and assimilation. Instead, it wove the 3,000 great Daos into a complete web of laws, where every single law was both an independent existence and part of the whole. He had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm, fifth heaven. For an ordinary fifth heaven heavenly Tao cultivator, mastering over 100 laws was already the limit. But within him, all 3,000 great Daos were complete. Although his understanding of each one had not yet reached the depth of true specialists, when all 3,000 were stacked together, quantitative change gave rise to qualitative change. That was enough for him to directly contend with a ninth heaven heavenly Tao cultivator. Fighting above his level had never been a problem for him. He put away the time barrier and pushed open the door to the secret chamber. Sunlight poured in from the courtyard of the Holy Mother Palace. Nuwa was sitting beside a recliner beneath the Fusong tree, flipping through a bamboo scroll from the human clan. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up and gave him a once-over. The corners of her lips curved slightly as she said, "You really know how to pick your timing for coming out of seclusion." Nuwa then told him, one by one, about the recent changes in the primordial world. Yuanshi Tianzuan had taken in 2 disciples. One was called Zhang Zia, and the other was called Shin Gongbao. Both had wings growing from their backs, the appearance of a flying bear, and were born to be those fated to answer the investiture of the gods' tribulation. Leaning back in the recliner, Xian gave an O and signaled for her to continue. Nuwa set down the bamboo scroll and said, "A few days ago, Yuanshi came to me in private. He said he had already joined forces with Laozi and the 2 saints of the West to deal with Tongtian. He personally came to the Holy Mother Palace to persuade me to join them, but I turned him down to his face." When she said this, there was a trace of weariness on her face. It was mental exhaustion, not physical fatigue. The 3 pure ones were originally one. Their blood brothers transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. And now 2 elder brothers are joining outsiders to deal with their own younger brother. What kind of nonsense is that? After hearing everything, Xian did not respond right away. He spread out his divine sense and swept it toward Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Zia was cultivating inside Yushu Palace. His innate foundation was abysmal, his aptitude low to the extreme. He was a once-in-a-century waste when it came to immortal cultivation. Meanwhile, Shin Gongbao had opened up his own cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain and cultivated diligently every single day. His aptitude surpassed Zhang Zia's by who knew how many times. Xian withdrew his divine sense and shook his head with a faint chuckle. When is Yuanshi ever going to fix that problem of his? Hating the demon race is one thing, but now he even has to divide his own disciples into ranks. He uses the appearance of the flying bear to decide whose status is higher and whose is lower. He throws aside the more talented Shin Gongbao like a worn-out shoe, while exalting Zhang Zia, whose body leaks from 100 flaws, as the one chosen by heaven. Nuwa asked if he had told Tongtian about this. Nuwa let out a sigh and said she had, then told him to guess what happened next. Xian said, "No need to guess." Tongtian didn't believe it at all. Nuwa spread her hands helplessly. "I really have to hand it to him. Even after I put it that plainly." He still kept saying, "Second brother would never do that." Xian looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain and said nothing more. Some things only needed to be said once. When the 4 saints joined forces to shatter the immortal slaughtering sword formation, and the disciples of Jeschool were sent onto the investiture of the gods list, Tongtian would naturally believe it then. After spending a few clingy days at the Holy Mother Palace, Xian suddenly sensed the calamity aura in the lower realm surge violently. Zhang Zia had gone down the mountain. The investiture of the gods' tribulation had officially begun. At the same time, in Chaoga City, Xian stood inside the newly built military factory. Looking at the rows of steel behemoths, a fire that had been suppressed for a long time burned in his eyes. He remembered the Holy Father's warning. Endure first, then wipe them out in one stroke. Over these years, he had endured. The obscene poem that Juinti had bewitched him into writing, he had treated as though he knew nothing about it. The various feudal states growing stronger day by day under the secret backing of the Western sect and Chan school, He had also acted as though he did not see it. He had endured for so long. But today he no longer needed to endure. Inside the factory, more than 10,000 tanks stood in neat formation. Spiritual gathering array patterns were engraved on the barrels, allowing them to compress the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into energy shells. A single shot was enough to blast apart a mountain. The infantry had been equipped with rifles engraved with acceleration array patterns. Their bullets were made from shattered spirit stone fragments. Under sustained fire, even golden immortals would find it hard to withstand them. Dexion ran his hand over the cold barrel and remembered what the Holy Father had said when handing him the blueprints. These weapons are enough to let your soldiers fight immortals and gods in mortal bodies. But remember this, weapons are ultimately external things. True strength lies in the human heart. He turned and looked out beyond the hall. On the flagpole, the blackbird banner snapped loudly in the wind. Then let those immortals sitting high above have a good look. Let's see whether the anger of mortals can burn through their immortal robes. Grand Preceptor One had been stationed in Beihai for several years already, locked in stalemate against the 72 feudal lords under Yuan Fudong. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them. It was that behind those rebels, there was faintly the shadow of the Western sect. Every time when Zhong was about to wipe them out in one stroke, some inexplicable resistance would always appear. On this day, when Zhong was studying military texts in his tent, when he suddenly heard a world-shaking rumble from outside, he lifted the tent flap and stepped out, only to see a torrent of steel rolling toward the camp from the distant horizon. When Zhong instinctively tightened his grip on his male-female dual whips, although he had already received Dexion's message and knew that Chaoga would be sending reinforcements, the scene before him still far exceeded his imagination. One steel beast after another rolled out of the morning mist. Their barrels reflected a cold gleam beneath the rising sun, and the thunder of their treads crushing over the frozen earth made the entire Beihai camp tremble faintly. He walked forward and reached out to touch the tank's cold armor. His fingertips brushed against the spiritual gathering array patterns engraved on it. When Zhong sucked in a cold breath and lowered his voice to confirm with the escorting general, these were all bestowed upon the king by the Holy Father. The escorting general nodded and leaned in to pass along a few words of Dexion's verbal order. The chief culprit, Yuan Fudong, is to be captured alive. The remaining 71 feudal lords are to be executed on the spot. Leave not a single one alive. A sharp light flashed through Wen Zhong's eyes. He tucked the male-female dual whips at his waist and loudly ordered the entire army to equip themselves. At dawn tomorrow, they would attack the rebel army and retake the Lost Lands. At daybreak the next morning, 5,000 tanks spread out in formation across the Beihai Plains, their barrels uniformly aimed at the rebel camp ahead. The rebel sentries had only just noticed that something was wrong. Before they could even sound the alarm, all 5,000 spirit cannons fired at once. The deafening roar of artillery tore the stillness of dawn to pieces. The first wave of shells landed in the center of the rebel camp. The shock wave from the explosions flung the tents and the rebels inside them straight into the air. Then came the second wave. Then the third. The artillery fire plowed through the entire rebel camp like a giant iron rake. The rebels' defensive formations were as fragile as paper lanterns in front of the tank cannons. They were ripped to shreds before they could even fully light up. The lucky rebels who survived cried out as they fled backward, only to run straight into the rifle infantry that had already circled around to the flanks. Bullets engraved with acceleration array patterns poured down like rain. Anyone below the golden immortal realm died on contact, with no time to even react. Standing on the command platform, Wen Zhong watched this devastating offensive and felt shock beyond words. He had fought in Beihai for years, but he had never seen a style of warfare like this. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was that this way of waging war had already completely surpassed the traditional understanding of the primordial world. This wasn't battle. This was harvesting. A steel torrent driven by spiritual energy had turned war from a struggle of magical arts between cultivators into one-sided crushing. When Zhong took a deep breath and waved the command flag, the infantry formations pressed forward, sweeping through the battlefield and clearing out the remaining rebels. He himself led a squad of personal guards straight toward the rebel central command tent. Yuan Fudong had been scared out of his wits by that round of bombardment. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground and trembling all over, muttering who knew what under his breath. When Zhong strode forward, grabbed him off the ground in one hand, and threw him to the guards behind him to be tied up. When this rebel leader was captured, he did not resist in the slightest. As he was being dragged away, he even turned back to glance at the camp behind him, which had been completely overturned by artillery fire. His eyes were vacant as he said, "We're finished. Completely finished." As for the other 71 feudal lords, they were handled exactly according to Dexion's decree. Not one was spared. All were executed on the spot. Blood stained the Beihai Plains red. The 72 rebel lords were reduced to ashes in a single day. The Western sect cultivators who had secretly aided the rebellion watched this scene from afar with faces ashen and ugly. They could not directly attack the human clan. That was a heavenly Tao prohibition. So they could only stand there and watch helplessly as the pieces they had supported for years were crushed into dust beneath the steel torrent. On the day when Zhong returned to the capital in triumph, Dxian set up a grand banquet outside Chaoga City and summoned all the feudal lords. As they looked at the endless steel torrent behind Grand Preceptor 1, every one of them wore a different expression, but without exception, all of them carried undisguised fear. Dxian sat in the main seat, casually toying with the wine cup in his hand. His gaze swept across the faces of the feudal lords one by one, and then he directly announced the abolition of slavery throughout Great Shang. His tone was so calm it sounded like he was just commenting that the weather was nice today. But paired with the still smoking tank formations outside the city, that light sentence instantly carried the weight of 10,000 June. The expressions of those old nobles who had fed off the slave system changed drastically. They wanted to say something, but after glancing at the royal guards behind Dxian, all holding rifles, they forcibly swallowed the words back down. Dxian immediately added that this time, Grand Preceptor 1 would lead the tank formations to inspect each feudal state and assist in carrying out the new policy. If anyone wished to oppose it, they could speak now. The entire banquet fell silent. No one answered. One after another, the feudal lords all expressed support for the new policy, each sounding more enthusiastic than the last. After the atmosphere at the banquet eased somewhat, Yu Hun and Fei Zhong, those two shameless flatterers who were always good at seizing the moment, stepped out with smiles plastered all over their faces. They first offered a round of congratulations to Dxian for his civil and military achievements, then turned the topic toward Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, saying that he had a daughter named Daji, a peerless beauty of stunning charm, and hoped the Marquis of Jizhou would present her to the king. Su Hu's face instantly turned ashen. He had always been upright by nature and despised this sort of fawning behavior the most. Just as Su Hu stood up to refuse, Dxian spoke first. He set down the wine cup in his hand. Metal tapped lightly against the table, producing a crisp, faint sound. The smile that had just been on his face vanished completely. His voice was not loud, but it made the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop several degrees. Guards, seize these two sycophantic villains for me. Drag them outside and execute them by tearing them apart with 5 horses. Among my officials, I will not allow people like this to exist. The smiles on Yu Hun and Fei Zhong's faces had not even faded yet before the palace strongmen dragged them out. A moment later, 2 short screams came from outside the hall, and then everything returned to silence. Dxian turned to Su Hu, and his tone became gentle again. Marquis of Jizhou, put your mind at ease. Your daughter is your daughter. I will not force anyone against his will. You Su Hu are a loyal minister of Great Shang. I will remember it. Su Hu froze for a moment, then bowed deeply to the ground. He said nothing, but the slight redness in his eyes already explained everything. The other feudal lords in the hall watched this scene and all put away the flattering thoughts they had been entertaining before. Each of them silently rejoiced that they had not rushed to speak first. They finally understood one thing. The human emperor of today was no longer that foolish ruler who could be dazed by a few words of praise. Behind him stood tanks and cannons. At his side stood saintly sages. The fortune of Great Shang was no longer something people like them could shake. Seated in the hall, Ji Chong, the Marquis of the West, held the 3 copper coins he had used for half his life, yet for a long time he did not cast them. He was highly skilled in divination. In the Great Desolation, his deductions with the innate 8 trigrams ranked second only to Fushi himself. Many years ago, he had already calculated his own fate. The hexagram had shown that he bore the aspect of an emperor, and that his descendants would replace Shang and take the world. But now, as he looked at the prosperous Chaoga City outside the hall, looked at the common people striding proudly through the streets, looked at those slaves who once knelt in the fields and endured whipping at others' hands, but who now stood straight-backed and freely farmed the ridges of the fields, for the first time, he felt that perhaps his hexagram had been wrong. Not only did Great Shang show no signs of decline, it was flourishing more and more every day. Not only was Dxian not a foolish tyrant, he had instead become a benevolent ruler praised by all the people. If things continued at this pace, let alone replacing Great Shang, it would already be a blessing if Western Zhou could avoid being annexed by Great Shang. Those old nobles who had initially been forcibly freed from their slaves were now suppressed so thoroughly by Dxian's reforms that they did not even dare let out an extra fart. Ji Chong sank into confusion, the copper coins in his palm growing hot from how tightly he clenched them. 1 month later, Zhang Zia came down from the mountain. He had cultivated for many years in Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Though his talent was poor and his cultivation was not high, he had learned quite a lot about military strategy, battle tactics, and the ways of governing a nation. Primordial Lord of Heaven had ordered him down the mountain to assist Western Zhou. Covered in dust from travel, he arrived all the way at Chaoga City, intending first to see just what sort of foolish ruler this human emperor really was. But what he saw was not a wine pool and meat forest, nor the punishment of the bronze torture pillar. What he saw instead were tank formations driving in neat rows through the streets, infantry soldiers carrying rifles on patrol, and crowds packed so tightly before the city gate notice board that not even water could pass through. Jiang Zia squeezed into the crowd. Once he saw clearly what was written on the notice, the more he read, the more alarmed he became. The notice stated that from this day onward, slavery was to be completely abolished throughout all of Great Shang. All slaves restored to commoner status would have land measured out by the government and distributed by headcount, guaranteeing that everyone would have land to farm and grain to eat. At the end of the notice was one plain-spoken line. Farm your own land, eat your own grain. No one stands higher than anyone else, and no one bows lower than anyone else. This is the new rule of our Great Shang. Among the surrounding crowd, several ragged slaves had squeezed themselves to the very front. After hearing the full notice read aloud, they dropped to their knees with a thud, heavily kowtowed 3 times toward the royal palace, and cried as they shouted that the king was benevolent. Those old nobles who had still been hesitating and watching from the sidelines exchanged glances. They knew the general trend could no longer be stopped. Xian had not used blades to force them to give up their slaves. Instead, he had planted the seed of freedom in the heart of every slave. As when Zhong personally led troops on inspections across every region to supervise the implementation of the new policy, the storm of abolishing slavery spread outward from Chaoga in all directions. At every place he went, Grand Preceptor One had people read the notices aloud, measure land on the spot and hand out land deeds on the spot. Whoever dared obstruct them would have tanks clear the way directly. In only a few months, the slave system throughout all of Great Shang collapsed completely. Under wave after wave of new policy, the fortune of the human race rose again and again. The surging momentum was so great that even the saints in the heaven beyond heaven could clearly sense it. At the same time Xian was carrying out the new policy, he also found a steady source of wealth. After the 2 treacherous ministers, Yu Hun and Fei Zhong, were executed, he conveniently confiscated their families' assets as well. When the imperial guards pried open the cellar in the backyard of Yu Hun's residence, chest after chest of gold, silver, and jewels was carried out. Even Bai Gon, who had come to oversee the process, was left dumbfounded. The wealth those corrupt ministers had embezzled was enough to build the military equipment of 5 more Beihai camps. First, Bai Gon had tried to remonstrate with Xian to avoid excessive killing, saying that confiscating property and wiping out entire families harmed the harmony of heaven. But after seeing the terrifying figures in the account books, each more shocking than the last, he stopped persuading him. He even took the initiative to shoulder the task of auditing the accounts. Every day, he went to the treasury early to count things personally, and sometimes he would discreetly hand Xian a list containing the names of officials who might need to be investigated. Looking at Bai Gon's utterly serious expression while checking accounts, Xian laughed and said, "Royal uncle, confiscating estates has given you an occupational disease." Without even raising his head, Bai Gon replied, "This minister simply feels these people are far too rich." 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those 5 years, Great Shang's steel torrent had not launched a single war, but the royal decrees from Chaoga had changed this land more thoroughly than any army ever could. Laozi and Yuanshi could no longer sit still. Their original plan had been very simple. King Zhou would be foolish and tyrannical, Shiqi would replace Shang, and the names needed for the investiture of the gods would naturally come rolling in one after another. But now, not only was Xian not foolish, he had instead become a sage king who had won the hearts of all the human race. Great Shang's fortune kept growing stronger and stronger, and even Jiang Zia had shown no intention of defecting to Western Zhou for a very long time. If this continued, not a single quota on the investiture of the gods would be filled. In Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, Jane, and Juanti sat in a circle, and none of their expressions looked good. Jane and Juanti were even more anxious. Western sect had originally wanted to fish in troubled waters during the calamity and recruit a few disciples, but now they could not even see any fish fry. The 4 discussed it for a long time, but no one could come up with a way to suppress Great Shang's fortune. No matter how powerful a saint's spells were, they still could not overcome the protection of the human emperor's fortune. What was more, behind Xian stood that eldest senior brother whom none of them could defeat. In the end, Yuanshi made the final decision. "We cannot delay any longer. Directly announce the campaign against Shang and act on heaven's behalf. If we keep dragging this out before we can even campaign against Shang, Great Shang's tanks will probably be driving to the foot of Kunlun Mountain." The 12 golden immortals of Chan sect, along with Maitreya Buddha and others from Western sect, received the Dharma decree and rushed overnight to Shiqi. When Ji Chang, the Marquis of the West, received the Saint's decree in his residence, the 3 copper coins in his hand were still clenched tightly, not yet released. He looked at the immortals in the courtyard, stayed silent for a long time, and finally gently placed those 3 copper coins on the table before rising and giving a deep bow. He knew he had no way back now. It wasn't that he didn't want to turn back. It was that the saint had left him no road to retreat. But he also knew this battle was probably not going to be easy. The cry of the phoenix in West Chi, the mandate of heaven's chosen. Under the deliberate spread of this claim by the immortals of Chan sect and the Western sect, it took less than a few months for it to spread throughout all of West Chi and the surrounding vassal states. Those old nobles whose interests had been hurt by the slave liberation movement had finally found a backer. One after another, they brought their entire families to defect to Jichang. Some brought private troops, some brought money and grain, and some even offered up magical artifacts that had been passed down in their families for hundreds of years, afraid the immortals of Chan sect would refuse to take them in. On top of that, there were the refugees personally bewitched by Xuanti's spells, as well as the rogue cultivators secretly sent over by the Western sect. In just a few short months, Jichang had gathered a mighty army of 1 million. By the time the banner of the last vassal lord was planted in the main camp of West Chi, even Jichang himself felt a little dazed. Just a few months ago, he had still been worrying about the future of Western Zhou. Now, 1 million people answered to his command. When Chaoga City received the news of West Chi's rebellion, Dxian was in the treasury with Baigan, counting the gold and silver they had just confiscated from the home of a corrupt official. Holding the ledger book, Baigan read each item one by one. As Dxian listened, he was already calculating in his heart how many new model tanks this money could build. It was at that moment that the military report was delivered. After reading the contents on the bamboo slip, Dxian merely let out a scornful laugh and casually tossed it aside. Let him gather them. The more he gathers, the faster they'll scatter. Baigan took the bamboo slip and looked it over, his brow immediately furrowing. An army of 1 million. That was no small number. But Dxian seemed utterly unconcerned. That very day, he ordered notices to be posted on the gates of every city across the entire territory of Great Shang. The wording on the notices had been personally drafted by Dxian. There was none of the stiff official language, only plain words ordinary people could understand. What had Great Shang done over these years? It had abolished slavery, allowing everyone to stand tall and live with dignity. It had equally distributed farmland, so every household had land to farm and grain to eat. It had reduced corvée labor and lowered taxes, so the people would no longer be crushed until they could barely breathe under harsh levies and heavy taxation. Which one of these had wronged the people of Great Shang? The root of West Chi's rebellion did not lie with the people of West Chi, but with those old nobles unwilling to lose their privileges. They used the banner of carrying out heaven's will to stir people's hearts. They used gold, silver, and titles to buy people's loyalty. But when the war truly began, who would die? Ordinary commoners. The people of West Chi had been coerced into this. As long as they put down their weapons and returned home, Great Shang would not pursue past offenses and would still distribute land to them. That very night after the notices were posted, people in the West Chi camp began deserting one after another. At first, it was only dozens, sneaking out of their tents under cover of darkness. The sentries couldn't even stop them. Then it became hundreds. Then later, whole groups started leaving at once. Some small squads even slipped away as a unit, with even the squad leaders running together with them. By daybreak, more than 200,000 people had already quietly left the camp, and half the camp was empty. Guang Chengzi was jolted awake from meditation. Sensing the disturbance in the army camp, he immediately moved to cast a spell and punish those fleeing commoners. Jiang Zia grabbed him at once and pointed toward the soldiers still in camp in the distance. They can't be touched. All the soldiers who had not yet fled were watching from over there. The moment they laid even a finger on the runaways, the rest would immediately mutiny. This was Dxian's open scheme. Open and above board. He was making it plain for them to see you can't stop them and you don't dare stop them either. Jiang Zia immediately went to find Jichang and had him personally go to the camp to stabilize morale. Standing atop a high platform, Jichang made promises to the remaining soldiers, his voice carrying across the entire camp. For every Great Shang soldier you kill, you will be rewarded with 1 bronze Kaura coin. Kill an officer and the reward will be doubled. Kill a general or above, and not only will there be a heavy reward, your title will also be raised. Titles could be inherited. Their descendants would be able to enjoy wealth and glory as well. The fear in the eyes of those soldiers who had still been hesitating was gradually replaced by greed. A sick kind of frenzy spread through the camp. Not for any mandate of heaven, purely for money and titles. When the news was sent back to Chaoga, Dxian let out a cold laugh. Baigan asked him how he planned to respond. Dxian picked up a freshly drafted document from the desk, his tone chilling. Since they refused to recognize themselves as subjects of Great Shang, then they shouldn't be treated as people anymore. Several days later, Dxian built a high altar in Chaoga City's public square and burned incense in prayer before various vassal lords and tens of thousands of commoners. Thin streams of smoke rose into the air. Kneeling before the incense table, Dxian loudly recited the sacrificial text, listing one by one the crimes of the West Chi rebel army, who were being used by Chan sect and the Western sect to aid the tyrant and do evil. By the end of the text, his voice trembled slightly. Not from fear, but because anger that had been suppressed for far too long had finally found an outlet. He kowtowed to the ground and earnestly asked the Holy Father and Holy Mother to render judgment, stripping the West Chi rebel army of their human status, in order to rectify the name of the human race. When the sacrificial text was finished, the sky above Chowga City suddenly blazed with light. A beam of silver-purple radiance descended from the heavens, transforming into a saint's Dharma idol that reached from sky to earth. Xian sat in the void, his gaze stern and indifferent as he looked toward West Chi, and spoke a single word. Approved. His voice was not loud, yet it spread across the entire prehistoric world like thunder. From Chowga to West Chi, from Kunlun to Mount Meru, every living being heard it clearly. The power of law contained within that voice caused even Yuanshi, far away in Yushu Palace, to change expression slightly. The West Chi rebel army cannot distinguish right from wrong and is willing to serve as the hounds of Chan sect. They are no longer of the human race. Xian, Holy Father of humanity, today stripped the West Chi rebel army of their human status. As his words fell, an invisible wave of law spread outward from above Chowga City, covering the entire West Chi main camp in an instant. Every soldier in the camp felt as though something had been pulled out of his body. It was something more fundamental than flesh and blood. Some said it was belonging. Some said it was roots. Some said it was none of those things, only that they suddenly felt they had no connection to the land beneath their feet. They couldn't explain what it was, but every single one of them shivered at the same time. From this moment on, the fortune of the human race would no longer shelter them, and the heavenly Tao would no longer acknowledge them as human. They had been expelled from humanity. Fear spread through the camp like a plague. Some fell to their knees and wept. Some blankly touched their own faces, wanting to know what they had become. Others wanted to run, but had no idea where to go. Their homes were gone, their human status was gone, even their identity was gone. Even if they ran back, where could they possibly go? Standing before the central command tent, Jiang Zia looked at the panic-stricken faces of the soldiers in the camp, gripping the bamboo slip in his hand so tightly it was nearly crushed. He remembered how his teacher had been infuriated in Yushu Palace because of him. He remembered what Xian had said when Guangchengzi suffered the backlash of Tribulation Qi. This man never played chess. He flipped the whole board. DXIN's move was too ruthless. It wasn't killing them. It was making them realize for themselves that they no longer counted as human. And what chilled Jiang Zia even more was that he couldn't even tell whether this move had been DXIN's own idea, or whether Xian had guided him from behind the scenes. In Chowga City's public square, DXIN stood atop the high platform, looking at the tens of thousands of commoners and vassal lords below, then slowly raised his right hand. The crowd instantly fell silent. His voice was steady and resolute, reaching every corner of the square. People of Great Shang, you are the human race. Every grain of food on this land was grown by your hands. Every stone slab on these roads was laid by your hands. No one has the right to drive you from this land, and no one can take away your dignity as human beings. The rebels of West Chi are no longer human. They chose gold and silver and abandoned their human status. This is the fate of traitors. Thunderous cheers erupted from below the platform. The commoners knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the king!" Far away in West Chi, Ji Chong stood atop the city wall, staring at the silver-purple radiance in the direction of Chowga that had still not fully dispersed. One hand pressed against his chest, and he remained silent for a long time. He could no longer feel the protection of fortune. That mandate of heaven that had once shrouded Western Zhou seemed to be moving farther and farther away from him, little by little. The fuse that lit the Great War was Neza shooting and killing Shurji's maidservant. That day, Neza fired the heaven-shaking arrow at Chuntang Pass, and that single arrow alarmed Shurji, who had been quietly cultivating in the mountains. Shurji's maidservant had her soul scattered by the heaven-shaking arrow. Shurji immediately went to Chuntang Pass to demand an explanation from Li Jing. She had no intention of making a move. She only wanted justice. However, she never got Li Jing's apology. What she got instead was Tai Jinren's 9 dragons' divine fire cover. 9 fire dragons descended from the sky and trapped her in blazing flames. Struggling within the inferno, Shurji questioned Tai Jinren, demanding to know why he refused to reason things out. His disciple had killed her maid first. She had only come to seek justice. Tai Jinren lowered his eyes and said nothing. He only drove the final fire dragon forward. Shurji was burned alive inside the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, and her true spirit was wrapped in a streak of golden light and sent to the investiture of the gods. Her final scream faded between heaven and earth, never to echo again. When the news reached Bio Palace on Jineo Island, the immortals of Jeschool were furious beyond measure. Duobao Daoist set down the scripture in his hand and slowly rose to his feet. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, but he only looked toward Kunlun Mountain for a long while without speaking. Our Lady of the Golden Spirit, Our Lady of Wudong, and Our Lady of the Turtle Spirit could no longer hold back. Each of them began counting and gathering their disciples, ready to descend the mountain at any time. Xian sat in meditation inside the Holy Mother Palace. When he sensed that soaring resentment, he only opened one eye and glanced at it. After confirming that the foundation of the human race had not been shaken, he closed his eye again. As long as humanity did not fall into chaos, they could make trouble however they wanted. The 3,000 great Daos within the jade disk of creation revolved around him like an inverted river of stars. The adaptation law steadily absorbed every fragment of law into his body. His cultivation was rising step by step. Every extra bit he absorbed became another bit of foundation. What he lacked now was not realm, but the accumulation needed to fill every realm to the brim. On Great Shang's side, the steel torrent was steadily devouring Shichi's territory. Dxin gave Shichi no chance to breathe. The tank forces led by Wenzhong flattened one rebel stronghold after another, while rifle infantry followed close behind to wipe out the remaining enemies. Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, and the others were forced to retreat again and again. They were Yuanshi Tianzuan's direct disciples, the 12 golden immortals, with cultivation far beyond mortals. But in the face of Dxin's steel torrent, no matter how strong their Dao arts were, they could not block the spiritual energy flood unleashed by the simultaneous bombardment of thousands of tanks. They also could not withstand the overwhelming army morale carried by Wenzhong's male and female whips. Shichi's defensive lines were breached again and again. Every rout exposed even larger gaps. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth and thought for a long time before finally making a decision. He called over all those disciples who had been meant to block the killing tribulation for him, and ordered them to replace Shichi's main force in launching a frontal attack against Great Shang. These disciples had mixed talent. On Kunlun Mountain, they had always been fringe figures. Guangchengzi had accepted them only because he needed people to take the tribulation in his place when calamity came. Now that the killing tribulation was at hand, it was finally time to use them. In a calm tone, Guangchengzi told them this was the moment of glory for Chan school disciples. Great Shang was not lacking in experts either. Zhao Gongming, the 3 Xiao sisters, Kong Xian, and the 10 heavenly lords had long since joined Great Shang's camp. Zhao Gongming's 24 Dinghai beads swept across the battlefield. The 3 Xiao sisters set up the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, crushing all who stood in its way. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light could brush away anything. And the 10 heavenly lords' 10 absolute formations trapped Chan school disciples in a miserable dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Very quickly, the substitute disciples Guangchengzi had sent were almost all dead or wounded inside the 10 heavenly lords' formations. One after another, they turned into true spirits and went onto the investiture of the gods. Guangchengzi watched name after name light up on the investiture of the gods, his face expressionless, as if those people had never been his disciples at all. Taking advantage of the moment, Great Shang's army pushed forward a huge distance once more. When the victory report reached Chaoga, the people of the city spontaneously took to the streets, beating drums and gongs in celebration. Mounted on horseback, Dxian looked over the newly recovered land ahead and gave Wenzhong an order. The recovered territory this time would be handled the same as before. No disturbing the people. Not a single grain of food or single item was to be taken from the common folk. The accompanying civil officials followed behind the army, going house to house measuring land, issuing land deeds, and redistributing the fertile fields that had once been seized by the old nobility back into the hands of the people. Within Shichi's territory, the commoners still trapped in rebel-occupied lands heard that the liberated regions were handing out farmland. One by one, they took advantage of the night and secretly fled over to Great Shang's side. At first, it was only a few. Then it became a group. Then whole villages started moving with their families. Shichi's population was shrinking every single day, and every loss was a silent mockery of Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia sat in the central command tent with a map of Shichi spread before him. The marked defensive lines had already retreated to the foot of Shichi City. He had studied military strategy on Kunlun Mountain. He understood Chimin Duinjia, formation warfare and tactical planning. But against Dxin's method of not disturbing the people and redistributing farmland, everything taught in those military manuals was useless. This was not a matter of battle tactics. This was suppression by an entire way of thinking. Even without the steel torrent, the other side could still grind Shichi's city walls into powder with nothing more than the 2 words: popular support. He was out of ideas. He did not close his eyes for the entire night. At dawn, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. Ji Chong had fallen ill. The Earl of the West was already advanced in years. Over these past months, he had suffered one shock after another. First, the great army scattered. Then came the stripping of human status. And now he had to watch the ancestral foundation in his hands shrink and collapse like this. With all those blows stacked together, he could no longer hold on. Ji Chong lay on his sickbed, face pale as paper, clutching Jiang Zia's hand as he gave broken instructions. Return to Shichi City first. Go back first. Hold the city, then discuss the long-term plan. Jiang Zia fell silent for a moment, then quietly gave the order outside the tent. The whole army was to withdraw back into Shichi City, shut the gates, and await the next Saint's decree. In the end, Ji Chong still did not survive that winter. This Earl of the West, who was proficient in the 8 trigrams of the innate, held his son GFA's hand on his deathbed and spoke only one sentence before dying. I calculated fortunes for my whole life, yet I never once calculated my own fate accurately. Ji Chong's eyes slowly closed. At his bedside, Jiang Zia and all the generals dropped to their knees together. When news of Ji Chong's death reached Chaoga, Dixian was silent for a moment. He did not say a single mocking word. He only ordered an eternal lamp to be lit in the palace. He did not like Ji Chong's choices, but he respected Ji Chong as a man. At the very least, from beginning to end, Ji Chong died on his feet. He never bowed to anyone. When GFA ascended the throne, scorch marks from Great Shang's last artillery bombardment still remained on the walls of Shichi City. He was younger than his father, and more flexible than his father as well. The first thing he did after ascending the throne was not to reorganize the army, nor to soothe the people's hearts. Instead, he bathed, changed into clean robes, climbed onto the walls of Shichi City, and loudly declared to the heavens, "If the heavenly Tao helps me unify the human race, then after the deed is done, the human emperor shall lower himself to the Son of Heaven. From that day onward, he shall act on behalf of heaven and submit forever." The moment GFA's oath came out, the prehistoric world shook. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao, which had long since seized control of Hongjun's body in secret, almost did not hesitate at all. It immediately moved to send down a heavenly Tao oath and accept this contract. Far away on Shouyang Mountain, Laozi opened his eyes. In Yushu Palace, a faint smile rose at the corner of Yuanshir's mouth. At Spirit Mountain, Jane and Juanti exchanged smiles. If the heavenly Tao personally endorsed it, then GFA replacing Dixian would be a done deal. Even saints would no longer be able to interfere with the heavenly Tao's choice. However, in the very next second, a streak of silver-purple light tore through space, and Xian appeared directly atop the walls of Shichi City, floating in the air before GFA. He looked down at this newly enthroned young man. There was not the slightest anger in his eyes, only deep disappointment. "GFA, if you had gritted your teeth and kept fighting, if you had learned from your father and chosen to die standing rather than live kneeling, then I might have thought a little more highly of you." Xian's voice was not loud, but in the silence above Shichi City, it carried with striking clarity. "But what did you do? You swore to the heavenly Tao and lowered the status of the human emperor with your own mouth. Born human, yet the first thing you did was hand over your own dignity. What right do you still have to be human emperor? Enough, you can die too." Xian raised his hand, and silver-purple light of law condensed in his palm. Right at that moment, for holy lights descended from the sky. Laozi, Yuanshir, Jane, and Juanti all appeared at the same time, the 4 saints joining forces to stand in front of GFA. Laozi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Yuanshir had already brought out the Pangu banner. Jane and Juanti also each revealed their own treasures. They knew that in a one-on-one fight, none of them was Xian's match. But with 4 saints joining hands, surely they could at least block one move. Xian looked at the 4 saints standing in front of GFA. He was silent for a moment. Then he laughed once, the kind of laugh that said, "You people really never learn." He could not even be bothered to say another word. He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and activated large-scale erasure. This was not the first time he had used erasure on saints. The last time, by the Blood Sea, he had only shattered Laozi's Tao fruit as punishment. The time before that, when he killed Yuanshir, it was meant as a warning for everyone to see. But this time was different. The silver-violet light spread out like a rising tide, leaving the 4 saints no room to resist. Laozi had only just managed to bring out the Taiji diagram. Yuanshir's Pangu banner hadn't even fully unfolded yet. Jane and Juanti hadn't even completely brought out their magic treasures. In the next instant, all 4 figures were erased by the obliterating light at the same time, turning into nothingness. Only 4 strands of Saint origin remained, wrapped up by the laws of the heavenly Tao and sent back to their respective revival points. Then Xian noticed a detail he had never paid attention to before. At the instant the obliteration swallowed the bodies of the 4 saints, he could clearly sense that when a heavenly Tao saint fell, the fragments of laws within their body would remain in the void for a brief moment before being reclaimed by the heavenly Tao. That brief moment of lingering made the adaptation law inside his body go wildly excited. Fragments of the 3,000 great Tao laws, after absorbing them, his cultivation rose noticeably. Wasn't he this far faster than sitting around comprehending the creation jade disc? Xian slowly withdrew his hand and drew all the remaining law fragments into his body. The corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. It seemed he had found a more efficient path of cultivation. GFA collapsed onto the ground. Beneath the hem of his luxurious feudal lord robes, a patch of warmth had already spread. He had been scared completely out of his wits. Right there in front of everyone, he had pissed himself. Xian frowned in disgust. With a casual stretch of saint power, he directly pulled Zhao Gongming from distant Chaoga to the top of Shichi's city wall. Zhao Gongming had been drinking tea. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he was already in the sky above Shichi, still holding his teacup. He looked at Xian, then at GFA on the ground, trembling all over with wet pants, and instantly understood a few things. Grandnephew disciple, I'm giving you a task. Xian pointed at the collapsed GFA and tucked his hands back into his sleeves. Kill him. This trash got so scared he pissed his pants. I don't want to dirty my hands. You do it. Zhao Gongming respectfully answered, yes. But inwardly, he was muttering like mad. You think it LL dirty your hands so it 1T dirty mine? But he didn't dare say it out loud. All 24 ding high pearls flew out together. GFA didn't even have time to let out a scream before he turned into a corpse. His true spirit was wrapped in a streak of golden light and flew toward the investiture of the gods. On top of Shichi's city wall, Zhang Zia watched this scene with his whole body turning cold. Yet he couldn't say a single word. He knew there was no need for him to run. It wasn't that Xian had forgotten to kill him. It was that Xian had never put him in his eyes at all. After GFA died, by order of succession, Ji Chang's eldest son, Bo Yikao, ascended the throne. Bo Yikao had been an unfortunate man in the original story, framed by Daji and chopped by Dxin into minced meat. But in this timeline, Dxin had never taken Daji into his harem, so Bo Yikao had remained safe and sound the entire time. He was gentle and refined, never fighting or competing. In the eyes of Shichi's officials, he barely had any presence at all. And yet, it was precisely this patience and restraint that allowed him to naturally ascend the throne after his two younger brothers died one after another. On the first day after Bo Yikao took the throne, he did not announce it to the world, nor did he offer sacrifices at the ancestral temple. Instead, he sat alone in the empty great hall, gazing at his father's spirit tablet and GF's blood-stained robes, and let out a soft sigh. He knew that Shichi's throne had already become the hottest chair in the prehistoric world. He also knew that the reason he had lived until today was not because he had been lucky. It was simply because he had never stood at the front. Xian withdrew his hand and absorbed all the law fragments left behind after the fall of the four saints into his body. Feeling his cultivation rise by another trace, he finally nodded in satisfaction. He did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back in front of the immortals of Jeschool, his gaze sweeping one by one across the faces of Duobao, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming, the three Shao sisters, the 10 heavenly lords, and the others. The immortals of Jeschool felt their scalps go numb under his gaze. Each one of them straightened their backs and didn't dare breathe too loudly. They had all heard more or less about this Grand Senior Uncle's temper. If he got mad, even four saints joining forces couldn't block a single move from him. Even if all of them were tied together, they still wouldn't be enough for him to beat alone. Xian withdrew his gaze and flicked a streak of silver-violet messenger light toward Jin Ao Island. A moment later, Tongtian Jiaozhu stepped out of the void and landed atop Shichi's city wall. He glanced at GFA's corpse on the ground, then at the line of Jeschool disciples standing there, and finally at Xian, who was standing before them all with his hands behind his back. Where's second brother? Subconsciously, he wanted to ask about Yuanchu's whereabouts, but the words stopped at his lips and were swallowed back down. Since Xian was here, the four saints were probably already gone. Junior brother Tongtian, since you're here, then stand and listen too. Xian pointed at the space beside the Jeschool disciples. Stand properly. Tongtian froze for a moment, but seeing Xian's naturally imposing expression, he somehow didn't argue and obediently went to stand in front of Duobao. The immortals of Jeschool twitched at the corners of their mouths as they watched their own sect master get arranged so thoroughly by a single sentence from Grand Senior Uncle. But no one dared laugh. Xian cleared his throat and started blasting them directly. You people of Jeschool are just like your sect master, reckless in your actions and never thinking about the consequences. When Tai Zhenren used the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield to burn Shiji to death, where were all of you? When Shiji's true spirit was sent onto the investiture of the gods, where were you then? All of you were her senior brothers and senior sisters, but not a single one of you thought about going to stop it? The immortals of Jeschool all lowered their heads from the scolding. Xian didn't give them any chance to breathe and continued. In the future, when you fight, don't fight alone. If you get the chance, strike to kill. If you can gang up on the enemy, then never duel one-on-one. You don't want the senior brothers and senior sisters you spend day and night with getting killed and sent onto the investiture of the gods, right? If there aren't enough people from Chan School to fill the investiture of the gods, then make Western School fill the numbers. Those two old scheming bastards, Jane and Juinti, may not have many disciples under them, but if you scrape things together, they can still come up with dozens. Tongtian's mouth twitched. He had just been about to say that this was against the rules, but Xian cut him off directly. And you too, junior brother Tongtian. You really need to take a good look at the people around you. That dead rabbit spirit. Dingguang Xian of the long ears. You trust him quite a bit in daily life, don't you? Take a careful look into his head with your divine sense and see whether there is a Saraira inside. The thing is so bright it's practically blinding me. Tong Tian was stunned. Dingguang Xian of the long ears was his attendant disciple. He had followed him for countless years and had always appeared loyal. Subconsciously, he wanted to refute it, but Xian didn't give him any chance to speak. You don't need to feel unconvinced either. Think about it yourself. If the fight really reaches the final stage, you'll definitely set up the Myriad Immortals formation. When that time comes, that rabbit spirit will be standing behind you holding the Six Souls banner. The moment you need to shake the banner, he'll betray you on the spot. What will you do then? Tong Tian fell silent. It wasn't that he had never considered the possibility that there might be traitors within Jeschool, but he had never wanted to believe it. But what Xian said was too specific. Dingguang Xian of the long ears. Saraira. Betrayal with the Six Souls banner. So specific that he couldn't dismiss it as alarmist talk. You've thought it through? Xian looked at his thoughtful expression, and his tone eased a little. Senior brother, I've thought it through, you've thought through my ass. Xian cut him off mercilessly. Your Jeschool doctrine is to teach all without discrimination. That part is fine. But have you ever managed the moral character of the disciples under you? Other than direct disciples like Duobao, Zhao Gongming, the three Shao sisters, and Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Count the rest yourself. How many slaughter innocents indiscriminately? How many bully men and seize women? How many run into trouble and immediately throw out your name? Do you have any idea just how rotten Jeschool's reputation has become out there? Forget Chan School looking down on you. Go ask any random human race member. Out of 10 people, 9 can't tell the difference between Jeschool and bandits. Even if you beat Chan School this time, would Jeschool really be able to rest easy? If the school's conduct doesn't change, Jeschool's destruction is only a matter of time, not by someone else's hand, but by the hands of your own disciples. Tong Tian's lips moved. He wanted to argue, but found that he had no words at all. It wasn't as if he didn't know that Jeschool's disciples were a mixed bag. It was just that every time, he chose to turn a blind eye. He had thought that teaching all without discrimination meant giving everyone a chance. But he had forgotten one thing. Not everyone was worthy of being taught. Some trash only became greater disasters the more they were taught. Seeing him speechless, Xian knew that this time he had truly listened. So his tone softened a little more as he continued. The most important thing for you right now is to take Duobao and Zhao Gongming back to Jinao Island and thoroughly investigate all disciples guilty of evil deeds. Kill the ones who should be killed. Expel the ones who should be expelled. For those you kill, let them go on to the investiture of the gods. At least they can still get a heavenly court post. That can count as giving junior brother Hao Yin an explanation. As for the remaining vacancies, take them from Chan School and Western School. In short, from this day on, Jeschool will seal the mountain and rectify itself. The matter of the investiture tribulation will have nothing to do with you anymore. Remember this. First clean out your own house, then talk about anything else. Tong Tian was scolded so thoroughly by Xian that he stood there completely stunned. Only after a long while did he nod stiffly. The immortals of Jeschool beside him watched their own sect master being lectured like a student who had done something wrong. Every one of them lowered their eyes and kept their minds still, not daring to make a sound. Duobao and Zhao Gongming stood behind Tong Tian, their expression control nearly perfect. Nothing could be seen on Duobao's calm, ancient well-like face, but the slight twitch at the corner of his eye gave away the schadenfreude in his heart. So even teacher has a day like this. Xian turned around and flew back to Sacred Mother Palace. A flash of silver-purple light, and he was gone. Only after he left did the suffocating pressure over the walls of Shichi finally dissipate. The immortals of Jeschool all let out a breath at once. Then they looked at each other, but no one dared to speak first. Tong Tian stood on the city wall in silence for a long time. He was not thinking about whether Xian had been right to scold him. He had already understood that every sentence Xian said was true. Every sentence struck straight at the heart, and every sentence hit the fatal weakness of Jeschool. With a sweep of his sleeve, he brought Duobao and Zhao Gongming straight to Jinao Island. This time he was going to clean house with his own hands. On Jinao Island, the three descended from the void. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back in the plaza before Bio Palace, looking at this dojo that he had built with his own hands. In his mind, Xian's merciless rebuke kept echoing over and over.
Chang Dingguan Xian.
Saraira, the betrayal of the Six Souls banner. Every word stabbed into his heart like a nail. Duobao, go ring the assembly bell. Duobao accepted the order and left. A moment later, a deep bell chime rang out from the depths of Bio Palace. Wave after wave of sound crossed every mountain peak and every stretch of sea on Jinao Island, spreading to every cave dwelling of Jeschool. Jeschool disciples came rushing in from all directions. Some rode clouds, some rode beasts, some rose from underwater cave mansions, and some flew in from deep within the forests. Before long, the plaza before Bio Palace was packed with a sea of people. Tong Tian stood on the high platform, looking at the scene of 10,000 immortals gathering in homage below. For the first time, he was not admiring it. He was examining it. Tong Tian silently sensed the luck emanating from these disciples. The more he looked, the heavier his heart became. Though there were many disciples, the share of luck each one contributed to Jeschool was so thin it was like a drifting wisp that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. So the previous surge in Jeschool's luck had only looked impressive on the surface. It had been nothing but bloated fat. It was not that Jeschool was truly strong enough to bear so many disciples. It was that these disciples were overdrawing Jeschool's foundation to gild themselves. They treated Jeschool's name as a protective talisman. Outside, they committed every sort of evil. When they caused trouble, they shouted out the sect master's name. They had not done a single good deed, yet they had missed none of the bad ones. Tong Tian remained silent for a long time, then turned to Duobao and Zhao Gongming. The two of you investigate everything for your master. Duobao opened the jade register in his hand. His gaze swept across the dark mass of disciples below as he began calling names one by one. All disciples who have never killed anyone, step out on your own. Swear that from this day forward, you will no longer call yourselves disciples of Jeschool, nor borrow Jeschool's name for anything. Then leave on your own. As soon as Duobao finished speaking, more than a dozen disciples stepped out of the crowd. Their cultivation was not high. Most of them were mediocre little demons. They had joined Jeschool for nothing more than finding a backer and scraping out a living. Then came those who had killed only passively. This group was the largest. As they walked the primordial world, conflict with others was unavoidable. Some had killed by accident, some had killed in self-defense, and some had been dragged into the battlefield during the tribulation and killed there. These people also swore their oaths and left. Tong Tian did not keep them. He did not want anyone to keep treating Jeschool as a pardon token. What remained at the end were disciples who had actively slaughtered innocents, committed evil in the name of Jeschool, and even eaten people. Tong Tian looked at the disciples who had been singled out. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he said only two words: kill them. Zhao Gongming stepped forward slowly, 24 Dinghai pearls circling around him. He did not attack at once. Instead, he announced their crimes word by word, using their power to bully mortals, committing evil outside under Jeschool's name, then using Jeschool's banner as a shield afterward. Each charge alone was enough for them to die 3 times over. The moment his words fell, the Dinghai pearls shot out together. The disciples kneeling on the ground died one after another, and their true spirits turned into streaks of golden light that flew toward the investiture of the gods. Jeschool's purge continued for a full week. Throughout that entire week, Tong Tian did not say one extra word. He simply sat on the high platform of Bio Palace, watching as Duobao and Zhao Gongming examined the disciples one by one and dealt with them one by one. The plaza before Bio Palace, which had once been filled with 10,000 immortals, now had only a few hundred left. Every disciple who remained was innocent, solid in foundation, and pure in heart. After those drifting parasites that had once made Jeschool's luck look bloated and unstable were cleaned out, Jeschool's luck not only did not decline, it instead became far more condensed and heavy. Inside Sacred Mother Palace, Xian withdrew his senses and nodded slightly. Jeschool's luck had begun to stabilize. It was no longer an unhealthy surge, but the kind of steady rise that came from a solid foundation and deep accumulation. Leaning back in his recliner, he lifted the spirit tea brewed by Tsunade and let out a soft laugh toward the void. Tong Tian finally got scolded awake. This round of cleansing by Duobao and Zhao Gongming had indeed been clean and decisive. They had not shown those people the slightest mercy. But cleaning house was still not over. Next, it would be that rabbit spirit's turn. If Chang'er Dingguangxian, this hidden danger, was not uprooted, then Jeschool's foundation could not truly be considered clean. Still, there was no rush for now. The bait had already been cast. Now they just had to wait for the rabbit to jump out on its own. Far away in the Shichi military camp, Zhang Zia looked at the names constantly lighting up on the investiture of the gods and stayed silent for a long time. The number of people sent up by Jeschool had far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Zia had originally been a disciple of Chan School, but during this tribulation, he had gradually come to understand one thing. Jeschool was not as unbearable as the wet-born and egg-born rabble he had always heard it described as. For sect master Tong Tian to cut off his own arm like a strong man and personally clean house, this kind of resolve and responsibility was instead something his own teacher, primordial Lord of Heaven, had never been willing to lower his head and do. By now, a considerable portion of the positions on the investiture of the gods had already been filled. What remained was to wait patiently, waiting for this tribulation to slowly move toward its end. He put down the bamboo slip and looked out the window. On the distant horizon, great Shang's banners fluttered in the wind. On Janeo Island, as the final batch of disciples expelled from Jie School left. The once bustling plaza of Bio Palace now held only a few hundred disciples with pure hearts and solid foundations. Those useless rabble who had merely made up the numbers were either dead or scattered. Jie School from top to bottom was like a body that had scraped poison from the bone. Though badly weakened, that floating, unstable luck had completely settled down, becoming condensed and weighty. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back before Bio Palace, his gaze sweeping across the remaining disciples in the plaza. He said nothing. He only silently extended his divine sense toward Chang Dingguangxian, who had served at his side for many years. Chang Dingguangxian stood at the very front of the disciple ranks with his hands lowered, respectful as always. Tong Tian still felt a trace of reluctance in his heart. This rabbit spirit had followed him for many years, always serving close at hand. He was one of his closest disciples. How much he wished that senior brother Shen's warning had only been a misunderstanding. His divine sense silently entered Chang Dingguangxian's sea of consciousness. A moment later, in the deepest and most hidden corner of that sea of consciousness, Tong Tian touched a layer of restriction. It was a unique sealing method of the Western sect, subtle, concealed. If he had not personally searched inch by inch with a saint's divine sense, it would have been impossible to discover. He forcefully broke through the barrier. Inside, a Saraira was floating there in plain sight, golden light flowing around it and radiating the unmistakable aura of the Western sect. Tong Tian withdrew his divine sense, and his expression returned completely to calm. Not anger, not sorrow, just calm. The kind of complete resignation that came after seeing reality clearly. The disciple who had served closest by his side, his most trusted attendant disciple, had actually been a chess piece planted beside him by the Western sect for who knew how many years. Chang Dingguangxian seemed to sense something. He raised his head and met Tong Tian's eyes, still as an ancient well. His lips moved, but before he could speak, a streak of sword light had already pierced through the center of his brow. His body crashed to the ground. His soul, however, was preserved and wrapped in a streak of golden light, sent toward the investiture of the gods. Killing him was cleaning house. Letting his soul remain and ascend the list was fulfilling the last trace of master-disciple sentiment. From this moment on, all grudges and ties were cleared. Jie School owed him nothing, and he owed Jie School nothing. The plaza fell into dead silence. No one dared make a sound. Duobao and Zhao Gongming stood behind Tong Tian, looking at long-eared Dingguang Immortal-'s corpse in silence. After everything had been dealt with, Tong Tian, Duobao, and Zhao Gongming stood at the entrance of Bio Palace, looking at each other. Just now, they had been busy cleaning house. No one had spared a thought for what to do next. It was Shen who had said to seal the mountain gates, but if they sealed the mountain now, what about the mess outside? Zhao Gongming held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't tea anymore. Teacher, then what are the three of us supposed to do next? Tong Tian glared at him irritably. How would I know? Senior brother said to seal the mountain gates. This time, Jie Sect 1T participate in the tribulation. Zhao Gongming grew anxious. That 1T do. Teacher, our Jie Sect has long been tied to Great Shang. My 24 Dinghai pearls are still hanging in Grand Preceptor 1's military camp. Junior Sister's 3 Shao S9 Ben's Yellow River formation is still set outside Shichi City. Can we just stop fighting because we say so? Then he changed the topic. Besides, the riffraff in our Jie Sect has already been cleaned out. The ones left are all the ones who can fight. Teacher, think about it. As long as we listen to Martial Uncle Shen, if we can gang up on them, then we absolutely don't fight one-on-one. Winning with numbers is the proper path. Every disciple left in our group has solid cultivation. Against Chan Sect's people, we may not necessarily come out worse. And behind us, we still have Great Shang's tanks and cannons. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. His eyes were practically glowing. If we win, our Jie Sect becomes Great Shang's state religion. To be blunt, even if we lose, we don't have that many disciples left to die anyway. At worst, we start over from scratch. As long as you watch from the shadows, teacher, and the other saints don't make a move, then with our numbers and coordination, we can send Chan Sect and Western Sect's disciples onto the investiture of the gods list one by one. And if their saints enter the field first, then you'll have the moral high ground, teacher. Just greet them with the 4 swords formation. Martial Uncle Shen will definitely be the first one to come help you. Duobao said nothing. He merely nodded slightly. After hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Tong Tian was silent for a moment. Then he slammed his right fist heavily into his left palm. We're doing it. Come on, let us head back to the Shichi battlefield first. The two of you tell your fellow disciples that Great Shang winning is already a done deal. The only thing to fear is cultivators from the other side interfering. From now on, Jie Sect disciples are forbidden from fighting alone. At any time, actions must be in groups of at least 3. Whoever dares to go off alone can wait until they get back to receive punishment. When Duobao and Zhao Gongming returned from Jinao Island to the Shichi front line, Tong Tian remained behind in Bio Palace. He gave Duobao and Zhao Gongming a communication jade talisman each. These 2 jade talismans were linked to his divine sense. The instant they were crushed, he would immediately sense it and tear through space to reach the battlefield. During the tribulation chi filled the air. Even a saint's perception would be affected. He didn't dare guarantee that he could notice changes on the battlefield at the first moment. But the fluctuations of the jade talismans would not be obscured by tribulation chi. With Duobao and Zhao Gongming officially joining, the morale of Great Shang's army rose to its peak. These 2 were Jie Sect's first disciples, existences at the quasi-saint level. One controlled the Duobao Pagoda, the other held the 24 Dinghai Pearls. Either one of them alone could suppress Chan Sect's 12 golden immortals. The Jie Sect disciples were even more excited. Even eldest senior brother has come. What is there to fear in this battle? The first thing Zhao Gongming and Duobao did after arriving at the camp was not to go kill enemies on the battlefield, but to gather all Jie Sect disciples together and begin a brainwashing-style lecture that lasted several days. Zhao Gongming stood on the platform, talking so hard that spit flew everywhere, while Duobao stood to the side with his arms folded, in charge of nodding. The core message was only one thing: when going out to fight, no less than 3 people in a group. If you can send 5, never send 3. If you can send 10, never send 5. Whoever dares to fight one-on-one can come back and wait for punishment. The immortals of Jie Sect all answered yes out loud, but inwardly, many of them were not too convinced. They were all immortals who had cultivated for countless years. Who among them didn't have some pride? Yabin, the second of the 10 heavenly lords, even muttered in private that his soul-falling formation was unrivaled under heaven. He alone could trap all of Chan Sect's golden immortals, so why did he need to drag others along? That day, Chan Sect sent someone to challenge them by name, specifically demanding that Yao Bin fight alone. The moment Yao Bin heard it, he got angry and rushed out carrying his formation flag. The third, Zhang Xiao, and the fourth, Lu Hong, exchanged a glance. Remembering the repeated warnings from Zhao Gongming and Duobao, they said nothing and quietly followed after him. The soul-falling formation had only just been set up when it turned out the enemy had indeed sent more than one person. Yang Jian charged into the formation head-on. Neza stepped on his wind-fire wheels and launched a surprise attack from the left. Li Zhenzi spread his wind and thunder wings and struck from the right. The 3 of them had clearly been lying in ambush all along, only waiting for Yao Bin to enter the formation before surrounding him from 3 sides. Yao Bin's heart turned cold. No matter how powerful his soul-falling formation was, it still couldn't withstand the siege of 3 third-generation disciples of Chan Sect. Just as the soul banner was about to be split apart by Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade, 2 furious shouts suddenly came from outside the soul-falling formation. Zhang Xiao's soul-losing formation and Lu Hong's wind-falling formation activated at the same time. 2 rays of formation light blasted in from the flanks, forcibly tearing open a gap in the 3-man encirclement. The 3 brothers joined forces and counterattacked. Seeing the situation turn bad, Yang Jian immediately retreated with Neza and Li Zhenzi. Yao Bin had picked his life back up. After returning to camp, he stayed silent for a long time in lingering fear, then took the initiative to find Zhao Gongming and gave him a deep bow. After this ambush, the immortals of Jie Sect were completely convinced. From that day on, the rule of ganging up on the enemy was carried out in every battle. Every time Chan Sect disciples came to challenge them, at least 3 Jie Sect immortals would charge out from the other side. Sometimes, an entire Heavenly Lord formation squad would come out at once. In just a few short days, several more disciples of Chan Sect had been sent onto the investiture of the gods list. Jiang Zia looked at the investiture of the gods list, where more than half the names had already lit up, and stayed silent for a long time. Until Guang Chengzi returned from Yushu Palace to the Shiqi main camp. He was Primordial Lord's first disciple, Chan Sect's eldest senior brother. The last time he had assisted the human emperor, he had been backlashed by Tribulation Chi, and his cultivation had fallen from the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. Only with Primordial Lord personally taking action had he barely recovered, and then, after sharing in the merit as one of the 5 Emperor's teachers, he finally broke through into the quasi-saint realm. And yet Duobao, that damp-born, egg-born creature of Jie Sect whom he had always looked down on, had long since stood firmly in the quasi-saint realm, and had even gone farther on that path. This unwillingness had been pressing in his heart for far too long. Guang Chengzi came out alone and directly called for Duobao to come out and fight him one-on-one. Duobao stood up from the merchant platform in the main camp, patted his sleeve cuff and said calmly, "I'll go take a look." Behind him, Zhao Gongming said in a low voice, "Senior brother, be careful. It might be a trap." Without even turning his head, Duobao replied, "With so many people watching, if he resorts to a trick, Chan Sect's reputation will be completely gone." Duobao landed before the 2 armies and faced Guang Chengzi from 100 zhang away. Without a word, Guang Chengzi brought out the Fantian seal and smashed it over. Duobao casually raised a hand. The Duobao pagoda flew from his palm and directly knocked the Fantian seal away. Both of them were quasi-saints. Their magic treasures were both connate spirit treasures. They came from the same lineage and should have been evenly matched. But because Duobao's cultivation was slightly higher than Guangchengzi's, every move Guangchengzi made looked half a beat slower in Duobao's eyes, and every activation path of his magic treasure was seen through in advance. Duobao dealt with him with effortless ease for a while, and the fire in his eyes was gradually stirred up as well. For all these years, Chan's sect had gone on and on calling them scaled and horned, dampborn and eggborn. It had gone on for too long. It wasn't that he had no temper. He just never wore it on his face. But today he had no intention of enduring it any longer. Duobao seized the opening when Guangchengzi failed to withdraw the seal in time. The Duobao pagoda drew an arc through the air, circled behind Guangchengzi, and smashed viciously toward the back of his head. Guangchengzi only felt a sharp pain explode in the back of his skull. His vision went black, and his body uncontrollably dropped downward. Right before completely losing consciousness, he used the last of his strength to scream hoarsely, "Teacher, save me." That cry echoed across the battlefield sky. Before the sound had even faded, 11 beams of immortal light lit up from Chan's sect's camp at the same time. Qi Jingzi, Jading Zhenren, Tai Zhenren, Manjusri Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxin Zhenren, Sihong Daoren, Zhu Sun, Lingbao Grand Mage, Daoxing Tianzuan, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, Huanglong Zhenren. All 11 of the remaining 12 golden immortals rushed out at once. Zhao Gongming had been waiting for this moment. With his right hand, he crushed the communication jade talisman Tongtian had left him. With his left hand, he waved, and the 24 Dinghai pearls shot out in sequence. Duobao recalled the pagoda and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Gongming. On Jie Sect's side, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, the 3 Shao Maidens, and the 10 Heavenly Lords also rose into the air at the same time. The immortals of Jie Sect pressed forward in a dark mass, their numbers 3 times that of Chan's sect. On Jinao Island, the jade talisman floating in front of Tongtian suddenly shattered. He set down the teacup in his hand and rose to his feet. At the same time, far away in Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes as well. His eldest disciple's cry for help had reached straight into his soul. There was no way he could ignore it. The moment for a saint to enter the field had finally come. In the sky directly above the battlefield, 2 cracks split open within the span of a few breaths. One streak of green sword light, carrying the murderous aura of the 4 swords of immortal slaying, came howling from the east. Another beam of Yuqing holy light rose from the direction of Kunlun, sweeping across the heavens. On the walls of Shichi City, Jiang Zia watched the scene and only felt that the bamboo slip in his hand had already been soaked through with cold sweat. This tribulation had completely spiraled out of control. Above the Shichi battlefield, a beam of Yuqing holy light rose from the direction of Kunlun Mountain. The overwhelming pressure of a saint forced soldiers from both sides below to kneel to the ground at the same time, making even breathing difficult. Yuanshi Tianzuan landed before the 2 armies. His gaze fell on Duobao, and with a raise of his hand, a beam of Yuqing immortal light shot straight at Duobao's face. If that strike landed, even if Duobao did not die, his physical body would still be shattered. A flash of green sword light, the immortal slaying sword thrust out from the void and split that beam of Yuqing immortal light in half. Tongtian stepped out from the void at Duobao's side. The Qingping sword hovered beside him, while the 4 swords of immortal slaying lined up behind his back in a row, their sword chi piercing the heavens. Yuanshi withdrew his hand. Seeing Tongtian standing before Duobao, there was not the slightest surprise on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, still carrying the full air of an elder second brother. The moment he opened his mouth, he began rebuking Tongtian, saying that his disciples cultivated no virtue, that they were nothing but eggborn and dampborn creatures, scaled and horned beasts, and that they deserved to be sent onto the investiture of the gods list. Tongtian did not argue like he usually did. He simply raised his hand and summoned the 4 swords of immortal slaying. All 4 swords came forth together. The immortal slaying formation diagram spread out beneath his feet. Murderous aura surged into the sky and enveloped the entire battlefield within it. The immortal slaying sword formation, established. Then come. I'll wait for you inside. His voice was as calm as could be. There was no anger, no grievance, only the resolve that came after being suppressed to the absolute limit. Yuanshi stood at the entrance to the sword formation and hesitated. The immortal slaying sword formation could not be broken without 4 saints. Going in alone would be no different from courting death. At that moment, 3 holy lights descended at his side simultaneously. Laozi walked out of the void leaning on his flat crutch. Jane held a demon-subduing pestle. Juanti cradled the 7 treasures wonderful tree in his arms. For saints had gathered. The confidence in Yuanshi's heart instantly returned. The 4 exchanged a glance, then stepped into the immortal slaying sword formation together. The moment the 4 saints entered the formation, The four swords of immortal slaying let out a simultaneous cry. Tong Tian stood at the center of the formation, watching the four saints step into the killing array he had laid down. His gaze paused on Yuanche's face for a brief moment. Big brother and second brother really did come in, joining hands with two outsiders to deal with their own younger brother. He owed no one anything anymore. Tong Tian did not use the normal method of the immortal slaying sword formation, dividing his attacks among the four. Instead, he concentrated all of its power into a single sword strike and brought it down straight at Juenti's head. Juenti had only just raised the Seven Treasures wonderful tree to block when the immortal slaying sword Qi had already pierced through the treasure's defense, cleaving both man and tree in two. Golden blood rain fell from the heavenly Tao. Juenti had fallen, and his true spirit was sent to the respawn point. When Jane saw his junior brother get instantly killed, his expression changed drastically. But with one of the four saints already gone, the remaining three no longer had enough numbers to break the formation. Outside the sword formation, Zhao Gongming and Duobao both let out a breath of relief at the same time. Their teacher had truly gone for the kill. Right at that moment, Xian and Yuhua descended into the center of the sword formation. Xian stood beside Tong Tian with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept over the three saints inside the formation, then looked toward the gap in the sword formation, where a strand of heavenly Tao golden light was currently gathering. Tong Tian stood at the center of the formation and was just about to speak when he suddenly heard Xian say, "Something's wrong." Before the words had even fully fallen, Laozi suddenly struck his flat crutch against the ground. The figure of the Taiching saint blurred, and two more figures actually stepped out from his true body. One was surrounded by Yuqing immortal light, while the other Shangqing sword Qi pierced straight into the heavens. The auras of those two incarnations were exactly the same as Yuanche and Tong Tian themselves. Yuanche froze. Tong Tian froze as well. Tong Tian was not stupid. The instant he saw that Shangqing incarnation, he understood one thing. What was contained inside that incarnation was a fragment of his primordial spirit. No wonder. After cultivating for countless years, he had always felt as though something was missing from his soul. He had asked Big Brother about it before. Laozi had only said that the Pangu primordial spirit had split into three, and that each had its own flaws, so there was no need to mind it. So it had never been some innate defect. The fragment had been hidden away by Laozi and refined into a tool to control him. Laozi controlled the three incarnations and sent them lunging at Tong Tian all at once. He gave Yuanche and Jane a look, and the three of them attacked together. This time, Xian did not continue standing by. He lightly waved his hand. A sweep of silver-purple law light passed across the field, and the two incarnations shattered on the spot, turning into countless points of light that scattered and vanished. Jane was blasted back several hundred zhang. Yuanche was also staggered by the aftershock. Xian looked at Laozi, was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded as though suddenly understanding. "So that's how it is. I finally figured it out. You were never lousy at all. Heavenly Tao, not bad. Betting on both sides." Laozi South body stiffened in place. Xian looked at him and continued, "When the demon race ruled the heavens, you planted pieces on the Wu side. When the Wu governed the earth, you arranged informants within the demon race. In the end, both sides were schemed cleanly to death by you. And now you're using the same old trick again, supporting Chan sect while suppressing Jie sect. No matter who wins in the end, you're the winner. But the biggest flaw of your whole life is that you're too greedy. Betting on both sides still wasn't enough for you. You even wanted to refine saints into incarnations. Laozi's consciousness has already been completely devoured by you, hasn't it?" Laozi stayed silent for a long time. Then his face began to twist. The expressionless face of the Taiching saint slowly peeled away like melting wax, revealing a cold figure with blurred features. Heavenly Tao had finally cast aside all disguise. "I am the Heavenly Tao. The Supreme is without emotion. Thus there is utmost fairness." Controlling Laozi was not born of personal desire, but to maintain the balance of the prehistoric world. Devouring his consciousness was because he was too weak. If I had been the one to wield the Taiching Dharma body, Jie sect would have long since been destroyed, the investiture of the gods list would have long since been filled, and the order of the prehistoric world would have long since been stabilized. That would have been the true win-win. Standing beside Xian, Tong Tian's hand gripping the Qingping sword trembled slightly. The three pure ones had originally shared the same source. And now, Big Brother had been devoured by the Heavenly Tao, Second Brother had been used by the Heavenly Tao as a weapon, and he himself had nearly become one of the Heavenly Tao's pieces as well. Yuanche stood across from them, and the arrogance on his face finally shattered. He recalled every discussion back in Zishao Palace. He recalled all those ambiguous words Laozi had spoken. He recalled that faint, unreadable flicker in Laozi's eyes every time Xian was mentioned. So it had never been Big Brother persuading him to hold back. It had been the Heavenly Tao manipulating everything from the shadows. Jane's expression was even uglier to the extreme. Juenti had just been sent to the respawn point. With only him left standing on the battlefield, he no longer knew whether he should advance or retreat. Xian did not waste any more words. With a raise of his hand, a silver-purple chain of laws firmly bound Heavenly Tao in place. He did not rush to deliver the killing blow. He merely lowered his head and looked at that blurred face of Heavenly Tao, his tone calm. Win-win. You used the prehistoric world as your chessboard to play your game. Did you ever ask the pieces what they thought? Heavenly Tao lowered his head and looked at the silver-purple law chains wrapped around his body. He tried several times to break free, but the chains did not move in the slightest. The restraint woven after the law of adaptation had fused with the 3,000 great Taos locked onto him at every point. Every link fit precisely over the law nodes within his body. The more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. Heavenly Tao gave up trying to break free. Instead, he split his consciousness into two commands at once, simultaneously activating Xuanti, who was far away at the respawn spring, and Hongjun, who was far away in Zishao Palace, suppressed deep within the sea of consciousness. Above the Shichi battlefield, a flash of golden light streaked by. Xuanti had only just finished reconstructing his physical body before he appeared once more in front of the formation. The Seven Treasures wonderful tree in his hand had not even been fully activated yet when a silver-purple erasure light slammed straight into his face. Xuanti's figure froze in midair for less than a breath. Then both he and the strand of Heavenly Tao consciousness split off within him were completely erased from the level of existence itself. This time, Heavenly Tao did not send him back to the respawn spring. That patch of golden rain fell for a brief moment, then completely dispersed. The second leader of the Western sect no longer existed. Standing below, Jane watched as his junior brother truly fell. His whole body turned icy cold. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Immediately after that, Heavenly Tao Hongjun descended. Hongjun's physical body stepped out from the void, his eyes icy cold, Heavenly Tao laws coiling all around him. Without saying a word, he brought forth a pitch-black magical artifact shaped like a millstone. The instant that millstone appeared, the surrounding space began to vanish. Not crack, not collapse, but to be directly ground to pieces from the level of laws themselves. The world-ending millstone. Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at that millstone. Before Pangu split open the heavens, it had nearly ground chaos itself into nothingness. Among all the supreme treasures of chaos, it was the one with the heaviest killing intent. After Pangu shattered it with the heaven-opening axe, its fragments scattered into the depths of chaos and vanished without a trace. And now, the Heavenly Tao had actually reassembled it into a complete whole. Heavenly Tao Hongjun held the world-ending mill in one hand, while his other hand pressed against his temple. The part of his consciousness that Xian had erased earlier was still continuously tearing at his divine sense. Enduring the intense pain, he roared hoarsely, "Xian, don't force me. Even if we die together, maybe you one-t die. But what about your family? Can they stop the world-ending mill? As long as you and I join forces, we can devour the entire primordial world together. Transcend the Heavenly Tao, transcend the Great Tao. It'll be within reach." Yuanshi and Tongtian stood below. Hearing the Heavenly Tao say this, the grief of their eldest brother being devoured had not yet faded, and now a bone-piercing chill was added on top of it. Tongtian exploded on the spot, raised his head, and cursed at Heavenly Tao Hongjun. "You bastard! Letting the primordial world fall into your hands was the real disaster. You swallowed my eldest brother, you tricked my second brother for so many years, and now you still want to drag my senior brother into destroying the world with you? What the hell are you supposed to be?" Before he could finish, Heavenly Tao Hongjun lifted his hand and waved. A strand of Hongmeng purple chi flew out from inside Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane respectively. Back when Hongjun distributed the Hongmeng purple chi, those had been marks secretly planted by the Heavenly Tao. Without the support of that purple chi, the cultivation of the four saints instantly fell from Saint Realm back to the Quasi-Saint Realm. Xian waved his hand and sent the four of them to the rear of the battlefield. He said nothing more. After doing all that, he clapped his hands and looked at Heavenly Tao Hongjun again. "See? I can freeze you. I can erase you. I can also instantly kill you. You have the world-ending mill. You can destroy the world. So now we're in an awkward spot, aren't we? Whoever moves first dies. What do you think we should do?" Heavenly Tao Hongjun was stunned by those words almost on instinct. The world-ending mill had already been brought out. Yet not only was the other side not panicking, he was seriously analyzing this strategic deadlock with him instead. In that extremely brief moment of distraction, a khaki-yellow power of earth veins quietly rose up from underground and exploded beneath the world-ending mill. Caught off guard by the sudden impact, Heavenly Tao Hongjun staggered, and the world-ending mill flew out of his hand into the air. Xian seized that fleeting opening. The law of freeze instantly enveloped Heavenly Tao Hongjun's entire body, and at the same time, his figure flashed as he firmly caught the world-ending mill in his hand. Like a surging tide, the law of erasure poured into the interior of the millstone, wiping out every trace of divine sense imprint the heavenly Tao had left inside. Then, Xian's own primordial spirit mark was firmly branded into the core of the millstone. Hutu, nicely done. Xian lowered his head and glanced at Hutu standing on the ground below. That burst of earth vein power just now had been the work of the spokesperson of the earthly Tao. Heavenly Tao Hongjun was nailed in midair by the law of freeze, unable to move at all. For the first time, real fear appeared in his eyes. Holding the world-ending mill, Xian walked up to him and looked down at this face that was both teacher and enemy. He was silent for a moment. Then he extended his hand and pressed his finger against Heavenly Tao Hongjun's forehead. Xian's finger rested against Heavenly Tao Hongjun's forehead, and the light of erasure flickered unstably at his fingertip. He really was hesitating. This body belonged to Hongjun. Everything he had today was thanks to his teacher's careful guidance. From the great Luo Golden Immortal sitting on a cushion in the Zishao Palace to his current peak of the Heavenly Tao realm, every single step had been inseparable from that old man's arrangements, seemingly casual, yet protecting him at every turn. He would not hesitate for even a moment to kill the Heavenly Tao, but to personally destroy his teacher's body, he could not bring himself to do it. Just as he hesitated for that brief moment, the jade disk of creation in his arms gave a slight tremble. A familiar aged voice, carrying a bit of irritation, came from deep within the jade disk. Hongjun's remnant soul drifted out from the jade disk of creation. The phantom swayed twice before stabilizing itself. He said, "Brat Xian, what are you dragging your feet for? You discovered the strand of divine sense I hid in the jade disk a long time ago. Didn't you?" Xian withdrew his finger. There was not the slightest embarrassment on his face at being exposed. Instead, he replied with a grin, "Old man, you finally decided to come out. I thought you didn't care at all about your own body." Hongjun's remnant soul snorted. He said he couldn't be bothered with him. But when that phantom looked at the body below that had been occupied by the Heavenly Tao, a trace of deep pain clearly flashed through his eyes. That was the body he had used for countless years. Saying he could bear to part with it would be a lie. But things had already reached this point. Dragging it out any longer would only give the Heavenly Tao a chance to catch its breath. He withdrew his gaze and urged Xian, "Hurry up and do it. After destroying the Heavenly Tao, absorb my body too. It'll be enough for you to break through to the Great Tao realm." Xian said nothing more. The erasure light at his fingertips suddenly burst forth, and he slammed a palm onto Heavenly Tao Hongjun's crown. The law of adaptation activated at the same time. The consciousness of the Heavenly Tao, along with the Heavenly Tao origin contained within Hongjun's body, poured into him like a flood bursting through a dam. His cultivation rose madly at an unprecedented speed. 6th layer of the Heavenly Tao realm, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer, until he reached the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. That bottleneck which had trapped countless chaos demon gods for their entire lives was blasted open at this moment. Great Tao realm, complete transcendence. He casually sealed the remaining residual origin in the jade disk of creation for his teacher to use in recovery, then lowered his head and looked at his own spread open hands. At this moment, the miniature universes inside his body had all completely finished transforming from illusion into reality. Every sub-universe now possessed its own independent cycle of laws. Endless energy circulated within him endlessly, self-sustaining and alive. Now he could rewrite the laws of the primordial world however he wished. He could shatter the boundaries of chaos with a single punch. He could go to any world he wanted. Nothing could bind him anymore. Hongjun's remnant soul poked his head out of the jade disk of creation. He first sized up the state of his disciple after transcendence, nodded to himself with satisfaction, and only then remembered that his physical body was already gone. He lowered his head and looked at the crude body formed from the strand of remnant soul, his face turning miserable on the verge of tears. He said that after all his years of planning, it had all ended up becoming Xian's wedding gift instead. So what exactly had he been working for all these years? Xian quickly put on a placating smile and said, "Don't worry. I'll go find a body with the same Chaos Demon God foundation as yours, teacher." A silver-purple spatial barrier silently tore open before him. With one step, he entered the dark dimension of the Marvel Universe. Dormammu was currently locked in a battle of wits with the new Sorcerer Supreme at the boundary of the dimension. His enormous dark purple head had just emerged from the rolling mist when it crashed face-first into Xian's half-smiling face. The ruler of the dark dimension instantly lost it. Even his voice cracked. "How did you already transcend? How long has it even been?" Before he could finish, Xian raised his hand and gave a wave. A great Tao realm-level law of erasure descended silently. Dormammu's consciousness was completely erased, leaving behind only an intact body of the ruler of the dark dimension. Xian held up that body glowing with purple light and weighed it in his hand. Decent quality, but compared to a Chaos Demon God foundation, still lacking quite a bit. He tore open another spatial rift and crossed several universes in succession, collecting more than a dozen bodies of Dormammu from different dimensions. Using great Tao laws, he tempered and fused them together. At last, he refined a perfect body comparable to that of a chaos demon god. Hongjun's remnant soul floated out from the jade disc and drilled into the new body, moving his limbs a little. Under the control of his will, the purple-black demon god body slowly transformed into the white-haired, white-bearded old Taoist from back then, even the folds at the cuffs matching perfectly. He raised a hand and examined his new fingers, then nodded in satisfaction. This body's foundation is compatible, and its affinity with the laws is enough. Returning to the heavenly Tao realm is only a matter of time. Then he raised his head and looked at Xian. He wanted to say something in thanks, but what came out instead was, "Next time you come back, remember to bring this old Taoist 2 jars of good wine." Xian smiled and agreed, then turned and tore open space. He did not return directly to the primordial world. Instead, he first went to the destroyer god realm. Beerus was lying on a recliner beneath a pavilion, dozing off, his cat tail resting on the armrest and lightly swaying. Xian landed soundlessly beside the recliner and extended 2 fingers, giving the base of his tail a precise pinch. With a yowl, Beerus shot up from the recliner. His cat ears stood straight up, and his slit pupils rapidly swept around his surroundings. After seeing that it was Xian, he froze for a moment, then immediately started cursing. Xian did not curse back. He only smiled and lightly tapped a finger against Beerus's forehead. A strand of incomparably pure origin of the law of destruction slowly passed into Beerus's body. As long as he cultivated step by step, surpassing Zeno would only be a matter of time. Beerus rubbed his tail where it had been pinched sore, then felt the origin of destruction inside him slowly fusing. He stayed awkward for quite a while before finally muttering in a low voice, "Nosy bastard." The ninja world, the ancestral graveyard in the back mountain of Kumogakure. Xian stood before the gravestone of the 4th Hokage. He lifted a hand and lightly brushed across the surface of the stone. The laws of the great Tao drew out 4th Risei's true spirit from the grave and reconstructed a body for him. 4th Risei opened his eyes and saw Xian's grinning face. He froze for a moment, then sat up from the ground while cursing, saying he had been doing just fine down there underground, so could this guy stop making trouble for him for once. He was cursing with his mouth, but his eyes were already red. Xian conjured 2 jugs of strong liquor and 2 coarse clay bowls onto the grass in front of the gravestone. The 2 of them simply sat down on the ground like that, filled their bowls to the brim, and without saying a word, drained 1 bowl first. The setting sun slanted down from the ridge behind Kumogakure, stretching both of their shadows long. Xian set down his wine bowl and said that back then, at the Senju clan grounds, 4th Risei had told him to come back and let him know once he became the strongest. Now he had come back. The hand holding the wine bowl paused for a moment. After a long silence, 4th Risei finally spoke. "Go my ass. I've already gotten used to lying in the grave. Dragging me out for a drink is enough. We've been friends for so many years. You probably won't be coming back again after this. Come on, drink. I'm happy that my good friend really became the strongest." The coarse clay bowls clinked together, and liquor splashed out onto the grass. Neither of them said anything more. The sunset sank behind the mountain ridge, and the shadows of the 2 old friends gradually melted into the dusk. The end.